Looking out the airplane window at the clear blue sky and the golden sunlight shining on the clouds, Yi Chui didn't notice the beauty around her. Her eyes stared blankly into the distance, not fixed on anything in particular. Yi Chui's mind was very confused. She was about to return to that house. How would she face her husband, who had already changed his heart? Her husband, who had been away for 5 months, and the so-called love child with another person. And the upcoming divorce? Both my parents have passed away. Even if I get divorced, they wouldn't worry anymore, Yi Chui thought as she looked at the photo of her parents smiling kindly on her phone. Tears streamed down her face. Because she had no children, her marriage had come to an end. And because she had no children, she could leave without any regrets. Maybe divorce was a kind of relief, Yi Chui sighed. She no longer had anyone constantly pressuring her to have children, even though she had always wanted to.
Suddenly, Yekui felt dizzy.
Amid the screams around her, she seemed to understand what she had experienced. Her eyes widened, her body sat upright. Looking at the chaotic scene before her and listening to the crying voices around her, only one thought filled her mind. Maybe this isn't so bad after all. The night was cool as water. A dull gray carriage was rushing along a mountain road. The carriage was moving very fast, bouncing roughly over uneven ground, but the people inside showed no intention of slowing down. Hurry up, hurry up. Don't let her die in the carriage. It's bad luck, a broad-faced woman harshly ordered the coachman. Her face showed impatience. After saying this, she turned to look at the pale-faced woman inside the carriage and shivered involuntarily. You're such a troublemaker. I said we should just throw her off the mountain, but you insist on burying her in the ditch. What's the point of leaving her whole? The broad-faced woman gritted her teeth and looked at the other woman with a yellowish face, full of resentment. Mother Rome, doing this would be bad karma. It's a matter of life and death. If we don't even leave a whole body, that's too cruel, the yellow-faced woman said with a frown. She also turned her head to look at the pale-faced woman. The girl was about 15 or 16 years old, at the most beautiful age for a girl. She had delicate features, was dressed in fine cotton clothes, and her hair was styled like a young girl's. She also wore some gold and silver jewelry, suggesting her family was quite well off. Just by looking at her, you can tell she's a good girl. What a shame. She's got involved with the wrong people. She'll probably end up abandoned in the wilderness, the yellow-faced woman thought to herself. In just a moment, the girl's face grew paler, showing signs of death. Her breath was shallow, and she looked close to passing away. Why are you so cruel? If you don't do the job right, you'll see what cruelty really is. The broad-faced woman snorted. She pushed aside the carriage curtain and looked outside. In the distance, some animal howled loudly, sounding very frightening. We've been off the main road for a long time now. Let's not go into the mountains. We should find a place to bury her and be done with it. All right, the yellow-faced woman sighed as she looked at the girl on the carriage, who was barely breathing. She said, Yi Chuier, don't blame us. You brought this on yourself by messing with the wrong people. Go in peace. We'll keep your clothes and bury you properly. That'll end our bad luck. As she spoke, she quickly tore off the girl's gold and silver jewelry, using quite some force, pulling out a few strands of hair as well. Stop talking and hurry up. Stop the carriage here. The broad-faced woman saw the jewelry and snatched it from the yellow-faced woman's hand, stuffing it into her small bag. She then tied the bag tightly around her waist. She turned to look outside and saw a small valley ahead. She immediately ordered the driver to stop and dig a hole. Then she made the driver carry Yi Chuier out of the carriage and throw her into the pit. Quick, bury her. Once it's done, let's go. Perhaps feeling guilty, the broad-faced woman's voice trembled. She didn't seem to care whether the girl was already dead or not. Suddenly, a wolf's howl echoed from somewhere. The three people, already feeling guilty, were so frightened they started trembling. Even the horses pulling the carriage became restless. Oh no! Wolves! Let's go! Why are we still here? Are we crazy? The woman with a face full of rough flesh, upon hearing the wolf howling, was so frightened that her legs trembled uncontrollably. She didn't care about the woman in the pit anymore and scrambled onto the carriage, crawling and rolling to get there. When feeling guilty, her hands and feet wouldn't obey her. She accidentally fell flat on her face, dropping her bag, but she ignored the pain and didn't bother to pick it up. She quickly ran to the carriage and, once inside, kept urging them to leave quickly. In just a short moment, the carriage was already far away. Meanwhile, from the half-buried pit, a hand slowly reached upward. The night was dim, and the scene was very strange and eerie. Help! Someone! Yi Chui felt a sharp pain pounding in her head. Her memory was still stuck on the chaotic scene on the plane, so as soon as she woke up, she started calling for help. What's wrong with me? Yi Chui saw that most of her body was buried in the dirt. She hurriedly crawled out, under the faint moonlight and the occasional wolf howls. Seeing a woman emerging from the grave, who should have been dead, was very creepy. Are there wolves? Yi Chui was startled when she heard the wolf howling. She panicked and tried to run forward, but after 2 steps, she felt dizzy. She barely managed to stand still and then realized her whole body hurt, especially the back of her head, which was swollen and painful. Did I fall from the plane? Yi Chui reached up and touched the back of her head. It was swollen into a large lump, probably the reason for her headache. She suddenly widened her eyes, unable to believe what she saw. Her clothes had changed from a sharp professional outfit into a pink dress, styled like ancient clothing. Her hands had become delicate and tender, like those of a teenage girl from many years ago. What is happening? Am I traveling through time? Yi Chui sneered at herself, thinking she was just dreaming. She looked at her slender hands carefully, feeling that being young was really wonderful. Suddenly, Yi Chui felt a sharp pain in her head, making her almost gasp for air. When the pain eased, her mind slightly cleared, and she keenly realized that many things she didn't remember before had suddenly appeared in her thoughts. For example, she now knew her name was Yi Chui, the daughter of a tea shop owner. She also learned that her body had been harmed by someone, though she didn't know who. Besides these details, many of her memories were blurry. Where her home was, her parents' names, all unclear. There was only one thing she remembered clearly: her intense hatred before dying, her unwillingness to accept death, which was deeply imprinted in her mind. Revenge. Revenge. I must get revenge. Yi Chui felt a young voice echoing in her head for a long time, filled with anger. Oh my! Yi Chui felt as if her understanding of the past 30 years had been turned upside down. As a confident, modern woman working in an office, she was a firm atheist. But now, with her body and the voice of Yi Chui in her mind, she had to admit that she might, just might, have traveled through time, just like in the stories. What should I do? Yi Chui whispered to herself. She didn't understand why her body was occupied by someone else's consciousness. The original owner's mind was still there.
Was she
a ghost of sorts, occupying this body? Revenge. Revenge. I am already dead. Avenger for me, and I'll give you my body, the original Yi Chui cried sadly. After saying this, she started to sob and call out for her parents. Revenge? But I don't even know who your enemy is. Yi Chui's mind was in chaos. Her long habit of working had made her instinctively focus on the key point. If she wanted revenge, she needed to know who to target. I don't know. I don't know, the original owner cried even more sadly. I'm leaving now. Remember to help me get revenge. Hey, if I can't find the enemy, how am I supposed to avenge you? Yi Chui hurriedly said, but then she realized that her mind was silent. No one was speaking anymore. Is she gone? Yi Chui whispered to herself. The night breeze blew, making her feel a chill run through her body. A new vow story is uploaded. It's a warm farming story. I hope everyone will support it. Yi Chui stands alone in the wild countryside. She wears pink clothes, but her face is so pale that it has no color at all. Next to her is a grave. She didn't dig herself. Dirt and mud cover her body and hands, showing she just crawled out of the grave. Although she looks like a ghost girl, having just died, And with the despair from her previous life, Yi-Chui cherishes the feeling of being alive. Being able to breathe freely and stand here alive feels wonderful, even though her body hurts a lot.
Hehe.
I really traveled to another world. Yi-Chui instinctively touches her hand and face. Women love beauty, especially Yi-Chui, who was nearly 40 before.
She knows how precious youth is.
Her skin is smooth and close to her fingertips. Although dirty from mud, she can clearly feel that her skin is young, without wrinkles, much better than her old, yellowed, loose skin. Getting another chance to live is a gift from heaven. Now her body is young again. She doesn't know what she looks like, but Yi-Chui is already very happy. Forget that unfaithful person. From now on, I am Yi-Chui. She clenches her fists and says confidently. Since there's nothing worth lingering over in modern times, she might as well give herself a new start. This time, she will live her life well. She absolutely won't fall into despair again. A wolf howls. It feels like a bucket of cold water poured over Yi-Chui, making her suddenly calm down. Not just calm, she feels frozen stiff. Yi-Chui shivers involuntarily, losing her earlier courage and determination. The idea of living again and making a good life depends on her surviving first. She has a young body now, but how could she forget where she is? This isn't a modern scenic spot. It's a mountain in some ancient era. And mountains are home to wolves that can eat people. Yi-Chui felt goosebumps all over her body. She quickly ran to the nearest big tree, leaned against its trunk, squatted at the roots, and kept a wary eye on her surroundings while trying to curl into a ball. That's not enough. Yi-Chui's heart didn't feel any calmer just because she was leaning against the tree. She looked around, hoping to find something useful as a weapon. Fortunately, Yi-Chui was lucky. Close by, there was a thick, dry branch about her arm's length. She cautiously checked her surroundings, saw no signs of wolf eyes or anything dangerous, and hurriedly moved a few steps forward to grab the branch, clutching it to her chest. Then she quickly hid back under the tree. If danger comes, I'll use this branch as a weapon, she whispered, feeling a bit of weight in her hand. She removed some smaller twigs from the branch and muttered to herself, trying to boost her confidence. By morning, I must find a way out. Although it was early spring, the night wind was still cold. Yi-Chui's thin clothes soon felt soaked through by the chill. At this point, she was exhausted, cold, and hungry. She looked at the endless mountain shadows under the moonlight, knowing that the night in these mountains was too dangerous. As a weak girl, even if she wasn't discovered by wolves tonight, she would surely be found later. No matter what, she had to leave these mountains or she would lose her life. Yi-Chui, you can do it. Keep going, Yi-Chui. She curled her knees up, trying to make herself as small as possible, clutching the branch tightly like she had done countless times before when facing difficulties. She trembled as she encouraged herself. As she spoke, she suddenly seemed to gain real courage, and her trembling heart began to relax. When her mind was at ease, she suddenly felt an emptiness in her stomach. So hungry. Her body hadn't eaten all day. She looked around, hoping to find some wild fruit or something edible. Suddenly, she saw something on the ground not far away, something bulging, like a small bundle. Is there food in that bundle? Yi-Chui's hope ignited instantly. Thinking this, she felt as if the bundle had endless attraction, pulling her to rush over and pick it up. Her body moved slightly, and she slowly stood up. No way. Yi-Chui suddenly heard a warning in her mind. The bundle might not contain food, and it was at least 20 or 30 steps away. This distance couldn't be crossed back and forth quickly. She leaned behind a big tree. If danger appeared, she could rely on it. If she rashly moved forward, she might encounter a wild animal, making it hard to fight back and risking her life. Between hunger and safety, Yi-Chui quickly made her choice. She stared longingly at the bundle, praying for dawn to arrive soon. Perhaps heaven heard her prayer. Not long after, a faint white light appeared in the eastern sky. The light grew larger and larger, and soon the sky was mostly bright. Finally, with the dawn, Yi Chuer's anxiety and tension eased a bit. Many fierce animals that hunted at night posed less threat now. She sighed in relief, but dared not leave the tree carelessly. She carefully observed her surroundings using the morning light. The continuous green mountains stretched out before her. No matter which direction she looked, she saw one mountain after another, tall and short, with no end in sight. Since it was early spring, the grass on the ground was only about an inch high, like a soft green blanket. It looked gentle, and because it couldn't hide wild animals, Yi Chuer felt somewhat reassured. She was in a valley between two connected mountains. Whether it was due to the terrain or her good luck, this weak girl had spent a night in the deep mountains and remained safe. While there's no movement, I should leave quickly, nervously. Yi Chuer looked around. Seeing no suspicious wild animals, she hurried forward in 2 steps to the bundle, gripping it tightly. Then she cautiously retreated under the tree. She carefully examined her surroundings before opening the bundle. Inside, she found 3 dried buns, several pieces of jewelry, and some broken silver coins. God really helped me. For Yi Chuer, who was used to modern life, the 3 dry buns didn't seem special. She might even dislike them. But now, they were life-saving food. She picked up a bun and bit into it hard. She had never realized how delicious a simple bun could be, even though it was dry and a bit choking. After nibbling half a steamed bun, Chuer carefully stored the remaining 2.5 buns. The mountains stretched endlessly, and she didn't know how much longer she would have to walk. She needed to save her food, because without enough supplies, life would become very difficult. Chuer finished eating, but didn't leave immediately. Instead, she squatted under a tree and carefully observed her surroundings. She didn't know how her original body had come here, but she knew that any sign of someone passing by would leave traces. Her efforts paid off. Chuer found a faint wool track on the grass, which looked quite fresh. It was probably made by the cart that had dropped her here. Once the cart was gone, the driver would naturally head back. Chuer decided to follow the track to see if she could find a place with people. Using a stick she found last night, Chuer followed the wheel marks. She kept walking until the sun was almost setting, but still saw no signs of a village. Worse, after crossing a small river, the tracks disappeared. What should I do? The sun is about to set, and the tracks are gone. There's no one around, Chuer muttered nervously. She wondered if she still had the same luck as last night. Could she stay safe overnight in this wild mountain filled with wild animals? Would she find a family before running out of food, or would she starve to death here? How can she survive? Chuer is still very thin. Dear friends can first read the complete story, The Lucky Farmer Girl, linked below. Chuer started to feel anxious. She truly didn't know if she still had the same good luck as last night. Could she stay safe overnight in this wild mountain filled with wild animals? She also didn't know if she could leave the mountain before running out of food or find a kind family to stay with. She had no idea when or how she might die in this deep mountain. How can I survive? Chuer sighed, feeling that as a weak woman, no matter how much she studied or how many experiences she had, she was still too small and fragile compared to the vast, all-encompassing nature of the mountains. When Chuer was about to give up hope, she suddenly heard rustling sounds coming from the bushes ahead. Chuer immediately tensed up, clutching her stick tightly, afraid that some wild animal might rush out from the thick trees. Just as she was reaching her limit of nervousness and was about to strike the bushes with her stick, she heard someone speaking. At that moment, Chuer felt a huge wave of relief. She quickly took a few steps forward toward the sound of the voice, secretly feeling grateful. Thank goodness, there are people here in this deep mountain forest. However, after walking a few steps, Chuer stopped, her whole body trembling uncontrollably. She thought about how she had come into this body. Although she didn't know how the original owner had died, judging by her strong desire for revenge, she was definitely not someone who wandered into the mountains alone, got herself killed, and was buried. There must be one or more killers, and they might still be in these mountains. Standing there, Chuer trembled as she tightly gripped her stick. The biggest difficulties she faced in her past and present lives were her husband's betrayal and a plane crash. But now, threats from nature and danger from the killers made her feel exhausted. Chwaer knew that, since she didn't know who the killer was, anyone she met could be dangerous to her. Thinking this, she dared not walk forward directly, afraid of bad luck and meeting the killer. She hesitated for a long time, finally making up her mind, slowly moving forward while quietly hiding behind the trees. Suanyang, if you go 5 more miles from here, you'll reach Qingshan. That Lian family lives right on the edge of the village. You can see it clearly. I won't see you off anymore, said a young man in his early 20s, turning to leave after speaking. His tone sounded strange, partly angry, partly relieved and helpless. Ilong, are you really willing to let me go marry that cripple? A girl of about 17 or 18 stepped forward, grabbing his sleeve tightly as he tried to leave. Tears welled up in her eyes immediately. She cried out in deep sorrow, I've only ever been with you. Are you really so cruel, making me become the stepmother to 2 children, the wife of the disabled man? No one knew how she died. If she was killed, what would happen? If I went there, wouldn't I be risking my life? What are you talking about? There's no need to think about life or death. You know very well that your mother took money from someone, exactly 4 taels of silver. Where could I find so much money to buy you back? If you don't go, your whole family will starve during this hard time, said the man named Ilong, frowning. I don't care. I have given you my pure body. If you want to push me into a fire, I will show you I can die, said Chuanyang, turning to hit a nearby tree. Whether she lacked strength or what, she only took a few steps forward before Ilong stopped her. Chuanyang, I don't want to hurt you either, but we have no money, and my wife is sick. I can't marry you, Ilong said, tears welling up as he held Chuanyang's head. Chwaer listened nearby, feeling her anger rise inside her. Her family had a wife and was deceiving a young girl. Ilong was truly terrible. She immediately thought of her own past, and her impression of the 2 in front of her dropped to the lowest point, an unfaithful couple. Chwaer clenched her teeth tightly, controlling her emotions so she wouldn't make a sound. If she could be sure whether these 2 knew her or had harmed her, she would rush out to scold them or even hit them with her stick. After crying for a long time, Chuanyang looked up and said, Ilong, take me away. I am yours in life and yours in death. Let's build a little shelter in the mountains, or we can go to the town. Foolish girl, living in the mountains, you might be eaten by wolves someday. If we go to the town, your family might never find you. Sai, I owe you. I will take you away. Let's go back home, bring some food, and travel for 10 or 15 days. We can definitely escape, Ilong decided. After planning carefully, he took Chuanyang's hand and left, clearly intending to empty his home and run away with her. Chwaer watched their figures disappear into the distance, took a deep breath, and spat fiercely. If she hated anyone most now, it was definitely unfaithful men and women who broke up families. Chwaer sniffed softly through her nose, trying to find a way out. Suddenly, she remembered what the man had just said. 5 miles ahead was Qingshan. Qingshan? Chwaer had never heard of this place, but she clearly knew it was the name of a village. She looked in the direction the man pointed and gradually formed an idea in her mind. Since that Chuanyang wouldn't go to the Lian family anymore, and she also wanted a place to stay, she decided to use Chuanyang's name and find a place to rest for the night. As for the idea of marrying a disabled man, Chwaer chose to forget about it. She wasn't in the mood to think about such things now. First, she needed to escape the wild animals in the mountains and stay alive. Having made up her mind, Chwaer followed the direction the man indicated and walked forward. She bypassed a few small hills and finally saw a house before sunset. She easily identified it as the Lian family's place because that was the only house in her view. The small yard was surrounded by a high wall, just as tall as a person. Through a gap in the yard gate, Chwaer looked at the lonely house sitting on the hillside, with 3 low earthen houses inside. The wind made the torn window paper flutter, trembling as the breeze blew. At the door, A yellow-haired girl with a runny nose stared blankly at Chuer.
Queer frauenslchtli.
Is this the place where she would live under a false identity? The small yard was surrounded by a high wall, just as tall as a person. Through a gap in the gate, Chuer looked at the lonely house on the hillside and the 3 low earthen houses inside. The torn window paper fluttered in the wind, trembling, and at the door a yellow-haired girl with a runny nose stared blankly at Chuer. Chuer frowned slightly. Although she was mentally prepared, the scene before her made her feel inexplicably sour inside. Is this the place where she would live for a while? In her modern life, Chuer was not exactly a high-powered woman, but she had a stable, high-paying job. Her parents had pampered her since she was young. Although she had no children and was disliked by her husband and mother-in-law, she had hardly suffered any hardship in life. In Chuer's memory, she hardly ever lived in a brick house. The only time she stayed in a simple house was during elementary school when her mother was unwell and she lived with her grandparents in the countryside. Her gaze shifted from the dilapidated, roofless mud house in front of her to a small blonde girl sitting on a stool outside the door. The girl, who looked about 5 or 6, seemed to notice Chuer. She sniffed her nose and looked at herself with a blank stare, biting her nails. The setting sun shone through the tall wooden door, casting light into the small yard. Chuer felt her whole body trembling. She was a bit scared by the old, broken-down house and the bleak, dusty yard. Her mind was filled with many thoughts, struggling to decide whether to stay pretending to be someone else or to run away quickly. Feeling nervous, Chuer wanted to look back at where she came from. She wished she could run far away from this rundown yard. Before she could decide, her body moved on its own. She turned around, lifted her leg, and ran. When Chuer finally looked back, her heart suddenly sank. She couldn't recognize the place she came from anymore. Even if she could, what difference would it make? The direction was just endless mountains and wild animals that could appear from nowhere. The sun was already setting in the west, but all Chuer saw was a winding dirt path stretching into the distant mountains. She didn't care about how beautiful the green mountains looked or the peaceful feeling of a quiet trail. Under the dull sunset, the mountains seemed to go on forever, layer after layer, as if there was no end. She knew it was impossible to walk out of these mountains in her current state. From far away, she heard a long, mournful howl of some animal, perhaps a wolf or another wild beast. The sound made her shiver, and her hair stand on end. Her heart pounded like a drum. She hurried a few steps toward the yard, reaching the sturdy door. She saw a latch on it. Without hesitation, she reached inside, pulled the latch, opened the door, entered the yard, and closed the door behind her. Chuer quickly finished her actions and leaned against the door, taking deep breaths. Her racing heart finally calmed down a bit. She no longer dared to think of herself as a weak woman. How could she walk out of this mountain? Survival is the most important. Chuer gently patted her chest, then turned to lock the door latch. Her fear slightly eased. With the tall courtyard wall, the sturdy door, and a simple mud brick house, she thought they could probably keep out most wild animals. Suddenly, her stomach growled loudly, perhaps because she felt a bit relaxed. She laughed at herself. Her body was surprisingly easy to sustain. No matter what happened, she was always hungry. Looking back at the endless mountains, the sunset was about to fall behind the peaks.
Queer Zeit.
No matter the conditions, survival was most important. She needed to create a new life. For now, she decided to stay in this yard and hide from trouble. When Chuer rushed into the yard like the wind, the small girl with yellow hair standing at the door was also startled. She trembled slightly and quickly ran into the house like a little rabbit, pushing the door shut with a loud bang. Cough, cough, cough. Big girl, what's wrong? Is someone here? Suddenly, a heartbreaking cough came from inside, followed by a man's voice. Father, the girl with yellow hair, called Big Girl, ran into the house as if she had said something to the man. But from a distance, Chuer only heard her call, Dad, and couldn't hear the rest. Chuer looked at the thick wooden door, which she thought could probably block wild animals. But, seeing the shy, wary and hostile look in the little girl's eyes. Chwaer couldn't help but tighten her clothes and clutch the 2 half-manta buns in her bag. She clenched her teeth and turned to leave the yard. Suddenly, a clear wolf howl echoed from afar, stopping Chwaer in her tracks. No, she couldn't go on. She was a helpless woman in this forest full of wild animals. How could she possibly escape? But she's just a child. I can't retreat just because of a child's hostility, can I? Chwaer spoke sadly, saying she had no children but longed for one. The hostility from a child might mean nothing to others, but to Chwaer, it was a powerful weapon. Chwaer looked up at the tall earthen wall in front of her. Although it was rough, it was very solid. After hesitating, her desire to survive outweighed everything else. She took a deep breath, tightly held her small bundle, and reached out to open the wooden door that the little girl had closed. When the door creaked open, Chwaer saw a large stove. It had 2 pots, one big and one small, placed side by side. Around the pots, there were messy bowls and dishes. There was also some scattered firewood, but despite being a kitchen, there was no warmth. Next to the stove was a door. Inside, there was movement. Chwaer knew that the man talking inside was the buyer of Chway Nyang, and the girl called Denyo was probably Chway Nyang's troublesome child.
Ihr seid.
Although pretending to be someone else was not honorable, to survive in these deep mountains, she had to stay in this house. No matter what difficulties lay ahead, she had to face them.
But
Chwaer didn't put all her hope in the people inside this house. She took off her small bundle and saw a broken basket at the door. She stuffed the bundle under the bottom of the basket, making it look unnoticed from outside. Only then did she stand up again. She took a few deep breaths, gathered her courage, and entered the house. Even though she was mentally prepared, she was still shocked by what she saw. The small house was very dark. The last rays of sunset fell into the corner, casting a heavy shadow on a bearded man. Next to him lay a small boy silently, quietly. Behind them, hiding from earlier, was the yellow-haired girl, looking at Chwaer with fear. A bearded man, a 5 or 6-year-old yellow-haired girl, and a tiny little boy. This was all the family had. Chwaer stood at the door, watching the bearded man with cautious eyes. He looked very strong, with bulging muscles visible just by sitting there. He was bigger than anyone Chwaer had seen before. His sturdy body was piled on the bed, making Chwaer feel her heart pounding with nervousness. Cough, cough, cough. The man was about to speak but suddenly choked, breaking into a heart-wrenching cough. The little girl, called Big Girl, looked at Chwaer and then at the man, feeling wronged. She called out, "Daddy," softly, and started to cry, looking very pitiful. "Big Girl, good child, don't cry." The man finally caught his breath and forgot to talk to Chwaer. He clumsily patted Big Girl and then turned to look at the little boy lying on the bed. He reached out to tuck the blanket around him and then sighed. "I'm sorry to make you laugh." After awkwardly comforting the child, the man looked up at Chwaer, who was standing nervously at the door, and said awkwardly. Chwaer was still overwhelmed from the earlier shock and hadn't fully recovered. Her mind was filled with worries about whether this big, bear-like man might hurt her and whether she might be hurt or even killed. She hadn't really heard what he said and was lost in thought, feeling scared. She opened her mouth blankly, but didn't know what to say. "Don't be afraid, I won't hurt you." The bear-like man saw that Chwaer was scared of him. He quickly spoke to her, trying to show he meant no harm, and introduced himself. "My name is Lian Qingshan. This is my daughter and son. My daughter is Big Girl. She is 7 years old, and my son is Little Tiger, just turned 1. Lian Qingshan sat quietly on the edge of the bed and then continued, "I went hunting earlier and hurt my leg. I haven't been able to go out for 2 months. Don't worry, I can't hurt you. I don't know if I will get better in the future." Chwaer finally understood what he said. She saw that the big, bear-like man was injured and couldn't move.
So,
she was actually safe? Her eyes sparkled slightly. Since this man couldn't get out of bed, she didn't need to worry about being forced or hurt by him. Maybe even if she wanted to leave someday, she would have more chances. Lian Qingshan watched Chwaer and noticed the faint sparkle in her eyes when she looked at him. He understood what that meant. This girl wasn't a fairy tale beauty, but in this mountain village, she was quite pretty. She was bought for a few silver coins to be a concubine, and she probably wasn't happy about it. Lian Qingshan thought this, and even felt that if she turned around and ran away right now, he wouldn't be surprised. "What is your name?" Lian Qingshan was silent for a long time. Seeing that Chuer did not turn around and run away as he expected, nor did she speak, he could only sigh and ask, feeling a bit self-deprecating. He wondered to himself if such a beautiful woman would truly stay here sincerely to take care of him, a cripple, and the 2 children.
I'm
Chuer, Yi Chuer, she said. After the initial shock and joy settled, Chuer quickly regained her composure. Although her speech was still a bit awkward, she dared to look directly at Lian Qingshan's tall figure. No wonder she had been a supervisor for many years. Her performance was still so good. It reminded him of what his father used to proudly say, "My daughter can do anything wherever she goes." Chuer tried to encourage herself, but thinking of her father made her eyes a little teary. Suddenly, her stomach growled loudly, and then kept making noises one after another. The sound made Chuer feel very embarrassed, and she blushed shyly. "Chuer, you must be hungry, right? We might have to eat later," Lian Qingshan said with some difficulty. Hearing his words, Chuer suddenly looked up. She wasn't sure if she had heard him wrong, but from his mountain-like voice, she sensed a faint trace of self-mockery.
I'm
"Not hungry," she said, glancing around the room. There was a man lying on the Kong with an injured body, a little girl who looked about 5 or 6 but was actually 7, and a 1-year-old boy. With this lineup, besides herself, who else could cook? Chuer's heart was pounding. It seemed like there was still food somewhere. Just as she was thinking this, the light at the door suddenly dimmed. A tall, thin woman in her 20s entered, carrying a large bowl. Chuer was startled by the sudden appearance of the woman. She instinctively shrank back, pressing herself against the wall. Only after she found a bit of safety did she stop. When she did, she felt her earlier actions were a bit embarrassing and quickly straightened up, holding her head high. "Big brother, dinner is ready," the tall, thin woman spoke as if she hadn't noticed Chuer, directly addressing Lian Qingshan. She kept moving her hands, placing a rough ceramic bowl loudly on the edge of the Kong. The sound was really loud. After hearing it, Chuer's heart suddenly jumped. The young girl called Big Girl was so frightened that she quickly hid behind Lian Qingshan, like a scared little animal. The child who was lying on the bed also seemed startled and moved, whimpering and crying. "Thank you, younger sister-in-law," Lian Qingshan said calmly to the tall, thin woman. Chuer knew he probably wasn't as calm inside because his hands were tightly gripping the quilt covering him. His large fists were bulging with blue veins, as if he might suddenly hurt someone. After taking a deep breath, he gently patted Big Girl to comfort her, then picked up the frightened little tiger to soothe him. His face looked unhappy because he was holding back anger. "We're family. No need to thank each other," the woman said with a shrug, seeming not to notice that her actions had scared the 2 children in the house. Suddenly, the tall, thin woman turned to look at Chuer with a critical gaze, inspecting her from head to toe. Just as Chuer thought she was about to say something unpleasant, she suddenly smiled. "Oh, my brother. Where did you find this girl? She's really beautiful. Such a lively girl. I love her just looking at her." "You're really lucky, brother." Young sister-in-law, Lian Qingshan didn't know what to say. He called out her name and quickly stopped her from speaking further, feeling awkward. When he first saw Chuer, he was so surprised that he couldn't speak for a moment. Such a woman should be kept in a quiet place, cherished and protected. Why was she sold to a mountain village and given to a rough man like him as a second wife? Even if she's lively, she was still sold. The tall, thin woman, called younger sister-in-law by Lian Qingshan, said dismissively when she saw him protect Chuer. She wiped her hand on her pants and then reached out to touch Chuer's face. So smooth, like a peeled chicken egg. She also pinched Chuer's arm and looked at her chest and hips for a long time, then said with disdain, "Brother, she's pretty, yes, but I wonder how much work she can do around the house. Brother, I think you bought a bad deal for this second wife. She looked at Chuer from all angles against the wall several times and finally reached a conclusion. She confidently told Lian Qingshan her opinion. At this moment, Chuer felt her face flush with blood. It was bad enough that she had inexplicably died, then suddenly found herself in a deep mountain. Surviving by a narrow margin was hard enough, and being forced to marry a man who looked as strong as a bear and was disabled was even worse. Now, a rural woman was criticizing her, and she was being looked down upon. Sorry for the late update after work, everyone. Please forgive me. Right now, Chuer only felt her face turn red with embarrassment. It was bad enough that she had died for no reason, then suddenly appeared in a mountain. Surviving against the odds was tough enough, and being forced to marry a strong, disabled man was even worse. Now, a village woman was criticizing her, and she was being looked down upon. For a moment, the room was silent except for the soft crying of the small child on the Kong. The atmosphere was awkward. The tall, thin woman seemed unaware that her words might be problematic, smiling as she continued to look at Chuer. Cough, cough. Sister-in-law, thank you for your hard work today. Lian Qingshan looked at Chuer, who was nervously clutching her skirt, feeling a bit sorry. He bowed slightly to his sister-in-law who brought the food and expressed his thanks, stopping her from saying more. Oh, Big Brother is still a caring man, tsk. Well, I won't say more, the tall, thin woman said with a smile, looking at Chuer's tender face. Her tone was hard to read, whether she was jealous or annoyed, but she didn't say anything further. She turned and headed toward the door. However, her smile seemed to carry a hint of mockery. When she reached the door, she suddenly remembered something and turned back. Big Brother, I didn't bring your wife's food today because I didn't know she was coming. Please make do with what you have. She then took a handkerchief from her sleeve, covered her mouth with a grin, and ran off.
Kui.
Don't mind her. Lian Qingshan awkwardly tried to comfort the child in his arms and also wanted to soothe Chuer. But because of the awkward atmosphere and his poor words, he blushed deeply before saying anything that could comfort her. Chuer took a few deep breaths and managed to hide her discomfort. In these mountains, being an imposter and still alive was already good enough. There was no point in fussing over small things. When she couldn't find a job and had to hand out flyers on the street, she suffered much more than she did now. She prepared herself mentally, then turned to look at Lian Qingshan. Suddenly, she noticed he was flustered and saw the little tiger crying so hard his face turned red. Chuer's heart softened instantly. Since there was no woman in this family, and the one they bought ran away, Chuer sighed. She took a few steps forward and approached Lian Qingshan. Since she was being sheltered here, she thought she might as well repay their kindness.
You.
Lian Qingshan was happy and confused when Chuer came over. He stared blankly at her, not sure what she was about to do. The child is crying loudly. I'll try to soothe him, Chuer said, pointing to the child in his arms. The child seemed frightened by Lian Qingshan's younger sister earlier and kept crying non-stop. Oh, okay. Lian Qingshan hesitated for a moment, then gently placed the child in Chuer's arms. His eyes stayed fixed on her, and his hands nervously fidgeted, as if afraid she might not hold the child properly and needed to step in at any moment. Is his name Shiau?
He's a good boy.
Chuer looked down at Shiau. He was small, with tiny limbs and a dark little face that didn't show much expression. She only thought the child was very thin, almost all bones, and so light it was pitiful. Chuer sat Shiau on the edge of the Kong, a traditional bed. She then realized the bed was cold. She was a little surprised but said nothing. She gently patted Shiau's back and softly hummed a song. Strangely, the little who had been crying so hard his face turned red, gradually calmed down in Chuer's arms. He sucked his fingers and looked at her with big, curious eyes, even managing a faint smile. Shiau stopped crying. The adults and children in the room all sighed in relief. The child was so small and frightened that it would have been difficult to handle if he had been hurt. Seeing Shiau stop crying, Chuer placed him back on the bed, checked his diaper, and found it dry. She felt relieved and continued softly, Xiao, you're probably hungry? It's about time for a meal. Qingshan nodded in agreement. When he turned to look at the large bowl sent by his sister-in-law, his face suddenly stiffened and turned a bit red with embarrassment. Cui also saw the bowl of soup. Inside, there was clear water with about 4 or 5 large pieces of cabbage floating on top. There was no oil, no staple food, nothing substantial. This must be dinner for Lian Qingshan's family of 3, with only a few pieces of cabbage. Ling Long frowned slightly. The tall, thin woman earlier, was she not Lian Qingshan's sister-in-law? She had a brother lying paralyzed on the bed and 2 children. How could they only have so little to eat? I'm sorry. Since his injury, Lian Qingshan had gotten used to such simple meals. But in front of Cui, the new wife who had just entered the family, this kind of meal felt very shameful. They had bought her, yet they couldn't even give her a proper meal. Even the honest and simple Lian Qingshan felt ashamed and embarrassed, lowering his head in shame. Cui looked at Lian Qingshan's expression and understood that this strong man, who looked like a mountain, was not doing well. She sighed silently and said, I have a bundle outside. I'll bring it in. She was planning that her bundle contained 2.5 steamed buns, and she would check the kitchen later to see if there was any food to fill their stomachs. Okay. Lian Qingshan's eyes flickered faintly, then gradually dimmed. He nodded and said, all right, without saying more. He watched Cui leave the room quietly, then chuckled self-deprecatingly. To him, Cui probably wouldn't come back after leaving. Why come back? A crippled man, 2 children, 3 broken houses, and a bowl of cabbage soup with only vegetable leaves. Any clever woman would see that this family was a fire pit, a trap that couldn't be escaped. A beautiful and refined woman like Cui was clearly smart. She wouldn't come back. At this moment, Lian Qingshan couldn't help but think, if he had given his remaining money to his second brother instead of buying a wife, would things be different now? At least in the past, besides the cabbage soup, they still had 1 or 2 large pancakes. No, I can't. These days, just after appearing, Qingshan shook his head firmly. If he didn't buy someone to bring back, after he died, Big Girl and Little Tiger's younger sister wouldn't be cared for. Then, the 2 children would be very pitiful.
But
even if he bought someone to bring back, if something happened to him, the children would still have no support. Qingshan's eyes stared blankly at the door of the outer room. The woman named Cui went out and didn't make any more noise. Maybe she just ran away, he thought with disappointment. Qingshan's eyes stared blankly at the door of the outer room. The woman named Cui went out and didn't make any more noise. Maybe she just ran away, he thought with disappointment. Alas, Qingshan sighed. If Cui ran away, it was still his own fault. His wife had died over a year ago. Qingshan had thought about remarrying, but in the deep mountain, there were many hunters, but not many as strong and skilled as him. Although his wife was gone and he had 2 children, he was young and strong. At that time, marrying someone else wouldn't have been difficult. But Qingshan was worried that his new wife might not treat the children well, so he kept delaying. Who would have thought that when he went into the mountain, he would meet a tiger? He managed to kill the tiger and got 20 taels of silver, sharing 10 taels. But his leg was injured and became paralyzed. Now he could only sit on the kong, a traditional bed, needing someone to take care of him for eating and drinking. From the silver earned by selling the tiger, 2 taels were spent on medicine, leaving 8 taels. He gave 1 tael to his younger brother and sister for food, but with 7 taels left, he couldn't support the children for a lifetime, especially with himself paralyzed. Sitting on the kong, Qingshan felt cold inside. There was nothing he could do. Seeing that he couldn't get money out of his hands, his younger sibling's attitude toward him worsened. But he truly couldn't give all the silver away. If he had enough, wouldn't Big Girl and Little Tiger's younger sister be able to avoid starving? Qingshan sat on the kong, his heart full of worries. As he sighed deeply, Cui had already taken back her bundle. The items inside had been sorted out by Cui. The broken silver in the bundle had been hidden inside her clothes. She thought the gold and silver jewelry were dangerous, so she hid them outside. Only the bun in the bundle was casually placed on the Kong. On the dark, dirt-filled Kong bed, there was a deep purple cotton bundle wrapped in a cloth that had some mud on it. Although it didn't look very noticeable, it was the most precious thing on the bed. Under the faint sunset, the grayish Kong mat, the blanket that looked colorless, and the bright bundle created a strong contrast. Chwer couldn't help but close her eyes tightly, take a deep breath, and suppress the urge to run away from the room. The house was too poor and broken. Can't run away. If I do, I might not survive tonight, Chwer thought through clenched teeth. Even though Qingshan's home looked a bit worn out, and Qingshan was a cripple, for a weak girl like Chwer, who couldn't survive in the mountains, it was already lucky enough. This is for the best, this is for the best. Chwer comforted herself. She had faced many hardships before. It was just a bit old, not like she hadn't lived in a simple house before. The food was just a little lacking, but she still had a small steamed bun. As Chwer thought about this, she turned her head to look at the bowl of plain cabbage soup, feeling her hungry stomach, which was already full of hunger, was no longer that hungry. Father, I'm hungry. Chwer looked at the cabbage soup. Denyo saw her and, because her own stomach was already flat from hunger, was worried Chwer would eat all the soup. Even though she was afraid of the young woman, she still weakly said behind Qingshan, "Denyo is hungry," Qingshan awkwardly said. He had just heard Chwer's stomach growl. He wasn't unaware, but on the Kong edge, there was only a few pieces of cabbage boiled in soup. It wasn't enough for his family of 4, not even for the 2 children and Chwer. There's some cornmeal at home. Maybe. We can cook porridge. Qingshan looked at Chwer with some difficulty. Their family was injured and small. If no one was hurt, they wouldn't have needed to spend money to buy a second wife. Okay, I'll go prepare it, Chwer said, looking at the house, which didn't seem like anyone could cook in. She immediately grabbed the bundle on the Kong and went out. Watching Chwer turn and leave, Qingshan secretly sighed. If only his legs weren't injured. If that were the case, not only would it be easy to get a full meal, but even catching a wild chicken or rabbit wouldn't be difficult.
But now,
Qingshan looked at his weak, paralyzed legs and sighed. Chwer came out of the house and looked at the kitchen. Inside, both stoves, one large and one small, were cold. There was no ash or sparks, indicating they hadn't been used for a long time. Thinking of the cold bed she sat on earlier, she sighed deeply. Even the Green Mountains are not easy to endure. Luckily, it is late spring or early summer, so the weather is not cold. Otherwise, even if the people inside the house didn't starve, they might freeze to death. Chwer shook her head with a sigh and walked around the kitchen. She saw half a bag of cornmeal, a basket of sweet potatoes, and a jar of salt. Besides these, there was no other food in the kitchen. She thought that the house only had cabbage soup and that some staple food would be good. But she wasn't sure how long the half bag of cornmeal would last. She didn't dare to use too much. Luckily, there was still water in the jar. Chwer decided to make a porridge with the cornmeal to soothe her stomach. Holding a steamed bun in her hand, she hesitated for a moment. She took out the bun and looked at it carefully. These half-white flour buns, although not special in her previous life, might be hard to find for a long time here. Now that the weather is warmer, if I don't finish this bun, it will grow mold in a few days. It's better to eat it while I can and strengthen my body. The rest can wait for later, Chwer thought. Just as she was about to sigh again, she suddenly realized she had sighed so many times today. She chuckled at herself. Sadness and happiness are just days. Every day she earned. So why sigh? With this thought, Chwer felt much more hopeful. Looking at the dull, dusty house, she didn't feel as uncomfortable anymore. Nothing was more important than staying alive. She placed the bun in the dish rack and neatly folded the cloth bundle, putting it on the bed. Chwer's memory of her original self was very vague. She knew nothing about her identity. The cloth bundle was very important. Perhaps it belonged to her or her enemies. If she needed to find relatives in the future, she might have to rely on it. While thinking about these things, Chwer tidied up the firewood near the stove and prepared to start a fire. In her modern life, she was somewhat pampered. Besides her childhood in the countryside, She had grown up in a big city and had never done farm work. When Xiao Hui's childhood experiences and some memories from her past came to mind, Cui learned how to use the farm family stove. Although she felt nervous inside, after a little trying, she managed to produce sparks with a fire striker. Cui doesn't have many hobbies, but she likes to eat good food and try new things. This habit has been with her since she was young. As she grew up, she also enjoyed cooking. Although her skills are not professional, she can make tasty meals with simple ingredients. After a lot of effort, the orange-yellow flames finally started to rise warmly. With the fire going, things became easier. Cui quickly scooped water to clean the pots, then boiled some hot water. She took a small half-bowl of cornmeal from the bag, mixed it with water, and waited for it to boil. Once the water boiled, she poured the cornmeal mixture into the big pot and kept stirring with a spoon. Soon, the warm smell of cornmeal filled the air, and the porridge was almost ready. Cui thought of her own steamed buns. She stood in front of the shelf and looked at the buns inside. After thinking for a while, she took out 1.5 buns. She covered the big pot with a cloth to keep them warm. After finishing these, Cui suddenly remembered the small child lying on the kong, a traditional heated bed. The child was too young to eat the buns directly. She hesitated for a moment, then took a small bowl, scooped out some clear soup from the top of the porridge, and carefully broke the buns into small pieces, melting them into the soup to prepare food for little Tiger. Dinner is ready. When Cui brought the food into the room, she saw the big and small children inside staring at her with bright, shiny eyes. They kept swallowing saliva, which made Cui feel a little emotional and her nose sting. Dinner is ready. When Cui brought the food into the room, she saw the big and small children staring at her with bright, shiny eyes. They kept swallowing saliva, which made Cui feel a little emotional and her nose sting. She remembered how much she had longed to have a child in her previous life. She had taken countless medicines and worried so much, but she never got pregnant. She wanted to adopt, but then she found out about her husband's issues. Thinking of this, Cui took a deep breath, tried to keep a smile on her face, and said to the three inside, "Dinner is ready." Cui spoke softly, and the room was very quiet. After she finished talking, the three people in the room all stared at her, as if they couldn't believe the delicious smell of the food was real. Dinyo's eyes brightened slightly when she smelled the aroma. She tentatively moved forward a little, and seeing that Cui didn't show any fierce expression on her face, she felt less scared than before. She peeked out from behind Lian Qingshan's body, looking eagerly at Cui and shyly asked, "Is it time to eat?" "Yes, it's time to eat." Cui was comforted by the soft, gentle voice, and her sadness eased a little. She carefully placed the porridge on the edge of the kong, a traditional heated bed and sitting platform, worried about startling the people inside. Cui looked around. She remembered that in the countryside, meals were eaten on the kong, using a small rectangular table about a foot high. When she was young at her grandmother's house, she used such a table. Sure enough, in a corner of the room, she saw a similar old kong table covered with dust. She wiped the table with a cloth, then moved it onto the kong, and placed the cabbage soup and porridge on it. "Thank you for your effort." Lian Qingshan didn't expect that a pretty girl like Cui could prepare the meal so quickly, and she didn't complain about the rundown house at all. He felt a strange feeling in his heart. He thought, having a woman in the house was really good. "It's nothing. I also need to eat, right?" Cui finished setting the porridge and turned to the kitchen to get steamed buns and porridge for Xiaohu. When she brought the clean, white steamed buns to the table, only Xiaohu, who was still young and naive, didn't look surprised.
White
flour steamed buns. Lian Qingshan looked at the buns in shock. For mountain people, rice and white flour were very precious. During good years, they might have a few meals of such food during New Year's dinner. In bad years, they couldn't even see it. How could such a valuable thing suddenly appear on their table? Lian Qingshan was a bit confused, staring blankly at Cui, as if he couldn't understand how his wife, whom he bought, could make white flour buns. Dinyo's reaction was much more obvious. She stared at the big, white buns, swallowing repeatedly. Her eyes showed a strong desire, but she was too shy to step forward and grab the buns to eat. "Big girl, do you want to eat some steamed bread?" Chwer didn't realize how precious white flour steamed bread was in this ancient time. She only looked at the small, thin face of the big girl and felt very sorry for her. Filled with motherly love, she picked up a steamed bun from the table, broke off half of it, and held it in her hand. She then placed it in front of the big girl and asked her. Yes, the big girl nodded slightly, making a small sound, and eagerly looked at the half-steamed bun Chwer was holding. Her eyes couldn't look away. She hesitated and reached out her small hand to take it, but she was a bit shy and hesitant. Wait a moment. Chwer suddenly saw that the big girl's small hand was dark and a little dirty. She thought about wiping her hands and turned to go to the kitchen. She went to the kitchen, scooped water into a gourd ladle, dipped a handkerchief, and then returned to the room with a slightly warm cloth. When Chwer entered the room, Lian Qingshan was already sitting at the table with the big girl and Shiau. They sat properly, but hadn't picked up their chopsticks. Although their faces showed clear signs of hunger, they were holding back, obviously waiting for her to eat together. Seeing this, Chwer's previous caution towards Lian Qingshan seemed to lessen somehow. She knew in her heart that in this ancient society, there was a strong preference for boys. If they ate on their own, she, as a bought bride, wouldn't have any say. But seeing Lian Qingshan and the two children waiting for her, she felt differently. Her originally anxious heart about being in a new environment relaxed a lot. "Come, wipe your hands first. Once you're done, we can eat," Chwer said, holding a cloth. She gently took the big girl's small hand, then wrapped the warm cloth around her thin, chicken foot-like hand, wanting to clean the dirt off before she ate, so it wouldn't hurt her. When Chwer pulled up the big girl's hand, she clearly felt the girl shiver and stiffen all over. Chwer didn't understand why at first. After carefully wiping away the dirt and placing the soft white steamed bun into her hand, the big girl's stiff body relaxed. She held the bun, blinked her big eyes, and bit small mouthfuls, like a little squirrel. After Chwer finished wiping little Tiger's hand, she handed the cloth to Lian Qingshan. Watching him silently take the cloth, wipe his hand, and then quietly return it to her, Chwer wondered if all men in ancient times were so slow to react. She couldn't help but chuckle softly. "Your hands are clean now. You should eat too." "Yes, okay," Lian Qingshan replied. He looked at the two remaining half-sized buns on the table and hesitated. He picked up the smaller one and held it in his hand. "You should eat too." Chwer looked at the large half of a bun left in the rough ceramic plate. For some reason, she felt a little sad inside. In her past life, she had lived for many years and had been married to her husband for a long time. Their life was full of small conflicts. Neither of them ever gave in easily, and they always fought over good things, rushing to eat first. Even with two buns, one big and one small, her ex-husband would split the big one into 2 equal parts and share it. He never made her eat a big piece while he took a small one. This family might be poor and a little hurt, but they are good people. "Stay here for a few days," Chwer thought silently. Having a place to shelter from the wind and rain and no troublesome people around, she decided to stay for a while. Chwer sighed as she reflected on her past. Suddenly, she noticed that from the bed to the table was only about 1 or 2 meters. Since Lian Qingshan could move by himself, it seemed he wasn't completely paralyzed or unable to move. Thinking this, Chwer made a plan in her mind. Since Lian Qingshan couldn't move now, she would stay here to take care of them. Once he recovered, she would leave. During this time, her care would be her way of repaying their kindness for taking her in. After deciding on her plan, she looked at the remaining half of the bun in the plate. Instead of just grabbing it and eating, she carefully tore the bun into 2 halves. She held one half in her hand and placed the other back in the plate. She took a small piece of steamed bread and bit into it. Although the bread wasn't freshly steamed, reheating it made it soft and warm, with a sweet wheat aroma. It was much better than the bleached bread she had eaten before.
Ah.
The family started eating, but little Tiger hadn't eaten yet. He waved his small hands anxiously and called out, unable to sit still in Lian Qingshan's arms. Chuer looked at little tiger's thin, eager face and felt both love and pity. The child looked to be at least 1 year old but still couldn't speak, only making sounds like ah and ah. Seeing this, Chuer felt even more compassionate toward little tiger. She turned to Lian Qingshan and said, "You, give little tiger to me. I'll make him some porridge." "Oh, okay." Lian Qingshan was still getting used to things. He moved closer to Chuer and took little tiger from her arms, feeling a sudden emptiness in his heart. After Chuer held little tiger in her arms, she felt he was very light, like a small cat. He was staring wide-eyed at the food on the table. Her heart softened even more. "Don't worry, I'll feed you soon." Chuer sat cross-legged on the kong, a traditional heated bed, holding little tiger gently in her arms and letting him sit on her lap. She took the prepared bread porridge, stirred it with a spoon until it was just the right temperature, and began feeding little tiger spoon by spoon. Although Chuer had never raised children before, her long experience as a white-collar worker made her quick to learn and very efficient. At first, she was a bit clumsy when feeding little tiger, but after a few spoonfuls, she had mostly figured out how to do it well. While eating her own meal, Chuer also used a spoon to feed little tiger. She scooped half a spoonful of bread porridge into his mouth, then gently wiped his lips with the spoon to clean away any spilled food before giving him another spoonful. Watching little tiger obediently eat the porridge and smile at her, Chuer felt her heart soften almost to melting. The child was truly a lovable little thing. While caring for little tiger, Chuer didn't forget Dinyo. She occasionally scooped some vegetables onto her plate or added a spoonful of cornmeal porridge. Dinyo, who was eating white bread, was very excited. Her eyes sparkled as she took small bites of bread and cabbage. Her originally pale, thin face also showed a faint pink blush from excitement. "Big girl, eat more. If you finish the bread in your hand, I will give you the half left over." Chuer watched her eat carefully but happily, and suddenly her heart softened deeply, as if warmed by gentle spring water. The warmth of motherhood grew stronger than ever. Seeing Chuer's kind eyes, the little girl showed a shy smile. She held her bread and nibbled on it carefully, occasionally glancing up at Chuer. She blinked her bright eyes like a cute, shy little squirrel. Seeing her like this, Chuer couldn't help but smile. She pushed the bread tray toward herself and continued to scoop spoonfuls of bread mash, carefully feeding Shiau, who's sitting on her lap. Shiau, who was still young and not shy. Now he snuggled in Chuer's arms, warm and happy with the tasty food. He ate eagerly, waving his little hands and babbling happily, not knowing what he was saying. Lian Qingshan sat opposite Chuer, watching this warm scene. His eyes felt a little sore and hot. He quickly took a sip of cornmeal porridge, unsure if it was because the stove was hot or because the food made his stomach warm. Since Huangshi died, Lian Qingshan had never felt so warm and full. He took a deep breath, pushing away the tears of sadness in his eyes. He deeply felt that buying a wife was the right decision. Now, with Big Girl and Shiau being cared for, the cold, empty house finally looked a little like a home. Yes, he bought her, not married her. Thinking of this, Lian Qingshan couldn't help but sigh at how unpredictable life was. After Huangshi, his nominal wife, died, within a month, matchmakers from 10 or more villages came to propose marriage. Some of these young women, whose families were not very well off, had lost their husbands and had many suitors. These young women, both openly and secretly, competed for the chance to marry Lian Qingshan, a skilled hunter who was tall and handsome. Lian Qingshan was worried that his new wife might not treat the children well. He wanted to delay the marriage until the children were a bit older. His younger brother and sister also advised him, saying that Big Girl and Shiau should be cared for by his sister-in-law, Dongshi, to prevent them from being bullied by a stepmother. So, the matter was postponed. One day, unexpectedly, a storm arose. While hunting on the mountain with his younger brother, they encountered a tiger. Meeting a tiger is usually a life-threatening event for others, but for him, it was an opportunity to make money. With his strength, killing a tiger was not a problem. However, what he didn't expect was that his brother, when faced with the tiger, was so frightened that he forgot everything and almost got bitten to death. Thanks to Lian Qingshan, the tiger was killed. But the impact on him was much deeper than just earning 10 taels of silver for killing the tiger. When he thought about the tiger encounter, he remembered how his brother, inexperienced at the time, almost lost his life to the tiger's claws. He also recalled how he went to save his brother and got injured in his leg, and how later his brother and sister-in-law took care of him while he was bedridden. From being caring to becoming distant, their feelings changed. As days passed, not only his brother and sister-in-law grew cold, but also the young women who once wanted to marry him and the matchmakers from Haishantan. Since Lian Qingshan was injured, the women who once competed to marry him disappeared overnight. Not even a shadow remained. The girls who refused any bride price before now wouldn't accept even 5 taels of silver for marriage. Looking at the plain cabbage soup on the table, Lian Qingshan sighed bitterly. The warmth of human kindness is hard to understand. Even his own biological brother was starting to dislike him. Who else would want to get involved in this mess? While Lian Qingshan was lost in thought at the table, Chuer quickly finished feeding Shiau, who then placed him on the bed. Watching him happily crawl around, Chuer also felt a bit happier. Eat more, Chuer said hesitantly, taking a sip from a large ceramic bowl of porridge, looking at Lian Qingshan, who was staring blankly and not eating, with a slightly worried expression. Lian Qingshan finally snapped out of his thoughts. He looked at the girl in front of him, her hair slightly messy and her face pale, and saw her looking at him nervously but without any dislike in her eyes. His heart suddenly warmed.
Eat.
Chuer, you should eat more too.
Okay. Kuya nodded seriously in response.
Last night, I worked late and only got home after 10 o'clock. I woke up this morning feeling dizzy and foggy. After dinner, Chuer cleaned up the dishes and washed them in the water jar. Then she went back inside the house. By then, it was completely dark outside. The room was very dark inside. The big girl and little tiger had eaten so well that their bellies were round and full. The 2 children lay side by side on the bed, feeling sleepy. Tired from the whole day, Chuer sat on the edge of the bed, feeling the warm heat from the heated bed. She felt her eyelids fighting each other and was very sleepy.
But
where should I sleep? Chuer secretly glanced at Lian Qingshan sitting on the bed. Although she was pretending to be Qingshan's second wife, it was only a temporary measure. She didn't want to stay in the Lian family forever. With this thought, Chuer didn't want to have any connection with the master of the house, especially physical contact, to avoid future trouble. She didn't want to be involved with Qingshan, but she also couldn't just stay awake. Last night, she didn't sleep at all, and today she had walked a long mountain road. After such exhaustion, even a strong man would struggle, let alone Chuer, who was just a young girl. Moreover, Chuer still had a wound on her head. She needed good rest to heal. A serious wound wouldn't heal easily. Cough, cough. Chuer. Lian Qingshan sat at the head of the bed, watching Chuer look uncomfortable and nervous. He had been holding back for a long time and finally spoke.
You
should sleep at the head of the bed. As soon as Lian Qingshan said this, he regretted it. He wished he could bite his tongue off. He had only met Chuer today, and they had spoken fewer than 10 words. Yet, he directly told her where to sleep. The young girl had a shy face, and he was worried she might feel embarrassed or think he was too eager. Chuer was sitting there, feeling conflicted. When she suddenly heard Lian Qingshan speak, she didn't catch what he said clearly. She turned her head to look at Lian Qingshan sitting in the dark corner of the bed, her heart pounding. But don't misunderstand, her heart wasn't pounding because she was attracted to him. She was scared. The room was very dark, and Lian Qingshan sitting there like a small mountain made him look even more solid and imposing. Cough. I say, let's light the lamp. Lian Qingshan felt relieved that Chuer hadn't heard him clearly. The room was very dark, so he suggested lighting the lamp. Okay, where's the lamp? Chuer stood up from the bed, groped her way out of the inner room, and found some remaining fire in the outer stove. The fire hadn't gone out completely. She opened the stove door, picked up a stick, and lit it, then carried it into the room. A small flicker of firelight lit up the room. Following Lian Qingshan's instructions, Chuer successfully found the oil lamp, lit it, and placed it on the bedside table. Because they talked while searching for the lamp, the atmosphere in the room improved a bit, and it wasn't as awkward anymore. Under the faint light, Chuer was surprised to find she could see everything in the room clearly. Her eyes were much better than in her previous life. She felt a little happier, thinking she wasn't too unlucky. She was not only 20 years younger, but also her eyesight and other senses had improved. Wow. Daniu and Xiao are already asleep. Chuer saw the two children sleeping soundly on the bed and couldn't help but smile. Yes, the kids are young and love to sleep. Lian Qingshan reached out and patted Xiao, moving him a bit closer to the quilt. It's getting late. Let's go to sleep too, Chuer said casually, watching Lian Qingshan's gentle way of dealing with the children. Her guard lowered a little, feeling he wasn't too bad. But as soon as she spoke, she felt awkward inside. Why did she say, "Let's go to sleep too"? That sounded so and easy to misunderstand. Chuer felt a wave of regret. Huh? Okay, Lian Qingshan replied, his face flushing. Should they sleep in the same bed or separate? The strong, sturdy man hesitated, wishing he could sit on the edge of the bed and think things through. You sleep at the head of the bed. It's warmer there, Chuer said calmly, though her eyes kept glancing at Lian Qingshan sitting at the edge of the bed. When she was a child, Chuer had lived in the countryside and knew that, regardless of winter or summer, the man of the household usually slept at the head of the bed. She wasn't entirely sure why, but she knew that in winter, the head of the bed was closest to the stove in the kitchen, so it was the warmest and least likely to cool down, especially very cozy. Lian Qingshan responded with a small nod, acknowledging her, then looked up at Chuer. You sleep on the king's head, I can sleep anywhere. For Lian Qingshan, sleeping on the head or the foot of the Kong was hardly different. Since he injured his leg, no one in the family could light the fire. His younger brother and sister initially helped, but after spring, they stopped coming to light the fire. Whether on the head or the foot, it was equally cold. You sleep on the head of the Kong. A man is the head of the family, so he should sleep on the head, Chuer said, noticing that Lian Qingshan was honest and not a bad person. Her tone unconsciously carried more personal feelings. Oh, okay, Lian Qingshan replied honestly, seeing Chuer was insistent. He started to move toward the head of the Kong. His leg was injured and weak, so he had to rely on his arms to lift and shift his body. Fortunately, he had strong arms, so although it was difficult, he could still move. Don't rush. I'll cover the quilt first, then you can move over, Chuer said, watching him struggle to shift. Okay, Lian Qingshan agreed, stopping his movement. Looking at this petite woman with a delicate waist, he took off his shoes, got onto the Kong, and shook out the piled blankets at the head, smoothing them carefully. Then, he gently patted the rice husk pillow until it was soft. Good. Now you move over here carefully, don't bump into the child. Chuer finished making the bed at the head of the Kong. She turned to look at him. His gaze was fixed on her, making her feel a little shy. Embarrassed, she spoke to him briefly before turning away. Okay. Lian Qingshan watched Chuer, feeling a bit awkward when she noticed him staring. He responded softly and began to move toward the head of the Kong again. Haha. Chuer couldn't hold back her laughter when she heard Lian Qingshan's honest, almost dull reply. She turned to him and said, Haha, besides, okay. Do you know how to say anything else? Huh? Lian Qingshan looked at Chuer's smiling face under the lamp, feeling his mind go blank. When he realized Chuer was laughing at what he said, he sheepishly scratched his head. I'm a bit slow and not good at talking. Hee. I didn't mean to make fun of you. I just think your way of talking is interesting. Chuer softly chuckled and looked at Lian Qingshan's annoyed expression. She suddenly felt that she might have laughed at him a bit too much earlier. But seeing a big gray bear that only said, oh, okay, kind of words was just too funny and cute. All right, time to sleep, she said. Watching Lian Qingshan move to the head of the bed, Chuer also helped the two children onto the bed, straightened their bedding, and then took a quilt from the cabinet to cover herself. Chuer looked at the two children sleeping peacefully. She took off their thick clothes, tucked them into the bed, and then blew out the oil lamp, preparing to sleep herself. On the bed, Lian Qingshan was sleeping. Next to him were the two children, and Chuer was on the other side because of the children in between her and the man. Her heart felt a lot more relaxed. She slipped into the quilt, and the warm air from the bed had already made the bedding comfortable. Chuer lay inside, feeling as if her eyelids were glued shut. Soon, she drifted into a deep sleep. Chuer slept very soundly. When she woke up, it was already bright outside. The first thing she saw was Daniel and Shiau. The two children were lying in the bed, their faces flushed and still asleep. Seeing their innocent sleeping faces, Chuer felt a warm feeling inside. She gently reached out and touched Shiau's face. Although his face was very thin, it was still smooth and soft, feeling very nice. So adorable. Chuer couldn't help but sigh happily. She had always wanted a child but never had one. Now, suddenly she had two. Although they weren't her own children, she could love them freely, which brought her a little comfort. Sunlight shone through the paper window onto Chuer's face, making her already beautiful features look even softer and brighter. Her warm and gentle appearance caught Lian Qingshan's eyes, and he felt his heart suddenly thump hard. How is it possible that someone as wonderful as her lives under the same roof as me? Lian Qingshan suddenly felt a bit excited. But in an instant, his expression darkened. Even if Chuer was bought as his wife, what did it matter? Even if she was beautiful and good, what difference did it make? Lian Qingshan instinctively moved his leg, and a sharp, stabbing pain shot through it. He couldn't help but grunt softly, feeling bitter inside. He thought that maybe he wouldn't be able to walk on the ground anymore. Having Chuer help with household chores was already enough trouble. There was no need to burden her feelings further. Chuer heard movement at the head of the bed and quickly withdrew her hand. She blinked and looked at Lian Qingshan's furrowed brow, seeing his face full of pain. She sat up hesitantly and asked, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine," Lian Qingshan said hurriedly when he saw Chuer looking over, feeling a bit panicked. Oh, Chuer had not noticed earlier and had climbed out of bed directly. When she saw she was wearing a plain white inner garment, she felt embarrassed. She hurriedly burrowed into the quilt, her heart pounding. "Foolish girl, why are you so nervous? This inner garment covers you completely from head to toe. What's there to be shy about?" Chuer thought to herself, but she still couldn't stop her face from flushing with blood.
Cough.
Lian Qingshan also seemed a little embarrassed. He lowered his head and coughed softly. He tried to turn away, but accidentally bumped his leg, which made him shiver with pain. "Are you all right?" Chuer asked quickly when she heard something unusual in his voice. She lifted the quilt and looked over. She saw Lian Qingshan curled up into a ball, sweat beads the size of beans dripping down his forehead. "Oh my God, what's wrong with you?" Chuer exclaimed in shock, forgetting her shyness. She jumped out of bed and hurried over to him. "What's wrong? What's wrong?" Chuer asked repeatedly, her voice deliberately lowered because Lian Qingshan looked so frightening right now. She didn't want Daniel and Shiau to wake up and be scared. "I'm fine. I'm fine." Lian Qingshan panted heavily and took a moment to catch his breath. He looked up and saw Chuer's face close to his. Her warm breath brushed against his face, making his cheeks feel hot. His heart softened, and even the pain in his leg didn't seem so bad anymore. At this moment, Lian Qingshan's breathing became heavier. His body stiffened instantly, and he didn't know where to put his hands and feet. Being so close to a woman other than his mother for the first time made him extremely nervous. "Is your leg hurting?" Chuer didn't notice the change in Lian Qingshan's mood. She was just nervous about checking how his body was doing. As someone with some memories of her original self, Chuer knew very well how strict ancient times were towards women. If she wanted to recover well in the Lian family and find a chance to leave, she would need to rely on Lian Qingshan's help. It's fine." Lian Qingshan quickly avoided Chuer's approach. Luckily, his thick beard made it hard to see if he was blushing. Alright then, Chuer also noticed his avoidance. She thought that perhaps, in this strict ancient society, as a second wife, she wasn't allowed to get too close to him. She smiled indifferently, then turned to get off the bed and prepare to put on her clothes.
I
need to change my clothes, Chuer said, thinking that in such a strict society, she should be more careful. She looked at the pink dress on the bed and suddenly spoke to Lian Qingshan. Oh, okay, Lian Qingshan replied, feeling unsure of where to put his hands or feet. He quickly closed his eyes and, feeling it wasn't enough, pressed a pillow over his face. When Chuer finished putting on her outer clothes and Lian Qingshan could open his eyes again, he saw her dressed in a pink dress and thought she looked even more beautiful.
Cough.
Since you don't have any clean clothes, there are a few in the wardrobe belonging to Sister Huang or de Nyonyang left by Madam. You can pick out what you can wear, Lian Qingshan said, feeling guilty as he glanced at Chuer. Seeing her expression was normal, he finally let out a quiet sigh of relief. Oh, okay, Chuer responded. She was worried about not having clean clothes and couldn't work in her current outfit, so Lian Qingshan's timely mention of clothes was quite helpful. She looked at her own clothes. Although they weren't very good, compared to what Lian Qingshan's older sister and others wore, they were definitely better. She understood these were fine materials and nodded in agreement with Lian Qingshan. Following his instructions, she opened the wardrobe. Inside, she saw several bundles neatly packed. She took out the 2 bundles Lian Qingshan mentioned. When she untied the wrappings, she was greeted with 2 very different sets of clothes. One bundle contained mostly fine cotton fabrics, with 2 pieces made of silk satin. The other bundle was similar to the clothes Lian Qingshan was wearing, made of coarse cotton or hemp fabric. Although Chuer doesn't know the exact price of fine cotton and silk in this ancient time, she can tell from how carefully they are stored that these items are definitely not cheap. Is this clothing left behind by her previous wife? Chuer looks at the 2 bundles of clothes laid out clearly on the kong, a traditional bed, feeling unsure of what to do.
Well,
kind of, Lian Qingshan replies with a bitter smile, saying no more. Instead, he turns to check on the still sleeping girl and little tiger, tucking them in. After a moment of silence, he gently says to Chuer with a hint of apology, "Our family doesn't have much, so I hope you won't mind." He sighs inwardly, thinking that for the sake of the 2 children, even if Sister Huang isn't his wife anymore, he should still accept her. Since things are already like this, he doesn't see any other way. It's okay. Chuer sees Lian Qingshan's expression and assumes he's thinking about his late wife. She doesn't say anything more. She touches the clothes inside the 2 bundles, considers for a while, then carefully repacks the clothes into the bundle. She picks out 2 sets of clothes from inside. Lian family really has some good stuff. Those fine clothes aren't cheap, Chuer thinks as she puts on the clothes. The outfit fits her perfectly. Somehow, wearing these old clothes as a newcomer makes Chuer feel a faint sense of sadness in her heart. Am I also just an old person to those ruthless modern people? Chuer looks at the sunlight shining through the paper window, feeling lonely and without support. Am I also just an old person to those ruthless modern people? Chuer gazes at the sunlight coming through the paper window, feeling lonely and unsupported. What am I thinking? I'm just here at Lian's family to take refuge. I'll leave soon. From start to finish, I am a clean person, not like that treacherous man, Chuer says with wide eyes, forcing herself to suppress her sadness. The events of yesterday have already faded away like dust after Yi Chui's death. Now, she is Chuer Yi, and she won't let those things bother her anymore. Chuer takes a deep breath, puts on a set of old coarse cloth clothes, and folds the clothes she wore earlier, planning to wash them when she has time so she can wear them again when she leaves. Chuer sighed and looked at Lian Qingshan, who was lying on the kong, lost in thought. She felt a bit guilty. She was not truly Lian's wife, Cui Nyang, but she would definitely find a way to repay the kindness of being taken in by Lian's family, including the clothes and rice. However, at this moment, Chuer didn't want to use her only silver to make amends because that money was too important to her. Living well in this ancient time was her top priority. Chuer was silent for a while. She saw a comb on the wooden cabinet beside the Kong and remembered she hadn't combed her hair. She untied her hair and prepared to braid it again. Seeing that Lian Qingshan still hadn't spoken, she asked, is there any work I can do at home? Work? Lian Qingshan turned around when he heard Chuer and saw her sitting on the edge of the Kong, slowly combing her hair. He was stunned. Chuer's long hair was black, thick, shiny, and glossy. Under her white fingers, it swayed like willow branches in the wind. She quickly braided it into a smooth, shiny braid, which seemed to cling tightly to Lian Qingshan's heart. No work. Lian Qingshan felt as if his tongue wasn't his own. He hurriedly looked away, but even then, he felt his heart burning, as if a small flame was flickering inside. After Chuer finished braiding her hair, she looked at Lian Qingshan's expression and didn't ask anything more. She put on her shoes and stepped down from the Kong. The ground was made of packed yellow earth. Although it looked dusty, it was very flat, clearly carefully leveled during the house's construction. Chuer walked to the door, glanced back at the two children still asleep on the Kong, and then went out to the kitchen in the outer room. After resting, Chuer had absorbed more memories of the original owner and knew that this kitchen was called a stove room in the local dialect. Because of her childhood experience, the memories of the original owner, and last night's practice, Chuer was no longer as worried about using the large pot for cooking. In the big stove pit, the remaining embers were faintly red. Chuer knew these sparks could be reignited. She looked around, saw the wood for burning and some small bundles of dried grass-like material, and took a handful. She placed it on the red embers and gently blew on it to rekindle the fire. Hard work pays off. Soon, the fire started to catch. Chuer watched the stove burn steadily again. She added some firewood, then poured 2 ladles of water into the big pot. She sat on a small stool in front of the stove, lost in her thoughts. She didn't have much silver, only a few taels of broken silver. Her jewelry included some pure silver and some red gold, worth a little silver, but it was limited. She couldn't spend it recklessly. She needed to plan carefully for the future. She had to keep the silver safe. Chuer knew the original owner had family, but she couldn't remember them clearly. What she was sure of was that the owner had enemies, people who might harm her. Family could be ignored, but enemies had to be watched. For now, she could only stay at the Lian family's house and take things one step at a time. Thinking about staying at the Lian house, Chuer suddenly realized the sun outside was already high. It was past breakfast time. The Lian siblings didn't seem to be coming. She thought of her tall, thin younger sibling, who looked like a skinny compass from her childhood textbooks. Even with her good temper, Chuer couldn't help but sneer a little. If she hadn't been here yesterday, with just a few pieces of cabbage, she wondered how the 3 men on the bed would have eaten. The little one with injuries couldn't eat much. Their strong bodies wouldn't last long on so little food. Thinking of this, Chuer sighed. Their life was hard too. She no longer waited for her younger sibling to bring food. A few pieces of cabbage wouldn't fill her. She looked at the dish rack and saw her leftover white steamed bun from yesterday, still intact. In the corner, there was a small bag of cornmeal, about 30 jin, and a large basket of sweet potatoes, of various sizes, probably around 70 or 80 jin. These were their food supplies. She needed to plan carefully so they could last until she earned some income, ensuring the family wouldn't go hungry. Unknowingly, Chuer considered herself part of this family, putting her heart into planning for everyone. Even as she thought this, she took out 2 sweet potatoes. After washing the skins, she sliced them into half-inch thick pieces. She placed them on a plate and set it on a steaming rack over the big pot. She knew eating only sweet potatoes could cause stomach pain, but with only 30 jin of cornmeal and no income, she had to save what she had. After steaming the sweet potatoes, Chuer walked around the kitchen. Besides discovering a small jar of soy paste under the dish rack cabinet, she found nothing else. Suddenly, she heard some movement outside. Chuer pushed open the door and went out. She saw a woman in her 40s standing at the courtyard gate, which made her a little surprised. "Are you the new wife Qingshan brought home?" The The woman looked at Chuer and was also surprised. Then she seemed to remember something and asked. Chuer nodded, and the woman pushed the gate shut and approached her. I'm your neighbor. I live over there on the mountainside. Just call me Aunt Lu, she said. Her tone was neither very warm nor cold, better than the attitude of the previous sister-in-law. Hello, Aunt Lu. My name is Yi Chuer. Chuer responded politely and opened the door wider. Please come in and sit, good girl. Aunt Lu smiled at Chuer, impressed by her manners, and then went inside. At that moment, Chuer noticed Aunt Lu was holding a bowl covered with a plate, but she couldn't see what was inside. Note: the previous paragraph about the morning hair treatment has been omitted for family friendliness. Aunt Lu entered the house from Chuer's side. Chuer then saw that Aunt Lu was holding a bowl covered with a plate, but she still couldn't see what was inside. Qingshan, you're awake? Aunt Lu made some pancakes at home. Let the big girl and little tiger try some, Aunt Lu said softly as she entered. She saw that big girl and little tiger hadn't woken up yet. Aunt Lu, you're here. Qingshan greeted with a smile. When he saw the bowl on the kong, a traditional bed, he looked a bit embarrassed and said, Your family has it hard. Don't always bring us food. Aunt Lu has watched you grow up. How can I just watch you suffer? She sat on the kong and patted little tiger, who was still sleeping. Qingshan, you are a good child, but your life is too hard. Your parents are good people and you and your brother are also good. But we can't fight against fate. When the famine came and the draft took young men to war, it was very tough. We barely managed to survive and come back alive. I also heard that your wife is pregnant, but I didn't expect that just a few days of happiness would pass. Sigh, I won't say much. Now she has another child, and you should take good care of your health. Raise the children well, and everything will be fine. Old Lady Lu sat on the edge of the kong, heated bed, talking softly to Lian Qingshan. Chuer saw that she truly cared for Lian Qingshan, so she didn't stop her. Since there was nothing at home to entertain guests, Chuer washed some dishes and brought a bowl of hot water to Old Lady Lu. Auntie, we don't have much to treat you with at home. Please have some water. I know life is hard for you. We're not outsiders, so there's no need to treat me specially, Old Lady Lu said casually, waving her hand. Then she looked at Chuer. There are some things I shouldn't say as an outsider, but since Qingshan is a child with a tough life, I can only say a few words. Old Lady Lu looked steadily at Chuer, observing her expression. Auntie, you can tell me, Chuer replied, seeing that Old Lady Lu genuinely cared for Lian Qingshan. Her earlier politeness now carried more respect and sincerity. Yes, I think you're a good girl. Qingshan has had a hard life since he was young. Now life is even more difficult. You should take good care of him. Support each other. Work together to make a good life. Later, you can have 2 more children, Old Lady Lu said, nodding at Chuer, who responded respectfully. She continued, but I want to be clear about something. Qingshan's children are good kids. People say that once a stepmother comes, a stepfather will follow. But here in our mountain village, that's not how we do things. Everyone is equal, hands and backs are the same. Even if you have more children later, you shouldn't favor one over the other. If Chuer had been replaced by someone else, like the official wife Cui Nyang or another woman, hearing Old Lady Lu's words might have made her uncomfortable. She might wonder why the children from her previous marriage should be treated so well. But Chuer was different. She had been longing for children for many years. Even if they weren't her biological children, seeing such adorable kids made her love them instantly. She couldn't bear to treat them unfairly.
Ma'am, don't worry.
I will treat these 2 children just like my own. You can rest assured. I know you might not believe me now, but since you live nearby, you'll see how I take care of the kids in the future. If I do anything wrong, just come and scold me. Chuer sincerely told Aunt Lu. Aunt Lu's way of speaking sounded very much like the way her grandmother spoke, and Chuer couldn't help but feel a bit of her hometown accent. Good. You're a good girl. Aunt Lu initially didn't trust Chuer, who looked like a delicate city girl. She had already decided that even if her new daughter-in-law from Qingshan spoke nicely, she would make her promise to take good care of the children. But Chuer didn't need to say anything. She wanted to prove her sincerity through actions. This approach naturally suited Aunt Lu, who was a simple countrywoman, and made her feel more at ease. So, Aunt Lu nodded twice and said good things.
Klar, I tend to speak honestly.
If I say something that offends you, please don't take it to heart. Our family still needs you to take charge. Relying only on his brothers and sister-in-law might not be enough. Anyway, I have a lot of work at home, so I'll be leaving now. Aunt Lu finished what she wanted to say, handed over the gift she brought, and prepared to go home. Ma'am, wait a moment. Chuer quickly called out as she saw Aunt Lu place a bowl on the edge of the Kong heated bed. Chuer efficiently took another bowl from the shelf, unfolded the contents, and cleaned the dishes Aunt Lu brought. Seeing that the sweet potatoes in the big pot were already steamed and ready, she quickly picked a few hot pieces and put them into Aunt Lu's bowl. Ma'am, these are freshly steamed sweet potatoes from this morning. They are sweet. There aren't many, so please don't mind and take some to taste. Chuer handed the bowl to Aunt Lu. Aunt Lu, I can't accept this. Qingshan's family doesn't have much food, so you should keep these for yourselves, Aunt Lu said after seeing Chuer offer her the food. She felt touched by Chuer's kindness, but was determined not to accept. This is just a little token of our gratitude, Chuer said, looking a bit embarrassed as she glanced at Lian Qingshan. Honestly, Chuer thought it was good for neighbors to exchange favors, but seeing Aunt Lu's firm stance, she didn't know what to do for a moment. Ma'am, just accept it, please. When Lian Qingshan saw Chuer's pleading look, his heart softened immediately. He also advised her, Auntie, I've been injured for a few months. You've been helping us a lot. I couldn't move before, but now with Chuer, we can also show our respect to you. Seeing both children sincerely giving her something, Auntie Lu didn't care much about the half bowl of sweet potatoes, but the kindness and respect from the neighbors made her feel very happy. All right. I'll accept it. Annie, there's something at home, so I won't stay long. I'll go back now. Auntie Lu gently wiped her eyes and smiled. Okay, I'll see you out, Chuer said, accompanying Auntie Lu out of the house. When passing the stove, Auntie Lu looked at the pot and saw there were still many sweet potatoes inside, along with the cakes Chuer had given her. It was enough for 2 adults and 2 children to eat, so she felt reassured and left. At the gate, Auntie Lu suddenly turned around and said to Chuer, Qingshan's wife, if you're free tomorrow afternoon, come up the mountain with me. We don't have much on the mountain, just plenty of wild vegetables. If we gather some, it'll be enough to eat. Auntie Lu thought Chuer was a good person and wanted to help her a bit. Yes, Auntie, I'll go with you. Chuer's eyes lit up at the thought of getting food. She eagerly agreed. All right, then wait at home tomorrow afternoon. When I come out, I'll find you, Auntie Lu said, waving goodbye as she left. Chuer went back inside and told Lian Qingshan about Auntie Lu's plan to go pick wild vegetables. Lian Qingshan looked at Chuer's smooth face and felt he was wasting her talents. He awkwardly said, You still have to go up the mountain to pick vegetables. That's really asking a lot of you. Still have to go up the mountain to pick vegetables. That's really asking a lot of you. Lian Qingshan looked at Chuer's delicate face and felt he was wasting her talents. In Lian Qingshan's mind, men should work hard to support their families. Girls like Chuer, with their beauty and figure, are usually kept at home, loved and cared for. They don't usually have to do chores like washing dishes. Now she has to go up the mountain to gather vegetables, which made Lian Qingshan feel very guilty. He said to Chuer, It's no trouble, I also need to eat. Chuer smiled and said that she didn't believe any woman should rely on a man to support her. Suddenly, Chuer looked at Lian Qingshan's dirty clothes, his hair, and his face covered in dirt. She thought that his family might have trouble even getting enough food, and his younger brother and sister probably wouldn't care if he washed his face. Do you have any clean clothes? I'll find some for you. After we eat, I'll wash your hair and help you get ready. Chuer looked outside and guessed it was about 10 in the morning. Okay. Lian Qingshan instinctively wanted to refuse, but when he sniffed himself, a sour smell hit him. He decided it was better to wash up. After agreeing, he felt ashamed. He remembered how he used to be brave and tough, even when fighting in wars and crawling through piles of dead bodies. Now, He was stuck on a small dirt bed, looking at his younger brother and sister, relying on a woman to get by. Lian Qingshan felt his face flush with embarrassment and shame. "Are you okay?" Chuer saw that Lian Qingshan looked unwell and wondered if his leg pain had returned. "Is your leg hurting again?" "No, it's not." Lian Qingshan quickly moved away when Chuer approached him. Breakfast was ready. Chuer warmed some pancakes that Aunt Lu had brought and said, "Let's eat." Seeing how nervous Lian Qingshan was, she found him interesting but didn't say anything. She turned and went to the kitchen. She steamed the pancakes in a plate with some leftover buns, breaking some in half and dividing them into smaller pieces. She also put some in a small bowl, dissolving them in hot water, and steamed everything together. After preparing the food, Chuer took a small basin of water from the big pot to let it cool for later. She didn't want to waste the water, so she scooped some out, dipped a cloth in it, and took it inside to help Lian Qingshan wash his face. "Come, wash your face," Chuer said, handing him a warm cloth. "Okay," Lian Qingshan replied, feeling a little emotional as he looked at the warm cloth still steaming. Since Lian Qingshan was injured, it has been 3 months. During the first 10 days or half a month, perhaps because he felt grateful for being saved, his younger brother Lian Qingshi took very good care of him. He brought hot food and soup, helped with chores, and took care of his needs, which moved Lian Qingshan for a while. After a few days, the doctor said that Lian Qingshan's leg wouldn't heal, and although his brother still cared for him, his attention gradually lessened. It's said that a sick person's children are not always filial. Lian Qingshan noticed his brother and sister-in-law, Dong Shi, becoming more distant. He knew they were young and couldn't care for him well, especially since they had children to look after. He tried to eat and drink less to avoid bothering them, but his feelings grew colder. In the past half-month, he even ate less food. That's why he had to spend money to hire a new wife to help take care of him.
Sigh.
Lian Qingshan took a warm towel to wipe his face, wiping away the mist in his eyes. He kept convincing himself not to blame his brother Qingshi or sister-in-law Dong Shi. They were still young and couldn't care for him properly, especially with children at home. They couldn't always come to help. Even so, Lian Qingshan felt a bit sad inside. After wiping his face for a while, he slowly put down the towel. While Lian Qingshan was wiping his face, the 2 children on the bed had already woken up. Both were well-behaved. When they woke, they didn't cry or make noise. They opened their big, dark eyes, looked around, and smelled the delicious aroma of food. Their eyes immediately lit up. "Big girl, little tiger, wake up, get dressed. Breakfast is almost ready," Chuer said, watching the big girl jump out of bed quickly and start dressing herself. She smiled happily and sat on the edge of the bed. "Little tiger, come here." "I'll dress you," Chuer said. She didn't like to call herself mother in front of the children, so she spoke vaguely, using you and I when talking to Lian Qingshan. Chuer watched little tiger happily crawl out of the quilt, his innocent smile on his face. Her heart softened. She hugged little tiger and gently kissed his cheek, then carefully helped him put on his clothes. Hearing the noise from Chuer's side, the big girl opened her eyes wide and looked over. When she saw Chuer happily kissing little tiger, her eyes showed longing. But after a moment of this longing, it disappeared again. Chuer happened to see Dinyo's change, so she gently called out to her, "Come, Dinyo, come over here too." Not sure if it was because she longed for Chuer's warm feeling from earlier, the shy Dinyo slowly crawled to Chuer's side. With big, clear eyes, she looked at Chuer with a mix of longing and shyness. Chuer didn't hesitate and kissed Dinyo on the cheek. Seeing Dinyo's surprised but happy face, Chuer encouraged Xiaohu to also kiss Dinyo, saying, "Xiaohu, come give your sister a kiss." Xiaohu was young and couldn't speak well, but he understood some of Chuer's words. After seeing Chuer kiss Dinyo and then bringing him close, Xiaohu curiously also kissed Dinyo on the face. Dinyo's eyes suddenly sparkled brightly, as if she had received something she loved very much. She was so happy and looked at Chuer with admiration. Dinyo and Xiao were sitting nicely on the bed. "Once we fold the blankets, we can start eating," Chuer said to Dinyo and Xiao, who while quickly folding the bedding and placing it in the cabinet, leaving only the small blanket and quilt Shiau used during his nap yesterday. Time to eat. Chuer finished tidying up the bed, wiped the faces of Dinyo and Shiau with a towel, then set the table and brought out her prepared breakfast. Lian Qingshan, sitting at the head of the bed, felt his heart warm from last night. Chuer was truly kind. Watching her gently care for the two children, Lian Qingshan felt his heart full of happiness. It was late at night. The unfortunate Bao was still working overtime. Luckily, he saved his manuscript over the weekend and hurriedly sent it out for everyone. Chui Se has signed the contract. Please support her, everyone. Sending kisses to the group. After the family of 4 finished breakfast, Chuer cleared the table. Looking at Lian Qingshan sitting on the bed, Chuer felt that although she was just a visitor during this limited time, she needed to do something for this family. Cough, cough.
Lian.
Qingshan. Cough, cough. Chuer wanted to ask about her family and see if she could help, but as soon as she opened her mouth, she felt shy and nervous. In ancient times, what did people call their husbands? Master? Husband? Head of the household? Chuer didn't remember such words, so she immediately started coughing nervously. From now on, I will call you Chuer. You can call me Qingshan or Brother Qingshan, Lian Qingshan said as he looked at Chuer, who was blushing from coughing. When he called her, he didn't separate the words but spoke softly, making Chuer feel close and warm because in her previous life, her parents used to call her that way. Okay, Qingshan. Chuer listened to him and thought that calling him that was more friendly and less awkward than calling him husband. She agreed and asked, Qingshan, tell me about our family. Yes, if you don't ask, I will tell you anyway. Lian Qingshan smiled at her. Our family is simple. Let me tell you slowly. Maybe because they had a good breakfast, his face looked much better than yesterday. He then began to explain their family situation. The village where the Lian family lives is called Qingshan. In Qingshan, there are dozens of households, most of which have the surname Lian. Even if they are not close relatives, they are connected through marriage or kinship, so outsiders sometimes call it Lian family village. Lian Qingshan has lived here his whole life. He has a brother, 2 years younger, named Lian Qinghe. The brothers lost their father when they were about 10 years old. When Lian Qingshan was 16, there was a war in the north, and Qingshan was drafted for military service. Every 7th person was called up. Since Lian Qinghe is still young, Lian Qingshan went to fight alone. The war was really fierce. Our people fled to the far north, and we couldn't send news home. After 4 years, I returned from the war. My mother had already passed away, and Qinghe was married to a woman named Dong, he said, wiping his face and speaking to Chuer. It was clear he felt guilty for not being able to see his mother one last time. Later, I stayed in the village with my wife and our daughter. At that time, our daughter's mother was pregnant, and a few months later, she gave birth to little Tiger. She was injured during a fight and didn't survive long after, so only we were left at home. This December, I plan to go up the mountain to hunt some wild game to sell in town for a little money. I didn't expect to encounter a tiger. I managed to shoot it, but I hurt my leg. When Qingshan talked about this, he looked at his leg with a bit of self-mockery. How did you hurt your leg?
Kuya asked.
In modern times, she had cared for her husband after he was hit by a car. Although she didn't know how to treat leg injuries, she knew a bit about rehabilitation. She asked about his leg, hoping she could help him stand again, using what she knew. This leg was scratched by the tiger's claws. It didn't tear much skin, but the bone was broken and hasn't healed properly. Qingshan didn't want to say much at first, but seeing Chuer's eyes, he suddenly blurted out the story. Did you see a doctor? What did they say? Chuer asked. There are no proper bone doctors in town, only those who say the leg needs to rest. Qingshan looked down at his leg. Although he had set the bone himself, it was broken into pieces, so it wouldn't heal easily. Even if his body was strong, without eating or drinking, how could he recover? Is the bone healed now? Is resting enough? Chuer looked at his weak leg lying on the bed. Seeing how thin he had become, the dull, gloomy atmosphere around him, and the bowl of cabbage soup from last night, she felt a surge of anger inside. How could he recover properly if he couldn't even eat properly after an injury? Qingshan clearly noticed Chuer's anger. His mouth moved a few times, but he didn't say anything. Sometimes, even a kind person like him couldn't help but feel cold inside about what his brother and sister-in-law had done. Qingshan chuckled bitterly. If he hadn't lost hope, why would he spend 4 taels of silver to buy a second wife to take care of him? Why wouldn't he rely on his brother and sister-in-law anymore? Sighing, Chuer looked at Qingshan's gloomy face. She guessed what he was thinking. She comforted him with a smile. Qingshan, don't worry. I'll find a way to help you stand again.
Okay.
Somehow, when I saw Chuer with her bright eyes looking at me confidently, even Qingshan's heart felt much calmer. Tomorrow, I will go up the mountain with Aunt Lu to pick some wild vegetables. Today, I want to tidy up the house and give you 3 a good wash. Chuer looked at Qingshan, whose face was now clean but hair and clothes still messy and dirty. Her maternal instincts surged strongly. She immediately took action, following Qingshan's instructions, and found clothes for the 3 of them. Although the clothes weren't perfectly clean, they were much better than what they had been wearing. The sun outside is nice. I'll boil some water later and soak 2 basins. Then I'll wash Big Girl and Little Tiger's hair and wipe their bodies, Chuer said to Qingshan. Seeing him nod, she opened the window to let in fresh air and happily went outside. Chuer walked around the yard, asking Qingshan about the mountain. She learned that no wild animals usually appeared near the village during the day, which made her feel more at ease. At Qingshan's house, there were 2 large wooden basins and a pair of wooden buckets. Chuer planned to use these to bathe the children. Although there was no well, a small stream flowed behind Qingshan's house. She carried the buckets out of the yard and could see the stream. She brought back 2 buckets of water, poured one into a large wooden basin, and placed it in the sun. The heat from the sun would warm the water, and then she could add a little hot water to make it just right for bathing the children. It took some time to warm the water. During that time, Chuer sorted out her dirty clothes, Qingshan's dirty clothes, Little Tiger's diapers, and so on. After soaking the clothes, she wiped the house from inside out, then started washing the clothes. Little Tiger was still young and couldn't run around outside, but Big Girl could follow Chuer back and forth. Maybe because she had eaten well or was excited, her pale, yellowish face turned rosy. After hanging the clothes to dry, Chuer saw that the water for bathing was almost warm enough. She added some hot water and washed Big Girl and Little Tiger's hair and bodies, then changed their clothes. When Chuer finished tidying up Big Girl and Little Tiger, making them look clean and neat, she was about to persuade Qingshan to wash his hair when suddenly she heard a noise outside. She quickly went out to check. You see Dong, the sister-in-law of Lian Mountain, leaning on her waist and standing with her feet apart in the yard, holding a large bowl. When Chuer comes out, she gives a fake smile and says, "Oh, is this my older brother's wife? I brought you breakfast." Dong emphasizes the word, breakfast, more than usual. Today, I finished work early. Here's an update. Chui Se is checking the new book rankings. Dear friends passing by, if you have extra recommendation votes, please give them to Vow. Moi. Wow, is this my older brother's wife? I brought you breakfast, Dong repeats, stressing the word, breakfast. Yesterday, Chuer didn't think highly of the thin, delicate Dong. Now, in the middle of the afternoon, bringing breakfast makes Chuer even less happy. But even if she's unhappy, Chuer doesn't want to offend Dong openly before understanding the situation. Chuer looks at the sun and smiles at Dong, saying, "It's breakfast? Looks like I've been walking on mountain paths too much and misjudged the direction. I thought the sun was setting, but it's actually just risen. The sun is already in the west. It's not rising anymore." When Chuer says this, she's admitting her mistake, but it sounds like she's saying if this is breakfast, then the sun must be rising from the west. Your wife has a quick tongue, but I wonder if you can take good care of my older brother. Dong clearly senses Chuer's words have meaning. She can't directly respond, so she pouts and places the big bowl into Chuer's hands. Sister-in-law is so capable. Maybe I won't need to cook any more with my clumsy hands. That's not what I meant, sister-in-law. I've just arrived and still need your help. Chui quickly responds, not giving Dong a chance to take over. Fine, just wait and see. Dong huffs and turns to leave. When she reaches the gate, she kicks it open with her leg, but either because she used too much force or for some other reason, she doesn't open the door but instead pushes herself back. She gets even angrier, cursing as she walks away. Chui watched Dong's furious reaction and smirked slightly. It wasn't that Chui wanted to upset Dong intentionally. She simply found it hateful how she and Lian Qingshan's brothers left their own eldest brother alone in the house, almost letting him fend for himself. Even as an onlooker, Chui couldn't bear to watch it. Dong had already walked away. Chui looked at the large bowl in her hand. This time, the bowl didn't contain clear, white water-like cabbage soup but a bowl of cornmeal mush that was as thin as dishwater. Just one bowl of this mush probably only needed 2 spoonfuls of corn husks to make.
Kuya tugt unkenntlich.
She carried the bowl into the house. She didn't bother to hide the strange, unappetizing mush, but when she thought of Lian Qingshan, who was injured and lying on the kong, a traditional bed, Chui felt reluctant to bring the mush inside. She placed the mush on the stove. When she entered the house, she saw Lian Qingshan looking somewhat downcast. Not knowing what to say, Chui said, "Your sister-in-law brought breakfast. It's cornmeal mush. I placed the bowl on the stove. When we have lunch later, we can heat it up and eat together." I'll listen to you," Lian Qingshan replied, but his mood was clearly low. His face also showed some strange expression, as if he was feeling embarrassed. "Let's continue washing your hair," Chui said to Lian Qingshan. Before she could say more, she suddenly heard Shiau grunt, and Inyo said, "Shiau needs to pee." When Chui turned around, she saw Shiau, who had just been helped to pee, urinate again. Clear water shot up about 1/2 foot, then splashed down loudly. "Oh no, I forgot to help her pee," Chui exclaimed. She quickly moved toward Shiau, but didn't try to stop him. She waited until he finished, then picked him up, took off his little pants, and used a urine pad to wipe his bottom clean. She changed him into a new pair of pants. She threw the wet urine pad aside, cleaned the kong, and then gently patted Shiau's bottom. "Next time, tell me early if you need to pee, so you won't feel uncomfortable after urinating," she said softly, her face full of kindness and no sign of anger. When Chui said this, she suddenly remembered what Lian Qingshan's expression just now might have meant. She had been at Lian's house for a day and a night, mainly just feeding Lian Qingshan. He's not a magical beast who only eats and doesn't do anything else. She still hadn't figured out how to handle his bathroom needs. "Oh no, I forgot." Chui felt annoyed at her carelessness. She carefully looked at Lian Qingshan and asked, "Do you need to go to the bathroom?" Lian Qingshan's face instantly turned bright red. He wanted to shake his head and refuse, but he already felt a strong urge in his stomach. After hesitating for a while, he couldn't resist his physical need and nodded with a red face. "Big girl, where's the potty?" Seeing how embarrassed Lian Qingshan was, Chui knew he couldn't hold it anymore. She didn't ask further and followed the older girl outside to the outhouse, took an old wooden bucket, and went back inside. When Chui brought the potty into the room, she suddenly realized this was awkward. Looking at the strong man in front of her, she truly couldn't see him as a child.
"You.
Go outside first. I'll do it myself." Lian Qingshan's face was very red. He hesitated for a long time but finally said so. Although Chui was his wife she bought, they had no feelings for each other, and it felt a bit inappropriate for her to help him with such personal matters. "I'll help you. Once you're seated, I'll go out," Chui said through gritted teeth. She couldn't let Lian Qingshan go on the bed like that, right? And judging by his look, even if she helped him to the ground and let him use the toilet himself, it would be quite difficult. Chui looked around the room and suddenly saw 2 stools on the ground. She measured the height and length of the stools and looked at the edge of the bed, coming up with a plan. "Wait a moment," Chui said. She placed the 2 long stools on either side of the bed's edge, crossing them over the potty, leaving a gap in the middle. If Lian Qingshan sat on the stools, his legs wouldn't need much effort, and he should be able to go to the bathroom smoothly. "You're doing this." Lian Qingshan looked at the stools Chui arranged, feeling a bit stunned. Don't understand? Like this. Chui saw how stunned Lian Qingshan looked and found it funny. Not wanting to embarrass herself by demonstrating, she directed the older girl to sit on the stool and showed how to use the stools and the potty for going to the bathroom. Does this really work? Seeing such a simple device, Lian Qingshan's eyes brightened. This trick might really work. If it does, he won't have to worry about needing to go to the bathroom so often or being afraid to eat and drink. Let's try it. If it still doesn't work, we'll make a big stool with a hollow in the middle. Chui thought about modern chairs designed for the elderly that look like toilets and said seriously, "Come on, try it. Which of your legs can handle a bit of strength?" Chui helped Lian Qingshan move from the bed to the stool. She didn't look at him anymore but turned around and left the inner room, telling Dainyu to wait at the door. When Lian Qingshan was ready, she would call him. When Chui returned to the room, Lian Qingshan had already taken care of his big life event. Although his face still showed some discomfort, he was much better than before when he was holding it in. "Chui, thank you. It's nothing. It's best for you to rest and take care of your health," Chui said. She also casually carried out the urine bucket for cleaning, not caring about getting dirty. When Chui came back into the room again, Lian Qingshan suddenly said, "I'll wash Shiau's diaper. From now on, any chores at home that can be done on the bed, I will take care of." Chui turned her head, looking into Lian Qingshan's sincere eyes. She suddenly felt that although Lian Qingshan was from ancient times, he didn't seem to have the typical macho attitude described in legends. She felt more favorably towards him and nodded in agreement, saying, "Okay. Dear friends, Manhwa, recently I've been busy with work, so updates are a bit irregular. Once I get through this busy period, I'll update regularly. To those who like Chui say, please support me by voting with your recommendation tickets. I'm currently climbing the new book charts and need everyone's support. For friends waiting to see the story develop, check out my completed works." After solving Lian Qingshan's biggest problem while he was in bed, Chui felt much less pressure. Because of this, they seemed to grow closer. Chui then offered to wash his hair and shave his beard, and Lian Qingshan didn't refuse. Lian Qingshan lay flat on the bed, his head hanging over the edge. Chui placed a basin on a stool and carefully washed his hair. Even though the Lian family didn't have many things suitable for washing hair, Chui did her best. After washing his hair, Chui used a rough cloth to help Lian Qingshan dry his hair. When she saw his messy, thick beard, she said, "Qingshan, you should shave your beard too." "Okay." "Sure." Lian Qingshan hesitated for a moment before nodding. When he looked at Chui, he felt a strange, hard-to-explain sensation, as if he was hoping she might be attracted to how he looked after shaving. Seeing that Lian Qingshan agreed, Chui happily followed his instructions. She found a small razor in the cabinet and poured him a basin of clean water for shaving. As she watched his beard gradually come off his face, Chui suddenly blushed and quickly turned around and ran outside, leaving only a sentence behind. "I'll go see if my clothes are dry." Lian Qingshan stared blankly at Chui's retreating figure. After a while, he sighed and turned back to continue shaving, but his mood was no longer as cheerful as before. Outside in the yard, Chui covered her pounding chest with her hand, muttering to herself, "Yi Chui, all these years you've wasted. Just because you see a handsome guy, you can't help but stop? Sure, he's good-looking and has a nice figure, but you're just his pretend wife. How can you still think about staying?" Chui kept muttering to herself by the corner of the wall. After a while, she finally finished her mental preparations and turned back into the room. Even though she had prepared herself mentally, when Chui saw the handsome young man sitting by the bed, she couldn't help but inwardly sigh. A thick, bushy beard is like a butcher's knife. Such sharp, defined features covered by the beard look like a grizzly bear. After shaving, Lian Qingshan's brows were sharp, and his features were very strong and defined. He looked full of youthful vitality, but there was also something else, an indescribable feeling, as if it was something accumulated over time. In short, he was handsome, very handsome, so handsome that it was almost stunning. After tidying up the water basin in the room, Chui hurriedly left, touching her hot cheeks. She was really starting to doubt her self-control. An authentic ancient-style handsome man, even with his illness and the pale, helpless beauty he carried, was incredibly attractive. Chwer forced herself to suppress her excitement and carefully tidied up the house and everyone inside. She also washed her hair and cleaned herself, feeling refreshed afterward. After dinner, Chwer noticed that Dinyo's clothes were getting too small and Xiaohu's pants were not enough. Since Lian Qingshan was now lying on the Kong, a traditional bed, wearing these pants was inconvenient. Wearing open-crotch pants would hurt the handsome guy's pride, so she decided to make new clothes for all three of them. Of course, these new clothes wouldn't be made from new fabric, but by altering old clothes. For Chwer, in her previous life, aside from the difficulty of giving birth, all other chores women did were not a problem. Doing laundry and cooking was easy. When free, she liked to plant flowers, brew tea, or make jewelry and handmade soap, hobbies she enjoyed but wasn't very skilled at. Lian Qingshan sat on the Kong, while Chwer sat nearby sewing clothes. In the middle, Dinyo played happily with Xiau, chatting from time to time. The hours flew by quickly. Until Lian Qingshan and Chwer fell asleep, they didn't see sister-in-law Dong send another meal. Chwer felt a new layer of emotion toward Lian Qingshan's brother and Dong. She guessed they had decided not to care for Lian Qingshan's family anymore, probably because they saw her coming. Anyway, I'm here. If they don't care, then so be it. After all, they're just brothers, not parents. No one can take care of each other forever. Chwer thought half asleep. She hadn't yet considered going up the mountain the next day and soon fell asleep from the exhaustion of the day. The next morning, Chwer got up early, tidied the house, and started cooking. She shared the remaining half of a steamed bun with Dinyo and Xiau, but she didn't eat anything herself. Lian Qingshan was very touched by Chwer's care for the children. Since Chwer arrived, he had enough to eat, and surprisingly, he felt some strength returning to his body and legs. Although his legs still hurt, his left leg no longer felt as weak as before. This change gave Lian Qingshan new hope. I saw some woodworking tools under the cabinet. Do you know how to do carpentry? Yes, I've learned a little. I'm not very good, but I can make simple things like a bench for the house. Lian Qingshan replied honestly, looking at Chwer with some curiosity. Are you planning to make something? I want to think it over first. I'll tell you when I decide. Chwer knew that Lian Qingshan's leg was not completely unable to move, so she thought about making him a cane. Not because she expected him to work, but so he could walk around outside and not stay cooped up inside. The injury on his leg wouldn't heal easily if he kept resting. Yes, if you want to do something, just tell me, Lian Qingshan replied. Seeing Chwer lowering her head to sew clothes, he felt a warm feeling in his heart and became more eager to see him recover. By the way, Chwer asked, I saw a vegetable garden behind the house. It's still empty. Are you planning to plant vegetables this year? Yes, I will. Lian Qingshan nodded. At first, I thought my leg was no good, so I didn't bother. Big girl is still young and can't do much. No one has been planting in the garden. Once I see if I can move my leg, I will go plant vegetables. Where are the seeds? Have you picked them out? Tell me how to plant, and I will do it. Chwer looked at Lian Qingshan, but she still couldn't bear to let him drag his injured leg to work in the fields. While they were talking about what to plant in the garden, suddenly they heard someone outside calling. Is Auntie Qingshan at home? It's Aunt Lu. When Lian Qingshan heard the voice, he knew Aunt Lu had arrived. Aunt Lu, please sit inside. Chwer quickly stepped out to greet her, knowing that Aunt Lu truly cared about Lian Qingshan. Good, good. There should be a woman in this house, Aunt Lu said with a smile as she entered. Seeing the clothes hanging on the rope in the yard, she felt the house was much cleaner than before. She was pleased with Chwer, clearly seeing that she had tidied up the home well, making everything neat and orderly. Aunt Lu pointed to her rough cloth headscarf and then to her tightly tied pant legs. When you go into the mountains, there are many thorny branches and vines. If you don't cover your head and face well, you might get hurt. Also, you need to tighten your pant legs. If bugs bite you once or twice, it's nothing serious, but if they bite you repeatedly, that can be a big problem. More bugs. The local word for bugs here means snakes. Chwer has been afraid of these things since she was young. She shivered and found 2 old cloth strips to wrap around her legs, then took an old piece of cloth and tied it on her head like Aunt Lu. Only then did she feel ready. Qingshan, Aunt Lu and I are going out. When you're at home, drink water if you're thirsty, and if you're hungry, wait for me to come back and cook for you. Chuer placed a bowl of boiled and cooled water on the Kong table, then carefully told Dainyu a few words. Only after that did she follow Aunt Lu out the door. Their house is on a hillside halfway up a mountain. After Chuer left the yard, she looked around but didn't see any other houses. She felt a little confused. In Lian's house, only 2 people had come over in the past 2 days, Aunt Lu and her younger sister Dong. Chuer also heard from Lian Qingshan that there are dozens of families in the mountain village. But from her view outside, she couldn't see a single house. Why was that? Aunt Lu saw Chuer's puzzled expression and didn't explain much. Today, I plan to visit a few other families' wives. We'll go door to door. Chuer followed Aunt Lu along a narrow, winding mountain path. After circling half a mountain, suddenly she saw a large cluster of houses. It must be the village of Laoshan Tun. Only then did Chuer realize why she hadn't seen any other families from her home entrance. This village wasn't on her side of the mountain, but behind it. From where Chuer stood, the village was built on a gentle slope between 2 mountains. The land in the middle was lower, and the sides were higher. For some reason, the entire mountain village was very quiet, with no sounds. Suddenly, 5 or 6 children ran wildly through the village, chasing after a big yellow dog that belonged to someone. This made all the dogs in the village start barking, and soon the whole village was lively again. This is our Laoshan Tun. Come on, I'll take you to meet the neighbors, Aunt Lu said cheerfully, grabbing Chuer's hand and leading her into the village. This is my home. Mrs. Lu pointed to a house at the end of the village. It was a simple thatched cottage with 3 rooms, similar to Lian Qingshan's house, but the yard was smaller. A girl about 16 or 17 was washing clothes in the yard. She was tall, strong, and healthy-looking, with wheat-colored skin. She looked up when she saw Mrs. Lu, and quickly stood up. Under her thick black eyebrows, her big eyes sparkled brightly. Mother! The girl ran to the door but suddenly stopped, recognizing Chuer, like a shy girl. This is my daughter, Huaji. Huaji, this is your sister-in-law Lianjia. Hello, Huaji sister. Chuer greeted Huaji with a bow. Huaji also nodded back politely. Brother Qingshan is so handsome. I didn't expect his 2 wives to be so beautiful, like fairy princesses from a painting. Although Huaji greeted Chuer politely, she looked directly at her without hesitation and openly expressed her admiration. Even though Chuer wore plain cloth clothes, her natural beauty was undeniable. Her black braids, fair skin, lively eyes, and unique aura made Huaji think she was extremely beautiful. When Chuer heard Huaji mention Qingshan's 2 wives, she couldn't help but smile bitterly. Her first thought was whether Huaji liked Qingshan. But seeing Huaji's carefree attitude, she realized Huaji didn't mean any harm and relaxed, smiling gently. Huaji, don't praise me too much. I can't carry or lift heavy things, so I'm not as capable as you. You seem to be quite good at managing things at home and outside. Mrs. Lu, who had been listening when Huaji mentioned the 2 wives, felt a little uneasy and wanted to say more to clarify. Seeing Chuer not upset, she hesitated but then said a few words to Huaji before taking Chuer into the village. Mrs. Lu was well liked in the village. Whenever she passed by someone's house, as long as there were people in the yard, they would come out and chat with her. Chuer took the opportunity to follow Mrs. Lu and get to know the villagers. Thanks to Mrs. Lu's good reputation or her previous connections with the villagers, Chuer's greetings around the village helped her be accepted as Qingshan's wife. Previously, the people who had agreed to go up the mountain together had all gathered. They included a woman named Aunt Chunju, who was about 40 with a long face, a young woman named Silver Ring, in her early 20s with a round face, along with Aunt Lu and Chuer. There were 4 women in total. Wow, is this the wife of the Lian family's eldest son? Aunt Chunju, with a long face, looked at Chuer while holding her basket and smiled. She looks so fresh and pretty. If you hadn't told me, I'd think she's a young lady from a rich family. Exactly. I like this girl so much. I wouldn't even care about the little Lian boy, Aunt Lu said happily, taking Chuer's hand. Auntie, big auntie, you're both so fond of Chuer. You don't like me anymore. Silverring pouted playfully. Her face was round and white, full of happiness, and her playful expression made her look like a little girl. No, no, Silverring, you're all so beautiful. Aunt Chunju and Aunt Lu laughed happily, walking together toward the mountain. Chuer followed Aunt Lu, wandering through the lush forest. She listened to Aunt Chunju and Aunt Lu chatting and laughing, with Silverring by her side. The relaxed and happy feeling was very different from the tense moments when she was escaping in the woods before. Aunt Lu and Aunt Chunju, who were about the same age and both cheerful talkers, walked deeper into the forest while chatting. They also kept turning back to show Chuer different wild vegetables, worried she might not know the basic skills for living in the mountains. Chuer carefully followed behind, with Silverring occasionally giving tips. Even though she had known only a few wild plants before, after walking for about half an hour, she had learned quite a few new things. For example, she learned the names of plants like dandelions, wild chard, wild celery, wild shepherd's purse, wild garlic, and wild fiddlehead ferns. Though each plant was small, they could be found all over the mountain. Soon her basket was full. During a break from collecting wild vegetables, Chuer looked up, wiped her sweat, and gazed at the blue sky. She looked at the fresh vegetables in her basket and couldn't help but think, living is really good. The Dragon Boat Festival holiday has started. Dear friends, what are your plans? Oath is so hot and humid to say. The original plan to go out might have to be cancelled. I hope I can write more words. He keeps supporting me with votes. Dear friends, if you have recommendation votes, please give them to Oath Moi. Following Aunt Lu up the mountain to pick wild vegetables, Chuer feels very happy. First, because she has met many people in the village, and second, because she can bring the vegetables home to eat with the grains, which can last for 2 days. While digging wild vegetables, Chuer is grateful that her body has a pair of natural feet. Although her feet are not big, she hasn't experienced the evil foot binding, so she can walk on the rugged mountain path. Young wife Qingshan, I see your hands are tender and soft, like water spinach. You probably haven't done much work at home, right? While digging vegetables, Aunt Chunju notices Chuer's hands are white and tender, with thin fingers like water spinach, and asks. Aunt Chunju has another question she's holding back. Her family loves her daughter very much, so they don't let her do any chores. She wonders how they could be willing to send their daughter deep into the mountains. Yes, I really don't know how to pick wild vegetables, Chuer honestly replies. From her past life and her current one, including the memories of the original owner, Chuer has never experienced hunger. Going up the mountain to pick vegetables just to fill her stomach is something she's never done. She used to gather elm seeds and make pancakes with her family when she was young. Elm seeds? We have those here too, but we have to wait a few days. Aunt Lu sees Chuer smiling when she answers and doesn't look upset. She feels very fond of her. Young wife Qingshan, when you're free, come out with us more often. There are no vegetables in the garden yet, and these wild vegetables can even make a half meal. Your family's Qingshan isn't feeling well, so he needs to eat more to recover. Yes, Auntie, I understand. Chuer nods seriously. She's grateful for Qingshan's kindness in taking her in. She plans to help him with chores so that when she leaves this mountain village someday, she won't have any regrets. Good. I see you're honest, child. Aunt Lu looks at Chuer's sincere response and nods secretly. Although Qingshan has had some setbacks, his life is good. Both his wives are hardworking and capable girls. Grandma, you love Chuer so much, but you don't love me anymore. Silverring, who has just come from behind, throws a handful of newly picked wild vegetables into Chuer's basket and turns to Aunt Lu to say, I care about you. I care about all of you. Granny Lu was amused by Inhuan's playful teasing, and her bright laughter echoed through the forest. While Chuer was picking wild vegetables, she kept looking up, trying to find a suitable branch or stick to make a walking cane for Lian Qingshan when she returned home. Chuer, What are you looking up at all the time? Inhuan asked, pulling Chui along as they walked through the mountain. She noticed Chui not only looking at the wild vegetables but also glancing at the trees, so she looked up too. Nothing much. Our Qingshan's legs aren't very good, so I'm thinking of finding a good branch to make him a pair of crutches. Once he recovers a bit, he can go outside and move around, Chui said casually, thinking about her plan. A crutch, you mean a stick, right? Inhuan asked after hearing Chui. What kind of wood are you looking for? Well, it should be about this long. Chui gestured from her shoulder to her neck. She estimated that, given Qingshan's size, the height of his armpit should be about the same as her shoulder. I'm looking for a forked branch, just a two-pronged one, sturdy enough, she described while searching around. What Chui wanted was the simplest modern-style crutch that could be tucked under the arm. She imagined a branch with a split at the top, with a horizontal piece nailed across the two forks, then wrapped with old cloth or something similar, and it would be ready. Chui carefully considered Qingshan's legs. After an injury, he probably couldn't move much, and had some muscle atrophy. If he stayed in bed all the time, he would be disabled. Even if Chui could leave the mountain village someday, she wouldn't be able to bear abandoning him and letting him fend for himself, especially with two young children. Having a crutch would make a big difference. Qingshan could get out of bed and move around more easily, at least preventing the whole family from starving. If luck was on their side, and his leg injury could be healed, Chui would breathe a sigh of relief. Then she could leave without worries. Chui, don't rush. We women might not find the right wood easily. When I go back, I'll talk to Fengxiu, and I promise I'll find something suitable for you, Inhuan said, noticing Chui's worried expression and trying to comfort her. That would be great. Thank you so much, Sister Inhuan. Chui knows she is weak and can't do everything alone. If only strong people from the mountains could help, things would be different. She immediately agrees and sincerely thanks them. Oh, it's just a small matter. You should take good care of Qingshan. As a woman, taking care of two children isn't easy, Inhuan says casually, waving her hand. Although Inhuan often competes with Aunt Lu for Chui's attention, she has been caring for Chui during their long days of foraging. Chui doesn't recognize many wild plants, but Inhuan teaches her. When Chui picks wild vegetables slowly, Inhuan picks a few handfuls for herself and then adds a handful or two to Chui's basket. All right, it's getting late. Let's head back. Aunt Lu looks at the sky and sees their baskets are almost full. She wipes her sweat and says, Okay. Chui responds, straightening up to wipe her sweat too. They had a good harvest today, gathering many wild vegetables. Better still, Aunt Lu taught her to identify several common herbs in the mountains that can help with leg injuries. Chui collected them all, planning to give them to Lian Qingshan later. Gathering wild vegetables in the mountains isn't easy, especially since Chui just recovered recently, so she gets tired easily. But that's not the main point. The real concern is that Chui has been thinking about her family, her two children at home. She wants to go back quickly to see how they're doing. Let's go home. The four of them chat and laugh as they walk down the mountain. Since they only picked one basket of vegetables on the way down, Aunt Lu and Chui stop by the usual place where people cut pig grass and gather firewood. They take a small bundle of firewood and head home. When Chui arrives home, it's almost mealtime. Seeing that Lian Qingshan and the children are fine, she relaxes and washes the wild vegetables. Some are kept in a dish to dip in sauce, while others are chopped into small pieces to make wild vegetable pancakes. She leaves the rest in a cool spot in the kitchen for the next day. While busy in the kitchen, Daniel peeks nervously from the room between the kitchen and the inner room, watching Chui prepare the fresh, tender wild vegetables. After a while, she gathers courage and asks softly, What are we eating tonight? Tonight, we're having wild vegetable pancakes, Chui replies with a smile. Daniel looks soft and adorable, and she asks shyly, Does Daniel like pancakes? Yes, I like it. The big girl happily nodded when she heard there was a cake to eat, her big eyes shining brightly. Good. Then tonight I will give you delicious cakes, Chui said as she spoke to the big girl. She scooped 2 bowls of cornmeal from her pocket, added cold water, and stirred to make a slightly dry batter. After letting it rest for a little while, she added some salt and chopped wild vegetables. Once the batter was ready, Chuer started a fire and cooked the food. The bright red flames danced happily in the stove. She boiled some sweet potato-flavored corn porridge in a big pot, then kneaded the wild vegetable mixed dough into balls. She pressed the dough into 2 round cakes and placed them on top of the corn porridge. Soon, the sweet aroma of cornmeal mixed with the scent of wild vegetables wafted out. Chuer lifted the lid, and after a burst of hot steam, the fragrant wild vegetable cakes were ready to serve. Meal is ready. Chuer cheerfully carried the wild vegetable cakes and corn porridge into the house. Seeing this, the big girl quickly climbed onto the kong, a traditional bed, helping Chuer set the table. Good girl. The big girl is so obedient. Chuer praised her naturally, placing the wild vegetable cakes on the table. Hearing Chuer's praise, the big girl shyly smiled, her face turning a little red. Seeing this, Chuer felt a warm feeling inside. She went over and gave her a quick kiss on the cheek, making the big girl giggle happily. Whether it was the delicious smell of the food or the sound of the big girl's laughter, Shiau, sitting on the kong, also started to make noises. His small face, which was once pale yellow, now showed a faint pink, clearly healthier after eating well these past 2 days. Shiau, you're so eager. Don't worry, we'll eat soon, Chuer said with a smile as she held him in her arms. She was preparing the table while talking softly to him. While Chuer was busy, she didn't notice that Lian Qingshan, sitting on the kong, had a very happy smile on his face, and a faint tear was forming at the corner of his eye. Time to eat. Chuer brought out the wild vegetables for dipping and scooped half a bowl of soy sauce onto the table. Then she looked at Lian Qingshan and spoke gently. Lian Qingshan nervously wiped his face, and then sat down at the kong table. He looked at the wild vegetable pancakes on the table, which were golden and green, and smelled the sweet aroma of the food. His heart felt full and warm. How many years had it been since he felt such a sense of home? Chuer took a wild vegetable pancake and gave one to Lian Qingshan, then handed another to Dinyo. She held Shiau in her arms, eating her meal and scooping sweet potato and corn porridge into a small bowl to feed Shiau. The golden wild vegetable pancake, when bitten into, made a crispy sound, and the crunchy texture was satisfying. As she chewed, the fresh sweetness of the corn flour spread in her mouth, mixed with the fragrant wild vegetables. Chuer thought she had never tasted such delicious, pure, natural pancakes before. Truly unpolluted, natural food is different. Shiau, who had been quietly sitting in Chuer's arms, suddenly couldn't sit still when he saw her eating the pancake. He had just been fed with a spoon earlier and had opened his mouth to eat. Now, seeing something even tastier than the porridge, he couldn't stay calm. He made eager sounds and reached out with his small hands toward the wild vegetable pancake in Chuer's hand. Shiau was quick. Chuer was worried he might fall onto the hot soup on the table, so she hugged him tightly. She watched as his anxious drool dripped down his chin. She wiped his chin with a cloth and smiled. Shiau wants to eat pancakes too? Shiau responded with urgent sounds. All right, I'll give Shiau some, Chuer said. She looked at the pancake in her hand, tore off a small piece from the part without any rough edges, and fed it to Shiau. Watching him happily eat while drooling, the whole family couldn't help but smile. Shiau's wish was fulfilled, and he stopped fussing. He took a spoonful of porridge, with a small piece of wild vegetable leaf or a soft piece of pancake that Chuer had picked out. The family of 4 enjoyed their meal happily and harmoniously. Chuer, thank you for your hard work, Lian Qingshan finally said after a long silence. He looked straight at Chuer, his eyes sincere and full of genuine gratitude, with a faint, almost invisible feeling of affection. It's nothing really. As long as you're all doing well, I'm at ease, Chuer replied softly. Chuer originally meant to say that as long as everyone is doing well, she would feel at ease when she leaves. However, to Lian Qingshan's ears, it sounded like Chuer cared about the family and truly considered him, Dinyo, and Shiau as part of the family. By the way, when was Shiau born? Chuer looked at the full, well-fed Shiau in her arms and suddenly asked. She was thinking, Shiau, who is already this big, he should be able to talk now, right? Why hasn't he said a single word yet? He was born in the lunar month of Liu, the 12th month, and he's already over a year old. Lian Qingshan answered directly after hearing Chui's question. He didn't think much about why Chui asked how old Shiau was, not realizing her real concern. Actually, it's not Lian Qingshan's fault. He has no children himself and has never taken care of any. When he first saw Dinyo, she was already 4 years old, so he couldn't compare. Lian Qingshan did his best to feed and care for both Dinyo and Shiau, making sure they had enough to eat and stayed healthy. As for when children should walk or talk, he was completely in the dark before his leg got hurt. Now he was lying on the Kong, a traditional heated bed, even less aware. Well, Shiau's first birthday has already passed. Chui nodded and continued, but inside, she was nervous. Shiau is almost a year and a half now. He's grown big, but he still can't talk or walk. He's much later than normal children. She knew she had to teach him well. Chui made up her mind. Seeing Dinyo just nibbling on a biscuit and not eating vegetables, she picked a handful of wild greens, dipped a little sauce, and put it in Dinyo's bowl. Eat more, Dinyo, so you'll grow tall and pretty. Dinyo's eyes brightened when she heard Chui. She shyly smiled and lowered her head to eat the vegetables. Though still a bit shy, she was much better than when she first saw her, when she was too timid to look at anyone.
Today.
Does your leg hurt badly? Chui, after caring for the 2 children, looked at Lian Qingshan's handsome face. She felt a little nervous inside. She tried to hide her pounding heart and hesitated before asking. She had wanted to ask this since she entered the Lian family's house but had never dared. Sometimes, Chui saw sweat on Lian Qingshan's forehead and the veins on his hand bulging, clearly in a lot of pain. Yet he rarely even groaned. Well, it's nothing serious. I've survived injuries worse than this before, so it's not a big deal. Lian Qingshan forced a smile that looked a bit awkward and strained, probably aware that his smile seemed strange. He quickly put on a serious face and kept insisting it was nothing. Once it gets warmer and your leg stops hurting, I'll help you walk around the yard. If you don't move around, the muscles in your leg will weaken. Chui took a bite of her wild vegetable pancake, chewed for a while, and then said, Big girl and little tiger are still young. Lian Qingshan is the main pillar of this family. Only when he gets back on his feet can this family have hope after I leave. All right, I'll listen to you, Lian Qingshan said. When he heard this, a flicker of hope appeared in his eyes. His old thoughts rekindled. If his leg could really heal, and he could live happily with Chui and their 2 children, what a wonderful life that would be. After finishing their meal, Chui sat on the Kong, a traditional bed, sewing clothes. Suddenly, there was a noise outside the door, making Chui's heart tighten. The sun had already set, everyone in the family was inside, and she had closed the yard gate. Who could be outside? After finishing their meal, Chui sat on the Kong sewing clothes. Suddenly, a noise outside made her heart tighten. The sun had set, everyone was inside, and she had closed the yard gate. Who was outside? Chui's nervousness also made Lian Qingshan tense. He sat stiffly on the edge of the Kong, listening carefully. After a moment, he let out a breath. It's a person. It should be someone from the village. You go check. Oh, I see. Chui felt her mood relax instantly when she heard Lian Qingshan say it was a person. She was so nervous earlier because their home was quite far from the village. They lived alone on the hillside, and it was nighttime. If wild animals attacked, they wouldn't stand a chance to resist. I'll go check, Chui said, putting her needle back on the sewing box, slipping on her shoes, and getting ready to open the door. Wait a moment. Take the fire stick and don't open the door right away. Ask first, Lian Qingshan added quickly. Okay, Chui replied, picking up the fire stick from beside the stove and holding it in her hand. This fire-starting stick feels quite solid, about the thickness of a copper coin, and roughly as long as Chui's waist, a wooden stick used for poking the fire when cooking. Chui tightly held the fire stick, feeling a bit more confident. She nervously opened a small crack in the door. looked outside, and saw no scary wild animals in the yard. When she saw two figures outside, she finally relaxed and pushed the door open. The people outside had probably heard the noise of Chuer opening the door. Before she could ask who they were, someone at the door spoke. "It's me, In Huan from Qingshan's family." "Oh, Sister In Huan. Just a moment, I'll open the door now." Chuer's heart eased. They were villagers. "Don't worry, it's so dark and quiet here, and it's not a good time to visit," In Huan said while waiting for Chuer to open the door. "Come in quickly, Sister In Huan," Chuer said, opening the big door and letting the two inside. One was In Huan, whom she just met today, and the other was a man from the mountains she had never seen before. "This is your brother-in-law. Our harvest is good," In Huan said directly, pointing to the man beside her. "Hello, brother-in-law," Chuer responded politely. The moon hadn't come out yet, so the yard was very dark. She could only roughly see that In Huan's brother-in-law was tall and strong, but couldn't tell much more. She did see he was holding some things. "Come in quickly, Sister In Huan." Chuer closed the door again and turned to let In Huan and her brother-in-law inside. "Brother Fengshuo is here." "Sister Fengshuo." In Huan and her brother-in-law entered, and Qingshan quickly greeted them, showing a closer relationship than Chuer's way of calling them. Yes. Today Chuer said she wanted to make a special stick, maybe with some tree branches. I asked our Fengshuo to find a few. I'm a bit impatient, so I came right away once I found them, In Huan explained as soon as she sat down. Really found them so fast. Chuer's eyes lit up at her words. When she saw what In Huan's brother-in-law handed over, she was even more excited. He held 6 branches, all cut to the size Chuer asked for, some longer, some shorter, but overall, they looked usable for her. "I don't know if these are exactly what you need, but I brought them to show you first. If they're not right, we can find some more." Clearly, In Huan cares a lot about this matter. "Anything that works is good enough," Chuer happily said to In Huan. "Sister In Huan, I really don't know how to thank you and brother-in-law. You've been a huge help. It's nothing to thank us for. We're neighbors and friends. We help each other," In Huan replied with a smile. "Exactly. If Qingshan hadn't dug me out of the pile of bodies and carried me back to the camp, I might have turned into dust by now," Fengshuo said with deep emotion. Hearing this, Chuer looked at Lian Qingshan with new respect. Although she knew Lian Qingshan had been drafted into the army, she never expected that this honest-looking young man had such brave deeds. "Brother Fengshuo, that was a long time ago. Don't talk about it anymore," Lian Qingshan said, his face serious and without any pride. Instead, his brows were tightly furrowed, and his expression carried a hint of authority. "I've said too much. I won't say more," Fengshuo said, realizing Lian Qingshan was serious, and he stopped talking. He handed a branch to Chuer. "Sister-in-law, take a look at this branch. It's really good. With a few more like you too, especially coming out so late at night," Chuer said, noticing something unusual in their expressions. She knew there was more to it, but she couldn't figure out what. Since she was about to leave, she decided not to dwell on it. After thanking In Huan and her husband, and seeing them off, Chuer returned to her room and carefully examined the branches, pondering. "Chuer, what are you planning to do?" Lian Qingshan asked when he saw her serious look. "I'm making a crutch. I'll add a crossbar here, then put a cushion on top. That way, I can lean on it and walk," Chuer explained while mimicking how to walk with 2 branches as crutches. Lian Qingshan immediately understood.
"So,
"Even if your legs are weak, as long as your arms are strong, you can get around." Lian Qingshan was so excited, he almost jumped up. If his legs weren't inconvenient, he might have jumped from the bed.
yes.
"We'll think it over carefully. If it works, it'll make it easier for you to get around in the future," Chuer said with a smile, seeing his excitement. "Great. That's wonderful." The hope in Lian Qingshan's heart, the fire of hope to stand up again, burned brightly after hearing about the wooden cane. He immediately became energized and, together with Chuer, they studied how to peel the bark from the branches, where to add handles and where to add cushions. The work was lively and full of enthusiasm. In the following days, Lian Qingshan no longer sat idly on the Kong, a traditional bed. He was focused on making the cane. His efforts paid off. After 5 days of repeated failures, he finally made the simplest version of the cane. "Can I walk now?" Lian Qingshan sat on the edge of the Kong, holding the cane under his arm. His legs still hurt, but Chuer had washed and crushed the herbs she collected and applied them to his wound. His injury was healing well. At this moment, Lian Qingshan felt no pain in his leg. His mind was full of hope to stand up again and walk. "Yes, let's try," Chuer said with a smile. She helped Lian Qingshan stand up and watched him struggle to keep his balance. Chuer and Dinyo supported him from both sides. "Come on, let's take a few steps and see how it goes." Chuer helped him walk a few steps forward. As he gradually adapted to the cane, she slowly let go of his hand. "Chuer, I can walk. I can walk again." Lian Qingshan, after walking twice around the room, was so excited he almost threw away the cane. His eyes filled with tears as he spoke, his voice trembling with emotion. Please help support the new book rankings. Fans of Chui Say Tianyuan, please cast your recommended votes. Chuer, I can walk. I can walk again. After walking twice around the room, Lian Qingshan was so excited he almost threw away the cane. Tears welled up in his eyes as he spoke, his voice choking with emotion. "That's wonderful. That's great," Chuer said happily. "As long as we keep applying medicine properly, it won't be long before you don't need the cane anymore." "Yes, that's really wonderful," Lian Qingshan kept saying. Although his legs still hurt, he loved the feeling of being able to walk again. He stubbornly took 3 more laps around the room before Chuer gently persuaded him to rest on the Kong. In the following days, Chuer would go up the mountain every 1 or 2 days. Sometimes she went with Aunt Lu and others or alone to gather wild vegetables and mushrooms to improve the family's meals. Chuer was most worried about the lack of nutrition in Qingshan. For some reason, no one in the village was raising chickens, so there were no eggs, which are basic for good nutrition. This made Chuer very concerned about Qingshan's health. Most of the time, Qingshan rested on the bed, polishing his walking stick. He would walk around the house 3 times a day with his stick. At first, he could only walk 3 or 5 laps, but later he managed about 10 laps. He was able to walk longer each day, though he was often very sweaty and tired afterward. Since Qingshan was able to leave the bed, he took on all the chores he could manage around the house. Although he didn't do much, his hardworking attitude made Chuer very happy. Just being able to lean on his stick and walk for a little while was not enough for Qingshan. Of course, that was not Chuer's goal either. When Chuer went to the mountain, she still followed Aunt Lu's homemade remedies, finding herbs like bone-setting grass and muscle-growing grass, crushing them, and applying them to Qingshan's legs. She watched him get better day by day. "Big girl, take good care of Dad at home. I'm going to the mountain to pick some wild vegetables." One morning, after breakfast, Chuer picked up her basket, a sickle, and a small hoe, and headed up the mountain. After several trips with Aunt Lu, Chuer became familiar with the terrain of the nearby mountains. The mountains around the village, due to the high population and many hunters, rarely had wild animals. That's why Chuer was not attacked by wild beasts on her first night there. The nearby mountains were safe, but further north were many tall, old forests where wolves and bears lived. Even the tigers Qingshan had seen were in those woods. Ordinary villagers without martial art skills would never dare go there. Encounters with fierce animals could be deadly. Of course, Chuer also didn't dare go north. The mountain where her family lived was south of the village, and her activities were limited to the few nearby mountains around her home. Although villagers didn't often go there, it was relatively safe. Chuer casually picked up a stick and pushed aside the grass in front of her. Spring had warmed up, and reptiles and small animals had come out. As she moved the grass, she might scare away some rabbits, but she also drove out snakes hiding in the grass nests. That day, Chuer dug half a basket of wild vegetables and gathered a large bunch of wild mushrooms. She was happy until she suddenly heard a clucking sound nearby. The sound was a bit like a hen's call, but also a little like bird chirping. Could it be a wild chicken? Because she was worried about the nutrition from the Green Mountains, Chuer hoped to find a hen or something similar. Her eyes lit up with hope. When she heard the sound, she naturally didn't want to give up easily. Chuer looked around and saw no one. She put down her basket, then carefully took off her outer coat. This wasn't because she was afraid of the heat. Taking off her clothes was useful. Chuer knew her hands and feet were not very nimble, so she couldn't catch the bird-like creature with her bare hands. But with the coat, it was different. She covered the grass nest where the bird was with her coat, then swung her stick wildly to hit the bird. The bird initially tried to flap its wings and escape, but it was trapped by Chuer's coat. Struggling was useless. Maybe the coat suffocated it or Chuer hit it with her stick, but when she saw the grass no longer flapping, she carefully collected her victory. The bird had already fainted in the grass. Chuer held the large, fainted bird in her hands. She didn't care about how dirty the bird was. She tore off a sturdy, long grass stalk and tied the bird's legs and wings. Thinking it wasn't secure enough, she took some rope from her basket used for tying firewood and tied the bird up again, then attached it to her basket. Only then did she feel at ease and clap her hands with satisfaction. She caught a wild chicken, and Sueli's heart was filled with happiness. She thought about using the chicken to make some good chicken soup to help Lian Qingshan get stronger. A smile couldn't help but appear on her face. Carrying her basket and the wild chicken inside, she returned to the place where she had caught the chicken earlier. She picked up her clothes, which were spread out in the grass, and put them on. When she looked back into the nest made of grass, she was surprised to find a few light brown eggs. Thank heaven! I actually managed to catch this wild chicken today. Sueli's eyes squinted happily. She carefully picked up the eggs and placed them at the bottom of her basket. After covering them with some wild vegetables, she put the chicken back on top. Today's harvest is really good. Looking at the chicken in her basket, Sueli didn't bother picking more wild vegetables. She hurried home, thinking about how to make the most of the chicken. This chicken is so big, I can cook it in 3 parts. 1 part to eat now, and the other 2 parts to be preserved for later. In a few days, I can give some to Qingshan to help him get stronger. And these eggs can be stored for a longer time, at least 10 days or half a month. I won't have to worry about nutrition. Sueli felt relieved. She walked faster than usual. Normally, it would take her half an hour to walk home, but today she finished in just about 15 minutes. Qingshan, big girl, I'm back. Sueli stood outside the gate with her basket and called out to the yard. Then she opened the gate and entered. Before she could set down her basket, Big Girl ran out from the house. You're back, Big Girl said shyly. Compared to the first day she saw Sueli and ran away, now she could talk normally with her. Big Girl had made a lot of progress. But there was one thing that worried Lian Qingshan. He wasn't sure if Big Girl did it on purpose or by accident, but since Sueli came to the Lian family, he had never heard her called Sueli mother. Thank you, Stilia, for the 2 good luck charms and for the first tip on the new book. I'm so happy. Mwah. Today, I finished work early and am updating now. If you like the green color, please vote for me with your recommendation tickets. Chuer happily carried a basket filled with wild chickens and eggs back home. She carefully closed the yard gate, then looked mysteriously at the big girl while pushing aside the grass and sleeves covering the wild chicken's head. Big girl, guess what I brought back? Oh, a wild chicken. Even though the big girl usually speaks and acts timidly and is cautious of Chuer, she's still a child. Seeing a whole colorful big wild chicken, her eyes lit up. She tilted her face eagerly and looked at Chuer. Is this for eating? Of course, it's for eating. I picked some mushrooms earlier, and Aunt Lu gave us a few potatoes the other day. We'll stew the chicken with those. Chuer saw the expectant look on the big girl's face and couldn't help but reach out to pinch her small face. She noticed that her face looked a bit fuller than before, which made Chuer feel even happier. Stew the chicken? When she heard there would be meat, the big girl's face lit up. She happily followed Chuer into the house. I'm back, Chuer said as she carried the basket inside and took out the wild chicken. Hey, where did you get the wild chicken? Lian Qingshan also brightened at the sight of the chicken. He had caught many before when his leg was healthy, but mostly sold them for the family, so they rarely ate their own. I saw it while digging wild vegetables. I covered it with my clothes and caught it. It's just right to help you strengthen your body, Chuer said with a smile. Chuer, thank you for your hard work. Lian Qingshan felt warm inside when he heard this. His eyes grew a little moist. Afraid that his feelings might make Chuer laugh at him, he quickly changed the subject. This wild chicken looks fat. It must weigh about 5 jin. Exactly. Not only did I find a wild chicken, but I also discovered a nest of eggs. We'll eat those at home too, to give everyone some nourishment. Chuer placed the wild chicken on the bed and took out the eggs. Little Tiger is young and curious. Seeing the lively scene, he crawled over from the edge of the bed, reaching out his hands to be picked up by Chuer. When Chuer held him, he excitedly blew bubbles. She then called out to Big Girl, Big Girl, come see how many eggs we have. 1, 2, 3. There are 6 eggs in total, Big Girl carefully counted, pointing at the eggs in the basket as Chuer had taught her. Big Girl is really clever. There are 6 eggs. Chuer kissed Big Girl on the cheek, watching her bright eyes and smiling face, feeling very happy inside. Chuer looked at the wild chicken in the basket, which moved slightly, as if waking up. Suddenly, she remembered something. When she was hunting the wild chicken earlier, she had been full of energy from nowhere, but now, about to kill the chicken, she felt a little scared. Qingshan, I want to ask you something. Can you help me kill this chicken? I'm too afraid. Chuer hesitated, looking at Lian Qingshan with a sad, pleading expression. Lian Qingshan chuckled softly. Don't worry, I'll handle the chicken. Later, I'll go to the yard, clean the chicken, and you just do the cooking. Seeing Chuer's worried look, he couldn't help but smile, feeling a soft warmth in his heart. As a girl from a rural family who wouldn't be afraid to kill a chicken, Chuer was usually kind and gentle, not like ordinary girls. Lian Qingshan felt something strange in his heart, but didn't think too much about it. He only thought about how good Chuer was to the children and how she had suffered a lot with him. He felt he owed her a lot. Although it was still some time before lunch, the family couldn't wait any longer. Lian Qingshan leaned on his cane and walked outside. He sat down on the small stool Chuer had prepared under the wall. Chuer quickly got some hot water and scissors, placing them aside before rushing back into the house. Lian Qingshan watched Chuer hurriedly leave and couldn't help but smile. He turned to look at Big Girl, who was staring at the wild chicken in his hand without blinking. He teased her. Big Girl, why are you just standing here? Are you afraid of killing the chicken? I'm not afraid, Big Girl said with her bright, clear eyes. In her heart, killing chickens wasn't scary at all. What she was really afraid of were the women who could hit people, like that tall, skinny woman who had been so kind to her at first but later secretly pinched her. Lian Qingshan sighed inwardly, proud of the brave daughter of a military family. Her father was a general before he passed away. She grew up near the battlefield. Though she seems a bit timid now, deep down she is still a brave girl. Big Girl is really brave, Lian Qingshan unconsciously praised her. After saying this, he suddenly realized that Chuer had also influenced him. When children do well, he started to praise them too. Dad. The big girl shyly smiled, her face lighting up with happiness. When kind aunts praise her, she feels happy, but when her dad praises her, she feels even more joyful. Chuer hurried back into the house, patting her chest and catching her breath for a while before she felt better. She secretly laughed at herself for being a little timid. Then she quickly prepared dinner for the evening. The main dish was braised chicken. But they couldn't finish all the chicken at once, so Chuer planned to divide it into 3 parts, one for tonight and the other 2 to be pickled and eaten in a few days. The main dish was braised chicken with fresh mushrooms from the mountain and potatoes sent by Aunt Lu. The wild chicken with mushrooms was ready. For the staple food, they would have flatbread. The fragrant chicken soup with crispy, golden flatbread would be delicious. Besides that, they would prepare a cold wild vegetable salad, which was a special feast Chuer had never had since coming to Lian's home. She started cooking right away. Chuer washed and cleaned the wild vegetables, cut them into small pieces, blanched them in water, then added salt, wild scallions, garlic, and soybean paste to make a tasty wild vegetable salad. She peeled and cut the potatoes into chunks and set them aside in a basin. Then she picked out the mushrooms she had collected over the past few days, trimmed off the hard stems with scissors, washed them thoroughly, and broke them into pieces. The mushrooms were now ready. After finishing these tasks, Chuer listened outside. She didn't hear the wild chicken's frantic calls anymore. She took a deep breath and cautiously left the kitchen. When she reached Lian Qingshan, she saw that he had already killed the wild chicken and cleaned all the feathers off. Chuer, you're here. The chicken is ready, Lian Qingshan said with a smile. He seemed proud of his contribution in the house, and his smile was brighter than usual. That's so nice. I took the chicken into the kitchen. Would you prefer to enjoy the sunshine in the yard or rest inside for a while? Chuer saw the clean and neat wild chicken and felt a warm feeling inside. Although she didn't speak sweet words, her gentle actions and quiet tenderness showed in every move. Enjoying the sunshine in the yard sounds good today because the weather is nice. Lian Qingshan looked at the sky and smiled at Chuer. Okay. Chuer placed the wild chicken in the kitchen, then took out a piece of clothing from inside. She asked the older girl to put a stool at the door. She helped Lian Qingshan sit down on the stool and covered his legs with the old clothes. Lian Qingshan watched Chuer lower her head to cover his legs. Her fair face, with soft fine hair shining in the sunlight, looked so warm. Her smile made Lian Qingshan feel happy and a little moved. Chuer finished covering Lian Qingshan's legs and also brought out Shiau, placing him in Lian Qingshan's hands. I'll be cooking in the kitchen. You can play with Shiau and the others. Call me if you need anything. All right, Lian Qingshan replied, watching the older girl play in the yard and teasing Shiau in the sun. Soon, a rich aroma of chicken filled the kitchen. Lian Qingshan sat at the door, feeling as if he was basking in the sun, warm and fragrant. That's all for today's update. If you're not satisfied yet, you can visit the completed stories on the site. After settling Lian Qingshan, Chuer went into the kitchen. She used a kitchen knife to cut the wild chicken into 3 large pieces. She kept 2 pieces aside, salted them, and hung them on a rope in the kitchen with a piece of hemp string. The remaining large piece was chopped into smaller parts, ready to be cooked today. First, she sautéed chopped wild green onions in the pot to add flavor. Then she quickly poured the chicken pieces into the pot and stirred rapidly. The chicken, which had some water, sizzled loudly when it hit the hot oil. In just a moment, the color of the chicken changed from light pink to milky white where it touched the hot iron pot. Chuer kept stirring quickly. When all sides of the chicken turned white, she added 2 large ladles of water. The oil from the chicken and the remaining fat floated to the surface, forming shiny yellow oil circles. Chuer quickly added some firewood to the stove, and the flames burned brightly, boiling the water. She then put in the chopped potatoes and mushrooms. Soon, the aroma of stewed chicken filled the air. Seeing that the chicken was almost done, Chuer quickly made a large pancake beside the pot. The tender, flavorful chicken and the golden pancake looked very tempting. She added more fire and covered the big pot, then stepped out of the kitchen. Dinner is ready, come back inside. Chuer shook her apron and looked at Lian Qingshan and the 2 children lying in the sun, playing happily. She smiled and called to them. Smells so good. Chuer, your cooking is amazing. I can already feel myself getting hungry just smelling it. Lian Qingshan, smelling the delicious aroma, felt his stomach growl. He wondered why, when he was lying helpless on the bed and couldn't move, he didn't feel hungry at all. But ever since Chuer came, he always felt hungry. Hunger is good. It means your body needs nourishment. Eating more will help you recover, Chuer said happily when she heard Lian Qingshan say he was hungry. She was glad. Being hungry meant he was getting better. Gently, Chuer took the little tiger, who was babbling and not saying much, and carried him inside. Big girl, help me move the stool inside, then wash your hands and give little tiger a towel to wipe his hands, Chuer said as she came out of the house, helped Lian Qingshan stand up, and went inside. She kept giving instructions to the older girl. Okay, the older girl replied cheerfully. She stepped onto a small stool, scooped water from the basin into a bowl, and obediently washed her hands. Then she took a towel, soaked it in the water, wrung it out, and went inside to wipe little Tiger's hands. Of course, children doing chores are not always careful. For example, they might spill some water on the ground or drip water from the towel. But for Chwaer, these were not big problems. As long as the older girl was learning new things, it was a good start. The older girl was already 7 years old. At 7, children, whether in ancient or modern times, can do some simple tasks. Chwaer didn't want to be a cruel stepmother, but she knew she would leave eventually. The sooner the girl grew up, the better it would be for their future. Qingshan, come, sit properly. Chwaer gently helped Lian Qingshan onto the bed and carefully looked at his leg. Seeing there was no problem, she relaxed and went to the kitchen to serve the food. At this time, Dinyo had already wiped Xiaohu's hands and handed him a towel, so Lian Qingshan could also wipe his hands. Lian Qingshan took the towel from Dinyo and couldn't help but think that Chwaer was really better at teaching children. He only cared that the kids ate well and didn't get sick. He had never thought much about their practical skills. Dinyo is so obedient, even wiping Dad's hands. Chwaer carried a big basin of fragrant stewed chicken into the room. Seeing the towel inside, she smiled and praised. Later, we should reward Dinyo with a big piece of chicken. Hearing Chwaer, Dinyo giggled happily, proud like a little hen that just laid an egg. All right, time to get on the bed and prepare to eat, Chwaer said while quickly bringing in the remaining plate of pancakes and a dish of cold wild vegetables from the kitchen. Dinner is ready, Chwaer called out. The steaming, fragrant stewed wild chicken, golden cornmeal pancakes, and fresh green vegetables looked so appetizing. Come, eat more. Chwaer placed a chicken leg into Lian Qingshan's bowl, added a chicken wing to Dinyo, and for Xiaohu, she carefully shredded a chicken breast with a spoon, feeding him with chicken soup and potatoes. The rich, tender chicken was so soft that it almost fell off the bones when bitten. The family enjoyed their meal at the warm, lively table, eating pancakes, chicken, potatoes, and mushrooms happily. Dinyo, is the chicken good? Chwaer asked with a smile, watching Dinyo almost bury her face in her bowl. Yes, it's delicious. Dinyo looked up and nodded happily. Her innocent, bright smile was so warm it could melt ice and snow. If you like it, eat more. When you grow up, you'll take care of Xiaohu too. Chwaer smiled with her eyes squinting, gently touching Dinyo's hair. Because her hair was yellow and soft, probably from not enough nutrition before, Chwaer decided to do her best to nourish her while she still could. Lian Qingshan, you should eat more too. This chicken soup is good. I cooked it for a long time, so it's very nourishing. Chwaer watched Lian Qingshan quietly eating and couldn't help but serve him a spoonful of chicken soup. Lian Qingshan looked up and stared at Chwaer with eyes full of warm affection, as if they could burn. This made Chwaer's heart suddenly tighten, and she felt her face grow hot. She hurriedly looked down, unsure of what to do, poking at the bottom of her bowl with her spoon, forgetting to eat her meal. Chwaer was shyly looking down, but Xiaohu, who couldn't wait to eat, wasn't willing to stay quiet. His small hand grabbed Chwaer's hand, trying to bring her spoonful of food to his mouth. Oh, look at Xiaohu, he's learning to eat by himself. Chwaer, distracted by Xiaohu's interruption, forgot her shyness. Seeing Xiaohu holding her hand and trying to eat, she happily shared the moment with Lian Qingshan. Xiaohu didn't realize he had attracted the attention of the whole family. His goal was clear, the spoon filled with chicken and potatoes that Chwaer was holding. He used all his strength to move Chwaer's hand closer to him, then eagerly lunged forward, trying to put the spoon into his mouth. Xiao was in such a rush that he managed to get the spoon into his mouth, but the chicken and potatoes inside the spoon ended up all over his nose. His small face, about the size of a palm, was covered with a heap of yellow potatoes. He looked innocently at the stuff on his nose, and his two black grape-like eyes surprisingly locked onto it. Everyone in the house burst into laughter at Xiaohu's silly antics. The family laughed so hard they leaned back and forth. Xiaohu, the little bundle of joy, didn't realize they were laughing at him. Seeing everyone laugh, He happily clapped his hands and smiled. That meal left the family very full, but more than just being full, they were all happy to be together. While they ate, unknown to them, on the other side of the mountain, Aunt Lu took a detour to look at Lian's house. Seeing the smoke rising from the chimney, she felt relieved and turned to leave. As she walked away, she muttered to herself, Qingshan's wife really made a good choice. It's Thursday. Tomorrow is Friday, and I am looking forward to the weekend. Please support me with your votes. If you think my story about vows is good, please cast a vote for me. Since catching that wild chicken, Chuer cooked a stewed chicken at home. The next day, the girl stood in the kitchen, looking up at the hanging chicken, drooling. She often followed Chuer, asking when they could eat the chicken. Chuer doesn't mind children being greedy, but she feels worried because the family's food is running out. She knows she will leave soon, so before that, she wants to help Lian Qingshan grow up. Even if he can't fully recover, he should at least be able to walk and take care of himself. As for Lian Qingshan's younger brother, Lian Qingshu, and his wife, Chuer has little hope for them. Since she arrived at Lian Qingshan's house, besides the first time when they brought a bowl of cabbage soup and a thin cornmeal porridge, they only brought food twice. The food was simple, similar to the cabbage soup. Lian Qingshan, the older brother, didn't say much, and Chuer, as an outsider, felt she shouldn't say much either. She heard that the younger sister-in-law, Dong, has a 3-year-old boy and a nursing girl. Chuer thought everyone was busy and that the family didn't have much food, so she didn't ask further. How to make money is a big task for Chuer now, besides helping Lian Qingshan heal his leg and teaching Shiau to walk and talk. This task is even more important because it affects her current life and her future after leaving the Lian family. How can I make money? How? Chuer carried a basket and walked along the village path to visit Aunt Lu. They planned to gather and pick acorns together. In ancient times, Chuer had learned about prices indirectly. 1 tael of silver was worth 1,000 large coins. 1 large coin could buy a steamed bun or an egg. 3 large coins could buy a jean of cornmeal, but a jean of rice or white flour cost about 10 large coins. Chuer had about 3 or 4 taels of silver in her hand, along with hairpins and similar items, totaling roughly 10 taels of silver. For a woman, this was considered some savings. However, Chuer dared not show any of this money openly. The 3 or 4 taels of silver were meant to be used as capital for her future business, while the remaining jewelry was not to be touched. The jewelry was quite delicate and likely belonged to the original owner. If she ever remembered the original owner's family, she could recognize them by these items. Recklessly selling or losing these belongings could lead to trouble if they were linked to those who once harmed the original owner. Chuer was able to move freely and without fear in this village because she was sure there were no enemies from the mountain village nearby. After entering the mountain village with Aunt Lu, Chuer asked around and learned that only hand-pulled carts or small ox carts were used in the village. There were no large carts like the ones Chuer remembered. This suggested that her enemies were not in this village. As they approached Aunt Lu's house, Chuer's mind was still troubled, unable to think of ways to make money. She decided to stop worrying and instead carefully observed the surrounding yards. The yards in this village were quite different from Lian's family's yard. The biggest difference was the absence of the tall earthen walls that surrounded Lian's home. Most high walls belonged to families on the village outskirts. In the middle of the village, walls were only about as high as Chuer's thighs. Walking along the small paths, she could see each household clearly. Chuer had become quite familiar with moving around in this mountain village. When she found Aunt Lu's house and went with her to find Aunt Chunju, they were planning to harvest elm seeds today. Naturally, they needed Chunju's young son, Shiau, a boy around 10 years old. After visiting Aunt Lu, Aunt Chunju, and Inhuan, Chunju's eldest son, nicknamed Shiau, suddenly came in from outside. His face looked strange as he glanced at Chuer, then quietly said something to Chunju. He looked a bit nervous and hurried into the house. "Let's take the back street around," Chunju said, her face not looking very happy, but she didn't say much. She pointed to a path behind her. Although Chuer didn't understand the reason, she didn't ask questions and simply followed Aunt Chunju and the others. After walking for a while, Granny Lu suddenly pointed to a courtyard and said, "Qingshan's wife hasn't been here before, right? This is your family's old courtyard. Qingshan was born here when he was little. Next to it is my family's place. When Qingshan was born, I even held him in my arms." Chuer looked in the direction Granny Lu was pointing. She saw a small but tidy courtyard with 3 brick and tile houses that looked old. The wall around the yard was only half a person high. In front of the houses, there was a small table with a big basin on it. A young man sat beside the table with a 2- or 3-year-old child. A young woman was coming out of the house carrying dishes. This was Dongshi. The kid keeps shouting, "I want meat, I want meat." The child was crying happily and cutely, reminding Chuer of her own little tiger. She couldn't help but smile. "Rice and plain food aren't enough for you. And now you want meat? Do you think I'm running a money shop?" Dongshi yelled at the child, loudly placing dishes on the table. It was a plate of stir-fried vegetables, and there was indeed some meat in it. Don't blame Chuer for noticing clearly. Since coming here, besides catching wild chickens to eat the meat, she hadn't seen any other meat. Now, seeing the bright red slices of pork in the stir-fry, Chuer felt her throat tighten and couldn't help but salivate. People with little money often have short spirits. Chuer thought to herself, "I used to be a respected office worker, eating all kinds of delicacies. How can I drool over just a few slices of pork? That's so wrong." She clenched her fists silently, feeling a bit upset inside. "Oh, it's unfortunate they're eating now. I wanted to go see them, but since they're busy eating, I'll just stay back," Chuer said. She didn't remember much about Qingshan's younger brother, Lian Qinghe, but she didn't like Dongshi, his wife, so she didn't want to get too close. "Yeah, better not go. They're eating rice and meat, and if we go, they might think we're just greedy beggars," Granny Lu said, noticing Dongshi glancing over here with some displeasure. "Let's go." Aunt Lu waved her hand and led everyone away. Once they were a little farther from home, she quietly said to Aunt Chunju, "Even the second family, they only eat their own food. The eldest in their family is paralyzed on the bed, and later they wouldn't even give him a hot meal. He eats plain rice and meat at home. TSK, TSK, TSK. That's not fair." Aunt Chunju nodded in agreement. After speaking, she sighed and said no more, clearly thinking about Chuer, who was still following behind. Chuer was fine. Even though the second family ate plain rice at home, she couldn't even get porridge sometimes. It's just a matter of fate, right? There's no point in feeling resentful. Since they had separated, Chuer's family and the Lu family no longer had any financial ties. Thinking of this, Chuer let go and stopped worrying about the Lu family's meals. Instead, she happily discussed with Yin Huan about how to eat the acorn caps. On the mountain trail, Chuer was very familiar with the way. She and Yin Huan talked about how to eat acorn caps, walking quickly. Before long, they had left the village and reached the mountain.
Whoa.
Little Mountain Yao walked slowly. "When we get under the tree, don't rush," Aunt Chunju called out, encouraging her son, Little Mountain Yao, to climb the tree and pick acorn caps. "Okay," Little Mountain Yao responded loudly and ran toward a big elm tree. For boys, climbing trees is always fun, especially when they can get tasty treats and help with chores at home. Little Mountain Yao was very excited. He was already 13 and not short. He looked lively and adorable. He quickly climbed a tall elm tree, crouched on a sturdy branch, and broke off branches full of acorn caps to throw down. "Take it slow and be careful not to fall." Aunt Chunju watched her son happily climbing and couldn't help but frown slightly, reminding him sternly. "Mom, don't worry," Little Mountain Yao said happily. Seeing that there were already quite a few acorn caps on the ground, he stopped throwing and said, "Mom, you can start picking. I'll eat a couple first." "All right, hold on tight," Aunt Chunju replied. She then called everyone, including Aunt Lu, to help pick up the acorn caps from the ground and gather them for processing. Chuer looked at the fresh elm seeds on the ground, and then at the little yam lying happily on the elm tree, stuffing seeds into his mouth. Seeing his chubby face, She couldn't help but look forward to how her own little tiger would grow up, hoping he would be as strong as the little yam. Hey, do you all have plans on the 4th day of next month? Spring Bamboo Ant suddenly asked while squatting on the ground, happily picking elm seeds, a big smile on her face that couldn't be hidden. Next month on the 4th? Nothing special. Oh, is it your family's good news coming soon? Aunt Lou quickly put down her elm branches and leaned in to ask Spring Bamboo Ant.
What?
Good news for the yam. Silver Ring also came over, looking curious. Chwer naturally didn't fall behind. Although she didn't say anything, her eyes sparkled as she stared eagerly at Spring Bamboo Ant, hoping she would speak soon. Someone told us that our yam has a marriage prospect. It's a girl from Zhang's family in Front Hill Village. She'll come to visit next month on the 4th. Nothing else planned, so it's settled, Spring Bamboo Ant said with a smile, not hiding anything. I've already met the girl. She's handsome and has a round bottom. She looks like she'll be easy to marry. Getting married. Oh, hearing this, the little yam on the tree also got excited. He grabbed the branches and shook them wildly, causing the leaves to fall with a rustling sound. Little yam, what are you doing? If you fall, what will happen? Spring Bamboo Ant shouted at the yam on the tree, scaring him so much that he didn't dare to move. Then she turned back to Aunt Lou and the others. So, when the time comes, can you come help me out? Help with cooking and such? Sure, no problem. Aunt Lou immediately nodded confidently, then pointed at Chwer. Chwer's cooking skills are good. Let her come too. In a rural place like Ho Shan Tun, helping with chores when a daughter-in-law comes to take care of the house is considered very respectful. Aunt Lou was also giving Chwer some face. That's for sure. Spring Bamboo Ant looked at Chwer working quickly and neatly. She had already wanted to invite her, and Aunt Lou had said the same. She immediately looked at Chwer. Spring Bamboo Ant takes good care of me, so I definitely have to join the fun. I want to see what the girl Annie chose looks like. Even if she doesn't call me, I'll still sneak over to take a look, Chwer said with a bright smile. After spending so much time with Silver Ring, she had unconsciously learned to act spoiled with Aunt Lou and Spring Bamboo Ant. Look at Chwer's small mouth. It's so pretty, like it's coated with honey. Silver Ring hugged Chwer and pointed at her tender, juicy little mouth. Aunt Lou and Aunt Chunju both laughed happily. Their help with the matchmaking was settled. Come on, let's quickly gather elm seeds. It's early spring, and there aren't many vegetables in the garden yet. When we have time, we should all think about what dishes to make for the family's special meals, Aunt Chunju said, thinking about her son's marriage. She joked with Aunt Lou for a while before getting back to work. All right, we'll all go then. Everyone agreed, laughing and chatting as they continued gathering elm seeds. In her past life, Chwer had read a story called Elm Seed Rice in school. Although she had lived in the countryside, she had never climbed a tree and never eaten it. She always wondered when she could try it. Now, holding fresh, green, juicy elm seeds in her hand, her wish to eat elm seed rice was finally coming true. After filling a basket with elm seeds, they prepared to go home. Before leaving, Chwer picked 2 fresh elm branches. Big Girl and Little Tiger are still young and probably haven't seen these. I'll bring them home to show them something new, she said. Oh, Chwer, you're like a mother more than your own mother. Aunt Lou and Aunt Chunju praised her. Yes, I really can't compare to Chwer. I'll also bring a branch for our potato, Silver Ring said, thinking. Potato is 3 years old now and full of energy. Giving him a branch will keep him busy for a long time. You're so caring about the kids, but sometimes you're just fooling around. Aunt Lou laughed happily. They all started heading down the mountain. When they were near the village, Aunt Chunju suddenly looked a little nervous. The 3 of them took Chwer to her house and quietly said, "Stay inside these days." Just now, Shanyao told me that a troublemaker named Zhou-san from the town has come to our village. Since you look good, stay away from him. It's not worth getting scared over. Thank you, Aunt Chunju, Chwer said respectfully, bowing slightly. I'll visit your house on the 4th day of next month to help you out. Good, go back now. We're leaving too. Spring Auntie cheerfully agreed, and then took Silver Ring and the others away. Chuer entered the house, greeted Lian Qingshan, and saw him sitting on the kong, a traditional bed, weaving something with willow branches. Chuer rinsed the branches from the elm tree with water, shook off the excess, and placed them on the kong. She let Daniu feed Xiao while playing, then went to the kitchen to cook. The fresh elm branches were cleaned, mixed with 90% elm and 10% cornmeal. She gently kneaded the mixture until well combined, sprinkled a little salt, and steamed it over high heat. In just a moment, the elm rice was ready. Before opening the lid, the sweet, fresh aroma of the steamed elm spread out. Daniu carried Xiao out of the house, eagerly staring at the steaming pot. "Are you hungry?" Chuer, who had been busy all morning, also felt a bit hungry. Seeing Daniu and Xiaohu's eager faces, she smiled and said, "If you're hungry, let's eat." Golden cornmeal combined with tender green elm, fragrant and delicious, with an incredibly fresh and sweet taste. The big scallions from the vegetable garden, mixed with homemade sauce, made this meal very satisfying for the family of 4. After eating, the family sat on the kong. Lian Qingshan wove a basket with soft willow branches. Chuer taught Daniu to sew while talking to Xiaohu, who babbled happily. The small thatched house was filled with sweetness and warmth. Lian Qingshan occasionally looked up at Chuer with a gentle gaze that seemed almost to drip with affection. On a sunny weekend, with clear weather outside, Yan Yi was working overtime at home. He hoped to finish his work quickly and then write more. Dear friends with voting tickets, please support Chuer.
Mwah.
Days passed, but Chuer still hadn't found a way to earn money. Although she went to the mountain every other day to gather wild vegetables, elm branches, and mushrooms, which helped slow down the family's grain consumption, they still needed to eat. Finally, after a month at Lian's house, only half of the remaining cornmeal and sweet potatoes were left. Watching the grain bags slowly empty, Chuer felt uneasy. No grain meant hunger, and in ancient times, hunger could be deadly. Although Chuer still has some silver, in this unfamiliar ancient land, she really doesn't dare to take out all her money. She can repay their kindness with care, but not with silver, because she doesn't have much of it herself. Previously, Lian Qinghe and his wife, who are responsible for feeding Lian Qingshan, used to bring food once or twice a day, but for some reason, now they only come every 4 or 5 days, still bringing simple, bright cornmeal porridge or cabbage soup. Although Chuer doesn't say much, she secretly looks down on Lian Qinghe and his wife. They eat meat and rice but are too stingy to share with her brother. Their hearts are too small. But she can't rely on them forever. She needs to find ways to earn money quickly. "Qingshan, we've already eaten half of our grain. Do we have other food at home? Or how did you earn money to support us before?" Chuer thought for several days and finally decided to be honest with Lian Qingshan. Even if she plans to leave the Lian family soon, she can't just watch them go hungry without water.
Chuer.
I sigh. When Chuer asked, Lian Qingshan's face suddenly turned very unhappy. He opened his mouth a few times but only let out a sigh. "Qingshan, what's wrong?" Chuer felt sorry to see him like this, but she knew that if she didn't ask clearly and made decisions on her own, she wouldn't be helping the Lian family but harming them. "Sigh, I'm really disappointed." Lian Qingshan put down the willow basket he was weaving and sighed deeply. His expression was complicated, as if he was distressed or regretful. His face changed several times before he finally spoke again. "Actually, after I was injured, besides the 2 silver coins spent on treatment, I also gave the couple, Lian Qinghe and his wife, 1 silver coin to take care of our family's food." Lian Qingshan's words were filled with pain. He tightly hugged his head, seeming unwilling to admit that his brother and sister-in-law, who took the money, were the ones who didn't feed him. 1 silver coin? How long did they support you with that? Chuer quickly thought. 1 silver coin is 1,000 coins, and in these mountains, silver is even more valuable. A jean of cornmeal costs about 3 coins. With 1 silver coin, she could buy over 300 jean of cornmeal. Over 300 jean of cornmeal, if eaten openly every day, would be enough for their family of 3 to last a year. After all, Big Girl and Little Tiger don't eat much, and even Lian Qingshan, who can't move easily, eats less than normal strong workers. But if this grain was used to make simple, watery dishes like the plain cabbage soup or the thin cornmeal porridge from before, even 3 years' worth wouldn't be a problem. Chui Er asks this to figure out how much money Lian Qingshan and his wife have lost. Decent meals, maybe for about 2 months. After that, it's pretty much like when you first arrived. Lian Qingshan's voice is dull. You've been injured for 4 months now. I've been here for a month. So, does that mean you've been eating only cabbage soup for a whole month? At this, Chui Er's voice trembles for some reason. She only knows she's very angry. Not at Lian Qingshan and his wife stealing money, but because she feels sorry for him, suffering from hunger and cold for a whole month. Qingshan, you've suffered. Chui Er tremblingly hugs his head to her chest. Somehow, her heart feels like a heavy stone is pressing down on her chest, making it hard to breathe, and her heart aches painfully. It's nothing. I'm fine, aren't I? Lian Qingshan feels Chui Er's strange behavior and the warmth of her care. All his bitterness suddenly disappears. Chui Er, if it weren't for that, I wouldn't have found you. I'm content. Lian Qingshan's words about being content make Chui Er's tears well up in her eyes. She silently hugs him and begins to cry. As she cries, her heart feels so wronged, as if all the pain from her past and present floods her mind at once. Her crying grows louder. The pain of losing her parents in her past life, the regret of not having children, the heartbreak of her husband's betrayal, and the fear of arriving in this ancient world all turn into a torrent of tears. Chui Er collapses into Lian Qingshan's arms, crying her heart out. Her crying is so intense that it frightens Big Girl nearby. Big Girl trembles and leans against the bed cabinet, silent for a long time. Her clear, black and white eyes flicker with fear. Yes, fear. The young girl was very scared. Her mother had cried and shouted on the Kong, a traditional bed, just like that, and after crying for a long time, she disappeared. The girl was very afraid, worried that this beautiful auntie might also vanish like her mother, crying out loud and then gone. She liked this pretty auntie very much, even though her father secretly told her to call her mother. The girl knew that the auntie was not her real mother. At this moment, seeing Chui Er crying so sadly, the girl finally made up her mind and called out, "Mother!" The two people, Lian Qingshan and Chui Er, who were heartbroken and crying loudly, were startled by the clear, tender voice. They quickly turned to look at her. The small girl, trembling and stubborn, leaned against the bed cabinet. Her big, wet eyes looked straight at Chui Er and Lian Qingshan. "Mother, don't cry. Don't go. You, Dad, me, and little Tiger, we should all live happily together." This was the first time the girl clearly called Chui Er mother, and also the first time she openly accepted her. Although she was a bit scared, her calling Chui Er mother made Lian Qingshan feel relieved. "Good girl, I won't leave. I won't go." Chui Er was touched by the girl calling her mother. Her heart softened, as if her past pain of not having children was eased in this moment. Her words, "Don't go," struck a nerve deep inside Chui Er, making her heart melt. The girl and little Tiger's dependence on Lian Qingshan made Chui Er suddenly realize that her heart was being subtly tied here, unable to move. Chui Er understood her own change. She hesitated and felt conflicted. Should she stay or leave? This once firm decision now made her feel stuck. If she left, she would have to give up a good man like Lian Qingshan and the 2 obedient children, the girl and little Tiger, who weren't her biological children but had become dear to her. Staying meant living in this poor mountain village, uncertain whether tomorrow would bring hunger or plenty. Would she let her youth be worn away by time? And if her true identity as a stepmother was exposed, what would happen? If Chui Nyang, the woman named Chui Nyang, returned, what would she do? Should she leave or stay? Just finished lunch, and suddenly strong winds and rain started outside. Luckily, I am a homebody, so I stayed at home writing without going out. Chui Er didn't have time to think about whether to leave or stay. She just turned and left. It was the 3rd day of the Lunar New Year. Chui Er's family had just finished breakfast and was cleaning up when Aunt Lu arrived. "Chui Er, do you have any chores today? If not, come with me to Chuanju's house. Tomorrow is the matchmaking day, so we should prepare some dishes today to save trouble tomorrow. Aunt Lu's loud voice rang from the other room, making little Tiger curious and peering outside with wide eyes. Wait a moment, Aunt Lu. I need to make some snacks for the 3 men and their family first, Chuer said quickly as she saw Aunt Lu coming in. Why bother with food? Today, we're going to help Aunt Chunju. She can't be short of food, right? Your family is just you, your husband, and 2 kids. You won't eat much. Just take a few things from Aunt Chunju's house later, and you'll have everything, Aunt Lu said casually, waving her hand. Is that okay? Aunt Chunju often helps me out. I'm going to help her, and I'll take some food too, Chuer hesitated. No problem. The more people help, the happier Aunt Chunju will be. When our daughter gets married in the future, it will be the same, Aunt Lu smiled. All right, I'll go then. Chuer thought it over and realized she didn't have enough time to cook for them. Luckily, there were a few leftover pancakes from this morning. She told Lian Qingshan, Qingshan, I'm going to help Aunt Chunju. If I can't come back in time, just eat a few pancakes from the pot to tide you over. I'll be back later. Okay, go ahead. Lian Qingshan waved to Chuer as she left the house. When Chuer arrived at Aunt Chunju's house with Aunt Lu, they weren't busy yet. Aunt Chunju was tidying up with a woman she didn't know. Sister-in-law, I've been waiting for you, Chunju said happily when she saw Aunt Lu, as if she had found a savior. Of course, didn't you see I came right after breakfast? Aunt Lu proudly responded to Chunju's attitude. She rolled up her sleeves, took an apron from nearby, and tied it around her waist, ready to start cooking. Sister-in-law, take a look. How is this prepared? Early this morning, Dad from the mountain went to the market and brought back some meat. Aunt Chunju said as she took a basket from inside the kitchen. She pulled out a large piece of meat, which looked to weigh over 10 jin. Yes, the fat and lean parts are just right. This will make delicious braised pork. Aunt Lu pinched the fat on the pork, which had 3 layers, perfect for making braised pork. Chuer, later you watch my cooking skills. The braised pork I make is famous in this area, even in 10 or 12 nearby villages, Aunt Lu said proudly with a smile. When I stew the meat later, you better pay close attention. All right, Aunt, just don't say I'm secretly learning your skills. Chuer replied with a smile. Seeing many aprons hanging by the door, she took one, tied it around her waist, and turned to Aunt Chunju. Auntie, if there's any work, just tell me to do it. Okay, I won't hold back then. Aunt Chunju watched Chuer handle things quickly and efficiently. She liked her very much and thought to herself that it would be great if her future daughter-in-law had the same temper. Aunt Chunju pointed to a pile of potatoes and sweet potatoes nearby. Chuer, you're from outside and probably know more about cooking than us folks from the mountains. Help me think about how to cook these vegetables. People say they need several dishes to serve guests. Our home only has some fresh chives from the backyard. Besides that, no other fresh vegetables. We can't give them wild greens, right? What should we do? She said, clapping her hands. While Aunt Chunju was talking excitedly, Chuer felt very close and friendly. The phrase, serving guests, the specific character is unknown, but it means guests, is a local dialect from the Northeast. It means visitors. When Chuer was very young, she heard her grandmother use this phrase and felt very close to it. Annie, have you decided what to cook yet? Chuer looked at the vegetables on the ground, several winter storage cabbages, some sweet potatoes, some potatoes, and the large piece of meat she previously gave to Aunt Lu. Plus the chives from the garden. That's just 4 kinds of greens. I think Lu's wife makes good braised pork and fried meatballs, so those are easy. But I don't know about other dishes. Usually we cook cabbage with potatoes, but it's not impressive enough. If the vegetables in the garden come out in a couple of months, everything will be better. But my son has fallen for a girl in town, and he can't wait. It's really hard. By the way, my husband said eggs are precious in our village, so he traded beans for 10 eggs. Chuer watched Aunt Chunju look worried and thought about how Lu Denyang often joked that Aunt Chunju only knew simple dishes. She realized that Aunt Chunju handles chores well outside the house, but cooking is difficult for her. Don't worry, Aunt, I will talk to Denyang and the others. I promise to make the family meal look nice, Chuer said, looking at the vegetables on the ground. She thought she could make 8 dishes with her cooking skills using these ingredients and comforted her. "All right, Aunt. We are counting on you," Aunt Chunju said happily. Before she could say more, someone arrived at the gate. It was the matchmaker for her yam. Naturally, they needed to entertain her well. Aunt Chunju stopped worrying about cooking and told Denyang she was coming to greet the matchmaker. "Denyang, how should we prepare the dishes?" Chwer asked, seeing Denyang in the kitchen preparing to light the fire. She sat by the stove to help. "Didn't Aunt Chunju say she would make braised pork and fried meatballs? Besides those, we need to pick 2 pieces of tofu," Denyang said, counting on her fingers and frowning a little. "This cabbage and potatoes are fine for everyday meals, but they don't look good enough for a special guest. Aunt Chunju cares about her reputation, and that yam boy really likes the girl from Zhang's family. We can't let the meal be embarrassing," Denyang said while preparing pork belly. When the water in the big pot boiled, she put a large piece of pork belly into it to cook. Chwer thought for a moment. Since she had fried meatballs, she decided to fry a few other dishes as well. It wouldn't use much more oil, so she planned to add 2 more dishes. "Which dishes? Tell me quickly." Aunt Lu was worried about the menu. Spring Bamboo Aunt had entrusted her with preparing the family feast. If she did a poor job, not only would it ruin the Mountain Yam's marriage, but her reputation would also suffer. When she heard Chwer could cook, she immediately became excited. "It's fried meat strips and swinging sleeve soup. Sorry for the late update today. I bought a set of Go Weiqi online. I was so excited when I brought it home that I forgot the time. Please forgive me, everyone. Fried meat strips and swinging sleeve soup? What kind of dishes are those?" Aunt Lu listened to Chwer and couldn't figure out what they were for a long time.
Well,
Fried meat strips are made from meat. Chwer explained both dishes using the method she knew from her past life. "Good. We'll make these 2 dishes too." Before Aunt Lu could say anything, Spring Bamboo Aunt, who was pouring water nearby, made the decision. "These dishes sound delicious. I've been in our village for so long, but I've never heard of such refined dishes. Making them will really make us proud." Spring Bamboo Aunt was straightforward and decided immediately. "Look at your aunt. She never misses a chance to show off. Chwer can make these dishes, so she should do a good job and give your aunt some pride." Aunt Lu joked while pointing at Spring Bamboo Aunt with a smile. Inside, she also wanted to see Chwer's cooking because the dishes sounded very tasty. Chwer responded softly, thinking about the ingredients needed for the fried meat strips and swinging sleeve soup. Usually fried meat strips just need meat, eggs, and flour. Since it's early spring, there aren't many green vegetables, but this dish is very practical. Swinging sleeve soup uses shredded potatoes, eggs, and garlic sprouts. The shredded potatoes and eggs are easy to find. Chwer looked at the large garlic braid hanging at Spring Bamboo Aunt's house. Surprisingly, she found quite a few garlic bulbs that had already sprouted. Chwer took the garlic apart and placed it in a shallow dish to soak in water. She estimated that by the next day, the garlic sprouts would grow. With enough ingredients, Chwer felt relieved. She chatted with Aunt Lu while helping her with the preparations. Chwer is naturally hardworking. These days, she has become familiar with how to use the ancient stove and pots at Lian's house, and she works quickly and efficiently. First, Chwer helps Aunt Lu remove the pork belly used for braised pork from the pot. After letting it sit for a while, she cuts it into slices about half a finger thick. She doesn't rest. She immediately starts cutting more meat to prepare minced meat for fried meatballs. "Aunt, how much meat and flour should I use for the meatballs?" Chwer looks at the large piece of pork in front of her. She plans to use a small tenderloin piece for the fried meat strips and points to the other parts to ask. About 1 gene of meat. Your Aunt Chunju isn't from a wealthy family, so let's save some for her," Aunt Lu says, placing the pork slices into a large bowl. She then guides Chwer on how to cut the meat. "Also, cut some meat for the fried meat strips now, so Aunt Chunju won't take it away when she brings a gift," Aunt Lu adds as she watches Chwer cut the meat. "Got it." Chwer nods, cuts the piece of meat suitable for the strips, which is about a gene, and places it on the cutting board. She then cuts some small pieces of meat for the stuffing, but doesn't mention it further. Aunt Lu usually doesn't watch Chwer cook often, but now, Seeing her work quickly and skillfully cutting and chopping, she nods repeatedly. She thinks to herself that Qingshan is a lucky girl. Although she was bought as a wife, she truly knows how to live life. After chopping the meat for the stuffing, Aunt Lu soaks some vermicelli, then adds green onions, ginger, cabbage, and cornmeal, mixing everything thoroughly. The ingredients for the fried meatballs are now ready. Your fried meat strips will also need to be fried, right? You do that first. After you're done, we can fry the meatballs, okay? Chui responds, then takes the piece of meat she set aside earlier, cuts it into small cubes about the size of a fingernail, and puts them in a basin. She adds salt and minced green onion and ginger, mixes with her hands, and sets it aside to marinate. Chui thinks that to make the meat strips delicious, she needs to use eggs and batter. She cracks one egg into a small bowl, but doesn't use the whole egg. Knowing eggs are precious, she only uses half, leaving the rest in the bowl. The meat and eggs were vigorously mixed in one direction for a while. Then, Chui took some finely ground cornmeal from the bag and added a little to the mixture. She stirred again until the meat and flour were evenly combined in the bowl, and then she was done. "Big sister, now we can fry it," Chui said, holding the meat coated with egg and flour in her hand and bringing it to Aunt Lu. "All right, get the oil hot. We're starting to fry," Aunt Lu replied. She cleaned the pot, poured in some oil, and lit the stove. "Okay." Chui held a pair of chopsticks in one hand and a small bowl with the meat pieces in the other. When the oil was hot, she picked up a few pieces of meat and dropped them into the pot, but she didn't put in many, only about 10 pieces before stopping. The coated meat quickly puffed up when it hit the hot oil, floating on the surface. It looked much larger than before. As the pieces slowly turned golden yellow, the smell of fried meat filled the air. "Wow, it smells really good," Aunt Lu said, sniffing the delicious aroma and looking at the shiny, golden meat pieces in the pot. She couldn't help but take a deep breath. "Big sister, here, try some and see how it tastes." Chui didn't want to seem boastful. She fried only a small amount at first, then scooped some out onto a plate for Aunt Lu to taste. Although she was familiar with this dish, everyone has different tastes. If Aunt Lu and Aunt Chunju didn't like the fried meat, she could wash the rest and make something else. "Come, let me try," Aunt Lu said without hesitation. The tempting smell of the meat kept wafting into her nose, making her stomach rumble. She ignored how hot it was and picked a piece from the plate to put in her mouth. Oh, so fragrant, so delicious. Aunt Lu chewed the meat and felt like all her past meals were wasted. Even her special braised pork wasn't as tasty as this meat. She kept praising it and took another piece from the plate to eat. Is this the start of frying meatballs? Why does it smell so good? Before Aunt Lu could call for Aunt Chunju, she already smelled the aroma. She looked at the golden pieces in Aunt Lu's hand and asked, "What are these?" Chui fried these meat pieces. "Come, try some. It's really delicious." While Mrs. Lu was talking, she picked up a piece of meat and fed it to Aunt Chunju. "How is it? Is it tasty?" "Smells so good." Aunt Chunju chewed the meat piece and felt that the golden brown skin was crispy, while the meat inside was flavorful, tender, and delicious. Chui is really talented. This meat is so fragrant. Aunt Chunju took another piece of meat and eagerly wanted to swallow it whole. "I'm glad you like it, Auntie. I'll keep frying more," Chui said with a smile. Seeing Aunt Chunju nod eagerly, she relaxed and continued frying the meat. The joy of being appreciated for her cooking made Chui work even faster. While Chui was frying the meat, little Yamroot outside smelled the aroma and ran over to look into the pot. "Mom, what's that so fragrant? You two are alike. Just smelling it makes you come over," Mrs. Lu joked casually with Aunt Chunju. "Your sister Qingshan is frying meat too. Here, take these and go eat. Take your time." Aunt Chunju, feeling happy and playful, loved children. Seeing little Yamroot's greedy look and noticing there was still plenty of meat in Chui's small basin, she picked out some fried meat pieces and put them into a small bowl for little Yamroot to eat. "Oh, tasty food." Little Yamroot cheered happily, stuffing the fried meat into his mouth. His face lit up with joy, and he felt the delicious aroma fill his mouth. Seeing little Yamroot's happiness, Chui'er suddenly remembered her older sister and little tiger at home. They were even younger than little yam root and had no tasty food at home. Chui'er clenched her chopsticks tightly, silently deciding to find ways to earn money when she returned. She definitely couldn't let her children go hungry. La la la, Chui'er's full moon celebration is today. In a month, her story has received over 400 bookmarks and 50,000 views, thanks to everyone's support. To show her gratitude, there will be an extra update tonight. Love you all, moi. After Chui'er finished frying the meat, she helped Mrs. Liu fry the meatballs. Thinking for a moment, she sliced 5 or 6 potatoes into thin strips and added them to the pot to fry as well. Although Aunt Liu and Aunt Chunju didn't know what Chui'er was going to do with the fried potato strips, they were happy to see the delicious fried meat pieces. They had no intention of stopping Chui'er. In fact, they were glad to see her helping. At the start of spring, when things were still plentiful, Chui'er and Aunt Liu had almost finished preparing the main dishes for tomorrow. Today's work was nearly done. Auntie, it's getting late. I should go home now, Chui'er said, looking at the sky outside, worried about her family, Lian, Qingshan, and her 2 children. Don't go yet. You helpers won't even get a seat tomorrow. Stay and eat here first. No need to rush home, Aunt Chunju quickly said, trying to persuade her. Qingshan isn't feeling well, and I'm worried about him, Chui'er said anxiously. Chui'er is a good girl. Don't stop her. Let her take a bowl of tonight's dishes home to eat, Aunt Liu said, seeing that Chui'er truly didn't want to stay at Chunju's house. She also thought about Qingshan, who was lying on the Kong heated bed and couldn't move. Chui'er was genuinely worried about him, so she advised Aunt Chunju. All right, then take more dishes home, Aunt Chunju said. She picked out most of a bowl of fried meatballs from a big basin and also took some from one of the 2 plates of fried meat pieces, placing them into a bowl. Auntie, we don't have many good things at home. Take these dishes back, and when you come again tomorrow, bring the bowl back, Aunt Chunju said, handing Chui'er a large, full bowl. Auntie, these dishes will be needed for tomorrow's banquet. I can't take them, Chui'er said, looking at the big bowl of meatballs and meat pieces. She really wanted to take them. If she could eat a little each meal, it would be enough to make her family's table rich for several days. But Aunt Chunju still had guests coming tomorrow. If Chui'er took the dishes, what would they eat? Can't you see? There's plenty of food here. The rest is reserved for tomorrow's guests. Everyone helping tonight can eat some. When you go home, you won't get any if you don't take some now. If you don't accept, I'll be unhappy, Aunt Chunju said, pretending to be annoyed. In truth, if Chui'er stayed and ate here, she wouldn't be able to finish such a big bowl. Aunt Chunju was kind to Chui'er and Qingshan and wanted to help them a little. Then, thank you, Auntie, Chui'er said gratefully. Chui'er saw that Aunt Chunju was sincere and not pretending, so she smiled and replied, Then I will thank Aunt for taking care of Dinyo and Xiao. Chui'er carried the big bowl out of Aunt Chunju's house and walked back home. She thought about how, later, Dinyo and Xiao would see delicious food and make cute, greedy faces. Chui'er felt very happy just thinking about it. When Chui'er reached the gate, she saw Lian Qingshan sitting on a bench in front of the house, weaving a willow basket. Dinyo was holding Xiao and walking in the yard. Chui'er called out, Qingshan, Dinyo, Xiao. I'm back. As soon as Chui'er spoke, the 3 in the yard turned their heads and looked eagerly at the door. Their bright eyes made Chui'er feel a little sad, wishing she could stay at home forever. I'm back, Chui'er whispered, closing the yard door, and then she placed the big bowl in front of Lian Qingshan. Qingshan, I went to help Aunt Chunju's house. She gave me lots of meatballs and fried meat pieces. Meatballs and fried meat pieces. Dinyo ran over excitedly, staring longingly at the fragrant, golden food in the bowl. Xiao, who was more direct, he reached out his small hand to grab at the bowl. Don't rush, don't rush. Chui'er looked at the children's big, eager eyes. She took a piece of meat and fed it to Dinyo, then chose a softer piece for Xiao, and finally held up a 3rd piece to Qingshan. Dinyo and Xiao obediently bit the food Chui'er offered. Qingshan, who wasn't used to being fed like this, was a little stunned when he saw Chuer's hand reaching over. Open your mouth. I fried this. It's really tasty. Chuer smiled when she saw Qingshan's dazed expression. When he slowly opened his mouth, she put the meat into it. Try it. Do you like it? If you do, when we earn money in the future, we can make and eat more. Tastes good. With the delicious food in his mouth and the gentle person before him, Qingshan felt happy and sweet inside. His throat moved, and after a long moment he said, Chuer, when I get better, I will work hard to earn more money, so we can live a good life. Good. You promised, and you can't go back on your word, Chuer said with a smile, looking at Qingshan's gentle, watery eyes, feeling very happy inside. Suddenly, Chuer remembered that she would leave soon, and a dull pain began to grow in her heart. It prickled and made her feel very uneasy. First, I'll put the dishes in the kitchen, Chuer said. She quickly fed a meatball to Dinyo and Shiau, who then hurried into the house. After placing the big bowl down, she tightly clasped her hands over her chest, feeling her heartbeat. She quietly asked herself, do I really want to leave? Chuer shook her head suddenly, trying to shake off her worries. She efficiently scooped half a bowl of cornmeal from her cloth bag to make cornmeal porridge. She also cut a small bunch of chives from the backyard garden, planning to slice the meatballs and stir-fry them with the chives.
Chuer cooked quickly.
Before Qingshan, who was slowly leaning on his cane, entered the house, her meal was ready. By candlelight, a family of four sat around the table. There was a bowl of cornmeal porridge, a plate of stir-fried meatballs with chives, and some crispy meatballs in a bowl that hadn't been heated. For the Lian family, this dinner was truly a feast. Come on, eat. Chuer usually served a chopstick of food to Lian Qingshan, and also gave Dinyo a meatball. She then fed Shiau the soft, stir-fried meatball along with the cornmeal porridge. Eat more too. Lian Qingshan hesitated a moment and also served Chuer a chopstick of food. His voice was very soft. When Chuer looked up at him, she saw his face was serious, carefully watching the bowl of cornmeal porridge as if it had a flower in it. Okay, Chuer replied with a smile, watching Lian Qingshan's serious expression. She secretly chuckled inside. Although Lian Qingshan's expression could be deceiving, his ears, flushed bright red, betrayed him. This strong man, as sturdy as a mountain, had such a cute side. Ding ding ding, the full moon bonus update is here. Do you like it, everyone? The next day, Chuer woke up very early. She prepared breakfast for the family and quickly ate a bite herself. She kept the remaining food warm in the pot and, under the faint morning light, headed to Aunt Chunju's house. The daughter from the Zhang family came to visit. She was from Shan Qiantun. Chuer didn't know where Shan Qiantun was, but she had heard from Aunt Lu that it took about half a day to walk from Shan Qiantun to this mountainside village. When they come, the Zhang family will probably wake up early, so they need to leave early as well. The family meal is scheduled for noon. Qingshan's wife is here. Perfect. Come and have breakfast. It's time to get busy. When Chuer entered Aunt Chunju's house, it was already bright outside, just in time for Aunt Chunju to prepare breakfast. Good morning, Aunt. I've already eaten at home. You all can eat. I'll go clean up the vegetables, Chuer said to Aunt Chunju. There's no need to be so polite. You'll be busy later. It's just breakfast, no big deal, Aunt Chunju said, pulling Chuer inside without waiting for her to reply. Chuer had no choice but to follow her in. Qingshan's family has arrived. I knew it. Among all the helpers, she's the clever and hardworking one. Granny Lu sat inside and saw Chuer, smiling and saying this. Exactly. I tasted Chuer's fried meat strips. Nothing in town is as delicious as hers, Yin Huan, sitting at the table, added. After speaking, she leaned closer to Chuer. Chuer, when we buy meat at home, can you come help me fry meat strips? I heard Granny Lu say you used less than a pound of meat to make 2 big plates of meat strips. That's enough to satisfy anyone's craving. After Yin Huan finished, everyone in the room nodded in agreement, clearly impressed that Chuer could make 2 large plates from so little meat. Granny Lu also said, looking at how Chuer makes these fried meat strips, with just a little meat, some flour, and less than an egg, she can turn out 2 big plates. Truly impressive. Stop praising me. I'm getting shy, Chue said playfully, making everyone in the room laugh. Breakfast was quickly finished. As they planned the arrival time of the Zhang family, Chue and the others started helping with the cooking. When a woman comes to visit her fiancé's family, she's mainly there to see what the family environment is like, where she might live after marriage, and whether her future in-laws are easy to get along with. It's also to see how much the man values the woman. There's an old saying, marry up by looking up, marry down by looking down, but it's not only wealthy and powerful city families who follow this. In the mountains, when choosing a partner, people also look carefully. They check the house, the hilltop, and the land. Living in the mountains is hard, so although there's little to see, families who love their daughters pay close attention. Of course, the most important thing when choosing a partner is the person himself. This Chinese yam is a good kid. Although he's young, he's steady and reliable. I've noticed this since he was little. I believe he will have a bright future, Aunt Lu said while picking vegetables. A woman working nearby praised her, saying, Aunt Lu, you are a respected person in the village. Your words are always right. It's just helping to prepare a few dishes for the banquet. I think, in the future, the daughter-in-law of Qingshan will be more respected than me. The dishes she makes are so good. I love to eat them, Aunt Lu said as she talked with a few young women, busy preparing the dishes for the feast in the kitchen. Meanwhile, Aunt Chunju was changing into her best clothes, ready for the visit. As time slowly passed, Aunt Chunju grew anxious. She walked back and forth inside the house, clearly very nervous. Maybe her mood was affecting the Chinese yam. Normally calm, the yam also started pacing inside the house with Aunt Chunju. Soon, he was sweating on his forehead. Grandma, please go and talk to Aunt Chunju. If they keep pacing like this, before the Zhang family arrives, they'll be dizzy, Chue said, noticing the two of them spinning around and feeling dizzy. That's a good idea. I've almost finished the braised pork. Later, you just pour some sauce over it, Aunt Lu said after Chue's reminder. She saw how nervous they were and went inside to comfort them. Aunt Lu handed the task to Chue. Chue carefully counted the people and checked the prepared dishes. There was a big bowl of braised pork, a large plate of fried meatballs, and some sliced meat stir-fried with vegetables, totaling 3 meat dishes. There was also scrambled eggs with chives, cabbage slices, and tofu stew, 3 vegetable dishes. The main staple was large wheat pancakes, mixed with white flour, along with her homemade soup. The rural portions were enough. With these 6 dishes and the soup, the table was full. At the table, only Aunt Chunju, her husband, the 2 Chinese Yam brothers, the matchmaker, and Aunt Lu sat down. 6 people in total. The daughter from the Zhang family, who was getting married, was expected to come. The head of the Zhang family, her father, would return too. Maybe a brother would come as well. The table probably had about 10 people, half women, so there should be enough food for everyone. After counting the people and the food, Chue's face showed a relieved smile. The 3 meat dishes were already prepared. They just needed to be warmed up before eating. The 3 vegetable dishes weren't complicated. Any rural wife could make them. Later, when setting the table, there shouldn't be any big mistakes. Maybe because this matter was sensitive, just as Chue thought the table was ready, she heard noise outside. The Zhang family had arrived. Hearing the commotion, Aunt Chunju hurried out with the yam and others. Chue peeked through the open kitchen door and was suddenly startled. It was expected that Zhang's daughter in a floral jacket and Zhang's old man would come, but why were the 4 young men, all different heights but very strong, here? The phrase, half-grown boys, eating the old man's food, suddenly popped into Chue's mind. It looked like these 4 teenagers were also going to sit at the table. The food Chue had prepared clearly wouldn't be enough. She quickly thought about how to add more dishes, perhaps more potatoes and cabbage, but the meat dishes and scrambled eggs with chives were already fixed. That wouldn't be enough. Seeing how the people looked, Chue decided she needed to add at least 3 or 4 more dishes. She quickly considered how to make 4 more dishes from the ingredients in the kitchen. Looking at the cabbage and potatoes, she thought about how to add more. Then she had an idea. Yes. Chui's eyes lit up. She had 4 pieces of tofu left. Besides the stir-fried tofu, she could chop some meat to make a tofu casserole. Boiling the cabbage and potatoes was too ordinary. She could braise the potatoes until soft, making them tender, completely different from the crispy sour and spicy shredded potatoes. With these 2 dishes, Chui was still thinking about what else to cook. She looked around the kitchen and saw the garlic sprouts she had planted yesterday. Garlic sprouts and garlic. Suddenly, Chui remembered the garlic and baby bok choy dish from her past life. The baby bok choy was similar to the cabbage core. She decided to make garlic cabbage hearts. Thinking of this, Chui couldn't remember anything else. She saw a bunch of winter storage green onions in the corner and thought about adding some with dipping sauce. 10 dishes would be enough. Qingshan's family, hurry up and add more dishes. The Zhang family has 4 young men, and the original table setting isn't enough. Aunt Lu rushed into the kitchen like a whirlwind, looking upset. It was clear she was startled by the sudden arrival of the Zhang family. Quick, add more dishes to the table at Qingshan's house. The Zhang family has come with 4 young men, and the food prepared earlier isn't enough. Aunt Lu rushed into the kitchen like a whirlwind, looking a bit worried. It was clear she was surprised by the sudden visit from the Zhang family. Annie, are those 4 young men from the Zhang family? Chui had just seen the 4 young men and guessed they were there to help. Now, seeing Aunt Lu's expression, it was likely they were about to sit at the table. Yes, that old man from the Zhang family doesn't know his fate. Out of his 7 children, only his daughter is special. The top 2 and the bottom 4 are all boys. Today, he brought his first 4 sons, plus 2 younger ones who didn't come. Aunt Lu loved gossip and had already found out everything about the Zhang family before coming to the kitchen. It's no problem if they brought their brothers along. Don't worry, Auntie. I saw there are many people now and the dishes are almost ready. We'll add 4 more dishes later. Chui nodded and prepared to call out the dish names as she had earlier. Aunt Lu nodded repeatedly after hearing the dish names and gave Chui a big thumbs up. Good job, Qingshan's family. You're calm and resourceful. You're doing great. After discussing the dishes, Aunt Lu was about to go back inside to entertain the guests when Aunt Chunju hurried out, smiling broadly at Chui. Chui, add some meat dishes for lunch. Chui and Aunt Lu exchanged glances. It seemed Aunt Chunju valued the Zhang family's daughter very much. Since she mentioned adding a meat dish, and her family still had about 10 jin of meat, there was no reason not to. Chui earnestly agreed, discussed briefly with Aunt Lu, and changed the braised potatoes to braised pork, with Chui taking charge of the cooking. Aunt Lu was worried about Aunt Chunju and the many people from the Zhang family. She hurried inside to join the guests. Chui then gathered with Yin Huan and the others to practice. Chui was very skilled at cooking, which had already been proven when she fried the meat pieces yesterday. The other wives followed Chui's instructions for washing dishes and chopping vegetables. Chui was free to cook without worry, starting to prepare the meal. Aunt Lu's braised pork was already done. It just needed to be steamed a bit more. The fried meatballs and fried pork pieces could be served directly. Now, Chui's main task was to finish preparing the braised pork. Chui took out a large piece of meat, selected some front shoulder meat, and cut a small piece of pork belly into 1/2-inch square chunks. She heated a pan with cold oil, sautéed the scallions and ginger until fragrant, and added a little thick soy sauce since there was no regular soy sauce. Chui then added the raw meat into the pan. The sizzling sound was continuous, but she paid no attention and quickly used a spatula to stir-fry the meat until all the pieces had a light red-brown color. Then she added 2 ladles of water and simmered the meat over high heat. As for braised pork, the best flavor comes from a mix of fat and lean meat, especially when slow-cooked, making it very tender and flavorful. Chui looked at the sky, knowing she couldn't wait too long to eat, so she had to cook quickly. The meat wouldn't be as tender, but she could focus on the flavor instead. Chui searched around and saw that Aunt Chunju's kitchen had spices like star anise and cinnamon, so she happily added these spices along with salt into the pot. She also put in some already sliced potatoes from another daughter-in-law. She brought the water to a boil over high heat, stirred a couple of times, then covered the pot and let it simmer. While the red braised pork was cooking, Chuer was busy too. The households in the mountain village usually had 2 stoves. She was simmering the pork on the large stove, while the smaller stove was used for stir-frying vegetables. First, Chuer sliced tofu into thick pieces about 2 fingers wide, then made a slit in the middle without cutting all the way through, leaving a 1-finger-wide strip connected. She filled the slit with seasoned minced meat, coated the stuffed tofu with flour, and fried it in oil, similar to making eggplant stuffed with meat. She quickly prepared 2 pieces of tofu, fried them in a small pan until golden, then set them aside to cool. Once cooled, she cut them open from the middle to reveal the darker seasoned meat inside, with a layer of golden brown, white, and pink, looking very attractive. After the tofu was ready, Chuer checked the braised pork and saw the broth hadn't reduced enough, so she moved on to other dishes. She prepared garlic cabbage hearts, a simple dish. She blanched the cabbage hearts and mixed garlic with sesame oil, neatly arranged them on a plate, waiting to steam them together with the pork later. As for shredded potatoes, sliced cabbage, and homemade tofu, Chuer didn't need to worry about those. The other daughters-in-law were good at cooking. Chuer's main tasks were making flatbread and preparing the final hot soup, called sleeve-shaking soup, inside the pancake. Because white flour was added, the dough was a bit stickier than usual. Chuer kneaded the mixed flour into a ball in her hand, then quickly stuck it onto the large pot of braised pork, attaching a row of small, slightly smaller pancakes on top. The pancakes were golden yellow and very tempting. After attaching the pancakes, Chuer checked the time and thought it was almost ready. She placed the bowl of braised pork on the steaming rack, along with a plate of garlic cabbage hearts, both inside the big pot. She covered the pot and waited just a little longer. In about 15 minutes, the braised pork, pancakes, and steamed vegetables would be ready together. All the meat and dishes were prepared. The vegetarian dishes were also cooked: stir-fried chives and eggs, shredded potatoes, cabbage slices, homemade tofu, and chives stir-fried with shredded potatoes. Even the big green onions for dipping sauce had been washed and peeled. Chuer felt very relieved. As long as she served these dishes nicely, everyone would enjoy a good meal, and the wedding would be settled. Time flew by. Chuer saw that the braised pork in the pot was ready, so she took it off the stove. She first brought out the steamed braised pork and garlic cabbage hearts, then scooped the pancakes into a bowl. Finally, she placed the soft, stewed red braised pork and potatoes into a large basin. Just then, Aunt Lu was calling from inside, telling everyone to set the table. The timing was perfect. Chuer exhaled softly, feeling proud of the meal she had prepared. She wondered how the Zhang family would judge her efforts. "Let's go. Deliver the dishes." Chuer led a few other wives, each carrying a plate of food, and they took the dishes upstairs. Chuer also took the chance to glance curiously at the Zhang girl, who had made Aunt Chunju very happy. The girl from the Zhang family had thick eyebrows and big eyes, her hair black, cheeks slightly red. She sat modestly with her head slightly bowed, sitting on the edge of the kong, a traditional heated bed. Because she was sitting on the edge, her figure couldn't be seen. Although Chuer didn't hear her speak, just seeing her shy and modest posture made Chuer think she was quite a charming girl. Suddenly, Chuer saw Shiau sitting opposite her, staring at the girl with a fixed gaze. Chuer realized why the room wasn't hot, yet the girl's face was still so red. Aunt Chunju and Shiau both liked the girl. However, her father didn't seem to react much. It wasn't until Chuer and the others set the dishes on the table, full of meat and vegetables in small basins, that the old man finally showed a slight change in expression, and a faint smile appeared on his face. After preparing the meal, Chuer and several daughters-in-law didn't want to stay in Chuanju's kitchen all the time, so they all went home. Naturally, they didn't know how well the house was being looked after. That evening, Aunt Chunju came to Lian's house with a big smile, holding a bunch of yam and a piece of about 2 jin of pork belly as a thank-you gift. Only then did Chuer realize how much she had contributed today. In the customs of Shanqian village, there is a tradition that sets this place apart from Mountain Tune. The more meat and dishes served during house-sitting, the more the bride's family values her. It also shows that she will learn more skills in the future. Because of Chuer, the house-sitting meal included 10 dishes, 2 of which were completely new to the mountain folks. The taste was good, and the portions were generous, making Old Man Zhang feel that his daughter was highly valued. At first, Old Man Zhang was a bit worried that his daughter was married far away. After this meal, he didn't say a word and agreed to the marriage. Tonight, I will work overtime and first upload the update, then continue working quietly. Chuer helped Aunt Chunju prepare the house-sitting meal, and the effect was better than she expected. When Aunt Chunju came to thank her with yam, Chuer realized how much she had contributed. Aunt Chunju left a 2-gene piece of pork belly as a gift, saying it was to thank Chuer for helping with so many dishes. Chuer couldn't refuse, so she kept it. Aunt Chunju truly meant to give the meat, and Chuer sincerely decided to keep it, thinking of cooking it for her family to help them regain strength. After tidying up the meat, Chuer followed her usual habit, eating half and saving half. She took out 1 gene of pork belly and braised it again. The aroma spread out, filling half the mountain. "Thank you, Mother." Little Nyo, happily eating from her small bowl, suddenly saw an extra piece of meat in her bowl. She looked up at Chuer with bright eyes, full of joy, and a happy smile spread across her face. Delicious. Our Nyo is growing tall. Chuer looked at the big girl in front of her and smiled happily. She didn't know when, but the big girl had become more relaxed and natural around her, no longer showing any guard or stiffness. Instead, she acted like a normal little girl, smiling, being playful, and sometimes throwing a little tantrum. "Yes, Shiau who also eats." The big girl nodded seriously and picked a piece of meat to put into Xiaohu's bowl. Shiau, who was still young and couldn't eat such a big piece of meat directly. Chuer carefully shredded the meat into small strips and fed it to Xiaohu. "Chuer, you've worked hard." Lian Qingshan looked at the full bowl of braised pork with potatoes on the table, feeling a mix of emotions. He was happy to have married such a good wife, but also felt guilty for her suffering and hard work. "It's nothing hard about it. If you're worried about me working hard, just rest well and heal. Then I'll wait to earn money and take care of the family," Chuer said jokingly. As soon as she spoke, she was surprised herself. In her past lives, she never thought about being supported by a man. Now, saying this felt so natural. "Don't worry, Chuer. I will get better for sure." Lian Qingshan tightened his grip on the bowl and said sincerely. "Yes, okay." Chuer looked at Lian Qingshan's serious and handsome face. For some reason, she felt an unprecedented sense of peace in her heart. After finishing their meal and cleaning up the dishes, Chuer looked at the sky and thought it was still early. She decided to tidy up the backyard and the vegetable garden outside. She changed into her most worn-out clothes, grabbed a hoe and some seeds, and led the big girl out of the house.
Kuya, weit.
"I want to go too." Lian Qingshan saw Chuer about to work outside and hurriedly said. Afraid she would refuse, he shyly added, "I can't dig yet, but I can help plant some seeds." "All right, come along." Chuer smiled at his nervousness. Lian Qingshan's face, usually handsome, looked a bit silly when he smiled so honestly, which made Chuer laugh softly. Chuer first helped Lian Qingshan to the backyard, then carried a small basket filled with seeds and some tools towards the vegetable garden behind the house. "Qingshan, what kinds of seeds do we have, and where should we plant them?" Chuer looked at the large vegetable patch in the backyard and felt a bit overwhelmed. She had only seen people farm in the countryside, and had only tried planting a few pots of cacti herself. Over here, plant peppers, then next to them, eggplants. Over there, beans and cucumbers. The bitter melons can go near the outhouse. Seeing Chuer's uncertain expression, Lian Qingshan guessed she hadn't much experience with planting vegetables. He quickly started giving her a clear plan, speaking calmly. As he talked, he couldn't help but glance at Chuer's rosy face. Her pink cheeks looked as soft and tender as peaches. He wondered if touching them would feel as gentle as he imagined. While Chuer was lost in thought, Lian Qingshan noticed her holding a hoe and starting to till the soil. After a winter, the land in the garden was still clumped together, but the furrows were visible. He followed the slightly lower furrows, loosening the hardened ground bit by bit. He raised the hoe and struck down hard, turning over a small patch about the size of his palm. Then he lifted it again and struck down again. Chwaer felt her face grow hotter and her breathing become heavier. Less than 15 minutes had passed, and he had turned over more than a meter of land. Chwaer, give me the hoe. Let me try. Qingshan looked at Chwaer's flushed face, feeling a sharp pain in his chest as if a small hammer was pounding his heart. He ignored the possibility of his legs hurting and took the hoe from her hand. Using his cane for support, he started working on the furrow. Chwaer. Qingshan saw her staring blankly at his sturdy back and the figure bent over with the cane, and his heart felt tight with emotion. His eyes blurred with unshed tears. Chwaer, why are you crying? After a few digs, he noticed her voice sounded strange. Turning around, he saw her face streaked with tears, looking like a small, sad puppy. He quickly dropped the hoe, hurried over with his cane, and asked, Chwaer, did you hurt yourself? Let me see. The worried face of Qingshan enlarged in Chwaer's eyes. He grabbed her hand carefully to check if she was hurt. Chwaer was crying so much that her vision was blurry. In her dazed state, she saw his anxious expression and felt as if a string in her heart suddenly broke. She couldn't remember what she had been about to leave for before. All she could think about was this man named Qingshan in front of her. It's okay, it's okay. Chwaer suddenly threw herself into Qingshan's arms, leaning against his broad chest. She let him hold her tightly, smelling his faint sweat. She felt more at peace than ever before. In this warm embrace, Chwaer sighed to herself, just stay like this. Stay here, stay in the Lian family, and live happily with this honest and kind man. Is Chwaer at home? When Chwaer and Qingshan were hugging in the vegetable garden, they suddenly heard someone calling from the front gate. Chwaer recognized the voice as Aunt Lu's. She immediately struggled to break free from Qingshan's embrace, wiped her face, and ran to the front yard. When she reached Aunt Lu, her heart was pounding hard. She took a deep breath and tried to stay calm. At the Qingshan house. What are you doing? Why so slow? I have good news for you. Aunt Lu saw Chwaer's figure and warmly pulled her close, smiling as she spoke. At the Qingshan house. What are you doing? Why so slow? I have good news for you. Aunt Lu saw Chwaer's figure and warmly pulled her close, smiling as she spoke. What good news? Chwaer perked up when she heard there was good news. I tell you, Spring Bamboo's family is doing well with the housework, and isn't that because of your cooking? You're famous in our village. Many old ladies have asked me about you, planning to invite you to a celebration or something like that. Aunt Lu looked at Chwaer again with pride, then said, Aunt Lu, am good at judging people. Your girl is a good one, beautiful and kind. She takes good care of her family. I've praised you a few times, and although helping out doesn't pay much, you get a lot of food in return, enough for some snacks. Thank you so much, Aunt Lu. You're really too kind to me. Chwaer's eyes brightened. She had been worried about how to make a living, but now it seemed like good luck had come her way. With the meat and vegetables she earned from helping in the kitchen, plus the vegetables grown in the backyard, her family's meals would be much better in the future. Silly girl, I'm not good to anyone else but you. I've watched Qingshan and Qinghe grow up, Aunt Lu said. She suddenly coughed, showing a bit of awkwardness on her face, clearly thinking of Qinghe. Chwaer also thought of this, but she was more relaxed. Both men were grown up, and she didn't insist that her brother support her. Since she planned to stay in the Lian family, she wouldn't rely on others to live. However, in that brief moment, Chwaer's feelings changed completely. She now saw herself as part of this family. Auntie, just watch. Even if Qingshan is still weak, I will make sure our life is happy and prosperous. Oh, that's good. That's good. I'll be going now. By the way, these cabbages were brought by Aunt Chunju. You've helped their family a lot, Aunt Lu said. She kicked the basket on the ground, which held 4 or 5 large winter cabbages, all peeled clean, showing the white, tender stalks. Thank you so much, Auntie. It's a lot of trouble for you to come all this way, Chwaer said happily, seeing the cabbages. They would last several days. She carried the basket of cabbages into the house, emptied it, then took it out again. She talked with Aunt Lu for a few more words and arranged for her to help another family at their full moon celebration in 3 days. Only after that did Chuer see Aunt Lu off. After Aunt Lu left, Chuer thought about Qingshan still working in the backyard vegetable garden. His leg was still healing and couldn't handle heavy work. She was worried he might get tired, so she hurried to the backyard. Qingshan, stop working. Rest for a while. I'll do this slowly. It'll be done in a few days. No problem. I'm almost finished, Qingshan, working in the backyard, said with a slight blush. His shirt was darker on his back, probably from sweating a lot while working.
Take a break.
Chuer had just been crying in Qingshan's arms. Now, facing him, she felt a bit shy. She looked up at the sweat dripping from his forehead, feeling both sweet and a little sad, like the first time she fell in love. Come, there's no rush now. You should rest for a while. If your legs get tired, they'll hurt again tonight. Chuer gently wiped the sweat from Lian Qingshan's forehead with a handkerchief and softly advised him, helping him back inside. Was it Lady Lu just now? Did she come to see you? Lian Qingshan sat on the Kong and naturally picked up the unfinished basket on the bed, saying while weaving. She said my cooking skills are good. When the village hosts banquets, they ask me to help. In 3 days, there's a full moon celebration at a family's house and I'll go help out, Chuer told Lian Qingshan. She watched his long fingers quickly weaving the willow basket, feeling a bit dazzled. As she spoke, she looked at this man in front of her. Hardworking, kind, simple like a village person. He was only in his early 20s, but he seemed like a mountain. Just standing there made her feel safe and at ease. That's a good thing. In our village, only a respectable wife gets asked to help with banquets. It must be hard for you. Lian Qingshan looked up and saw Chuer looking at him gently. Her beautiful big eyes showed clear admiration. His heart suddenly skipped a beat. For some reason, he felt a warm feeling rise inside, like drinking hot chicken soup in winter or eating cool watermelon fresh from the well in summer, making him feel very comfortable all over. It's not hard at all. We're family. Chuer blushed when she saw him looking straight at her. Her heart was pounding. Shyly, she turned her head and looked at the half-finished willow basket. Qingshan, your weaving is really good. If you like, I can make a few more. I still have plenty of willow branches left from last year's drying. Whatever style you want, I'll weave it for you, Lian Qingshan said sincerely, showing his affection for Chuer. Yes, okay, Chuer replied softly with a smile. She brought a bowl of water to Lian Qingshan and then turned to the vegetable garden. The Lian family's garden was quite large, about 10 meters long and wide. Just now, Lian Qingshan had dug 2 furrowed beds, preparing spots for planting seeds. Chuer carried the seed basket and, following their plan, sowed seeds in both furrows. Chuer originally didn't know much about farming, but she had watched others do it. She tried to imitate them by placing seeds in the holes, covering them with soil, and watering them. She thought she had planted the vegetables, but she had no idea if the seedlings would grow or how many there would be. She just waited to see the sprouts appear in a few days. After planting 2 rows of vegetables, Chuer looked at the time and decided to continue working in the field. Using the previous rows as an example, she dug the trenches again. Although her work was still rough, it looked a bit better this time. 2 days later, Chuer went with Aunt Lu to help at a family's full moon celebration. She prepared 2 dishes, which were well received by the hosts. They gave her a pound of meat and 5 pounds of cornmeal as thanks, which made Chuer very happy. Days passed quickly. Chuer helped 2 families organize banquets. The dishes she made were fresh, affordable, and used less oil and meat. People praised her for her cooking. Gradually, the reputation of the daughter-in-law from Lian Qingshan spread, and she became known as a capable and hardworking woman in 10 nearby villages. Today, Ishan, feeling a bit fancy, brought her notebook to her husband's company cafe. She sat there writing while waiting for him to finish work. She found that her writing speed in the cafe was pretty good, so she might try again later. Sorry for the late update today. Dear readers, please forgive me. Thanks to Dear at YH, White 1166 for the good luck charm. She's been a loyal reader since the beginning, and I'm really happy to see her again. Thank you for your support.
Mwah.
Chuer and Lian Qingshan slowly planted the vegetable garden in the backyard. They grew eggplants, peppers, beans, and tomatoes, all of them. Chuer found it strange to have so many different vegetables in ancient times, but then she thought about it and felt relieved. After all, she had experienced such strange things like time travel. What couldn't happen? After planting the vegetables, Chuer took some time to help with the 50th birthday banquet. During this, she realized an important problem. Their family's food supplies were running low. Chuer looked at the bag of grain, which had only a thin layer of cornmeal left. She went into the house quietly, hesitating for a moment. She told Dainyu to go out and play, then turned to Lian Qingshan and said, "Qingshan, the food at home will only last about half a month. Should we find some more grain?" Grain. Lian Qingshan sighed. Since he could go to the fields, he checked the grain bag every day. He thought that since he had given his brother a silver or two, they could manage their meals for 3 months. He didn't ask for the leftover silver, hoping they would at least keep some grain. But every time, he was disappointed. Lian Qingshan sighed and looked down, hesitating for a long time. He was full of disappointment with his brother. Since Chuer arrived, only his sister-in-law had appeared. His own younger brother hadn't even come to see him. "Qingshan, don't worry." Chuer saw him deep in thought, and thought he had no way out. After hesitating, she decided to take out some silver she brought to help the family keep eating. Just as she was about to speak, she saw Lian Qingshan suddenly lift his head. "Chuer, wait a moment," Lian Qingshan said, then tried to stand up. "Bring the cane first." Chuer saw his movement and knew his legs were weak. She quickly handed him the cane from the edge of the bed. Watching him stand on the bed, his tall body almost reached the ceiling, but she didn't know what he was about to do. After standing up, Lian Qingshan took a few steps toward the beam in the room. He tiptoed and took down a small box from the beam. He gently blew off the dust on it and smiled at Chuer, a strange mix of trust and guilt in his expression. Chuer looked at the small red box, about the size of a palm. Suddenly, she thought of what was most likely inside. Money. "Come here, Chuer." Lian Qingshan slowly tried to sit down, supporting himself, but it seemed that the effort of tiptoeing to get the box was too much. He staggered backward. "Be careful." Chuer hurried over and held him tightly, finally supporting him so he wouldn't fall onto the bed. Even so, she was startled and broke out in a cold sweat. She didn't notice that the small box in Lian Qingshan's hand had fallen to the ground, spilling its contents everywhere. Chuer helped Lian Qingshan sit on the heated bed, watching his brow furrow as if he was holding back something. Suddenly, she felt anxious and checked his leg. "Does it hurt?" she asked. "It's fine." Lian Qingshan's voice was a bit rough. He took a deep breath, trying to calm the sudden fire inside him. But he found it useless. Not only could he not suppress his restless thoughts, but he also felt more drawn to the person in front of him. "How can it be fine?" "You're sweating." Chuer was worried. She forgot all about modesty and hurriedly tried to pull down Lian Qingshan's pants to see if his leg was hurt.
I'm fine.
"I'm fine." Seeing Chuer trying to take off his pants, Lian Qingshan became even more nervous. His body reacted involuntarily, and he worried Chuer might think he was a bad man. He quickly reached out to hold his pants, refusing to let her take them off. Chuer kept trying to pull them down, and Lian Qingshan tried to stop her. They both worked hard, sweating all over. Suddenly, in a flash of realization, Chuer understood what she had touched. Her face turned bright red. "Ah!" They both exclaimed at the same time. One was scared, the other embarrassed.
Kuya.
"Listen to me." Lian Qingshan saw Chuer lowering her head in panic, her small, soft hands clutching her sleeves nervously, afraid she had upset him. He stammered to explain. "It's okay. We're married," Chuer said, seeing how nervous Lian Qingshan's face turned red. She suddenly felt her decision was right. Lian Qingshan was someone she could trust. She smiled at him. Chiao. Lian Qingshan looked at Chuer, smiling shyly, her gentle eyes seeming to sparkle like spring peach blossoms. He was mesmerized. Qingshan, Chuer, seeing him stare so directly, felt her cheeks flush even though she was used to being bold as a white-collar worker. She softly called his name. Oh, right. Lian Qingshan suddenly remembered what he wanted to say earlier. He turned to find the small red box, rummaging around until he saw it beneath the bed, already broken open. Chuer, pick up that box. At this moment, Chuer suddenly remembered the box from earlier. She quickly got off the Kong, squatted down, and picked up the box. Inside, she found 2 or 3 small silver coins and 2 short strings of copper coins. Chuer looked at the silver coins. 2 of them were a bit larger, each about the weight of a tael, and 1 was smaller. Along with some scattered larger coins, Chuer carefully collected all the money and placed it into a small box. Then she turned and walked over to Lian Qingshan. Qingshan, here you go, Chuer said, opening the lid of the box and pushing it toward him. Check if any silver is missing. Lian Qingshan, these are for you. He looked up at Chuer. Her indifferent attitude toward the silver earlier made him feel a little guilty. His fall earlier wasn't entirely accidental. When he deliberately or carelessly fell, he had dropped the box with silver coins on the ground to see if Chuer was greedy for money. In his mind, if Chuer was greedy, he couldn't fully trust her. The coins in the box would only be some loose large coins for her to buy food and make a living. But Chuer's nervousness surprised him. She showed no sign of noticing the small red box. Her eyes were only on herself. The worry and tenderness in her eyes deeply touched him, making his heart feel warm. He even felt guilty for testing her earlier. Chuer, these are our family's silver. From now on, I'll leave it in your care. We don't have much silver at home, so please be careful when you spend it. Qingshan felt guilty, not only because of the test but also because he knew the silver he could give Chuer was very little. Thank you, dear Amo, for the lucky charm. With everyone's support, I feel so happy, Chuer. This is our family silver. From now on, I'll leave it in your care. We don't have much silver at home, so please be careful with how you spend it. Lian Qingshan looked at Chuer with guilt in his eyes. Seeing this expression made Chuer feel a pang in her heart. She was overwhelmed with emotion, wanting to tell him that she was not actually part of this family by marriage, but she hesitated and kept silent. She didn't know how to say it. There's no need to feel upset or wronged. We are family. Chuer's eyes turned sour. She only said this much before turning away and wiping away tears she didn't know when it started to fall. Chuer took a deep breath. She wondered what was wrong with her. In the past, when she worked hard in the company, being excluded or falsely accused, she could grit her teeth and get through without shedding a tear. But now, in this ancient time, just a few words from others made her cry uncontrollably.
Kuya.
Lian Qingshan stared blankly at Chuer, who had turned away to cry secretly. He took a deep breath, summoned his courage, and gently pulled Chuer into his arms. Chuer, don't cry. When my leg heals, I'll work hard to earn money and support you. Listening to Lian Qingshan's honest and sincere words, Chuer felt both happiness and sadness in her heart. The wounds she had suffered seemed to slowly heal at that moment. Unconsciously, her tears flowed even more fiercely. She cried for a while before feeling shy and lifting her head. She blinked her big, bright eyes and said to Lian Qingshan, "There's not much grain left at home. Should we buy some from the village or from the town?" Let's go to the town. There hasn't been any meat at home for a long time. You can buy some pork. Lian Qingshan looked at Chuer's pointed little face with some tenderness and said. Since Chuer came to his home, she hadn't had many full meals. She ate very little and worked hard every day. Her already small face had become even smaller, almost as tiny as his palm. Thinking about how Chuer not only had to cook, wash clothes, plant vegetables, and tidy the house, but also help others with banquets to earn some meat and flour as thanks to support her life, Lian Qingshan's heart felt even more distressed. His gaze fell on the large pile of willow baskets he had woven under the bed. If only those could be exchanged for money. Oh, by the way, what are these willow baskets for? Chuer looked along Lian Qingshan's line of sight and saw the baskets. She knew that willow branches were not very valuable in Laoshantan because there were plenty of willow trees by the mountain streams. Maybe these baskets could be sold for some money? Not because Chuer was greedy. Even combined, Lian Qingshan's family only had a little more than 2 silver coins. Although they could exchange them for grain and survive for a year or two, they couldn't just sit and do nothing. Chuer saw these baskets as another way to make money besides helping in the kitchen and receiving tips. In past years, we used to hunt animals in the mountains and then pack them in these willow baskets to sell in the town or county. The more people bought, the more baskets we gave as gifts. But now my leg is injured, so these baskets are useless, Lian Qingshan said with a slight smile, looking at Chuer. If you like, you can have all these baskets. You can use them to carry whatever you want. Really? Chuer's eyes lit up. She looked at these large, light brown baskets, about 2 feet square, and quickly started thinking about their price. If I sell these baskets, how much do you think one should cost? Can these baskets be sold? Lian Qingshan blinked and suddenly remembered how happy people looked when they bought his hunted animals and left with their baskets. Maybe. These baskets could really be sold. It looks like you can only make 1 basket a day, Chuer said while lowering her head and calculating. We can't sell the baskets too cheaply. Since Lian Qingshan only made 1 basket a day, it was because he was bored and just passing time. Also, his baskets were tightly woven and sturdy, which took a lot of effort. Good craftsmanship naturally meant a higher price. What about 10 coins for each basket? Lian Qingshan thought for a while and finally suggested a price. 10 coins? Maybe. That could work. Tomorrow I plan to go to town to buy grain. I'll pick out a few baskets to sell. If I can sell them, I will. If not, I'll just use them to carry grain and bring it back, Chuer said confidently. She felt this plan was feasible and believed her quick talking skills could definitely sell the baskets. Okay, let's do as you say. Lian Qingshan looked at Chuer's excited face and nodded with a smile in agreement. Having plans to go to town to sell baskets and buy grain, Chuer first went to Aunt Lu's house to invite her along. Coincidentally, Aunt Chunju was there, saying she wanted to buy some colorful cloth for her daughter's wedding gift during tomorrow's market. The 3 of them quickly agreed and decided to leave early the next morning for the market. Chuer returned home and packed up the baskets she had woven over the past few days, sorting them from largest to smallest into 2 neat stacks. Looking at the 2 stacks of about 8 baskets each, all round and tidy, Chuer felt a strange reluctance to sell them. She looked them over and touched them, liking them more and more, and didn't want to part with them. Seeing Chuer's hesitant expression, Lian Qingshan held back his laughter and promised to weave her a better set of baskets. Chuer smiled happily at that. Early the next morning, before dawn, Chuer prepared breakfast for Lian Qingshan. After taking a quick bite, she kept the food warm in the pot. To avoid meeting her enemies, Chuer dressed up in disguise. She wore rough cloth old clothes, tied her hair with a cloth strip, and wrapped her face with cotton cloth. Worried that this might still reveal her identity, she smeared some soot from the stove on her fair face and used a burnt stick to darken her eyebrows into thick, black lines. Surprisingly, Chuer's natural beauty was now barely visible, reduced to less than half. With a sturdy, long shoulder pole and the 2 stacks of baskets, she looked like a village woman who had never seen the world. This rough appearance made Chuer feel more at ease. She knew very well that beautiful women without protection are the most vulnerable. Now, with her disguise, fewer people would be interested in her, which made her feel much safer. Excited, Chuer counted out 100 coins and planned what to buy that day. She greeted Lian Qingshan, then carried the 2 stacks of baskets on her shoulder pole and hurried to Aunt Lu's house. By dawn, Aunt Lu, Aunt Chunju, Chuer, and Aunt Lu's daughter, Huaji, gathered at Aunt Lu's house. Afterward, they set off for the town. I saw the comments from everyone in the book review area. I'm very happy that you all like Emerald Green. Recently, I've been quite busy with work, so I can only write during the evenings and on weekends. There haven't been many updates lately, but soon my work should become easier, and I will update more then. Love you all. Chuer carried a shoulder pole with 2 baskets hanging from each end, woven from willow branches recently made by Qingshan. Since it was still early, she walked with Aunt Lu and others along the small path to the town. The shoulder pole was a round, smooth, and sturdy piece of wood about the thickness of an arm. It was quite heavy, especially with 2 baskets of willow branches. At first, Chuer didn't feel too tired, but after walking for about 15 minutes on the mountain path, her shoulders felt very heavy, and her skin was sore from the rough cloth she wore. She was beginning to find it hard to bear. Qingshan's family, you carry so many things. Let Annie help you hold some. Aunt Lu, holding a basket, looked at Chuer, who was quite frail and carrying so many baskets, and spoke kindly. That's right, Andy, help me carry a few too. Although the weather was a bit cool, Chuer was already sweating on her forehead. Thinking about Qingshan's family and Chuer's kind nature, Aunt Chunju also couldn't bear to see her struggle. Qingshan's sister-in-law, I'll help you too. Huaji, who had been excited, also wanted to help. She was tall and strong, a bit less gentle and delicate like a typical girl, but she was straightforward and spirited, much like Aunt Lu. It's okay, I can still manage for now. When I really can't carry any more, I'll ask for your help, Chuer said with a smile, wiping the sweat from her forehead with her sleeve. Chuer knew she didn't have many ways to make money right now. If she could sell the willow baskets, she might have to go to the market like this often. The money from selling baskets could buy food. She couldn't always rely on others' help. She had to endure the hardships herself, and eventually, things would get better. Qingshan's family, your forehead is. Aunt Lu wanted to say more but suddenly noticed a white spot on Chuer's forehead. Compared to her face, the white area looked very clean and smooth, like a cooked egg, pure and delicate. Oh, I forgot. It's the ash from the pot bottom. Chuer suddenly remembered when old lady Lu asked and realized she had applied pot bottom ash to her face. Now, after sweating and wiping her face earlier, her face must look quite striking. Chuer quickly fanned her face with her sleeve to let the sweat dry a bit, then used her hand to spread the ash evenly over her forehead. Pot bottom ash? You girl. Old lady Lu looked at Chuer's clear, smooth skin and paused for a moment. She suddenly understood what Chuer meant. She sighed, feeling unsure whether to praise Chuer for her cleverness or to feel sad that such talent only earned her a place as a concubine in Lian Mountain. Chuer watched old lady Lu sigh, and from her expression, she could guess what was on her mind. She stopped, shifted the shoulder pole to her other shoulder, and supported it with her hand to reduce its sway. Then she smiled at old lady Lu. Don't worry, ma'am, I'm fine. They traveled in silence. In less than half an hour, the mountain path gradually widened. What was once a narrow road suitable for only a small cart had expanded enough for 2 carts to pass side by side. More people appeared on the road, those pushing single-wheel carts and carrying loads. Seems like folks from nearby villages heading to the market. Qingshan's place, the town is just ahead. Our mountain village is quite close to the town. If it were another village, it would take over an hour to get there. Old lady Lu pointed ahead. Soon, Chuer saw the town. From the mountain, Chuer looked down and saw the town spread out on a rare flat piece of land among the mountains. Rows of houses were neatly arranged, with several main roads running through the center. People came and went, bustling with activity. This town is really lively, Chuer said, her eyes bright. More people meant more customers. If she had many customers, her willow basket should sell well. Chuer quickly started thinking about how to sell her baskets well and earn enough for a few months' food. Yes, even though the town is in the mountains, it's quite busy. There's a general store owned by the Qian family, and I heard they sometimes bring back fresh materials from outside. We came early today, so we should hurry and look around. Maybe we can find some fresh materials. That would be perfect for making mountain yam betrothal gifts. Mrs. Lu smiled and said, Follow me, Chunju. Let's go to the grocery shop. She then pulled Chuer and Huaji along toward the Qian family's general store. Chuer was thinking about selling her basket. She said, Auntie, maybe I shouldn't go. I want to find a place to see if I can sell this willow basket. That's fine, Mrs. Lu replied. Let's go to the side of the store where there are more people. You can set your basket there. Maybe it will sell better. She wasn't forcing Chue, knowing that selling the basket was how Chue made a living. Okay, then I'll go with you. Chue nodded. Suddenly, she wondered if the store would buy her basket. If they did, that would be perfect. If they could buy from her regularly, she could relax a bit. Following the familiar path, Mrs. Liu and Chunju crossed 2 streets and arrived at the Qian family store. Chue looked at the shop, which was much larger than she had imagined, 3 storefronts wide. There were many people coming and going, and business seemed very good. Let's go inside quickly and take a look. Mrs. Liu and Chunju saw that there weren't many customers inside, but a few women were selling cloth. They hurried in. Huazi lagged behind, watching her mother and aunt go in, but she didn't follow immediately. Instead, she walked up to Chue. Would you like to come in and see, sister-in-law? Huazi's big eyes sparkled, and her dark skin shone in the sunlight. She looked excited about the store. Chue quickly looked around at the things inside. She saw a corner where willow baskets were being sold. Her face lit up with excitement. Huazi, you go with Mrs. Liu and the others. I want to ask if they buy willow baskets here. Okay, Huazi replied with a smile and followed Mrs. Liu and the others into the store. Just as Chue was about to follow, she suddenly saw a figure approaching from the side who looked very familiar. A tall, thin woman in her 20s was walking over from across the street. It was Dongshi, the sister-in-law of Lian Qingshan. She was smiling and carrying a large piece of pork, swinging it back and forth. It looked like about 3 or 4 jin. Is Dongshi willing to spend money to buy so much meat? Chue watched her walk away, not caring much. She stepped into the Qian family store. Chue carried her shoulder pole and arrived at the entrance of the Qian family's general store. Seeing the busy crowd inside, she set down her load, leaned the pole against the doorframe, and carried a few baskets into the shop. Dear customer, is there anything you'd like to buy? Chue entered a place that sells daily necessities. At the moment, there were no customers, only a young shop assistant tidying up. Seeing Chue come in, he thought she was a customer and warmly approached her. Even though Chue had worked as a white-collar worker for many years before, she couldn't help feeling a little shy now. She took a deep breath and said to the young assistant in front of her, "This young brother is quite sharp. May I ask if you buy woven willow baskets? All handmade by ourselves, strong and durable." When Chue first spoke, she felt a bit nervous, but once she said the first sentence, the rest came more easily. She quickly finished her explanation. Big sister, your words are more straightforward than mine when selling goods. You must be a clever person, the young assistant said with a smile, looking at Chue. Honestly, the items sold here are well known, and it's not easy to get your goods accepted into this general store. But you see, I'm just a young helper. I can't handle the purchasing myself. How about this? I'll ask the shop owner's wife in the back if she can buy your goods. The young assistant initially wanted to refuse directly, but seeing Chue's bright smile and clear, sparkling eyes, he hesitated. Somehow, the words he was about to say to refuse started to loosen. The woven willow baskets are indeed quite good. They look better than the ones sold here, he thought. After telling the other workers in the shop, he quickly went to the back. Chue placed the willow baskets on the ground and carefully examined the items sold in the shop. From fabrics to hair accessories, from cooking oil and vinegar to daily necessities, everything was mixed, truly a general store. She also took a special look at the 5 or 6 willow baskets stacked in the corner. They had no dust on them. It seemed either the shop assistants kept the place very clean, or the baskets sold well and were quickly bought, so they didn't gather dust. This big sister. After a moment, the young man came out behind her, looking a little sorry.
Sorry, miss.
Our shopkeeper said that the goods in the house are fixed in amount. Your basket is nice, but our small shop can't sell that much. You should look elsewhere. As he spoke, the young man politely gestured to send her off. All right, thank you, young sir, Chue replied. Noticing the young man's expression, she understood that selling the basket to this grocery store was unlikely. She didn't get discouraged, thanked him, and picked up the pole to carry the basket away. Oh, By the way, young sir, how much does one basket cost in your shop? Chuer asked as she turned back at the door. The young man hesitated, looking at Chuer. Seeing that she didn't sell the willow basket, which seemed a bit pitiful, he lowered his voice and said, "The big basket is 20 coins each, the medium 15 and the small 10. Thanks a lot, young sir," Chuer said, thanking the round-faced young man, then carried the basket out of the grocery store. She looked back at the fabric section of the store, where Aunt Lu and others were happily looking at fabrics. Chuer didn't disturb them and instead looked ahead at a row of street stalls and decided to go over. Chuer reached a small open space nearby, took down the pole, and planned to sell her baskets along the busy street. Hand-woven willow baskets, sturdy, durable, and cheap, Chuer finally gathered her courage and called out. A few people glanced over, but when they saw it was just ordinary willow baskets, their interest waned, and they turned away. Chuer called out for a while, but although some people looked at her willow baskets, no one asked for the price. She looked at the 2 stacks of 10 large willow baskets in front of her and frowned slightly. They heard her shouting, but didn't buy anything. Where was the problem? While thinking, Chuer kept calling out and carefully observed the activity at the nearby stall. Before she could figure it out, suddenly she heard a noisy commotion ahead, probably from the Money family grocery store. Chuer, from a distance, couldn't see clearly what was happening. She heard the noisy commotion ahead and, feeling indifferent, thought about Aunt Lu and the others still inside the shop. Worried they might encounter trouble, she carried her basket with a pole and headed toward the general store. Everything's scattered. We're about to deliver things, and now this mess. What's going on? When Chuer got closer, she saw a middle-aged man, who looked like the shopkeeper, staring at a pile of items on the ground with a frown. "Little kid, go inside and call the lady boss," the shopkeeper told the assistant inside the store. He squatted down to pick up the fallen items, trying to put them back in the cart, but he noticed the basket on the cart was also shaky. He grabbed some items with both hands and sighed. Seeing the shopkeeper looking so upset, Chuer suddenly had an idea. She lifted her own basket and placed it in front of the shopkeeper. "Sir, if your basket isn't enough, why not try mine? It's handmade, very sturdy and durable. You can fill it with potatoes or anything else, no problem." Earlier, Chuer had noticed the broken basket. It was rougher and less well-made than the one sold in the shop. She guessed it was a basket used for transporting goods, probably sent out and not very sturdy. But even if it's not sturdy, there should be a limit, right? This basket was really fragile. "Your basket." The shopkeeper's eyes narrowed slightly, his chubby face tightening. He was already angry inside. They had just delivered goods from the mountain, and now his staff used this old, fragile basket. It made him furious. The cart had a long way to go. Luckily, it broke just outside the house. If it had broken halfway, could they still carry all the goods to the buyer? The shopkeeper was very angry and wanted to scold someone. When Chuer approached, he was tempted to mock her just to vent his frustration. Others nearby saw the shopkeeper's expression and felt nervous for Chuer. Although the shopkeeper of the general store usually looked friendly and gentle, once he got angry, he could be terrifying. "Do you think I, the owner of this general store, have never heard of my reputation? Do you think I'd buy your basket to deliver goods? Who do you think you are?" The shopkeeper's eyes widened as he threw the goods onto the cart, speaking sternly to Chuer. "Are you joking? You want me, a shopkeeper, to buy your basket and deliver your goods? Have you heard of my reputation, Mr. Qian?" Such arrogance. Shopkeeper Qian's eyes widened as he threw the goods onto the cart, glaring fiercely at Chuer. This scene made the nearby villagers shrink back, as Qian's reputation in town was well known. Although he wasn't the most powerful person, he was a respected figure. He didn't curse often, but when he did, he made sure everyone was thoroughly humiliated. Now, seeing this weak woman about to be scolded, the onlookers couldn't help but feel sympathetic tears. However, Chuer was unfazed by the display. Having worked in the company for a long time, she had seen all kinds of bosses. She had encountered many who scolded harshly, like Qian, dozens of times. Just as Qian was about to lose his temper and the crowd thought Chuer would be scolded, she suddenly spoke calmly and confidently. Mr. Qian, are you planning to deliver this far away? In business, trust is the most important. If your goods spill along the way and can't be delivered properly, not only will your business suffer, but your reputation will too. Chuer looked at the cart, which, besides the goods, also carried 2 worn-out rolled-up mats, probably for overnight travel. It was clear they were going on a long journey, which is why she asked. Why you? Qian was furious and ready to explode. But seeing Chuer so calm and composed, discussing matters rationally, he suddenly realized she was not an ordinary mountain villager. He lowered his disdain and began to observe her carefully. This woman looked to be under 20, dressed in rough, slightly worn cloth. Her small, dark face revealed little expression. She seemed like the most ordinary woman from a mountain village, yet Qian could sense something different in her every move.
Kuya spoke confidently, her tone steady.
Although she had rushed forward recklessly earlier, her manners now were appropriate and respectful. Such a woman, Qian thought, he had only seen in the homes of wealthy families outside the mountains. How could she be here in this small mountain town? The shopkeeper grew more convinced that Chuer was much nobler in manner than a woman from the mountains. As a merchant, he knew that some people, despite being poor, were not to be offended. The more he doubted, the more he sensed Chuer's noble background. Suddenly, he pushed aside his anger and followed her line of thought. Shopkeeper Qian is experienced in business. He understands more than a young woman like me. I think right now he values reputation most and wants to pack the goods quickly and leave, Chuer said calmly, not criticizing him. Seeing his attitude soften, she pointed to the goods on the cart. Yes, that makes sense, the shopkeeper replied, not asking further questions. He looked at the goods on the ground and strode into the general store. Chuer watched him go inside without mentioning the willow basket. She sighed and shook her head. As a woman, even just trying to earn a living in this male-dominated time was very hard. Thinking this, Chuer took a deep breath, hung the willow basket on her shoulder with a pole, and was about to turn away when she saw Aunt Lu and others rushing over, chatting excitedly. Chuer, are you all right? They asked. I'm fine, Chuer replied with a faint smile, though her smile was tinged with bitterness. She felt as if a heavy mountain was pressing down on her, making it hard to breathe. Despite the discomfort, she straightened her back. Her stubborn nature made her want to do more, especially since selling the basket was for a better future with Lian Qingshan. That's good. The shopkeeper Qian is very strict. I saw him scold a worker last time for an hour straight. The worker looked like he wanted to hide his head in his neck, Aunt Chunju said, still trembling with fear. Seeing Chuer safe, she finally relaxed. Have you bought the fabric, Auntie? Chuer quickly changed the subject when she saw their worried faces. Yes, I bought 2 pieces. They're good for the adults to wear or for the children. We can give one as a betrothal gift to Zhang's daughter. Perfect, Aunt Chunju said happily, her worry easing as she took out the fabric from her basket and showed Chuer. The fabric is really nice, and the young lady from the Zhang family looks beautiful. The color matches her perfectly. Chuer saw the fabric and praised it twice. Aunt Chunju smiled happily after hearing her words. Big sister, wait. Big sister, wait. The lady selling willow baskets. Just as they were talking, someone ran up from behind. Chuer turned to look when she heard the shout. It was the young shop assistant who had served her earlier at the Qian family's grocery store, called Shiau. Young sir, do you need something? Big sister. Our boss said that your willow baskets, 15 coins for the big ones and 12 for the small ones, are all reserved, said Shiau, pointing at the baskets on Chuer's shoulder, with a happy look on his face. Really? Chuer's eyes lit up. The price was higher than she had expected. Only 10 coins per basket. She immediately asked excitedly. Yes, it's true. After the shopkeeper came out earlier and looked for you, and since you weren't here, he sent me to find you. Shiau nodded seriously. He thought the big sister's smile was so bright it almost made his eyes dizzy. If only her face weren't so dark, she'd surely marry well. All right, let's go quickly, Chuer said, nodding and following Shiau back. Aunt Lu, Aunt Chunjua, and Huaji, who heard this, also felt happy for Chuer and smiled, saying she was lucky. Chuer followed Xiao Lizi back to the Qian family's grocery store. The shopkeeper, who was just furious earlier, seemed to have calmed down now. He greeted Chuer with a gentle smile, his face plump and sincere. "Thank you, young lady, for your kind advice earlier. If it weren't for your words, I might not have been able to prepare the goods and send them out today." "Oh, it's nothing. The shopkeeper is wise. I just wanted to sell the baskets and earn some money for food," Chuer replied modestly. Chuer bowed to shopkeeper Qian and took off the basket on her shoulder. Hearing that the baskets were large, the shopkeeper's wife took out 150 coins from the counter and handed them to Chuer. "Thank you, shopkeeper Qian, and thank you, madam." Chuer accepted the money and expressed her thanks again. Since she had no further business here, she was about to leave, holding a simple stick and a shoulder pole when she heard shopkeeper Qian speak. "Young lady, if your family still has these willow baskets, why not do long-term business with us? In the future, you can send us baskets whenever you have them. What do you think? Thanks to Jianjuan for the safety talisman. Happy weekend, Sister Yi. Young lady, if your family still has these willow baskets, why not do long-term business with us? In the future, you can send us baskets whenever you have them. What do you think?" Watching Chuer quickly accept the money and leave without hesitation, shopkeeper Qian suddenly felt that having such a supplier would be quite good. "Oh, do you mean, shopkeeper Qian, that we sign a long-term supply agreement?" Chuer turned around and looked at shopkeeper Qian. "Exactly," he nodded. But in his heart, he thought highly of Chuer again. A long-term supply agreement, such words, unless they were from a wealthy family or experienced in business, most people wouldn't speak like that. "That sounds good," Chuer agreed. "May I ask, what is your husband's surname?" Shopkeeper Qian looked at Chuer with a bit of respect. "His family name is Lian and his given name is Cui. You can call me Lian Cui or Madam Cui." Chuer thought for a moment. Since she was pretending to be someone else, if she was ever discovered, it would be bad. Better to use her real name. "Understood, Madam Cui. From now on, please take care of us," said shopkeeper Qian with a bow. "Thank you for your support, shopkeeper Qian." Chuer also returned a courtesy. "May I ask, how many willow baskets does shopkeeper Qian need?" Chuer was still thinking about her own livelihood. After some polite chat, she got straight to the point. 23 or 24 per month would be enough. If needed, I can place larger orders. In that case, let's sign an agreement. I will deliver 20 willow baskets each month. What do you think about the price? Chuer did not exaggerate the order. First, Qingshan's health was not good, and she was worried he might tire himself out. Also, she had just started working with manager Qian, and it was proper to proceed carefully. "Let's set the price at 15 coins each today. We'll pay a deposit of 100 coins now, and when the time comes mid-month, bring the baskets to pick up the goods." "Good," Chuer responded cheerfully. She watched manager Qian pick up his brush and write a contract, then copy it out and hand it to her. After receiving the contract, Chuer suddenly realized she didn't recognize the characters from this ancient writing. She looked nervously at the contract in front of her. The characters looked very similar to modern simplified Chinese. In her hazy memory, she recognized the words, and as she looked closer, she understood the entire contract. Although it had some old-fashioned phrases, it was still clear and understandable. "No problem." Chuer felt reassured. The original owner of her body was literate, and with her modern knowledge, reading this contract was not difficult. While Chuer was studying the contract, manager Qian was secretly excited. The woman in front of him could read and write. Given the poor transportation nearby, few people in the village could read, especially women. Manager Qian was convinced that Chuer was not an ordinary girl. Later, Chuer and manager Qian signed the contract together, and she paid a deposit of 100 coins. Then she carried her basket and left. "Master, that woman looks so thin and dark. Why are you still so respectful to her?" The lady of the Qian family watched the exchange and thought that if Chuer's face hadn't been so dark, she might have thought her husband was interested in her. "Don't you understand? That Chuer is not an ordinary girl, Manager Qian said seriously as he watched her walk away. He kept pondering who she really was but couldn't figure it out. Although Manager Qian didn't look down on Chuer now, he didn't realize that this small contract today would bring him great wealth in the future. Chuer, you're out now. After Chuer finished selling her willow baskets and left the grocery store, Aunt Lu and the others gathered around her. Their eyes looked at her differently. Chuer, you sold all 10 willow baskets. Aunt Lu watched Chuer come out, and although she had been observing the situation unfold, she still couldn't quite understand the outcome. Yes, everything has been sold, Chuer said with a bright smile. She carried a small cloth bag weighing heavy with 250 large coins. With the money, she had bought quite a bit of grain, roughly priced at 3 coins per jean. That's great. Sister Qingshan, you're really amazing. Huaxi looked at Chuer with admiration. By the way, Sister Qingshan, can you write? Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Exactly, Chuer, you're truly impressive. Aunt Lu gave Chuer a thumbs up, her eyes shining with pride and affection. Auntie, you're flattering me. I just know a few small tricks, Chuer said shyly, giggling a little. She didn't notice that ever since she made this deal, Aunt Lu and Aunt Chunju had grown even closer to her, calling her by her childhood nickname instead of her family name. Annie, do you need anything else? I want to find a shop that sells grains to buy some cornmeal, Chuer said, carrying a pole and looking around for a place to buy food. Buying grain? Sure, let's go. I'll take you. Aunt Lu quickly understood that the Qingshan family probably had no more stored grain. No wonder they were so eager to sell their baskets. She muttered a few complaints about second brother and Qinghe in her mind but said nothing, leading Chuer toward the grain shop. When they arrived, Chuer saw the grain storage filled with white rice and yellow flour, all emitting a sweet, fresh aroma unique to grains. Her heart was filled with longing, as if she had never felt such anticipation to bring food home before. She looked at the price tags on the grains. Coarse corn stalks, 5 coins for 2 jean, fine cornmeal, 3 coins per jean, and other grains like sorghum, millet, and brown rice, priced between 3 and 5 coins. The polished rice and white flour, however, were more precious, costing 10 coins per jean. Chuer wanted to buy some rice and white flour, but she didn't have enough money in her pocket and wasn't confident about spending carelessly. She only bought 20 jean of fine cornmeal, 10 jean of brown rice, 6 jean of coarse corn stalks, and 5 jean of sorghum. Even though Chuer didn't dare spend much, she spent a total of 140 coins on these coarse grains. The copper coins she just earned from selling 10 willow baskets were almost gone in an instant. While Chuer was feeling the pain of spending, the shop assistant noticed she bought a lot and, seeing that the shopkeeper was not in the shop, decided to give her a small bag of millet as a surprise gift, about 1 or 2 jean in weight. This was a happy surprise for Chuer. After buying about 40 jean of grain, Chuer thought for a moment and bought an extra jean of pork belly and 2 cheap pig's feet, spending a total of 25 coins. Before leaving, she saw some large bones in a basket by the stall. She heard they cost 2 coins for 2 bones, but she was determined and bought a large bone for 5 coins, spending a total of 30 coins on meat. That day, Chuer earned over 200 coins, but spent 170 coins quickly. Even Lu Damao and others watching couldn't help but feel sorry for her. But since there was no food at home, she had no choice. Seeing Chuer frowning as she spent money, Lu Damao advised her a few words, and then they hurried back home. On the way back, Chuer, carrying so many things on her shoulder pole, was naturally exhausted. Luckily, Lu Damao and others helped her carry the load. When it was time to prepare dinner, Chuer finally returned to the Lian family. It's Friday again. She promised to work overtime until 8 p.m. and only then go home. On the way back, a tiny black beetle the size of a thumb landed on her arm. Oh my goodness! Her little heart was so scared it was pounding. Thanks to Dear at Leisurely Afternoon Tea and at May903932 for the good luck charms. When she woke up at noon, she felt so happy just to see them. She even ate 2 more bites of lunch. At noon, she cooked fishball noodles, fish balls in a thick soup. Looking from afar at the small courtyard on the hillside, Chuer suddenly felt her heart swell with happiness. That modest, not-so-beautiful courtyard was the home she longed for, a warm home for her family. Thinking of this, Chuer couldn't help but feel a bit lighter in her steps. The heavy burden she once carried on her shoulders, which made her feel so weighed down, now seemed less difficult to bear. She thought of Denyo and Shiau, their happy faces when they ate meat, and of Qingshan, whose bright eyes had become lively after getting enough nutrition. Thinking of such a family, Chuer felt full of joy in her heart. "I'm back," Chuer called out as she carried her load into the yard. As soon as she shouted, the door of the house suddenly swung open, and Denyo, small and lively, like a little cannonball, rushed out from inside. "Mom," Denyo cheerfully called out to Chuer, her eyes shining brightly with warmth and excitement. Her friendly and enthusiastic greeting made Chuer feel soft and warm inside, like a gentle pool of water.
"Danny, come help Mom."
"Look at the front of my load. What's hanging there?" Chuer didn't really need help, but she hoped Denyo would notice the delicious meat hanging on the pole. Wow, meat and bones. Denyo saw a piece of meat, pig's trotters, and bones hanging from the hook on the pole. Her small face lit up like a blooming flower. She held a big bunch of meat and bones in her hand, excitedly circling around Chuer and asking, "Mom, are we going to stew meat tonight? Does Denyo want to eat stew meat?" Chuer asked kindly, watching Denyo's little braids bouncing. Seeing her serious nod, Chuer smiled and said, "All right, we'll have stew tonight." Chuer happily carried her load into the house. First, she went to the inner room to show Lian Qingshan the food they had bought. "Today, we sold all 10 baskets of grains at the town, 150 coins in total. I made an agreement with the shopkeeper. They will buy our willow baskets for 15 coins each. We'll sell 20 baskets to them each month. I also took 100 coins as a deposit. We bought 20 jin of cornmeal, 6 jin of corn husks, 10 jin of brown rice, and 5 jin of sorghum. That's enough for us to eat for more than a month. The shop assistant also gave me less than 2 jin of millet as a gift. When I cook porridge in the morning, adding a little will make it fragrant and sticky. I also bought a jin of pork, 2 pig's trotters, and a bunch of bones. Later, I'll make some bone soup to help nourish your body," Chuer said with a gentle smile to Lian Qingshan. After finishing her words and seeing Lian Qingshan's slightly excited expression, Chuer showed him the 100 coins they brought in the morning. She then took out 80 more coins from her pocket. "Qingshan, look, the money from this morning is still untouched. We have more now. As long as you work hard, our days will get better and better." "Yes, Chuer, it's all thanks to you," Lian Qingshan said, looking at Chuer's stark little face. He didn't realize her plan. She was just worried someone in town might notice her, so she deliberately applied face powder. His heart warmed at this. Watching Chuer put the remaining money into a red wooden box and store it in the cabinet, he felt a soft, warm feeling and a bit of sadness. He thought how lucky he was to meet such a good woman like Chuer. Lian Qingshan suddenly reached out and gently touched Chuer's face. Seeing his own dark reflection in her eyes, Chuer suddenly remembered that she had applied face powder and hadn't washed it off yet. "I'll go wash my face," Chuer said softly, feeling reluctant to let go of the warm, slightly rough hand that was still on her face. She also felt her face was too dark and not fit to be seen. "Bring a towel, girl. Dad will help you wipe your face," Lian Qingshan said, noticing Chuer's shy look. He reached out and took the towel from Denyo's hand, then gently wiped Chuer's face with love. "Chuer, you've worked hard," Lian Qingshan said, looking at her dark little face turning back to a fair and delicate one under his hand. He couldn't help but support her shoulder and speak to her.
"Oh."
"Ouch," Chuer cried out as Lian Qingshan supported her, the spot where she carried the load. She had felt a slight pulling pain before, but now, with his touch, it hurt so much she grimaced. "Chuer, what's wrong?" Lian Qingshan looked at her wrinkled little face, feeling worried. He hurried to loosen her clothes and check. "It's nothing, just the load rubbing my shoulder. I'll see to it tonight. Look at how much Denyo's drooling. I'm going to cook now." Chuer hurriedly dodged Lian Qingshan's hand, covered her face, and ran away in a hurry. She didn't notice that behind her, Lian Qingshan's sharp-featured face had already turned red. Chuer went into the kitchen, washed the pork belly she bought, and put it into a large pot to boil. While waiting, she took a large cabbage, peeled off the dry leaves, revealing the crisp white stalks. She neatly cut the cabbage into slices, preparing to make a hearty stew with pork belly and big bones. The big bones are very good. Chuer picked out 4 of them, used the back of a knife to break them apart with some effort, then removed the pork belly from the pot. She skimmed off the foam with a spoon and threw the big bones back into the boiling water. The pot was steaming hot, filled with a fragrant aroma that made everyone inside feel hungry. While waiting, Chuer scooped 2 bowls of the newly bought brown rice. Seeing the slightly yellow rice, she felt very grateful. At least for 2 months, she wouldn't have to worry about earning enough to live. She smiled and carefully washed the rice, added water, and placed it in a small basin to steam on the big pot. As she stoked the fire, Chuer cut the cooked pork belly into small pieces. She saw that the bone broth was just right, so she added the pork pieces and sliced cabbage into the pot. Watching the steaming hot pot of food, Chuer felt warm inside. Time to eat. When Chuer brought the hot bone soup to the table, even little Tiger, the mischievous young boy, seemed to know there was something delicious. He happily crawled over from the bed. Chuer, worried he might get burned, casually picked him up, kissed his little face, and then handed him to Lian Qingshan. "Big girl, come on, let's take the food to Mom." Chuer called to her older daughter, who was standing at the edge of the bed, eagerly watching. When the older girl heard she could help Chuer, her bright black and white eyes lit up immediately. "Come on, let's eat more." After bringing the food into the house, the warm soup and slightly yellow rice made for a simple dinner, but Chuer felt especially happy eating it. Everyone was in a good mood. Perhaps knowing that their future life wouldn't be hard to manage, Lian Qingshan even ate until he was full, unlike his usual habit of only eating 6 or 7/10. Just before going to bed, he was still rubbing his stomach, making Chuer laugh happily. "Since I bought a willow basket in town, Chuer feels her days are getting smoother. We now have dozens of pounds of grain, enough to last at least 2 months, and I also sell willow baskets. As long as I deliver on time, life will be comfortable and secure." After tidying up the house, Chuer took the big girl to water the vegetable garden in the backyard. When she finished her chores and was about to rest with the big girl, she saw Shiau, who lying on the windowsill, looking outside. "Shiau, come here, Mama will hold you."
Ah.
Hearing Chuer speak, Shiau, with his bright eyes, crawled over to her while making sounds like "ah," as if calling someone. "Is Shiau calling Mama? Come here, call Mama." Chuer coaxed him gently. Shiau, perhaps because he lacks a mother's care, walks slowly and speaks late. Chuer was worried, but tried to cheer him up whenever she had free time. Looking at Shiau's pink and white little face, which had grown much chubbier since she first saw him, Chuer felt a sense of achievement. She pressed her forehead against his and lovingly talked to him, thinking about when Shiau would learn to speak and walk.
Giggling.
Shiau, unaware of Chuer's worries, was amused by her actions and burst into laughter, tumbling happily in her arms with a face full of innocence. "You're growing strong," Chuer said with a smile, feeling Shiau's soft body squirming in her arms, while her hands felt the weight of his little body. Now, the lively, cheerful Shiau was much healthier than when he was thin and small like a kitten. "The weather outside is nice. Qingshan, don't stay cooped up inside. Let's go out for a while." Chuer watched Lian Qingshan sitting at the head of the Kong. His eyes were on Chuer and Shiau playing, but he never let go of the willow basket in his hand. Since learning that the willow basket could be sold for money, Lian Qingshan had started to work harder making baskets. Originally, he could only make 1 basket a day, but now, with faster work, he could make 2 in a day. Chuer was worried he might get tired, so she often took him out for walks or to enjoy the sun. "Big girl, come here. Bring Dad his walking stick. Let's go outside and enjoy some sun," Chuer said, holding Shiau and giving him a couple of kisses before turning to her older daughter. "Okay, let's go out, Lian Qingshan looked at his daughter looking up at him, and Chuer smiling happily. He put down his work, took the walking stick from his daughter's hand, and stood up. Let's go. Out we go. Chuer carried Xiaohu, and her older daughter helped Lian Qingshan. The family of 4 stepped outside. Let's go see the vegetable garden, Lian Qingshan said, feeling the warm sunlight outside. The bright sun made him feel reborn. Watching Chuer carefully tending to his legs, which now had strength, and seeing how well she took care of the family, Lian Qingshan felt hopeful about the future. He believed life would get better and better. Come on, let's see the garden. Our big girl takes good care of the vegetables. She even watered them carefully today, right? Chuer said with a smile, holding Xiaohu close. The older girl listened and shyly giggled, nodding her head. Her small chest was held high, clearly happy to be praised by Chuer. Good girl, you are so obedient, Lian Qingshan said, patting her head and smiling at her cheerful face. His smile grew even wider. Seeing her innocent smile, Lian Qingshan suddenly remembered how the girl was ignored by Aunt Huang and frightened by sister-in-law Dong when she was little. She looked pale and thin, very pitiful. It felt like a long time ago. Qingshan, come help me check how the vegetables are growing. I'm not very good at taking care of them, so I need you to watch over them, Chuer said, noticing the strange look on his face, thinking he was remembering his leg injury. She quickly changed the subject and asked him to help check the garden. All right, let's go see. Lian Qingshan slowly walks toward the vegetable garden with a cane. When he reaches inside, he looks at the lush green seedlings growing everywhere. He feels very happy and relaxed. Is this the chili pepper? Lian Qingshan looks at the chili seedlings planted in 2 rows by Chuer. The small plants are very dense, and in a tiny patch of land, there are about 10 little seedlings. Yes, they're chili peppers, Chuer replies, noticing the question. She carefully observes the seedlings and suddenly notices a problem. She only knows how to weed and water, but not the detailed tricks of planting vegetables. Are these chili seedlings planted a bit too close? Lian Qingshan sees Chuer frowning and looking worried. He can't help but smile quietly. The seedlings are not just close, they are 5 times denser than they should be. It's okay. It's fine. Where they are too crowded, we can move some of the plants to other spots. We won't waste the seeds. He looks around and sees a large empty space at the foot of the wall. He points to it and says, when you have free time, I'll clear that area. Later, we can move some of these chili seedlings over there. Okay, that sounds good. Chuer blushes and responds softly. She remembers how she initially sprinkled a little too many chili seeds without paying attention. Seeing so many healthy, tender seedlings now, she really doesn't want to pull them out. Moving the chili seedlings would be the best option. Lian Qingshan notices Chuer's cheeks turning red and knows she feels shy about the chili seedlings. He doesn't say anything about it. Instead, he tells Chuer, Chuer, we only have enough willow branches to make about 50 baskets. Since the weather is nice today, let's go gather some willow branches. Willow branches?
Sure.
What kind do you need? I'll go get them. Chuer is eager when she hears about the willow baskets. Those baskets are an important source of income for her family. Don't worry. My legs can't climb mountains, but I can walk on gentle slopes, Lian Qingshan says. We'll go together another day. Then, he takes Chuer toward his home. He also mentions, earlier you said you couldn't find that pond I mentioned. I'll take you to look for it. Can your legs handle it? Chuer feels excited when she hears Lian Qingshan wants to go out. Since coming to the mountains, she has only gone picking wild vegetables with Aunt Lu, and once to town. She hasn't dared to run around much. Living in the mountains, she, a weak woman, found it very dangerous to pick wild vegetables nearby, let alone go for a walk to relax. She wouldn't dare, even with 10 times her courage. But if Lian Qingshan was with her, it was different. Seeing Lian Qingshan made her feel safe. Chuer smiled happily, holding little Tiger in one arm and Big Neo's hand in the other, and cheerfully followed Lian Qingshan out of the yard. With Lian Qingshan by her side, Chuer felt more confident than ever. This feeling of being grounded and not worried about anything was something she hadn't experienced in a long time. It had been so long that she thought the last time she felt this peaceful was when she was in her mother's arms. This sense of security made Chui'er cherish it deeply. She looked at Lian Qingshan's handsome face as he gazed into the distance. She had an overwhelming urge to tell him the truth, that she was not his bought bride. The secret felt like a ticking bomb in her heart, ready to explode and ruin her hard-earned happiness at any moment.
Qingshan, she began. Chui'er, look at this mountain range.
Before she could speak, Lian Qingshan excitedly pointed to the mountain they were on. These were all bought when I returned here. When we divided the land, the old house was given to Qinghe. Now, this land belongs to us. Chui'er was caught off guard by Lian Qingshan's interruption. Her courage, which had just started to grow, suddenly vanished. She looked in the direction he pointed. She hadn't expected much from the Lian family's property before, but now she was a bit surprised. All these mountains? She asked. Yes, these mountains and the 2 mountains nearby with the ponds. I told you about those, are all ours. Lian Qingshan pointed behind him, feeling a bit proud. When I came back from outside, I had some savings. I bought 2 mountains near the village. Oh my goodness, I never thought I was with a landlord. Chui'er teased as she looked at Lian Qingshan's proud expression. She had never imagined that Lian Qingshan owned mountains, especially since his family was so poor they couldn't even afford simple food. How could he have anything valuable? At first, I wanted to do something meaningful, but I didn't expect that later, both my parents would pass away, and one problem would follow another. As he spoke, only a faint, bitter smile remained on Qingshan's face. Qingshan, it's all in the past. Our family of 4 is living well now. Chui'er sensed the bitterness in Qingshan's words and knew he was thinking of his ex-wife. She forced down her own sour feelings, stepped forward, and hugged Shiau, who, cuddling close to Qingshan. Seeing his furrowed brow and forced smile, she felt as if a small hand was clutching her heart tightly, making her feel very suffocated. Qingshan, looking at Chui'er's beautiful side face and the little Hu blowing bubbles in her arms, along with the big girl leaning on him, Qingshan felt his heart swell. All the previous worries disappeared. Chui'er is right. It's all in the past. If those things hadn't happened, how could I have married such a good wife like you? Qingshan, seeing the sincere love in Qingshan's eyes, Chui'er suddenly felt uneasy. She worried that if Qingshan found out she was pretending, he might no longer treat her the same way. Because she cared so much, her heart was in turmoil, debating whether to tell him the truth. Meanwhile, Qingshan, comforted by Chui'er's presence, felt much happier and walked with more energy. Qingshan took Chui'er around his mountaintop twice, still feeling it wasn't enough. Excited, he said to Chui'er, Chui'er, let's go find that pond I told you about. It's really nice, and in winter it even steams hot. In winter it steams hot? Chui'er didn't know exactly where they were, but her accent made her think this place was similar to the Northeast. But Northeast winters are very cold, with ice forming on water. If the pond still steams hot in winter, could it be a hot spring? If it was a hot spring, that would be wonderful. Her earlier worries faded a bit at the thought. She eagerly followed Qingshan toward the mountain he mentioned. Chui'er, the pond I mentioned is right here. Be careful, Daohei. Walk slowly. Qingshan stopped in front of a stone cave and said to Chui'er, Here. Chui'er looked at the stone cave in front of her, about the height of a person at the entrance. Inside was dark and unclear, with only the faint sound of dripping water. Occasionally, a warm breeze blew out from the entrance, carrying a faint sulfur smell. Seeing the scene, Chui'er naturally guessed there was a hot spring inside, but the dark entrance made her hesitant. Qingshan, could there be wild animals inside? It's fine. I checked before, there are no animals. If there were, the wind wouldn't carry this water smell. It would be more like a fishy scent, Qingshan said. Even so, he didn't walk directly into the cave, but kept Chui'er behind him. He raised his staff and tapped the cave wall a few times. Clang, clang. Echoes bounced in the empty cave, but it was otherwise very quiet. Chui'er looked for a while, feeling it was safe, but still felt uneasy. She picked up a small stone the size of her fist and threw it into the cave with a bang. The stone rolled a few times and then stopped, and the cave remained silent. "It's okay. Let's go inside." Qingshan listened for a while and, seeing no strange sounds, gently pulled Chuer forward step by step into the cave. The inside of the cave was well ventilated, and there was no strange smell. Although it was hard to see clearly after coming from the sunny outside, after walking a few steps, Chuer could vaguely see what was inside. "This cave, I've known it since I was a child. I often came here to play. Back then, Qinghe was too timid to come in, so I played here alone," Qingshan said, holding the girl's sleeve as they walked shoulder to shoulder. Chuer moved carefully. The cave wasn't slippery, but the darkness was too thick, and she didn't dare be careless. She was afraid she might fall and hurt her little tiger cub in her arms. "We're almost there. Look, you can see the light," Qingshan said, turning Chuer around a bend inside the cave. The view brightened immediately. About 10 meters ahead, the glowing entrance of the cave seemed to greet Chuer. "Oh, we're almost there." Chuer's eyes lit up. With the light, the walk was much easier. She quickened her pace slightly and reached the cave's exit. Bright sunlight shone down, and Chuer, just emerging from darkness, felt it was too dazzling. She immediately covered Xiaohu's eyes and said to Lian Qingshan, big girl, don't open your eyes. Wait a little longer before going out." "Okay." Lian Qingshan pulled big girl close and covered her small face with his large hand. He also closed his eyes to avoid hurting them. After a long while, Chuer adapted to the bright sunlight and slowly opened her eyes. Instantly, she was greeted by a naturally beautiful landscape, which made her gasp in surprise and open her eyes wide. The sunlight filtered through the gaps between several ancient trees, casting thin rays of light onto the lush green grass, which looked shiny and tender. Wildflowers of unknown types bloomed among the grass, red, yellow, and white, swaying gently in the breeze. Nearby, birds sang melodiously, and the sound of flowing water could be heard in the distance. The scene was peaceful, fresh, and delightful. "This is really a wonderful place." Chuer immediately fell in love with it. Her eyes sparkled as she looked around, stepping on the soft grass as she and Lian Qingshan slowly moved toward the deep valley. "Yes, I love this place too. I've liked telling Qinghe about it since I was young. I didn't expect he wouldn't even dare to come in." Lian Qingshan saw the happiness shining in Chuer's face. He knew bringing her here was the right choice. As they walked slowly, he began sharing childhood stories with her. Suddenly, a tiny squirrel, about the size of a palm, darted out from the treetops. Its fur was shiny gold, and it had a soft, fluffy tail. It held an unknown fruit in its paws, trembling slightly with its small mouth, and sat on the ground, staring with big, round eyes at the group. Xiaohu saw the squirrel and clapped happily, laughing loudly. Even Big Girl, usually shy, giggled, clearly fond of the little squirrel on the ground. The little squirrel was startled by the laughter of the two children. Accidentally, it dropped the fruit it was holding on the ground. Without hesitation, it turned around and ran away. After it had run halfway, seeing that Chuer and the others had no intention of chasing it, it hesitated, came back quietly, reached out its paw to grab the fruit on the ground. Then, without looking back, it darted away again. Dania looked disappointedly in the direction the squirrel had fled, clearly very fond of the little creature. "Is that a squirrel? Aren't they usually gray? Why does this one have such bright fur?" Chuer thought about the small creature that just ran away. The black patterns on its back made Chuer think it was definitely a squirrel. "Yes, it should be. When I was a kid, I saw golden squirrels in this forest. It's not unusual." Lian Qingshan looked at Chuer and hesitated before asking, "You like its fur, right? When I get better, I can hunt some for you." No. That squirrel is doing fine. Why would I want to kill it? I just think it's really cute. It would be great to bring it home and keep as a pet." Chuer quickly shook her head. She remembered how adorable the tiny squirrel was, about the size of her palm, and she wished she could hold it in her hand and gently pet it. Okay, Qingshan nodded. Although he didn't say much, he kept Chuer's words in mind. He thought that once his leg healed, he would catch a cute squirrel to keep as a pet for Chuer. Can we keep it? Dainyu, hearing Chuer's words, looked up happily. She seemed genuinely excited, her eyes squinting with joy. There's the pond I mentioned earlier. Qingshan pointed ahead and said to Chuer. Let's go see. Chuer looked in the direction he indicated. She saw a misty fog ahead. After walking a few steps forward, she saw a small pond about the size of a house. Surrounding the pond were yellowish stone walls. Water flowed down the stones with a gentle sound, gathering in the pond, then slowly spilling over the edge, flowing to an unknown place. Wow, it's really a hot spring, Chuer exclaimed happily, rushing a few steps to the edge of the pond. She excitedly opened her eyes wide, looking at the clear, bottomless pool. The water varied in depth, about a meter deep in the middle and roughly a foot at the shallow edges. She felt a sudden itch. How wonderful it would be to soak in a hot spring. Chuer's little tiger in her arms saw the hot spring pool and became very excited. He opened his small hands and wanted to jump in. Frightened, Chuer quickly held him tightly. Tiger, this isn't our family's wash basin. You can't just jump in like that. Chuer looked at the eager little tiger and felt both amused and worried. Since the weather was warm, Chuer was afraid he might get prickly heat. When there was no other thing to do, she would boil hot water to bathe Deepening and the little tiger. The little guy loved bathing and always wanted to jump into any water basin he saw. Chuer, the water isn't hot. You should try it. Qingshan suddenly came over and reached out to test the water temperature. While stirring the water, he said to Chuer. Chuer had already thought of this. She reached out to test the water herself. It was warm but not hot, just right for a bath. The water is perfect, Chuer said. She helped Qingshan sit down, then sat on a nearby raised stone. She placed the little tiger on her lap and called Deepening over. The family sat by the water, playing with the hot spring water and chatting. When I was little, I was very naughty. Once, I hurt the boy next door. My dad was so angry that he scolded me. I ran away. Qingshan shared a funny childhood story, making Chuer smile happily. Hee. You were such a mischievous kid. I never would have guessed. Chuer chuckled softly, looking at Qingshan's honest face. She couldn't imagine that he had ever run away from home as a child. Deepening and Tiger, don't learn that from your dad. Dad was a naughty kid too. Chuer teased the little tiger in her arms. Deepening covered her mouth and giggled, seeming to understand what Chuer said. Cough, cough. Qingshan cleared his throat awkwardly, pretending to look at the distant mountain flowers. Suddenly, a gentle breeze blew, and Chuer caught a faint fragrance. It was light and subtle, with a slight bitter herbal scent, but it made Chuer's heart tremble. It was the aroma of tea. Chuer felt a surge of warm emotion in her chest. The familiar scent seemed to take her back to her childhood. So close, so familiar. She was so moved that she almost cried. But Chuer's reason told her that in the past few decades in the modern world, although she had tasted many fine teas, she knew almost nothing about tea making. She had never even touched fresh tea leaves. Such exciting feelings naturally didn't belong to her, so they must belong to the original owner's body instincts. As these feelings stirred inside her, a flood of information also poured into her mind. Various tea aromas, tastes, and shapes, all rushing in at once. These merged with her memories from her previous life. While her mind was still fuzzy, she vaguely recognized that the source of this fragrance was probably a tea tree, and a very high-quality one at that. In her dazed state, a sudden thought flashed through her mind. If this fragrance really came from a tea tree, and the original owner was someone who knew about tea, could she try picking and processing tea leaves as a way to make a living? In her daze, a sudden idea struck her. If this scent truly came from a tea tree, and the original owner was knowledgeable about tea, maybe she could try harvesting and making tea as a business. This thought came so quickly that she couldn't suppress it anymore. It felt like an instinct of her body. Chuer suddenly stood up and asked, Qingshan, do you smell this fragrance?
Smell?
What fragrance? Qingshan, who was sitting in the sun enjoying himself, was a bit confused when he heard Chuer speak. This scent is light, a bit bitter, and very fresh, Chuer said, holding the sleepy little tiger in her arms, speaking to Qingshan. This smell? You mean the tea aroma? Qingshan pondered for a moment and suddenly realized, it seems there are a few trees on that pond. The smell does resemble tea. I was wondering, isn't this stuff from the south? How come it's growing here? You know about tea?
Kuya war surprised.
She had stayed in this mountain village for a long time, helping with celebrations and banquets, but she had never seen anyone serve tea to guests. The fact that Qingshan knew about it showed he was quite knowledgeable. I served in the army for a few years and just saw people drinking it, Qingshan chuckled, his face simple and honest. Clearly, he didn't mind that Chuer didn't know much about his past. He reached out and grabbed her hand, looking at her, and said, if you don't mind the bitter taste, I'll take you to see those trees. When Chuer heard this, her eyes lit up. She remembered that although she had no other skills, she was good at making tea and processing tea leaves. If she could pick some tea and sell it, it would be a good way to help the family. Let's go and take a look. Lian Qingshan led Chuer up a small slope above the pond. The slope wasn't steep, and although Lian Qingshan's legs weren't very agile, he could still walk up safely. When they reached the top, a strong fresh scent of tea filled the air. Chuer looked at the small patch of about 20 tea trees and was so excited she almost couldn't speak. These are really tea trees, although she couldn't tell what kind they were. Just knowing they were tea trees made Chuer very happy. Chuer handed the sleeping little tiger to Lian Qingshan and walked to the tea trees. She looked at the tender yellow buds on the tea plants that were about chest height. She couldn't help but gently pinch one of the buds with her fingernail and put it in her mouth to chew carefully. A slight bitterness mixed with a light, fresh tea aroma spread through her mouth. Soon, a strong sweet aftertaste filled her senses, rushing from her lips and teeth. Chuer was caught off guard by how wonderful the flavor was and couldn't help but enjoy it. After a while, Chuer spat out the tea leaves and looked up at the 20 or so tea trees. Instead of seeing the trees again, she saw countless finished tea products and the wealth they could bring to her family. Qingshan, this is good tea. Chuer instinctively believed it was true. She turned excitedly to look at Lian Qingshan, her eyes full of joy. Really? That's great. Seeing Chuer so happy, Lian Qingshan also felt happy. After a moment, he suddenly remembered, Chuer, even if this is good tea, so what? When I first saw the tea trees, I tried picking some leaves to make tea, but the next day, the leaves rotted and couldn't be drunk. It's okay. We can take our time to study it, Chuer said, not worried. When she looked at the 20 or so tea trees again, she felt like she was dreaming. Qingshan, wait for me. I'll pick some fresh tea leaves to bring back, and we can try making tea. Although Chuer has never made tea by herself, she has countless past life tea tasting experience and has watched many documentaries. Plus, she has seen the tea roasting process repeatedly. Even if she can't make tea on her first or second try, she believes that after trying 100 or more times, she will succeed. Chuer looks at the tender tea buds in front of her, eager to pick them all and try different methods to make tea. However, her rational mind pulls her back. There are only about 20 tea bushes, and the buds are limited. If she picks all of them now, she will have to wait for the next batch to try again if her first attempt fails. She counts the 28 tea bushes on the slope, which are roughly the same size. After thinking for a moment, Chuer decides to use the few bushes with the most buds on the southern side for her tea-making experiment. Making tea involves picking fresh tea buds and leaves, then processing them through steps like pan-firing, rolling, and roasting to produce tea that can be stored long-term. Different tea types require different amounts of buds and leaves. Based on Chuer's past experience with tea, good tea leaves are usually delicate, mostly single buds or one bud with one leaf. Worried about her estimate being off, she plans to pick some single buds and some with leaves. While carefully observing the tea bushes, Qingshan, holding a small sleeping tiger, stands nearby. The soft sunlight gently illuminates Chuer's face, highlighting her delicate skin and tiny hairs. She looks so beautiful in the sunlight. At this moment, Chuer is focused on the tea, thinking how sweet and refreshing the buds taste. She wonders if the tea will taste even better after processing into finished tea leaves. Qingshan, this hill belongs to your family, right? No one else has been here before. Chuer asks one last time before starting to pick tea. The hill is ours. No one else comes here except me. The villagers don't know about it. Qingshan reassures her. That's good. Chuer smiles softly and begins carefully picking the tender green buds from the delicate branches, using just enough force to avoid damaging the tea plants or breaking the young buds. Chuer moved very carefully, gradually speeding up. Near the 7 trees in the south, she first picked a small handful of fresh single buds, wrapped them in her handkerchief, then gathered some with 1 bud and 1 leaf, and others with 1 bud and 2 leaves, placing them in her collar pocket. After finishing, she looked up to wipe the sweat from her forehead and happened to see Lian Qingshan staring at her blankly. Qingshan, let's go back and try to roast some tea. If we can make good tea, we can sell it and earn some money, Chuer said with a sweet smile. Her words made the sunlight in the valley seem brighter. Okay, I'll do as you say. Recently, the weather in Beijing has been very clear. It's been a long time since I saw the blue sky for so many days in a row. I feel very happy. For those who like green colors, remember to save this. During work, I keep staring at the saved images and whispering to myself, when will I reach 1,000 saves? Fresh tea picked from the tea trees, also called tea greens, made Chuer think about these tea greens so much that she didn't want to wait even a moment longer. She hurriedly pulled Lian Qingshan to head back. All right, let's go home. Lian Qingshan looked at Chuer, who was rushing like a little girl, but his face was full of a smile. He found her adorable and couldn't help but laugh. He took the tea greens from Chuer, let her hold Shiau, and led the family back. Suddenly, a small golden shadow darted out and jumped right in front of the family. Hey, isn't that the little squirrel we saw? Chuer saw the small golden creature and couldn't help but smile. Yes, this little thing is quite interesting, Lian Qingshan said, watching the squirrels squat on the ground and chirp at them. It looked like a ball of golden fur, very cute. If only I could take it home. Usually, besides eating, she had no other wishes, but this time, the big girl looked eagerly at the golden ball and muttered softly. Does the big girl like the squirrel? Lian Qingshan heard her words and stared at the squirrel, thinking about whether he could catch this golden squirrel. Just as he fixed his eyes on it, the squirrel seemed startled and quickly scurried up the tree, disappearing from sight. It got scared and ran away. Lian Qingshan sighed and turned to Dinyo, saying, Dinyo, the squirrel runs too fast. When my leg heals, I will help you catch it, okay? Okay? Dinyo obediently nodded, no longer worried about the squirrel. She turned her head eagerly to look at the tea leaves in Lian Qingshan's pocket. Dad and Mom, what are they going to do with these leaves? Good girl, these aren't just leaves. They are tea leaves, Chuer patiently explained. As she spoke, they had already reached the door of their home. Qingshan, let's go inside and rest, Chuer said, helping Lian Qingshan into the house. She also settled Dinyo and Shiau, who before she had time to think about the tea leaves. The tea leaves were very few, only enough to fill a small basket. Chuer separated the tea leaves into single buds, 1 leaf, and 1 bud with 2 leaves, spreading them out on a bamboo basket to dry. In Chuer's memory, making tea involved steps like killing green, rolling, and roasting. The original owner's memory also included drying and covering fire. Chuer didn't know much about tea making, so she tried to learn step by step, using her past experience of learning new things. She would use whichever method made the tea taste better. She spread the tea leaves in the basket under the sun to dry. This was mainly to let some moisture evaporate from the fresh, tender leaves, making them softer and easier to fry and shape. After drying the tea leaves, Chuer went back to the kitchen to cook. Their house only had 2 pots, so they would finish cooking first before frying the tea. She only knew the steps from what she had heard, not the exact temperatures or techniques, so she explored slowly. She cleaned the large cooking pot until it was spotless, with no oil spots left. She then lit a strong fire underneath it. Watching the steam rise from the hot pot, Chuer held her hand above to feel the temperature. As the pot heated up gradually, the remaining moisture inside evaporated. When her hand felt the intense heat, she thought it was just right. She then poured a small basket of single buds with 2 leaves into the iron pot. Tea leaves couldn't be stirred with a spatula, and Chuer was afraid she wouldn't control the amount properly, so she didn't use her hands directly. Instead, she remembered a new brush and broom she had in the cupboard, took it out, and used it to stir the tea leaves in the pot. Chuer was stirring and frying the fresh, tender shoots. She watched as the young shoots became dry and soft, with a faint steam slowly evaporating inside the pot. She thought about shaping the tea leaves later. Since the pot was too hot, she didn't dare put her hand inside. She intentionally didn't add more firewood under the stove. When the fire underneath was nearly out and the temperature inside the pot had slightly decreased, she put down the broom and gently touched the tea leaves. She wasn't sure if the moisture on the leaves had evaporated, making them less hot, or if the temperature of the pot had dropped. Although the leaves felt warm, they weren't unbearable. As she recalled the method of processing tea leaves, she began to stir and knead the tea leaves in her hand. Chuer's small, delicate hands moved swiftly among the tea leaves. The black pot, the green tea, and her white hands created a striking contrast, yet they looked surprisingly harmonious. After a brief moment of busy work, Chuer started to understand the process better. She kept turning and gently kneading the tea leaves, causing the leaves and tender buds to curl together into long, elegant strips. Her face was flushed red from the heat of the steam, and sweat was trickling down her forehead. However, before it could fall, it dried up from the intense heat. Her hands kept working. When the tea leaves in her hands cooled down, Chuer suddenly realized that the originally bright green, tender leaves had turned into long, slender tea strips, each leaf clearly defined. Hee, it really does look quite like real tea, Chuer said, looking at the small basket of fried tea leaves. She checked the moisture level inside and found it still quite high, so she didn't pack it away yet. In her memory, after frying the tea leaves, the process wasn't finished until most of the water was removed. After testing the 2-leaf tea shoots, Chuer took out the single tender bud tea. Looking at the delicate buds, she was afraid they might get damaged if she kneaded them like before. So she lit the fire again, planning to dry the single buds first. Because she was worried the tender buds might be too fragile, Chuer didn't even use the broom. She gently roasted them over low heat, slowly drying a small handful of tea leaves. Combining 2 types of roasted tea leaves, Chuer immediately noticed the difference. The young tea shoots with 2 leaves were darker green and striped, while the later roasted tender buds were yellow-green and small. Under these different appearances, Chuer seemed to sense that the flavors of the teas were also somewhat different. Chuer happily looked at the tea leaves in front of her, but suddenly heard a hurried call from inside the house. The voice sounded a bit unusual. Lian Qingshan. Qingshan, what's wrong? Chuer, hearing the call, quickly threw the basket she was holding into the pot and rushed into the house. She saw Lian Qingshan leaning awkwardly on the bed, clutching his leg tightly with both hands. Qingshan, are you okay? Seeing how Lian Qingshan looked, Chuer immediately thought something was wrong with his leg. She felt very regretful. Why did she persuade him to go out? What if something bad happened to his leg? She kept blaming herself and almost started crying. A gentle request, please support me with your votes and favorites. I feel unusually unsure today at work, like I haven't accomplished anything. Fingers crossed. Qingshan, what happened to your leg? Chuer was very nervous watching Lian Qingshan's movements. Without thinking, she hugged his head in her arms.
Qingshan, speak.
Don't scare me. Sieur, my leg is very itchy. Lian Qingshan looked up at Chuer, his eyes shining brightly. Sieur, my leg is itchy, not painful, just itchy. Itchy? Let me scratch it for you. Chuer heard this and felt a sudden relief. She spoke casually, then froze, her eyes widening in surprise as she looked at Lian Qingshan. It's itchy? That means it's getting better. Yes, Lian Qingshan tightly grasped his leg. That intense itching, instead of making him uncomfortable, made him feel very happy. His leg had been injured for a long time. Although his left leg was almost fine, the wound on his right leg hadn't healed and would sometimes crack slightly. Now that it itched, it meant new flesh was growing. That was such good news. That's wonderful. That's so wonderful. Chuer was so happy she cried. She quickly picked up the little tiger who had crawled over and hugged him. Then she embraced the nervous big girl sitting nearby. Big girl, little tiger, your father's leg is getting better. Father's leg is getting better? The big girl's face lit up instantly when she heard this. She looked at Lian Qingshan and asked, when father gets better, can we go out to play? Can he bring back wild rabbits and birds for us to eat? Yes, yes, yes. If big girl wants to go out to play, father will take you. He'll bring back wild rabbits and birds for you to eat, so you'll grow up healthy and chubby. Lian Qingshan was in a very good mood. He smiled as he looked at Chuer and the children. His heart felt so full of happiness that he almost wanted to shout loudly and sing a song, so everyone would know how happy he was.
Queer, I'm so happy.
Lian Qingshan held Chuer's hand tightly and said sincerely, when my leg gets better, I will go anywhere with you. By the way, you've been married for a long time now, but you still haven't gone back to your family's home, right? When I can walk farther, I'll go back with you. Chuer. Hearing the first part, Chuer felt very touched. But when she heard the second part, her heart sank like she had eaten bitter medicine. She wasn't the kind of person bought with a few silver coins. If she went back to her family, wouldn't she risk revealing her true identity? Lian Qingshan, there's no rush to go back to your family, Chuer said hurriedly, feeling anxious. She made an excuse that she needed to make tea and hurried out of the house. Chuer sat in front of the stove, but she had no intention of making tea anymore. She held the stick to light the fire and absent-mindedly poked at the stove, adding firewood. She kept thinking about whether she should tell Lian Qingshan her true background, and also wondered about her own origins. Time passed quietly, but she didn't notice that the basket in the pot still held her freshly brewed tea. Under the steam of the hot iron pot, the tea leaves slowly changed, and she had forgotten that a small basket of tea seedlings was still hanging in the yard. That night, Chuer slept restlessly. Her dreams were mixed with different scenes. Sometimes she was arguing with her husband in modern times about wanting a child, and other times she found herself in an unknown mansion, eagerly waiting for her fiancé. The sadness of arguing, the hope of love, and various feelings changed quickly. Without realizing it, Chuer was covered in sweat on her forehead. However, Chuer's dream was still going on. This time, she was running through a dense forest at night. The darkness was deep, and she couldn't see the path ahead, but she could feel someone chasing her from behind. She ran as fast as she could. When she was exhausted, she saw the Green Mountain. The Green Mountain. Chuer felt like she suddenly found a safe place. She happily staggered forward. When Lian Qingshan ran toward her with a worried look, a colorful tiger suddenly appeared behind him. Be careful! Chuer screamed and suddenly sat up. She looked around in fear, her eyes wide open, afraid that if she closed her eyes, the tiger would attack Lian Qingshan. Her heart was pounding hard, and she was stunned for a moment. Chuer, what's wrong? Lian Qingshan reached out and sat up, looking at Chuer sitting on the bed. Under the moonlight, her face was so pale, and her expression was so helpless and scared. His heart couldn't help but tighten. Chuer, don't be afraid. I'm here with you. Just had a bad dream. Chuer nodded, took a deep breath, and looked at Lian Qingshan sitting solidly on the edge of the bed. She felt very upset inside. After hesitating for a moment, she slowly moved past Dinyo and Xiao and climbed onto the bed. Qingshan, can I stay close to you for a while? Sure, come here. Lian Qingshan gently pulled Chuer over, settling her beside him. He reached out and wiped the sweat from her forehead, then covered her with a thin blanket. He patted her gently and said softly, Chuer, don't be afraid. I'm here with you. Maybe because Lian Qingshan was nearby, or perhaps Chuer was just too tired, She soon fell into a deep sleep. She didn't have any dreams again until the next morning. Mother, wake up. Mother. Chue was sleeping peacefully when she suddenly heard a soft, sweet call. Good girl, go outside and play for a while. See how tall the chili peppers have grown and if they've flowered. Your mother didn't sleep well last night, so let her rest a bit longer, a low, cheerful voice said, clearly in a good mood.
Oh, okay. I'll go play outside, Dad.
Take good care of Mother, the soft voice replied. Then they heard the door open, and afterward, the room became quiet. Chue heard these sounds and felt amused. A small smile appeared on her face, but her consciousness gradually became blurry, and she slowly drifted into sleep. When Chue woke up again, she saw that it was already bright outside. She looked at her little tiger, who was crawling beside her and staring at her with big curious eyes, and at the big girl who was leaning on the window and giggling. Chue felt her face flush with heat. It's so bright now, I should get up quickly and cook, Chue said to herself as she sat up. She folded the quilt, washed her face, and helped Lian Qingshan comb his hair. Chue, don't be busy. There's nothing urgent today, and it's okay to rest a bit longer, Lian Qingshan said, pulling her to sit beside him and holding her hand tightly. Chue, my leg will heal in a few days. Let's take good care of the big girl and the little tiger, and maybe have a few more brothers and sisters for them, okay? Chue blushed shyly and quickly looked down, wanting to pull her hand away. But she found she couldn't use any strength. She accidentally pressed her hand onto Lian Qingshan's leg with a little force. Just then, she heard Lian Qingshan let out a low, pained cry.
Ah!
Qingshan, are you okay? Chue realized she had pressed her hand in the wrong place and felt very worried. She wanted to check his leg, but Lian Qingshan held her hand firmly. Chue, my leg is fine. Please massage this part for me. It's very itchy here, Lian Qingshan said softly, pressing her gentle, white hand onto his chest, his eyes full of tenderness. You. Chue's face turned as red as a cooked crab. She secretly cursed herself, thinking it wasn't her leg that itched, but her heart that couldn't be satisfied. Thanks to Dear at Love You Hui for the peace charm. The entire reward section is decorated now.
Moi.
When Chue finally managed to free herself from Lian Qingshan's grip, her face was so red it looked like it could bleed. Her hands and feet were trembling slightly. She hurriedly went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast, only to find that the tea she had cooked yesterday was still sitting in the big pot, untouched. Chue softly called out and quickly picked up the basket. Looking at the light yellow basket with faint black marks on the edge, she remembered last night when she unintentionally threw tea leaves into the pot. Chue reached out and brushed the tea leaves, checking that the bottom tea was not burnt. Only then did she feel relieved. She touched the dry, clearly dehydrated tea leaves, and her eyes lit up. Isn't this the step of roasting the tea? Qingshan, I roasted the tea yesterday. After breakfast, let's brew some to drink, Chue said, placing the small basket of tea leaves on the Kong, heated bed, for Lian Qingshan to see. Then she turned to prepare breakfast. Okay, there should be a teapot under the dish rack, Lian Qingshan replied while weaving a willow basket. After finishing breakfast, Chue scooped some roasted tea leaves into the teapot and started brewing. In a short while, the house was filled with a rich tea aroma. The slightly bitter yet fragrant smell made Chue take a deep breath. Chue, this tea smells so good. Lian Qingshan took a sip with a small bowl, feeling the lingering fragrance in his mouth. Even though he wasn't much of a tea expert, he thought this tea was excellent. Yes, the roasting seems to have turned out well. Chue first sniffed the tea aroma, then took a small sip and nodded slightly. Although she almost burnt the tea yesterday because she wasn't careful, the taste still seemed pretty good. In the future, when we have free time, we should go pick some tea leaves to roast. This tea smells so nice. Even if we can't sell it, it's good for entertaining guests at home, Chue said with bright eyes. Yes, I'll listen to you. Lian Qingshan looked at Chue's eager and hopeful expression. He wished he could pick the stars from the sky for her, not to mention such a small request. By the way, I see we don't have many willow branches left. Should I go pick some to dry so we won't run out later? Chuer looked at the large bundle of willow branches beside Lian Qingshan and suddenly remembered that in the storage room, there seemed to be only 2 bundles left. It's time to harvest them. Willow branches in spring are the best, tender and tough. Let's go get some now, Lian Qingshan said after thinking for a moment. I'll go alone. You shouldn't go. Your leg was itchy yesterday, so you should rest properly now. When your meat heals, then you can move around. Just tell me what to do, Chuer replied. Chuer saw Lian Qingshan about to stand up and became anxious. She pressed him down on the bed, not allowing him to get up, and said hurriedly, Qingshan. Lian Qingshan looked at Chuer, worried, his face turning red. He gave her a gentle smile and said, Don't worry, Chuer. My leg knows itself. It's fine, but still, no matter what, I can't let you get tired. Chuer looked at Qingshan's smile, feeling like she saw sunlight breaking through clouds, shining brightly and dazzling her. She sniffed and, half complaining, said to him, Qingshan, it's okay. He supported himself with his cane, walking around Chuer. See, I'm walking just fine. The willow branches are not far from here, and the path is easy to walk. You can rest assured. Besides, if I don't go, how would you know which willow branches are good for making baskets? Isn't that right? Then, all right. After Qingshan's gentle persuasion, Chuer hesitated for a moment before agreeing. She sighed and added, Listen, I will carry all the willow branches later. You are not allowed to move at all. Okay. I'll listen to you. Qingshan looked at Chuer's flushed face, serious and earnest, and couldn't help but smile and agree. After locking the door and leaving the big girl and little tiger at home, Chuer and Qingshan walked together along the mountain trail. The two, who rarely spent time alone, chatted casually and a warm, sweet atmosphere gradually surrounded them.
Qingshan.
I have something to tell you. Chuer looked at the floating white clouds in the sky and suddenly felt an urge to reveal her true background. She hurried forward a few steps and stood in front of Qingshan. Chuer, do you have something to say? Qingshan looked at Chuer's tense expression. He reached out and gently plucked some leaves from her hair that had accidentally fallen there, softly saying to her, Go ahead, Chuer. Chuer looked into Qingshan's eyes, filled with genuine emotion. Her heart felt so full she wanted to tell him immediately that she was not the original owner.
I
am not Chuanyang. Chuer struggled for a long time before finally saying this. As soon as she spoke, she regretted it. If Qingshan found out she was not the wife he bought, would he still treat her so kindly? What if the woman named Chuanyang came back? What should she do then? Thinking of this, Chuer quickly covered her mouth and refused to speak anymore. You're not what? Chuanyang. Lian Qingshan heard Chuer's words and was a bit confused. He gently reached out and touched her forehead, muttering to himself, Fortunately, her forehead isn't hot. If she were sick, that would be terrible. Qingshan. Looking at him seriously touching her forehead, Chuer couldn't help but laugh and cry. She didn't know whether to be upset that he couldn't tell the difference between priorities or to smile at how much he cared about her health. Let's go. We'll go pick some willow branches. Chuer took a deep breath, waved at Lian Qingshan, then turned and continued walking in the direction they had come from, a faint smile on her face, as if she was putting what just happened behind her. Lian Qingshan watched Chuer walk briskly ahead, his eyes dimming slightly. He had deliberately changed the subject earlier, not wanting Chuer to tell the truth, fearing that once she did, she might leave him. He already knew that Chuer was not the wife he bought. The family that sold her, with the surname Chui, was not the Yi family. Moreover, that Chui family was poor enough to sell their daughter for just a few silver coins to become a concubine, and they certainly wouldn't spend at least a tael of silver to make Chuer that pink dress. They couldn't have raised such a well-educated, intelligent girl who could read and calculate. Thinking of this, Lian Qingshan's face darkened. If Chuer was about to tell him the truth, did that mean she wanted to leave? Chuer walked ahead and suddenly realized that Lian Qingshan wasn't following. She turned around and saw him standing there, looking lost in thought, with a grim expression that was quite frightening. Qingshan, what's wrong? Your face doesn't look good. Are you feeling unwell again? Chuer hurriedly rushed over, instinctively checking his leg.
I'm fine.
Chuer, let's go. Lian Qingshan smiled and shook his head when he saw how nervous Chuer was. Such a kind and beautiful girl like her was not someone a rough mountain man like him could covet. If she wanted to leave, he should let her go. He was silently convincing himself, but he didn't want to bring up what he had just said, afraid that if Chuer continued talking about her background, she would leave immediately. He reached out, gently holding her soft, white hand in his palm, then gripped it tightly. If next time Chuer mentioned her past and decided to leave, he would let go. In a short while, the two arrived at the edge of a willow grove. Lian Qingshan pulled Chuer toward the willow trees, trying to suppress the feeling of loss in his heart. He began to tell Chuer which willow branches were good for weaving baskets and demonstrated how to bend the willow branches. Time slowly passed. Lian Qingshan's voice was deep and steady, filled with gentle affection. Unknowingly, his tenderness seemed to weave together like fine threads, forming a soft, warm net that tightly held Chuer's heart, making her unwilling to move even a step. After cutting 2 bundles of willow branches, Lian Qingshan took the larger one without saying a word. Chuer was anxious to rush over and take it, but Lian Qingshan stopped her. Chuer, look, I'm holding it with my hand. My hand is resting on the cane, and my legs aren't as strong. Don't worry, I know how to take good care of myself. Chuer nodded quietly, feeling a bit sad. Lian Qingshan's legs were getting better, and he no longer needed her care as much. If she told him the truth, would he then turn away from her and never see her again? Seeing Chuer lost in thought, Lian Qingshan also felt tense. Chuer seemed distracted, perhaps wanting to leave. He, already half disabled, had been a burden to her for so long. Maybe he should let her go. They walked back home silently, each carrying a bundle of willow branches. Both looked a little gloomy. Once home, Chuer hurried to send Lian Qingshan into his room and then quickly slipped away, afraid she might accidentally reveal her true identity. Lian Qingshan also looked serious. He placed the willow bundle on the bed and began peeling and stripping the branches, lost in thought. After dinner, Chuer and Lian Qingshan sat quietly, but their hands were busy. They cleaned the entire bundle of willow branches. Then Chuer took the bundle outside to dry. After the willow branches dried, Chuer suddenly remembered that she had forgotten to stir-fry the tea buds she picked yesterday and a small basket of tea leaves. Seeing that the tea buds had already slightly changed color, indicating they had fermented, she hesitated whether to fry them or not. Still, I should fry them. There are so many tender buds. Wasting them would be a shame, Chuer sighed. She couldn't resist and hurriedly lit a fire, tossing the tea buds into a cast-iron pan and stirring vigorously. After frying the tea, Chuer had no desire to taste it. She spread the cooled tea leaves in a basket to dry and then turned to go inside. Qingshan, we've made about 20 baskets now. Tomorrow, I'll carry them to the town to sell, Chuer said, although the delivery day to the town was still 10 days away. Okay, Lian Qingshan nodded. His eyes showed deep love, but there was a hint of bitterness in his heart. Chuer, are you planning to leave? Happy weekend, everyone. Finally, another week has passed.
Take a deep breath.
The next morning, Chuer packed 20 willow baskets for delivery. Seeing that it was still early outside, she wanted to say what she had planned yesterday. But when she saw Lian Qingshan looking unhappy, she couldn't bring herself to speak. Mother, are you going to the town? Can I go with you? Early riser Denyo looked eagerly at Chuer, hoping to go along. Denyo wants to go to the town? Chuer looked at her big, bright eyes and innocent face. She had already agreed in her heart, but couldn't resist teasing her. The town is far away. What if you get tired halfway and can't walk anymore? No problem. Denyo is strong and can walk, Denyo answered seriously. Then she tugged at Chuer's sleeve and begged softly, Mother, take me to the town. I've never been there before. Denyo. Lian Qingshan looked at Chuer and then at Denyo. His face darkened as he called out to her, Your mother is going for an important task. Why are you coming along, little one? As he spoke, his mind was in a fierce battle. In his eyes, After Chuer sold the baskets, she probably wouldn't come back. Bringing Daniel along would only cause trouble. Chuer, kind-hearted, surely wouldn't want to leave Daniel in the town, so she would send her back. Lian Qingshan knew that if he could pretend nothing was wrong and let Chuer leave this time, there might not be a next. If she couldn't go this time, he wouldn't let her go again. His heart was torn and struggling. Just as he was caught in this inner conflict, he suddenly heard Chuer's voice, as sweet as heavenly music. "All right, big girl is happy to go to town. Mother will take you there. We have no vegetables at home, so going to town means we can buy some meat and vegetables for big girl to eat." Chuer smiled warmly, gently touching big girl's forehead. After greeting Lian Qingshan, she took big girl and headed to town. Lian Qingshan sat on the Kong, watching Chuer's distant figure, feeling as if he had escaped a disaster. He was so happy that Chuer was coming back. His heart was full of joy, and he stood there for a long time without realizing it. When his legs started to ache slightly, he finally came to his senses. He sat on the Kong with a smile and carefully started weaving a basket. Meanwhile, Chuer carried 20 baskets on her shoulders, leading big girl toward town. When they reached the village entrance, they happened to meet Aunt Lu and others, who were also heading to town to sell handmade crafts. The two groups joined together, chatting and laughing as they walked. Chuer learned from her last experience. This time, she brought an old shirt. Before placing the shoulder pole on her shoulder, she wrapped the pole with the old shirt for cushioning. With this, it wouldn't hurt as much. Half an hour later, the large town was already in sight. Chuer wiped the sweat from her forehead with her sleeve and suddenly remembered she hadn't used pot ash to paint her face this time. "Auntie, you all go to town first. I'll rest here for a while and catch up later." Chuer put down the shoulder pole, pulled big girl over to wipe her face, and said to Aunt Lu, "All right, we're almost there.
You take a break now.
After selling our things, we'll meet at the entrance of the Chi family grocery store and go back to the village together." Aunt Lu responded without hesitation. After saying that, she took her daughter Huaji and headed toward town. Today, they had to sell their goods, so they couldn't be late or they'd miss good spots. Chuer watched Aunt Lu walk away, then rested with big girl for a while. She looked around for something to paint her face with. After fiddling for a while, she finally made her face dark, turning her smooth, fair face into a dark one. Only then did Chuer feel confident enough to take big girl to town. "Mom, why did you paint your face black?" big girl asked, holding Chuer's basket, blinking in confusion. "Mom painted it dark, so I look fierce. When we sell things, people won't dare ask for money easily." Chuer explained vaguely, unable to clearly tell why she painted her face. "Wow, Mom, you're so amazing." Big girl didn't know Chuer was joking. She believed her completely, looking at her with starry eyes, her small face turning red with excitement. "Let's go. After we deliver the baskets, we'll buy some tasty candies for big girl and also get some meat. When we go back, we'll make some meat strips to eat." Chuer watched big girl smile happily, then reached out and pinched her little face. She thought her face looked quite thin and immediately decided to fatten big girl up properly. Chuer rubbed her shoulders, lifted the burden of 20 willow baskets, and took big girl to the town. Not long after Chuer left, a man and a woman arrived here. "Such bad luck. We've been walking for over 10 days and still haven't left these mountains. Now we're back home and being turned away," said a man in a long robe, sitting down on a stone near the woods. "Ilong, we can't get out now." "What should we do?" asked a girl about 16 or 17, tying her hair up, following the woman from behind. She looked at the angry man, hesitated for a moment, and then asked, "What can we do?" "How should I know?" the man replied with a sour face, grinding his teeth as he spoke to Chuan Yang. "We can't go home, and you don't want to go to that place either. Just wait and see what happens here in the town." Chuan Yang responded softly, twisting her slender waist as she walked over to the man.
"Ilong.
"As long as I can be with you, I'm not afraid of anything." It's my fault. I can't protect you properly," Ilong said, looking at Chuan Yang's gentle and obedient face, her small white face like a flower in the rain. Suddenly, he hugged her tightly and rubbed her a few times. Maybe he was too rough because Chui Nyang pushed Ilong away and started to dry heave by the big tree. After a long while, she wiped her mouth with her sleeve and looked at Ilong nervously.
Ilong.
Do you think I might be pregnant? Ilong was shocked, sitting there with a stunned look. He couldn't speak for a long time. Meanwhile, Chue was taking Big Girl to deliver the willow baskets to the Qian family's grocery store in town. As soon as they entered, they saw Xiao Lizi, the young clerk who had served them before, smiling and greeting them. Sister Cui, you're here. The shopkeeper was just talking about when you'd come to deliver the baskets. And here you are today. Lizi, good to see you. I've almost finished weaving the baskets at home, so I came to deliver them, Cui said with a smile, setting down her shoulder pole. Then she pulled Big Girl along. This is our girl, called Daniu. Daniu, come here and say hello to Uncle Lizi. Cui pulled Daniu over, watching her open her big eyes and look around curiously. She couldn't help but straighten her clothes and tell her to greet someone. Hello, Uncle Lizi. Although Daniu felt a little shy, she listened to Cui and called him. Oh, how should I say this? Haha. Despite Lizi usually being quite talkative, he felt a bit shy when called Uncle by a little girl. He scratched his head awkwardly and responded, Sister Cui, I'll go call our boss out. All right, go ahead. Cui saw Lizi's face turn red and smiled slightly. She didn't say more, turned around, tidied up the basket, then squatted in front of Daniu and said, Daniu, let's be good here, don't make trouble. Later, when your mom sells the basket, we'll go around the town to see if there's a pharmacy. We can ask about your dad's leg. Then, we'll buy some colorful cloth to make you a new dress and get some meat to stew at home. Sound good? Good. Dania's eyes lit up at the thought of new clothes and meat. She happily agreed, then took Chui's hand and looked around curiously, clearly very interested in the new shop, and she wasn't making a fuss at all. Seeing how well-behaved Daniu was, Cui felt relieved. She turned around just in time to see Manager Qian come out from behind. She stepped forward and bowed. Manager Qian, Lady Cui has arrived. Perfect timing, I have some new goods to send outside the mountains. You're just in time. Manager Qian looked at Cui and then at Daniu. You got married early, Cui. Your girl is already so big. Daniu, come say hello to Uncle Manager. Cui smiled but didn't continue the conversation. She couldn't tell a stranger that this child wasn't hers, but left by her previous daughter-in-law, right? Although Daniu was old enough to remember that she wasn't her biological daughter, Cui always kept her words careful and didn't want to hurt the child's feelings. Dania half hid behind Cui, looking at the chubby uncle in front of her. Although he was smiling, she felt a little scared. After hesitating for a moment, she slowly said, Hello, Uncle Manager. Hello. Master Qian doesn't particularly like children. For Cui's sake, he smiled politely and didn't say much more. He first looked at the willow baskets Cui brought, noting they were high quality, sturdy, and durable. He nodded and said, Yes, the items are good. According to our previous agreement, I will now settle the payment for you. He successfully delivered 20 willow baskets, receiving 300 large coins in return. Cui smiled happily and thanked Master Qian. When she saw him go into the backyard, she called little Lizi, bought a pound of salt, a pound of sugar, and 3 feet of floral cloth, and asked for directions to the town's pharmacy. Then she led Daniu out happily from the general store. Last time Cui sold her baskets, she was left with only a plain pole. When buying grain, unless she bought a lot herself, the shop wouldn't give her grain sacks. So this time, when Cui came to town, she was more cautious. Besides the baskets she wanted to sell, she also brought a basket for carrying things. After selling 20 baskets for 300 large coins, she hadn't even warmed her hands on the money before spending 60 coins. Cui felt a bit distressed and secretly planned that when she returned home, she would make good use of her clothes and other items. She decided she must save her money. Following Lizi's directions, she walked past 2 streets. Soon, she smelled a strong medicinal scent, indicating she was close to the pharmacy. She wanted to ask someone about it when she saw 2 familiar figures entering the shop. In an instant, Chui remembered who one of the women was. Wasn't she Chui Nyang, the woman who had been bought back by Lian Qingshan for 4 taels of silver after she had impersonated someone? Please favor me with a collection and a vote of support. Your encouragement keeps me motivated to write. Chui wanted to find a doctor at the pharmacy to ask about Lian Qingshan's leg. But when she reached the door, she saw the 2 familiar figures entering. In that moment, Chui remembered who they were. Wasn't the woman one of the women who had impersonated someone and been bought back by Lian Qingshan for 4 taels of silver to be a concubine? Didn't they say these 2 escaped the mountains? Why are they here in town? Chui wondered nervously. She instinctively felt that this was a threat to her. Originally, I entered the Lian family by pretending to be someone else. If I had no feelings for them before, I could have just left without a fuss. But now, I have developed feelings for Lian Qingshan and want to stay with him. Therefore, I absolutely will not allow anything to ruin their relationship, including that woman Chui Nyang, who was officially sold to Lian Qingshan. With this thought in mind, Chui carried a small pole and pulled Denyo toward the pharmacy. The situation was advantageous for Chui because she was secretly watching while others were unaware. Chui entered the pharmacy and saw Chui Nyang and the young man walking inside. Since she couldn't follow directly, she first looked around at the environment. The entrance had a large counter, behind which were tall shelves filled with medicines. Inside, 2 assistants were busy handling money and weighing herbs. Beyond the counter was a big folding screen. Behind it, people were talking, which Chui guessed was the consultation area. Next to the screen was a row of chairs, where some people sat. Some looked sick, others worried, probably waiting for treatment or accompanying patients. One of the assistants behind the counter noticed Chui looking around and, seeing no one at the door, quickly wiped his hands with a cloth and came out. Madam, are you here for treatment or to get herbs? My husband hurt his leg and has been itching lately. I want to ask what's going on, Chui replied. Seeing Chui Nyang and the young man go inside, she decided not to follow directly, but instead mentioned Lian Qingshan first. That's the case.
Please follow me.
Wait here behind the screen for a moment. I'll check if the doctor is available. If he is, I'll take you to see him, said the assistant, who looked young but was quick and efficient. He led Chui toward the back room. Standing outside the screen, Chui peeked through the gaps and saw 2 tables inside. One was empty, and at the other, Chui Nyang and the young man were sitting. Chui Nyang's hand was on the table, clearly feeling the pulse. It was surprisingly easy, like finding something after searching everywhere. Chui was eager to understand what was going on with these 2. She hadn't expected that the people behind the screen wouldn't notice her eavesdropping. This young lady is not seriously hurt. You 2 need not worry. I must congratulate this young man. Your wife is expecting a baby, said the old doctor, bowing slightly to Yilang as well. She's expecting? Yilang was stunned by these words. His face looked blank, and there was no sign of happiness. Yilang. Chui Nyang, hearing this, quietly blushed. She shyly looked at Yilang and, seeing his expression that clearly was not joyful, asked timidly, Yilang, aren't you happy? I'm going to be a father.
Of course I'm happy.
I was just a little overwhelmed with joy earlier, Yilang said happily, smiling as if he was a different person from the serious one just moments before. Doctor, how many months along is she? Chui Nyang looked at Yilang's smiling face, and her worries disappeared completely. She turned happily to the doctor and asked, Yes, it's been 3 full months. Your body is a bit weak, and you've been traveling a lot lately. It's good to rest and take care of yourself now that you're pregnant, said the doctor. After giving some advice about diet, he prepared to leave. Chui, listening behind the screen, felt a complicated mix of emotions. She had just seen Chui Nyang and was worried she might come back to fight for Yilang. Now that she heard about the pregnancy, a big weight seemed to lift from her heart. She thought maybe she wouldn't go to Lian's house anymore. Thinking this way, Chui realized she had been too petty before. Seeing Chui Nyang's shy, happy face, her previous discomfort, something she couldn't quite explain, began to fade. But Chui couldn't help feeling angry. Cui Nyang had taken money from Lian Qingshan, yet she ran away with someone else and got pregnant. She kept thinking that it was because Cui Nyang wanted to run away that she had a place to stay. She also thought that if she hadn't helped, Lian Qingshan and the 2 children might have starved to death in the house by now. "Miss, you've been waiting long. The doctor is free now. Come in," said the young assistant who had led her in, stepping out. Cui Er snapped out of her thoughts and realized she hadn't noticed when Cui Nyang and Yilang had already left. She was only standing there with Dinyo, staring blankly behind the screen. "Thank you, young man." Cui nodded to the young clerk, then entered the screen and sat at the table to wait for the doctor. It was the same doctor who had treated Cui Nyang earlier. "Hello, doctor. My husband hurt his leg last year when he went up the mountain. Since then, his leg has been acting up. Now it's April, and it seems to be getting better. He can walk with a cane now. But a few days ago, his leg itched terribly, and I was worried. I wanted to ask you what to do," Cui explained, describing Lian Qingshan's condition. "Leg injury? How did it happen?" The doctor, seeing that Cui was just asking questions, didn't look down on her. He arranged some pillows on the table and asked. "It was scratched by a tiger's claw. It's been 4 months now, and it keeps getting better and worse." Cui thought for a moment. She knew she shouldn't hide the truth, so she carefully told the doctor how Lian Qingshan was hurt. "A tiger's claw? Which village are you from?" The doctor, after hearing this, looked at the girl beside Cui and suddenly asked seriously. "I'm from the Lian family in Qingshan village. Do you know my husband?" Cui asked cautiously. The doctor suddenly slammed his hand on the table, startling Cui. The girl next to Cui also shivered in fear. Cui quickly hugged her and gently stroked her back, watching the doctor with suspicion. From his reaction, it seemed he knew Lian Qingshan, but she wasn't sure if he was friend or foe. "You're from the Lian family in Qingshan village?" The doctor, after a moment of surprise, realized he might have lost his composure. He cleared his throat twice. "I know that young man from the Lian family. His leg was badly hurt. When I saw him before, I thought he might never walk again." "What did you just say?" "That he can walk with a cane." The doctor seemed to know Lian Qingshan well. After all, when Cui Nyang gave birth to little Tiger, she was in poor health, and this doctor helped prescribe medicine, which kept her alive a bit longer. "Yes, doctor." Cui felt uncomfortable hearing the doctor say it might be difficult for Lian Qingshan to walk forever. She had no choice but to suppress her anger. The town only had this one pharmacy and this one reputable doctor. If she angered him, Cui was worried no one would take care of Lian Qingshan's leg. So she answered quietly. "All right, I understand. When my shop is quiet, I will go see him. I know where your home is, and you don't need to pay for the consultation. When I go, I can check him then." The doctor said this and then ignored Cui, turning to go to the back room. Hearing that she didn't need to pay for the consultation, Cui felt a bit uneasy. Although the doctor looked a little odd, he was still the only doctor in the area. She couldn't afford to ignore him. She went to the counter and found the young clerk she saw earlier. "How much is the consultation fee?" Cui asked the clerk. 5 cents. "What did the doctor say earlier? Did he say anything about prescribing medicine?" "Yes, the doctor said he might come to our village when he's free. Then he can see the person himself," Cui replied. She counted out 5 cents and handed it to the clerk. She thanked him and then turned to leave the pharmacy. She was worried about Lian Qingshan's leg and also about Cui Nyang's return. She thought it was best to tell Lian Qingshan her true identity soon, to avoid Cui Nyang changing her mind later and revealing her false identity. That would make things very difficult. Because her real identity was a big ticking time bomb, Cui's mood while shopping at the market was not as good as before. She watched Dinyo eagerly looking around, but she didn't want to spoil the child's fun. She put the money away and led Dinyo to stroll slowly. Although she wasn't as happy, she wasn't too upset either. Cui walked with Dinyo, but the basket still only had a pound of salt, a pound of sugar, and a 3-foot piece of floral cloth. As for the tasty treats and toys along the way, Cui wanted to buy them for Dinyo but couldn't because her money was too tight. She had no extra cash for such things. Fortunately, Daniel was well-behaved, just watching the busy market with a big smile. When Chuer said she wanted to buy meat, her bright eyes turned into two crescent moons from smiling so much. At the last meat stall, Chuer saw some tender-looking small tenderloin.
She picked a piece under a pound.
This kind of tenderloin fried into small pieces is much tastier and more tender than regular tenderloin. She also saw some large bones next to it, costing only 1 coin for 2. She bought a few, and after totaling less than 20 coins, she decided to buy a piece of front shoulder meat to stew at home. After spending 40 coins on meat and bones, Chuer's basket was already full. Seeing that it was getting late, Chuer said to Daniel, "Daniel, let's go find Grandma Lu and go home together, okay?" Okay, maybe because she had new cloth and meat, Daniel was happy. Since she was still young, she was getting tired after walking many mountain paths. She rubbed her eyes and, without much hesitation, let Chuer lead her back home. Chuer took Daniel toward the entrance of the Qian family's grocery shop. Before reaching the door, she saw Grandma Lu and others. When they met, all the women happily headed toward the mountain village. Staying at home is so comfortable. After getting up, I felt like I was in a fantasy story with the handsome young man in green. I couldn't stop watching. Thanks to my dear, at Love Isle's Peace Charmois. While Chuer was walking back with Grandma Lu and the others, she noticed that Daniel's eyes were closing more and more. She was wobbling along, sometimes kicking small stones and nearly falling. "Grandma, can you hold the pole for me?" "I'll carry Daniel," Chuer said, feeling very worried seeing how tired Daniel was. She asked Grandma Lu to help hold the pole so she could carry Daniel with one arm and hold her basket with the other. "This child is heavy. If she falls, it won't be good for Daniel." Grandma Lu saw Chuer's love for Daniel and nodded. She reached out and took the basket from Chuer. "Just take care of your Daniel. I'll hold the basket for you." "Thank you so much, Grandma." Chuer looked at the basket and then at Daniel, who was already closing her eyes and looking dazed. Her heart softened, and she hugged Daniel into her arms, thanking Grandma Lu. "No need to thank me. A mother loves her child, and I'm happy to see that," Grandma Lu said, watching Chuer genuinely care for Daniel. The child depended on Chuer, and Grandma Lu couldn't help but feel happy for her. She had known Lian Qingshan since he was young. Although he had suffered before, now he seemed to be blessed. His new wife knew how to care for him. "Grandma." Chuer blushed a little at Grandma Lu's words. "This is what a mother should do." "I don't deserve your praise." "Haha, I won't praise you, I won't praise you," Chuer said, and to Madame Lu, her words sounded even more sincere. This child wasn't just being kind to the young woman for her own sake. She truly wanted to live a simple life with Qingshan. Thinking of this, Madame Lu's smile grew brighter. She chatted happily with Chuer and Huaji, and the conversation was lively and noisy. Meanwhile, the young woman, who had been so excited all morning, was now very tired. She rested her head in Chuer's arms and slept peacefully. Perhaps she was dreaming of eating meat and wearing new clothes. Even in her dreams, her face was full of a gentle smile. After about 15 minutes of walking, Chuer suddenly saw a few women walking gracefully on the mountain road ahead. They all looked like married women, and one of them looked familiar. Was it her? Chuer's eyes flashed. That tall, slender woman in a dress was none other than Dong Shi, her sister-in-law from Lian Qingshan. "Looks like the people ahead are my sister-in-law and her friends. They seem to be coming back from the market," Chuer said to Madame Lu. She didn't really like Lian Qingshan's family. When Qingshan was in trouble, they ignored him completely. Such relatives made her feel cold inside. "Oh, really?" Madame Lu looked in the direction Chuer pointed. She saw Dong Shi and the others walking slowly, swaying as they went. They were about 100 steps behind, and they could catch up easily. They're all from the same village, with no grudges between them. When they saw each other, they naturally walked together. Madame Lu immediately called out, "Qinghe's wife, Zhao Wu's family, are you all going to the market too?" Madame Lu was a respected woman in the village. Her call made the 3 women ahead feel a bit shy. They stopped and responded to her. In that moment, Chuer and her friends caught up with the others. The two groups merged and continued walking forward. Dong Shi greeted Madame Lu with a smile, but seemed a bit indifferent to Chuer. The women from Qingpa and Zhao Wu's family also greeted Chuer. Chuer wasn't sure if she was being overly sensitive, but she felt that those two women looked at her strangely, like they looked down on her or were watching a show. Although Chuer didn't like Madame Dong inside, she still considered her as the sister-in-law related to Lian Qingshan. She didn't want to be rude, so she greeted Madame Dong and exchanged a few words. While speaking, Chuer noticed Madame Dong holding a good-quality 5-flower pork tied with a hemp rope, about a foot long and nearly a handful wide, weighing around 3 or 4 jin. Chuer usually brought plain rice and clear vegetable soup to her older brother, with only some dry rice and a little meat, and she rarely saw her family eating meat. She thought about Madame Dong's careless attitude and remembered her first time seeing Lian Qingshan. His face was pale and tired, looking as if buried halfway in the earth. This made Chuer very angry inside. After venting her frustration for a while, Chuer decided that since Lian Qingshan was having a hard time, she would not stay long. She greeted Madame Dong and then took a step back, helping her big girl to stand, and walked alongside Aunt Lu's daughter, Huazi. At this moment, whether intentionally or not, Madame Dong swung the 5-flower pork in her hand as she walked, as if showing off that her family could afford meat, unlike others. Someone might have told a joke or something, because Madame Dong suddenly burst into loud laughter, slapping her thigh while laughing, causing the pork to sway even more. Seeing Madame Dong showing off her meat, Chuer felt very displeased. She remembered that she and Lian Qingshan had also received a silver coin or two from her family, and those coins were worth 1,000 pieces of silver. With that much money, they could buy not just a piece of 5-flower pork, but even half a pig. Huaji also looked down on Madame Dong's behavior, making a dismissive face toward her and whispering with Chuer. Suddenly, Chuer felt her big girl in her arms tremble violently, then let out a whimper and started to cry. Chuer was worried she might have been frightened in her sleep, so she immediately forgot about Madame Dong's attitude. She reached out to pat her big girl's back and softly comforted her. "Be good, big girl. Don't be afraid. Mama's here. Wow, sister-in-law, the one you bought really cares for you. No wonder your brother likes you so much." While Chuer was comforting her big girl, Madame Dong walked over gracefully, touched her hair with a mocking look, and looked at Chuer with a sneer. "Qingha's family, what are you saying?" Aunt Lu, hearing the phrase, "the one you bought," felt uncomfortable and scolded Madame Dong. "Ha, Auntie, don't be fooled by that little flirt. She looks lively and charming, but can she truly be loyal to my older brother? She's just after the money he has, trying to grab it and run away." Dong Shi scoffed lightly, dismissing her. "You, the Qingha family." Aunt Lu was angered by Dong Shi's frivolous attitude. Just as she was about to say something, she heard the big girl in Chuer's arms crying loudly. "Big girl, don't cry." Chuer held the awake girl, trying to soothe her. Seeing the girl pointing at the pork in Dong Shi's hand and crying so hard she couldn't breathe, Chuer didn't understand what was wrong. She could only softly comfort her, telling her not to cry. As for what Dong Shi had just said, Chuer felt annoyed but didn't want to argue. Her true background was hard to explain, so she just kept comforting the girl, holding her tightly to prevent her from being more frightened. Just because I told you off, you take it out on my brother's child and pretend to be kind." Dong Shi looked at the girl's expression and also looked upset. "She's just a little girl and she's pointing at me. Is she trying to ask for meat?"
Eat, eat, eat.
"What's there to eat? A worthless girl, just like your doomed mother. Both are useless. You're only fit to drink corn gruel. What are you saying?" Chuer originally wanted to endure Dong Shi's words, since she hadn't explained her background to Lian Qingshan yet. Dong Shi said she could speak, but not about the girl. Somehow, Chuer felt like she had been provoked, her temper flaring like a mother tiger. She held the girl close, squinting at Dong Shi with a fierce look. I said the girl is useless, only fit for corn gruel." Dong Shi was startled by Chuer's sharp gaze. She thought this new sister-in-law looked soft, but when she got angry, she was fierce like a tiger. Feeling guilty inside, she stubbornly repeated her words, but her confidence was only a tenth of what it was before. Useless? The girl is your own niece, the daughter of your own family head. Neither of the heads dislikes her. Yet you do. Are you saying you see better than your own family head? Or do you think all women are useless, huh? Chwaer hugged Dinyo tightly and sternly asked Dong's family. Dong's family didn't expect the usually gentle Chwaer to show such a fierce side. She was momentarily speechless. Chwaer mentioned two choices, and she couldn't pick either. Choosing the first would offend the head of the family, and choosing the second would not only ruin herself, but also offend all the women present. Who are you? I am your older sister-in-law. When we meet, you should greet me politely. Instead, you call me bot and flirt. Have you ever heard of respecting your elders? If you don't understand, go ask your second brother. If he also doesn't understand, then go ask your mother. Don't just run out here clueless and embarrass our family. Chwaer threw these harsh words, making Dong's family stare in shock. Chwaer patted Dinyo, who was in her arms. Seeing that the little girl had stopped crying and was looking at her and Dong's family with wide eyes, Chwaer gently wiped her tears and softly comforted her. Then she turned to Dong's family. You just said Dinyo was born to eat corn porridge? I tell you, our Dinyo is born to eat meat. It's your family dragging us down. If it weren't to protect second brother, why would our Qingshan have hurt his leg and be bedridden? If Qingshan hadn't served in the army, would second brother even have a chance to come back and marry you? Our Qingshan protected second brother and got his leg hurt by a tiger, but he still shared half of the tiger's silver, 10 taels. Without that 10 taels, where would you get money to buy meat? I also heard that Qingshan paid for his own treatment because after the family split up, even when he was bedridden, he still gave you a tael of silver for food. Isn't that right? Chwaer stared fiercely at Dong's family, full of determination.
This
is... Dong's family couldn't lie after being stared at by Chwaer and mumbled. Since you gave him a tael of silver for food, where did the money go from the time Qingshan was injured until I arrived? Less than 3 months? You still eat rice and meat at home, but all we get is a bowl of cabbage soup for Qingshan, so thin it can be poured through. Where's your conscience? Chwaer's last words were almost shouted out loud. The terrible scene of Qingshan suffering and the 2 children barely alive was still vivid in her mind. Now, thinking about it, her heart still aches. Mrs. Dong had never seen such a scene before. She was overwhelmed by Chwaer's words, unable to speak. Every sentence she said was wrong, and her eyes turned red with anger. She pouted her lips and suddenly burst into tears, then ran toward the village. Chwaer watched Mrs. Dong's figure disappear into the distance and sighed. Suddenly, she remembered that her timid daughter, Dinyo, was still in her arms. She hurriedly checked on Dinyo, worried she might be scared. Dinyo, don't be afraid. Mom isn't angry with you.
Mom.
Dinyo's eyes sparkled. Her small face, washed with tears, was slightly red, and she wore a happy, excited smile. Mom is so brave. I don't have to be afraid of second aunt's scolding anymore. You little girl. Seeing that Dinyo was fine, Chwaer felt a big weight lift from her heart. She apologized to Aunt Lu nearby with a smile, then casually headed back home. What Chwaer didn't know was that because of her outburst today, she had firmly taken the top spot on the village's list of brave wives, a position that resonated with the ranking of the best cooks in the village. I'm exhausted. Today at work, so many things happened. I've been busy until 8 p.m. and still haven't eaten. Luckily, I have some drafts saved for the weekend. I'll post this first, and then continue writing.
Please support me.
Chwaer lost her temper with Mrs. Dong, which stunned the older women and young wives nearby. But every word Chwaer said was reasonable. With Dinyo in front, no one dared to say anything. Everyone had their own thoughts, but Chwaer didn't know what they were. Although Chwaer thought Mrs. Dong was not good, she was only a girl under 20. After scolding her and venting her anger, Chwaer didn't take this matter seriously. The temper she had picked up from Mrs. Dong also faded away. As for whether Mrs. Dong cried or made a fuss at home afterward, Chwaer didn't think much about it. Even when Qingshan was near death, she and her husband could ignore everything. Qingshan was forced to buy a second wife to take care of the family. As someone who came later, Chuer didn't see this couple as a real family. Chuer said goodbye to Aunt Lu and the others at the village entrance. She led the lively big girl home, carrying the things she bought, humming a song, and feeling very happy. The big girl was obviously in an even better mood. Her bright, clear eyes sparkled as she picked wildflowers, chased butterflies, and then ran over to Chuer, tugging at her clothes and laughing happily together. When they reached Lian's house, the big girl quickly ran to the door, her small pigtails swinging in the breeze. She was lively and full of energy, just like a girl her age should be. Chuer looked at the big girl's originally dull yellow hair, which now looked a little darker, and felt very pleased. Hair is a reflection of a person's health. For girls, good health is very important. If their energy is weak, it could cause problems when they grow up or have children. First, Chuer hung the meat and bones she bought in a well-ventilated spot in the kitchen. After putting away the salt and sugar, she took a piece of floral cloth and went inside. When she entered, she saw the big girl leaning happily in Lian Qingshan's arms, talking excitedly about something. Shiau, who was lying at her feet, listening carefully, though it was hard to tell how much he understood. The mother then told second aunt, the eldest sister-in-law is like a mother. Have you heard that? Is that how your elders taught you?
Hee.
When second aunt heard this, her face turned green. The big girl excitedly covered her mouth to laugh, her innocence mixed with a little mischievousness typical of children. You little girl, running home so eagerly just to tell your father about your mother scolding someone? Chuer looked at the excited big girl talking about being scolded and couldn't help but smile or feel a bit amused. Today, my mother was really impressive, just like the general my father often talks about, a hero. The big girl saw Chuer wasn't angry and quickly said this with a confident nod, holding up her thumb as if to make her words sound stronger. The little girl still knew about generals being heroes. Chuer then asked her to tell a story about a general, worried she might describe her mother too harshly. She turned her head to glance at Lian Qingshan, meaning she would tell him more about it tonight. Great general, my father tells good stories. If mother wants to listen, big girl will tell you. When big girl heard Chuer wanted to hear a story, she treated her like a close friend and looked seriously at the ceiling, recalling her father's stories. This great general with the surname Yang. My father says it's true. They say this General Yang was very skilled in martial arts and incredibly strong. He became a general at a young age. Listening to big girl talk about General Yang from one story to another, Chuer gradually formed an image in her mind of a young, famous general who was brave on the battlefield. Such stories made Chuer feel excited and full of energy, especially since even a man like Qingshan, who had fought in battles, would be inspired by it. When Chuer happily turned to look at Qingshan, she saw that his expression was not as she expected. Instead of excitement or admiration, he looked nostalgic and sad, with a hint of hidden mockery. Chuer immediately thought there was something wrong. She looked at big girl, who was happily talking, but she didn't ask her questions right away. She decided to wait until they had gone to sleep. That was her plan. As big girl kept talking, she suddenly became sleepy. After a day of running around and being frightened by Mrs. Dong, she was tired. Chuer saw her eyes closing and gently held her in her arms. Big girl, sleep for a while. Mother will go cook now. When the food is ready, I'll wake you up to eat. Maybe because Chuer promised her or because she felt comfortable in Chuer's arms, big girl quickly fell asleep. Qingshan, on the way back today, I scolded Mrs. Dong. I'm sorry. Chuer whispered to Qingshan as she tried to soothe big girl to sleep. Her mind was a mess, full of worries. Now that big girl was asleep, she turned to Qingshan and spoke. Chuer, if you scolded her, just scolded her. There's no need to apologize to me. Qingshan looked at Chuer. Seeing her with a guilty look, he moved closer and took her hand gently. Chuer, you're my wife. She's just the wife of Qinghe. No matter who is right or wrong, you know in your heart that I will always stand by you. Green Mountain. Chuer looked at Lian Qingshan, who was genuinely caring for her without any pretense. She felt even more uncomfortable inside. Lian Qingshan was so kind to her, yet she had kept her important identity a secret from him. She realized she shouldn't have done that and immediately decided to tell him her true identity. Chuer, you've had a busy day. Let's keep dinner simple and rest early, Lian Qingshan said softly with a gentle smile. He pointed to a small, narrow, 1-foot-high jar made of fine willow branches, placed on the bed, and said, "You mentioned before that tea leaves are hard to store. I made this jar for that purpose. See if it can be used for tea." Qingshan, you're so kind. Chuer held the 2 jars in her hands. Each jar was about a foot long, with a removable lid on top. The willow branches were woven tightly, with no holes at all. What's more, Lian Qingshan had polished the jars until they were smooth and even, making them very comfortable to touch. Chuer loved those 2 jars so much that she didn't wait for Lian Qingshan to urge her. She took her homemade tea leaves from the cabinet and poured them into the jars with a clatter. She thought the jars looked very beautiful, giving her a simple, honest feeling. Qingshan, I really like them. That's good if you like them, Chuer. If you need anything in the future, just tell me. Besides running all over the mountain, I can do all the chores at home now, Lian Qingshan said, instinctively touching his right leg. Oh, Qingshan, today I also went to the town and stopped by the medicine shop. The doctor there said he knows you. He has treated your leg before. He said that if he has time, he plans to come to our mountain village. Then he can check your pulse and see if you need to take any medicine, Chuer said. My leg. I probably don't need any medicine now. We don't have much money at home, Lian Qingshan said, happy at first when he heard Chuer went to the medicine shop, but then he looked worried. Our family has enough money for food and clothes. The rest isn't needed to treat your leg. What do you want to do with it? Chuer rolled her eyes at him. Don't worry, I know how much money we have. Look, this is the big money I earned today from selling baskets in town. It's enough for us to buy food for 2 more months. You can rest assured. Chuer took out the remaining 195 silver coins from her pocket, told him about the expenses for salt, cloth, and meat, then put the money into the money box and recorded it. After finishing these chores, Chuer felt quite tired and had some worries. For dinner, she made a bone broth and a thick cornmeal soup, served with fresh, tender bok choy from the garden. The dish was colorful and fragrant, and Niu and Shiau who liked it. Even Qingshan ate quite a bit. The 2 children played for a while and then fell asleep. After Chuer laid out the bedding, she sat next to Lian Qingshan. She hesitated for a long time, but decided to tell him her true identity. Just as she opened her mouth, Qingshan also wanted to speak. They both spoke at the same time. Qingshan, I have something to tell you. Chuer, I have something to tell you. Go ahead. You first. They spoke simultaneously and then again at the same time. Both of them, who had been worried, couldn't help but smile. Their shared understanding created a gentle, warm feeling between them, easing their worries. Let me go first, Qingshan said, reaching out and gently holding Chuer's small, fair hand tightly. He took a deep breath, as if making a decision, and then said to her, the story about General that Niu told this afternoon. I haven't told you the whole story yet. Qingshan paused, but before Chuer could ask whether she wanted to hear more, he continued. General Yang was talented and brave from a young age. By 25, he was already a famous general in the border town, well-respected and leading a loyal group of brothers. They patrolled the border daily, defending against invading tribes, living a very happy life. Qingshan's eyes showed a hint of nostalgia, as if he was lost in the memory. The general treated his soldiers very well. He ate and drank with them. One day, a young woman came alone to the border town. Later, I found out she was actually the general's wife, whom he had married but never had a chance to see. She traveled thousands of miles to join him. Qingshan was so caught up in his story that he didn't realize he was revealing too much. Chuer felt a strange warning in her heart. She listened carefully outside, but didn't notice anything unusual. Only then did Qingshan continue with his story. Later, the lady gave birth to a daughter and was pregnant again. But then she heard that the general had been betrayed and died fighting on the battlefield. Here is the corrected and simplified version of your text. When Lian Qingshan spoke about this, he was nearly in tears, his eyes full of emotion. The guard sent to protect the lady heard the news and dared not stay. They fled with the general's wife overnight, running 100 miles to escape danger. Lian Qingshan was eager to speak, but Chuer quickly covered his mouth. Qingshan, let's not talk about the rest now. After I finish, you can decide whether to hear the rest of the story, okay? As Chuer said this, tears fell like broken pearls. If Lian Qingshan's story was true, he wouldn't need to say how he felt. His loyalty and love were clear, like risking his life for her.
I'm Yikiryat.
I am not the wife you bought, Chuer said, making Lian Qingshan stare in shock. I'm Chuer. I am not the wife you bought, Chuer said, causing Lian Qingshan to be stunned. Chuer, what are you saying? Lian Qingshan had already suspected that Chuer was not bought because she was so fair and beautiful. Every movement she made carried a special grace that ordinary country women didn't have. Although he couldn't quite explain how he felt, he knew Chuer was not an ordinary village girl.
But
just as he was about to reveal his past, Chuer told him she was not bought, which made Lian Qingshan's heart beat faster. When the general was harmed, he had escaped with his pregnant wife and their daughter, not thinking that the enemy would be so ruthless as to eliminate everyone. Chuer. Lian Qingshan's hand trembled slightly. His eyes reddened as he looked at his delicate wife. He swallowed hard and clenched his trembling hands tightly. Chuer had always been genuinely kind to him. Lian Qingshan knew this. Sometimes, she seemed distracted, as if she wanted to leave, but recently she had shown no sign of wanting to go away. This kind of Chuer, could she be a trap set by the person who originally betrayed the general? Lian Qingshan feels he can no longer think clearly. If that is true, not only would he have endangered his own life, but he would also risk the lives of the general's bloodline, who has shown him great kindness. Lian Qingshan sighs, reaches out to wipe his face, and then looks directly at Chuer. Chuer, just tell me. I can handle it. At this moment, Lian Qingshan has prepared for the worst. He is thinking, I'll gamble on this. If I lose my life, I will take my 2 children to the afterlife and kneel before the general to apologize. Chuer. I am not your bought wife. I was knocked out and left on the mountain. I don't remember who I am or where I came from. As Lian Qingshan struggles with his past, Chuer is also confused about her identity. She is a lost soul from the modern world, transported to this ancient time. She met someone she liked, and everything in her eyes is precious.
But
the key is that there must be no lies between the two of them. Hearing Chuer's words, Lian Qingshan feels relieved. God knows how afraid he was that Chuer might reveal her true identity, that she was sent to take his life. Once the tension eases, he suddenly realizes he is soaked in sweat from head to toe. Then how did you find your way to me? After feeling more relaxed, Lian Qingshan feels his body weaken slightly. He shifts a little, leans against the head of the bed, and asks Chuer. That day I woke up and found a big bump on the back of my head. Maybe because of that bump I knew my name but couldn't remember anything before. The mountain was very desolate. I had no choice but to walk around, but I couldn't find anyone. It was getting dark, and I really didn't know what to do. Suddenly, I heard someone talking ahead. I knew about the arranged marriage, so I pretended to be someone else and came here. Chuer speaks briefly but clearly explains her background. You said you had a big bump on your head? Lian Qingshan, hearing this, immediately reaches toward Chuer's head. Yes, there was a bump. It was very big before, but now it's only as big as a fingernail. Chuer nods, loosening her hair and grabbing Lian Qingshan's hand to feel the bump behind her head. It's been so long, and you're still so big. You know how to help me find a doctor, but you don't know to get checked yourself. Lian Qingshan gently touched the small, nail-sized lump on his finger, instinctively feeling that something was wrong with it. Chuer, listen, when we go to the town tomorrow, take your head to see a doctor. You can't remember what happened before. Maybe it's this lump causing the trouble. Chuer nodded in response. When she looked at Lian Qingshan, She saw there was no anger or disappointment in his eyes for hiding her identity. She hesitated and asked, Qingshan, do you blame me for lying to you? Lian Qingshan, if I say I also have something I haven't told you, would you blame me? He asked back softly, holding her hand gently but firmly. It shouldn't. I guess not. Chuer lowered her head to think. If it's something very important and not easy to tell me, I wouldn't blame you for hiding it. She spoke softly, then suddenly looked up, her eyes shining as she said, but if you have a woman outside and are hiding it from me, I definitely won't forgive you. Chuer, I don't want any woman but you. Lian Qingshan looked at her with bright eyes, clearly jealous and openly possessive. He chuckled softly, and the pain he had been holding inside for years seemed to vanish in that moment. You still laugh. Chuer watched him happily laughing, and couldn't help but raise her small fist to gently punch his shoulder, with a bit of force. Oh, Lian Qingshan flinched after being hit, curling up in pain. What's wrong? Did I hit you too hard? Chuer saw his pained expression and panicked, quickly moving closer to check on him. As she approached, suddenly Lian Qingshan looked up, and in a flash, his thick lips pressed against Chuer's soft lips. Chuer felt her mind explode like fireworks, dazzling and beautiful. Lian Qingshan gently kissed Chuer's lips, as if protecting a precious treasure. After all, she was in Lian's family as an impostor, and her position was not proper. Cui Nyang? What does that have to do with me? All I need to know is that you are now my wife, Lian Qingshan said happily, wanting to get close to Chuer again. Other matters, like saving General Yang's wife and daughter and caring for them as if they were his own, no longer seemed important. Stop joking. This is important, Chuer said, feeling both anxious and shy. She pushed Lian Qingshan slightly away and told him everything she had heard, that Cui Nyang was involved with a good-looking man, planning to run away together, and that she was pregnant. When Chuer shared this, her heart was full of mixed feelings. She felt relieved to have told everything, but also worried about Lian Qingshan. After all, she was bought as his supposed second wife. If she suddenly ran off with another man and got pregnant, it would be hard for Lian Qingshan to accept. But Chuer also had her own plan. Cui Nyang looked quite beautiful, but her lover seemed unreliable. If someday Cui Nyang was abandoned and came back to Lian's family claiming she was bought as his second wife, Lian Qingshan's honest nature might make him not abandon her, but he wouldn't ignore Cui Nyang either. Chuer told him all this now so that if things ever developed that way, Lian Qingshan wouldn't be kept in the dark or be fooled like a naive boy. Naturally, Chuer also wanted Lian Qingshan to completely lose hope in Cui Nyang, to eliminate her threat. Having suffered from a broken marriage before, Chuer, having lived again, did not want to experience that pain again. Chuer, don't worry. You're the one who came to my house. You're the one who cares for me day and night. You're the one working hard for the family's livelihood. The person I hold in my heart is also you. From now on, no matter who claims to be my wife, I won't recognize them. The only one I acknowledge is you. Lian Qingshan held Chuer's hand and spoke very sincerely. His gentle words made Chuer's tears fall rapidly. Chuer, don't cry. I'm truly happy. We don't have a marriage certificate, so you only treat me well because you like me. Lian Qingshan gently hugged the crying Chuer and patted her softly. He felt that, even though his leg was hurt, he was the luckiest man in the world. If he hadn't been injured, he wouldn't have met Chuer, who never left his side. Chuer cried for a while before calming down. She wiped her tears and sat up straight. By the way, Qingshan, although I don't remember what happened before, I feel a kind of anger in my heart. When I was abandoned in the mountains, I think I was harmed by someone. Lian Qingshan. My poor Chuer. Hearing this, Qingshan felt heartache. He held Chuer in his arms and gently patted her. Chuer, don't be afraid. I will protect you in the future. As long as I am here, no one will dare to hurt you even a little, okay? Chuer nodded seriously at his words. Seeing how Qingshan promised to protect her with his life, she wanted to remember this moment forever. By the way, Qingshan, the story you just told me about General Yang, does it also have a deeper meaning? After her emotions settled, Chuer recalled the story Qingshan told earlier and felt something was strange. She then asked him seriously. Yes. Qingshan was amazed at Chuer's sensitivity. He reached out and gently stroked her beautiful long hair. The cool strands seemed to wrap around his heart tightly. After a moment of thought, he softly said, "The guard who ran 1,000 miles with the general's wife in the story is me. Is that really true?" "Don't speak. Don't speak." Chuer took a deep breath, unable to resist tightly grabbing Lian Qingshan's hand. She nervously pricked up her ears to listen for any sounds outside, afraid that someone in the yard might hear what Lian Qingshan was saying, which could bring deadly trouble. Hee. No one is outside. My ears are sharp. Lian Qingshan saw Chuer so nervous like a little squirrel and couldn't help but chuckle softly. He tightened his grip on her hand, feeling warm inside. Years ago, it was his vigilance that helped him hide from many pursuers with his sister-in-law and Inyo. Thinking of those bloody days and the countless lives lost in his hands, Lian Qingshan sighed softly. It's been over 2 years. He had kept the secret for more than 2 years, not daring to even whisper it in his dreams. Now, he was finally able to say it out loud, feeling as if he had lifted a heavy burden and could almost fly with relief. What are you laughing at? This is a life and death matter.
Don't go around talking about it.
I tell you, everyone knows about this, heaven, earth, you, and me. Never tell anyone else, Chuer said sternly, looking at Lian Qingshan with a silly smile. All right, I won't tell anyone else. Lian Qingshan nodded obediently. I won't say anything about this. You need to be careful too, and not speak of it outside. Chuer frowned and thought for a moment, still feeling uneasy. How about this? Once you're healthy again and little Tiger is a bit older, we leave these mountains and find a place where no one knows us. From then on, Dinyo and little Tiger will be my own children. You've never seen General Yang, nor have you been a soldier. What do you think, Lian Chuer? Lian Qingshan looked at Chuer, hesitating and not immediately agreeing. What's wrong? Do you have something you can't say? Chuer saw his hesitant expression and knew he had concerns. She glanced at him and pouted.
Chuer.
Before the general's wife passed away, she entrusted me with something. She wanted Dinyo and little Tiger to return to the capital and acknowledge their roots, Lian Qingshan said softly. Chuer listened carefully to these words, chewing them over in her mind. She thought it was easy to say, acknowledging ancestors, but the child was born after General Yang was betrayed. Lady Yang had traveled thousands of miles to the frontier, so safely sending 2 children to the capital was already a big challenge, not to mention making them recognize their ancestors. That General Yang, what kind of family did he come from? Chuer didn't know which dynasty this was, nor did she remember anything from her previous life. She pretended to be completely forgetful and asked Lian Qingshan about the full story. It turned out that Lian Qingshan was conscripted into the army years ago, sent to the frontier. The border was cold and harsh, with many nomads. Young and inexperienced, Lian Qingshan was sent to the battlefield shortly after being drafted. In the fierce snowstorm, on a bloody battlefield, young and weak soldiers like him were often targeted for slaughter. Just when a sword was about to cut my face, the general appeared. Lian Qingshan recalled that dangerous moment. At that time, the general was just a squad leader. He waved a long sword fiercely and knocked down the attacker, saving me. Little one, stay strong. Your parents are waiting for you at home, the general told me. When I thought of my parents, my fear seemed to fade a little. I followed the general, who fought enemies and protected me.
He was like a father to me.
I was just a young soldier, but I learned to use a sword, bow, and throwing darts. So I could survive on the battlefield. Lian Qingshan wiped tears from his face. The general's kindness was like giving me a second family. Without him, I would have died on the battlefield long ago, with no grave to bury me. Now, maybe the dirt covering the dead can grow grass again. Qingshan. Chuer knew that Lian Qingshan had been a soldier, but she didn't know he had gone through such cruel times. She couldn't help but lean her head on his shoulder and hold him tightly, as if that could bring him some comfort. Later, the general's wife traveled a long distance to find the general. They bought a small house in the border town and lived there. As the border conflicts gradually eased, the general worried about his wife's safety and assigned me to be her bodyguard. Because of this, when the general was falsely accused and died in battle, I was able to escape with the wife and the young lady through many enemies. Was your previous wife the same as the general's wife? Chuer listened and began to connect the whole story. Even Qingshan, who was grateful to the general, protected his wife and children when the general died in battle and returned to the familiar mountains.
Yes.
I ran away for a long time but had nowhere to hide, so I thought of bringing them back in my wife's and child's names. Lian Qingshan nodded in agreement. He then hurriedly added, although the wife is my nominal wife, I have never had improper thoughts about her. I always respected her like an older sister. Chuer felt relieved after hearing this and nodded. Shiau, who is the general's illegitimate child? So, sister-in-law wants you to send him back? Yes. Lian Qingshan nodded, then looked at Chuer with surprise. You guessed it without me telling you. You said you didn't touch sister-in-law, so how could her belly swell for no reason? It must be the general's child. I also know you moved out of the village and live on this hillside because you're worried someone might come and hurt the villagers. Chuer rolled her eyes. Lian Qingshan's honest and simple nature made Chuer love and dislike him at the same time. But seeing his admiring gaze, Chuer couldn't help feeling a little proud. Qingshan, we remember the general's kindness in our hearts, but whether to let Dainyu and Xiaohu recognize their roots and return to the family depends on the situation. Chuer thought for a while and shared her thoughts. Seeing Lian Qingshan eager to argue, she gestured for him to stay calm and continued, I know you want Dainyu and Xiaohu to acknowledge their roots, to repay the general's kindness, and to fulfill sister-in-law's last wish. But these depend on whether the people at General Yang's family truly accept Dainyu and Xiaohu, love them, and treat them as family. If we send the two children back, it would be like putting sheep into a tiger's den, or making them live in fear and hardship forever. It would be better to let them stay at home, be our children, and at least live without worries and be happy. Green mountains, am I right?
Lian
Qingshan listened to Chuer and thought she had a point, but he also felt that his upbringing didn't say things like that. Qingshan, if you haven't made up your mind yet, there's no rush. Even if we decide to send them back to their ancestors, it doesn't have to be now. Your body can't handle long trips, and the two children are still small. The journey from here to the capital is long, and their bodies might not handle it well. Seeing that Lian Qingshan was starting to waver, Chuer continued gently, let's first take good care of our health, earn more money, hire a carriage, and take the children to the capital in a proper way. Once there, we can stay and learn more about the Yang family. If they still have people around, that's good. We can see if they truly accept the children before deciding to send them back. Chuer, you're right. Lian Qingshan paused for a moment, then finally nodded. I was thinking too simply before. If we rush to the capital now, we might be used by bad people, and it could harm the children even more. At this, Lian Qingshan tightly held Chuer's hand. Chuer, it's lucky to have you. Without you, I might have already died. And who knows what would happen to the two children. Qingshan, don't say the word death. Chuer quickly covered his mouth to stop him. We will all live long lives. Big Girl and Little Tiger will grow up safely, and we will have our own children someday. They will call each other brother and sister, grow up together, marry, and everything will be fine. As Chuer spoke, a gentle smile appeared on her face. She was sincerely imagining their future, their family's future.
Lian
Qingshan felt his heart fill with her hopeful picture. Children who never leave, grandchildren around their knees, a happy family together. Nothing could be more wonderful than that. Chuer, it's getting late. Let's rest now. Lian Qingshan tightly held Chuer in his arms, blew out the oil lamp, and in the dark winter night, the two of them snuggled close together. Even though they hadn't done anything, their hearts felt so near. Lian Qingshan's consciousness gradually blurred. Just as he was about to fall asleep, a sudden thought entered his mind. Since Chuer was not the person he bought, he owed her a wedding ceremony. Once his leg healed, he was determined to hold a proper wedding for Chuer, including a long-overdue wedding night. Page 55. The Dong family finds trouble thanks to Deer at leisurely afternoon tea for the good luck charm, and at Gino.1 for the fragrant sachet. Seeing everyone's support during work made life feel much better. Wishing everyone a happy weekend. After clarifying her identity, Lian Qingshan's worries about Chuer being bought as a wife eased considerably. He also felt relieved because he could finally share a long-held secret. After just one night, he felt as if a weight had been lifted from his heart. Of course, when Lian Qingshan woke up the next morning, he remembered the thought from the night before. He felt a new sense of responsibility. The first thing was not to let Chuer suffer and to give her a proper status. Although their family was poor, he still wanted to arrange a wedding for Chuer. It didn't have to be fancy or grand, but she deserved a proper identity. The second matter also involved Chuer. She said she had forgotten where her home was and no longer remembered her family. She even felt she might have been harmed by someone. Lian Qingshan thought to himself that once his leg healed, he needed to carefully investigate and find Chuer's family, and then catch whoever had hurt her. With this in mind, Lian Qingshan felt an even greater sense of responsibility. Sitting on the kong, a traditional bed, he kept weaving a willow basket, but in his mind, he reviewed everything he had learned over the years. He was planning how to handle this matter cleanly and efficiently. Chuer, however, didn't think as much as Lian Qingshan. After sharing her feelings with him, she felt so light and happy that she was walking on air in the morning. She couldn't quite explain it, but she felt sweet inside, sweeter than drinking honey water. Early in the morning, Chuer carefully tidied up the house inside and out. After preparing breakfast, she woke up Daniel and Shiau, who washed their faces and combed their hair. Usually, she was used to doing these chores, but today, everything seemed to go more smoothly and happily. Qingshan, breakfast is ready. Chuer smiled as she placed the meal on the kong table. At this moment, Qingshan had just finished weaving a willow basket. After setting it down, he didn't say anything but looked directly at Chuer with loving eyes. His gaze made Chuer feel shy, as if she wanted to hide her face on her shoulder. Chuer, I will treat you well, Qingshan said softly, reaching out to hold her delicate hand. He noticed that her hand had become rougher from work compared to when she first arrived. Feeling both tender and a bit sad, he gently squeezed her hand and said this. Okay. Chuer was touched by Qingshan's sincere words, her eyes feeling a bit teary. She quickly withdrew her hand, served breakfast to Qingshan, and called Daniel to eat. She then held Shiau, and fed him. The tea leaves on the mountain might have grown again. I'll go check. If they're good, I'll pick some, Chuer said. After roasting tea last time, she thought the flavor was quite nice. When she had free time, she would pick tea shoots to roast. Although she didn't gather much each time, over time she had accumulated 2 large jars of tea leaves. Feeling cheerful from good news, Chuer went into the mountain cave to pick tea. She saw that new tender shoots had already sprouted. In half an hour, she picked more tea shoots than usual. After collecting the tea, Chuer put the shoots into her basket and broke 2 branches with wild fruits to cover the basket before heading back. Unexpectedly at the door, she saw someone she didn't expect. Her sister-in-law, Dong Shi, was peeking around. Isn't that sister-in-law? Why isn't she coming inside? Chuer noticed Dong Shi acting sneaky and, given her previous attitude towards Qingshan's family, Chuer didn't think highly of her. She spoke coldly and casually.
Sister-in-law.
Sister-in-law. Dong Shi looked around nervously at the door. When she heard Chuer's voice, she was clearly startled. She hurriedly patted her chest and stammered, calling Chuer sister-in-law. Chuer looked at Dong's small face, which showed fear, and nodded, speaking in a softer tone. Is there something?
Come in, she said.
Chuer went to the gate, opened it, and took down the basket on her back. She looked back at Dong, who hesitated and seemed like a child who had done something wrong. Chuer thought for a moment. Although Dong was married to Lian Qinghe and had 2 children, she was still under 20. Yesterday, Chuer had scolded her until she cried, so her heart softened a little. She led her into the yard.
Sister-in-law.
Sister-in-law. Dong hesitated, nervously rubbing her hands. She was reluctant but followed Chuer inside.
Sister-in-law. I don't have much to say.
Maybe I should go back now. As she saw the yard gate about to close, she hesitated and was about to leave. Stop. If Chuer hadn't seen how guilty Dong looked and her attempt to escape, she might have let her go. After all, they were real relatives and Chuer didn't want to embarrass her too much. But seeing Dong's eyes darting around nervously, Chuer knew she was hiding something. She couldn't just let her go easily. Although Chuer had nothing to worry about herself, she couldn't always be on edge. Moreover, Chuer had just learned about Dinyo and Xiaohu's backgrounds. If this got out, it could be dangerous, possibly life-threatening. Even though they were relatives, Chuer couldn't risk her family's safety. Sister-in-law, do you have something to say? Dong turned around and smiled at Chuer. She had come today because she was scolded yesterday and wanted to complain to Lian Qingshan, then clarify some things she had done before. Earlier, Lian Qingshan was injured and bedridden. Dong's husband, Lian Qinghe, was taking care of his brother. A couple of months ago, he had been diligent, but caring for a sick person all the time was exhausting. Plus, the family didn't have much money, so he decided to go to town to work, leaving all household matters to Dong. Lian Qingshan was not Dong's biological brother, and since he was paralyzed and had a child, Dong disliked him a lot. She only brought food once a day and didn't bother with anything else. Meanwhile, Lian Qinghe worked in town and only came home every 10 or 15 days, so he didn't know much about what Dong was doing. This made things difficult for Lian Qingshan, who grew discouraged and decided to spend money to buy a second wife. Dong thought that secretly saving a little money to give his children more food was enough. Even in Qingshan's area, Dong never intended to let him starve. He just wanted to let him go hungry for a while, hoping that after being hungry, he would be afraid and give more money. Dong carefully planned that the 10 taels of silver used to catch the tiger, with 2 taels spent on Qingshan's treatment, leaving 8 taels that he wanted to keep for himself. Originally, Dong believed this plan was secret and unnoticed. Since Qingshan was lying on the bed and couldn't move, he wouldn't go out and talk. The 2 children, Dainyu and Xiaohu, were too young. One wouldn't believe him if he told, and the other couldn't speak yet. Unexpectedly, Chuer, his quick-tongued sister-in-law, appeared and ruined all his good plans. Why are you shaking your head and sighing again? Chuer looked at Dong's changing face and knew she was probably thinking hard. She couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Such a simple, emotional young wife, who almost starved Qingshan to death, was really frustrating. Let's go inside and see your elder brother. You know, I've been here so long, but I haven't even seen him properly. Does he dislike his brother, or does he dislike me as his sister-in-law? Chuer felt uncomfortable and couldn't help but poke fun at Dong. Don't say that, sister-in-law. Dong quickly stopped her, nervous and trembling inside, afraid of what Chuer might say. All right, let's go see your elder brother first. I won't say more now. Chuer shot a glance at Dong. She thought Dong looked decent enough, but she knew she was calculating. If it weren't for her respect for Qingshan's brotherly loyalty, she had plenty of ways to drive Dong out of the village. Even so, Chuer secretly planned to teach Dong a lesson someday. Even if she couldn't scare Dong and Qingshan for good, she wanted them to remember the suffering Qingshan had endured before. Elder brother, I'm here. Dong entered the room and greeted, her face awkward with a faint smile. She used to mock her elder brother when he was paralyzed on the bed, but now she had to pretend to be close, which made her feel a bit embarrassed. Qingshan, I've come back. Chuer also called out from inside, but the room was very quiet. Chuer, you're back. When Chuer and Dongsher entered the house and found no one inside, they also heard Qingshan's voice coming from outside. Chuer quickly went out and saw Lian Qingshan leaning on a cane, walking from the backyard to the front. His face was reddened by the sun, and large beads of sweat rolled down his cheeks onto the ground. Behind him, Dinyo was happily holding Xiaohu. Mother, father taught me how to build a frame for the beans, Dinyo excitedly told Chuer. When she saw Dongsher standing next to Chuer, she suddenly shivered and quickly hid behind Chuer. Big brother. Can he go to the fields now? Dongsher's eyes widened in surprise as she looked at Qingshan standing straight. She opened her mouth in shock and took a long time to speak, Oh my goodness, seeing this scene, Dongshi's first reaction was to run. She quickly turned around, hurried to the gate, feeling very anxious. But because she was too nervous, she bumped into the door before it even opened, hitting her forehead and getting a big red bump. Chwaer looked at Dongshi's head with the bump and couldn't help but smile softly. The big Neo nearby seemed to feel supported and also chuckled. Hearing the laughter, Dongshi, who had run away in panic, felt her head throb loudly. All her fear and guilt suddenly turned into anger. She slammed the door shut with a loud bang and turned back to Chwaer. Laugh all you want. Is it funny that I bumped into the door? Your heart is too cruel. Dongshi pointed at her bright red forehead and said angrily. Seeing Chwaer trying not to laugh, she felt her anger burn fiercely inside her. She reached out and pointed at Lian Qingshan, shouting angrily, "You're just a poisonous woman. Big brother's leg is fine, so let him go to work in the fields. Are you afraid he'll get tired and become paralyzed or what?" Dongshi's anger seemed to find a breakthrough point as she scolded Chwaer loudly, as if she was defending Qingshan's interests. Lian Qingshan stood there, watching Mrs. Dong for a moment. Sometimes she was so scared she ran away, and other times she crossed her arms and scolded people. Although he couldn't understand why Mrs. Dong's reaction was so strong, he felt upset that Chwaer, whom he cared for deeply, was being scolded. He frowned. It's okay. Maybe she's still upset from being scolded yesterday and came back to cause trouble, Chwaer said softly, fanning herself to cool down. She told Nyo to go inside first, then walked over to Lian Qingshan. Are you tired? If you are, I can help you inside to rest. Yes, let's go inside, Lian Qingshan replied. He wasn't really tired, but he couldn't just stand in the yard and be scolded by Mrs. Dong. As the eldest brother-in-law, he shouldn't say anything rude to his sister-in-law, but he also felt frustrated inside. His forehead veins bulged as he looked at Chwaer and said, Chwaer, you've been wronged. When the second brother comes, I'll speak for you. Hearing this, the small bit of discomfort Chwaer still felt disappeared completely. She smiled happily and said, Okay, I'll wait for you to help me vent. All of you, stop right there. Mrs. Dong, who was used to being the boss in her home, was furious when she saw Chwaer supporting Lian Qingshan and laughing. Her anger exploded, and she suddenly roared, about to rush forward. Seeing Mrs. Dong so angry she was almost losing her mind, Chwaer felt nervous. She quickly stepped in front of Lian Qingshan, thinking only that his body was just right and couldn't be hurt again. Lian Qingshan saw the scene and didn't care about whether Chwaer was his sister-in-law or not. He clenched his walking stick tightly. If Mrs. Dong dared to come forward, he would hit her with his stick and make her fall. Wife, what are you doing? Just as the tension reached its peak, a young man's voice came from outside. Soon, a pair of big hands opened the door, and a man from the mountains, not yet 20, stepped in. He didn't look at Mrs. Dong but headed straight for Lian Qingshan and said, Big brother, don't mind her. She's just hot-tempered and doesn't have any bad intentions. This young man was under 20, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, somewhat resembling Lian Qingshan. He wore rough cloth clothes and was about an inch shorter than Lian Qingshan. His name was Lian Qiha. Lian Qiha saw Lian Qingshan standing on the ground and immediately felt happy. He happily rubbed his hands together, clearly so pleased by the good news that he forgot about the earlier little unpleasantness. This is really great, big brother. I am so happy for you. Chwaer looked at Lian Qiha, who was smiling sincerely at Lian Qingshan with a brotherly affection. She simply couldn't understand why such a person would leave Lian Qingshan alone inside the house to fend for himself, not even bothering to look at him. Come, meet your sister-in-law, Lian Qingshan said to Lian Qiha with a slight smile, though his expression seemed a bit unnatural. Sister-in-law, when Lian Qiha saw Chwaer, he felt a bit shy. His smile stiffened a little. He walked over to Chwaer and greeted her. Well, earlier when I passed by the Qingshan family, I saw Qingshan. But at that time, I saw them eating and scolding the children, so I didn't want to disturb them, Chwaer said calmly, just stating the facts without any intention of causing trouble or stirring up conflict. Chwer thought about the first time she saw Lian Qinghe, when their family was eating plain rice and big pieces of meat with vegetables in the yard. At that time, her own family was so poor they didn't dare to cook thick cornmeal porridge, fearing they wouldn't have enough to eat later. Thinking of this, Chwer's face darkened. Qinghe, why are you scolding the children again? Your children, De Mao and Heir Mao, are so young. What can they do wrong? When Lian Qingshan heard Chwer say this, his brows immediately furrowed. Clearly, he knew that Lian Qinghe and his wife liked to scold the children, and he strongly disapproved of it. Brother, Lian Qinghe didn't expect his sister-in-law to be so sharp-tongued. He sighed with a bitter smile and said to Lian Qingshan, Brother, I didn't really scold the children. I know it wasn't you. Our family doesn't have the habit of scolding children. Do you remember when you were young? We didn't even say harsh words to you. Why don't you learn from your parents? Lian Qingshan said quietly, though his tone was not very kind. Perhaps because Lian Qingshan had been in the army, with a faintly stern aura about him, his words, though not full of blame, sounded harsh enough to make Lian Qinghe feel like he'd been scolded very badly. Brother. Lian Qinghe was clearly afraid of his brother. He rubbed his hands nervously and weakly called out. Behind him, Mrs. Dong couldn't take it anymore. How is it that I can't take care of my own children? If you have the ability, you should take good care of your own kids. And that wife you bought, at home she acts all innocent, but outside she's as fierce as a mother tiger. Mrs. Dong quickly rushed over to Lian Qinghe, pointing at Chwer and scolding her. Clearly, with Lian Qinghe nearby, she felt she had support. Wife, what happened to your head? Lian Qinghe was already a bit out of breath. Seeing Mrs. Dong rush forward and reaching out to pull her back, he suddenly noticed the big, bright red bump on her forehead and immediately became worried. What else could it be? I came here kindly to check on things, but this bot wife cursed me out loudly, and then she pushed me right into the door. Mrs. Dong, seeing Lian Qinghe's reaction, seized the opportunity, grabbing his sleeve and crying loudly. She poured dirty water over Chwer's head, wishing she could persuade Lian Qinghe to dismiss Chwer altogether. Brother, what's going on? Lian Qinghe listened to Mrs. Dong's words and looked at Chwer with a less friendly gaze. After all, his wife's head was swollen so badly, yet his sister-in-law looked healthy and unaffected. His heart immediately leaned toward his wife. Qinghe, I told you this woman is forcing Big Brother to work. Look, Big Brother just started working in the fields, and now she's making him weave baskets and plant vegetables. The willow branch baskets are even sold in town. Mrs. Dong sniffled and exaggerated her story, but it was hard to tell how much of her concern was genuine and how much was about the money Lian Qingshan was earning. Seeing Mrs. Dong's shameless behavior and how she was spreading false stories, Lian Qingshan's brows furrowed tighter. His fists clenched slightly, and he opened his mouth to say something but didn't. It was clear he deeply disliked his sister-in-law but was holding back to avoid trouble. Chwer looked at Lian Qingshan's frustrated expression. She remembered how he had been lying on the Kong, a heated bed, earlier, bullied by Mrs. Dong, who looked down on him, and how he couldn't even get enough to eat. She thought about how Big Nyo was so scared of Mrs. Dong, like a mouse seeing a cat, and how Shiau, who, tiny and thin as firewood, couldn't speak or walk after more than a year. Chwer's anger burned inside her. Chwer slightly raised her eyebrows and squinted as she looked at Mrs. Dong. Her eyes suddenly became sharp. Anyone familiar with Chwer's movements would know she was angry and quite upset. Dong Ho Hot, I don't need you to tell me if I'm pretending to be a good person. Whether I bought it or not, it's none of your business. But you and your husband, before I arrived, how did you take care of our Qingshan? You two know very well. 1 meal a day is enough, but the cabbage soup is so clear you can see the bottom. Are you trying to starve their family of 3 to death? Chwer was angry inside, and her voice grew louder. Perhaps because she spoke with authority, Mrs. Dong, who was throwing a tantrum, fell silent after hearing Chwer's words. Mrs. Dong buried her face in Lian Qinghe's sleeve, sighing inwardly. She knew she had let this secret slip. Previously, she had tried every way to drive Chwer away or suppress her, just to stop her from talking nonsense. When Lian Qinghe went out to earn money, she wanted to hide the earnings and give poor meals to Lian Qingshan, which she couldn't let Lian Qinghe find out.
What?
1 meal a day, and just cabbage soup? Lian Qinghe's eyebrows immediately shot up when he heard this. He turned to Lian Qingshan. Brother, was what she said true? Qinghe. Sigh. Lian Qingshan wouldn't lie to his brother about this, but he also didn't want to hurt their brotherly relationship. He sighed and nodded, as if he agreed. You good-for-nothing dong ho hot. I worked hard to carry loads in town and earn money just to let you take care of my big brother. I wanted him to eat better and strengthen his body. And this is how you take care of him. Lian Qinghe suddenly got angry. He raised his hand and slapped Mrs. Dong loudly. Mrs. Dong was stunned. She stood there, staring blankly at Lian Qinghe, as if she didn't recognize him anymore. Her cheeks were slightly swollen, and she had a big bump on her forehead. Her once decent appearance now looked terrible. You wicked woman. I thought you were good, always flattering and pampering you. I didn't expect your heart to be so cruel. I'm divorcing you, you wicked woman. Lian Qinghe pointed at Mrs. Dong and tried to hit her again, but Lian Qingshan quickly pulled him back. Qinghe, even if your wife did wrong, you shouldn't hit her, Lian Qingshan, a kind-hearted man, said, despite being bullied by Mrs. Dong. Chuer watched nearby. Although she disliked the Dong family person, she disliked men who hit their wives even more. Seeing Lian Qingshan step forward to persuade, Chuer sighed and took a few steps forward. You two should settle your issues at home. Hitting your wife to vent your anger is not what a real man should do, Lian. I'm sorry, brother. Lian Qing, he looked at Lian Qingshan with tears in his eyes. His knees buckled, and he almost knelt down. Ding, ding, ding. A happy vow to share with everyone. I've been busy house hunting, and today everything is settled. I found a house I really like, paid the deposit, and hope it will be mine soon. Dear friends, kisses. I'm so happy I feel like flying.
Haha. Lian.
I'm sorry, brother. Lian Qing, he looked at Lian Qingshan with tears in his eyes. His knees buckled, and he almost knelt. Lian Qingshan, caring for his younger brother, had once even stepped in front of a tiger to protect him. He wouldn't let Lian Qing he truly kneel. Immediately, he reached out his strong arm and held Lian Qing he back. Qing he, what are you doing? Lian Qingshan said, gripping his brother firmly, preventing him from kneeling. Brother, this woman is too cruel. She kept everything from me. I've been away so long, and when I came back, I saw the family eating well, meat and vegetables. I heard she said the same thing to you, so I didn't think much. But it turns out she's saying one thing and doing another. Lian Qing, he spoke regretfully, showing he was deeply remorseful and also very firm against Dong. Qing he, Dong Shi, hearing this, looked at him with teary eyes. Seeing his serious expression, she couldn't help but feel scared. She wanted to come forward and grab his sleeve, softening her words to calm him down. Although Dong Shi was crying, most of her feelings now were of grievance. Usually, Lian Qing, he listened to her, and even if she lost her temper, a little coaxing was enough. So, in her heart, she thought she only needed to lower her head a little. After this period passed, she could still dominate him again. Qing he, I was wrong.
Boo-hoo.
I was wrong. Isn't that enough? If it weren't for the older sister-in-law coming in, with your way of delivering food, who knows, the older brother might have starved to death. Do you just need to admit your mistake? That is my real older brother, who was hurt by a tiger to protect me. Lian Qinghe was overwhelmed with sadness and couldn't help but sob. When Lian Qinghe said this, her attitude towards Mrs. Dong became very firm. You're a wicked woman, still not feeling sorry, huh? Today, I want everyone in the village to see what kind of person you really are. I, Lian Qinghe, am not capable of controlling someone as evil as you. Get out of here, you. Lian Qinghe, you're so heartless. Sob sob. Mrs. Dong panicked when she heard this. From Lian Qinghe's words, she realized she wasn't just being threatened or delaying time. She truly wanted to divorce her. What should she do now? Mrs. Dong was momentarily at a loss, standing there tearfully, stunned by fear. Seeing Mrs. Dong no longer arguing, Lian Qinghe turned back to Lian Qingshan and said, "Brother,
I'm sorry.
I didn't take good care of you, nor did I take care of my wife." As she spoke, her knees went weak, and she almost knelt down. "Qinghe, everything is in the past. I don't blame you. Now look, I've married your sister-in-law, and I can work in the fields. You shouldn't worry too much. Just live a peaceful life." Lian Qingshan pulled Lian Qinghe upright and patted his shoulder to comfort him.
Exactly.
"Qinghe, now your older brother has me to take care of him. His health is getting better every day. You don't need to worry so much." Chuer looked at Lian Qinghe. Although she didn't fully understand all the twists and turns before and after Lian Qingshan's accident, she could guess most of it. Lian Qingshan and Chuer persuaded him for a while before Lian Qinghe's anger eased a bit. Only then did Chuer have time to tend to Mrs. Dong. If Mrs. Dong was loud earlier, now she was truly frightened. Her face was swollen in 2 big patches, and she cried so hard she could barely stand, looking very pitiful. Chuer sighed, took out a handkerchief, and gently wiped her tears from her face. She then handed the handkerchief to her and watched her cry so sadly, her face full of innocence and confusion. She thought to herself that this was just a young girl under 20, and if she was already being abandoned by Lian Qinghe, she felt a bit guilty inside. Chuer thought for a moment and then continued, "Qinghe, I just arrived at Lian's house. There are some things I shouldn't say, but since your mother-in-law is gone and you and your younger sister-in-law are still young, I have to speak up. As for your sister-in-law, honestly, she can be sharp-tongued sometimes and a bit selfish, but I truly believe she didn't mean to harm Qingshan. If she had intended to hurt him, neither you nor I could accept her. Now Qingshan is safe, and the children are doing well. Mrs. Dong has given birth to your 2 sons, so you and your wife should just focus on living happily. You came here shouting and threatening to divorce her. How will she survive after that? How will your big and second brothers get by in the future?" When Chuer finished speaking, even Qinghe heard her words. She didn't know how much he understood, but seeing him standing there deep in thought, Chuer decided not to say anything more and quietly waited for his reaction.
Sister-in-law.
Mrs. Dong quickly looked up when she heard Chuer's words. She looked at this woman she usually looked down on, and it was hard to imagine that at such a critical moment, she was actually speaking up for her. Usually, Mrs. Dong genuinely looked down on Chuer. A woman who had her entire happiness sold for just 4 taels of silver wasn't worth respect. Even when she called Chuer sister-in-law before, it was often sarcastic and mocking. But now the word sister-in-law came from her heart. Regardless of the past, at this moment, Mrs. Dong truly regarded Chuer as a lifesaver, as someone she could rely on. A woman who was sent back home after being abandoned must have suffered greatly, though Chuer might not know this. Mrs. Dong knew well. Her distant aunt was also abandoned by her husband, stayed at her parents' home for over 3 years, had no money, and was looked down upon. When she married out, her aunt, who was over 30, looked like she was 50. Thinking of the tragic situation of women abandoned by their husbands, Mrs. Dong's heart trembled. She looked at Chuer with pity, hoping Chuer would say a few kind words for her. "Qinghe, you're still upset. Let's forget about what you said earlier about ending the marriage." Lian Qingshan looked at Chuer. Seeing her encouraging expression, he knew he hadn't said the wrong thing. He straightened his posture. "If my sister-in-law made a mistake, you should go home and teach her properly. Damao and Ermao are still young and need their mother. Big brother, sister-in-law. I will go back now. I promise to give you a clear explanation this time." Hearing Lian Qingshan say this too, Lian Qinghe felt he had been too impulsive earlier. He nodded, pulled Dong's hand, said a few words to Lian Qingshan, and then left. Watching Lian Qinghe and Dong leave, Chuer still felt a bit uneasy. She helped Lian Qingshan into the house. Seeing him sit on the Kong bed and rub his legs unconsciously, she suddenly understood that he was tired from overusing his legs. "Qingshan, lie down on the Kong. I'll help you massage your legs," Chuer said as she supported him to lie down and gently massaged his legs. Dinyo and Xiaohu, probably frightened by the commotion earlier, stayed close to Chuer and refused to leave. Chuer massaged Qingshan's legs for a while, then hugged Xiao, and patted Dinyo to soothe them. Soon, both children fell asleep. Seeing that it was still early, Chuer quietly left the room to hang the tea leaves she picked in the morning to dry. Because of Dong's disturbance, the tea leaves had slightly fermented this time, but not as thoroughly as the previous red tea. The green leaves still had a faint red edge on the sides. Chuer spread out the partially fermented tea leaves to dry, thinking about the types of tea she could make now. There were unfermented single-bud green tea, unfermented but rolled green tea with one leaf and one bud, fermented and rolled into red tea, and this kind halfway between red and green tea. Chuer didn't have a complete theory about tea making, but her body seemed to have an instinct. When she encountered different tea leaves, she immediately knew how to handle them. Although her skills were still unskilled, she could clearly feel herself becoming more skilled with each batch of tea she made. Chuer was hanging tea leaves to dry when she heard Lian Qinghe's voice at the door. She was puzzled. These two had just argued and left earlier, so why were they back? Although she was curious, she still went to open the door. "Sister-in-law, I brought this from home for Big Brother to eat," Lian Qinghe said as he entered the yard and went straight into the kitchen. He took off a large cloth bag filled with grains from his back. "Why did you bring this?" "We have money at home. Big Brother can weave willow baskets, and the money we make from selling them is enough for us," Chuer replied. Lian Qinghe didn't seem bothered by her words. He looked inside the house at Lian Qingshan sleeping soundly. After hesitating for a moment, he said to Chuer, "When I looked after Big Brother before, he gave us a silver coin for food. I cared for him for 2 months before I left. I didn't expect Mrs. Dong to treat him like that. I felt bad for not taking better care of Big Brother, and I couldn't bear to keep the silver he gave us. So, I brought some grain for you. Hopefully, it will make your days a little easier." After saying this, Lian Qinghe hurriedly left, worried Chuer might ask him to take the grains back. Chuer looked at the big cloth bag on the ground and guessed it held about 100 jin of grain. She reached out and opened it. Inside, besides yellow cornmeal, she saw 2 small cloth bags, one with rice and the other with white flour. Each looked to be about 10 jin. She nodded quietly, thinking that Lian Qinghe seemed to have some brotherly loyalty. Seeing the bright white rice and flour, Chuer smiled happily. With these supplies, she wouldn't have to worry for 2 more months. Lian Qinghe brought over about 100 jin of grain. Chuer didn't dare hide anything from Lian Qingshan. When he woke up, she told him everything. He just nodded to show he understood and didn't say much more. That night, Chuer fried the dried tea leaves she had hung earlier. The flavor was different from before, which made her feel much better. She started thinking about turning this tea frying into a business, hoping it could become a way to earn money. After a busy day filled with noise and exhaustion, both Chuer and Lian Qingshan were very tired by evening. They fell asleep with their heads close to their pillows, and the night passed quietly. The next morning, Chuer woke up. Seeing that it was still early, she didn't rush to wake Lian Qingshan. Instead, she changed into an old rough cloth dress and went to the vegetable garden behind the house. In the mountains, the morning dew was heavy, and the air was very moist, filled with the scent of soil and grass, making Chuer feel very happy. She carried a water bucket and poured water onto the vegetable seedlings, including peppers, eggplants, and persimmon plants. The seedlings had grown about a foot tall, with sturdy stems. Small fruits were already starting to form: green peppers the size of nails, tiny eggplants, and small green persimmons the size of coins. All very lovely. The beans and cucumbers had already been supported with small branches by Lian Qingshan yesterday. Overnight, the delicate vines had climbed further up the supports, with fresh green leaves shining with dew and sparkling in the sunlight. Chuer tidied up the garden, watered all the seedlings, and pulled out the weeds, chopping them into pieces to add to the compost heap. She also gathered some small bok choy to prepare for making vegetable porridge in the morning. After that, she returned to the front yard, washed her hands, and got ready to cook. Seeing the healthy growth of the vegetables, Chuer felt confident about their livelihood now that they had the job of selling willow baskets. She thought it would be even better if they could raise some chickens to lay eggs for Lian Qingshan and the children to strengthen their bodies. As she thought about this, she felt very content. While cooking breakfast, she hummed a song happily. Lian Qingshan, you woke up so early. Chuer looked over as he came out of the house, smiling as she prepared breakfast. His mood also improved. By the way, Qingshan, your health is getting better. Now that we have enough to eat and drink, I was thinking maybe we could bring some chicks home to raise. When they lay eggs, it will help you get stronger, and during festivals, we can slaughter one to improve our meals, Chuer said while cooking corn porridge. Raising chickens? Lian Qingshan paused when he heard this. In our village, I haven't heard of anyone raising chickens. I saw some when I was a kid, but I haven't seen any in recent years. I wonder what happened. Qingshan hesitated, looking into Chuer's bright eyes filled with hope. He felt that refusing her might make her sad, so he didn't say much. He gently said, next time you see Aunt Lu, ask her why. If there's nothing important, you can raise some chickens instead, okay? Chuer replied with a smile. Seeing the porridge was almost ready, she threw the chopped bok choy into it to cook, then took the porridge off the stove. She woke up Dinyo and Shiau, who just as they were about to eat. At that moment, Chuer heard someone calling outside. Is Sister Chuer at home? The voice was clear and bright. Chuer immediately recognized it as coming from Aunt Chunju's family, from Xiao Shuanyao. Xiao Shuanyao, come in quickly. Chuer hurriedly put down her work, opened the door, and let Xiao Shuanyao in. He was carrying a basket, and she asked curiously, what are you doing so early in the morning? Have you eaten? Come and have a bite at my place. Chuer wasn't just being polite. She had a good relationship with Aunt Chunju. They often exchanged vegetables and meals. Since Xiao Shuanyao was rushing over for mealtime, she naturally wouldn't let him go home hungry. All right, Chuer, your cooking is so good. I'll just stay and eat with you. Xiao Shuanyao was not shy, scratched his head with a grin, and said to Chuer, okay, wait a moment. I'll serve you some. Chuer replied, smiling as she looked at Xiao Shuanyao, who was thin but energetic. She turned to Dinyo, sitting on the Kong, a traditional bed, brushing her small braids, and said, Dinyo, help me serve Xiao Shuanyao. Okay, Dinyo cheerfully agreed. She quickly finished braiding her hair and went over to Xiao Shuanyao. Uncle Xiao Shuanyao, sit down. My mother made some delicious porridge this morning. Xiao Shuanyao looked at the young girl, about 7 or 8 years old, who was confidently greeting him. He blushed slightly and nodded. Then he remembered why he came to Chuer's house. Shout, I saw a locust tree blooming when my brother went up the mountain early this morning. He brought back a lot of locust flowers. My mother thought they were fresh, so she gave some to Aunt Lu, Sister Inhuan, and you. Should I put the locust flowers in the kitchen for you? Oh, there are still locust flowers at this time. Chuer was momentarily stunned upon hearing this. She placed the freshly prepared cornmeal porridge on the stove, wiped her hands with an apron, and took the basket. I remember that locust flowers and elm catkins are in season at the same time. It's been almost a month now. Yes, my brother found them quite interesting and brought back quite a few, Xiao Shuanyao said with a smile. Huh? These locust flowers are really fresh. Chuer removed the leaves covering the basket and saw a bunch of pure white locust flowers, emitting a sweet fragrance. She immediately loved them very much. All right, I'll take these locust flowers. If I make something tasty later, I'll send some to Aunt Chunju, Chuer said, grabbing her own basket, moving the locust flowers into it, and placing the basket aside. Now that this basket is free, remember to take it when you go home, okay? Xiao Shuanyao replied cheerfully, not at all feeling shy, and followed Chuer into the house for breakfast. After the family, including Xiao Shuanyao, finished eating and drinking, Chuer thought about raising chickens. She carried a basket to send Xiao Shuanyao back home. When they reached Aunt Chunju's house, she saw Aunt Chunju standing at the door, looking outside. Xiao Shuanyao, why are you just now coming back? When Aunt Chunju saw Xiao Shuanyao and Chuer, she quickly stepped out of the yard, approached Xiao Shuanyao, and scolded him while grabbing his ear. You should take what I say seriously. Don't you know your mother is waiting anxiously at home for you? Sorry, Auntie, don't be mad at him. We just finished breakfast, so he only took a small bite and came back late. I'm here to apologize to you, Chuer said with a smile, noticing that Aunt Chunju wasn't truly angry but worried about Xiao Shanyao's safety, so she scolded a few more words. It's not your fault. I, as his mother, know he's quite the chatterbox. Wherever he goes, he can't stop looking at food, Aunt Chunju said, tapping Xiao Shanyao's head with her finger. She was about to pull Chuer into the house, but before they entered, they saw Aunt Lu arriving just in time. Aunt Lu, Auntie, what a coincidence. I have something to ask you, Chuer said directly after entering the house, seeing that there were no outsiders around. Just ask whatever you want. Aunt Lu set down her basket in front of Aunt Chunju's house, brushed off the dust from her clothes, and went inside. Seeing Chuer's serious expression, she couldn't help but smile. Is Chuer feeling a bit different today? Why are you acting so strange now?
There is no such thing.
Auntie, you're just joking with me? Chuer said, straightening her expression. Annie, here's the thing. Our yard is pretty big. If I can raise some chicks, it could help with the family expenses and also strengthen Qingshan's health. But I haven't seen anyone in the village raising chickens, so I feel a bit worried. I want to ask you, is there any rule about this in our village? I don't think there's any rule about raising chickens. It's just that our mountain village is close to the mountains, and there are many wild animals, so people don't bother with chickens, Auntie Lu said cheerfully, waving her hand. There are plenty of eagles, snakes, and other wild creatures on the mountain. If we raise a lot of chickens, they'll be targeted by these animals. It's quite troublesome. Also, there are many wild chickens and rabbits on the mountain. Lazy folks often just go up and catch them. So, people generally don't raise chickens here. By the way, Chuer, if you really want to raise chickens, you need to secure the yard well. Don't bring in anything else. And if something comes, just remind yourself to be respectful and not offend the great spirits. Auntie Lu lowered her voice as she spoke. Okay, Auntie. I understand, Chuer said, feeling no taboos. Her mind was already planning to get some eggs to hatch chicks. If Chuer wants to raise chickens, I can go to my mother's village and ask around. They have chickens there, so you won't have to look everywhere, Auntie Chunju said eagerly when she heard their conversation. Thank you so much, Auntie Chunju. Please help me find 50 eggs, or even some ready-made chicks. I'll pay you later, Chuer said happily, feeling even more excited. All right. No rush for the money. Do you think I wouldn't trust you? You're young, and I doubt you've ever taken care of old hens sitting on nests. I'll just buy some chicks for you directly. Auntie Chunju waved her hand impatiently, but her words made Chuer feel more at ease. When Chuer left Auntie Chunju's house, she felt an indescribable sense of happiness and relief. She walked briskly, thinking about how she could use the locust flowers she got from mountain medicine to make something new that no one in the family had tried before. As she thought, a sudden idea popped into her mind. Locust flowers are sweet and perfect for making baked goods. She decided to make steamed locust flower cakes. Thinking this, Chuer suddenly had an idea. The sweet and fresh smell of Sephora flowers makes them perfect for making pastries, so she decided to make a steamed cake with Sephora flowers. With the idea in mind, Chuer immediately started working when she got home. She first took a small piece of yeast dough starter, soaked it in water to soften, and set it aside. Then she scooped 2 large bowls of finely ground cornmeal and half a bowl of white flour to prepare for the cake. She carefully mixed the yeast starter into the dough, kneading until the dough was smooth and even. She covered it with a damp cloth and let it rise in a bowl. Once the dough was ready, Chuer cleaned the basket of Sephora flowers and washed them twice. She picked out 2 big, fresh bunches to give to the older girl and little tiger as snacks. The rest of the flowers she dried to remove moisture, preparing them for later use in making treats. By afternoon, the dough had risen. Chuer kneaded and shaped it, placing it on a steaming cloth. She sprinkled the Sephora flowers carefully over the dough, pressing them in. She turned up the heat slightly and placed the steamed cake into the pot to steam. The aroma of cornmeal and sweet Sephora flowers quickly filled the house. The older girl and little tiger couldn't help but stop playing in the yard, staring eagerly at the pot, imagining what delicious treats might emerge from the steaming. Chuer didn't want them to wait long, so in just a short while, the steamed cake was ready. Once the pot cooled slightly, she took the steaming cake out. It was a large, steaming piece, fragrant and sweet. Even the little girl, like the older girl, couldn't help but take a deep breath, feeling her mouth watering. She took the cake off the steaming cloth, ignoring that it was still hot. With a sharp knife, she cut the cake into 2-inch squares, trimming the softer edges into smaller pieces and placing them on a plate to cool. She beckoned the older girl to come inside and eat. "Big girl, come quickly. Mom made Sephora flour steamed cake. Wash your hands well and bring little tiger to eat." Chuer called her over. Seeing her bright, excited eyes, she gently pinched her nose and said, "Eat slowly, don't burn yourself." The older girl replied vaguely with her mouth full of cake, feeling how delicious the steamed cake was. She couldn't help but smile, squinting happily. "Mom, I'm going out to play." The young girl was holding a piece of steamed cake, very happy. She greeted Chuer and ran outside quickly. "Be careful and don't run around too much," Chuer said as she watched the lively girl. She didn't stop her. Although the girl won't need to do big chores in the future, having more courage and being lively is better than being afraid to speak to people. "Sieur, what are you doing? It smells so good." At this moment, Lian Qingshan came back from outside, sniffed the air strongly, and smiled. "Didn't you bring a basket of locust flowers? I thought I'd make some food." "Come taste and see how it is," Chuer said, giving a small piece of steamed cake to Lian Qingshan, then put the rest into a basket for food and covered it to keep dust away. It's really good," Lian Qingshan said, feeling the cake's sweet taste and soft texture, nodding in approval. "Eat more if you like it. I'll make it often in the future," Chuer said with a smile. "Don't just eat yourself, you should eat too. You haven't tasted it yet, right?" Lian Qingshan said, looking at Chuer busy working and feeling sorry for her not eating. "Okay," Chuer replied with a smile, took a piece of steamed cake, put it in her mouth, and nodded happily. The cake really was delicious. While the two adults inside the house were happily eating steamed cake, the little one sitting on the Kong, a traditional bed, was so hungry he couldn't wait. He climbed to the edge of the bed, peeked outside, stretched out his little hand, and babbled, worried he might be left out. "Oh, dear, look at us. We're busy eating and forgot about him." Chuer laughed, patted her thigh, quickly took a small piece of steamed cake, and went inside. Watching little tiger crawl quickly towards her with eager eyes, Chuer couldn't help but smile and tease him. "Come on, little tiger, if you call Mom, I'll give you some steamed cake." "Come call Mom. Yaya." Little tiger was so anxious he used his tiny hands to climb onto Chuer, calling out as he climbed. Seeing his urgent look, Chuer wanted to tease him more, encouraging him to call Mom repeatedly.
Nyang.
Nyang, little tiger, clearly anxious from the delicious food, actually made a sound similar to Mom. Chuer was so excited, she almost jumped. She picked up little tiger, and the steamed cake naturally fell into his hands. "Qingshan, come quickly. Little tiger called me Mom." Lian Qingshan quickly walked into the house without even realizing it. His pace was much faster than usual. "Little tiger, come and call me Dad so I can hear it." At this moment, little tiger was busy munching on a steamed cake, not thinking about calling Dad or Mom. No matter how Chuer and Lian Qingshan called him, he only hummed a little, making them both laugh and cry at the same time. "This kid really only acts tough when he sees the rabbit," Lian Qingshan said softly, patting little tiger's small bottom. After a while, he looked a bit lost and said, "Anyway, he can say Mom now. When he calls Dad, it'll be fine. You're still jealous of a little kid," Chuer said, watching Lian Qingshan's shy expression, and she couldn't help but giggle. "Oh, you little girl, you're actually laughing at me." Lian Qingshan looked at Chuer with a sideways glance, blushing. The affection in his eyes was faint but clear, making his heart feel itchy. He pretended to be angry, moved closer to Chuer, reached out, and took little tiger to place him on the bed, then started tickling Chuer's sides. "Oh no, help! It's so ticklish." "Stop it." Chuer didn't expect Lian Qingshan to do this. She laughed and begged for mercy, but he kept tickling her, making her roll around on the bed, dodging left and right, her belly aching from laughter. Suddenly, the atmosphere became strangely intimate. Chuer lay beside Lian Qingshan, gently tracing his eyebrows and eyes with her hand. As his face drew closer, Chuer's heart pounded like a drum. "Dad, Mom, will we still make steamed cakes in the future?" The big girl, holding a steamed cake and excitedly running back into the house, said in a bright voice. Both Lian Qingshan and Chuer froze for a moment. They hurriedly stood up, tidied their clothes and hair, then sat properly on the edge of the bed, both looking a bit guilty. "Big girl, where did you go to play?" Chuer asked, noticing her sweaty hair and taking out a cloth to wipe her forehead. "To find War at Uncle Ertsuzi's house. I shared my steamed cake with her. She liked it a lot." The big girl was talking happily, but when she reached the end, she lowered her head involuntarily, her toes nervously scraping the ground. Chuer watched as Denyo didn't notice her small actions with Lian Qingshan. Her previously tight heart gradually relaxed. Seeing Denyo like this, she reached out and stroked her head. "What's wrong, Denyo? Sharing tasty food with friends is a good thing. Why aren't you happy, Mother? Aren't you angry?" Denyo looked up suddenly when she heard Chuer. Seeing the smile on Chuer's face and her bright eyes, she asked, "Can I be friends with War?" "Of course you can. In the future, when Mother makes delicious food, Denyo can share some with her friends," Chuer said with a smile. She quickly thought about why Denyo was acting like this. She guessed that the former general's wife looked down on this poor mountain girl and didn't want Denyo to be friends with them. "Wow, Mother, you're so kind." Denyo was so happy, she jumped 3 feet high. She hugged Chuer's neck tightly, making Chuer laugh. She patted Denyo's little bottom and said, "Denyo knows that good food should be shared with friends. Mother should learn from you. Come on, Denyo, let's go to the village and send some steamed cakes." As Chuer spoke, she looked at Lian Qingshan with a clear question in her eyes. Lian Qingshan nodded naturally. She remembered how she had been lying on the bed before. If Aunt Lu hadn't come to help her several times, she might have starved to death. Now, although her family's situation wasn't great, giving a few steamed cakes to friends and relatives was her way of showing gratitude. In Lian Qingshan's mind, it wasn't a big deal. She not only didn't oppose it but supported it very much.
Seeing Lian Qingshan's attitude, Chuer smiled softly.
She gently tidied her slightly messy hair at her temples, counted the steamed cakes she had made, and packed 4 portions into a small basket. Then she took Denyo and headed to the village. The steamed cakes Chuer made smelled wonderful. When she delivered them to Aunt Lu, Aunt Chunju, and Inhuan's family, they all praised her. They said that just using cornmeal with a little white flour could make such cakes, and adding locust flour steam made it even more impressive. They all admired Chuer's cleverness and skill, praising her non-stop. Loyalty in exchanges, Aunt Lu brought a small bottle of her homemade sesame oil to Chuer. Aunt Chunju gave Chuer a big bunch of her homegrown spinach. Silver Ring, smiling playfully at Chuer, said she didn't have the skills to make tasty food, but she brought many seeds from her family, including some for hairy vegetables and sweet stalks. She told Chuer to plant them so they could be snacks in summer. After visiting these 3 families, Chuer thought for a moment and decided to deliver a steamed cake to Lian Qinghe's house. No matter what the adults thought, her 2 children, De Mao and Er Mao, had done nothing wrong. As the older sister-in-law, she believed she should think of them by sharing her good food. Dong and Lian Qinghe were still in a cold war and didn't have time to talk to Chuer. When De Mao and Er Mao received the steamed cake, they looked nervous from their parents' arguments earlier. But now they seemed better. De Mao was happily eating and smiling, thanking Chuer politely, which made her heart soften. As she watched the sun slowly set, she felt peaceful inside. She finally felt settled in this village of House Tun. Thanks to my dear supporter, May903932, for your reward. From today until the weekend, I will go back to my hometown. While I am away, the drafts will be posted automatically. The supporter is adorable. Please don't bully her. Days passed quickly, and soon it became hot. Lian Qingshan's health improved a lot because Chuer took good care of him. His once sunken cheeks became full and rosy again. However, whenever the weather turned rainy and cloudy, his legs would ache. Chuer would massage his legs while thinking about asking the town doctor to come and check on him again. One day, Chuer was watering the vegetables in the backyard garden. She had already planted seeds for sweet stalks and hairy vegetables she traded from Silver Ring. Now, the small seedlings had grown about half a foot tall. "Mom, when will these sweet stalks grow big?" Nyo asked eagerly. Ever since she learned these tiny plants could turn into tasty food, she came to see them in the backyard 3 times a day, asking this question repeatedly. "Don't worry, Nyo. When you wear your summer dress, these sweet stalks will be ready to harvest," Chuer replied while watering the plants. Chuer bought some patterned fabric the last time she went to town. She made a pretty dress for Big Girl and a pair of colorful pants with a matching belly band for Little Tiger. This way, they can wear them when summer comes. "I really hope summer comes early," Big Girl, seeing her new dress, imagined herself eating delicious food in her new clothes soon. She smiled happily with bright eyes. Yes, not long now. After the Dragon Boat Festival, when we finish making zongzi, summer will be here," Chuer said, watching Big Girl's cute, eager face. She reached out and pinched her little cheek. The skin felt nice. Big Girl had gained some weight. "Mom, when do we make zongzi?" Big Girl asked excitedly, hearing about the festival. She clung to Chuer, asking how to make zongzi. While preparing vegetables, Chuer chatted with Big Girl. As they talked, she suddenly remembered that the Dragon Boat Festival was coming soon, but they still didn't have the bamboo leaves or string needed for making zongzi. Chuer recalled that in her past life, she always bought pre-made zongzi for the festival. She only made them with her parents when she returned to her hometown. Back then, the leaves used were dried reeds soaked in water, though she heard others used corn husks or bamboo leaves. Looking at the sky, Chuer realized that the corn hadn't grown yet, and there probably weren't bamboo leaves either. She wasn't sure if there were reeds in the mountains. She decided to remember this and ask Aunt Lu later about what they used in this mountain village for making zongzi. "By the way, Big Girl, check if the addenda plants in the corner are ripe. Pick the purple ones to eat," Chuer said, noticing Big Girl squatting on the ground, mumbling to herself. Suddenly, she remembered 2 addenda plants growing in the corner. They had already borne fruit a few days ago, so maybe they were ready to eat now. "Okay," Big Girl responded cheerfully and ran toward the corner to find the addenda. She was eager to pick and eat them. Chuer remembered how she used to love eating those sweet and sour addenda when she was a child. Now, she felt a bit reluctant. There were only 2 plants, not enough for Big Girl. Watching her happily eating, Chuer smiled softly. She stood up, feeling a little sore in her waist, and carried a water bucket toward the front yard. "Is anyone home?" As Chuer was halfway there, she heard a voice calling outside. It was a man's voice, not very familiar. Chuer quickly stepped forward and saw the visitor was the doctor who had treated her in town. She hurriedly greeted him, saying, "The doctor is here. Please come in, please come in. Don't be so polite." "I'm here to see Qingshan," the doctor replied kindly to Chuer. He was led inside and started talking with Lian Qingshan. Chuer quickly turned around to prepare tea for the guest. After brewing 2 cups, she took a plate with 2 pieces of steamed cake and brought them into the room. There, she saw the doctor gently massaging and tapping Lian Qingshan's leg. "Doctor, how is Qingshan's leg?" Chuer set down the tea, stood quietly for a while, and didn't dare delay the doctor's examination. When he wiped his hands and stood up, she couldn't help but ask, "Young sister, there's no need to be so formal. You can call me Brother Zheng or Zheng de Ge. Lian is my old friend, after all," the doctor said with a smile while wiping his hands. "As for Lian's leg, it's healing well. He can now walk with a cane, and it shouldn't worsen again. The leg is saved, but some underlying issues remain. When it gets cold or rainy, it might bother him. I'll give him some ointment patches to help clear the illness, so he won't suffer when he's older." While talking, Zheng doctor sat on the edge of the kong, a traditional heated bed. He took out several bottles from his medicine box and then used a piece of white cloth and a small wooden board about a finger wide. He applied and shaped the ointment into a round patch about the size of a palm, likely to be for Lian Qingshan. That's wonderful. Thank you so much, Brother Zheng. Chuer was overjoyed. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at Lian Qingshan, who also wore a happy expression. She felt as if a heavy stone had been lifted from her heart. After Zheng Doctor finished making the ointment, she eagerly invited him to have tea and some snacks. In my opinion, although Lian's family doesn't have much, their tea leaves are better than others, Zheng Doctor said as he took a sip from the cup Chuer handed him. His brows relaxed, and he savored the tea with his eyes closed for a moment before speaking. The tea is homemade. Brother Zheng, if you like it, you can take some when you leave. Chuer had brewed the tea with semi-fermented leaves she had roasted a few days ago. Since there was a lot, about 3 jin, she planned to pack some into a willow basket to take with him. Alright, I don't have many hobbies, just enjoy drinking tea. Unfortunately, in these mountains, good tea is hard to find, said Zheng the doctor, nodding as he sipped his tea. He also ate a piece of steamed locust flour cake and nodded frequently, praising Lian Qingshan, the new wife, more and more. While Lian Qingshan was talking to Zheng the doctor, Chuer went outside to fill a jar with tea leaves and packed a few pieces of steamed cake, planning to give them to Zheng later. She carefully estimated the medical fees and medicine money but couldn't decide how much to give. She took a string of coins from the small kitchen jar, counted them, and tucked them into her sleeve, waiting to pay Zheng the doctor later. After Chuer entered the house, Lian Qingshan said to Zheng, Brother Zheng, could you check Chuer's head? She has a bump from a bump on her head, and it hasn't gone down for a long time. I'm worried there might be some danger. She bumped her head and has a bump, Zheng the doctor said, signaling Chuer to extend her hand. He placed his hand on her pulse and examined her carefully. Then he asked her to let her hair down, reached out to feel the swelling, and thought for a while before asking, How long has this bump been there? Over a month, Lian Qingshan replied. Since he found out Chuer was not his bought wife and forgot about previous matters after learning she had hurt her head, Lian Qingshan had been worried about Chuer's health, fearing something might go wrong because of the bump. That long, and there's still so much swelling? It seems it was a pretty serious bump. Zheng the doctor mused for a moment and said to Lian Qingshan, Your sister-in-law is very lucky. Based on the position and severity of the bump, it could have been life-threatening. But now she's standing here safe, though there's still a swelling, which is a blessing. I don't have any good medicine here, so just be more careful with her, don't let the bump burst, and wait for it to slowly go down. Zheng the doctor and Lian Qingshan talked for a while longer, and he advised Chuer to cook more meat dishes and bone soup for Lian Qingshan to eat. He also explained the use of the ointment carefully before preparing to leave. Chuer quickly handed over her prepared jar of tea leaves and steamed cake. Seeing it was tea and food, Zheng the doctor smiled kindly and didn't refuse. He thanked Chuer and then stepped out to leave. Brother Zheng, here is the consultation fee. Chuer felt embarrassed to ask how much it was, so she clenched her teeth and handed over the 50 coins. Dear sister-in-law, what are you doing? We don't usually charge for consultations. My relationship with my younger brother isn't ordinary. I come by often, eating and taking things, and you don't ask me to pay for food or drinks. Now you want to give money? That's not right. Besides, I treated your brother's leg myself. Just keep the money, Zheng said with a smile. He couldn't just put the money back into Chuer's hand, so he placed it on the bed and waved to Lian Qingshan, then confidently carried his medicine box and left. After seeing Zheng off, Chuer returned inside. She smelled the faint medicinal ointment and remembered Zheng's words about Lian Qingshan's leg being fine. Her heart was full of excitement. Her eyes turned red as she looked at Lian Qingshan. Qingshan, that's wonderful. Your leg is okay now. Yes, Chuer. Lian Qingshan took her hand and couldn't help but choke up. Looking at her face, slightly red from the sun, he softly said, Chuer, you've worked so hard. From now on, I will treat you well and won't let you suffer. Yes, we're family. Why are you saying this? Chuer felt warm inside. Not only because Lian Qingshan's leg was better, but also because he cared about her. Feeling loved and cared for made her feel very safe. Lian Qingshan, come on, let's put on the ointment. Chuer helped him roll up his pants and stick the medicinal patch while thinking about the future, selling woven baskets, picking tea to sell in town, raising chickens and pigs, planting vegetables. Her eyes sparkled as she talked about these plans, and Lian Qingshan also felt hopeful about the future. Zheng came home, looked at Lian Qingshan's leg and Chuer's head, and confirmed that both were fine. Chuer finally felt relieved. That day, she helped a family from a neighboring village with their wedding. She followed Aunt Lu back home, carrying a small basket filled with meat, eggs, and gifts, smiling happily. By the way, Chuer, didn't you ask where to buy eggs before? I asked around, and my family's village has someone preparing to hatch chicks. I also brought 50 chicks for you, Mrs. Lu looked at Chuer with a gentle smile. She was pretty, with a smooth figure, and her appearance made Mrs. Lu feel happy. She hoped her son could marry such a good girl someday. That's wonderful. It's all thanks to you, Auntie. Without you, I wouldn't know what to do, Chuer said happily. Earning money to live well was very important, so she kept thanking Mrs. Lu. You, my girl, are just like family, Mrs. Lu said with a smile, pointing to the nearby hill. My family's village is just over that hill, about 7 or 8 miles away. When the chicks are ready, I'll go and bring them back for you. Mrs. Lu looked at the hill with a spark in her eyes, but it quickly disappeared. Okay, Auntie, you are the best to me. Chuer stopped thanking her, knowing Mrs. Lu treated her like a niece. She didn't want to seem ungrateful or overstep. By the way, Auntie, are we celebrating the Dragon Boat Festival? Chuer suddenly remembered about making zongzi, rice dumplings. Dragon Boat Festival? Oh, you mean the May Festival? Yes, we will make zongzi and boil eggs then. By the way, you don't have zongzi leaves yet, right? We kept some last year. I'll bring you a bundle later, Mrs. Lu said, noticing Chuer was interested. She explained the customs of celebrating the festival in their mountain village. Chuer listened carefully, memorizing everything. She knew there was still some time before the festival, so she planned to prepare everything she needed in advance. In the next 2 days, when Chuer went to the market with her basket, she sold some goods and bought meat and bones. She also bought a few pounds of glutinous rice and red beans from a grain shop. She stopped at a dried fruit stall and bought half a jean of dates, then went to a shop selling embroidery threads. She bought colorful threads to make small festival decorations and colorful cords for her daughter and little tiger. Chuer sat on the kong, a traditional heated bed, sewing a small pouch in the shape of a gourd. It was embroidered with symbols of peace, happiness, and good fortune. The pouch was for the children to use during the festival. Besides the gourd-shaped pouch, she also made small ornaments in the shape of a broom, a small fan, and a tiny zongzi. These things are things I saw when Chuer was young, playing with her friends. Her family didn't have many of these items. She just saw her friends with colorful strings and small decorations. She would hang a few bright threads on her hand, and that was enough.
Mom.
What are you making? Big Girl asked as she played outside with little Tiger. When she came back, she saw Chuer sitting on the bed, embroidering something. The colorful thing in her hand looked very pretty. Big Girl blinked her eyes and stared at the small gourd Chuer was holding. Mom is sewing a small pouch. The Dragon Boat Festival is coming soon. This pouch is for Big Girl and little Tiger to wear, Chuer said as she tied the embroidery thread. After biting it off, she gently rubbed the small green gourd in her palm and then handed it to Big Girl. Look, Big Girl. Is it pretty? Yes, it's very pretty. Big Girl looked at the tiny green gourd with embroidered patterns. Her eyes sparkled. She took the gourd from Chuer and turned it over in her hands, loving it very much. I'm glad you like it. By the way, do you want me to make a few more for Flower and the others? Each of them can have one, Chuer asked with a smile when she saw Big Girl so happy. I don't know. Big Girl hesitated, thinking carefully for a moment. Finally, she nodded seriously. Good things should be shared with good friends. I like these small gourds. Flower will like them too. Mom, please make more for them. Okay? Chuer couldn't help but hug Big Girl when she saw her so serious. She kissed her little face and talked with her for a while. Then they played with Little Tiger, calling him over. After a while, Chuer looked outside. The sun was rising higher, so she let Big Girl and Little Tiger stay and watch the house. She carried a basket and headed toward the tea mountain. The hot sun shone on the ground. Chuer's forehead started to sweat. Though it was getting warm, her mood was still very happy. She was thinking about many things, but they were all joyful. Life felt hopeful, and her spirits were high. Walking confidently through the dark tunnel, Chuer felt a sudden coolness all over her body. The place where the tea trees grow is quite strange. In spring, when the weather outside is cool, the inside of the cave is warm. Now that it's hot outside, it's surprisingly cool inside. It really feels like spring all year round. As Chuer happily hummed a song and headed toward the tea trees, she just passed the hot spring pond when she suddenly heard a rustling sound from a nearby tree. A shiny, golden object fell with a splash. Startled by the sudden noise, Chuer instinctively reached out to catch it. She caught a soft, warm little thing. When she looked closely, she saw it was a golden-furred squirrel. The squirrel was holding a pine cone and lying on its back in Chuer's palm. Its fluffy tail looked very soft. The little squirrel, with its head tilted and ears perked up, had shiny black eyes that stared straight at Chuer. It didn't run or move, just stayed still. Chuer thought the squirrel looked familiar. She remembered seeing a similar one a few times when she came here to pick tea. Its fur was shiny and golden, with noticeable black stripes on its back. Clearly, this little creature was a regular visitor to this forest. "Little one, how did you fall from the tree?" Chuer said with a smile, speaking to the small squirrel in her hand. "That's a tall tree. If you fall to the ground, you might get hurt. You need to be more careful next time." She gently placed the squirrel at the foot of the tree. The squirrel still looked at her blankly, staring with wide, round black eyes. Chuer couldn't help but smile and turned to continue picking tea. The little squirrel squatted at the bottom of the tree, quickly moving its mouth a few times. It looked around, then opened its mouth and bit a few pine cones from its paws, puffing out its cheeks. It then turned and climbed back up the tree in an instant, disappearing quickly. Chuer continued walking toward the tea trees, not paying much attention to the golden squirrel. She hummed a song while picking tea, moving quickly. Before long, she had gathered a good amount of fresh tea leaves. There are only 28 tea trees on this hillside. After collecting the tea leaves, Chuer circled around the trees twice. She noticed many young seedlings growing under the mature tea trees and decided to transplant some of them. Inside the back basket, there was also a small hoe that Chuer used for self-defense. Just at this moment, it was perfect for working. Chuer thought for a moment, broke some branches to cover the basket with tea leaves, and then started transplanting tea seedlings. Chuer selected the tender seedlings that were small and a bit farther from the existing tea trees. She dug them out with roots and soil, planting them in a small cleared area near the woods, spacing them about 1 or 2 meters apart. She kept doing this until her waist was sore, then she stopped. Seeing that it was getting late, Chuer hurried up. She used large leaves to scoop some water from a nearby creek and watered the young plants. After that, she carried the basket home. Carrying the basket, Chuer felt her waist was very sore today, just like when she had her period.
Queer.
Her heart suddenly jolted. She had been in this ancient time for nearly 2 months and hadn't had her period yet. Thinking this, she felt uneasy inside. Her lower abdomen was aching faintly, and her back was uncomfortable. She quickened her steps, wanting to get home and rest. At home, Chuer, feeling unwell, decided to hang the tea leaves to dry. Today, she wouldn't roast them. She uncovered the branches covering the basket and saw a small golden ball sleeping soundly on the tea leaves. "Isn't that a little squirrel? How did it get here?" Chuer looked at the tiny squirrel, about the size of her palm, holding a small pine cone, sleeping peacefully with its belly rising and falling. She found it quite amusing. If only it could stay at home and be a pet for Dainyu and the others, Chuer thought, looking at the fluffy tail of the squirrel. She glanced around, found an old basket, lined it with some leaves, and gently placed the sleeping squirrel inside. Chue hung the tea leaves in a basket to dry. Seeing how hot the weather was, she thought about brewing some tea from the green tea leaves to cool off. She went inside, took out the first batch of roasted tea, boiled some water, and prepared to brew tea. The remaining half jar of tea leaves was casually placed on the dish rack. After brewing the tea, Chue remembered the little squirrel in the basket. She went to the yard, lifted the basket, and looked at the sleeping squirrel inside. She softly called out to Dainyu. "Big Nyo, look at this." "What is this?" Chue placed the basket next to the kitchen dish rack and waved her hand to call the older girl over. The girl saw inside the basket a well-behaved little golden squirrel. Her eyes immediately lit up. She reached out her small hand and gently touched the squirrel, her face full of surprise and joy. "Mom, can we keep it?" the girl asked eagerly, her eyes full of hope. "I don't know," Chue replied softly. "This squirrel is wild. It depends on whether it wants to stay with us." Seeing the girl's eyes suddenly cloud over with disappointment, she quickly added, "You can try to be nice to it. If it wants to stay, we can keep it. Okay, I will treat it very well." The girl nodded strongly, her big, clear eyes looking at the little squirrel in the basket. She covered her mouth and giggled, feeling a deep love for the tiny creature. Suddenly, the golden squirrel shivered as if waking up. It slowly stretched, looked around, then suddenly rolled over and quickly darted out of the old basket. In just a few steps, it crouched on top of the dish rack cabinet, eyes wide with fear, staring at Chue and the girl below in a tense standoff. "I am the storage box. The owner will be back soon." The golden squirrel trembled all over as if waking up. It slowly stretched, looked around, then suddenly rolled over and scurried out of the old basket. In a flash, it crouched on the dish rack cabinet, eyes wide with fear, confronting Chue and the girl below. Chue saw that the squirrel's fur was all puffed up, clearly frightened. She was worried it might suddenly go wild and hurt the girl, so she quickly pulled the girl behind her and kept her eyes fixed on the squirrel. "Mom, does it not like our home?" the girl asked with a worried look, noticing the squirrel's panic and sensing hostility from it. She pouted her lips, feeling quite upset. "It's okay. Don't be afraid. I will think of a way," Chue said gently, her heart softening as she noticed the girl's hopeful and cautious expression. Originally, Chue thought this little squirrel was unnecessary, but seeing how much the big girl liked it, Chue suddenly wanted to catch the little creature and make it a pet for the big girl. While watching the squirrel, Chue slowly backed away, feeling annoyed with herself for not tying it up earlier, which might have avoided trouble. Thinking this, Chue noticed a large basket nearby that hadn't been placed on the rack yet. She silently grabbed it, planning to use it to catch the squirrel if it tried to run away later. Time passed slowly. Just as Chue was tense, unsure whether to release the squirrel to avoid hurting it or to catch it, the little squirrel simply stood still on the dish rack cabinet. Its fluffy fur, which had been puffed up, gradually became smooth again. Sniffing, that tiny creature, no bigger than a palm, moved its little nose as if smelling something. Suddenly, it darted toward a spot inside the dish rack cabinet, clutching a jar, and with a loud thud, both fell to the ground. The change was so quick that Chue hadn't reacted in time. The golden little squirrel, holding the jar, made close contact with the floor. The small creature was pressed against the jar, squeaked softly, but held the jar tightly, refusing to let go.
"Mom,
look at it." Big girl watched the squirrel, which was struggling under the jar but clutching it tightly. Her brows furrowed, unsure whether to laugh or be worried. "Hee. This little thing." Chue looked at the squirrel trapped under the jar, unable to move, and quickly decided, "Go find a hair tie. We'll tie this little thing up first." "Okay." Big girl obeyed the command immediately, running happily into the house. "What am I supposed to say?" Chue looked at the still struggling squirrel on the ground. Its fluffy, chubby appearance made her want to pick it up and squeeze it, but she was also worried it might be wild and hard to tame. She hesitated until she saw the little creature somehow pry open the jar lid, causing half a jar of tea leaves to spill out with a clatter.
Squeak.
Unlike earlier, When the squirrel was crushed under the jar and squealed in pain, now its sounds were full of joy, as if it had found a treasure it longed for. Chuer looked at the small squirrel, holding tea leaves and lying on the ground with a mix of pain and happiness on her face. She couldn't help but smile. She was worried the little creature might bite her, so she used an apron to cover her hands and carefully caught the squirrel. At this moment, Daniel had already brought a hair tie. Chuer quickly made a loop with the tie, grabbed one of the squirrel's hind legs with one hand, and slipped the tie around it with the other. With a quick pull, the squirrel's leg was tied up. Maybe because the squirrel was mesmerized by the tea leaves, it didn't struggle at all while being tied up.
Mom.
Will it stay with us? Daniel looked at the chubby little squirrel, whose nose was twitching cutely. She liked it very much and eagerly looked at Chuer, hoping to keep the little creature. Mom doesn't know. If we treat it kindly, prepare some food and water for it, maybe it will like us and stay at home. Chuer felt a bit guilty. She had impulsively brought the squirrel inside, and then impulsively tied it up. Seeing Daniel's hopeful eyes, Chuer felt caught in a difficult situation. Okay, I'll go prepare some water, Daniel said, then happily went to find a small bowl to give water and food to the squirrel. Chuer watched the little golden-haired squirrel clutching the tea canister tightly. On impulse, she reached out and gently touched its forehead. It was warm and soft, making her heart melt. Seeing how gentle the little squirrel looked, Chuer hesitated. She wanted to find a new place for the little golden-haired creature. But since it was holding onto the canister tightly, Chuer didn't force it. She picked up both the squirrel and the tea canister and placed them on the kitchen windowsill. Then she tied the red ribbon around the squirrel's foot to the window frame. Little golden-haired one, stay here and behave. If you behave well in the future, I won't tie you up anymore, okay? Chuer looked at the adorable little squirrel and couldn't help but touch its forehead again. The little creature seemed to enjoy it, half closed its eyes and dozed off peacefully.
Well.
Gather a few rice grains from home and add some crumbs from the steamed cake we eat. Let's see which one it prefers. Chuer also found it hard to guess what the squirrel might eat, so she simply told Daniel this. Chuer remembered how this little creature had hugged the pine tree tower before, so she thought it probably ate pine nuts. But their family of 4 couldn't climb trees to pick pine nuts. Chuer thought that if it didn't eat what was at home, she could keep it for a day or 2 to let Daniel enjoy the new pet. Then, she decided to release the little creature into Shandong later. Okay. Daniel was very convinced by Chuer. Hearing this, she immediately ran to the grain bag, grabbed a few corn husks and a few grains of rice, putting them into a small bowl. Then she happily ran to the cupboard with the plates, carefully picked up some crumbs from the steamed cake on the side of the plate, and placed everything in front of the little golden fur. The little golden fur didn't seem hungry, or perhaps found the new food interesting. It really came close to the bowl, sipped some water, and then used its little paws to hold the steamed cake, eating a few bites. Afterward, it squatted on the windowsill, licked its paws, and washed its face with its tongue.
Mom, it ate.
It's so well behaved. Dania's eyes sparkled as she looked at the little squirrel with love. Mom, can I give it a name? Sure. What do you want to name it, Daniel? Chuer looked at the little squirrel eating the steamed cake she made. She was also happy, though not as excited as Daniel, and she smiled softly. When she heard Daniel wanted to name it, her mind started to think. I don't know. Dania thought for a long time, but couldn't think of a name. She had little contact with others growing up and didn't know what people usually called their pets. Mom, you give it a name. This little thing is golden and shiny. I hope it brings us good luck, so let's call it Lucky. Chuer looked at the little golden fur shining in the sunlight, like a small gold ingot. Calling it gold ingot was too straightforward, so she decided to call it Lucky, which had the same meaning. Lucky? Okay, let's call it Lucky. Dania didn't really understand what luck meant but thought the name suited the little creature. She smiled happily and ran inside to pick up little Tiger and brought Qingshan out to see Lucky. Where did this little squirrel come from? Lian. Qingshan just finished weaving a willow basket when the big girl kept urging him to come see the pet. Seeing the small squirrel, not even the size of his palm, looking so silly and cute, Qingshan couldn't help but smile. Today, I accidentally brought this back while picking tea leaves. It looks pretty nice, so I thought of keeping it as a pet for the big girl. I just wonder if we can take care of it, Chuer said, noticing Qingshan's good mood and adjusting his collar gently. That's okay. When I was little, I often caught squirrels to play with. They're tough animals. When the big girl loses interest, we can just let it go. Qingshan smiled at Chuer, seeing her cheeks flush slightly, and his face was full of gentle warmth. Chuer nodded and went to hang the tea leaves to dry, not mentioning dinner. That night, Chuer placed Xiaokai on the windowsill to sleep. Before going to bed, the big girl ran over to look at Xiaokai and talk to it for a while. When she was too tired to continue, she went back inside to sleep. The next morning, Chuer went to check on Xiaokai and only saw a broken red ribbon on the windowsill. The small bowls for food and water were also empty. She was thinking about how to explain to the big girl that the squirrel had run away when she saw her come out of the house rubbing her eyes. The big girl immediately saw the broken half of the ribbon and pouted her little mouth.
Mom.
Does Xiaokai not like our home? And secretly went back. Her eyes were full of tears and her voice trembled. Be good, big girl. Maybe Xiaokai missed home and went back on its own. Perhaps it was just playing and didn't want to be tied up this morning. Chuer hugged her, feeling how upset the little girl was. She regretted bringing that small creature into the house yesterday. Just as Chuer was comforting the big girl, a faint, delicate sound came from outside. She looked toward the source and saw a small golden shadow appear on the windowsill. Suddenly, it slipped through the half-open window, its cheeks puffed out, probably out looking for food. Big girl, don't cry anymore. Look, Xiaokai is back, Chuer said, pointing at Xiaokai, who was happily gnawing on a pine nut on the windowsill. Seeing this, the big girl couldn't help but smile through her tears. Come by fortune charms and cute things. The owner will be listing them soon, so please support us. Ever since the little golden mouse, Kai, came to Lian's house, it seemed to have fallen in love with the place. It settled in comfortably, only going out early in the morning and late at night to find food, often disappearing from sight. During the day, it would lazily hold the tea canister and wag its tail, or play with Big Girl and Little Tiger. At first, Chuer was worried that this little creature's wild nature might hurt Big Girl or Little Tiger, so whenever they got close to Kai, she would watch carefully. Gradually, Chuer noticed that Kai seemed quite friendly. When playing with Big Girl and Little Tiger, its tiny claws would stay retracted, only using the pads of its paws to pat and play, without any intention of hurting. After observing this for a while, Chuer felt more at ease with the little one. However, since Kai went out every morning and evening, Chuer still felt uneasy. Although it didn't look dirty, she would every 3 days toss it into a water basin and wash it carefully with soapberry. Luckily, Kai was used to bathing in warm spring water in the mountain cave. Unlike some small animals that struggle fiercely during baths, this little creature would hum happily while Chuer rubbed its body, which surprised her. Days passed, and Chuer counted the tea leaves she had brewed, which had accumulated quite a bit. When she wanted to sell them, Lian suddenly pulled her aside, saying they should go pick mugwort and zone leaves. Go pick mugwort. Chuer blinked, her long eyelashes fluttering like little fans, which made Qingshan's heart flutter. Chuer thought about it. The Dragon Boat Festival was coming soon, and it was indeed time to pick mugwort to hang as a decoration. Plus, once dried, mugwort could be burned during summer to repel mosquitoes. For Chuer's family, who couldn't afford window screens and nails, this was very useful. Let's go today, Qingshan said to Chuer, clearly excited. Yesterday, Aunt Lu came over and I told her we'd meet her to watch Big Girl and Little Tiger at noon. Once she arrives, we'll go pick mugwort. Chuer felt a little strange inside. Usually, when they went out to pick something, she would go with Aunt Lu, or the whole family of 4 would go together. Today, why did Qingshan take the initiative to go out and ask Aunt Lu to watch the house and take care of the children? Although Chuer was curious, she looked at Qingshan, who had a shy, slightly reddened face, and didn't ask anything. Instead, She felt a small sense of hope. Maybe he wanted to tell her something private. But, besides feeling happy, Chuer also worried about Lian Qingshan's leg. Is the place to pick mugwort far? Are your legs okay? I'm fine, really. Let's get ready and go, Lian Qingshan said to Chuer, sounding excited. He quickly found a clean, well-patched shirt for himself and took out the pink dress Chuer wore when she first came to his house. Wear this. Chuer watched Lian Qingshan act mysteriously and saw him changing clothes. She felt a faint sense of anticipation, though she couldn't quite explain what she was expecting, maybe like knowing there's a gift in a box and wondering what it is. Once they were ready, Aunt Lu arrived. She happily took care of the two children and pushed Lian Qingshan and Chuer out the door. At the entrance, Aunt Lu winked playfully at Lian Qingshan. He nodded seriously, which Chuer saw, making her think even more that something was going on with him today. Chuer, let's go this way. When I was little, I always went up this path to the mountain when around this hill. There's a small lake ahead, with mugwort and reeds by the shore. We can pick mugwort and reeds for the Dragon Boat Festival, Lian Qingshan said as he held Chuer's hand, walking along the winding mountain trail. Today, Chuer wore her pink dress, which made her look slender and graceful. Her face was very fair without makeup, and her lips were pink. Just looking at her, Lian Qingshan felt his throat tighten and a small, restless feeling in his heart, like a little hand was grabbing at him inside. Okay, Chuer nodded happily, seeing his excitement. She followed him along the curving mountain path. Thanks to the good plaster left by Dr. Zheng, Lian Qingshan's leg was healing quickly. Along the way, the lush green trees and grass, the blooming unknown flowers, and the crisp bird calls in the forest made Chuer feel much happier. She casually picked some dogtail grass and wildflowers, swinging them gently in her hand, with a constant smile on her face. After passing a small, flat hill, even the green mountains seemed to hold Chuer's hand tighter. A little sweat appeared on her forehead. Chuer, we're almost there, said Lian Qingshan. Yes, Chuer nodded, sensing Lian Qingshan's nervousness. She also squeezed his hand tightly and looked at him with a faint smile. Lian Qingshan, seeing Chuer smile, he felt warm inside and very excited. He held back words that almost slipped out and tightened his grip on her hand again. Chuer, look! Lian Qingshan suddenly pointed ahead and said excitedly. Chuer looked in the direction he was pointing and saw between two mountains a clear blue lake. The lake was surrounded by tall reeds and large yellow flowers blooming on the reeds, carrying a fresh scent in the breeze. Beautiful. Chuer gazed at the lake, feeling her mind suddenly open up. Maybe her voice startled the water birds resting among the plants as ripples appeared on the water surface. A few unknown water birds flapped their wings and flew away, making Chuer giggle. Her bright, tinkling laughter sounded like silver bells, wrapping tightly around Lian Qingshan's heart. Chuer, let's walk further, he said, as if her laughter encouraged him. He pulled her toward the water's edge, talking about mischievous things from his childhood and funny stories about swimming in the small lake. Lian Qingshan was not usually humorous, but his stumbling stories about childhood made Chuer's heart soften completely, and her smile grew even brighter. Chuer, I am really happy you came here, Lian Qingshan said, looking at her fair face in the sunlight. He gently brushed her wind-blown hair behind her ear. This tender gesture made Chuer's heart beat faster, whether from the heat or shyness. Her fair cheeks flushed with a faint blush.
Lian Qingshan kvitli vechet kuier.
His face was also red. He stayed silent for a while, as if gathering courage, and tightly held Chuer's hand. He spoke with deep affection. Chuer, although what I say might seem selfish, I don't want to let go. Chuer, would you stay here with me? As my wife. Hearing Lian Qingshan's words, Chuer was still surprised and a bit confused, even though she had guessed what he might say. Her heart suddenly felt like a tangled mess. She looked steadily at the man in front of her. He was tall and strong, with a brave appearance. He wasn't as gentle or handsome as a scholar, but he had his own kind of charm. He was young but loyal and caring. Most importantly, he loved her deeply. It was rare to find such a man who would speak almost like a proposal. Chwaer felt her heart soften and sweeten. She looked tenderly at the man who was full of love and hope. She couldn't hold back her happiness anymore and nodded heavily. I do. Qingshan, even though I don't know why I came here or what my past was, I want to stay here and live with you. Great. Chwaer, I'm so happy. When Lian Qingshan heard her agree, he was so excited like a little child. He threw away his cane and suddenly hugged Chwaer tightly. Feeling it wasn't enough, he lifted her high into his arms.
Ha ha ha.
Chwaer, I'm so happy. Lian Qingshan's cheerful laughter echoed by the quiet lake.
Qingshan.
I'm also very happy. Chwaer was startled by his sudden enthusiasm, but then she was infected by his excitement and laughed loudly too. Feeling so joyful, Lian Qingshan tripped and lost his balance, falling to the side. Ah! Chwaer screamed in surprise as she felt herself falling, dizzy and overwhelmed. When she regained her senses, she found herself lying on Lian Qingshan's strong chest, her body pressed tightly against the man who loved her wholeheartedly. Qingshan, looking into his deep, loving eyes, Chwaer secretly moved a little closer. Then, like a chick pecking at rice, she gently kissed his lips and quickly pulled back. Chwaer, Lian Qingshan called out to Chwaer in a rough voice. His eyes were deep, like a dark pond, as if he wanted to draw Chwaer into them. He held her tightly in his arms. Chwaer, I like you. Hearing Lian Qingshan's simple and shy confession, Chwaer felt her heart settle suddenly. She quietly lay on his chest, listening to his steady, strong heartbeat. She smiled softly and closed her eyes. Yes, I like you too. By the clear, peaceful small lake, a couple embraced closely, promising their love. Many years later, they would still remember this day when their hearts finally found each other and became one. A fresh draft is ready and will be updated on time. Have a happy weekend. Lian Qingshan and Chwaer shared their feelings by the small lake. Their hearts were now full of hope. They held hands happily, picked fresh reed leaves and mugwort to prepare for the Dragon Boat Festival. Their busy day was full of warmth. Days passed quickly. Lian Qingshan, leaning on a cane, could now walk quickly. Sometimes he could walk without it, though he still felt a little tired. Chwaer, the Dragon Boat Festival is coming soon. Shall we go to town and buy some things for the celebration? Lian Qingshan said as he helped Chwaer pick tea leaves. He glanced at her now and then, smiling secretly, as if he had a secret. Yes, that's a good idea. We have quite a bit of tea now. We can send some to the general store in town. Manager Qian said he plans to send goods outside the mountains soon and wants to take some tea with him. Chwaer nodded and thought about taking the tea they had saved up at home to sell in town, along with a few other pieces. Recently, Chwaer went to town to deliver willow baskets and took some of their earlier, slightly lower quality tea to Manager Qian's shop, hoping he could sell it. Tea was precious in the north, but people always needed some when hosting guests. Although the market was small, there was always a need. At worst, they could drink it themselves. Chwaer's tea leaves are good tasting and not too expensive. Although 50 coins per 2 ounces might seem very costly in the village, to people like Qian Zhonggui, it's not worth much. Qian Zhonggui himself loved the smell of the tea so much that he bought a jin, about half a kilogram, on the spot to drink. Besides Qian Zhonggui, the wife of Zhao Yuanwei from the town also came to buy something. When she smelled the tea, she didn't want to miss out, and bought half a jin to take home. Chwaer had only a jin and a half of tea for sale, but it was sold out quickly, earning over 700 coins. Qian Zhonggui thought Chwaer's tea was very good and immediately decided to order some for sale outside the mountain in 2 weeks. He asked Chwaer to send some tea and willow baskets so they could be shipped together when they left the mountain. The normally quiet fortune cat, lying on the windowsill, suddenly became lively when it heard Chwaer mention tea. It perked up its ears and stared with its small black eyes at Chwaer's movements. When Chwaer took the tea jar out of the cabinet, the little cat was so excited that it jumped up and pounced toward the jar, knocking over many of the tea jars on the calm, a traditional heated bed. making a loud crash. "Oh, fortune cat, stay back," Chuer said, reaching out to pat its head. She picked it up and set it aside, then continued counting the tea. The large jar contained roasted summer tea, and the smaller half-jean jars held the carefully selected, well-fermented tea with good flavor. Despite many jars on the Kong, they only weighed about 10 jin in total. Chuer took out the best tea leaves and carefully stored them, refusing to sell those this time. The remaining 6 or 7 jin of tea were packed into willow baskets, ready to be taken to the town tomorrow to be sent to Qianzhongguo for sale. "Chuer, I'll go to the town with you tomorrow. I borrowed a ox cart from Qinghe, and I'll drive you there," said Lian Qingshan, watching Chuer busy. He smiled and thought about riding the ox cart with Chuer to the town, selling the tea, and then going to the government office to handle the marriage papers and household registration. Since Chuer agreed to marry him, Lian Qingshan's heart had been burning with excitement. The thought that tomorrow Chuer would officially become his wife made him eager for the day to come quickly. That night, as Chuer fell into a deep sleep, Lian Qingshan was still gently touching a paper package he had secretly placed under the quilt. He was thinking that after tomorrow, Chuer would officially become recognized by the authorities as part of his family. His smile grew wider and couldn't be hidden. The next morning, Chuer and Lian Qingshan woke up early. They woke up Dinyo and Shiau, who dressed them, and after breakfast, Lu Denyang arrived in a bullock cart. "Chuer, are you going to town?" "I just heard some news, so take me along," Lu Denyang said with a smile as she entered. Today, she wore a deep red dress. Her hair was neatly styled, looking much more spirited than usual. With her bright smile, she seemed to be happy about some good news. "Grandma, I'd love for you to come along." "That would be great," Chuer quickly responded. "Have you eaten yet? Since you're at home, have a bite first before we leave, so you won't get cold on the way." As she spoke, Chuer served 2 big bowls of cornmeal porridge from the pot, and also brought out 4 steamed buns made with a mix of cornmeal and buckwheat flour, placing them on the Kong table. "All right, let's eat a little first." Lu Denyang, who had come in such a hurry, hadn't eaten breakfast yet. Seeing Chuer so attentive, and since they weren't strangers anymore, she sat on the Kong, picked up a bun, and started eating. Thinking about what she was going to do for them today, her smile grew even wider. Giving them a good breakfast was no loss for them. By this time, Chuer had already tidied up Dinyo and Shiau. Dinyo was wearing a new floral dress Chuer had made, her hair styled into a neat bun, looking fresh and fair. Shiau, who wore colorful pants and a patterned belly band, with a light blue shirt over it. His hair was styled into a small, spiky top knot, making him look adorable and lively. Lu Denyang and Lian Qingshan quickly finished breakfast and then left with their things. Chuer told Lian Qingshan to hold Dinyo while she carried Shiau. As they headed out, she excitedly said, "Let's go to town." Shiau, caught up in the family's excitement, clapped his little hands and giggled. His round, chubby face was pink and cute, making anyone want to give him a big kiss. Sitting in the ox cart, Chuer held little Tiger in her arms and sat with Dinyo, chatting and joking. Meanwhile, Lian Qingshan and Lian Qinghe sat at the front of the cart, whispering something mysterious that Chuer couldn't quite hear. The journey was quiet. The ox cart moved faster than walking, and by the time they reached the town it was still early. Chuer planned to sell tea. Lian Qingshan seemed to have something on his mind, constantly looking around. "Qingshan, I'm going to the Qian family's grocery shop to sell tea. Later, we can go to Zheng Laozhong's pharmacy to check your leg. Do you have anything else you need?" Chuer asked him. "You go sell the tea first. As for your leg, I'll have Lao Er come with me," Lian Qingshan replied. "By the way, Chuer, I just received news from my family. The chicks you wanted are ready. Since we have this ox cart, we can take the chicks back too," said Lu Denyang with a strange smile, speaking to Chuer. "That's fine. I'll deliver the tea first. You guys go get your leg checked now. We'll meet later at the shop of Manager Qian, and then we can go to Lu Denyang's family village to pick up the chicks," Chuer suggested. "Okay, let's do that," Lian Qingshan nodded. "I'll bring Dinyo and little Tiger along. If you all go to the clinic, it might get noisy and chaotic," Chuer thought for a moment. She decided it was better to keep the children with her. She let them down in front of the grocery shop, then carried the tea and the willow basket. Only then did she let Lian, Qingshan, and the others head to the clinic. Since she had already arranged with manager Qian beforehand, Chuea entered the shop and saw Lizzie busy helping to move the willow basket inside. She called out to manager Qian, and the tea and baskets were sold smoothly, as expected. Meanwhile, after leaving Chuer and the children at manager Qian's shop, Lian Qingshan didn't go to Zheng Laozhong's pharmacy. Instead, they turned the cart around and headed straight to the local household registration office in the town. When they entered, the gatekeeper saw Lu Daniu and greeted her with a smile. "Third auntie, you're here." "Yes, I am. How are things? Are the adults around?" Lu Daniu smiled warmly and handed some money to the gatekeeper. "They're here. I heard you were coming today, so I came early to wait." The gatekeeper took the money, smiled, and led Lu Daniu, Lian Qingshan, and Lian Qinghe inside. "This is from our village. I have seen this child grow up since he was young. Recently, he married and brought his wife home. The family is poor and hasn't had a proper wedding yet. He wants to register the household first and then hold the wedding later." Aunt Lu said this to the gatekeeper while handing over a small cloth bag. Of course, we all understand," the gatekeeper said, weighing the small bag in his hand with a bigger smile on his face. "Third aunt, wait here a moment. I will teach you later." "All right, I'll wait for your good news." Aunt Lu smiled broadly, showing her teeth. She watched the gate close for a while before it opened again, and then she invited everyone inside. After they went in, just about the time a stick of incense burned, Lian Qingshan and a few others came out again. They all had smiles on their faces, clearly happy that everything went smoothly. Lian Qingshan looked at the official document stamped with a big red seal, which had the names Lian Qingshan and Yi Chuer written side by side. He liked how it looked. A big worry in his heart was gone. Lian Qingshan's smile was bright and happy. As he stepped out of the small government office, he bowed deeply to Aunt Lu. "Thank you so much for your help, Aunt. It's nothing. I like Chuer very much. Since you want to hold her wedding properly, we can't skip the rules of the office. If you want to thank me, just offer a toast when you hold the wedding," Aunt Lu joked with a smile. Of course. Lian Qingshan replied happily. He carefully wrapped the household registration paper in oiled paper and tucked it into his pocket. He pressed it gently with his hand, feeling relieved inside. He grinned, thinking about giving Chuer a surprise when he got home, and his smile grew even brighter. He went to Qian's grocery store to pick up Chuer, bought plenty of rice, flour, meat, eggs, and other food. Then he took a detour to Aunt Lu's hometown to pick up 60 little chicks. Only then did the family happily head back to the village. What Chuer and the others didn't know was that, while Chuer was selling goods at the shop, a woman with a worried face and pregnant belly happened to see everything. When she saw Chuer come back with shiny silver coins, she couldn't help feeling jealous. She thought the money was earned by Lian Qingshan and almost tore her sleeve in envy. "I am saving this draft and asking for love and affection. I modestly mentioned that I believe I have already returned to my hometown. I sincerely thank Jia #1 for the generous tip. Since I came back home, I saw many rewards from you right when I opened the page, lots of peach blossom fans and fragrant pouches. I was so excited I almost jumped off my stool. Please don't laugh at me for being a bit greedy. I really cherish the feeling of being appreciated. Thank you so much." Chuer and her family went to town to sell tea leaves and willow baskets. They sold about 15 jin of tea, earning 7.5 taels of silver. Plus, they sold 20 willow baskets for 300 coins. That day, Chuer's family earned about 7 taels and 8 coins of silver. Of course, with income, there were also many expenses. They spent over 100 coins on rice, flour, meat, and eggs. They bought some snacks and treats for Dinyo, Xiaohu, and Lian Qinghe's Big Mao and Small Mao, costing less than 50 coins. They also bought chicks for 100 coins. These were small expenses. Even when Qingshan went to the government office to register Chuer's household, it cost 2 taels of silver. In fact, Registering a household or getting marriage papers usually doesn't cost so much. Normally, it only takes about 100 or so coins. But since Chwer didn't know where her family lived and had no official documents, she had to bribe the officials to get it done, so she spent more money. They earned and spent money. Because they earned a lot, they didn't mind spending. Especially since Chwer didn't know that Qingshan had spent so much money on her. Chwer sat on a bullock cart, with a basket of chicks in front of her and Shiau, with big round eyes, in her arms.
Chick. Chick.
Shiau reached out his small hand forward. 60 chicks were crowded inside the basket, their fluffy, yellow feathers and chirping sounds making Chwer feel very fond of them. Even more so for the children like Dinyo and Shiau. Yes, these are all chicks. Let's take them home, feed them water and vegetables, and when they grow up, they'll lay eggs for Dinyo and Shiau to eat. Is that okay? Chwer looked at the children's bright eyes as they stared at the chicks, and she felt very happy. Among these 60 chicks, 10 are male eggs, and the remaining 50 are hens. Chwer imagines that once they grow up, her family will get at least 30 eggs every day. Whether for eating or selling, that would be very good. Siwer, have you raised chicks before? After you bring them home, you should keep them inside for a few days. Once they grow stronger, you can move them outside. If they catch a cold, they might get diarrhea. Granny Lu sat on the ox cart, watching Jinga happily, and giving Chwer advice. Oh, I haven't raised chicks much before, Granny. Please teach me more, Chwer replied, asking carefully how to take good care of the chicks, and remembering it all in her mind to follow when she gets home. Actually, Chwer had raised chicks in modern times too. But back then, the market sold chicks dyed in bright colors, which looked nice but weren't very lively. Most of these were leftover male eggs from the countryside, often weak. When dipped in dye, most of them wouldn't survive more than a few days and would wither and die. Since she was young, Chwer liked to raise chicks. She bought some every year, but she never really raised many to full size. By the way, the May festival is coming in a few days. Do you have any zongzi leaves at your house? If not, you can take a couple of bundles from mine. Granny Lu suddenly remembered after talking about raising chickens and asked Chwer. Yes, I do. I picked some recently, and they're just right for making zongzi, Chwer said, her face slightly blushing as she remembered the brief, sweet moments she shared with Lian Qingshan while picking reeds. All right, once we make our zongzi, we'll send some over to you, Granny Lu said, not mentioning it further and chatting about other things. Soon, they arrived at their destination. Lian Qingshan handed 10 coins to Lian Qingshi, telling him to give them to the family who lent him the ox cart. Chwer was busy taking the sleeping little tiger inside, asking Dainyu to watch her brother. She then went to place the chicks on the Kong, heated bed, and also took down the items from the ox cart. After finishing these tasks, Chwer took out the heavy silver money she had earned from selling tea leaves, placing it on the Kong. Seeing the large and small silver ingots and the 500 big coins, Chwer's eyes squinted with a big smile. Qingshan, come look. We made quite a lot of money. Chwer placed the silver on the Kong, heated bed, feeling excited inside. She picked up a small silver ingot, bit it with her teeth, then looked at it closely. Haha, Lian Qingshan watched Chwer and suddenly chuckled softly. What are you laughing at? Chwer felt she was being laughed at for biting the silver and pouted, asking. Silly girl, if this silver were fake, you could tell at a glance. Why would you really bite it? Let me see if your teeth hurt, Lian Qingshan said, amused by her pout. He saw her bright eyes and white teeth, feeling a deep connection with her. This made his heart feel warm and excited. By the way, why do people bite silver to check if it's real? Chwer had seen this in old TV dramas. She bit the silver again, saw only a small tooth mark, and asked curiously. Did you forget this too? Lian Qingshan was surprised by her question. He reached out, hugged her gently, resting his chin on her forehead, and softly comforted her. Some fake silver is made with tin bars, which are very soft and easy to bite. Others are covered with a layer of silver, making them hard to bite or leaving other marks when you do. Oh, Chwer listened carefully, feeling warm from his body heat. Half asleep and dazed, she asked something softly, only to hear Lian Qingshan whisper about marriage documents and household registration, but before she understood, she drifted off to sleep. Lian Qingshan told her about registering their marriage, nervously waiting for her reaction. After a long while, he realized she had fallen asleep. Seeing her face flushed and peaceful in his arms, he lovingly kissed her forehead, gently laid her on the kong, and covered her with a thin quilt. Then, leaning on his cane, he got up. He first looked at the girls sleeping soundly on the kong and the little tiger. The children had woken early and been excited about the chicks. Now they were sleeping peacefully. The girl's chin had a suspicious white line, and the little tiger was even snoring softly. Watching the children sleep peacefully, Qingshan finally relaxed and carefully stored the silver ingots into a small box for money. Suddenly, the silver inside seemed to multiply, making Qingshan feel a little uncomfortable. He looked back at Cui, who was sleeping soundly on the bed. Qingshan felt grateful in his heart, thinking about how lucky he was to win such a kind and beautiful partner. After tidying up the bed, Qingshan slowly went outside. He found a large, deep basket he had woven before, brushed off the dust on it, and brought it inside. Then, he carefully took the chicks out of the flat basket and placed them into the big basket. Qingshan used a small bowl to give water to the chicks. After that, he covered the basket with an old quilt to keep them warm. Once he finished, Qingshan picked up some willow branches and started weaving again. This time he was making a large chicken cage with wide mesh, different from the fine baskets he usually sold. Cui was sleeping very deeply. When she woke up, it was almost dark outside. "Oh no, I slept so late. I haven't taken care of the chicks yet," she said, noticing the sun setting and the sky filled with soft evening clouds. She felt a bit annoyed and quickly turned over to get up, ready to feed the chicks.
Cui, don't worry.
Rest a little longer. I've already taken care of the chicks, Qingshan said gently. Putting down the chicken cage, he was weaving and gently tucking Cui's messy hair behind her ear.
Qingshan.
Cui's face turned red. Suddenly, she remembered she had fallen asleep in his arms. Her cheeks blushed even more. She hurriedly ran away, saying, "I'll soak some leaves for making zongzi, sticky rice dumplings. I'll make some tomorrow." Cui felt happy about Qingshan's gentle care but also shy and flustered. She quickly ran into the kitchen, took a deep breath, and managed to calm her pounding heart. Then she started to think about what kind of filling to put in the zongzi for the Dragon Boat Festival. When Cui was a child, she mostly ate plain sticky rice zongzi, without any filling. She would peel open the leaves and dip the white rice into sugar to eat. She loved the festival very much. Every year, she would hang a sprig of mugwort on the door and cook a big pot of fragrant zongzi. The sweet, sticky taste always made her stomach feel full and happy. When she grew older, besides her own homemade zongzi, Cui could also enjoy the zongzi sold on the street. Back then, the varieties of store-bought zongzi were more numerous, including those with red dates and red bean paste. However, because Cui's family lived in the north, even the commercially sold zongzi tended to be quite sweet. As she got even older and went to university in another city, Cui discovered that Dragon Boat Festival zongzi were not just these sweet kinds. There were also savory zongzi filled with ham, fresh meat, and egg yolk. The variety was rich and colorful. But by then, Cui no longer felt the excitement she had as a child. Even though her workplace sent her many zongzi every year for the festival, she rarely thought about cooking a couple to celebrate. Most of the zongzi became her late-night snack after working overtime or a quick breakfast when she was in a hurry. While soaking the bamboo leaves, Cui reminisced about the past. Suddenly, she realized that many forgotten memories from her childhood, buried deep in her mind, had come alive again. Her childhood longing for the Dragon Boat Festival and her love for zongzi made her work faster. This time, she was determined to make more zongzi with different flavors to let her family try something new. The forgotten childhood memories suddenly came alive at this moment. Cui smiled as she worked faster. This Dragon Boat Festival, she was sure to make many different kinds of zongzi to let her family taste new flavors. What's inside these zongzi? Chuer wondered as she picked up glutinous rice. White zongzi are a must. We just bought big dates at home, so date-filled zongzi are essential. There's also red bean paste and fresh meat. If we have dried fruits, that would be good too. We have peanuts and kidney beans at home, so we can also make dried fruit zongzi. Chuer thought about it. With what she had at home, she could make at least 10 different flavors of zongzi. But ingredients like egg yolk are precious, and using eggs for zongzi might seem a bit wasteful.
Peanuts were the same.
Compared to soft peanuts, Chuer thought crispy roasted peanut candies were tastier. They are hard to chew, but delicious. In the end, she decided to make 5 kinds of zongzi: plain white, date-filled, red bean paste, fresh meat, and kidney bean zongzi. After soaking the glutinous rice, Chuer took out the large dates she bought at home. She poured water into a basin, selected out any dates with insect holes or that were spoiled, and washed each date thoroughly. Then she soaked them in the basin until they softened. The zongzi leaves, reed ropes for tying zongzi, glutinous rice, and large dates were all soaked. Chuer then continued to prepare other ingredients, mainly red bean paste and mung beans. For the red bean zongzi, she cooked the soaked red beans until soft and mashed them into a paste to fill the zongzi. The mung beans were carefully chosen, large, plump ones, boiled until just tender, then marinated with sugar or honey to make sweet mung bean bits, which would also be packed into the zongzi. Both ingredients needed cooking, so Chuer decided to cook them together in one pot to save effort. The mung beans were quite large. She picked about 20 big ones, roughly the size of a fingernail, from a bag, along with a small bowl of red beans. After washing, she put them into a pot and simmered on low heat. Once everything was ready, Chuer placed 2 small branches under the stove to keep the fire going. She then took a few dates into the house. Inside, Big Girl and Little Tiger had already fallen asleep, but they weren't crying or making trouble. The brother and sister were lying outside a basket filled with little chicks, happily watching the chirping chicks inside. Big Girl, Little Tiger, come wash your hands and have 2 dates. Seeing how eagerly Big Girl and Little Tiger looked at the chicks with their curious and excited expressions, Chuer felt her heart soften. Time to eat dates. When Big Girl heard there was food, her eyes sparkled. She happily jumped down from the kong, a traditional heated bed, to wash her hands, her hair bouncing with her movements, adorable and lively. Little Tiger, do you want to eat a date? Chuer watched Little Tiger drool and crawl toward her, feeling playful. She placed a date in front of him, watching him eagerly crawl over and reach out to grab it. Suddenly, she had an idea. Come on, Little Tiger, here's a tasty date for you. She picked out the biggest, reddest one and placed it on a slightly higher spot. Little Tiger could see it but couldn't reach it with his little hands. Yes, Little Tiger looked at the clean, bright red date with longing, drooling as he stared. He looked at Chuer with big eyes, pouted his little lips, and loudly and clearly shouted, "Yes, if you want to eat a date, you need to stand up and take it yourself." Chuer waved the date in her hand. Seeing this, Little Tiger became even more anxious. He hurriedly climbed over to Chuer, tugging at her clothes to stand up, then tried to climb up her legs. Little thing. Chuer saw Little Tiger's impatience and quickly removed the pit from a date. She cleaned the date's hard skin quickly and handed a towel to Dinyo to wipe Little Tiger's hands. Only then did she place the cleaned date meat into Little Tiger's hand. Little Tiger was happy to get what he wanted. He sat down heavily on the kong, a traditional bed, then eagerly put the date into his mouth and bit down hard with his small teeth. Chuer held back her laughter and gave 2 more dates to Dinyo, warning her to be careful of the pits. She then turned to look at Lian Qingshan, who was sitting on the kong, weaving a chicken cage. Seeing his gentle smile, Chuer unexpectedly slipped a date into his mouth. Haha, Lian Qingshan probably didn't expect Chuer to give him a date, so his surprised expression made Chuer and Dinyo find it very funny, and they couldn't help but laugh. Even Little Tiger, who was not very mature, clapped his hands happily. Suddenly, while the family was enjoying their happy time, Chuer felt something tugging at her pants. Looking down, she saw Zhao Gai, who was eagerly staring at the red date in Chuer's hand, clearly longing. Look, Zhaokai also wants to eat a date, Chuer exclaimed in surprise. She picked a smaller date and offered it to Zhaokai. Zhaokai quickly snatched the date from her hand and then jumped onto the Kong, standing on the basket where the chicks were kept. Like a general, it placed its paws on its mouth and gnawed the date, making everyone laugh. Little tiger, you need to learn to walk quickly, Chuer said, giving 2 more dates to Dinyo. She then peeled and pitted another date, giving it to Little Tiger, who was happily eating, and smiled at him. Little Tiger grinned, showing a few tiny white teeth the size of rice grains, and laughed happily. It was unclear if he truly understood Chuer's words. Dinyo, watch your brother while he's eating so he doesn't choke, Chuer advised. She then put the last remaining date into Lian Qingshan's mouth, patted her hands, and went back to the kitchen. Open the pot and check inside, waiting for the steam to dissipate. Chuer then takes a spoon and scoops out 2 red beans. After blowing on them to cool slightly, she pinches the beans with her fingers, observing that they have swollen and are cooked, though not yet soft enough for making sweet bean paste. She adds more firewood to the stove and turns around to handle the dates. The high-quality large red dates, because they come from the mountains, are not very expensive. When Chuer bought them, they were very cheap. She pits the soaked dates, removing the seeds from each one. After finishing that, she looks at the small red beans in the pot and finds they are almost cooked. She scoops out all the beans into a clean small basin, setting aside the larger kidney beans separately. Using a round-headed spatula, she crushes the soft, cooked beans one by one. Although she doesn't sift them finely, the appearance is tempting enough to make anyone hungry. To make the bean paste sweeter, Chuer adds 2 more spoons of sugar. The cooked red beans already have a soft, sweet flavor, and with the sugar added, the sweet, tender taste spreads throughout the room like it has legs, filling the space with aroma. The older girl and Little Tiger, who are playing inside, smell the tempting scent and become eager. Little Tiger fusses to go outside, and the older girl, unable to refuse him, carries him toward the kitchen.
Daniu, come iar.
Mom made red bean paste. Try some and see how it tastes. Chuer picks up chopsticks, scoops a small amount of bean paste, and puts it into Dinyo's mouth. Watching her squint happily, Chuer also feels happy.
Ah.
I want some. Little Tiger sees that his sister is eating delicious food, and he stares longingly but hasn't gotten anything yet. He gets upset, waves his little hands, and pouts as he moves closer to Chuer. Little Tiger, you want some too? Chuer laughs happily and gives him a small piece of bean paste to try. Watching him happily eat, she can't help but smile. Dinyo, when you have free time, take Little Tiger outside to walk in the yard so he can learn to walk instead of needing to be carried in and out. Mom is making zongzi, rice dumplings. Tonight, we'll taste them first. Chuer looks at Dinyo and Little Tiger, who finish the bean paste and stare at her eagerly. She gives each of them a bite, then starts shooing them away. If they stay, they'll finish all the bean paste in no time. The big girl took Little Tiger to play in the yard, while Chuer busy inside the house. She cut a piece of meat she bought into small chunks about the size of a finger, then marinated it with scallions, ginger, and soy sauce, setting it aside for later use in making fresh meat zongzi. All the tools for wrapping zongzi were prepared. Chuer carried them into the house, placing various fillings on the Kong table. She also set the bowl with zongzi leaves and glutinous rice on the edge of the Kong. After washing her hands, she started wrapping the zongzi. Chuer, let me help you, Lian Qingshan said, seeing her prepare so many zongzi leaves and rice. He put down his work, washed his hands in the kitchen, and sat down on the Kong. Can you make zongzi? Chuer asked, surprised. She watched Lian Qingshan pick up a zongzi leaf, quickly fold it into a cone, and fill it with rice. He looked very skilled at this. Hee, I learned from my mother when I was young, but I'm not very good, Lian Qingshan modestly said, though his small zongzi with sharp edges looked quite neat. Qingshan, you're really impressive, Chuer said sincerely, feeling like she had found a treasure. Seeing how tidy his zongzi looked, Chuer also wanted to try her hand. She quickly wrapped her own zongzi, trying different fillings. They made plain glutinous rice zongzi, red bean paste, sweet mung beans, jujube zongzi, and savory meat zongzi. Although they didn't make many types, they still made quite a few in total. Chuer, because it was for her family and friends, generously added fillings to the zongzi. She and Lian Qingshan wrapped them happily, placing different fillings in separate plates. The way they tied the zongzi strings was also different, making it easy to tell them apart. Chuer wouldn't forget her family. After wrapping the zongzi, she took some to cook. There were 5 types, 2 of each, making 10 zongzi in total. Each was as big as her fist, enough for her family of 4. The water in the pot was boiling, and the aroma of bamboo leaves and rice filled the air. Watching the slightly greenish boiling water, Chuer felt very happy. Such days are truly wonderful. According to Cherry, the editor, the book will be published tomorrow. Chuer feels a bit nervous about the first orders. She wonders how many will be sold. She hopes for everyone's support. Mom, are the rice dumplings ready? While Chuer was cooking the dumplings, Big Girl carried Little Tiger into the house. Wealth also hurriedly ran in from the doorway, as if just following Big Girl and the others outside. Smells so good. Big Girl looked at the steaming pot with bright eyes, looking very eager to eat. You little glutton, send Little Tiger inside to wash his hands and relax. The dumplings will be ready soon. Chuer gently tapped Big Girl's nose and then patted Little Tiger's little bottom in her arms, smiling and encouraging them to go inside. In a short while, Chuer brought a basin of dumplings into the house. The dumplings had just been taken out of the pot and were still hot. To prevent the children from burning their mouths, Chuer placed the dumplings in a basin with half a basin of cold water. The cold water would help cool them down and make the skins easier to peel later. Here come the dumplings. Chuer happily placed the basin of dumplings under the Kong table, then reached out and picked a few to put on the table. Seeing Little Tiger eagerly rush over to grab one, she quickly stopped him and held him in her arms, pointing to the dumplings on the table. Big Girl, look. These are fresh meat dumplings with a salty flavor. These are red bean paste, these are jujube, and these are flour beans. All of these are sweet. There's also a plain white dumpling without any filling. Which one do you like? Pick the one you want to eat. Wow, so many. Big Girl knew Chuer had made jujube and red bean paste fillings, thinking there were only 2 types. She didn't expect there to be 5. After hearing Chuer, her eyes sparkled. She hesitated for a while before choosing a red bean paste dumpling, as children tend to like sweet flavors more. Seeing Big Girl's hesitation, Chuer suddenly remembered that children's appetites are limited. If they eat a whole dumpling, they might not be able to eat anything else. She quickly picked a flour bean dumpling, peeled it open in a few bites, and used chopsticks to cut it into 4 pieces. She then said to Big Girl, "Don't worry, Big Girl. This dumpling is too big. If you eat one now, you won't have room for the others. Come on, I'll cut it open so we can try each flavor." Okay, Big Girl was just worried about this earlier. Seeing Chuer come up with a good idea, she nodded excitedly. After thinking for a moment, she also placed her peeled dumpling on a plate, mimicking Chuer's actions by using chopsticks to open it, and then smiled brightly at Chuer. "You're such a good child." Chuer reached out to gently pat the Big Girl's head in praise. The girl's eyes smiled so happily they squinted into a line. The family happily ate zongzi together. The plain white zongzi was fragrant and sweet, the red bean paste zongzi was rich and tasty, the jujube zongzi was a little sour but sweet, and the mung bean zongzi was soft and sticky. But the most popular was the fresh meat zongzi, probably because it was fresh and it was eaten the fastest. After finishing the zongzi, the family discussed going to deliver some to neighbors in the village. During festivals, relatives and friends visit each other, and zongzi are an essential gift during Dragon Boat Festival. Chuer had heard from Aunt Lu about this tradition, so she made so many zongzi. Qingshan, now that we've finished eating, I'll take the Big Girl to deliver zongzi to Aunt Lu and others. You stay home and watch the house, Chuer said to Lian Qingshan. Okay, I'll go early and come back soon. Lian Qingshan nodded. He looked at Little Tiger, who was already drowsy in Chuer's arms. He reached out, picked him up, and gently patted him, acting like a caring father. Good, Chuer agreed. She tidied up the table, packed the zongzi into 10 bunches, each tied together. One bunch for Aunt Lu's house, one for Aunt Chuanju's, one for Sister Inhuan's, one for Chuanha's, and a few for familiar neighbors. It seemed there were only these families she knew well. Qingshan, do you know anyone else in the village? I want to deliver the zongzi, Chuer said, noticing there were still 30 or 40 zongzi left in the basket. She wondered if she had made too many. Maybe the village chief would like a bunch. If you don't know the way, Aunt Lu can take you there later. Lian Qingshan thought for a moment. His childhood friends had mostly gone to war. Only Fengshou and the village chief's son, Yinsheng, remained. Fengshou and Yinhuan were a couple, so they counted as part of their circle. There's no one else. You go now and come back early. Okay? Chuer agreed. She tied 16 zongzi into each bunch for the village chief, then washed and styled the big girl's hair, dressed her in a pretty floral dress, and changed into her own pink outfit. She packed the zongzi into a basket and headed to Aunt Lu's house. Mom. The big girl hesitated for a moment before speaking to Chuer. Mom, can you save me one of those fresh meat zongzi? I want to give it to Huar to try. All right, big girl, if you have something to think about with your good friends, that's very nice. When you go back, your mother will leave you 2 fresh rice dumplings. Chuer now has some income from selling tea, so she's not as tight on money. She is happy to support Dania's small expenses for making friends. Mother, you're the best, Dania happily exclaims, holding Chuer's hand tightly and swinging it happily. The mother and daughter, carrying the dumplings, first go to Aunt Lu's house. They happen to catch Aunt Lu making dumplings. Chuer notices she has prepared a lot of rice and leaves, but only she and Huaji are making dumplings. She greets her with a smile, offers her own dumplings, then washes her hands and comes to help. Aunt Lu's dumplings are simpler, only with dates and plain rice dumplings. Chuer helps her pack dumplings for a while until only a shallow bowl of glutinous rice remains. Aunt Lu suggests Huaji make dumplings at home. Carrying her own dumplings, she and Chuer go to deliver them to various families. While delivering dumplings and socializing, they leave the village chief's house. Besides Aunt Lu, Chuer, Aunt Chunju, and Yinhuan, there are also a few women Chuer doesn't know well but has seen before, some sisters-in-law or aunts. Among these people, although Chuer doesn't know some families well, she used to work in an office as a white-collar worker. She managed complex relationships with many colleagues, so dealing with these village women was easy for her. Soon, she gained everyone's goodwill. Though she isn't as close as with Aunt Lu, she still earned some nods of recognition. All right, let's go back. When the market day comes after the festival, we'll go to the town together, Aunt Lu waved to everyone and said, pulling Chuer along. She is very curious about Chuer and plans to talk to her more when no outsiders are around. Earlier, she thought Chuer was a girl from the mountains, sold to Lian Qingshan as a second wife. But then, Lian Qingshan came to ask her to help Chuer get a household registration in town. That's when Aunt Lu learned that Chuer wasn't the girl Lian Qingshan bought from the mountain. Instead, she got lost and injured in the mountains and accidentally went to the Lian family. Seeing everyone heading back, Aunt Lu was about to speak to Chuer when she saw Huaji rushing over, stumbling. Mother, Sister Qingshan, you all should go home quickly. Someone is at Brother Qingshan's door, crying and making a fuss, claiming to be his wife. What? Aunt Lu heard this and patted her thigh. She pulled Chuer and ran toward Lian's house. Just now, the young women and wives from the village head's house also gathered around after seeing the situation, and they followed to run toward Lian's home. Chuer ran with Aunt Lu, her mind in a mess. She thought at first that Cui Nyang had come to visit, but then she doubted it because Cui Nyang was pregnant. At this point, she shouldn't have come. As she thought, Chuer gradually calmed down. She made up her mind to stay at Lian's house. Even if Cui Nyang came, she could just drive her away. As long as Lian Qingshan's heart was with her, she wasn't afraid of anything.
But Kuya felt nervous.
Although Lian Qingshan knew she wasn't the wife he originally bought, and he treated her sincerely, she worried that if he saw Cui Nyang and developed feelings for her, he might change. Chuer clenched her fists tightly and told herself firmly, if that happened, she would let go. Their steps were quick. Soon, they reached the hillside and arrived at Lian's house. The big gate was tightly closed. A young woman under 20 stood in front of the door, crying and talking to herself. She wore a long, moon-white dress and looked tear-streaked and miserable. At the door, Qingshan frowned deeply and said nothing, his face dark and frightening. Hearing the noise, Qingshan immediately turned his head. When he saw Chuer rushing back in a hurry, his expression eased. He took a few steps forward to open the door and bring Chuer inside. "Master, you bought me with silver money back then. You can't just ignore me." The woman at the door saw Qingshan about to open the door and hurriedly rushed forward, trying to push toward him. "Who are you calling master? Get lost!" Qingshan was angry. He supported himself with a cane, blocking Cui Nyang from approaching. His appearance was not at all swayed by her beauty. Seeing Qingshan so firm, Chuer felt a little relieved. She ran a few steps quickly and threw herself in front of Qingshan, standing between Cui Nyang and him. She looked coldly at Cui Nyang and said, "Young lady, be careful with your words. My husband is not someone you can call master casually. What's your name? Where do you come from? Why are you calling my husband master? You're so young and shameless." Cui Nyang saw Chuer and immediately recognized her as the woman who once sold tea leaves at the Qian family's grocery shop. Jealousy suddenly flared up at her heart, and she glared fiercely at Chuer as if she wanted to swallow her whole. Qingshan saw Cui Nyang's expression and dared not let Chuer face her alone. He quickly pulled Chuer behind him. Although he had no weapon, he carried a cane, and he watched Cui Nyang cautiously, thinking that if she made a move, he would fight her, even if it meant hitting a woman. Seeing Qingshan protect Chuer so fiercely, Cui Nyang's jealousy burned her brain painfully. All she could think about was that if it weren't for the woman in front of her, she would be the one living in this yard, holding a lot of silver in her hand. The handsome man would be protecting her, not Chuer. Why did she have to run around with that lecherous man? After having a child, the man was even more easily led astray. Cui Nyang, and the true wife bought with 4 taels of silver by Lian. "You little prostitute. Where did you come from? Hurry up and get out of here." Cui Nyang vented all her hatred for that onto Chuer, wishing she could scratch her pretty face with her nails until it was all torn. "I humbly ask for your support and your first subscription." Cui Nyang, and the real wife bought with 4 taels of silver by Lian. "Where did you, a little prostitute, come from? You just see that Lian family is rich and cling to them. Hurry up and get out of here." Cui Nyang poured all her hatred for the young widow onto Chuer, wishing she could scratch her beautiful face with her nails. When these words were spoken, everyone present was shocked. When they first learned that Chuer was a talented wife bought for 4 taels of silver by Qingshan, the village had talked about it for a while. They said Qingshan's ancestors must have been virtuous to buy such a good wife. Now hearing that the woman bought with money was not Chuer, everyone's curiosity grew even more, eager to listen and find out more. When Qingshan and Aunt Lu heard Cui Nyang's words, they both felt a cold shock in their hearts. This person could confidently say she paid 4 taels of silver and swear so earnestly. It seemed she was indeed the woman Qingshan had married in the past. Qingshan looked at the woman in front of him. She was fair and pretty, with some charm, but her crying was intense, and because of her deep hatred, her face looked fierce and ugly. Her raw, unkind appearance made Qingshan feel disgusted, and he was very glad that this woman hadn't truly come to his home. Instead, it was Chuer, who was gentle and kind. Aunt Lu also disliked Cui Nyang very much. She had taken money from the Lian family, but hadn't been seen for 2 months. If it weren't for Chuer coming, Qingshan and the 2 children might have been in serious trouble. She couldn't let someone so greedy for money get close. Looking at the crowd watching nearby, Aunt Lu disliked Cui Nyang even more. It was not good for Chuer to come to their door, but she genuinely cared for Qingshan and the children. She was a kind person trying to live a good life. But Chuer was thinking differently. She wondered why Cui Nyang had suddenly appeared, crying and making a fuss in front of everyone. Was she trying to embarrass herself, or what? Cui thought that maybe Cui Nyang wanted to replace her and become Lian Qingshan's wife. There must be something she didn't know. However, Lian Qingshan's attitude gave Cui confidence. She and he were truly in love. Even though her background was unclear, their feelings were real. No woman could easily break their bond. Cui's heart grew stronger, and her eyes shone brighter. Did you hear that? I am the real owner who bought him with silver, Cui Nyang said, glaring at Lian Qingshan, who remained unmoved. She didn't look angry or betrayed as she had expected. She just looked at her angrily, and her heart trembled. Cui Nyang was upset inside. Did Lian Qingshan only like Cui's looks and refuse her? If that were the case, I wouldn't be able to enter the house. Meanwhile, Ilong is getting close with the young widow, and I, a woman, am pregnant. How will I live in the future? In a flash, everyone's feelings were stirred up. Kura looked at the chaotic crowd at the door and heard some movement inside the house, as if Shiau was crying. She quietly told Lian Qingshan to wait for her. She went to find Sister Inhuan at the door and brought her inside to stay with Daniu and Shiau, so they wouldn't be scared. After few words to explain everything to Daniu and Shiau, Kura was already planning in her mind when she stood again in front of Cui Nyang. Cui Nyang kept saying she was bought as a stepdaughter, and that was something she couldn't deny. But Kura also had her own evidence. She had only come to the house after 2 months, and there was also the matter of the child in Cui Nyang's belly. Thinking of this, Kura looked deeply at Cui Nyang's belly. It hadn't yet swollen, but a slight curve was visible. Kura originally wanted to punish Cui Nyang harshly, but seeing how innocent the child was, she felt pity. She thought if Cui Nyang didn't cause too much trouble, she would let her go.
Why?
Why are you looking at me like that? Relying on your good looks and charm, Cui Nyang was shivering from Kura's gaze, as if she already knew about the pregnancy. Charm? Young prostitute? Cui Nyang, I'm telling you, your words are too harsh. Even I blush when I hear them, let alone the innocent children, Kura said calmly, looking at Cui Nyang's furious expression. All right, you keep saying you're my husband's bought stepdaughter for 4 taels of silver, but do you have a matchmaker, proof, or a marriage contract? You say you're a stepdaughter, but I say you're just a servant girl. We paid 4 taels of silver for a servant girl, and that was 2 months ago. Now you've just arrived. Where have you been all this time? A servant girl caught by the authorities would be beaten to death. Kura spoke steadily and coolly, as if commenting on the weather or asking if she had eaten breakfast.
You.
I have a contract paper from when I paid the silver, Cui Nyang stammered. Cui Nyang was suddenly overwhelmed by Cui's words and felt dizzy. She couldn't understand how, in just a few words, she had gone from being a respected daughter-in-law of the Lian family to a traitor. She hurriedly explained, pulling out a crumpled piece of paper from her bosom and handing it to Lian Qingshan. Lian Qingshan frowned as he took the paper from her hand. At that time, he was weak and sick, his health worsening day by day. He was mainly thinking about arranging his affairs and didn't remember to write a contract. He was also relieved that the broker he trusted was honest enough not to run off with the money immediately and had sent Cui, a good girl. Now, Lian Qingshan wished the broker had just cheated him and run away, so he wouldn't feel so upset now. He looked at the contract and saw it was real, which made his heart sink a little more. He quickly glanced at the contents, which only stated that he paid 4 taels of silver to buy Cui Nyang from the Cui family, and from then on, Cui Nyang's life was no longer connected to the Cui family. It didn't say he bought her to be a daughter-in-law or a servant girl. He finally relaxed a little and handed the contract back to Cui. Seeing Lian Qingshan breathe a sigh of relief, Cui felt a bit more at ease. She quickly looked over the contract again, then turned to Cui Nyang with a cold smile. Her tone was calm as she said, "This contract clearly states that you are sold to the Lian family and from now on, you have nothing to do with the Cui family. But it doesn't say you are bought to be a young mistress. Some people really shouldn't dream so foolishly."
You.
How could you? You must be lying. The broker said she was coming to be the wife of the Lian family's cripple. If that weren't true, I wouldn't have been so scared I ran away. Chui Nyang looked devastated after hearing Chui Er's words, muttering to herself.
What?
You look down on our Qingshan because he's a cripple and you're so scared you ran away? Chui Er didn't like Chui Nyang much, but she felt sorry for her because she was pregnant and having a hard time. When she heard Chui Nyang call Lian Qingshan a cripple, her mind went blank. Her previously cold attitude suddenly changed, and her anger erupted like a volcano, bursting out inside her. Our Qingshan has been lying in bed for 2 months now, unable to move even a little. We only have a tiny girl and a son who can't walk out of the house. We finally spent some money to buy a servant girl to help take care of things. And you, as a servant girl, ran away after betraying your master. Chui Er took a deep breath, furious, wishing she could slap Chui Nyang twice. You ran away, and it's been 2 months. If I hadn't come, who knows what would have happened to the 3 men at home. Seeing the fields being worked again, and the house getting better, you eagerly come over wagging your tail, hoping to borrow some favor to become Mrs. Lian?
Bah.
There's no such good thing in the world. Chui Er's eyes widened in anger, looking furious. One hand on her hip and the other pointing sharply at Chui Nyang's nose, she scolded fiercely, even sharper than when she scolded Mrs. Dong before.
You.
Chui Nyang was so scolded that her tongue was tied. Her face turned very pale, and she couldn't speak a word. What do I mean? Since you are the girl bought back by our family for Qingshan, don't dream of becoming the wife. Change your clothes and go work in the backyard or in the mountains. If you do well, I'll give you food. If not, I'll kick you out and sell you. No one can do anything to me. Chui Er's words were sharp and carried the authority of a wealthy family. The villagers watching nearby couldn't help but whisper to each other. They were surprised and impressed, saying that the village had once heard Chui Er was fierce when scolding people. Now, seeing her, they realized she was really that strong, not a single dirty word, yet she could make people speechless. Chui Nyang heard this and felt it was very bad for her. If she didn't leave now, she might be kept as a servant in the Lian family. Her eyes darted around nervously as she slowly backed out of the yard, trying to find a chance to run away. After all, she was supposed to be a wealthy lady, not a servant. Lian Qingshan watched Chui Er, who was so fierce. His face didn't change, but inside, he was very happy. Chui Er's sternness when scolding and her sharp words were exactly on point. He also saw her changing expression just now. Chui Er was angry because she thought she was called a cripple. Having such a wife was truly a blessing for him. Chui Er, don't be angry. Lian Qingshan gently took Chui Er's hand when her anger was about to cool down. He pulled her closer, smiled slightly, and held her hand tightly. Chui Er, you are my wife, and that will never change in this life. Lian Qingshan watched Chui Er's anger subside and quietly took her hand, pulling her closer to himself. He wore a gentle smile and tightly held her hand. Chui Er, you are my wife, and that will never change in this life. Hearing his words, Chui Er felt as if her previous fiery mood had miraculously turned into a peaceful, clear forest after rain, as if all her worries had vanished. But wait, there was still a little worry.
Kui erfrauenslichtli.
Although Chui Nyang was not someone to be feared, she and Lian Qingshan did not have the approval of their parents or matchmakers. Such free love was common today, but in ancient times, it was considered very improper. Trust me. Lian Qingshan saw the change in Chui Er's expression and chuckled softly, ignoring everyone around. He tightened his grip on her hand. Fellow villagers, today's matter is just a misunderstanding. The household register clearly states that I, Lian Qingshan, have only one wife, Chui Er. The others, the women bought with silver, are just maids to serve our family. Chui Er was surprised and opened her mouth wide, staring at Lian Qingshan with wide, bright eyes as if to say, you can't lie about this kind of thing. Don't worry, it's true. Lian Qingshan seemed to understand Chui Er's thoughts and smiled at her. The villagers watching nearby started talking among themselves. It turned out Chui Er was officially registered in the household register. There was nothing more to say. This was a confirmed fact, and no one could doubt it. They all pointed fingers at Chuanyang. However, at this moment, Chuanyang was nowhere to be seen in front of the Lian family's house. When she heard that Chuaer was registered, she immediately ran away. Although a few sharp-eyed women saw her trying to escape and scolded her repeatedly, they couldn't stop her. By the time the villagers realized, Chuanyang had already vanished. "Please, everyone, bear witness," Lian Qingshan said, looking at the villagers with a righteous anger. "Because of my poor health before, although Chuaer is officially registered, our wedding was delayed. Luckily, she didn't care about these old customs and took good care of me. Otherwise, I might already be buried under the grass." Seeing the villagers' angry expressions, Lian Qingshan felt a surge of resolve. He wanted to use this chance to clear Chuaer's name. Chuaer was often called a bot wife by her sister-in-law Dong, and Lian Qingshan felt guilty about it. "Qingshan wants to let everyone see that Chuaer is loyal and caring to me. Even though she has lived in my house and taken care of me before we were married, it was not proper. But I was forced into it. I have already asked Aunt Lu to be the matchmaker and help arrange our wedding. When the time comes, please come and celebrate with us." Qingshan said this and respectfully bowed to the onlookers. His serious and sincere attitude made Chuaer, who was watching nearby, tear up and cover her mouth. "Well said." At this moment, an older man in his 50s, dressed in a blue cloth long robe, came out from behind the crowd. He looked gentle and refined. It was the village chief of Laoshantan. "Village chief." Seeing the village chief arrive, Qingshan quickly stepped forward and bowed. "Please come to celebrate Chuaer and my wedding when the time comes." "Of course. A good girl like Chuaer, our Lao Lian family certainly won't treat her badly." The village chief chuckled and stroked his beard, then gave a few more words before turning to leave. Although he didn't speak much, his respect for Qingshan and praise for Chuaer were clearly felt by every villager present. "This is perfect. When the village chief comes to celebrate, and with me as the matchmaker, the wedding will be lively and joyful." Aunt Lu stepped out from the crowd, bowed to the village chief as he passed by, and helped Chuaer support Qingshan into the house. She stayed at the door to smooth things over, chatting with a few familiar women and saying she was helping to plan the wedding. She also dispersed the curious villagers. Once most people had left, Aunt Lu let out a long breath and, together with Aunt Chunju, entered the yard of the Qingshan family. Today's matter was really tense. Luckily, Qingshan has some sense. If he hadn't gone to the town yesterday to get the household registration, who knows how it would have turned out today. Aunt Lu, known as a wise woman in the village, said nervously, wiping her sweat and speaking to Qingshan and Chuaer. "Exactly. I was really worried when I heard about this," Aunt Chunju said with a smile, then reproached Qingshan. "Your family's big event. Why didn't you tell me? If I had known, I could have helped you speak up when something like this happened." "Sorry, Aunt." Qingshan looked at Aunt Chunju with a smile and apologized politely. "All right, you two have been busy today with making zongzi and delivering things. You're both tired. Take good care of the children and rest early. Tomorrow morning, I will help you prepare for the wedding." Aunt Lu smiled and said. Seeing the big girl and little tiger still look shaken in Chuaer's arms, and watching Chuaer gently soothe the children with a calm and kind attitude, she felt a deep fondness for Chuaer's gentle nature. She waved her hand and pulled Aunt Chunju and Sister Inhuan to leave. After Qingshan saw them off, and only their family of 4 was left in the house, he suddenly felt relieved. He realized that this misfortune had turned into good luck. If it weren't for Chuanyang causing trouble, he wouldn't know how to talk to Chuaer about registering her household or how to plan her wedding. "Chuaer, we will have a wedding in a few days. Are you happy about that?" Qingshan looked at the 2 children lying in Chuaer's arms, both still a bit shaken. He reached out and took the big girl into his arms, feeling a little guilty as he asked Chuaer, "Aren't you already set everything up? Why are you asking me again?" Chuaer felt her cheeks flush at Qingshan's question. While helping little tiger tidy his clothes, she quickly glanced at Qingshan. Seeing him looking at her softly and attentively, her face turned even redder. "If you say so, then it's settled." Hee hee. Qingshan moved closer to Chuer and put his arm around her shoulders, smiling happily. With a wife like her, what more could a husband ask for? The mood between Qingshan and Chuer seemed to influence the big girl and little tiger too. Seeing their parents happy and relaxed, the children gradually loosened up. The family had dinner together, and after a long day, both the big girl and little tiger, exhausted, soon fell asleep. Before sunset, Chuer thought there was nothing urgent, so she took the money box and sat on the Kong to count the silver coins.
Queer.
I need to tell you something, Qingshan said hesitantly as he approached Chuer, who was holding the money box. When I was registering your household, I took a piece of silver from the box. It was 2 taels in total. Really? 2 taels? Chuer was genuinely surprised. 2 taels of silver equals 2,000 coins. If Qingshan only made woven baskets, each costing 15 coins, he would need to make over 130 baskets, which would take at least half a year. Even if selling tea is more profitable, I still need to sell at least 4 jin of ordinary tea. It takes nearly 2 months to make those 4 jin of tea. Chuer, don't worry. Once I recover, I will go hunting in the mountains, and I will earn back the money quickly, Lian Qingshan said, noticing Chuer frowning slightly. He knew she was worried about the money, so he quickly reassured her. Who told you that? Chuer looked at Lian Qingshan's anxious face. Thinking about how he had protected her before, her slight displeasure about him hiding things from her quickly disappeared. Chuer looked straight at Lian Qingshan and sincerely said, Qingshan, we are a family. In the future, we should discuss big matters together. Okay, Chuer, I will listen to you, Lian Qingshan nodded seriously. They exchanged smiles, then both looked down at the money box with the silver inside. By the way, Chuer suddenly clapped her hands and hurried out of the house. After a short while, she came back holding a small silk cloth bag. She opened it to reveal gold and silver jewelry, along with some broken silver coins. I haven't told you everything. These are the silver and gold I had on me when I woke up. I wasn't sure whether to keep them, so I hid them outside. Chuer. Lian Qingshan was slightly stunned when he saw the jewelry, then lowered his head. After a moment, he spoke in a hoarse voice. Chuer, judging by these jewelry, you must have come from a wealthy family. It's really unfair to marry me. Lian Qingshan had already registered Chuer as part of his household, so he couldn't say anything to let her leave. Besides, he didn't want her to go. He leaned forward seriously and said, Chuer, don't worry. I will treat you well. Yes, I believe you, Chuer said with a smile. She reached out to put the silver and jewelry from the small bag into the money box, but Lian Qingshan stopped her. Chuer, keep the silver and jewelry. I have money too, he said. Seeing her confused look, Lian Qingshan turned and went to the head of the Kong, a traditional bed. He removed the panel under the bed cabinet and reached inside. After a moment, he also took out a cloth bag. Almost instantly, Chuer guessed what was inside that cloth bag. It was probably money as well. Lian Qingshan opened the cloth bag inside, revealing a row of 4 heavy silver ingots, each about the size of a fist and weighing 50 taels. Chuer was surprised and widened her eyes as she looked at Lian Qingshan, who was smiling and watching her. She was speechless with amazement. These silvers are rewards I received for my bravery on the battlefield. I haven't spent them yet. I planned to use them to marry when I went home, Lian Qingshan said, blushing a little and scratching his head shyly. He pushed the silver ingots forward and said simply, From now on, these are yours. Chuer stared blankly at the silver falling from the sky. She thought to herself that she was just begging while holding onto a gold mine. Lian Qingshan had so much silver, yet he watched her struggle to sell baskets and tea leaves for just a few big coins, as if he was laughing at her. She pouted and said, Why didn't you tell me about the silver earlier? When I went to do business selling baskets and tea leaves, were you laughing at me, thinking I was silly? No, not at all. Chuer is the most capable. If it weren't for you, I would have starved even with all the silver, Lian Qingshan quickly replied, sounding loyal but with a hint of sadness. It made Chuer realize that he had so much silver but no way to use it, feeling almost starving himself. Bah, bah, bah. No more talking about death words, Chuer scolded him with a glare. She turned her eyes to the silver and then to the silver in her small money box. She sighed and said, Qingshan, keep this silver at home for big occasions. If we take Daniu and Xiaohu to find their ancestors someday, we will need money for many things. While speaking, Chuer carefully wrapped the silver ingots again, and Lian Qingshan put them back in their place. She then thought for a moment and threw her small bag of scattered five-taels silver coins into the money box. She also wrapped her jewelry and placed everything neatly in the bed cabinet. The two sat on the bed, counting the shiny silver coins in the box. Chuer took a small piece of charred charcoal from the kitchen and carefully recorded a note in the account book. On the first day of May, Chuer recorded 5 taels of silver as her dowry, totaling 18 taels of silver, 3,045 large coins. Lian Qingshan's private silver stash of 200 taels was not included in the account, but was managed by Chuer. Chuer deposited her 5 taels of silver into the public account as her dowry. Even Qingshan took 10 taels out of his 18 taels of silver to prepare for the wedding. Because Qingshan handed over 200 taels of silver to Chuer, she felt very pleased and more confident. She no longer minded that the 10 taels spent on the wedding were a bit much. After all, she planned to marry only once in her life and didn't want to burden herself too much. Early the next morning, Aunt Lu arrived with a group of aunts and wives. When they reached Lian's house, they started discussing how to arrange the wedding with Qingshan and Chuer. Soon after, Lian Qinghe and Mrs. Dong also came, bringing De Mao and Heir Mao, probably to help with the older brother's wedding. Although Qingshan wanted to give Chuer a grand and proper wedding, the timing was urgent. Since Qingshan and Chuer already lived under the same roof, Aunt Lu was worried Chuer's belly might grow quickly, so she hurriedly urged the couple to prepare. Since the household registration was already done, after discussion, everyone agreed that they could skip the previous formalities like matching the wedding date and just focus on making the banquet lively and festive. They decided that the 12th day of this month was a good day for the wedding. Everyone thought it was a good choice, even though it was a bit rushed. To avoid complications, they set the date for May 12th. Qingshan took out 2 taels of silver and asked Aunt Lu to help organize the wedding rituals and items. Aunt Chunju was responsible for decorating the new house. Sister Silver Ring, although not good at cooking, took the initiative to find her mother's sister, and a few familiar wives to help prepare the wedding feast. Mrs. Dong watched Qingshan take out the silver, flowing like water, without feeling a bit of regret. She knew Qingshan was truly wealthy and deeply regretted offending her eldest uncle over that small amount of silver. She racked her brains, trying to think of a way to make amends. Surprisingly, she did come up with an idea. Mrs. Dong stepped forward and approached Chuer. Chuer, sister, the wedding date is quite tight. Your wedding dress probably won't be ready in time. If we buy one in town, it will be very expensive. Since our sizes are similar, why don't I take my wedding dress and modify it for you? Chuer was thinking about her wedding dress when Dongshi came over. Chuer felt a little moved. To her, the wedding dress was like a modern wedding gown, something worn once and then never again. She thought it might not be worth spending a lot of silver on it. But if she hurriedly wore a simple dress to marry, she would feel like she was missing out. If Dongshi's clothes could be used, that would be a good choice. I think it's fine. Qinghe's wife is tall, and Chuer isn't short either. We can just raise the skirt a bit and do a few quick stitches. In our family, girls' dowries are usually embroidered from a young age. Chuer is busy with her wedding, so just a simple change to the wedding dress will do. For the rest of the dowry, we can gather a couple of items, and that will be enough. Aunt Lu, the oldest and most respected in the house, agreed. Chuer had no objections. Qingshan also agreed, and Aunt Lu approved. So, the decision was made. Chuer looked at Dongshi, whose smile was even brighter because she was trying to please her.
Chuer, seid softly.
Family relationships are always good when both sides get along. If Dongshi valued money and was kind to her for that reason, it wouldn't be a bad thing. Let's see. If Dongshi truly had no bad intentions, Qingshan's younger brother could also be a helpful support. After all the wedding arrangements were settled, Aunt Lu started busying herself with preparations. On the third day of the lunar month, she took Chuer to town. They bought a set of bright red bedding, a pair of pillowcases embroidered with mandarin ducks playing in water, 2 rulers, and some dried grains and miscellaneous goods for the wedding expenses. While Chuer was shopping, Lizzie came over to ask about the news. Through her, Chuer learned about the wedding banquet being arranged again for her and Lian Qingshan. She told the shopkeeper Qian that day. Hearing this, Qian thought Chuer was a trustworthy person and prepared a generous gift to congratulate her. They planned to attend the celebration on the 12th. News about Qingshan holding a wedding for Chuer spread through the village. Everyone who had good manners toward Qingshan was preparing small gifts. Some brought a pig, others a pair of pillowcases. Though these were small, they were full of blessings. Chuer and Dongshi worked hard for several days to alter the wedding dress. After the Dragon Boat Festival, the dress was mostly finished. When Qingshan got married, he wore a red robe. They also took Qing-he's wedding clothes, since the brothers' sizes were similar. With a few adjustments, he could wear them. All the wedding clothes and dowry are ready. Chuer also took some time to make 2 small red jackets for Denyo and Xiao. Along with the wedding snacks and treats bought for guests, Chuer didn't mind much about them and was happy to see the children smiling all day. On the morning of the 7th day, Lian Qingshan took his cart to the town. He only knew Zheng Longzhong well in town, and Chuer was familiar with the couple, Qian Zhonggui and his wife. Although they felt a bit shy, they still wanted to come and watch the wedding. When Zheng Longzhong heard about the wedding preparations, he happily agreed. Qian Zhonggui was more straightforward, saying that even if they weren't invited, they would still go. After inviting the guests, the two of them quickly bought 2 large jars of wine for porkhocks and various mountain foods like black fungus and mushrooms for the banquet. Time flew by, and before they knew it, it was the 10th day. All preparations were complete. Besides staying up late to alter Dong's wedding dress, Chuer also found time to make new clothes for her family of 4. On the evening of the 10th day, Aunt Lu came to discuss Chuer's marriage. The 12th day was the wedding day. Aunt Lu thought it wouldn't look good for Chuer to marry out from Lian Qingshan's family and then return to the Lian family. So she tidied up her own house for Chuer to move in. On the 11th, she brought Chuer over, and some village women who were close to Chuer also came to help her get ready. That night, Aunt Lu secretly sent Chuer out for a while and then went into her room. She mysteriously told Chuer about private matters between men and women, making Chuer so shy she didn't dare lift her head. Maybe Aunt Lu's words made Chuer uneasy. That night, she had a long dream about her bittersweet life in modern times, like a movie passing before her eyes. Just as she was about to shed tears over her past sorrows, she heard Aunt Lu calling her outside to wake up. Chuer sat on a stool, letting Aunt Lu comb her hair into a beautiful bun and pin a big red silk flower on it. She carefully put on her makeup. Looking at her blurry reflection in the small bronze mirror, she felt like she was in a different world. She was about to get married again. The mirror was only palm-sized and very blurry. Seeing the girl in the mirror with delicate features, Chuer couldn't help but smile at herself. When the bright red veil covered her sight, she made up her mind. She would not let herself down in this new life. Firecrackers crackled loudly, and the wedding drums began to play. Chuer, supported by Aunt Lu and Huaji, left the house and stepped into the courtyard. She could only see a small patch of ground beneath her feet, and suddenly felt a little nervous. Chuer, don't be afraid. Lian Qingshan came over and gently helped her onto the wedding sedan. When no one was looking, he even slipped a small cloth bag into her hand. Once she was seated securely, Chuer suddenly heard the drums and music grow louder. Her sedan started to shake, and she knew it was time to leave. The sedan jostled for a long while. During this time, Chuer opened the small cloth bag Lian Qingshan had given her. Inside, there was a small bottle of water, 2 white steamed buns, and a tiny note with a few words. "Everything is ready, don't be afraid." Seeing these words, Chuer's initial nervousness disappeared instantly. With someone as caring as Lian Qingshan and knowing her own man was nearby, She felt no more fear. A happy smile appeared on her face. In the morning, Chuer had eaten a little and only drank 2 sips of water. When the sedan finally stopped, she had already packed the small cloth bag. After a moment, she heard Aunt Lu continuously wishing her good luck, and then her hand was filled with a red silk ribbon. Following the direction of the ribbon, Chuer slowly stepped out of the sedan. At the other end of the ribbon, Lian Qingshan was dressed in a bright red robe. He looked a bit thinner than usual, but more gentle and refined. He smiled softly as he walked slowly around the courtyard, so slowly that Chuer, looking down, could see the hem of his wedding clothes. "Lift your foot and step over the threshold, smooth and without bumps," Aunt Lu said happily, carefully guiding Chuer forward. When she finally reached the courtyard, Chuer realized how long her own yard was. She had never noticed before. First, bow to heaven and earth. Second, bow to your elders. Married couple, bow to each other. Wedding done. Now, into the bridal chamber. Chuer was led in, blindfolded, and made to kneel and bow repeatedly. When the ceremony was over, she finally relaxed. The bridal chamber was her own home, and Chuer was very familiar with it. After Aunt Lu settled her inside, she left. Chuer then relaxed and stretched her slightly stiff back. Suddenly, Chuer heard rustling sounds from the door. She hesitated whether to lift her veil to see who was there when she heard a timid voice call out, "Mother, it's Daniu." "Come in." Chuer heard her voice and quickly lifted her veil. She waved to Daniu, who was holding little Tiger, and beckoned her and her sister to sit in front of her. Last night, she hadn't slept at home, so she didn't know if the children had slept well. "Daniu, did you and little Tiger sleep well last night? Did you have breakfast this morning?" "Yes, Grandma Lu gave us plain bread to eat, but since Mother wasn't here, little Tiger was a bit lonely," Daniu said softly. Then she looked shyly at Chuer and smiled. "Mother, you look so pretty in your clothes." "Really? When our Dania grows up, I'll dress her in beautiful clothes and style her hair nicely, okay?" Chuer looked at Daniu, who seemed a little shy, and couldn't help but laugh. "Did Dania see how pretty I look and not recognize me?" "No, that's not it." Daniu fidgeted a little, then threw her arms around Chuer's waist. Little Tiger, copying her sister, also snuggled into Chuer's arms. He seemed sleepy and soon fell asleep. Listening to the lively congratulations and the continuous sounds of feasting outside, Chuer, sitting on the calm, a traditional bed, felt very peaceful with her children nearby. Chuer sat on the calm, with Daniu and little Tiger beside her. She didn't feel lonely. On the small table were some snacks like roasted peanuts, a dish of candies, and a plate of plain bread rolls. These were brought in by Qingshan himself, worried that Chuer might be hungry if she hadn't eaten enough in the morning. Chuer never imagined that in ancient times, her wedding would be with children and pets waiting in the new room for the groom. Although these children weren't her biological children, they were very close to her heart. After a while, Aunt Lu entered the room. "Chuer, quickly cover your veil. Qingshan is coming to lift your veil." "Okay." Chuer heard these words and quickly asked Daniu to hold Xiao. Then she took the veil from the bed and covered her head. She didn't know if it was because she was nervous or something else, but her heart was pounding hard and her face was red. She didn't know what to do. Just as Chuer was so nervous she didn't know what to do, she heard footsteps approaching, along with the gentle sound of a cane tapping the ground. For some reason, hearing those steady, rhythmic steps made her feel surprisingly calm inside. "We've already been together for several months. You've clearly decided to follow him. Why be shy? Why worry?" Chuer thought to herself, feeling more at ease. "Lift the veil, be happy and satisfied, and love each other until old age," Granny Lu said softly beside Chuer. Before Chuer understood what was happening, her face suddenly lit up with a bright glow. At this moment, Lian Qingshan lifted the big red wedding veil with the double happiness pattern. Seeing Chuer's cheeks glowing red in her wedding dress, her bright, beautiful eyes like autumn water, Lian Qingshan felt as if his heart was hit hard. From now on, Chuer was officially his wife. Just thinking about this made him so happy, he wanted to jump with joy. Chuer noticed that the person in front of her hadn't moved for a long time. She instinctively looked up and saw Lian Qingshan holding a measuring stick, smiling warmly at her. His focused and joyful eyes made her cheeks flush even more. Granny Lu watched the happy couple and felt very envious. Seeing them stare at each other silently, she wanted to go over and push them to talk. But she also felt she was in the way, so she took Daniu, Xiaohu, and the others to the backyard kitchen. After a while, Chuer finally came to her senses. She turned around and saw that everyone in the room had disappeared. Only she and Lian Qingshan were standing and sitting inside. Her face suddenly blushed as if on fire. "Qingshan, drink a bowl of water first, settle your stomach, and later, go out and drink less wine," Chuer said hurriedly, not knowing how long Qingshan had been standing. She quickly asked him to sit down, brought him a bowl of water, and handed him some food from the table. Her concern was very obvious in her words. "Yes, don't worry. Just wait inside until I come back. If you're hungry, Daniu can go out and get something for you to eat." Lian Qingshan quickly ate 2 plain buns and drank a large bowl of plain water. Then he turned to Chuer and spoke. After finishing, he leaned on his cane and stood up. There were still many guests in the yard, so he naturally went to socialize. He took a few steps forward, suddenly thought of something, looked around the room to see no one, and quickly turned back. He bent down and kissed Chuer on the face very quickly, then turned and left. Chuer didn't expect to be caught off guard inside the house. She watched Lian Qingshan's hurried figure leave, feeling stunned and speechless. His broad back and his bright wedding clothes looked so solid, like a big mountain. This made Chuer's heart beat fast, but she also felt surprisingly calm. Chuer sat inside the house. Soon, Daniu and Xiaohu came in happily, looking at Chuer and then snuggling beside her. With the children's company, Chuer's heart gradually relaxed. She felt her wedding chamber was more interesting than others. Now, Xiaohu was snuggling in Chuer's arms, babbling happily. Chuer occasionally used candies or peanuts to tease Xiaohu into walking a few steps on the Kong, a traditional bedstove. Xiaohu, not sure if he missed Chuer because he hadn't seen her yesterday, loved to stick close and blow bubbles. Daniu was even more caring. She often ran to the front yard to listen for news, checking how much her father had drunk, then came back to report to Chuer. Sometimes she brought water or fried meatballs, showing her caring nature, making Chuer laugh nonstop and say that Daniu had grown up. Among all, Zhao Kai was the funniest. To prepare for the wedding, Lian Qingshan even sent the little chicks into the backyard henhouse. When Zhao Kai had free time, he would stand on top of the henhouse, looking down at the chicks. Now, seeing Chuer sitting in the new room, Zhao Kai also sat at the corner of the Kong, mimicking the chicks' gaze, looking down at Chuer. Chuer couldn't help but throw peanuts at him, but he caught each one perfectly and chewed them happily, wagging his tail and moving his ears proudly, making everyone laugh. Outside, there was loud drinking and feasting, but inside the house, Chuer felt a warm, peaceful feeling. Although she had no fancy jewelry or a luxurious house, she was happily married in this small mountain village. Chuer found this life very sweet and fulfilling. Mrs. Lu brought in 2 plates of vegetables and 2 large bowls of plain rice. Chuer, along with Daniu and Xiaohu, ate together, feeling full and waiting patiently for Lian Qingshan to return. When the noise outside gradually subsided and the sun slowly set behind the mountains, the small courtyard of the Lian family became quiet again. After Lian Qingshan saw off the last group of guests, he asked Mrs. Lu, Aunt Chunju, and the helper's wife to leave. He looked around at the messy courtyard and felt a deep sense of happiness. "Sieur, I'm back." Lian Qingshan thought of how Chuer always greeted him with, "I'm back," when he returned from outside. He naturally called out the same. Once he said it, a warm feeling of home instantly filled his heart. Yes, this is his home, with his wife and children. Qingshan, Chuer, who had been unable to sit still inside, saw Lian Qingshan enter the house. She put Xiaohu on the Kong heated bed, to crawl around and helped him inside by holding his arm at the door. Mrs. Liu and the others have gone back? Chuer asked with a smile, noticing that although Lian Qingshan looked a bit tired, his spirit was very good. Yes, they've all gone. I just closed the main door. You don't need to worry about the dishes and bowls. I'll wash them tomorrow, and then I'll return them, Lian Qingshan said happily, holding Chuer's hand. He had been busy for over 10 days and didn't feel tired at all. Chuer, Mrs. Liu left some food for us. I'll bring it in now. Chuer helped Lian Qingshan sit on the Kong, took off his shoes, and checked his leg wound. Seeing that it wasn't inflamed or swollen, she felt relieved. She remembered that Mrs. Liu had already arranged everything before leaving, so she told Lian Qingshan. Good. Lian Qingshan nodded when he heard this. After a busy day, except for eating 2 plain bread rolls with Chuer during their alone time, he mostly spent the rest of the day drinking. Although he was slightly tipsy, he was genuinely hungry. After tidying up the Kong table, Chuer brought in 4 dishes left by Mrs. Liu from the kitchen, picked a plate of plain bread rolls, and steamed some white rice that Mrs. Liu had specially prepared. Seeing the table full of food, Chuer smiled happily and called Lian Qingshan to eat. The sky gradually darkened. Qingshan lit the red candles he bought especially for the wedding inside the house. Under the candlelight, Chuer's face looked as beautiful as a fairy. The 2 children's happy smiles also added warmth to the scene. Qingshan felt his heart warm and a strange feeling stirring somewhere inside him. While taking care of the children and eating dinner, Chuer noticed Qingshan's intense, wolf-like gaze under the candlelight. Her heart fluttered, and she understood what that look meant, as she was not a naive girl. After dinner, the excited big girl and little boy, unable to stay awake, slowly fell asleep. Chuer tidied up the dishes briefly and then went into the room. She watched Qingshan sitting on the edge of the Kong bed, with the bright red bedding behind him, making it hard to look away. Her heart pounded faster and faster. Chuer, it's getting late. Let's rest now. Qingshan's voice was a little hoarse. Maybe he was nervous. He reached out and rubbed his hands together in front of him, then looked up at Chuer. His bright eyes showed both love and nervousness clearly. Okay.
Kui nodded in response.
She instinctively looked at the big girl and little boy sleeping on the bed, feeling shy. Could she really share a bed with Qingshan in front of the children?
Kui.
Qingshan saw her looking at the children and felt his face heat up. He wanted to hold back, but couldn't help himself. When he looked at Chuer's slim waist and full chest, a wave of heat surged through his body. Although he had no experience, he knew what to do on a wedding night from stories he'd heard in the army. Chuer, it's okay. I'll hang a curtain. Qingshan stood up and hung a red cloth from the beam and the curtain rod, dividing the bed into 2 parts. Let's rest now, Chuer. Chuer sat on the bed and nodded softly. The red candlelight reflected on the red cloth, making the room look joyful, just like their feelings at that moment. Despite everything she had been through, Chuer couldn't help feeling shy. She closed her eyes gently, her fluttering eyelashes revealing her nervousness. Lian Qingshan looked at the shy and charming Chuer, feeling a surge of warmth in his heart. He suddenly embraced Chuer in his arms and gently kissed her face carelessly, as if only this could calm his fiery feelings inside.
Chuer.
My wife, Lian Qingshan whispered, awkwardly unfastening Chuer's clothes. Seeing her shy response, his heart grew even warmer. He wished he could give her his heart just to make her smile. The bright red wedding candles emitted a blazing light. On the Kong bed, the couple was intertwined, playing a touching melody that belonged to their wedding night. The next morning, Chuer woke up feeling extremely sore all over. Coupled with the discomfort of being newly married, she immediately thought of Lian Qingshan's strength yesterday. His broad back, passionate yet shy movements, heavy breathing. Chuer's ears still felt hot. Looking at the short remaining part of the wedding candle, she wished she could hide under the covers and never come out. At this moment, Lian Qingshan turned over and, with his strong arm, pulled Chuer into his embrace. She felt his chest burning hot behind her. Listening to his calm, steady breathing, She knew he was still asleep, which made her feel a little more at ease. Chue felt her heart was in chaos, full of happiness, unsure whether she should wake Qingshan to get up or stay in this warm, cozy embrace and rest a little longer. Perhaps because Qingshan had been quite vigorous last night, Chue's mind gradually grew blank as she hesitated, and she fell asleep. When she woke up again, it was already bright outside.
Ah, kuie joitadavaka.
She turned her head to look at the bed, but Qingshan was no longer there. She quickly got up, put on her clothes, and nervously went to check on the two children sleeping at the foot of the bed. Seeing that big girl and little tiger were sleeping soundly with rosy cheeks, she let out a long breath. She patted her hot face and folded the quilt, preparing to go make breakfast. Although the wedding was just held, as the only woman in the family, and with Qingshan not feeling well, Chue still had many things to do. For example, after preparing the wedding feast yesterday, there was still a lot of leftover meat and eggs that needed proper disposal, as they might spoil if left too long. There were also leftover dishes from the feast. Although Aunt Lu had instructed the helper women to take some away, Chue roughly looked over the leftovers last night and saw there were still many dishes. Some were good enough to share with familiar families in the village, while others had only broth left and were thrown into the trash. The bowls, chopsticks, tables, and chairs used for the feast were borrowed from different families and needed to be washed and returned. The messy spots on the stove in the yard also had to be tidied up. Chue thought about all these chores, but in reality, it only took her a short time to fold the bedding after waking up. Qingshan had already left early in the morning. Chue was a little worried, so after folding the quilt, she pushed open the door and went to the yard. She saw the 4 tables still set up, with scattered benches and wine jars nearby, imagining how lively it must have been yesterday. She didn't see Qingshan in the front yard. Hearing some faint noise from the back, she went to the backyard. Besides the vegetable garden, there were 2 temporary stoves. Qingshan was busy near one of the stoves, sounding like he was washing dishes.
Qingshan.
Chue looked at him sitting beside a large basin, full of bowls and dishes. Her heart warmed with a mix of affection and sadness. She quietly called out to him, her eyes turning red, and hurried over, half teasing, half complaining. "Why did you get up so early to work? I can do these chores." Chue. Qingshan saw her eyes red and smiled, flicking water off his hands and pulling her into his arms. "It's okay. Your man is strong. Besides, we ate a lot of meat last night, so I have plenty of strength to work today."
You.
Bad man. Chue's sadness suddenly disappeared after hearing that. Instead, she felt shy. She was truly surprised by Qingshan's enthusiasm yesterday, especially when he pretended to have leg pain and tricked her into riding on him. Thinking of this, Chue couldn't help but scold Qingshan and shyly lowered her head before running away. Haha. Seeing Chue shy but with bright eyes, Lian Qingshan chuckled and reached into the basin to continue washing dishes. He thought simply that his wife's delicate, fair hands shouldn't be roughened from always washing dishes. Chue shyly and timidly ran to the front yard, tidied up the tables and chairs, and gathered the leftover raw meat and eggs from the kitchen. She looked over the leftovers, about 3 or 4 jean of meat, around 20 eggs, a plate of white flour buns, a large bowl of brown rice, half a braised pork knuckle, a big bowl of fried meatballs, and a bowl of red braised pork. These were all leftovers carefully kept by Aunt Lu. Chue thought they looked clean enough and decided to save them for her family to eat. As for the leftover dishes, Chue grouped similar items together. 2 large bowls of stir-fried vegetables cooked in oil, 2 bowls of meat stews, and 2 more bowls of various mixed vegetables that she couldn't identify. Because Chue was somewhat particular about cleanliness, she didn't want these leftovers from rural villagers to be eaten by her family. After packing the dishes, she didn't plan to keep them for herself, but intended to take them later when washing dishes to give to others. Since the dishes on the table were greasy and oily, leftover vegetables in the basket were still quite popular in the countryside. Chue poured the remaining edible parts of the little chickens into the chicken feed container, and the vegetable soup that the little chickens couldn't eat was dumped into the trash bucket. She thought about throwing it out later, but felt it was a pity. If only they raised pigs, these leftovers could feed the pigs. As she tidied up, she muttered to herself about maybe catching 2 piglets to raise. While Chue was lost in her thoughts, she didn't stop working. Soon, she had tidied up most of the leftovers in the front yard. She gathered the dirty bowls, wiped each table clean, and set everything aside. Then she carried the dirty dishes to the backyard, found a large basin to soak the bowls, and prepared to wash them together with Lian Qingshan. Chue, don't wash anymore. Leave it to me. Come here and grab a dry cloth, wipe these bowls dry, and put them in the basket. We can take them back together later, Lian Qingshan said, feeling sorry for Chue, who had been exhausted from last night. He pulled her to sit beside him. After washing the bowls and rinsing them with clean water, he handed them to Chue to wipe dry.
Okay.
Lian Qingshan cares deeply for himself, and Chue can clearly see that. She obediently stays close to him, washing dishes together and enjoying the warm, happy moments of their new marriage. While washing dishes and chatting, they didn't realize how much time had passed. Suddenly, Danielle rubbed her eyes and came out of the house, yawning as she followed their voices to the backyard. Seeing her parents smiling, she happily ran over to join the fun. Mom, you're washing dishes? I want to help, Danielle said, acting like a little grown-up. She squatted next to Chue, eager to wash dishes. Chue looked at the dishes almost finished and didn't want her to get her hands dirty. She stood up and said, Shiau, who is awake? It's time for breakfast. Danielle, go check on your brother. Mom, I'll heat up the breakfast. After sending Danielle back inside, Chue wanted to help Lian Qingshan get up and go back together, but he refused. There are only a few dishes left. I've finished washing them, so I'll be quick. Seeing his serious face, Chue didn't think much and nodded in agreement. She went inside to heat the breakfast. The breakfast was simple. Leftover coarse rice cooked into porridge, some steamed buns, half a bowl of meatballs, and fresh peppers and cucumbers from the backyard garden. That was their breakfast. As for the remaining braised pork and fresh meat, Chue didn't want to leave them outside to attract flies, so she stored them in the dish rack cabinet. While Chue finished preparing breakfast, Lian Qingshan had already washed all the dishes. Danielle also called Shiau, who dressed him and braided his hair. The family sat together at the Kong table, happily eating breakfast. After finishing, Chue was about to take Danielle to return the dishes to other households when she heard voices at the door. She went out and saw it was Lian Qingshan's younger brother, Lian Qingxi, and his wife, Dongshi. Big sister-in-law, you're up? Dongshi held little Mao and was holding Big Mao's hand. She stood at the door with Lian Qingxi, not entering as she had before. Yes, just packing up to go back. I got up early, Chue replied casually, opening the door for Lian Qingxi and Dongshi. Her face was flushed. She was shy, even though nothing improper had happened on their wedding night. Just right, I came with Qingxi to help you two out, so Big Brother doesn't have trouble with his leg. Mrs. Dong looked at Chue as she opened the door and went straight into the yard, her eyes glancing around. She saw that the dishes on the table outside were already empty and looked a bit disappointed. Chue saw Mrs. Dong's expression and knew she was searching for leftovers from yesterday's feast. Although Chue thought Mrs. Dong's behavior was a bit shallow, she no longer disliked her as much as before. Chue appreciated that Mrs. Dong lent her a wedding dress to wear. She was grateful and understood that, although Mrs. Dong liked to take small advantages, she didn't have much bad intention. So, Chue chose to ignore it. Qinghe didn't look around much. When he saw his wife enter the yard, he noticed the long benches still there. He checked the signs from each household and told Chue before lifting a big pile of benches and leaving. Qinghe, don't rush. Have you all eaten yet? Although Qinghe was walking quickly, Chue wanted to invite them to eat first. But she saw Qinghe had already gone far. It's okay, sister-in-law. He'll be back soon. If you have any leftover porridge, just give us a little, Mrs. Dong said sadly. Chue knew she couldn't really just give them porridge. She picked some leftover dishes with meat and meatballs, heated a big bowl for them, and also cooked a bowl of thick rice porridge. She brought 4 or 5 plain bread rolls and set them on the table for Mrs. Dong. Sister-in-law, You're so kind. Look, there's still so much meat, Mrs. Dong said happily, eyeing the remaining meat and meatballs in the dishes. She smiled and praised Chuer a lot. Then she placed her Mao on the bed and Dama on the ground, ready to start eating. Chuer watched Dama's eyes water with greed and saw that her Mao was just drooling. She felt sorry for the children and held her Mao in her arms, feeding him some rice porridge soaked in plain bread rolls. She asked Daeniu to take care of Dama and let him eat. This made Mrs. Dong feel more relaxed, and she ate her fill. Soon, Qinghe also came back. Seeing Mrs. Dong eating, he frowned and said a few words to her. After Chuer persuaded him, he sat down to eat. Qinghe was honest and quickly finished all the hot dishes and food on the table. Fortunately, both of them could eat and work. Qinghe quickly cleared away the table and benches. Chuer, with Mrs. Dong's help, returned the dishes and plates they needed to return and sent away the food they wanted to give. Among the leftover dishes they sent out, Mrs. Dong took the best pieces and the most expensive parts. After finishing the wedding, Chuer and Lian Qingshan became a real married couple. Although they spent quite a bit of silver on the wedding, neither Chuer nor Lian Qingshan minded at all. They were happy and sweet together every day. That day, Chuer picked some tea leaves from the tea mountain and returned home. She saw Lian Qingshan leaning on his cane, watering the vegetable garden. Big Girl was holding Little Tiger, watching the chicks. I'm back. Chuer put down her basket of tea leaves and went to Lian Qingshan. She saw his face was red from the sun, and he was sweating a little. She felt a little worried and said, It's getting hot. You shouldn't work outside during the day. Wait until the sun goes down. It's okay. I'm strong enough. This little work doesn't bother me. Lian Qingshan smiled, showing his white teeth. I brought back some tea leaves. I'll let them dry for a while before frying them this afternoon. What do you want to eat later? Chuer said happily, while helping him water the plants. There's some leftover meat from the wedding and some eggs too. I'll eat whatever. Ask Big Girl and Little Tiger what they want, Lian Qingshan said with a cheerful smile. Since marrying Chuer, he always looked happy, smiling day and night, with a grin that almost reached his ears. Okay, I'll ask Big Girl. Chuer saw how silly Lian Qingshan looked when he smiled and couldn't help but smile secretly. She put down the water bucket, picked up Little Tiger, and asked Big Girl, what do you want to eat later? Anything Mama makes is delicious. Big Girl tilted her head and thought for a while, not sure what she wanted. Her bright eyes were wide with innocence, as she said to Chuer, You little girl, you're quite good at talking. Chuer reached out and pinched Big Girl's nose. She carried Little Tiger into the house. Summer had arrived. Although their thatched house had open windows, it was still a bit stuffy inside. Chuer was worried Little Tiger might get heat rash, so she carried him outside again. She looked around the yard and saw a medium-sized tree on the hillside to the east. She thought it would be nice if that tree were in their yard. She imagined setting up a mat or a wooden bed under the shade to stay cool. Surely it would be very comfortable. Big Girl, stay here and play with Little Tiger for a while. It's too hot inside. When I cook, the house will get even warmer. Chuer placed Little Tiger into Daigneau's hands, then found a torn piece of matting from inside the house and laid it on the ground for Daigneau and Little Tiger to play on. Chuer went into the kitchen, looking at the cornmeal and various grains, thinking about what to eat for lunch. Since her wedding, her remaining money was not much, but knowing that Lian Qingshan had plenty of silver gave her some confidence. Chuer took a basin and scooped some fine cornmeal, then thought for a moment and added half a bowl of white flour, pouring water in and stirring as she went. Last time, I sold over 7 jin of tea leaves to Manager Qian. I wonder if he has sold them yet. If I can sell the tea leaves further into the mountains, maybe I can get a better price. Chuer thought about the tea, but she lost her focus. Accidentally, she poured the entire ladle of water into the basin. Oh no! Chuer realized her mistake and looked at the thin, sticky dough in front of her. She worried. How did she let the flour become so runny just by zoning out? She used chopsticks to stir the dough, and when she lifted them, the batter was so thin it dripped down. Such a watery batter wouldn't work for making pancakes, she thought with a frown. She wanted to add more flour but hesitated, worried that making too many corn pancakes would spoil in the heat. All right, that's enough, Chwaer decided. Looking at the thin batter, an idea suddenly came to her. Instead of making pancakes, she could just fry it up. The weather was so hot, making thin pancakes and rolling them with cucumber and green onion strips would taste good and be cool to eat. That's the plan. Chwaer thought her idea was great. She carefully stirred the batter again for a while, breaking up all the lumps of flour. After mixing thoroughly, she cleaned the big iron pot carefully. The rural iron pot was very large, about a meter in diameter. Chwaer definitely didn't have the strength to turn it around, so she used a wooden rice paddle to scrape the batter into the pot. She heated the pot until it was slightly warm, then lowered the fire in the stove a bit, preparing to fry the pancakes. Holding a spatula in one hand and the wooden rice paddle in the other, she quickly moved the batter around the bottom of the pot. Surprisingly, this method worked well. The batter stuck to the iron pan where the paddle reached. With Chwaer's quick movements, in no time, a somewhat irregular pancake appeared before her. Looking at the golden pancakes slowly roasting over the small fire and smelling their fragrant aroma, Chwaer felt her heart lift with joy. She gently used a spatula to lift one corner of the pancake, then carefully flipped the whole pancake over. After flipping, she cooked it a little longer before removing it from the pan and placing it on a basket for serving. She then prepared a second pancake. With experience, Chwaer became more skilled at spreading the batter evenly, making the pancakes thinner and more uniformly round. She also controlled the heat better. Soon, a stack of crispy, golden pancakes was ready. Chwaer, what are you making? It smells so good. Lian Qingshan came in from outside, sneakily glancing around. Seeing the older girl and little tiger playing in the corner outside the house, he moved closer to Chwaer, sniffed her, and then, while she wasn't paying attention, gave her a quick kiss on the cheek. Chwaer, don't let the kids see. Chwaer was both shy and annoyed by Lian Qingshan's sudden surprise attack. She pushed him gently and turned to walk a few steps inside. Don't be angry. Lian Qingshan, with his good temper, held her back. Seeing her cheeks slightly red and her small pouty face, he felt a tickling sensation in his heart, like a kitten scratching him. He couldn't help but lean in and hug her tightly, giving her a firm squeeze. Chwaer, feeling weak from Lian Qingshan's teasing, playfully scolded him, then relaxed into his embrace, enjoying the warmth of the moment. Oh no, my pancakes. Chwaer, still leaning against Lian Qingshan, suddenly remembered the pancakes in the pot. She hurriedly ran to the large pot to rescue the slightly burnt pancakes. Lian Qingshan chuckled softly, his voice full of happiness. If you keep laughing, I'll make you eat these burnt pancakes. Chwaer shot him a quick look and pouted, making him laugh even more. Dad, Mom, what are you laughing at? Big girl carried little tiger into the house, her big eyes blinking as she looked at Chwaer. Chwaer blushed at her, feeling embarrassed. How could she say she was just busy being affectionate with Lian Qingshan and burn the pancakes? Hey, what's that? Big girl's attention was quickly caught by the shiny, golden pancakes on the stove, which made Chwaer breathe a sigh of relief. These are pancakes. Come, big girl, try one. Chwaer took out a slightly cooled pancake from underneath, tore off a small piece, and put it into the big girl's mouth. How does it taste? Delicious. The big girl chewed the sweet, crispy pancake happily. The crunchy texture was something she had never experienced before, and it made her eyes widen with delight.
Ah,
I want some. Shiau, who saw the big girl enjoying the treat, and reached forward to grab some. Chwaer quickly took him from the big girl's arms, selected a softer pancake in the middle, rolled a small piece into a ball, and placed it in Shiau's hand, letting him chew on it slowly. Big girl, go wash your hands. It's time to eat, Chwaer said quickly. She spread the remaining batter into pancakes, stir-fried some sour and spicy potato strips, picked 4 or 5 prickly yellow cucumbers from the backyard, and 2 large scallions, all sliced into thin strips. She brought a big bowl of egg sauce to the house. Mom, these pancakes are really tasty. As soon as Chwaer entered the house, the big girl excitedly shouted. Her small face was rosy, and she waved the golden pancake as if it were a flag. If you like it, Eat more, big girl, Chuer said with a smile. She placed the sliced vegetables on the table, took a pancake, and put some vegetables inside. Here, roll the cucumber and scallion strips inside the pancake. If you like, add some potato strips, then spread some sauce and roll it up to eat. After rolling her pancake, Chuer didn't eat hers right away. Instead, she casually placed it in front of Lian Qingshan, who happily picked it up and took a bite. Only then did Chuer start rolling her own pancake. Can you eat it like this too? The big girl watched intently and imitated, rolling her own pancake to eat. Though not as neat as Chuer's, she enjoyed it very much. Come on, Xiaohu, you can have a pancake too. Chuer took a bite of her pancake roll and began rolling one for Xiaohu. Since Xiaohu was still young and couldn't handle spicy flavors, his pancake roll only contained cucumber and potato strips, without sauce or scallions. Still, he held his pancake roll tightly and chewed happily. Chuer, you're so capable, Lian Qingshan said as he ate the tender, chewy pancake filled with vegetables. He remembered the crispy, delicious pancake earlier, which was like a fine crispy candy, and felt more convinced that marrying Chuer was truly a blessing he had earned in 3 lifetimes. Mom, you're really capable. The big girl bit into her pancake hard and nodded with a muffled sound, showing her approval. Capable, little tiger, although not knowing what capable means, happily repeated it, smiling broadly with his small mouth open. Chuer spread out the pancake, feeling that this accidental creation tasted surprisingly good. Remembering how much Aunt Lu had helped her family before, she needed more dough, made about a dozen more pancakes, packed them into a small basket, and took them to Aunt Lu's house. Auntie, are you at home? Chuer carried the basket, holding little tiger in one arm, and looked at Aunt Lu's house, which seemed to have quite a few people inside. She hesitated to go straight in, and called out from the door. Aunt Qingshan, you're here. Almost instantly, Huaji came out of the house. Her dark but pretty face was flushed, and her shy and timid look made Chuer a bit surprised. Huaji's personality was lively, just like Aunt Lu. She usually spoke and acted openly. Chuer wondered when she had ever seen her shy like this. Just then, Aunt Lu came out of the house and greeted Chuer. The Qingshan family is here. Perfect timing. Sister Xiao came from a nearby village, near my mother's place. She told Huaji about a family, and, since you have a lot of experience, come help us take a look. So, she was talking about someone for Huaji, Chuer said with a smile. I happened to come today. I made some fresh food at home. Annie, take some and try it. Such good feelings. Aunt Lu smiled warmly and took the basket from Chuer. She looked inside at the golden, shiny pancakes and was surprised, her eyes wide. Oh, what kind of food is this? It looks like gold and so thin like paper. I've lived so long, but I've never seen anything so delicate. When Aunt Lu said this, her expression was a bit exaggerated, but not overly so. Chuer watched her talk to the middle-aged woman, Xiao, as if she was deliberately showing off Huaji's abilities. Chuer quickly thought, was Aunt Lu trying to highlight Huaji's skills? Really, such delicate things. Even my wife has never seen anything like this, Xiao nodded and said, her tone full of surprise. Her eyes fixed on the pancakes, unable to look away for a long time. To be honest, someone in our village makes even more delicate things than this. I definitely wouldn't claim to be the best at it. Chuer smiled and said to Aunt Xiao, this is just something I thought up on my own. If I had to be detailed, our village actually has a girl who is very good at sewing fast stitches and very neat. When she cooks, the meat can be sliced so thin it's like paper, and she uses less oil and salt, yet her dishes taste much better than others. Chuer watched Aunt Lu's expression and saw her keep giving her subtle signals, so she understood what Aunt Lu meant. Who is this girl you're talking about? Aunt Xiao asked, looking very interested, her face smiling but with some doubt. She's right here, close by. Chuer paused a moment to build suspense. Aunt Xiao, I'll tell you. This girl is none other than Huaji, the daughter of Aunt Lu. Huaji? Is she really that talented? Aunt Xiao asked, sounding a little doubtful, but not wanting to show it too much. Don't you believe it? Come to our house for a meal later, and Huaji will cook for you. Then you'll see for yourself. Aunt Lu seemed eager to get Aunt Zhao's approval and even invited her to stay for dinner. That's not necessary. I've already had tea and some snacks, and I don't want to trouble you, Aunt Zhao said, feeling tempted but trying to refuse politely. No trouble at all. Just sit comfortably here. Young Mrs. Qingshan, tell Huaji to prepare some food, Aunt Lu said, pulling Aunt Zhao aside and then turning to Chuer. All right, Chuer responded, asking Aunt Lu to watch Little Tiger for a moment. Then she left the house and headed to Huaji's room. Aunt Lu's family didn't have many people, but their house was quite large. Huaji, the only daughter, had 2 rooms in the east wing, one as her bedroom, and the other for embroidery or chatting. This kind of treatment was rare in the entire village of Kaoshan, and she was well cared for, which made her even more valued. Huaji, don't stay cooped up in your room. Come on, let's go cook. Aunt Zhao wants to taste your skills, Chuer called out, pulling Huaji out of her room and pushing her into the kitchen. Young Auntie Qingshan, Huaji's face turned red, and her shy eyes looked as if they might fill with tears. What am I? Every girl will get married someday. At your age, you should enjoy yourself and find a good family to marry into. That way, you'll have a happy life later, Chuer said kindly. Chuer happily pushed the flower branch into the kitchen, helping to scrub the pots while discussing what dishes to make. Inside the house, Granny Lu watched Chuer helping Huaji, and her initial worries quickly disappeared. Her daughter was already a good cook, and with Chuer guiding her, the food would become even more refined. Gaining the approval of Lady Zhao in front of her was an easy task. Granny Lu warmly chatted with Lady Zhao. Lady Zhao's visit was actually to see Huaji. The groom's family was from a nearby village next to Granny Lu's village. Although they were ordinary people, that village was generally wealthy, which made Granny Lu very happy. The village was called Wolf-Tu Village, known for being rich among 10 nearby villages. They grew many chestnut trees, and every year when the chestnuts ripened, people from outside the mountains came to buy them. Over time, the villagers became much wealthier than their neighbors. Chuer was busy in the kitchen, listening carefully to Lady Zhao talk about the Du family from Wolf-Tu Village. She planned to tell Huaji later. When she heard that the chestnuts from Wolf-Tu Village could be sold outside the mountains, Chuer's heart moved. If the chestnuts could be sold outside, then the tea leaves they produced could also be sold beyond the mountains. Could there be a big road leading out of the nearby villages? If so, she could produce tea in large quantities and sell it. Plus, pine nuts, walnuts, and hazelnuts from the mountains might also be profitable. Chuer felt her heart warm with excitement. She couldn't wait to rush home and tell Lian Qingshan about it, sharing her ideas with him. Although she was anxious, she remembered what was most important right now. She listened carefully to what Lady Zhao and Granny Lu said, then moved closer to Huaji and repeated everything she had heard. Huaji shyly lowered her head and was busy working. Her face was so red that it was obvious, and her big, shiny black eyes looked lively. Seeing this, Chuer's heart fluttered. This girl was falling in love. After helping Huaji prepare the meals, Chuer said she had finished eating and bid farewell to Aunt Lu. Aunt Lu, thinking about Huaji's situation, didn't keep her long. She watched Huaji fry some meatballs and then packed a small bowl of them for Chuer to take home. Only then did she let Chuer leave. Chuer carried Little Tiger on her way home. A warm breeze blew gently, making the green trees rustle softly. It was a rare, quiet moment. Little Tiger lay obediently in Chuer's arms, playing with her fingers softly. This scene made Chuer feel very happy. Qingshan, I'm back. When Chuer entered the yard, she saw Lian Qingshan standing at the door, looking around anxiously. His worried look was very clear. When he saw Chuer happily coming inside, he finally relaxed. Qingshan, were you worried? Chuer saw how anxious he looked and knew he was worried. She walked a few steps to him and smiled. I just went to Aunt Lu's house. I happened to help someone talk to Huaji about marriage there. As she spoke, Chuer went into the kitchen, put down her basket, and handed Little Tiger to Denyo, who followed her. She brushed off the dust from her clothes and said to Lian Qingshan, the boy from Li-Tu village who is talking about marriage with Huaji, They say his family is not very rich, but he's a good person. Aunt Lu seems quite happy about it, and Huaji is very shy. Chuer smiled and chatted happily. Seeing Lian Qingshan's worried face relax, she leaned closer and said, Qingshan, do you think the chestnuts from Li Tu village can be sold outside the mountains? Maybe our tea leaves can be sold too? If we plant walnuts or hazelnuts later, could we sell those as well? Sell them? Lian Qingshan was worried about Chuer's safety, but when he heard her talking about selling things outside the mountains, he also became interested. Yes, he had seen the outside world and knew how lively and beautiful it was. The mountains have many people and fewer farms, and the land isn't as fertile as outside. So, the people in the mountains aren't very rich. If they could sell what's grown in the mountains, it could be a good way to make money. Thinking of this, Lian Qingshan's eyes brightened a little. Chuer, that's a good idea. There are so many wild fruits in the mountains, even some with hard shells that can't be eaten right away. If we can sell them outside the mountains, we could earn a lot of money. Chuer, you are so capable. As Qingshan thought more about it, he felt that this idea was very possible. He stepped forward and tightly held Chuer's hand, smiling happily. I just wanted to mention it. If we really sell the fruit from the mountain, it won't be easy. You'll have to handle it then, Qingshan. Take good care of yourself. One day, we can make money. Chuer looked at Qingshan, whose face was slightly red with excitement, and couldn't help but smile at him. Yes, I need to take good care of myself. I know which walnuts and hazelnuts are good here. When I was young, I explored this whole forest, Qingshan said to Chuer. Then he seemed to remember something. By the way, Chuer, my legs are almost better. Tomorrow, I'll go up the mountain to set some traps for pheasants and rabbits to help us out. Chuer looked at Qingshan's bright eyes and his pride in bringing benefits to the family. She wanted to say something to stop him, but couldn't. She gently placed her hand on Qingshan's and nodded softly. Okay. At some point, the cicadas started singing loudly on the big trees. Every morning after breakfast, Chuer would take the big girl to feed the chickens, and she could hear the constant chirping of cicadas. The hot, noisy weather made people feel a bit annoyed and restless. It's so hot. The sun shone brightly, and even in the morning, the intense heat made Chuer feel a little stuffy. Chuer, come inside and rest. Qingshan finished watering the vegetable garden in the backyard and came over to Chuer. It's really hot. I'll fetch some water later and let it dry in the yard so we can wipe ourselves clean. All right, but be careful. You don't need to lean on your cane anymore and don't overexert yourself, Chuer warned him. Since becoming married to Chuer, Qingshan had been doing everything he could to eat well and strengthen his body. With the help of the ointment from Dr. Zheng, his leg was almost healed. Recently, he no longer needed to use a cane to walk. In the past few days, he was even better, carrying water buckets and carrying things while walking was no problem at all. Don't worry, I got it, Qingshan chuckled. He felt that Chuer's caring nagging was actually very sweet. Chuer looked at Lian Qingshan with a happy smile and also smiled softly. The morning sunlight shone on her face, casting a gentle golden glow. Her delicate features appeared even more beautiful in this soft light, making Lian Qingshan stare in surprise. Chuer noticed his intense gaze and felt a bit shy. She playfully scolded him lightly, then turned around quickly to feed the chickens. She poured the chopped vegetables and bran mixture into the chicken trough. Watching the chicks scramble to eat made her very happy. Mom, the chickens I raised have grown up. The big girl's face was red as she looked proudly at the tiny chicks in the coop, puffing out her little chest. Yes, indeed. The chickens you raised have grown quite a bit. Look at this one. It already has little wings. Chuer casually picked up a chick eating near the trough. She observed that its tiny wings, which were once smaller than a fingernail, now had feathers growing on them. Its head also had a small comb. Let me see. The big girl eagerly moved closer to Chuer, eyes bright with excitement as she looked at the chick's open wings. Wow, it's really growing feathers. Mom, do you think it can fly? The big girl's eyes darted around as she suddenly asked Chuer. Birds have feathers and wings so they can fly. It's a chicken, but it can't fly. Look at its small wings. Its body is much bigger than the wings. It would take a lot of effort for it to lift itself up. If it tries to fly, it can only flutter a little bit upward, Chuer explained, pointing at the chick's wings. Oh, I see. The big girl listened carefully to Chuer's explanation, nodding seriously with a serious look on her face, like a young student. Chuer couldn't help but smile at her innocence. Okay, big girl, after you finish feeding the chicks, let's go back inside. Today, Dad will put a cover over the chicken coop to keep the little chicks from getting too hot, Chuer said as she handed the small remaining bowl of chicken feed to the big girl. She watched her happily take it and carefully scoop the feed into the trough. Chuer took a few steps back, watching the big girl happily and carefully feeding the chickens. She smiled slightly and then looked at the chicken coop. This chicken coop is built with branches by Lian Qingshan. It is about half the size of a small house. Since it is in the backyard at the corner of the yard, they can use the walls on both sides for support. Just 2 rows of branches are enough to make the fence. The coop is simple and rough, but large enough. Chuer plans to cover half of it with more branches or grass mats. In summer, it gets hot, and 60 colorful chicks are active inside. She worries they might get sick from too much sun. Cluck cluck. Chuer is thinking about how to build a grass shed inside the coop. Dinyo is still carefully feeding her chickens, hoping that when they grow up, they will lay eggs. After that, she can sell the eggs to earn more money and buy pretty clothes for herself. Since she bought the 60 chicks, Chuer decided they would be Dinyo's chickens. She asked Dinyo to take care of them, and when eggs start to come, Dinyo will decide how to handle them. But taking care of the chickens is mainly to motivate Dinyo. During the day, she just adds water to the trough twice, morning and evening, and counts the chicks. As for chopping vegetables to feed them, Chuer does most of it herself. Cleaning the chicken droppings and covering the ground in the coop with soil are Lian Qingshan's chores. Despite that, Dinyo is very interested. Every day, morning and evening, she helps Chuer count the chicks, and she has almost memorized the numbers from 1 to 60. That was a pleasant surprise for Chuer.
Mom.
Out of the 4 family members, 3 are busy in the yard. Little who is lying inside the house, naturally can't stand it and calls out to his mother from the windowsill. Coming, Chuer sees how eager Little who is to come out and feels amused. Little who used to speak slowly because there weren't many people talking to him at home. Now he can speak, but he still prefers to be lazy and just say 1 word at a time. He can already walk a few steps with support, but he is often too lazy to move outside. Chuer is thinking about how to come up with a good way to encourage him to walk more. Little who, look, your sister is feeding the chicks. Do you want to go see? Chuer smiles at Little who, feeling a bit like a wolf grandma when she talks. Look, Little who answers clearly and quickly. After saying 1 word, he stretches out his little hands, waiting on the bed for Chuer to pick him up. Chuer didn't carry him out, as she usually did. Instead, she gently set him down, put on his new tiger head shoes, and said, Little Tiger's new shoes are so pretty. Do you want to wear them while feeding the chicks? Little Tiger chuckled when he heard this, smiling proudly at his new shoes. Then, as if remembering something, he furrowed his small brows and pouted, looking thoughtful. Little Tiger, you're old enough to walk now. No more being lazy, Chuer said, amused by his serious expression. Look at the nice weather outside. If you can walk, you can go out and play whenever you want. Okay, Little Tiger nodded as if he had made a firm decision. He was about to walk forward, but his little legs wobbled, and he almost fell. Chuer quickly caught him, gently patting his back to comfort him. Because of this, his brows furrowed even more, and his eyes started to turn red, as if he was very upset. He suddenly threw himself into Chuer's arms. Don't be afraid, Little Tiger. You're a brave boy, and there's nothing to worry about, Chuer said softly, patting his back. She then took his hand and slowly led him toward the door. Maybe because Chuer was holding his hand, or because Little Tiger was really starting to walk, he stumbled and made his way to the door. As soon as they stepped outside, Little Tiger seemed to enjoy walking. He happily swung his little arms and then hurried forward, leaning at a 45-degree angle, trying his best. Mom, you pulled Little Tiger out, Big girl had just finished feeding the chicks and came back with an empty basin. Seeing little tiger rushing forward so determinedly, she giggled happily. Come on, big girl. Hold little tiger's hand and walk a few steps, Chuer said, quickly asking for help. She had only just started walking with little tiger when she felt her back aching from bending so much. Little tiger was still very small, and she had to bend almost 90 degrees to keep up, which was tiring. Okay. Big girl was very excited. Following Chuer's instructions, she grabbed the straps on little tiger's pants from behind and carefully guided him, occasionally pulling him back when he almost fell over. Then she earnestly discussed with him how to walk better. Little tiger, if you walk carefully, when the sisters' chickens grow up and lay eggs, I will give you some to eat. The big girl gently spoke to little tiger, looking very serious, as if it was an important matter. Little tiger wasn't interested in talking to his sister at this moment. He saw the money-making hen sitting on the nest, looking down at the chickens. He smiled so much that his tiny teeth showed. Money-making hen. Little tiger drooled and ran toward the nest, quickly breaking free from the big girl's hand, but he walked steadily a few steps. Chuer watched little tiger break free and felt her heart tighten suddenly. Seeing that little tiger was walking steadily, she relaxed again. Little tiger was happy to see the money-making hen and had become much more active. Chuer, this afternoon I will fix the chicken coop again. There's a market fair tomorrow. Shall we go to the town? I see you've collected a lot of tea leaves, and your willow baskets are almost 20. Let's go sell some, Lian Qingshan said to Chuer. They had spent a lot on their wedding, and since then, they had been spending more than earning. After Lian Qingshan's leg healed, he was eager to earn some money. Okay, we'll go to the town tomorrow. Let's check the date. The shopkeeper should be back by then, Chuer agreed with a smile. Suddenly, they heard cheerful laughter. Both turned toward the yard where the sister and brother were happily chasing the money-making hen. They decided to go to the town the next day. That afternoon, Chuer started packing things to take. Lian Qingshan packed 20 willow baskets, and Chuer brought her newly roasted tea leaves. She chose the ordinary quality, packed 1 jin, about half a kilogram, in each willow basket, totaling 5 jin. Why choose ordinary quality? Chuer had her reasons. The quality of tea depends not only on the roasting method, but also mainly on the variety and season. Spring tea before the Qingming festival is the most precious, followed by post-Qingming spring tea, then summer tea. Now it was summer, and the spring tea Chuer collected was the last batch. Spring tea is valuable and can fetch a good price. Chuer planned to wait until her tea gained some fame before selling higher quality tea leaves. When that happened, the price would be even higher. Today has become quite hot. If I want to have spring tea again, I can only wait until next spring. If I sell all the spring tea now and promote my brand, but only have summer tea left to sell, it would be a big loss. Chuer has packed 5 jin of regular tea. After some thought, she decided to use a slightly smaller jar and took half a jin of good tea. This good tea is made from the best early spring tea leaves that Chuer carefully selected. She has never been willing to sell it before. This time, Chuer took out this fine tea to see if Manager Qian already has a way to sell tea in the mountains. If there are smooth business channels and knowledgeable customers, the tea can be sold at a better price. After packing everything, the weather was still warm. Chuer first gave a bath to Dinyo and Xiao. Seeing how clean and adorable they looked after the bath, she pinched their chubby cheeks with a sense of pride. After the family finished dinner, Lian Qingshan carried the dried water inside the house to wash himself and Chuer. Since they are adults now, bathing in the yard in front of others would be too embarrassing. He sent Dinyo and Xiao outside to play, while Lian Qingshan guarded the door. Chuer quickly took a bath in the kitchen. The warm water under the sun was not too hot, but enough for her to wash thoroughly. She carefully cleaned every part of her body. Chuer's fair skin shimmered under the dim kitchen light. Lian Qingshan, who kept glancing over, felt his mouth go dry. He couldn't help but feel his blood rush to certain places, wishing it was already nighttime. No, I need to save up money to build a proper house, and then I can make a bathroom for Chuer, Lian Qingshan thought as he watched her smile happily while bathing. The idea of building a house became even more firm in his mind, especially since the last few times they were intimate, Dinyo and Shiau who were sleeping nearby, and they had to be sneaky. Early the next morning, Chui'er and her family got up. They packed the tea leaves and willow baskets, placing everything inside. Chui'er carried Shiau, who led Dinyo, and Lian Qingshan carried the goods. The family of 4 was ready to go to town. Chui'er, later on the road, put Shiau in the willow basket. You're always holding him, and it's tiring. Little Tiger is over 1 year old, almost 2. Although he was small and thin before, now he is well-fed and weighs about 10 to 20 jin. Even Qingshan is worried that Chui'er might get tired, so he said this. That's a good idea. Chui'er thought for a moment, then went inside to get a small mat, placing it in a woven basket on one side. She then put Little Tiger inside to sit. On the other side, she placed tea leaves and other items. Although these were lighter than Little Tiger, they were not much different in weight. Seeing Little Tiger sitting comfortably inside, with bright eyes looking around happily, Chui'er clapped her hands and laughed, saying, "Great, we'll do it like this later." The family was walking on the road. Chui'er first carried Little Tiger in her arms, leading Dinyo along. After a while, her arms got tired, so she put Little Tiger into the woven basket, which Lian Qingshan carried. Lian Qingshan was strong and healthy. Since he no longer needed a crutch to walk freely, he felt even better. Carrying Little Tiger and the woven basket, he walked quickly and easily, as if he was walking with the wind and not tired at all. Soon, the family arrived in town. Chui'er planned to first visit Qianzhang's shop to sell some things, then go to the market to buy household supplies like firewood, rice, oil, and salt. But as soon as they entered Qian's general store, Luzi saw them and warmly invited them to the backyard. Chui'er looked at Luzi's smiling eyes, which seemed even more eager than usual. She felt something strange but kept calm, holding Little Tiger close and standing side by side with Lian Qingshan in the backyard. "Lian family brothers, Cui and Yangzi, you're here." Qianzhong hurried out of the house when he heard Chui'er was there. Seeing Lian Qingshan, Chui'er and the woven baskets with a few jars inside, he looked very friendly, as if they were relatives. He quickly led them inside and warmly asked the wife to make tea. Chui'er looked around the house. There was a table with 8 immortals, a grand armchair, a small antique shelf, and a bookshelf. There were no everyday items for living, so it seemed to be a guest room. Qianzhong and his wife brought them into this room, but Chui'er wondered what their purpose was. "Lian family brothers Cui and Yangzi, you came just in time." After tasting the tea once, shopkeeper Qian sighed deeply and said, "This time I went outside the mountains to the county town to sell goods. Luckily, a tea merchant passing by our shop in the county saw your tea and bought it all at a high price." When shopkeeper Qian said this, his face was shining with pride, as if recalling the scene of selling the tea. "Ever since I came to open the shop in the mountains, I've been doing it since I was about 15 or 16. Over the years, this is the first time my family has been recognized like this. It's truly an honor." After saying this, he seemed to feel he had spoken enough and changed the subject. "Two of you, do you know how much silver I sold this tea for per ounce?" "How much silver?" Chui'er looked at shopkeeper Qian's excited expression, knowing the tea wasn't cheap. But she didn't know exactly how much silver per ounce, so she asked seriously. 5 coins of silver per ounce. "And that's the price I paid for it." Shopkeeper Qian's voice trembled with excitement. He bought the tea from Chui'er at 5 coins of silver per jin, a weight measure, and selling it at 10 times that price meant a huge profit, 10 times. Just thinking about such a profit made shopkeeper Qian very excited. Still, he kept his honest business attitude and told Chui'er the truth. "Shopkeeper Qian is really honest to tell us the truth." Chui'er and Lian Qingshan both felt a stir in their hearts after hearing the price. 5 coins of silver per ounce means 5 taels of silver per jin, which is a lot of money. That's right, that's right." Shopkeeper Qian chuckled. He picked up a teacup from the table, seeming to have something to say, but hesitating. Chui'er watched shopkeeper Qian's expression and thought about his attitude. She quickly calculated in her mind, why did shopkeeper Qian tell her this price? Was he trying to show sincerity and want to do long-term business with her? She thought for a long time and believed that shopkeeper Qian was being honest, wanting to establish a lasting tea trade. She was just worried that if she spoke out, she might ask for too high a price. Maybe he was trying to get her to agree to a partnership. As for whether there was some truth in what shopkeeper Qian said, it didn't matter much. The price of 5 coins of silver per ounce for tea was quite common. Tea costing 5 coins per ounce was usually ordinary spring tea. So, her current tea should be worth more than 5 coins per ounce. Chuer was confident about the price of her tea and considered whether to work with manager Qian to sell it. She had the skill to pick and process tea herself, but selling it outside was difficult. First, her family was small, and the mountains were vast and dangerous. Although she could go out to the green hills, it was risky, and staying home to make tea felt safer. Second, her family lacked manager Qian's sales channels. If she carried tea outside but couldn't sell it for a good price, it would be better to cooperate with manager Qian, which seemed more secure. Manager Qian, feel free to speak honestly. Chuer exchanged a look with Lian Qingshan, and they both understood what the other was thinking. Lian Qingshan looked at manager Qian, who was hesitating and sweating slightly on his forehead, and smiled. You both are smart people. So, I'll be straightforward. Can you let me handle your tea business in the future? Manager Qian wiped the sweat from his forehead. He had initially offered a high price and then hesitated, thinking he could control Chuer and Lian Qingshan and make them anxious. But they seemed unaware of his intentions, and instead, he became the anxious one. Realizing this, manager Qian didn't dare to be overconfident anymore. He saw a chance to succeed and didn't want to let it slip away. He said to Lian Qingshan and Chuer, both of you, I won't be arrogant. In the future, you supply the tea, and I sell it outside. We can split the profits 50-50. How about that? When Chuer heard 50-50, she was tempted. Manager Qian used that as a starting point for negotiations, indicating that this business was very important to him. He was willing to give up some profit to make it happen. Chuer thought about this and made up her mind. Manager Qian, this tea business is a big matter for our family. We need to discuss it with my husband first, she said. That's fine. You two can stay here and enjoy some tea. I'll go see how the business is doing. If you need anything, just call out at the door. Manager Qian nodded and left the room. Lian Qingshan and Chuer stayed inside with their daughter and son, talking. Chuer, I think we should do this business, Lian Qingshan said, his eyes bright and looking at Chuer with determination. Yes, Chuer nodded. She knew they needed to think carefully about how to proceed. Chuer and Lian Qingshan briefly discussed in the guest room of shopkeeper Qian. Both agreed this business was worth trying. Chuer carefully broke down the costs and profits of making tea, planning to sign separate agreements with shopkeeper Qian. Lian Qingshan listened to her ideas and nodded repeatedly. Shopkeeper Qian. Chuer called out, and shopkeeper Qian eagerly came into the room. Brother Qingshan, Lady Cui, have you made your decision? Shopkeeper Qian's face was round and rosy, and his eager expression was obvious. Seeing Chuer and Lian Qingshan, he felt confident that this business would succeed. Only the profit-sharing ratio remained uncertain. Yes, shopkeeper Qian. This tea business has strengths on both sides. It's better to work together and share tasks, Chuer said. Her first words reassured shopkeeper Qian, but her second words made him more excited. How exactly would they divide their work and cooperate? Tell me more. Shopkeeper Qian leaned forward slightly and asked Chuer. He had long sensed that Chuer and her husband were extraordinary people, and he respected them. So he spoke politely. Ordinary farmers wouldn't have such skills in picking and roasting tea. You're too kind, shopkeeper Qian, Chuer nodded. Then she looked at Lian Qingshan, who was gazing at her with encouragement. She felt confident. Just as Chuer was about to turn back, she noticed a corner of a skirt outside the door. The fabric and pattern suggested it was Lady Qian, shopkeeper Qian's wife. Chuer had a plan. She suspected Lady Qian was eavesdropping outside. Holding little Hu in her arms, Chuer adjusted his position for comfort and said, Our family has skills in roasting and making tea. Shopkeeper Qian has channels to sell the tea outside the mountains. Why not divide the work this way? Lian's family will handle tea making, and shopkeeper Qian will transport and sell the tea. What do you think? Of course, that's good. Shopkeeper Qian eagerly agreed, worried Chuer might not give him the tea-selling business. This opportunity to sell tea outside the mountains made him see a chance for success. If this goes well, he might no longer be stuck managing a small grocery shop in the mountains. Instead, he could go to the county or even the provincial city, gaining more influence within his family's interests. Thinking of this, Manager Qian's blood was about to boil. As a member of the Qian family's branch, such an opportunity was rare and hard to come by. Tea has good and bad years, so the prices naturally vary. Our small family shop is busy every day just to make a living. As for the interest money, Chuer continued, focusing on the key point. She wanted to take the larger share of the profit, not just split it evenly as Manager Qian had suggested earlier. Of course, the interest rate can be negotiated, Manager Qian said after hearing Chuer. He understood she wanted more profit. He thought to himself that his main goal was to make a name for himself in the family business. The amount of interest was secondary. He calculated that earning just 1/10 of the tea selling price would be enough to make a profit, and 3/10 would be a very good gain. With Manager Qian saying that, I feel more at ease, Chuer thought. From Manager Qian's words, she sensed he cared more about the family's reputation than the profit from selling tea. This meant there was room to bargain in their agreement. Manager Qian, how about we set the contract like this? Chuer put away her smile and spoke seriously. Tea picking and processing require capital. You, Manager Qian, only need a way to sell the tea, which is much easier and less costly. We can split the work into 2 parts. I handle the tea picking and processing, and I keep all the costs. Selling the tea outside the mountain would be a joint effort. I'll provide the source, and you handle the sales routes and transportation. I, 7, will manage the shop, and the Qian family will handle the logistics. What do you think? Manager Qian's face suddenly looked uncomfortable when he heard this. Chuer's demands were quite harsh. He had worked hard to transport the goods out of the mountains and only earned about 30% of the profit. He hesitated, even doubting whether their partnership in selling tea could really make him successful. Manager Qian, don't be in such a hurry. I haven't finished speaking, Chuer said, noticing his expression. She smiled slightly and looked up at him. Manager Qian, what I just mentioned was about profit sharing. I propose 7 parts for me and 3 for the Qian family shop. I am also willing to allocate 10% of the 7 parts profit to cover your transportation costs. This money won't be included in our written agreement. 1/10 of the carriage and horse money. Manager Qian heard this and quickly thought it over. For this batch of 15 pounds of tea, that 1/10 amounts to 7 taels and 5 qian of silver. It's not a lot, but it's also not insignificant. Having run a shop in these mountains for many years, earning only 10 taels of silver annually and occasionally making a bit more when selling outside the mountains, maybe 3 or 5 taels a year, compared to this time's 7 taels and 5 qian, it's quite a difference. Thinking about this, Manager Qian's heart started to waver slightly. Stop thinking so much. Just agree to it. Suddenly, Madame Qian rushed out from outside the door and hurriedly said to Manager Qian, your family only gives you a small amount of silver each year. You work so hard for a whole year, and maybe you only earn a season's worth of tea sales outside. This kind of good opportunity, and it was Sister Cui who offered it to you willingly. What are you still hesitating for? As soon as Madame Qian, the lady boss, spoke, her words came out like machine gun fire. After she finished, Manager Qian finally seemed to realize what was happening and nodded seriously, agreeing without hesitation, and immediately signed a contract with Chuer. Watching the interaction between Manager Qian and his wife, Chuer found it amusing. Although Manager Qian appeared imposing, he was actually quite timid at heart. Chuer thought it was funny, but didn't show it on her face. Even when Madame Qian rushed in, she didn't look embarrassed or angry but remained calm and smiled gently. Wait, just now, Sister Cui mentioned that the contract also includes a supply cost. May I ask, how much is this cost? Madame Qian spoke directly to the point, which made Chuer respect her even more. She felt more confident that working with the Qian couple was the right choice. Working with clever people always makes things easier, as long as she doesn't get cheated. I've thought carefully about the supply price. It shouldn't be too high, or the grocery store won't make a profit. But it also can't be too low, below my cost. Since the tea outside is sold at 5 taels per jean, I will set my cost price at a low figure, 2 taels per jean, Chuer said plainly, her gaze fixed on Madame Qian. From the interaction earlier, Chuer could tell that Madame Qian was probably the one making the decisions in the Qian family. After Chuer finished speaking, she instinctively glanced at Lian Qingshan. Lian Qingshan was probably skilled with swords and weapons, but he didn't understand much about business. Although he had some knowledge, he thought Chuer's contract was very clever. He nodded to her in approval. With Lian Qingshan's support, Chuer felt more confident. She turned her head and looked sharply at Madame Qian. If the quality of this tea is like the tea we received this time and not worse, then 2 taels of silver is reasonable, Madame Qian thought for a moment. She explained that buying tea for 2 taels and selling it for 5 taels means a profit of 3 taels. She would take 30% of that profit for her family, and she could also earn a 10% fee for transportation. Calculating this way, 1 jean of tea costs 3 qian of silver, 10 jean costs 3 taels, and 100 jean costs 30 taels. If they only sell 100 jean of tea a year, her family could earn 30 taels of silver. That's like taking a trip outside the mountain, easy and without much effort, and they would gain their family's trust. This business was very profitable. Madame Qian thought it was good enough. She wished it could be more, but this was already a good deal. She nodded to the shopkeeper, signaling him to sign the contract. Good, the shopkeeper, hearing Madame Qian's approval, felt more at ease about working with Chuer to sell tea. He didn't think about stopping Chuer from selling tea to others. The shopkeeper took some paper and a brush from the desk nearby. Madame Qian came over to grinding for him. Soon, they finished writing the contract for buying and selling tea. Then, they showed the contract to Chuer and Lian Qingshan. There were 2 copies of the contract. One was for Chuer to sell tea she picked and made, which stated that she would supply tea to the general store at 2 taels of silver per jean, and the store would sell it for her. The other was a partnership contract, which said the store would get 30% of the profit, and Chuer's family would get 70%. After finishing these 2 contracts, they made copies of each. It was time to sign. Chuer nudged Lian Qingshan, asking him to sign. In Chuer's eyes, Lian Qingshan was the head of the family, so it was best for him to sign. Lian Qingshan thought for a moment, but shook his head. He pushed Chuer forward. Because the person who signed the contract would get the money later, Lian Qingshan believed that since Chuer made the tea, she should be the one to receive the money. Chuer felt helpless, but decided to review the contract once more. Seeing no issues, she signed both agreements. After signing, the shopkeeper and his wife were very happy, and Chuer also felt very pleased. With this tea business, her family's financial worries would soon be gone. Come, brothers and sisters, since we've made this deal, this silver is your fixed payment. Don't think it's too little, said the shopkeeper, pulling out 10 taels of silver from his sleeve. This 10 taels came from his profit share from selling tea. According to family rules, the shop earned 10 parts out of every 100, and this time he made over 70 taels. He also expanded his sources of supply, and the shopkeeper in town rewarded him extra, which is how he had this 10 taels to give to Chuer and her husband now. All right, we'll accept it. They wouldn't be foolish to refuse money, and since they took it, the shopkeeper could rest assured. Chuer naturally took the silver. Good wife, cook a couple of nice dishes. Later, we'll have a few drinks together. Seeing Chuer accept the money without hesitation, the shopkeeper felt more at ease and cheerfully called for cooking and drinking. They had a lively meal that lasted until late afternoon. Chuer, Lian Qingshan, their daughter, and Chuer's little brother were then sent home in a cart hired by the shopkeeper. Chuer's family rode slowly home in the ox cart, which was loaded with many things Chuer had bought: rice, flour, soy oil, eggs, fresh meat, ribs, and candies for their daughter and little brother. These were bought at the market before they left town. Their daughter and little brother had suffered a lot before, and now that they had money, Chue was happy to spoil them a little more. When Chue went to town, the shopkeeper kept the 5 jin of tea leaves she brought and gave her 10 taels of silver for the tea. The profit from selling the tea would be settled when the shopkeeper returned. Chue wasn't in a hurry to get the profit from selling tea. She was confident in her tea supply, and as long as the shopkeeper still wanted to do this tea business, he wouldn't cheat her during their partnership. After practicing for many days, Chue felt quite sure about her tea. No one else who tried to make tea could do better than her. With 10 taels of fixed payment and another 10 taels from selling tea, Chue felt more confident than ever. After becoming a wife, our family savings, except for the 200 taels of silver that cannot be touched, totaled only about 13 taels. Although this amount seems quite large in reality, it's not enough to do much with. Now, things are better. With silver, we can live comfortably and happily. We can properly raise Big Girl and Little Tiger and make everyone in the family happy. Having money makes everything easier, Chue said happily, holding the heavy 2 taels of silver in her sleeve. Mom, does that mean our family will have money from now on? When they got home, Big Girl looked at the stacked items in the cabinet, her eyes shining. She had been present when her mother was talking about business earlier. Though she didn't understand everything, she thought her mother looked very impressive, talking confidently with the big shopkeeper, and she could earn money. Not yet, but very soon, Chue replied, smiling at Big Girl. Her face was full of joy, and she couldn't help but feel happy herself. She said, as long as Dad and Mom work hard at picking and roasting tea, we will have money soon. That's great. Big Girl was very happy with the answer, her face full of smiles, and she couldn't stop looking at the delicious treats. Chue took down the semi-transparent, pale golden sugar blocks from the cabinet. Although simple, they were the best treats in the children's hearts. Here, Big Girl, take some and go play with Hwar and the others. Big Girl eagerly grabbed 4 or 5 pieces of sugar and happily ran out to play with her friends. Chue watched her happily leave the house, then turned to look at Little Tiger on the bed. She placed the paper-wrapped sugar in front of him. Little Tiger, do you want some sugar? Little Tiger sat on the bed, busy moving the 10 taels of silver Chue had just received. He showed no interest in the sugar balls. He carefully hugged the silver, happy just to see his small white teeth and the bright white line on his chin. Little Tiger likes silver so much he doesn't even look at the sugar, Chue said with a smile, looking at Little Tiger in surprise, then joked to Lian Qingshan. This kid. Lian Qingshan turned around and saw Little Tiger hurriedly trying to stuff silver into his mouth. He was startled and quickly took the silver from Little Tiger's hands. You can't put silver in your mouth, it's not food. Little Tiger clung to the silver, looking confused and a little sad, tears in his eyes as he looked at Chue, as if he didn't understand what he had done wrong. Don't be afraid, Little Tiger. Silver isn't for eating. Mother bit the silver before to see if it was real, Chue said, gently pinching his chubby cheek. Her hand felt soft and smooth, just like a child's skin. Little Tiger frowned when Chue pinched his cheek, then lowered his head, reluctantly gazing at the shiny white silver in his hand. Seeing how much he liked it, Chue sighed to herself. This silver wasn't something to be played with, so she said, Little Tiger, you can play with this silver for a little while. It's important. If you lose it, it will be a big problem. Okay, Little Tiger nodded, reluctantly hugging the silver to his chest. After a while, he handed the silver back to Chue and sat on the Kong bed, staring at the sky with a thoughtful look, his brow furrowed, like a little grown-up. Chue looked at Little Tiger with a helpless smile. She turned her head to Lian Qingshan and saw him gazing at her with gentle eyes. His focused and loving look made her cheeks flush with embarrassment. Thinking about their current situation at home, Chue felt it was too cramped. The house was still livable, but it was too small. The older girl and Little Tiger were growing up, and she and Lian Qingshan would have more children in the future. If all the children shared one bed, it would be too crowded. Besides, Chue thought about the days after their marriage, when they were so close and intimate. Having children around all the time wouldn't be good either. Apart from the house, Lian Qingshan said he only had a few acres of mountain land. The mountain could grow tea, but it couldn't produce grain. Having some food made her feel more secure. She also wanted to focus on food supplies because in this era silver was important, but so was grain. They also needed transportation. Their home was not far from the town, but not close either. They had to walk on foot every time, which was tiring and inconvenient. It would be much better if they could buy a horse or a cow and add a cart. That way, going out would be much easier. When they needed to go from the town to the county, it would also be simpler. Thinking about the county, Chuer couldn't help but recall her own background. She sighed inwardly, proud that she could remember sewing and tea-frying techniques, but she couldn't remember even one relative from her family. It was a bit difficult to handle. Chuer shook her head, dispelling her unhappy thoughts, and then shared her recent ideas with Lian Qingshan. Qingshan, our family has found a way to make money this time. What should we do next? Should we buy some land, build a house, and maybe buy a carriage? That way, it will be much easier for us to go out. Holding 20 taels of silver in her hand, Chuer felt very excited. Her small hobbies from the past, combined with her current body's memories, had turned into skills that could earn a lot of money and improve her family's life. This realization made her very happy. Seeing Chuer thinking about how to use the money to benefit the family, Lian Qingshan felt touched. He pulled Chuer close and hugged her gently. As he felt her body's faint warmth and a subtle, pleasant scent, his heart immediately calmed down. Chuer, these silver coins are earned by you. You can use them however you want. I won't interfere too much. Lian Qingshan's tone was gentle but firm. As a man who had survived many hardships, he didn't want to rely solely on his wife's skills to earn money while doing nothing himself. That was his bottom line. Qingshan. Chuer understood something from his tone. She suddenly realized that as a man, especially a former soldier, he must have his own pride. Chuer admired him, but also felt a bit lost. She wanted to earn money for the family's prosperity, but if she earned too much, how could she get along with Lian Qingshan? Making money was Chuer's wish, but her goal was to live a good life with Lian Qingshan. If earning money made him unhappy, wouldn't that be going against her true intention? Chuer hesitated. She bit her lip and looked at Lian Qingshan with determination. Qingshan, if doing the tea business makes you uncomfortable, then we won't do it. Foolish girl. Seeing Chuer's firm expression, Lian Qingshan naturally understood what she was thinking. He tightened his hold on her. What are you worrying about? Your husband is not a petty person. I was just thinking that since you earn the money from selling tea, you should be the one to decide how to spend it. Qingshan. Chuer heard this and realized she was overthinking. She gently leaned her head on Lian Qingshan's shoulder, feeling his body heat, and her heart gradually calmed down. She knew she hadn't chosen the wrong person. Qingshan was truly wonderful. Qingshan, I think since we haven't started the tea business yet, we should save this money first. When the business gets going, we can use the savings to buy mountains and fields. Then we can build a big house with front and backyards, where we can plant flowers and vegetables and have a small pond. In summer, we can cool off there, and in winter, we can skate. Big Girl and Little Tiger will each have their own rooms. Later, when we have more money, we can send Little Tiger to school to learn, and you can teach him martial arts so he becomes a strong, brave man. When Chuer said this, her eyes sparkled with hope. The bright future felt so close, as if she could reach out and touch it.
Qingshan.
It's so good to have you, Chuer said, feeling touched. She snuggled close to him, enjoying this peaceful, warm moment. Little Tiger, who was looking at the sky nearby, turned to watch his loving parents. He rolled his eyes in a mature way, then covered his eyes with his chubby hands, while holding the money bag next to him. He thought, no peeking. After signing the contract with manager Qian for making and selling tea, Chuer felt more secure with money in her hand. She went to the cave every 3 days to pick tea and take care of the newly transplanted tea seedlings. The rest of her time was spent at home, taking care of Qingshan and the children. One day, after breakfast, Chuer tidied up the house and kitchen with Big Girl. She saw Qingshan coming inside, sweating. Chuer, the chicken coop expansion is done. Later, go check the backyard and see if it's big enough for the chickens, Qingshan said, wiping his sweat with his sleeve. Why are you in such a hurry? I told you yesterday evening that you would finish today, Chuer said, looking at Lian Qingshan with concern. She quickly handed him a towel to wipe his sweat. There's nothing much to do at home anyway, just some effort, Lian Qingshan replied. Since his legs had healed, he seemed determined to make up for the work he had missed before. He spent most of his days finding things to do. Usually, he would get up early in the morning, skip breakfast, and sweep the front yard until it was spotless. Then he would go to the backyard vegetable garden to weed and water the plants, or clean the chicken coop and gather the chicken manure to pile outside the wall. By the time Chuer called him for a meal, he had already tidied up the front and backyards. He would then go with Chuer up the mountain to pick tea leaves, transplant tea seedlings, or gather willow branches for weaving. After returning, he would also collect some willow twigs for future use.
Take a break.
You brought back so many bundles of willow branches yesterday. I'm worried you'll get tired, Chuer said as she poured a bowl of water for him. Seeing his face reddened by the sun, she couldn't help but advise. All right, I have nothing to do right now. I'll stay inside for a while. You should rest too. The sun outside is strong. Lian Qingshan nodded and took the cold water from Chuer, drinking it quickly. Okay, I'll feed the chickens first and then come back to rest. It's hot, so I plan to sew 2 summer shirts for you and the others, Chuer said. She picked up a basin from beside the stove, filled with chopped vegetable leaves and some chicken feed mixed with rice husks. Chuer carried the basin of chicken feed to the backyard. The big girl eagerly followed, her small ponytails bouncing with her lively jumps. Her energetic and adorable movements made her look very lively. When Chuer arrived in the backyard, she immediately saw the new chicken coop Lian Qingshan had built. The coop was about the size of a small room, twice as large as before. Near the walls on both sides were 2 rows of chicken cages, each about a yard long and half a yard wide, enough to hold 60 chickens. The chicken coop is about 1 foot off the ground. The suspended part is made into a small slope with wooden planks. Inside the coop, the chickens are walking up and down the slope, clucking happily. Some brave chickens, for some reason, have jumped onto the top of the coop and are standing proudly like generals.
Mom.
Let me feed the chickens. Let me feed the chickens. Big girl has been following Chuer to the backyard. Seeing the new chicken coop, she opens her eyes wide with curiosity and eagerly asks to help. Okay, I'll let you feed the chickens. Chuer places the chicken food bowl outside the coop. She looks at the 2 big stones placed on the ground, both steady, and uses one to hold the food bowl, while the other for Big Girl to stand on. She scoops chicken feed with a ladle and feeds the chickens. The chickens inside the coop cluck loudly. Chuer calls to them, and the chickens, which have grown bigger than her palm, run over when they hear her voice. She smiles and lets Big Girl scoop the food to feed them. Chuer doesn't know why she calls the chickens with a clucking sound when feeding them, but when she was a child at her grandma's house, her grandma did it that way. So Chuer never thought much about it and just kept doing it. Now, seeing her own chickens get used to it, she finds this method effective. At least, if a chicken accidentally runs away, calling it like that will make it come back. Big Girl stands on the stone, carefully pouring chicken feed into the trough with a ladle. She watches the grown-up chickens fighting to eat and laughs happily. Mom, when do you think these chickens will grow up and start laying eggs? Well, they're still young and can't lay eggs yet. When they grow as big as this, Chuer says, pointing to the size of an adult hen, they should start laying eggs. That big. Big Girl tiptoes closer to Chuer's hand, compares the size of the supposed egg-laying chicken, then looks at the small chickens in front of her. She frowns slightly. Looks like it will take a long time. Seeing Big Girl look a bit disappointed, Chuer smiles and says, Don't worry, Big Girl. Think about how long it's been since the chicks came to our home. They started so tiny and have grown so big now. It won't be long until fall, and our chickens will definitely start laying eggs. She first shows the size of an egg with her hand, then gestures to the size of the little chickens at home, explaining to Big Girl. Yes, that's just how it is. The Big Girl's eyes lit up when she heard this. She remembered how the little chick looked when it was young, and now it was already as big as a palm. The chick had really grown a lot. She relaxed and happily fed the chick, then whispered something to the little ones, giggling nonstop by herself. Chwaer didn't disturb the big girl's fun. She stood by the wall, looking at the empty space on the other side, thinking about whether to raise a pig or something. She planned to clear a spot as big as the chicken coop in the corner, build a pig pen with stones from the mountain, add a feeding trough, and catch a couple of piglets. In winter, having chickens and pigs would make it feel like New Year. While Chwaer was lost in her thoughts, she suddenly heard someone calling her at the door. The voice was very familiar, like Aunt Inhuan from the village. Big girl, after feeding the chickens, go back inside. Mother is at the door. It seems Aunt Inhuan has arrived. Chwaer told the big girl this, and then headed to the front yard. Before she reached the gate, she heard Aunt Inhuan's loud voice. Chwaer, Chwaer, open the door quickly. There's good news, Aunt Inhuan shouted eagerly. Her temper was like that, she got excited about anything quickly. When Chwaer opened the door, even the mountain was startled, and someone from inside came out. Aunt Inhuan is here. Lian Qingshan wasn't very good at talking to women. He just greeted her at the door and didn't say more. Luckily, Aunt Inhuan was easygoing and didn't take it to heart. She kept pulling Chwaer to talk. Big sister Inhuan, what's going on? What's the good news? Chwaer asked with a smile, seeing her excited face, as if she was eager to tell her. I'll tell you. Our neighbor Lian Erga's sow just had piglets. 8 of them. They can't raise so many, so they want to sell some. I'm thinking of taking 2 home to raise. Do you want to? Their piglets are strong and loud, Aunt Inhuan said excitedly, holding Chwaer's hand. Piglets? Chwaer's eyes lit up when she heard this. She was just thinking about whether to raise pigs, and now there were piglets for sale. This was such good news. So, what do you think? Are you interested? Silver Ring saw Chwaer looking like this and immediately understood that Chwaer wanted to raise pigs. She quickly advised, let me tell you, before I got married, I could raise 7 or 8 pigs a year. When I bought a piglet, it only cost a few hundred coins. By winter, I could sell it for at least 3 or 4 taels of silver. We could also keep some pork and blood sausage for the new year. It's a good deal, Chwaer. I need to ask Qingshan. Chwaer didn't want to decide on her own. She thanked Silver Ring and said if she wanted to raise pigs, she would go to her house. Okay, I'll go back first. Our Feng Shou is building a pig pen at home, and I need to help out. Silver Ring finished speaking and hurriedly ran off. Chwaer stood still, turned to look at Lian Qingshan. Qingshan, should we raise pigs at home? Her eyes shone brightly with hope, making Lian Qingshan's heart soften like a gentle pool of water. Yes, Lian Qingshan instinctively nodded. It would just take a little more effort. If Chwaer liked it, he would work harder. If you like it, we'll raise pigs. Let's go to the backyard and build a pig pen. Qingshan, you're so kind. Chwaer felt very warm inside because of Qingshan's unconditional agreement. She quickly stepped 2 steps forward and walked shoulder to shoulder with him toward the backyard. Since they had made a decision, they moved quickly. Because they planned to raise at least 3 pigs, while Qingshan was building the pig pen in the backyard, he prepared to make 1 big pig pen and 1 small pig pen. The small pig pen was just right now. When the pigs grew bigger, they could be separated into different pens, so Qingshan planned to start with the small pig pen first. Qingshan, why don't we go to Silver Ring's house together? You can help them build the pig pen first, then come back and do ours, Chwaer said as she carried a string of coins, ready to go to Silver Ring's house. Seeing Qingshan measuring the space in the backyard, she had an idea. Okay, wait for me a moment. I'll wash my face, and then we'll go. Qingshan nodded when he heard Chwaer. He went inside to wash his face, then, with Chwaer's help, tidied himself up. The couple left their daughter at home to take care of little Tiger and headed to Silver Ring's house. Buying piglets was not like buying other things. It was a big expense, but also a good investment. The price of a piglet was not cheap. When buying, one had to choose carefully. If the breed was poor and the pig couldn't gain weight, it would be a big loss. Silver Ring watched Chwaer come over and was very happy. She called Chwaer to see the piglets and handed her a plate of roasted peanuts. These are from our own garden. I planted them in spring, and now they are ready to eat. Wow, you really have delicious food at your place, Chwaer said with a smile as she picked peanuts from the sunflower head. Suddenly, she saw a small child peeking from the doorway behind the curtain. She waved at him. Little Strong, come here, Aunt Chwei. The child was Silver Ring's son, 3 years old, named Zhuangzi. Come on, if you like children, you should have one yourself, Silver Ring teased with a smile as she watched Chwaer hold Zhuangzi tightly. All right. I know you're too fond of your little one to let me hold him. Don't be jealous. I have my big girl and little tiger. I can still go see the piglets, Chwaer said, pushing Zhuangzi back into Silver Ring's arms, then stood up to go see the piglets. When Chwaer and Silver Ring returned from Erguzi's house, both of them were smiling. They carried a large clay basket filled with something that was making noises and struggling. It was clear they had caught piglets. So quick. Did you catch the piglets? Feng Shiau and Lian Qingshan, who were building the pig pen in the yard, saw them coming back. Feng Shiau wiped his sweat and walked over, followed by Lian Qingshan. Yes, we brought back the 2 piglets we wanted to catch. Brother Qingshan's family doesn't have a pig pen yet. Chwaer said we should finish building it first, then catch the piglets, Silver Ring said loudly, having come from the neighbor's yard. We don't have a pig pen at home yet. I want to wait a bit longer. I'll pay a deposit and let the piglets drink a couple more days of milk before we take them, Chwaer told Lian Qingshan. Under the hot sun, Lian Qingshan was only wearing a shirt while working. His bulging arms and muscular chest were exposed, and the beads of sweat made him look very masculine. Chwaer, watching him, felt shy and lowered her head. All right, I'll listen to you. Lian Qingshan didn't seem to notice Chwaer's shyness. He grinned at her and said, Today I learned how to build a pig pen with Feng Shiau. When I go back home, I'll carve some stones from the mountain. We can use stones to build the pig pen, so the pigs won't break the fence when they grow big. Okay, I'll listen to you. Chwaer decided to take care of the piglets, feeling happy inside, and was ready to walk home with Lian Qingshan. Wait, Chwaer. Our sweet millet is ripe. I'll cut you a couple to chew on, Inhuan called out as she saw Chwaer about to leave. You also gave us seeds in spring, and we planted some too. Chwaer tried to refuse, but Inhuan stopped her. It's just 2 stalks of sweet millet. When I gave you the seeds, it was a few days later than when we planted ours. You can't eat yours yet, so take these first. When our millet is finished, I might come to your place to harvest some too. Inhuan casually waved her hand and headed to the backyard, where a row of sweet millet grew near the wall. She quickly chopped off 3 or 4 stalks with her knife. Just like her personality, she worked swiftly, tearing off the leaves and chopping the stalks into 2 pieces, then handed both the stalks and the seed heads to Chwaer. Take these home to eat. If you like them, come to our house to get more. I grow a lot, and only my family and I eat them, so there's nothing to worry about, Inhuan said with a smile, handing the millet to Chwaer, who accepted it without hesitation. The sweet, slightly wild grass scent instantly filled Chwaer's nose, bringing back the happiness of childhood when she ate millet stalks. She felt a rush of joy. All right, once your millet is finished, we can eat ours, she said. Oh, and our Gigi grass has bloomed. When you have free time, bring Dainyu over to play. We can use sunflower leaves to wrap our nails, Inhuan said, looking at the flowering Gigi grass with seed heads. Okay, I know you enjoy doing these things. I'll definitely come when I have time, Chwaer promised. She then saw the seed pods of the Gigi grass had already formed. She reached out and gently touched a swollen pod, which burst open easily, spilling tiny black seeds smaller than millet into her palm. The seeds of the Gigi grass are ripe. I'll pick some to take home. My yard only has vegetables and is pretty bare. Planting some of this will make it look nicer. Chwaer smiled as she picked a few ripe seed pods carefully, making sure they didn't burst, and placed them into her small bag. Seeing that it was getting late and worried about Denyo and Xiao being safe at home, she and Lian Qingshan, along with Inhuan, said goodbye and headed back with a bundle of sweet stalks. As soon as they left Inhuan's house, Lian Qingshan took the sweet stalks from Chwaer and looked at her smiling face. He felt quietly happy, thinking his decision to go out for a walk and raise a few piglets was a good one. It made Chuer very happy. Chuer, tomorrow I will go up the mountain to break some stones and come back. We should also build the pig pen, Lian Qingshan said softly, holding Chuer's small, delicate hand in his palm as they left the village, with no one else around.
Okay.
Will it be tiring to break stones? Do you want me to go with you? During the day, Chuer felt the warmth from Lian Qingshan's big hand holding hers. Her face turned slightly red, and she looked at him with bright eyes. It's okay, not tiring. In our village, when we built a house or did something else, we always went to the mountain to break stones ourselves. The stones for the old pig pen were brought down from the mountain by me and Qinghe, Lian Qingshan said casually. When he mentioned the old house, his mood darkened a bit, probably thinking of his parents, who had passed away long ago. Chuer, when is the anniversary of our parents' passing? Maybe we can go to the mountain to pay our respects then, she said, noticing his somber expression and tightening her grip on his hand.
Yes.
Their anniversary is in winter. If the snow hasn't blocked the mountain by then, we can go see them. Lian Qingshan took a deep breath and turned to look at Chuer's worried face, smiling at her. They haven't met your new wife yet. If I take you there, they'll be very happy. Good. Chuer felt his mood had improved a lot and felt a little more at ease. We should prepare some nice food for them and some paper money, so they know you're doing well now. Even in the afterlife, our parents will be at peace. Yes, Chuer, you're so good. Lian Qingshan nodded slightly and held Chuer's hand a little tighter, feeling that Chuer was right. He let out a deep breath, feeling a bit more at ease. As long as he was doing well, he could have a few more grandchildren for his parents in the future. If his parents knew, they would probably be happy and at peace. Let's go home. We'll cut up these sweet stalks and let Dinyo and Shiau who taste them. They haven't had these things since they were little, right? Chuer looked at her small home nearby and felt as if a little hand was scratching her chest. She couldn't help but quicken her pace. Yes, let's hurry home. Seeing Chuer's eagerness, Lian Qingshan also quickened his steps. He held Chuer's hand with one hand and carried the sweet stalks with the other, walking briskly toward home. Dinyo, Shiau, who were back, Chuer called out as she reached the door. Mom, you're back. Dinyo saw Chuer and Lian Qingshan returning and jumped happily to the door. Shiau, who, trembling slightly, followed behind. Oh. Shiau, who went to the field by himself. Chuer chuckled when she saw Shiau, who walking slowly on the ground. Shiau, who was a child who, for some reason, moved slowly. After he started talking, unless there was something urgent, he wouldn't speak much. After he learned to walk, unless Chuer pulled him or offered him something tempting, he wouldn't walk on his own. Mom. Shiau, who saw Chuer and grinned happily, stretching out his little arms for a hug. His innocent face made Chuer's heart melt. Good boy, Mom is back. Chuer stepped forward, patted Dinyo's forehead, then hugged Shiau, who. She kissed his soft little face and said, Shiau, who, if you're not busy, walk around the yard more. Moving around helps you grow taller. Giggling, Shiau, who shyly dodged Chuer's kiss but refused to speak anymore. Instead, he looked eagerly at the bundle of sweet stalks in Lian Qingshan's hand. By the way, Qingshan, chop up the sweet stalks. Later, we can chew on them in the yard, Chuer said, holding Shiau, who and swinging him around in the yard for a while. Dinyo stayed close by. Fortunately, the sun was already setting in the west, and it wasn't too hot. Chuer, holding Shiau, who didn't feel too uncomfortable. Here, the sweet stalks are chopped. Lian Qingshan came out again, carrying a basket filled with neatly chopped sweet stalks. This is a sweet stalk, similar in size to a sorghum stalk, and inside it is very sweet, like eating candy. Chuer brought out a small stool, and the family of four sat down in the yard. Chuer took a piece of the sweet stalk from a basket, peeled off the soft skin with her hand, then bit the end that had already been cut, and tore downward along the stalk. The tough outer skin of the sweet stalk was peeled away. Big girl, don't move yet. Let me show you how to peel the sweet stalk, Chuer said, demonstrating how to peel it. Then she broke the peeled sweet stalk in half and handed one half to the older girl. Here, try it. After chewing out the juice, just spit out the pulp. Chuer took a bite of the sweet stalk. The sweet juice instantly filled her mouth. That pure, natural sweetness, without any artificial flavor, made Chuer feel like she was back in her childhood. When she was young, she loved eating sweet corn, sweet stalks, and fresh corn from the fields. Those were beautiful memories. Delicious. The older girl imitated Chuer, biting into the sweet stalk. She immediately liked the sweet taste. She smiled happily, finished half of the stalk, and then started peeling her own sweet stalk just like Chuer. Me too. Little Tiger watched his mother and sister eating sweet stalks. His father was quietly peeling his own, but no one paid attention to him. He couldn't sit still and waved his little hands to show he was there with an eager face. Me too, haha. Little Tiger is anxious. You little one, your teeth aren't fully grown yet. How can you eat a sweet stalk? Chuer teased, seeing his saliva dripping as he got so excited. She gently tapped his little head and then took out a stone pestle from the house, threw the sweet stalk in, and mashed it. She scooped out the juice and gave it to Little Tiger to drink. As for the common method used by village women, chewing food and then feeding it to children, I really don't like it. I think it's too dirty. Hee hee. Little Tiger happily opened his mouth wide, delighted with the sweet juice. His joyful expression made everyone laugh. On this gentle summer afternoon, the whole family was happy. Even the cicadas lowered their voices, not wanting to disturb this warm, joyful family. Summer always makes people feel very lazy. Maybe it's because of the hot weather or because the evenings are too cozy. Chuer and Lian Qingshan have been getting up later and later. If this keeps up, the sun will have already climbed to the top of the mountain before we get up, Chuer said, resting one hand on her waist and using the other to shade her eyes as she looked out at the distant mountains. She pouted slightly as she spoke to Lian Qingshan. Hee hee. Lian Qingshan chuckled softly without saying anything. There's nothing to say. Chuer is both fragrant and soft. Even though holding her in the summer makes him a little hot, Lian Qingshan can't bear to let go. He can't stop hugging or caring for her, so he just smiles. Still smiling foolishly, Chuer glanced at Lian Qingshan, then turned to prepare breakfast. Her eyes unintentionally carried a charming look, making Lian Qingshan feel warm and a little ticklish inside. Following his usual habit, Lian Qingshan headed to the backyard to tidy up the vegetable garden and the chicken and pig pens. But when he arrived, he noticed something unusual. Usually, by this time, the chickens would have already come out of their cages and were wandering around the chicken coop. But this time, not a single chicken was in sight. The 3 piglets, which normally snorted and rooted around in the pigsty, were also quiet and still. Lian Qingshan immediately became alert. He casually grabbed the hoe resting behind the house and looked around. Seeing no signs of wild animals approaching the front yard, he slowly stepped back toward the backyard. The vegetable garden was very quiet. When the wind blew, only the rustling of the leaves could be heard. Lian Qingshan listened carefully but didn't notice any strange sounds. He then moved closer to where the chicken coop was. Although he wasn't entirely sure what had happened in the backyard, he had a faint feeling that some small animal had entered the yard and scared the chickens and pigs. He walked around the yard and, apart from the trembling chickens and piglets, he found nothing unusual. He circled the fence carefully and discovered a hole about a foot wide behind one of the chicken cages. Lian Qingshan carefully looked at the hole. It was clearly dug by an animal with claws, leaving fine scratch marks. Inside the hole, there were remnants of yellow animal fur, chicken feathers, and faint traces of blood. He could smell a slight fishy odor, which made his mind quickly confirm that a yellow weasel, commonly called a yellow fox, was responsible. Lian Qingshan frowned. When Chuer first wanted to raise chickens, he had thought that there were yellow foxes in the mountains. At that time, he only felt they might not come close to the village. Now, looking at this, it was clear they had been here. He used an iron shovel and some mud to try to block the large hole in the wall. He thought about telling Chuer later that there were fewer chickens. If she didn't ask, he wouldn't mention the yellow fox. There are many strange stories about yellow foxes in these mountains. Lian Qingshan was worried that Chuer and the children might get scared if they heard. He quickly sealed the wall and then walked to the front yard with a serious face, thinking about how to solve this problem completely. Chuer, what's wrong? Chuer was preparing breakfast when she saw Lian Qingshan come in much earlier than usual. His face looked strange, so she asked curiously, "Our chicken coop's chickens have been taken." "I think it was a yellow fox," Lian Qingshan said slowly, looking at Chuer. He stood beside her and pulled her into his arms, worried she might be frightened. "Yellow fox? Weasel?" Chuer felt a shiver run through her when she heard the name. It was like a cold breeze from her back. She wasn't afraid, but she felt uneasy. Soon, Lian Qingshan pulled her into his warm embrace. His warmth made her sudden discomfort disappear. "Yes, Chuer, don't be afraid. I am here with you." Lian Qingshan gently patted her back and softly comforted her. "Chuer, do you really believe the stories about the charming yellow fox?" Chuer wasn't afraid of small animals like weasels, but she couldn't ignore the superstitions about the mountains. Since she had traveled through time, anything was possible. "I don't know, but don't worry. I will protect you and the children," Lian Qingshan said seriously, holding her hand. Chuer nodded seriously and then said cautiously, "Let's not tell the big girl about this yet. She's still young, and I worry she might get scared if she hears. These days, I've been keeping her and the other child close, not letting them go to the backyard. We'll think of a way together to chase away the yellow fox so it won't come back." Chuer wasn't worried about her own safety, but was concerned that the two children might be frightened by the possible intruder, the yellow weasel. She also felt a bit sad for her hen, which was almost grown but hadn't laid eggs yet, only to have the weasel steal and eat them. She felt anxious and angry, her heart uneasy.
Squeak.
While Chuer and Lian Qingshan were both frowning and trying to come up with ideas, a small golden shadow suddenly darted onto the windowsill, chirping at Chuer. "Xiaokai, you're back." Chuer was very happy to see Xiaokai bouncing lively on the windowsill. She affectionately took a small handful of freshly brewed tea leaves from the shelf and placed them in Xiaocai's tiny bowl.
Squeak.
Xiaokai was so happy to see the tea leaves that it eagerly grabbed the stick with its little paws, sniffed it carefully, then licked it a few times with its pink tongue before crunching and eating the tea leaves. At first, Chuer was worried that Xiaokai might get sick from eating the tea leaves, but after observing for a long time, she realized Xiaokai liked the taste and enjoyed eating them. Eating the tea leaves didn't seem to make it uncomfortable. In fact, it became more lively. "Eat slowly. I'll give you more once you're done," Chuer said, intending to save some tea leaves to sell, but she wasn't stingy about giving Xiaokai food. She only gave it plain tea sticks, not the refined, processed tea leaves she was reluctant to let it eat. Watching Xiaokai happily munching on the tea leaves, its little mouth moving and whiskers twitching adorably, Chuer smiled and gently tapped its forehead with her finger. After stuffing the tea leaves into its mouth, Xiaokai closed its eyes comfortably. "Hee hee, little thing." Chuer thought that Xiaocai's distraction eased her worries a lot. Seeing how cute it was, she let out a soft breath and turned to continue cooking. Lian Qingshan saw Chuer calm down and no longer said anything. He picked up the water bucket and went out to the backyard to fetch water for the vegetables. Then he planned to add some barriers around the yard to prevent the yellow-skinned creature from sneaking in. While Chuer was feeding the chickens, she counted the hens in the backyard and noticed 3 were missing. The missing chickens were about half a year old and weighed nearly a jin each. She felt upset about losing them, suspecting the yellow-skinned creature had taken them. She thought about setting mouse traps to catch it but felt that was too cruel. Unable to think of a better solution, she hurriedly finished feeding the chickens and then took Dinyo and Shiau to the front yard. That day, Chuer watched Dinyo and Shiau play in the front yard. When Xiaokai returned, she wandered around the backyard as usual, but did not stand on top of the chicken coop like she normally did. She seemed to have gone somewhere else to play. Chuer and Lian Qingshan focused on guarding against the yellow-skinned creature. They worked hard to reinforce the yard walls and chicken cages. They also had to take care of the children, even nailing 2 layers of wooden planks at the bottom of the front gate. The entire yard was made very secure. Because they were busy all day, Chuer and Lian Qingshan were very tired and more tense than usual. They didn't pay much attention to Xiaokai, since it was a wild animal and not likely to get lost. As night fell, after dinner, Chuer told stories to Dinyo and Xiaohu. Seeing it was getting late, she coaxed them to sleep. The children usually went to bed around this time and didn't make trouble. They lay side by side on the kong, while Chuer gently fanned them with a bamboo fan. Soon, they fell into deep sleep. The night breeze was cool and gentle, cooler than during the day. Chuer, feeling relaxed after a peaceful day, didn't notice the yellow-skinned creature's presence. Just as she was about to breathe a sigh of relief, she suddenly heard the hens in the backyard clucking loudly.
Her heart jumped.
Usually, the hens wouldn't be so nervous. Could it be that the yellow-skinned creature was back? Lian Qingshan's brow furrowed slightly. He sighed and said, "Probably so. Stay inside and watch the children."
"I'll go outside and check," he suggested.
"Don't go yet. We've already sealed the yard. The yellow-skinned creature can't find a way in. It might just be wandering around for a while and then leave." Chuer looked at Lian Qingshan, who was about to stand up, and nervously grabbed his arm. She said, "It's not because I'm afraid of this little thing, but because I've heard rumors about the mountain. They may not be entirely true, but I can't ignore them. It's better not to harm that yellow-skinned creature's life." "All right." Lian Qingshan thought for a moment, nodded, and sat back on the bed. Although he didn't leave, he still held his walking stick. It wasn't because he needed it to support himself, but because he was worried about the legend of the yellow-skinned creature. He didn't want to hurt it, so he kept the stick ready to scare it away. Outside the backyard wall, in an unremarkable spot, 3 shadowy figures about a foot long were noisily gnawing on something near the wall. The creaking sounds made people's teeth ache just hearing them. Soon, the creaking stopped, and the sound of digging in the soil followed. It was clear that the obstacles Lian Qingshan had set up outside earlier had failed, and the 3 yellow-skinned creatures had dug through the wall. As the digging sounds emerged, the chickens in the coop inside the yard suddenly started squawking loudly, their cries filled with panic. The noise was so distressing that Lian Qingshan and Chuer, inside the house, felt a shiver run down their spines. "I can't stay here. I have to go see what's happening." Lian Qingshan couldn't sit still. He tightened his grip on the walking stick and quickly headed outside. "Chuer, stay inside and watch the children carefully. I'll close the door. If anything happens, don't come out." Under the faint moonlight, the 3 shadowy figures digging in the soil shimmered with a strange, cold light in their eyes. The scene was so eerie that it made people feel a chilling sensation all over. Under the faint moonlight, the 3 shadowy figures digging in the soil shimmered with a strange, cold light in their eyes. The scene was so eerie that it made people feel a chilling sensation all over. Lian Qingshan hurriedly stepped back toward the backyard, walking briskly with his stick. When he saw the normally peaceful backyard now in chaos, he couldn't help but furrow his brow. He clenched his stick tightly and looked back at his house. He saw Chuer standing close to the window, watching the backyard carefully. Lian Qingshan waved to Chuer and then headed toward the chicken coop. The night in the mountains is dangerous. Although their home is not far from the village, Lian Qingshan rarely opens the door to look outside for signs of weasels unless absolutely necessary. The mountain is full of wild animals. If it were just a few weasels, that would be okay, but if larger wild animals appeared, it would be very dangerous, especially since Lian Qingshan only has a walking stick. Just as Lian Qingshan was about to walk to the chicken coop, a figure suddenly darted out from the shadows under the moonlight. It quickly jumped onto the top of the chicken cage. The small figure shimmered in the moonlight, almost glowing as if it could shine. Zhaokai, Chuer inside the house, and Lian Qingshan outside both recognized the tiny, golden figure at the same time. It was the pet squirrel, Zhaokai. "Zhaokai, what are you doing here? There are weasels outside. Run away quickly. It's dangerous." Chuer looked at the tiny, palm-sized shadow and clenched her fists nervously. Zhaokai was smaller than a hen, and if a weasel caught it, it would be eaten in no time. She lowered her voice and called to the backyard, hoping Zhaokai would hear and run away quickly. "Zhaokai, get out of the way." At this moment, Lian Qingshan had also reached outside the chicken coop. Seeing the tiny figure standing on top of the cage, he felt worried for it. Lian Qingshan didn't dislike small animals, but since Chuer, Dinyo, and Shiau, who all liked Zhaokai very much, he gradually accepted this tiny creature and treated it like a pet.
Squeak.
Zhaokai heard Chuer and Lian Qingshan's voices, but it didn't move. Instead, it squeaked twice and then focused its gaze on a spot on the earthen wall. The wall was crumbling, with dirt falling down, indicating that a weasel outside was digging a hole there. Seeing this, Lian Qingshan understood what was happening. He quickly moved the chicken cage and the young chickens inside to the other side, clearing space. He thought that even if the weasel dug into the hole later, he would be ready to act. At this moment, the noisy clucking of the chickens suddenly stopped as the digging sound ceased. Lian Qingshan felt a slight relief. He silently thought, if the weasel outside heard the noise and retreated, I wouldn't have to hurt it. Hee. Suddenly, the rustling sound came from behind the wall again, mixed with what sounded like children's laughter. There was a faint, slightly fishy smell in the air. Even Qingshan couldn't help but cover his mouth and nose with his hand. Qingshan grew up in the mountains. He had heard the legend of the yellow fox since he was a child. He knew that yellow foxes liked to steal chickens. He also knew that keeping chickens was a way to show care for Chuer and the children. Plus, with his martial skills, he believed he could fight off a group of yellow foxes without losing. While Qingshan was lowering his head and covering his nose, the mud wall suddenly cracked open. 3 yellow foxes rushed into the chicken coop. Each was over a foot long, quite large. The 3 foxes split up in different directions, heading toward the chicken cages, clearly planning to steal chickens and escape. You bold animals. Leave at once. Qingshan saw what was happening and waved his walking stick. He rushed toward the closest yellow fox, swinging his stick fiercely, sweeping it toward the fox. Just then, before Qingshan could move further, Kai, who was perched on the chicken cage, suddenly darted down like a flash of gold. It charged at one of the yellow foxes inside. A loud yelp followed, one from the fox Qingshan was blocking, which had hit his stick, and another from the fox Kai was attacking. The yellow fox's dull yellow fur shimmered with a hint of gold. Kai had somehow leapt onto the fox, its sharp claws digging deep into the fox's flesh, causing the fox to scream loudly. 2 foxes were stopped, but another one approached the chicken cage. It quickly grabbed a chicken and tried to run away, dragging the chicken with one paw while its other claws scrambled to escape. Even with the chicken in its grasp, it was moving incredibly fast. Still trying to run. Qingshan was furious when he saw this. He didn't hold back. He swung his stick and struck the fox holding the chicken, making it stumble and releasing the chicken. The yellow fox, injured, no longer cared about the chickens. It angrily turned around, its bright little eyes glowing green, making people feel uneasy. Its mouth was making loud howling sounds, sometimes like a human laugh, sometimes like a beast's roar. Even Chuer, standing far away, felt a chill run down her spine. Meanwhile, the other yellow fox, Zhaokai, was showing off on the injured fox. When it heard the howling, it also started to squeak. With a quick jump, it leapt off the injured fox and rushed toward the noisy one, its small body moving as fast as lightning. Suddenly, with a loud slap, the injured fox was pushed far away by Zhaocai's paw. It tumbled to the wall, making a clattering sound. The injured fox, frightened, sprayed out a foul smell and forgot about stealing chickens. It hurriedly ran toward the hole it had dug earlier, trying to escape. Lian Qingshan was overwhelmed by the strong smell and felt dizzy. His vision blurred, and he struggled to steady himself by leaning on the chicken coop's wall.
Qingshan.
Chuer saw him staggering. Though she didn't know why, she knew she couldn't stay inside anymore. She quickly got off the bed, grabbed a fire poker, and rushed to the backyard. When she arrived, she helped Qingshan steady himself and saw Zhaokai standing proudly, facing 3 much larger yellow foxes, ready to fight. Under the moonlight, Zhaokai stood at the entrance of the hole the foxes had dug. It looked calm, even as the 3 larger foxes struggled to rush toward it. Not a trace of panic was visible. Suddenly, Zhaokai darted toward the closest fox, like a golden shooting star. In an instant, it was right in front of the fox. Before Chuer could see clearly, Xiaokai had already knocked the fox down with a paw and then rushed toward the second fox. The second fox, the one Qingshan had blocked earlier, was unharmed and more agile than the first. Seeing Xiaokai approaching, it didn't dare fight head-on. Instead, it tried to circle around and run toward the hole. But Xiaokai was faster. It caught up in just a few steps and struck again, knocking the second fox down as well. Chuer saw this scene and didn't know what to say. The little golden dog, Xiaokai, looked small and unremarkable, yet it had such great strength. Before she could think further, she saw Xiaokai rush to the third yellow dog. That yellow dog was the one that had been scratched quite a bit earlier. Now it was trembling and staying still, too scared to move.
Squeak.
Xiaokai looked at the yellow dog, which seemed to have been tamed by the beating. It barked twice at it, then reached out a small paw and gently tapped the yellow dog's head. The yellow dog shivered in fright and suddenly lay down, bowing its head to Xiaokai. The bowing of the yellow dog looked quite like a human bow. It placed its paws together, half kneeling on the ground, moving them up and down as if bowing in respect. The other two yellow dogs, apparently scared by the beating, also bowed their heads toward Xiaokai. Xiaokai wagged its big tail happily, looking very proud. It jumped a few steps onto the chicken cage, standing on its favorite perch. It looked at the three yellow dogs on the ground and then squeaked twice, as if speaking. Strangely, after Xiaokai's squeaked twice, the three yellow dogs seemed to understand it. They turned and bowed 3 times to Lian, Qingshan, and Chuer. Then they all ran quickly toward the hole they had dug, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Qingshan, do you think I'm seeing things? Chuer pulled Lian Qingshan, feeling that this scene was too strange. I saw it too. Xiaokai must be extraordinary. The two looked at the tiny golden glow under the moonlight with complicated expressions. Despite its small size, Xiaokai had such great power. Xiaokai, you are so mighty. After a while, Chuer finally smiled and said, First, find a basin of water to wash your paws. I'll go get some good tea leaves for you. She didn't care if Xiaokai understood her, and happily helped Lian Qingshan toward the front yard. Xiaokai was so impressive that Chuer felt very lucky to have such a small guardian beast protecting her home.
Squeak.
When Xiaokai heard about good tea leaves, its little eyes lit up. It quickly ran to the front yard, washed its paws in a small basin Chuer had left there, then jumped onto the kitchen windowsill and sat beside its little bowl, waiting to be fed. The adorable and lucky appearance of Xiaokai almost made Chuer forget its fierce behavior just now. She placed a handful of the best tea leaves into Xiaocai's bowl and watched it munch happily. Even Qingshan and Chuer couldn't help but smile at its contented look. The trouble with the yellow-skinned pig became much easier because of Xiaocai's brave actions. The next day, after Qingshan repaired the wall, it was never broken again. This made Qingshan and Chuer breathe a sigh of relief and become even kinder to Xiaokai. 3 hens in the house were lost, but the remaining ones, although frightened, recovered after Chuer used corn husks to comfort them for a few days. Luckily, they haven't started laying eggs yet, or the eggs would have been scared away, Chuer said to Qingshan during a quiet moment. Days went by, and Chuer returned from collecting tea from the mountain cave again. Because of this, she called the cave the Tea Cave, which sounded elegant. After casually mentioning the name, Chuer and Qingshan started calling it the Tea Cave. Inside the tea cave, the tea trees Chuer transplanted were growing well. Although they were just small shoots about a foot high, each one looked lively and healthy. Chuer was so happy she wanted to check on them 3 times a day. Seeing how much Chuer valued these little shoots, Qingshan also helped her water and weed the plants. The couple was busy and happy. The freshly picked tea leaves were turned into various kinds of tea by Chuer's skillful hands. There was fresh, bright green tea, straight, dark green strip tea, slightly reddish, smooth red tea, and a new type Chuer developed, fermented, small, round black tea. Most of all, Chuer made strip green tea, the kind she originally sold to manager Qian. It was unfermented and easy to make, just stir-frying and kneading. It was very convenient. She kept some back as a secret weapon, in case Manager Qian tried to play tricks or get greedy. With so many types of tea in her hands, she could sell them at higher prices in the future. One day, Cui Er and Qingshan went to town together. They needed to buy meat and daily supplies, and also to deliver this season's summer tea to Manager Qian's shop. Cui Er delivered 10 jin of tea. After the shopkeeper examined the quality, he paid them 20 taels of silver on the spot. Don't rush off yet. I still have some silver for you. Just as Cui Er and Lian Qingshan were about to leave, shopkeeper Qian stopped them with a mysterious smile. Seeing his expression, Cui Er immediately guessed that perhaps the 5 jin of tea they previously sold had been sold out. I took advantage of the delivery to bring out the 5 jin of tea from the mountain. I sold it in the town at 5 taels of silver per jin, earning about 3 taels of profit per jin, shopkeeper Qian honestly told Cui Er and her husband. This time, the amount of tea was small. If we sell larger quantities in the future, the price could go up. Yes, we understand. As long as the sales are good, the amount of tea isn't a problem. Lian Qingshan nodded calmly, showing no excitement about the money. Lian Qingshan's composed attitude made Cui Er feel bright. She thought his manner was very handsome and impressive, making her admire him even more. Seeing Lian Qingshan's behavior, shopkeeper Qian secretly nodded. He had previously thought Cui Er was an extraordinary woman, and now he realized her husband was also capable. His earlier greed for money seemed to fade. Here are all the profits and the account book for your review. Shopkeeper Qian opened the ledger and took out a small bag. Inside were 3 silver bars, each weighing 5 taels, totaling 15 taels of fine silver. He pushed both the ledger and the silver toward Cui Er and Lian Qingshan, acting very politely. According to our previous agreement, 30% of the profit belongs to the Qian shop, 60% to the Lian family, and 10% is my fee for my hard work, Cui Er said, not bothering to look at the ledger, and simply returned it to shopkeeper Qian. If shopkeeper Qian plans to fudge the accounts with just 1 silver bar, I wouldn't be able to tell. It's better to be generous and keep him at ease, she thought. Thank you for your trust. Shopkeeper Qian felt a bit guilty for not even showing the ledger and trusting him so much. His face slightly reddened as he placed the 15 taels of silver on the table. Each jin of tea yields 3 taels of profit. 60% of that is 1 tael 8 qian, so 5 jin of tea makes about 9 taels of silver, he explained while pushing 10 taels of silver toward Cui Er and Lian Qingshan. Yes, 9 taels is good. Cui nodded, thinking that she didn't have much loose silver on her, so she pushed 1 silver ingot to the middle of the table. My husband and I don't have any loose silver. Could the money shopkeeper help us exchange the silver for smaller coins? That's quite kind of you. Why don't you just keep it all? The money shopkeeper said with a shy smile. Shopkeeper, your fee is 10%. This 5 jin of tea is worth about 1.5 taels of silver. If I took 1 tael of silver from you, wouldn't you lose your profit? Cui Er said. She wasn't greedy for the shopkeeper's silver. She thought that if she kept that silver, it might cause confusion in her future business accounts. For the shopkeeper, this 1.5 taels of silver wasn't a lot, but it wasn't small either. His monthly allowance was only 10 taels a year. Selling 5 jin of tea earned him over a month's allowance. Thinking of this, the shopkeeper's heart was filled with excitement. Selling just 5 jin of tea earned him so much silver. If he sold 50 or 500 jin, the profit would be enormous. He suppressed his excitement and divided the 5 taels of silver into small coins. He took out 2 small silver ingots, each weighing 2 taels, and placed them in front of Lian Qingshan and Cui Er. Then he asked eagerly, "Our tea is a beautiful green with a lovely fragrance. The shopkeepers in the county are very curious. Do you know if this tea has a name?" Lian Qingshan and Cui Er looked at each other in surprise. They had made the tea by chance, mainly to make a living. They hadn't thought about giving it a name after it was made. Yes, it should have a name. Cui Er nodded repeatedly after hearing this. Compared to just giving it a nickname, Cui Er thought more deeply. If the tea had a name, it would be like a brand. For example, in her previous life, there was Westlake Longjing, or by Luo Chun. Once the name was known, everyone would know it was good tea. If their tea became famous, it would be a valuable brand.
So, what should they call their tea?
Why not call it Chui tea? Lian Qingshan thought for a moment and then suddenly said, Chui tea? That's a wonderful idea, the shopkeeper exclaimed. The character, Chui, could describe the tea's appearance, bright green and vibrant. Also, since the tea was made by Chui Nyangzi, the name, Chui tea, was very fitting. After hearing Lian Qingshan's words, Chui looked straight at him. Seeing the gentle affection in his eyes, she felt a slight sweetness in her heart. She slowly nodded to show her agreement. The name, Chui tea, was now officially settled. Today I will host a meal. Let's have a simple dinner together, Manager Qian said, seeing that the tea name was decided. He wanted Lian Qingshan and his wife to stay and eat. Our child is still at home, and there are many things to do. We will have plenty of chances to meet in the future. Lian Qingshan looked at Chui. Seeing she had no intention to stay, he politely declined. That's fine. We have a long future ahead, Manager Qian replied politely. There are no restaurants in town, so if they wanted to eat, it would have to be homemade, which was not convenient. Chui and Lian Qingshan said their goodbyes, holding a large sum of silver. They hurriedly bought some things in town and quickly headed home. After returning with the money, both of them felt a long-lasting calm in their hearts. They had sold about 10 jin of tea for dozens of taels of silver. They could foresee that if they continued selling tea in the future, the money would keep flowing in. Such a hopeful future was truly exciting. Chui, I was thinking, should we renovate this house? It's very cold in the mountains here. In winter, heavy snow blocks the mountain, and our house is a bit old and can't block the wind and snow well. I'm worried you'll catch a cold, Lian Qingshan said, sharing his thoughts. He felt a bit embarrassed to speak his mind. Most of the money they had was from selling tea, except for the 200 taels buried in the Kong, which he earned himself. The rest was almost all from Chui. If he used this money, he would feel ashamed. If he didn't, he was worried about the cold winter and not taking good care of his wife and children. Renovate the house. Chui also thought about their home. When she heard Lian Qingshan speak, she nodded and smiled. I was just thinking about the house too. Now that we have some money, we can fix it up nicely. However, Chui didn't really want to renovate the house. She was thinking of building a new yard. There was still a lot of empty land next to their current house, especially a big green tree with lush branches. If they built a house there and planted a fragrant chong tree in the yard, they could enjoy chong buds in spring and cool shade in summer. 2 good things in one. Qingshan, I remember that the land deed says this mountain belongs to us. Chui blinked her big eyes, excitedly saying, Yes, this hill, the 2 hills where we planted tea trees earlier, are all ours. The small stream behind is also ours, Lian Qingshan replied seriously, even though he didn't quite understand what Chui was asking. Does that mean we can build a house on this hill, not just here, but anywhere we want? Chui's eyes lit up, her mouth slightly open, eagerly awaiting Lian Qingshan's answer. Yes, I think so, Lian Qingshan nodded. Then he suddenly realized, are you talking about building a new house? Yes, a new house. Chui's eyes sparkled with excitement as she nodded back at Lian Qingshan. Seeing his understanding, Chui continued happily, I think our current yard is pretty good, but it's a bit narrow east and west. When Dinyo and Shiau grow up, or if we have more children, this house won't be enough. She pointed eastward. Look over there under that fragrant cedar tree. The land there is flat, and just as level as here. If we could build a big yard there with a row of main houses and later add a couple of side rooms when our family gets bigger, it would be spacious and comfortable. Wouldn't that be great? Lian Qingshan looked in the direction Chui pointed. He remembered that the empty land on the east side was very flat and sunny. Building a house there sounded like a good idea. Chui's clear voice continued softly in his ear. His mind automatically pictured the scene she described. Dinyo, Shiau, and their children, all sitting happily in the yard, eating and chatting. He imagined himself and Chui growing old together, leaning on each other. Thinking about it made him feel wonderful. Lost in these thoughts, a smile appeared on Lian Qingshan's face. Yes, building a yard over there is a good idea. Qingshan, then this matter is all up to you. Building a yard and a house will be hard work, Chuer said happily, leaning on his shoulder with a gentle smile. What's so hard about it? I should thank you for earning so much silver, Lian Qingshan replied softly, looking at Chuer's gentle face. His heart warmed like spring water, and unconsciously, he spoke the words he had been keeping inside. When he said this, Lian Qingshan was initially surprised, but soon he understood. He felt a little uncomfortable knowing that Chuer could earn money because a grown man shouldn't earn less than a woman. This made Lian Qingshan feel a bit awkward for a while. Now that he could say this without much concern, he decided not to mind too much. Chuer earns a lot, so he just needed to work harder in the future. When they followed the general to the border, he had helped manage the border's business and affairs too. He had done all these things before. Thinking of this, Lian Qingshan smiled with relief. He held Chuer's arm tighter. Chuer was both beautiful and strong, and she was completely loyal to him. Even when he was bedridden at the beginning, she was so good to him. Being loved by such an excellent woman made Lian Qingshan feel very proud and happy. They agreed to build a house, but both felt restless, as if grass was growing inside them. Their minds were full of thoughts about building the house. After discussing, they decided that since they just finished picking tea and wouldn't pick more for a while, they might as well start planning the house now. Because their house was on a hillside with only their family, there was no need to worry much about the land. They just needed to choose a good spot facing the right direction and level the ground a little. They could build the house without telling anyone. Besides the land, the biggest expenses were the wood, bricks, and tiles for building. They also needed workers, like tile and wood carpenters. Chuer didn't know how many people they should hire or how to find skilled workers. She was in the dark and worried about what to do. Chuer was worried she couldn't handle everything well, so she took Lian Qingshan to visit Aunt Lu. Aunt Lu, with her many years of experience in the village, recommended an honest tile maker to Chuer. She also told Chuer and Lian Qingshan who in the village was skilled and hardworking. This advice helped Chuer a lot and saved her some trouble. When they returned from Aunt Lu's house, Chuer was tidying up the family's savings and making a budget. She asked Aunt Lu about the prices of bricks and tiles. Bricks cost about 2 yuan each, and tiles cost 3 yuan for 2. To build a large 3-room tile house, they would need at least 10,000 bricks and several thousand tiles. This didn't include the walls. If they counted the walls, they would need an extra 5 or 6,000 bricks. Considering this, 10,000 pieces of green bricks are worth 5,000 silver coins. 1,000 silver coins equal 1 tael of silver. Just for the green bricks of the house, it costs about 5 taels of silver. If we include the wall, it adds another 3 taels. For the tiles, even 3,000 tiles need about 2 taels of silver. Without counting anything else, just the bricks and tiles total around 10 taels of silver. If we add wood, labor, and furniture after the house is built, Chuer estimates a budget of about 30 taels of silver. After returning with the silver from selling tea leaves, besides the 200 taels from Lian Qingshan's family, they still have about 50 taels left. Even if they spend 30 taels, it will last for a while. When the next batch of tea is sold, they can earn back that money. Qingshan, do you think we should tell the village chief about building the house? Chuer, having figured out the money, started thinking about other things. Yes, telling the village chief is a good idea. It can prevent trouble later, Lian Qingshan thought for a moment and said, "All right, I'll prepare some things. Let's find time to visit the village chief and talk to him," Chuer decided. She cut a piece of meat she bought from town and found a ruler from the bed cabinet. She handed both to Lian Qingshan and told him to go to the village chief's house. Haoshan village is a poor place. Usually, families make a living by hunting in the mountains or doing odd jobs in town. As the village chief of a poor village, he naturally doesn't have much wealth. But compared to others, his family lives a bit better. Just look at the tall, tidy tiled house and the 4 fat pigs in the yard. They show a glimpse of their better life. Village chief, our house is quite broken. I was thinking since the weather is warm, I want to build a new house. I came to tell you. Lian Qingshan entered the village chief's house. Seeing the tall tiled house next to his own thatched, mud brick house, his desire to build a tiled house became clearer. He handed the meat and ruler to the village chief's wife, known as Ninth Auntie, and respectfully said to the village chief, "Build a house? That's a good thing, a good thing." The village chief smiled happily. He saw the piece of meat Lian Qingshan gave, which was fatty and looked to weigh about 3 or 4 jin. The ruler also seemed enough to make 1 or 2 sets of clothes. It was a very generous gift. The village chief initially thought someone might ask him for help with a difficult matter. He hesitated because he didn't want to part with the meat and the measuring tool, but he was also worried he might not be able to handle it if he refused. His mind was in a state of uncertainty. When he heard it was about building a house, he felt relieved. Building a house wouldn't cause him any trouble. The village chief stroked his beard and smiled, asking, "Is there anything I can help with?" Lian Qingshan replied with a smile, "It's nothing big. The land next to my house is enough for building the house. No need to find another place. I just wanted to let you know. After the house is built, I might need your help with the property deed." He didn't need the village chief to do much. He was just being honest. "Oh, I see. That's part of my duty as village chief. When you start building, I'll ask our family's Qingshan to come and help a few workers," the village chief said. Hearing that he only needed to help with the property deed, he felt completely at ease. This was something he was used to doing, so he was not worried. He waved his hand happily and said with a smile, "Thank you very much." Lian Qingshan kept thanking him. After talking to the village chief, he felt confident and could now start planning without worry. Lian Qingshan chatted a few more words with the village chief and then left his house. Following Aunt Lu's instructions, he went to find the bricklayer's house. When he arrived, he saw the bricklayer, a man in his 40s who looked a bit thin. The bricklayer and his 3 apprentices had just finished building another house and were resting at home. When Lian Qingshan mentioned building a brick house, he happily agreed. The bricklayer was quick-tempered and, before discussing payment, said he would go with Lian Qingshan to Laoshantin to look at the site first. On the way, the bricklayer said, "When we get there, we'll measure the space to see if it's big enough. Then we can talk about what kind of house you want. If I can build it, I'll help. If I can't, I won't pretend I can." His honesty made Lian Qingshan trust him even more. When Lian Qingshan took the bricklayer to his home, Chuier had already fed the chickens and pigs. She was playing in the yard with Daniu and Xiaohu. Hearing that the bricklayer wanted to see the site, she brought Daniu and Xiaohu to the nearby open space to watch how the bricklayer would assess it. Lian Qingshan pointed to the land and said, "We want to build a big yard here. The house will have 3 main rooms, and there will be space left for side rooms. When needed, we can build more rooms later. If we build 3 main rooms plus east and west wings, the area will be large enough and we won't need too many workers. I will add my 3 apprentices, all skilled in building houses. We can work together on the construction. You should find a few strong laborers to help with the work." The bricklayer can't help but rub his hands eagerly, excited about building brick houses. The bricklayer used a rope to measure the site and discussed with Lian Qingshan and his wife where to build the yard and how big the house should be. He marked the plan locations for the house and the wall with stones. After confirming everything looked fine, they discussed the payment and he went home. The pay for the bricklayer is neither too high nor too low. With himself and his 3 apprentices, for people in total, building the yard in less than 2 months. If meals are provided but not accommodation, the pay is 4 taels of silver. If neither meals nor accommodation are provided, it's 5 taels. Chuier thought since she would also provide meals for helpers, she agreed to pay 4 taels with meals included. Lian Qingshan learned from the bricklayer that he needed to find a few strong workers to help build the house. He then went around the village to invite familiar villagers to help. Among them were his good friends Fengshuo and Chuanju's mountain yam, Lu Dama's eldest son Shizi, and the village chief Qingshan. With Lian Qingshan and Lian Qinghe, that should be enough people. People in the mountains usually don't have many big jobs, mainly relying on hunting and gathering from the mountain. Even in summer, the men in the village don't have much work. When they heard that Lian's family was building a house and offering meals and wages, everyone eagerly agreed to help. After Lian, Qingshan, and Chuer confirmed the land for the house, they spent 3 or 4 days planning everything needed for the new yard. A 3-room main house facing south is essential. We'll use the middle room as the living room, the east room for us to live in, and the west room for Dinyo and Shiau when they grow up, said Lian Qingshan. After dinner, the family sat in the yard to relax. Lian Qingshan casually drew on the ground with a stick, planning the layout. Well, we won't put the kitchen in the main house. Instead, we'll build a small extension behind the main house for cooking. We can add 2 stoves inside, one facing the east room and one facing the west room. Also, we should make the bed area a bit larger and build a firewall so it stays warm in winter. Chuer nodded and continued, pointing at a sketch drawn on a branch with a green mountain background. Sieur, when you make tea, should we have a separate room for that? Lian Qingshan suddenly thought about their income. The tea picking and processing were important, so having a separate tea room might not be a bad idea. Yes, having a separate room for making tea is fine. Now, we cook everything in the big pot in the kitchen, but later we can have a special pot just for tea, Chuer agreed, thinking the idea was good. Seeing this, Chuer looked back at the children playing nearby, Dinyo and Shiau. Their small hands and faces had turned dark from the dirt. If they had a bathroom, she wouldn't worry so much about giving them baths in winter, fearing they might catch cold. Maybe we can turn the extension into 3 rooms. The north side of the main house doesn't have windows, so we can add a row of small rooms behind the main house, one in the middle for the kitchen, one on each side for making tea and for bathing. When she mentioned a bathhouse, Chuer's mind lit up. Their current conditions were too simple. When she wanted to take a bath, she could only ask Lian Qingshan to block the door, and she had to secretly wipe herself in the kitchen. She couldn't even soak in hot water, which was very uncomfortable. A bathhouse, Lian Qingshan nodded slightly. He didn't think a bathhouse was very necessary, but seeing Chuer's hopeful expression, he felt he had no reason to refuse. Mom, can we have a big bathtub where I can lie down and take a bath? Compared to Lian Qingshan's calm tone, Dinyo and Shiau, who were playing nearby, suddenly became excited. They forgot about their dirt and ants. Dinyo's big, bright eyes looked at Lian Qingshan and Chuer and asked eagerly. Chuer had talked to them about a bathhouse before, and she was glad Dinyo remembered. She gently stroked Dinyo's hair, pleased to see his dull, yellow hair turn darker and shinier, with a gentle smile on her face. Yes, that kind of bathroom. Later, we'll build a firewall inside it, and then let Dad buy us a big wooden tub. Big Sister and Little Tiger can sit in the tub to take a bath. It will be more comfortable than the big wooden basin we have now. Wow, I want a bathroom. I want a bathroom. Big Sister happily snuggled in Chuer's arms, her bright eyes shining with excitement. Bathroom. Bathroom. Little Tiger didn't quite understand what a bathroom was for, but seeing his sister so happy, he ran around Chuer and Lian Qingshan, kicking his little legs and spinning in circles. Though he stumbled a bit, his face was red with excitement. All right, let's build a bathroom. Lian Qingshan agreed immediately, seeing how happy everyone was. Building a bathroom wouldn't cost much silver, and since everyone liked the idea, they decided to go ahead.
Yes.
Chuer nodded eagerly, her eyes sparkling. She and Lian Qingshan discussed the details of the main house again, like how big the window should be, where to put the door, and so on. After they finished planning, they also discussed where to build a small outhouse, leave space for a vegetable garden, and connect it to the old courtyard. Using small tree branches to draw and communicate on the ground worked surprisingly well. Chuer and Lian Qingshan, along with Big Sister and Little Tiger, who occasionally interrupted, spent about an hour designing a rough plan of the house. Worried she might forget the design, Chuer took out a piece of paper when she returned inside. She also found a small burnt stick from the stove, and using the black ash on it and a measuring stick for cutting clothes, she drew the house plan. Since Chuer had discussed the house size and layout, she used a scale-like method on the drawing. Later, when the bricklayer came to discuss the house, Chuer and Lian Qingshan showed him their design. The bricklayer, Mr. Yang, immediately recognized what they wanted from Chuer's drawing, how many rooms, the layout, and praised her work highly. Chwer felt a little shy. She had just based her drawing on a modern house plan, marking doors, windows, the Kong, heated bed, and stove, but it wasn't as detailed as Mr. Yang said. "Leave the house to me. Can you teach me how to draw this kind of plan? If you teach me how to draw this picture, we will reduce the payment for your house by 1 or 2 coins." After seeing Chwer's drawing, Yang the tile maker loved it so much he couldn't put it down and wished he could learn how to draw it immediately. This drawing method was figured out by trial and error, so there's nothing special to teach. If you want to learn, our head of the household can teach you. But we still need to build the back house, so we would be very grateful if you didn't ask for more money. "We can't really pay you more," Chwer said, not revealing that she was the one who came up with the design, instead pushing Lian Qingshan forward. "Exactly, for Tales of Silver, and we won't ask for a penny more," Lian Qingshan quickly agreed. "All right, even if it means adding an extra back room or another main room, I won't charge you an extra coin." "You are really kind people." Yang the tile maker was very happy to learn something new and earn some money. He admired Lian Qingshan and his wife for being friendly and capable. Based on Aunt Lu's recommendation, Lian Qingshan went to town to find a feng shui master to set the date for breaking ground. They decided to start digging the foundation on June 29th. He also showed the master the design of their house, and after confirming there were no issues, they prepared to begin construction. Thinking about the new house made Lian Qingshan very excited. He and Chwer moved quickly. They discussed what kind of house to build, measured the land, and set the start date. Then they began organizing workers. They had already arranged for Yang the tile maker and his 3 apprentices, 5 strong helpers from the village, and Chwer's family of 4, totaling over 10 people. Since building a house requires help with cooking, Chwer, who was busy taking care of her children and cooking for about 10 people, called in Sister Inhuan and Dong, Lian Qingshan's wife, to help. As for why they didn't invite Aunt Lu and Aunt Chunju, it was because Aunt Lu was busy preparing dowries for her daughter, who was getting married to the wealthy Du family from the prosperous Kula village. Aunt Chunju's new daughter-in-law, Zhang, was also pregnant. Both of them were busy and exhausted, so Chwer didn't want to trouble them further. On June 29th, it is a good day to start construction, but not suitable for traveling. This day was scheduled by Chwer for digging the foundation of the new yard. Early in the morning, after Chwer got up, she tidied up Dinyo and Shiau, who packed away the family's valuables and went outside to prepare breakfast. Chwer's house is building a new home. They provide food but no accommodation. The mason and his 3 apprentices are paid 4 taels of silver in total, while other helpers are paid 20 large coins per day each. Farmers in the countryside usually eat 2 meals a day. Chwer's family also follows this tradition, having breakfast and lunch. Early in the morning, Chwer steamed a large pot of mixed cornmeal, buckwheat, and plain flour buns and cooked a big pot of cornmeal porridge. This was the prepared breakfast. The buns made from 3-flavor flour were steamed in the pot. Silver Ring and her husband Lian Qinghe also arrived. Silver Ring's family has elderly people and children, while Lian Qinghe's family has no one to take care of the children, so she brought her 2 sons, De Mao and Air Mao. Seeing this, Silver Ring secretly frowned, thinking to herself whether Chwer was helping her family or just bringing her children along. Chwer didn't say anything. She invited Lian Qinghe's family and Silver Ring's family into the house, placed a Mao and Air Mao on the Kong, heated bed, to play. Dinyo, being older, played with her 3 younger brothers, looking quite capable. Chwer, I'm not good at cooking, but I can take care of the children. Besides cooking, just give me any chores, and I'll do them well for you, Silver Ring said, as she sent her husband out to help Lian Qingshan. Don't worry, your work will definitely be needed. Chwer smiled warmly, pushing a basket of vegetables and scallions she pulled from the backyard towards Silver Ring. Go and pick the vegetables clean. Yes, landlady. Silver Ring chuckled happily, took the basket, and went to pick vegetables at the door. Dong sure stood beside Chwer, feeling a bit helpless. The confident attitude she had shown earlier was gone, replaced by a nervous expression, like a timid young wife who had been scolded. Chwer found her somewhat amusing. Young sister-in-law, With cooking and taking care of the children here, I can't manage everything alone. Please watch the children and help me with the meals on the stove. Also, do some work for me, Chuer instructed. Seeing Dong Shi obediently nod, she didn't say more. While there's still time, let's prepare the breakfast. Later, we can boil more water. They're working hard digging the foundation. Workers kept arriving one after another. Even the bricklayer master from the farthest village arrived shortly after sunrise. Chuer hosted them for a meal, then watched as the group of men headed to the site where the new house was to be built, ready to work. Come on, the head of the household. Dig the first scoop. Yang, the bricklayer, handed a shovel to Lian Qingshan. Okay. Lian Qingshan took the shovel without hesitation and dug into the ground with force, breaking the soil for the new house's foundation. Breaking ground, Master Yang shouted loudly, with a distant and somewhat mysterious tone. Seeing this, everyone else nearby started to move, waving their tools and digging the foundation. Each person worked in their own space, and soon, the ground was filled with holes of various sizes. The dug-up soil was piled into a large heap beside them. Chuer watched the lively scene with excitement overflowing in her heart. Big Girl and Little Tiger stood behind her, clapping and curiously watching the workers digging holes in the ground. They knew this was to build a new house for their family. In Chuer's new yard, the bricklayer and his team worked eagerly to dig the foundation. In less than 2 days, the foundations for 3 main rooms and 3 side rooms were almost complete. Big sister-in-law, are you planning to build 3 main rooms now? Seeing how large the foundation was, Mrs. Dong started to think about how many bricks and mud would be needed. 3 main rooms, how many bricks and mud bricks would that take? I think the men in my family aren't enough. Maybe my brothers can come help for a couple of days? Chuer looked at Mrs. Dong. Her thin face showed her desire to share in the family's success, which made Chuer sigh inwardly. Mrs. Dong was still young, but she was quite bold. If your brothers want to help, that's fine. But we're not building a mud brick house. We don't need that many people. If your brothers know how to lay bricks or build stone walls or pigsties, then let them come. Chuer thought for a moment and decided to give Mrs. Dong some face. It's only 20 coins a day, just 5 people for 10 days. That's only about 1 or 2 silver coins. We can get the work done faster. Not a mud brick house. Mrs. Dong's eyes lit up when she heard this. She looked at Chuer eagerly, as if she were looking at a pile of gold and silver. Sister-in-law, are you planning to build a brick and tile house? Yes, I mean the brick and tile house. Chuer nodded and said, I've been married to Qingshan for some time now. Our thatched house at home is really unsafe. When my older brother is home, it's okay. But if he has to leave unexpectedly, I'm afraid of wolves or dogs coming in and frightening the children. If they bite, it wouldn't be worth it. TSK, TSK, TSK. So you're willing to spend money to build a brick house? Dong's wife frowned and looked Chuer up and down. Sister-in-law, do you have a lot of dowry? Or some way to make money? If you know a good method, don't forget our Qingha. As the saying goes, brothers in fighting, brothers in blood. Huh. It's better not to mention that saying. Once I do, Chuer's anger flared up instantly, and her eyes became sharp, like a knife, staring at Dong's wife. Brothers in fighting? The saying is like that, but originally, Qingshan and Qing He fought a tiger together. Qingshan risked his life for his brother, but Qing He and his wife almost starved Qingshan to death.
Sister-in-law.
Please don't look at me like that. Dong's wife was frightened by Chuer's gaze. Chuer was sharp-tongued, but Dong's wife knew that. She always thought Chuer was tough on the outside but soft inside. After all, she had been harsh to her brother before, but they had a good back and forth, and she treated De Mao and Mao well. There are things I won't say if you don't ask, but you know in your heart whether what you did was right or wrong. I'll say it once, think carefully. If I have to bring it up again, don't blame me for embarrassing you or making you lose face. Chuer took a deep breath, looked at Daniel and De Mao playing happily in the yard with Yin Huan, then glanced at Xiao Hu and Mao lying on the Kong, eyes wide and watching everything. Her anger eased a little. You know how your older brother looked when he was bedridden. You and I both understand. If it were up to me, I'd have Qing he send you back home. That's the mildest way. For the sake of De Mao and Heir Mao, I'll forgive you this time. But you must understand, this is a mercy, not a sign that what you did before is forgotten. Remember this now. If there's a next time, don't blame me for not treating you like family. Chuer's voice was low and slow, not very harsh, but it made Dong's wife feel a cold shiver run down her spine. Wife, I just want my brothers from my family to come and help, Mrs. Dong said tremblingly, tears quickly gathering in her eyes. Are you trying to get my brothers to help, or are you just trying to see how much silver I have in my pocket to take for yourself? When Chuer said this, Mrs. Dong's face suddenly turned pale.
Big.
Sister-in-law. How do you know what I want to do? Mrs. Dong was quite clever. She didn't ask directly, but her expression showed surprise, as if she had been caught. You want to ask why I know what you're planning? Your face shows everything, Chuer sighed. You borrowed my wedding dress to get married. I remember your kindness. Qinghe is Qingshan's younger brother. No matter when, Qingshan will never forget him. As long as you live well with Qinghe, you may not be rich, but you can live comfortably. Think about it carefully. Chuer sighed, wanting Mrs. Dong to think alone. She reached out and took Shiau Hu from the Kong bed, then left the room, leaving Mrs. Dong standing there, dazed. After Chuer left with Shiau Hu, she saw a ox cart coming up from the hillside. Sitting on the cart was an old man about 50 years old, who was from the family that bought bricks from their kiln. Qingshan, the green bricks are here. Chuer looked at the mostly loaded ox cart, estimating it to be about 1,800 yuan. Her brow slightly furrowed. There were still many empty spaces on the cart, so why was so little brick loaded?
Here they are.
Lian Qingshan heard and hurried over. Wearing a small jacket, his arms and chest slightly darkened by the sun, sweat on his skin made him shine under the sunlight. Seeing this, Chuer's face turned red. Go check if our ordered green bricks are here, Chuer said, stepping forward and handing her handkerchief to Lian Qingshan to wipe his sweat, then pointed toward the direction of the ox cart. Okay, I'll go check. Lian Qingshan smiled happily, wiping his forehead with Chuer's handkerchief, then turned to go outside. Watching his energetic figure in the yard, Chuer looked up at the hot sun and decided to make some mung bean soup for everyone. If anyone gets heat stroke, it would be bad. Chuer put little Tiger on the ground and told him to go play with Big Girl. She then went into the kitchen, scooped a bowl of green beans, washed them, and soaked them in water, preparing to cook them into green bean soup later for everyone to enjoy. Chuer, this is for delivering green bricks. The old man said, since we need so many bricks, he will make several trips. Each trip earns him some money, Lian Qingshan said as he circled outside with the ox cart carrying the bricks toward the new yard. He asked Mason Yang to check the quality of the bricks, which was indeed good. Only then did they start unloading the bricks together. Chuer then returned to the old yard to find Chuer and pay the old man who delivered the bricks. Making a trip for each payment, Chuer said with a smile, a bit amused. When did these bricks become so valuable? Are they trying to cheat us? Maybe the old man is just overthinking because he's old. Making a trip for each payment is a bit troublesome, but it's not a big deal. Lian Qingshan also found the old man's actions strange, but still advised Chuer. That's true. It's not hard work. He brought quite a few bricks. I'll go inside and get the money. The old man said he wants 1,000 yuan. He's worried some might break during the trip, so he also took 50 yuan as backup, Lian Qingshan said, feeling a bit speechless about the brick seller but thought it was no big deal and decided to go along with him. All right, I understand, Chuer said, and went inside. She saw Dong Shi sitting blankly by the bed, looking a bit lost. Her heart softened. Dong Shi was less than 20 years old. By modern standards, she was still a child. Chuer sighed and used the excuse of asking Dong Shi to help her cook a pot of green bean soup, pushing her outside. Everyone knew Dong Shi loved money, so Chuer decided to keep the money safe herself to avoid unnecessary trouble. Chuer took out several small strings of money from her money box. For convenience, each small string contained 100 large coins. After securing the money, Chuer carefully hid the box again, tidied her clothes, and left the house. She saw Dongshi leaning against the door, cooling off, without any suspicion in her eyes. Chwaer felt relieved and smiled gently at her. "Big sister-in-law, you go ahead and do your work. I'll take care of things here," Dongshi said, her eyes still a bit red and her face somewhat stiff, but her attitude was much more sincere than before. "Okay," Chwaer nodded and walked out of the yard. Just then, she saw the middle-aged man in his 50s who was delivering bricks approaching. "Uncle, after you go back, please bring more bricks later. Our family needs 20,000 bricks. If you only bring 1,000 at a time, I'm worried it won't be enough." Chwaer handed the money to Lian Qingshan, who then passed it to the brick seller. "All right, no problem." The brick seller saw how quickly the Lian family paid, and his worries about them not paying after taking the bricks eased. "Old man, I'll come again later with more bricks. You can rest assured." He pocketed the money with a big smile, his face full of wrinkles. After sending off the brick seller, Chwaer went back to the kitchen to check on Dong's mung bean soup. It was hot in summer. Although the adobe house was cooler inside than outside, it still felt stuffy. Dong was sweating a lot from the heat and the fire. Chwaer saw the mung beans boiling and bubbling, releasing a fresh aroma. Her good feelings for Dong grew a little more. Although Dong was greedy for money and a bit shallow, she was kind and hardworking, which was a good trait. "Little sister-in-law, go outside and get some fresh air and rest. I'll watch the fire for a while," Chwaer said, pushing Dong toward the door. She then checked the fire again, saw the soup was almost ready, and turned off the stove. She washed some bowls and brought the mung bean soup to the new yard for the workers. A couple of hours later, the old man with the ox cart came again. This time, his cart was full of bricks and tiles. Chwaer stood at the gate, looking out. The greenish bricks reflected a faint shine in the sunlight, showing a simple, rustic beauty. Chwaer couldn't help but imagine a house built with those bricks. It would be their home, her home with Lian Qingshan. As the sunset fell, the busy workers continued to work in front of the half-built house. Lian Qingshan finished tidying up the tools used during the day and strode toward the old courtyard. Behind him, a line of people watched eagerly, wishing they could go into the old courtyard with him. Chwaer was a good cook and willing to spend money. Every day, she prepared different meals with meat. In just a few days, all the workers started to look toward Chwaer's house when it was almost mealtime, hoping to get some food. Lian Qingshan wiped the sweat from his forehead with a towel, then tilted his head back to drink a large bowl of mung bean soup that Chwaer had prepared for him. He wiped his mouth with his hand, curious about what delicious food they would have tonight. "You're about to eat, and you're drinking so much water. Later, you might not be able to eat," Chwaer complained, watching Lian Qingshan drink so much. "Hee, it's okay. I can still eat. Look at how strong I am," Lian Qingshan chuckled, ignoring Chwaer's words. He glanced into the pot and saw bright red braised pork with potatoes. He couldn't help but salivate exaggeratedly. "It smells so good. Stop joking." Chwaer pushed him gently, blushing and smiling. "It's hot today. I made sorghum rice. Later, I'll rinse it with water before eating to feel better." As she spoke, she quickly scooped out the braised pork with potatoes from the pot. One big bowl was set outside for the men, and a plate was inside for her and the children to eat. "Sorghum rice with water? Sounds good." Lian Qingshan's eyes lit up when he heard. "That's exactly what I wanted to eat today." "You really made it," he smiled happily, looking at the big bowl of mixed white and red sorghum rice, already feeling cool just by looking at it. "Don't just think about eating. Wash your hands quickly," Chwaer said with a glance and a smile. "Ah." Lian Qingshan looked at Chwaer with tender eyes, feeling like a cat had scratched his heart, tingling and itchy. He suddenly leaned in and hugged Chwaer close, wishing he could hold her tightly in his heart. "Chwaer, you treat me so well. Tonight, I will take good care of you." His actions startled Chwaer. Being held tightly against his warm chest, she felt as if all her strength was drained. Her body and heart felt soft and weak. "Don't be silly. The others are waiting to eat outside." Yin Huan and her younger siblings went to pick vegetables. "They will be back soon," Before she finished, footsteps sounded outside. Chuer quickly pushed Lian Qingshan away and pretended to squat by the now extinguished stove, trying to hide her nervousness as she poked at the ashes with a fire poker. "Stop poking. If the ashes fall out later, we won't be able to eat." Lian Qingshan looked at Chuer's small face, which was pale with a hint of red, and her big, watery eyes. His heart softened like spring water. He took the fire stick from Chuer's hand and handed her a large green onion. Then he carried a big basin of sorghum rice water and left. After being fussed over by Lian Qingshan, Chuer's earlier panic was gone. She took the green onion, peeled it, and sliced it into strips to dip in sauce for the workers. At this moment, the noise outside grew clearer. Before anyone appeared, Yin Huan's loud voice came from outside. "Chuer, Chuer, come quick. There's a big watermelon." "Watermelon?" Chuer was happy to hear that. She loved eating watermelon, especially the chilled ones from the fridge. When it was hot in summer, biting into a piece made her feel happy all the way from her mouth to her heart. Yes, a big one. Yin Huan appeared at the door, holding a large, oval-shaped watermelon with dark green stripes. It looked very sweet just from its shiny skin. "My cousin came with some watermelons from his farm, and he brought a few for us," Yin Huan said with a smile, placing the big watermelon on the stove and breathing a sigh of relief. "This watermelon weighs over 20 pounds. It really tired me out." Yin Huan exaggerated, scooping some green bean soup from a basin to drink. Ever since Chuer cooked green bean soup to cool everyone down, it became everyone's favorite. They drank a bowl whenever they could. "Yin Huan, just like Qingshan, you're about to eat, but you don't even leave room for your stomach," Chuer said with a smile, watching Yin Huan. "Haha, is the braised pork ready? I've been waiting to eat that today. I didn't even get to eat watermelon on the way home." Yin Huan smiled as she carried a big basin from the stove, heading outside to deliver food to the men. Chuer looked at the big watermelon and thought that if she rinsed it with cold water and gave everyone a few slices after dinner, it would be perfect. She scooped water from the jar into a big basin and put the watermelon inside. The water in the jar was quite cool, so the chilled watermelon would taste great later. Thinking of that, Chuer couldn't wait. More eager than anyone else are Lian Qingshan and the others sitting in the new yard, enjoying their meal. There is a large bowl of sorghum rice water, a big dish of braised pork with potatoes, several plates of sour and spicy cabbage, and a large jar of mung bean soup. The men hold big bowls in their hands, eating eagerly, then gradually slow down to enjoy their food. After filling their stomachs, they start joking and laughing. The smell of meat and tasty food makes everyone full, even though they do heavy physical work every day, helping the Lian family. Surprisingly, none of them have lost weight. In fact, 2 of them have gained quite a bit. Outside, the sounds of Lian Qingshan and the others joking are carried by the wind into the old yard. Chuer and the others sit at a small table, eating dinner. The 3 women chat happily, and with the children's innocent words, the scene feels special. "Mom, why is your cooking so delicious?" Daniu, after eating several pieces of braised pork, a big scoop of vegetables, and half a bowl of sorghum rice water, lets out a big burp and says, "Mom wants Dania to eat more rice, so I cook it tasty." Chuer smiles and wipes the rice grains from Dania's mouth gently. When Dania was little, she was as thin as a kitten and would hide behind people when she saw them. For some reason, Dania likes to call the days before Chuer arrived her childhood, but now, Dania has already grown up. People have already grown up. Daniu, hearing Chuer talk about her childhood, can't help but hide her face behind her small bowl and pucker her lips. All right, Daniu has grown up. In the future, learn to cook well with Mom, okay? Then Daniu can cook for Shiau and even for her little baby. Chuer looks at Daniu, who is pouting and acting cute. Her pink little face has gained some flesh, and her heart feels soft. "Haha, if you 2 don't eat quickly, and Yin Huan will eat all the meat." Yin Huan pretends to grab a piece of braised pork and puts it in her mouth, showing a delicious expression. Dania gets anxious and hurriedly picks a piece of meat to put in her mouth. Yes, Shiau, seeing this, also tries to reach for the food on the table. But he is too small to reach the braised pork, so he waves his chopsticks in frustration and shouts. Demao, who is only a little older than Xiao, also starts grabbing food. Suddenly, the table becomes lively and noisy. If our mischievous boy in the future doesn't like to eat, I will bring him to your house to see how much they can eat. It's good if he grows strong and healthy. Silver Ring reached out and gently touched Little Tiger's face. His cheeks were puffed up with meat that Chui Er had just cut for him, and he quickly put it into his mouth. Little Tiger slightly frowned and nodded seriously. Then he ignored Silver Ring and focused on eating his food. Little Tiger has really grown up. It's only been a short time, and he can eat by himself now. Chui Er watched Little Tiger struggling with his wooden spoon and bowl, happily feeling comforted. Big sister-in-law, you should eat more too. Don't just focus on the children, Dongsher said, because she was still a bit afraid of Chui Er. She didn't talk much during the meal and looked at Chui Er, reminding her to eat more. Her tone was not very warm, but her good intentions were clear. Okay, I will eat more. Later, we will have watermelon too. Chui Er nodded in agreement, following her words. She also stopped chatting and ate more vegetables. After finishing her meal, Chui Er went to the kitchen. She took out a large dark green watermelon from the water, held it on the chopping board, and cut it in half. Just as she was about to cut down harder, there was a cracking sound. The watermelon suddenly split open along the cut line. This watermelon is really crispy. Chui Er looked at the bright red, juicy flesh inside, sniffed the air, and couldn't help but take a deep breath. In an instant, the sweet, fragrant aroma filled the air, cool and refreshing. The smell quickly drifted into her nose, making her breathe in deeply. So sweet. Chui Er raised her knife and quickly cut the half watermelon into bite-sized pieces. She placed most of it on a plate and called Silver Ring and Dongsher to take the watermelon outside to the men for a drink. Chui Er also took a plate, put the remaining watermelon on a small table in the yard, and watched the children happily eating the watermelon, smiling so broadly that her eyes crinkled. Her heart felt even sweeter than eating the watermelon herself. She picked up a piece of watermelon. It had been cooled by cold water and felt refreshing. She gently bit into the bright red flesh. Instantly, the sweet, cool juice spread throughout her mouth. The crisp texture and sweet flavor made Chui Er smile. This watermelon is truly very sweet. Chui Er's house was built very quickly. In just a few days, the main house and the side room's walls were already finished. Once the big beam was installed, they could cover the roof. Laying the house beam was a very important event. Chui Er and Lian Qingshan had chosen an auspicious day for this event several days in advance. They also discussed it with Aunt Lu and Aunt Chunju. Finally, they decided on the date, the 9th day of the 7th lunar month. That day, it was good to do construction and build the house. On the morning of that day, Lian Qingshan and Chui Er got up early from bed. Even the usually lazy girl and Little Tiger woke up before dawn. They looked excitedly at the cabinet where firecrackers, candies, and peanuts were placed, as if they were also looking forward to this big event of laying the beam. Chui Er asked the girl to dress Little Tiger while she was busy in the kitchen preparing food for after the beam was laid. She thought that today they could finish installing the house beam. In 5 or 6 days, they would complete the roof, then paint the walls and let them dry for a few days. Soon, they could move into the new house. Chui Er couldn't help but smile happily. She quickly steamed a big pot of plain steamed buns. Seeing Silver Ring and Aunt Dong come into the yard, Chui Er wiped her hands and left the kitchen, handing over the cooking to them. Then she went to the new yard. By then, the sky was much brighter. The clear blue sky had a few soft white clouds drifting by. In the distance, a faint red glow appeared at the horizon, showing that the sun was about to rise. What a nice day, Chui Er said to Lian Qingshan, who was standing in the new yard. Yes, we chose a good day. Even heaven is smiling on us, Lian Qingshan replied with a gentle smile as he watched Chui Er walk over. Look at this big beam wood. It's really good. Although it cost 5 taels of silver, it was worth it. Chui Er walked over to Lian Qingshan and looked at the big beam wood on the ground. This beam was as long as 3 rooms and about a foot thick. It looked quite heavy. The surface was polished very smoothly and had a shiny finish, probably coated with a layer of varnish. The beam was wrapped in red paper and supported by bricks in the yard, matching the 3 rooms behind. It looked very pleasing and made people feel comfortable inside. Yes, this beam might be a bit expensive, but it's durable. Once the house is finished, it will last for decades. We really made a good deal. Chue reached out and touched the large wooden beam. Its warm, heavy feel brought her a little more happiness. After a few decades, we will have children and grandchildren, right? Lian Qingshan looked at Chue's delicate, fair hand resting on the beam and couldn't help but gently hold it in his own. Chue blushed with embarrassment at Lian Qingshan's gesture, but didn't want to pull her hand away. She just lowered her head and stood quietly. The rising sun cast a soft golden glow over Chue. Her water-like eyes looked at Lian Qingshan, making him feel full of love and unable to think of anyone else. Chue, let's go eat. Later, we will put the beam in place. Lian Qingshan didn't want to let go of Chue's soft, delicate hand and held her as they walked toward the old courtyard. Before they reached the old courtyard, they heard footsteps from the hillside in the distance. They looked in that direction and saw many villagers and helpers who had come to assist with the beam raising. Hurry and greet everyone. I'll go bring out the things. Chue blushed and quickly pulled her hand away from Lian Qingshan, then hurried back to the old courtyard. She was probably eager to fetch things or worried about people seeing them walking hand in hand. Congratulations. The new house's beam raising is done. Let's have a toast. Aunt Lu's husband, Uncle Lu, saw Lian Qingshan approaching and greeted him with a smile and a bow. Thank you, Uncle Lu, for coming. Lian Qingshan replied sincerely, bowing slightly and making way toward the new courtyard. Everyone, thank you for coming, Uncle Lu said, followed by Aunt Lu and Huaji. Behind the Lu family were villagers who had good relations or kinship ties with Lian Qingshan. He greeted each one and led them into the new courtyard. Soon, the master carpenter and his apprentice arrived, along with strong men from the village to help. In just a short while, about 20 or 30 people had gathered in the new courtyard. While Chue was tidying up inside the house, Aunt Lu, Huazi, and Chunju, and her daughter-in-law Zhang, entered the old courtyard. According to local customs for raising the beam, they were supposed to invite people for a meal. Although Chue had help from Dong and Inhuan, preparing a big feast required more hands than just the 3 of them. Chue, sister-in-law, is there anything I can do to help? I'll lend a hand. Huazi, who knows Chue well, naturally stepped forward to assist without needing Mrs. Lu to tell her. Chue, just tell me if you need anything. My cooking isn't as good as yours, but I can help out. Aunt Chunju nudged Zhang, and Zhang followed Huaji to Chue's side. Good. With your help, I feel half relieved, Chue said with a smile. Since they are familiar neighbors, their relationships are close, and now is the time to help each other. Chue naturally didn't refuse. Mrs. Lu, who is used to managing village affairs, knows the traditions well. She asked Aunt Chunju to bring Huaji and Zhang into the kitchen to help, while she went inside to double-check the items needed for the wedding preparations with Chue. That's enough, Mrs. Lu said happily when she saw the firecrackers, candies, candles, and red paper Chue had prepared, with no missing items. Good, Chue responded with a smile. She carried out a basket filled with firecrackers, candies, and peanuts, watching Aunt Chunju and Huaji busy in the kitchen. She felt more relaxed. She asked Inhuan to watch the children and then followed Mrs. Lu to the new courtyard. Chue, your family is doing well. You've built this brick house, and it will last through wind and rain for the next 30 years, Mrs. Lu said admiringly, looking at the fenced yard. Grandma, once Huaji gets married and your family has some extra money, you can also build a brick house. Then you can install glazed windows and sitting by the fire, it will be so bright and comfortable, Chue said. Muzi is Mrs. Lu's youngest son, and her eldest sons, Shizi and Linzi, work in the county town. Their wives also live there. Only her daughter Huaji and youngest son Muzi stay with Mrs. Lu. Yes, our Shizi and Linzi are capable children. Once Huaji gets married, our family will be better off. Then I'll also build a bright brick house. Mrs. Lu felt very happy hearing Chuer's words. Her greatest achievement in life was having 3 sons and 1 daughter, all good children. Mrs. Lu has arrived. Lian Qingshan saw Chuer and Mrs. Lu coming to the new yard and quickly went over to talk to Mrs. Lu, but his eyes couldn't help but stay tenderly on Chuer. Here I come, here I come. Granny Lu chuckled happily. She watched the young couple's interaction and thought they looked very well matched. It's getting late now. What did Yang the carpenter say? He said it's about time. We're getting ready to put on the beams, Lian Qingshan answered seriously. Good. I'll go tell them to prepare everything, Granny Lu said, handing her basket to Lian Qingshan. She hurried back to the old courtyard, giving this small space to the young couple. They're about to put on the beams. I'm so happy, Chuer said, holding a basket filled with firecrackers, to Lian Qingshan. He smiled and nodded, sharing her happiness. The 2 of them walked into the new courtyard side by side. Only about 10 steps on the dirt path, but Lian Qingshan held his back straight, like a victorious general walking home after a great battle. Suddenly, a group of children, about 7 or 8 years old, appeared out of nowhere. They ran and jumped around Chuer and Lian Qingshan, eyes shining as they looked at the candies in Chuer's basket. Building the house. Building the house. Granny Lu hurried back, carrying little Tiger in her arms, pulling Dinyo along. Silver Ring and Mrs. Dong followed, each holding their own children, eager not to miss the fun. Whenever there's a celebration, they all come along, Granny Lu said with a smile. She handed little Tiger to Chuer and took the basket from Chuer, helping Lian Qingshan organize the beam raising. Crackling firecrackers sounded. Chuer held little Tiger in her arms, gently patting Dinyo, who was snuggling beside her. She watched the red cloth-wrapped beam being carefully placed on the new house. The master carpenter sat on the roof, happily tossing candies and peanuts down. The children below cheered and scrambled for the treats, their innocent faces full of joy and pure smiles.
Kuya.
Our house is about to be finished. Lian Qingshan quietly moved beside Chuer. He held Dinyo in his left hand and clasped Chuer's hand tightly with his right. Seeing her gentle smile, he felt his heart almost melt. Yes, I'm so happy, Chuer nodded strongly. Looking at the lively, joyful house, she imagined that once their home was finished, there would be many lively, adorable children playing and laughing inside. I'm also happy. Lian Qingshan tightly held Chuer's hand and looked at the house that had just been completed. His heart was filled with joy. 89. Hosting a village feast, July 15th, 2014-244400. Lian's house was being finished, and familiar relatives and friends from the village came to join the celebration. Chuer's family prepared 4 tables of food. In the new courtyard, the village men sat happily, drinking wine and eating meat. For this housewarming meal, Chuer had started preparing days in advance. There were 4 proper tables of food, and 1 table to treat the women. She prepared plenty of meat, including 5 large pork hocks, pressed pork, fried meat strips, scrambled eggs, and more. Additionally, Lian Qingshan brought 2 large jars of homemade wine. Although it wasn't high-quality wine, it was enough to satisfy the villagers from the nearby mountain village who didn't usually have much to drink. Just the meat and eggs on the table cost Chuer nearly 1.5 silver coins. With the 2 jars of wine included, the total cost for the 5 tables was about 1.5 silver coins. Although they spent a lot of money, Lian Qingshan and Chuer didn't mind. They believed it was worth it. Celebrating the house's completion with a lively gathering was important. More guests meant better social connections, which would help the family prosper in the future. So, when hosting such a celebration, they didn't hold back on food and drinks. After finishing the main feast with the women they knew well, the female guests arrived. Most of these women were prominent in the village. Besides Aunt Lu and Aunt Chunju, who were close to Chuer, the most important guests were the wife of the village head, Lian Jusu, and 2 senior women from the Lian family. Chuer watched as the female guests arrived. Before the guests from the new courtyard left, she set up a table in the old courtyard. The village head's wife sat at the head of the table. Next to her was her daughter-in-law. Then came Aunt Lu, Huaji, Aunt Chunju, her daughter-in-law Zhang, Cui herself, Mrs. Dong, Silver Ring, and two older women from the village, known as Second Aunt Lian and Fourth Aunt Lian. With Aunt Lu's help, Cui made sure all the guests were seated comfortably. In the countryside, there were no strict rules or formal toasts. Once everyone sat down with their children, they started eating. Cui was eating the delicious home-cooked meal and looking at the new house with its beams already in place. Although she was a bit tired after working all morning, she felt very happy inside. Cui, you are so lucky. Just 6 months ago, your family was still living in the old house. Who would have thought that now you could build a brick house? Old Lady Lu looked at Cui and genuinely felt happy for her. Yes, Cui is both lucky and hardworking. Now, Qingshan is feeling better, and their little life is getting better too. Next year, they plan to have a big, healthy baby and maybe buy a few more acres of land. Life is getting better and better. Aunt Chunju also smiled brightly, picked up a big piece of pork with her chopsticks, and put it in her mouth. Her face wrinkled happily from the delicious taste. Ma'am, Aunt. Cui felt a little shy from the compliments. She saw the village chief's wife and some other women, who looked at her with meaningful smiles. Her heart fluttered, and she blushed, lowering her head slightly. She focused on serving food to Denyo and Shiau Hu, and didn't say anything. Old Lady Lu and Aunt Chunju, who had seen many scenes, understood what was happening just by looking at Cui and the other women. They teased Cui and smiled, but didn't mention it further. They chatted and served dishes to some women in the village who didn't know Cui very well, but held some influence. This made the atmosphere at the table lively and eased Cui's nervousness a lot. Cui pretended to be shy and blushed again. She wasn't truly shy, but modest and careful. She had built 3 bright brick houses. Some of the guests, like Old Lady Lu, were genuinely happy for her, which made her feel comfortable. If she spoke too much in front of so many people, she might seem proud. If she stayed silent with a stern face, it might look like she wasn't sincere. So, she chose to act like a modest young wife, making the elders happy without causing trouble. Inside the old house, the women didn't shout and cheer like the men at banquets, but they drank and talked happily. Especially Old Lady Lu, who after 3 glasses of wine, had a rosy face and spoke more lively. She kept talking to the village chief's wife, making her laugh loudly. Others nearby also felt included and not left out. Cui watched Aunt Lu talking to others and secretly nodded in approval. Without realizing it, she started to imitate her. Although she had worked as a white-collar worker for many years in her past life and had some experience in dealing with people, she hadn't spent much time in the countryside. Interacting with honest yet clever farmers, she knew she needed to learn more. Mom, I want to eat that. Little Tiger sat on Cui's lap, watching her serve a piece of pork knuckle to Denyo, then tugged at her sleeve. Okay, Little Tiger, you want some knuckle too? Cui smiled warmly and served him a soft, cooked piece of pork knuckle. Seeing his chubby face eagerly swallow the meat, she felt happy and content.
Good boy. Eat slowly.
I'll serve you more after you're done, said Aunt Zhang, the wife of Aunt Chunju. Since she became pregnant, she liked children with round, lively faces more and more. Now, seeing Little Tiger's fair and tender face, she wished she could hold him close and cherish him. How have you been lately? The baby is about 3 months old, right? Cui looked at Zhang with a kind smile, feeling her warmth and care. Her impression of her improved even more. She served her a piece of flavorful, oily pork and asked with concern. Yes, exactly 3 months now. I sleep well, but I have a sweet tooth. I can't eat without something sour, Zhang said, picking up a small piece of pork with chopsticks and chewing carefully. It didn't feel greasy, but fragrant. She relaxed and ate a big piece of meat. Aunt Lu's skill in making pork knuckle was truly amazing, so delicious that people couldn't stop eating. Zhang finished the pork and took a big bite of bread, then smiled at Cui. That's right, our cooking can't compare to Aunt Lu's, Zhang said, after finishing the pork. She then took another big bite of bread. Cui smiled and said politely, using her chopsticks to serve Daniel and little Tiger some scrambled eggs with chives, then served Zhang a dish. Zhang appreciated Chuer's care and smiled back. As they talked, they grew closer. Come on, let's enjoy this good meal today. We should thank Chuer properly. The food is so thoughtful. Let's have a toast. The village head's wife talked with Aunt Lu for a while. Seeing the new big house built by Chuer, her earlier uncomfortable feelings disappeared. She slowly raised her cup and addressed the women present. That's right. Sister Nine also spoke our true feelings. Come, let's toast to the Qingshan family, Aunt Lu said happily, standing up with a lively mood. Chuer saw everyone in high spirits and naturally didn't want to spoil the fun. She raised her small wine cup and said to the women present, "This toast is for all of you. Since I just arrived, I am grateful for the care from all the ladies. Your kindness is in my heart, and I won't say much more. It's all in the wine. Cheers." After saying this, Chuer confidently tilted her head and drank the entire cup of wine. After finishing, she turned the cup upside down, with no drop left, moving smoothly like flowing water, something uncommon for a rural woman. Good. The village head's wife watched Chuer act like this, and her initial dislike disappeared. She was naturally straightforward and admired Chuer even more. Without hesitation, she finished her own drink. Village head's wife, you have a good drinking capacity, Chuer said with a smile, giving a small compliment. Haha, you'll see soon if I can really hold my liquor, the village head's wife replied, her face slightly red after a few drinks. Her tone was no longer as serious as before. She pointed at Chuer and said, "We all live in the same village. Don't call me village head's wife, just call me Aunt Nine." That's enough. Yes, Aunt Nine, Chuer responded happily, feeling even more fond of this straightforward but kind village head's wife. Oh, Aunt Nine. Aunt Nine, I toast you. Thank you for coming with Uncle Nine, Chuer said sincerely as she filled her cup and offered a respectful toast. Good, good, good. Cheers. The village head's wife looked at Chuer and liked her more. She raised her cup and drank it all, her smile deepening. Although the women also drank a little wine, they were not as lively as the men. Everyone ate and drank until they were full. Chuer noticed some leftover dishes on the table and told Aunt Lu and the others to take some leftovers home when they left. Chuer cooked the meal with not too much oil, but since the dishes contained meat and eggs, they naturally had more oil and water than ordinary home-cooked food. The guests didn't refuse and happily finished their food before heading home. Chuer handed Shiau over to Daniel to take care of him, then went to the new yard to see how the men were drinking. Before reaching the new yard, she saw Lian Qingshan and Lian Qinghe walking among the tables. Their normally healthy wheat-colored skin was now flushed red from drinking too much. Seeing there was still plenty of food on the table, Chuer decided not to disturb their drinking and turned back toward the old yard's kitchen. They had drunk quite a bit, so she planned to make some tea and a hangover soup for them later. Unnoticed by the busy crowd, a slender shadow appeared outside the Lian house. When she saw the newly built house, her face showed anger and a fierce expression. Chuer's house was built very quickly. In just a few days, the main house and the side rooms' walls were finished. Once the house was supported by the main beams, the roof could be sealed. The beam-raising ceremony was a big event. Chuer and Lian Qingshan had chosen an auspicious day for the event several days in advance, consulting Aunt Lu and Aunt Chunju before finalizing the date. They set it for July 9th. On July 9th, it was an ideal day for construction and house building. That morning, Lian Qingshan and Chuer got up early. Even Daniel and Shiau, who usually loved to sleep in, woke up before dawn. They excitedly looked at the firecrackers, candies, and peanuts on the cabinet, seeming to look forward to the big event of the beam raising. Chuer asked Daniel to dress Shiau, while she stayed in the kitchen preparing food for after the beam raising. She thought that today they could put the main beam in place. In 5 or 6 days, they would finish the roof, paint the walls, and let them dry for a few days. Soon her family could move into the new house. Chuer couldn't help but smile happily. Quickly, a large pot of plain steamed buns was prepared. Seeing Silver Ring and the Dong family both enter the yard, Chuer wiped her hands, left the kitchen, and handed over the stove tasks to them. She then went to the new yard. At this time, the sky was much brighter. The clear blue sky had a few soft white clouds drifting by, and a faint red glow appeared on the distant horizon, indicating the sun was about to rise. "What a nice day," Chuer said to Lian Qingshan, who was standing in the new yard. "Yes, we chose a good day. The weather is perfect," Lian Qingshan replied with a gentle smile as he watched Chuer walk over. "Look at this big Angmu beam. It's really good. Although it cost 5 taels of silver, it was worth it." Chuer approached Lian Qingshan and looked at the langmu on the ground. This langmu was as long as 3 rooms, about a foot thick, and looked quite heavy. Its surface was polished, very smooth, and had a shiny finish, clearly coated with a layer of bright lacquer. The langmu was wrapped in red paper and supported by bricks in the yard, echoing the 3 rooms behind it, making people feel very comfortable inside. Yes, although this langmu was a bit expensive, it's durable. Once the house is built, it will last for decades. "We've really made a good deal," Chuer said, touching the langmu. Its warm, heavy feel made her even happier. "After decades, we'll both have many children and grandchildren." Lian Qingshan looked at Chuer's delicate hands resting on the langmu and couldn't help but hold her small hand in his. Chuer felt shy and embarrassed by his gesture, but didn't want to pull her hand away. She just lowered her head and stood quietly. The rising sun cast a faint golden glow over Chuer. Her water-like eyes looked at Lian Qingshan, making him feel full of happiness, unable to think of anyone else. "Chuer, let's go eat. Later, we'll put on the lang," Lian Qingshan said, reluctant to let go of her soft, delicate hand as he led her toward the old yard. Before they reached the old yard, footsteps came from the hillside in the distance. They looked up and saw many villagers and helpers who came to assist with the long installation. "Go and greet the people. I'll bring out the things," he said. Chuer's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She quickly pulled her hand away from Lian Qingshan's and hurried back to the old courtyard. She wasn't sure if she was rushing to fetch something or just afraid others might see the couple walking hand in hand. "Congratulations. The new house has been completed. We come to share a drink." Aunt Lu, the head of the Lu family, saw Lian Qingshan approaching and smiled, bowing slightly. "Thank you, Uncle Lu, for coming," Lian Qingshan said sincerely, bowing in return. He gestured toward the new courtyard. "Everyone, thank you for coming," Uncle Lu said. Behind him were Aunt Lu and Huaji. The people following the Lu family were neighbors from the village who had good relationships or kinship ties with Lian Qingshan. Lian Qingshan greeted each one and led them into the new courtyard. At this moment, the master carpenter and his apprentice arrived, along with strong villagers to help. Soon, there were about 20 or 30 people gathered in the new courtyard. While Chuer was tidying up inside the house, Aunt Lu, Huazi, and Chunju, and her daughter-in-law Zhang entered the old courtyard. According to the customs of the mountain village, they needed to invite people to share a meal for the house's completion. Although Chuer had help from Dong and Inhuan, preparing a big feast was more than just the 3 of them could handle. "Chuer, sister-in-law, do you need me to do anything?" "I can help," Huaji, who was familiar with Chuer, volunteered without waiting for Aunt Lu to say anything. "Sister-in-law Chuer, just tell me if you need anything. My cooking isn't as good as yours, but I can help with the chores," Aunt Chunju said, nudging Zhang, who then came over to Chuer with Huazi. "Good. With your help, I feel much more at ease," Chuer said with a smile. Everyone was familiar with each other, and their relationships were close. Now was the time to lend a hand, and Chuer was happy to accept. Aunt Lu was experienced in managing village affairs and knew the customs well. She asked Chunju, Huaji, and Zhang to help in the kitchen, while she went inside with Chuer to double-check the supplies needed for the celebration. "That's enough," Aunt Lu said, looking at the firecrackers, candies, incense, candles, and red paper Chuer had prepared. Nothing seemed missing, and she smiled. "All right," Chuer smiled and responded, carrying a basket filled with firecrackers, candies, and peanuts from inside the house. She watched Auntie Chunju and others busy with flowers at the stove, feeling much more relaxed. She asked Inhuan to watch the children while she followed Auntie Lu to the new courtyard. Chuer, your family is doing well. You built this brick house, and you won't have to worry about wind or rain for the next 30 years, Auntie Lu said happily, looking at the already built fence in Chuer's new yard. Auntie, when Huaji gets married and your family has some extra money, you can also build a brick house. Then you can put in glass windows and sitting on the Kong, heated bed. It will be so bright and nice, Chuer said. Muzi is Auntie Lu's youngest son, while her eldest son Shizi and second son Linzi work in the county town. Her two daughters-in-law also live there. Only her daughter Huaji and youngest son Muzi stay with Auntie Lu. Yes, Shizi and Linzi are capable kids. When Huaji gets married, our family will be better off. Then I'll also build a bright brick house. Auntie Lu felt very happy hearing Chuer. Her biggest achievement in life was having 3 sons and 1 daughter, all good children. Auntie Lu is here. Lian Qingshan saw Chuer and Auntie Lu arrive at the new yard and quickly went over to talk to her. His eyes couldn't help but stay tenderly on Chuer. Here I am, Auntie Lu chuckled. She watched the young couple interact and felt even more that they were a perfect match. It's getting late. What did Carpenter Yang say? He said it's about time. We're getting ready to put on the beams, Lian Qingshan answered seriously.
Good.
I'll go tell them to prepare everything, Auntie Lu said, handing the basket to Lian Qingshan. She hurried back to the old yard, giving this small space to the couple. They're about to put on the beams. I'm so happy, Chuer said, holding the basket of firecrackers and speaking to Lian Qingshan. He nodded with a smile, probably sharing the same feeling. They walked into the new yard side by side. The dirt road was only about 10 steps long, but Lian Qingshan held his back straight, as if he were a victorious general returning in triumph. Building the house. Suddenly, a group of children, about 7 or 8 years old, appeared out of nowhere. They ran and jumped around Chuer and Lian Qingshan, their eyes bright as they looked at the candies in Chuer's basket. Build a house. At this moment, Aunt Lu quickly walked back, holding little Tiger in her arms, pulling Big Girl along, with Silver Ring and Mrs. Dong following nearby. Both of them were holding their own children, clearly eager not to miss the lively event. Those two always come when there's something exciting happening, Aunt Lu smiled warmly, handing little Tiger to Chuer. She then took the basket from Chuer's hands and directed Lian Qingshan to organize the roof raising. The sound of firecrackers crackling filled the air. Chuer gently patted the big girl cuddled beside her while holding little Tiger. She watched the sturdy red cloth-covered beam being carefully placed on the new house. The master mason sat on the roof ridge, happily tossing candies and peanuts down to the children below, who cheered and scrambled to catch them. Their innocent, joyful faces were full of pure happiness.
Chuer.
Our house is almost finished. Lian Qingshan quietly moved closer to Chuer. He held Big Girl's hand in his left and tightly grasped Chuer's hand with his right. Seeing her gentle smile, he felt his heart melt. Yes, I'm so happy. Chuer nodded vigorously, gazing at the lively, joyful house. She imagined that once their house was complete, it would be filled with lively, adorable children playing and laughing inside. I'm also happy. Lian Qingshan tightened his grip on Chuer's hand and looked at the house with the finished beams, feeling a bright sense of hope. The Lian family's house was ready for the roof-raising celebration, and familiar relatives and friends from the village came to join the fun. Chuer's family set up 4 tables of food. Men from the village filled the new courtyard, eating and drinking happily. For this special meal, Chuer had prepared many days in advance. There were 4 proper tables of dishes, plus an extra table to treat the women. She prepared 5 large pork knuckles, cured pork for the stewing, fried pork pieces, scrambled eggs, and many other dishes. Additionally, Lian Qingshan brought 2 large jars of rice wine. Although it wasn't high-quality wine, it was enough to satisfy the villagers from Laoshan village, who didn't often get to drink alcohol. Just the meat and eggs on the table cost Chuer nearly 1.5 silver coins. Including the 2 jars of rice wine, The total cost for the 5 tables was about 1.5 silver coins. Although they spent a lot of money, Qingshan and Chui'er didn't feel too upset because the money was spent in the right place. When building a house and putting on the main beam, it is important to make it look decent and lively. The more villagers who come, the better the host's reputation, which means the family will become more prosperous in the future. So, even for good luck, everyone was generous with the food when hosting the beam-raising ceremony. Chui'er finished serving the proper meal with the help of some familiar women. Soon after, the female guests arrived. Most of these guests were respected women from the village. Besides Lu Dama and Chunju, who were familiar to Chui'er, the most important guests were the village chief's wife and 2 older women from the same family, who held senior positions. Chui'er watched the guests arrive. Before the new courtyard guests left, she set up a table in the old courtyard. The village chief's wife sat at the head. Next to her was her daughter-in-law. Then came Lu Dama, Huaji, Chunju's daughter-in-law Zhang, Chui'er herself, Dongshi in Huan, and 2 older women from the village, one called second Auntie Lian and the other fourth Auntie Lian. With Lu Dama's help, Chui'er made sure all the guests sat down comfortably. In the countryside, there were no strict rules, and they didn't need to toast or start with formalities. She brought the children to the table, everyone sat down, and they started eating. While enjoying the tasty home-cooked food, Chui'er looked at the house where the main beam had just been put in place. Although she was a bit tired after a busy morning, her heart was full of happiness. Chui'er, you are truly lucky. If you think back to 6 months ago when the Lian family was in a tough spot, who would have thought you'd be able to build a brick house now? Lu Dama said sincerely, happy for Chui'er. Yes, Chui'er is both lucky and capable. Look, Qingshan is healthy now, and their little life is getting better. Next year, they plan to have a big, chubby baby by a few more acres of land, and life will only get better. Chunju said with a big smile, reaching for a piece of braised pork and putting it in her mouth. The aroma seemed to smooth out her wrinkles. Auntie, sister-in-law. Chui'er felt a bit shy from the praise. Seeing the village chief's wife and the other older women with meaningful smiles, Chui'er's heart fluttered. She blushed, lowered her head slightly, and focused on serving food to Denyo and Shiau, saying nothing. Aunt Lu and Aunt Chunju had seen many scenes before. When they saw Chui'er's expression and the other women present, they understood what was happening. They teased Chui'er and laughed but didn't mention the topic again. They talked and joked while serving dishes to some women-in-law and daughters-in-law who weren't very familiar with Chui'er but held some status in the village. Their lively atmosphere made Chui'er feel less pressured. Chui'er pretended to be shy and blushed again. She wasn't truly shy but was being modest and careful. Her family had built 3 bright brick and tile rooms. Some guests, like Aunt Lu, genuinely felt happy for her, which made her feel comfortable. If she spoke too much in front of so many people, she might seem proud. If she stayed silent and serious, it might seem like she wasn't sincere. So, it was better to act like a little wife, making the elders happy without causing trouble. In the old courtyard, the women didn't shout and cheer like the men at banquets, but they kept drinking and chatting. Aunt Lu, after 3 drinks, turned red and became more lively, talking to the village head's wife and making her laugh. Others nearby didn't feel left out. Chui'er watched Aunt Lu interact with others and nodded secretly. She unconsciously started to imitate her. Although she had been a white-collar worker for many years in her past life and had some experience dealing with people, she hadn't spent much time in the countryside. Dealing with honest but clever villagers was something she needed to learn.
Mom, I want that.
Little Tiger sat on Chui'er's lap. When he saw Chui'er give a big piece of braised pork to Denyo, he also reached out and said, "Okay, Little Tiger, you want some braised pork too?" Chui'er smiled and gave Little Tiger a piece of soft braised pork. Watching his chubby face gobble up the pork, Chui'er felt happy and satisfied.
Good kid. Eat slowly.
I'll give you more after you finish. Aunt Chunju's daughter-in-law, Zhang, reached out and patted Little Tiger's head. Since she was pregnant, she liked chubby children more. Seeing Little Tiger's white and tender face, She wished she could hold him in her arms and cherish him. How is your health these days? The baby is about 3 months old, right? Chuer looked at Zhang with kindness and a warm, motherly smile. Her good impression of her grew even more. She carefully cut a piece of oily but tender pork and asked with concern, "Yes, it's been 3 months now. Sleep is good, and I have a good appetite. I especially like sour flavors. Without sourness, I can't enjoy my meals." Zhang looked at the pork, picked up a small piece with chopsticks, and chewed slowly. It wasn't greasy but fragrant, which made her feel at ease. She then ate a large piece of meat. Mrs. Liu's skill in making pork is truly unmatched. "It's so delicious that I can't stop eating." Zhang finished her pork and took a big bite of bread, then smiled at Chuer. "That's right, our skills can't compare to Mrs. Liu's." Chuer smiled with her lips closed, using her chopsticks to serve some chive scrambled eggs to Niu and Shiau, who then also served some vegetables to Zhang. Zhang felt very grateful for Chuer's care. She smiled back, and as they shared food, they grew closer. "Come on, today we had a wonderful meal. We should thank Chuer properly. The food was so thoughtful. Let's have a toast together." The village chief's wife talked to Mrs. Liu for a while. Seeing Chuer's big new house, her earlier discomfort disappeared. She slowly raised her glass and addressed the women present. "Yes, that's the right way. Sister 9 also expressed what we all feel. Let's toast to the Qingshan family." Mrs. Liu looked at the lively atmosphere and happily stood up. Chuer saw everyone in high spirits and didn't want to spoil the mood. She raised her small cup and said to the women, "This toast is for all of you. As a newcomer, I am grateful for the care from all the aunts and sisters. Thanks to you, I've settled well in this village. I cherish the friendship we share. I won't say much more. It's all in the drinks. Here's to everyone." After saying this, Chuer confidently tilted her head back and finished her drink in one go. Then she turned a cup upside down, with not a drop left, moving smoothly like flowing water, something uncommon among rural women. "Good." The village chief's wife watched Chuer behave like that, and her initial dislike quickly disappeared. She was a straightforward person, and seeing Chuer with such a fiery temper, she naturally looked up to her more. The village chief's wife didn't hold back. She drank the wine in her hand in one gulp. "Mrs. Village Chief, you have a good tolerance for wine," Chuer said with a smile, giving a small compliment. "Hee, you'll see later if I really have a good tolerance or not." After a few drinks, the village chief's face turned slightly red. Her tone was no longer as serious as before. She reached out and pointed at Chuer, saying, "We all live in the same village. Don't call me Mrs. Village Chief. It feels too formal. We're all daughters-in-law of the Lian family. Just call me Aunt 9. "Yes, Aunt 9. Chuer responded happily, feeling even more fond of the strict but straightforward village chief's wife. "Oh, Aunt 9. Aunt 9, come. I toast you." "Thank you and Uncle 9 for coming," Chuer said sincerely as she filled her cup and offered a toast. All right, cheers." The village chief's wife looked at Chuer and found her more and more agreeable. She raised her cup and drank it all, her smile deepening. Although the women also drank a little wine, they didn't get as rowdy as the men. After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, Chuer noticed some leftovers on the table and asked Lu Dajiang and the others to take some home. Chuer didn't put much oil in the dishes when cooking, but since they included meat and eggs, the dishes naturally had more oil and water than ordinary home-cooked meals. The others didn't refuse and happily finished eating before heading home. Chuer handed little Tiger over to Dainyu to take care of and went to see how the men were drinking in the new courtyard. Before reaching there, she saw Lian Qingshan and Lian Qinghe walking among the tables. Their originally healthy wheat-colored skin was now flushed red, clearly from drinking too much. She glanced at the remaining dishes on the table and decided not to disturb them. Instead, she turned back toward the old courtyard's kitchen. They had drunk quite a bit, so she planned to make some tea and prepare a hangover soup for them. Unaware, a slender shadow appeared outside the Lian house. Seeing the newly built house, the person's face showed a look of hatred and was very fierce. Since the house's beams were installed, the house has changed a lot each day. Within 2 days, the roof was already built. The next day, the tiles were laid. Then came installing windows, laying the kong, heated bed, and building the stove. In less than 10 days, Chuer's new house was bright and complete. The house was built quickly, and the money was spent just as fast. Chuer looked at the nearly finished house and then organized her accounts for the expenses. She was surprised and a bit shocked when she saw the total. Neither she nor Lian Qingshan expected that, just after finishing the house, before even buying furniture, they had already spent so much money. Chuer sat cross-legged on the kong, using a small oil lamp on the table to carefully count the money. Denyo played with Shiau who beside the table, while Kai, not knowing where, had a pine tree tower and was hugging it with his front paws, sitting on the windowsill, watching the house and cracking sunflower seeds for fun. The house was almost finished. The carpenters and laborers would finish their work in a couple of days. The money needed to be managed first so they could pay each part step by step later. Chuer's family didn't have to pay for the land because they already owned it, which saved a lot of money. Whether in ancient or modern times, buying land to build a house is always expensive. Besides the land, there were many other costs. Bricks, tiles, and wood for building materials cost a lot. Daily meals with meat, bread, and buns added up. When they hosted the beam-raising celebration, they also spent on wine and meat. All these expenses added up quickly. For example, the bricks, blue bricks costing 2 coins each. Chuer's family used nearly 20,000 bricks. The tiles, costing 3 coins and a few pieces each, used over 3,000 tiles. Luckily, Chuer's family bought in large quantities, so the old seller gave them a discount. Still, just for the bricks and tiles, they spent about 10 taels of silver. Chuer sighed and marked a big expense for bricks and tiles on her account book, 10 taels of silver. Since they paid for bricks and tiles each time they were delivered, there were no large remaining balances. They just needed to record each payment carefully. Besides bricks and tiles, buying wood was also a big expense. Chuer wrote wood in her account book and then noted the cost, 5 taels of silver. The cost of the 5 taels of silver was mainly spent on the large beam wood for the 3-room house. Chuer and Lian Qingshan planned to build a better house using blue bricks and tiles, which are sturdy and decent. However, this also meant paying attention to more details than with a thatched roof. For example, the large beam wood. Since the roof of a thatched house is made of mud and grass, it is not heavy, so a thick arm-sized beam is enough. If needed, they could even cut down a big tree from the mountain and use it after some work. The reason is that a thatched roof isn't very strong, it won't last long. Before the beam wood rots, the walls of the house might fall apart. But Chuer's house is made of bricks and tiles. Over 1,000 tiles are heavy. Using just a thick arm-sized beam wouldn't be enough. The weight of the thousands of tiles could break the beam easily. Because of this, the large beam wood is very important. Master Yang, the carpenter, spent a lot of effort to buy this beam from another family. That family wanted to build a house but had no money due to some trouble. The beam had been cared for and dried for years, then polished and ready. That family sold the beam for 5 taels of silver, which was a bit expensive. But they also included many other parts, like smaller beams, rafters, and wood for the stove edge and windows. It seemed they had planned to use those parts for their own house, but ended up selling them cheaply to Chuer's family. The sale of the beam was straightforward. No additional money was needed. After Chuer recorded the cost of the wood, she continued to keep track of labor costs. Thinking about labor, Chuer hesitated. She said to Lian Qingshan, who was sitting on the kong weaving a willow basket, "Qingshan, how should we figure out the cost of labor for building the house? How to calculate labor? Didn't we agree before that Master Yang and his 3 apprentices would charge for taels of silver in total?" Lian Qingshan looked confused at Chuer's question. Yes, when we talked to Master Yang, we planned for 3 main rooms. Later, we added 3 more rooms and a courtyard wall. Master Yang didn't ask for extra money. I think, since he built the house well, maybe we should give him a little more money to show our appreciation. Chuer put down her paper and pen and moved closer to Lian Qingshan. Lian Qingshan carefully chewed on Chuer's words. After a moment, he nodded seriously. That's right. When I was outside, if I did my work well, the general would reward me with some silver. I was so happy when I received the silver. Yes, Master Yang and the others work very hard. Our house is built solidly, so we can live here for many more years. In a way, we've actually gained from this, Chuer said, happy to see how quickly Lian Qingshan understood that she wanted to give Master Yang and his apprentices a little extra money. Lian Qingshan is the man of the house. Although she has many modern experiences to learn from, she can't openly do too much in this world where men are above women. But if Lian Qingshan is leading the way, things would be different. I think we shouldn't give too much. Tomorrow, when Master Yang and his apprentices come, we can each give them a small amount of money as a token of appreciation, Chuer said to Lian Qingshan, her eyes shining with confidence and a hint of her usual cautious sharpness. The work on their house will take 2 or 3 more days to finish. But Chuer plans to give the reward money tomorrow. She's doing a little mental calculation. By giving the money now, she hopes that in the remaining days, Master Yang will work even more carefully. This is a lesson she learned from stories she's seen before. If service workers expect tips, they tend to be more attentive. All right, I'll listen to you, Lian Qingshan said, looking at Chuer, who is lively and full of spirit under the lamplight. His heart softened, and he didn't want to go against her wishes. He also thought 4 silver coins wasn't much, so he happily agreed. Once he approved, Chuer took out her money box. Inside, she took out 2 silver ingots weighing 2 taels each. This was the payment for Master Yang's work, to be given after everything was finished. Besides this 4-tael payment, she also had 4 small strings of money, which she planned to give tomorrow. For the labor, besides the bricklayer and his 3 apprentices, the total wages were 4 taels of silver. Plus, Chuer was pleased with the house and decided to give each person a small tip, making the total over 4 taels and 4 qian. The villagers who helped with the work also needed to be paid. Our house has been under construction for over 20 days. With the finishing work, it will take about 30 days. During this time, each person earns 20 large coins per day, so one person makes 600 large coins. Chuer set aside the silver notes prepared for Master Yang and others, then started calculating the wages for the helpers. There are 5 strong men helping in the village: Fengshou, husband of Yinhuan; Shizi, the eldest son of Lu Dama; Shiau, the eldest son of Chunju; Qingshan, the village head son; and Lian Qinghe, brother of Lian Qingshan. Plus, Dongshi and Yinhuan, who help with cooking and taking care of children. That makes 7 people in total. For the helpers, just pay Fengshou, Shizi, Shiau, and Qingshan, Chuer said. Lian Qinghe told me he's here to help us and won't take any money. Qinghe told you? Did your sister-in-law say anything? Hearing Lian Qingshan say this, Chuer's impression of Lian Qinghe improved a bit. She knew that even if Qinghe said he wouldn't take money, she would still want to pay him. Even if she didn't care about Qinghe and Dongshi, looking at the obedient children, De Mao and Er Mao, Chuer felt she had to give them the money. Before, Chuer thought that Lian Qinghe and his wife were always after money. Her own brother was injured saving him, and even for food and drink, he had to pay. Now that her brother's family was building a house, if they still shamelessly asked for money, it would be just what they could do. He hasn't told your sister-in-law yet. Lian Qingshan paused, then continued. It was clear he realized that what he just said might be hard to make happen. His face showed some embarrassment as he spoke. Seeing Lian Qingshan's expression stiffen, Chuer pretended not to notice and continued. Qingshan, our family is doing okay now. Qinghe doesn't have much work. Since others are paying, we can't refuse to pay your brother. Although I don't like Dongshi very much, that's separate. Just think of this money as for De Mao and Er Mao. All right, I agree, we'll do as you say, Lian Qingshan said. He suddenly looked up at Chuer, seeing she showed no displeasure and relaxed. He smiled foolishly at her. Don't worry about it, Chuer said. The agreed price when hiring was 20 large coins per person per day. They worked for about 30 days, which totals about 4 taels and 2 coins of silver. Because among these people, there are two couples. Chwaer simply took 2 silver ingots weighing 1 tael each, along with 2 small strings of coins. The remaining 3 people each received 6 small strings of coins. The labor costs were calculated into this, and it was almost done. Chwaer took out a large pile of shining silver and copper coins, feeling a sharp pain in her heart because she had spent so much money. After settling the labor costs and organizing the money, Chwaer recorded all the miscellaneous expenses on paper. Even though less than a month had passed, the account filled an entire page of the ledger and was not yet finished. The costs for bricks, tiles, wood, labor, plus the food expenses for the day they put up the beams. Each day they spent about 1 tael of silver on meat dishes, added up to over 26 taels of silver. This did not include the money spent on fireworks, candies, and other personal purchases. Wow, we've already spent more than 26 taels of silver. Chwaer looked at the numbers in the ledger in shock, then glanced back at the silver left in the money box. If they paid the workers again, only a few silver ingots would remain in the box. Our plan was to spend only 30 taels of silver on building the house. The house is just finished, and the furniture hasn't even been made yet. We've already spent 26 taels. If we add the cost of the bedding, about 1 tael each, along with the bed cabinets, wooden cupboards, and kitchenware, 30 taels won't be enough. Chwaer sighed, feeling heartbroken. It's okay. Once the house is built, I'll go up the mountain a few times to earn more silver and help support the family, Lian Qingshan said softly, holding Chwaer's hand and comforting her, which greatly eased her troubled heart. The next morning, Master Yang and his 3 apprentices arrived at Chwaer's house. As planned the night before, Chwaer handed Master Yang 4 strings of coins and explained that these were to thank them for their hard work. Master Yang and his men were pleasantly surprised, and from then on, they worked even more efficiently. The new house looked just as Chwaer had imagined, 3 main rooms and 3 side rooms. The 2 rooms in the main house were used as bedrooms, each with a small brick bed, about half a room in size. The middle main room was used as a living room, without a brick bed, but with 2 brick firewalls built for warmth in winter. Later, the back house was taller than the main house, but since the main house faced south and the back house faced north, they were back to back. The back house has 3 rooms. The eastern room was planned as a bathroom, which could serve as a temporary toilet during cold winters. The middle room was the kitchen, and the western room was larger, specifically left for making tea. Perhaps because of the 400 coins, besides the original work of building a house for Chwaer's family, Master Yang and his apprentices did many other things. For example, they built a neat brick stove in Chwaer's 2 main rooms. They plastered the stove surface smoothly, carefully planed the recycled wood for the edges, and painted it with a shiny coat. They even laid blue bricks under the stove to keep it clean. The entire stove was very tidy. In addition to the stove, Chwaer's family still had many leftover blue bricks. After Master Yang and his apprentices compacted and leveled the ground, they paved the floor with bricks and filled the gaps with fine sand, making the floor smooth and the house bright and clean. They also built a neat earthen bed in the room. Master Yang and his apprentices also finished building the kitchen stove. When Chwaer tried lighting a fire, she found it heated up quickly without producing much smoke or smell, saving firewood and making it very efficient. Her craftsmanship was truly excellent. Seeing that the 2,000 bricks they bought were still enough, Master Yang and his apprentices planned to build a simple toilet for the Lian family. Chwaer remembered the foul-smelling outhouse in the old yard and suggested a design similar to a water-flush toilet she had seen in the countryside as a child. They discussed and built a toilet with a separate cesspool. After finishing these, Master Yang somehow obtained 2 buckets of lime and painted Chwaer's house inside. The house looked much brighter after the painting, which made Chwaer very happy. Previously, Chwaer felt mixed feelings about the high costs of the house, but now, seeing the clean and bright home, her worries have completely disappeared. Chwaer walks inside her new house, holding hands with Dinyo and Xiao. She looks at the smooth whitewashed walls, the newly installed window frames, and the neatly made Kong bed. Her excitement is hard to put into words. Even the pain from spending so much money during the previous account settlement has eased. Mother, will we live here from now on? Daniel, holding Chuer's hand, looks around with big eyes. The new house is much prettier than their old one. Big and bright. Daniel likes it very much and wishes to live here. Does Daniel like it here? Would you like to stay in the new house? Chuer sees her daughter's eyes wide with excitement and her rosy cheeks. She can't help but tease her. Really? I can stay in the new house? That's wonderful. I'm so happy. Daniel jumps with joy, unable to fully express her happiness. Her small braids bounce as she moves, making her look adorable. Shiau, who seems to be influenced by Daniel's excitement. He also jumps around happily, clapping his chubby hands and giggling. Come, the West Room is yours and Daniel's. Do you want to go see it? Chuer, seeing her children so happy, feels excited too. She pulls one child with each hand and heads toward the West Room. Both the East and West Rooms are the same size and layout, symmetrical. They walk through the central hall into the West Room, where the children start playing happily. Inside the West Room, Chuer looks at the sunlight shining through the window frames, which haven't yet been covered with paper, making the room bright. She suddenly thinks it would be great if they could put glass in the windows. Then it would block the wind and rain, but still let in sunlight. However, Chuer knows that glass isn't available in this era. Instead, they have colored glass called liuli, which wealthy families in town often use for windows. This makes the room very bright. Although glass is very expensive, costing about a tael of silver for a small piece, Chuer decides to save up and buy a piece of liuli for each window in both the East and West Rooms. The money box was empty. Instead of installing glass windows everywhere, they decided to put in a piece at the head of the bed for better light. In winter, when it's cold, they could look outside from inside, and the two children wouldn't feel too bored. Wow! The new bed is so smooth. While Chuer was lost in thought, Daniel had already jumped onto the new bed, kicking up a cloud of dust without noticing. She happily ran back and forth on the bed, sometimes from the head to the foot, sometimes from the foot to the head. Shiau, who saw Daniel running around excitedly, and also got interested. He wobbled and climbed onto the bed. Chuer watched Shiau, who with his little bottom sticking out as he tried to climb up, and she couldn't help but laugh. The irritation she felt earlier about spending too much money on the glass window disappeared. Chuer reached out and gently tapped Shiau, whose little bottom, making him laugh out loud. She helped him onto the bed, letting the two children run and play without a bed cover. Zhaokai suddenly appeared from somewhere inside the house, walking around like a general inspecting his troops. After circling twice, he found the windowsill at the head of the bed and curled up there to nap. Watching Daniel and Shiau, who happily playing, Chuer felt her heart soften. The worry about the cost of the glass window, which had made her frown earlier, eased away in the joy of the scene before her. It's just money. Can money really stop a living person? Chuer suddenly thought. She believed in saving and spending wisely. Building this house was a serious matter, and they couldn't save too much. Earning more was the real priority. With this thought, Chuer felt more at ease. She remembered the tea leaves that brought in money and couldn't help but go check the tea house. Chuer told Daniel to watch Shiau, who so he wouldn't fall. Then she headed to the back room. As she walked, she planned to tidy up the house. Although they didn't have much money to decorate it luxuriously, she wanted to make it warm and cozy. "Sir, where are you?" Lian Qingshan entered the new yard from outside. Hearing the children's happy laughter from the West Room but not seeing Chuer, he called out loudly. "I'm in the back," Chuer replied as she checked the stove in the sitting room. "The kitchen is over here." Chuer was in the kitchen, looking at the stove and thinking about adding 2 more pots. The stove for brewing tea also needed 2 large pots, which would be an extra expense. Sigh, why do I keep thinking about spending money? Later, I will go to the mountain to pick some tea leaves and make tea. Then, these expenses won't be a problem. Chuer, what are you doing? Lian Qingshan came into the house after finishing his work outside, smiling as he looked at Chuer, who was standing pretty in the kitchen. Sunlight shone through the door from the north, illuminating Chuer's soft cheeks. Her long eyelashes cast small shadows under her eyes. Her pink lips slightly curled up, and her slim waist was so tempting. Seeing Chuer like this, Lian Qingshan felt his heart warm. With Dinyo and Shiau not around, he immediately pulled Chuer into his arms. Ah! Chuer was startled by Lian Qingshan's sudden warmth. Seeing his eyes shining with a smile, her body suddenly softened.
Cool, I'm so happy.
We have our own home now, Lian Qingshan said softly, noticing the blush on Chuer's cheeks. His heart moved, and he couldn't help but lean in and gently kiss her on the cheek. From now on, we won't have to worry about Dinyo and Shiau watching us. Chuer naturally understood what he meant about not worrying about Dinyo and Shiau watching. Her face instantly turned so red it seemed to bleed. Chuer leaned into Lian Qingshan's arms, her hands unconsciously resting gently on her belly. She imagined that both she and Lian Qingshan were young and strong. If they spent more time together intimately, could there already be a little baby inside her? Such thoughts suddenly took root in Chuer's mind. No matter how hard she tried to forget, they wouldn't go away. Her eyes grew a little moist. Having lived through 2 lives, if she could have her own child, healthy and strong, regardless of gender, it would be a blessing from heaven. Chuer's house had been built, and the courtyard wall was up. It looked like they were about to move in soon. However, the new house still lacked many things. Although Chuer didn't have much money, she couldn't do without essential pots, bowls, and utensils. The 2 rooms also needed bedding, and she had to go to the town to buy everything. This was an urgent matter. Chuer got up early from the Kong, heated bed, and looked at the old house's dusty walls and floor. She thought about the new house, which was clean and bright, and her desire to move grew stronger. Qingshan, let's go to the town to buy things for the new house, Chuer said to Lian Qingshan. Besides the Kong, there's nothing inside. We need to buy a pot for the stove and some glass and paper for the windows. Yes, we should go, Lian Qingshan nodded. Seeing that it was still early outside, he thought about what else they needed to buy. It's still early today. I'll borrow a bullock cart later, and we can go to the town. Great. I just brewed some new tea yesterday. I can take it to Qianzhonggui and bring back some silver, Chuer said happily. She was pleased because Lian Qingshan agreed to go to the town with her. All right, you stay home and get things ready. I'll go out for a while. After breakfast, we'll leave, Lian Qingshan said, smiling at Chuer's sweet smile. He felt happy too. After washing his face, he went to borrow a bullock cart from Qingshan. Chuer stayed at home, quickly prepared breakfast, and tidied up the cabinets and kitchen. She was thinking about what to buy now and what could wait. Most of the hardware for the new yard and house was already in place. The walls were tall and sturdy, but there was no gate. They needed to build one. Chuer decided to leave the gate's design to Lian Qingshan. As long as the gate could keep out wild animals from the mountains during their move, it would be fine. In the yard, they only needed to add a gate. However, they still needed many household items, bedding for the 2 kangs, large pots for the kitchen and tea room, and some new tableware since the old ones were worn out and few in number. They also had only 1 Kong cabinet, 1 wooden cabinet, and 2 chests. When moving to the new house, these furniture pieces wouldn't be enough for 2 rooms, so they needed to buy more. They could also bring some furniture from the old house first, or cut down trees from the mountain and make furniture themselves. Thinking about what is necessary and what can be added later, Chuer began organizing the tea she made yesterday, preparing to sell it when she went to town later. Since the house has been built over the past month, Chuer hasn't had much time to pick tea because she was busy with family matters. As a result, the tea leaves are fewer and the final product weighs only about 6 jin. Chuer packed all these tea leaves, which are an important source of income. After placing all the tea leaves into a willow basket and calling the older girl and little tiger to get dressed, even Qingshan was driving the ox cart back home. Chuer put the tea, money, and shopping list together, then served breakfast. After the family finished their warm meal, they rode the ox cart to town. In the mountain morning, the air was very fresh. The rising sun shone brightly but not painfully, and the moist air carried a faint grassy scent, making people feel energized just by breathing. Dad, Mom, what are we going to buy in town? The older girl, with bright, clear eyes, asked excitedly, looking around eagerly. We're going to buy things for the new home and some tasty treats, Chue replied gently, making the girl wave her arms happily. Although little Tiger didn't understand what was happening, he also cheered and laughed, making Qingshan and Chue laugh happily. Chue held a small pouch filled with silver coins, looking ahead with a happy heart and hopes for the future life. The ox cart was moving at a steady pace, and soon, the family arrived in town. Because they knew the shopkeeper at Qian's grocery store well, Chue planned to buy almost everything there, except for items they might need from the blacksmith. At the entrance of Qian's grocery, Lizzie, who was standing at the door, quickly spotted Chue's family. He hurried over with a smile and said, "What a rare visit. It's been a while since Big Brother and Chue's wife came. Our shopkeeper has been talking about it for days. Yes, we've been busy building the house and haven't gone out for a while," Qingshan replied with a smile, taking the tea Chue had prepared from the cart and holding little Tiger in his arms. Lizzie's eyes lit up when she saw the tea leaves. She saw that Lian's family had arrived in an ox-drawn cart. She quickly took the ox reins and helped Chue tie the cart to a wooden post outside the grocery store. "The shopkeeper is here, you two can go in. I'll watch the cart, no worries. Lizzie is so clever." Chue smiled warmly and praised. As she spoke, she led Daniu into the grocery store. Chue looked around inside the shop. She saw everything she wanted to buy and felt very satisfied. She knew that the Qian family's grocery store was big. Before, her family didn't have much silver or big items to buy, so she hadn't looked carefully. Now she saw that the Qian family shop was the only one of its kind for miles around, which made sense. "Brother Lian, Chue and Daniu, you're here. I've missed you so much." Chue heard a cheerful laugh and looked toward the sound. She saw the wife of the shopkeeper, Madame Qian, rushing out from behind the counter. "Hello, Madame Qian." Chue bowed politely to greet her. "There's no need to call me Madam. Since I'm older, just call me Sister Qian," she said kindly, waving her handkerchief. Then she warmly took Dania's hand. "Dania hasn't seen you in a month and has grown taller. Come, let me get you some candies to eat." Madame Qian's gestures and expressions were even warmer than before. Chue understood that their tea sales must be doing well, and they had gained some benefits. She watched Daniu, who was a little shy, being pulled by Madame Qian. She quickly stepped in to help. "Sister-in-law, don't worry. I came here for an important matter today. All right, let's talk later. Our head is always thinking about you. Since you're here, come with me to the backyard," said Madame Qian briskly. She led Chue and the others to the backyard. Since they had done the tea selling before, the work was easier now. Chue handed over 6 jin of tea to the shopkeeper, Mr. Qian. He accepted it smoothly, weighed it, and examined the quality carefully. Finding no problems, he paid with silver and took out a ledger for Chue to sign. This time, the cost of 6 jin of tea was 12 taels of silver. Plus, the profit from selling 10 jin of tea last time was 18 taels. So, Chue ended up with more than 30 taels of silver. Holding the heavy silver, Chue felt confident. Selling tea for a year could help her build a new house, which was very exciting. "Brother Qian, Sister Qian, I have something to do this time, so I won't stay long," Chue said as she stood up and handed the silver bundle to Lian Qingshan. "What's the matter? Do you need my help?" Manager Qian, who now treated Chue's family like important friends, immediately became interested when he heard she had something to ask. "Our family is building a new house, and we need to buy many things. I'll need Brother Qian and Sister Qian's help," Chue said with a smile, happy to get this chance. "I thought it was something big. That's easy to fix. Since you've accepted me as your older brother, I won't let you suffer. Everything in our shop you like, I'll sell to you at cost price. If you need something we don't have, just tell Easy. When I go to the county to buy more, I'll bring it back for you," Manager Qian said with a big wave of his hand. "That's too much trouble," Chue quickly declined, but Madame Qian held her back, telling her not to be polite and pulling her forward to pick out things. Chue really needed to buy a lot. She was worried her silver wouldn't be enough in the morning, But now she had 30 taels from selling tea, plus the cost price promised by manager Qian. She wouldn't hold back. She bought 2 pieces of glass for the windows, costing 2 taels of silver. She also bought delicate handmade reed mats, costing 1.5 taels for 2. She ordered 4 thick iron pots made of black iron, each costing 1 tael. For the big door, she bought 2 jin of iron nails. She also bought high-quality Korean paper for the windows, a small stove ring, a copper kettle, a kitchen knife, a cooking spatula, and bowls and plates for rice and dishes. All these things for the new house cost her 9 taels of silver. Chwaer looked at a nearby stall selling fabric and cotton, wanting to buy more for making blankets and new clothes. But Lian Qingshan stopped her, saying, "We still need to buy some meat and vegetables later. If we buy too much here, we won't even have a place to sit." Chwaer looked back and saw that the items she bought were piled together with Lizi's things, taking up almost half a cart space. "All right, I'll buy these first. When I come back to deliver more, I'll buy some more," Chwaer said with a smile. She then picked up a bag of candies and handed it to Denyo before following Lizi to settle the bill. After buying household items, a few dozen pounds of rice and flour, and a large piece of pork, Chwaer's family sat on a cart filled with happiness and joy, heading home. After buying things for the new house, Qingshan and Chwaer quickly arranged everything. They laid a new quilt on the bed, making the room look brighter. They washed 4 large pots thoroughly, then placed them in the kitchen. They also prepared some firewood, filled half a pot with water, and started a lively fire. This helped season the cast iron pots and remove rust, and also warmed the room to prevent dampness. While the fire burned and the water boiled, Chwaer added some buckwheat flour and glue to the pot, preparing to use it later for window glazing. Meanwhile, Qingshan took glass pieces and putty to the main room, planning to carefully set the glass and then cover the windows with paper. "Qingshan, let me help." Chwaer, having prepared the glue, waited for it to cool in the pot. Seeing Qingshan go to work on the windows, she hurried to follow. "Good. You hold the glass pieces while I nail 2 nails and seal them with putty." Qingshan nodded when he saw Chwaer come over. He picked up a small, fine hammer from the ground and hammered a few tiny nails into the window frame. "Here, place the glass properly." After nailing the nails, Qingshan took the glass from Chwaer's hands and carefully placed it on the window frame. He pressed down on the glass and began to gently tap the nails to bend them. The curved nails looked like tiny claws, holding the glass tightly in place. After fixing the glass pieces with nails, Lian Qingshan took a small shovel and skillfully scooped some putty from a paper-wrapped package. He carefully applied it along the edges of the glass until the entire window frame was smooth and even. Only then did he stop. In no time, the window in the west room was finished. Lian Qingshan and Chwaer followed the same method to attach the glass pieces in the east room's window frame. "Qingshan, I didn't realize you could do this kind of work too." Chwaer looked at Lian Qingshan with admiration, her eyes shining. She felt happy inside, thinking she had chosen a good husband who was very capable at household chores. I know many skills." Lian Qingshan was pleased with Chwaer's compliment. He proudly tilted his head and smiled, but he forgot he was holding a hammer. When he loosened his grip, the hammer fell to the ground, nearly hitting his foot. "Hey, Qingshan, are you okay?" Chwaer quickly worried when she saw him so proud and careless. "I'm fine." Lian Qingshan secretly regretted being so happy just now. He was so pleased that he forgot he was holding something in his hand. If he hadn't instinctively caught his foot, it could have been bad. His face showed a sheepish, cute expression. Chwaer saw his embarrassed look and felt relieved that he was fine. Her worry melted away. She chuckled softly, thinking how silly it was that Lian Qingshan got so carried away after a small compliment. Her laughter sounded like tiny silver bells, making Lian Qingshan feel ticklish inside.
"Ah,
you're laughing at me now." Lian Qingshan looked at Chwaer's face, which was flushed with happiness. He secretly glanced around the room, noticing the girl and little tiger sitting on the kong, a traditional bed, eating candies, not paying attention to him. Feeling bold, he pulled Chwaer to the side and suddenly wrapped her in his arms. He couldn't help but want to hold her close, as if he wanted to squeeze her into his chest. Just as Chuer felt like she was running out of air, Lian Qingshan finally loosened his grip. Looking at her in his arms, he felt very satisfied. Seeing the bright new courtyard, he wished he could move in immediately. However, the mountains were full of wild animals. During the day, it was relatively safe, but at night, it was dangerous without a gate to close. Lian Qingshan thought about the gate that hadn't appeared yet. It felt like he was splashed with a cold water, and gradually he calmed down. Chuer, later after I fix the glass window, you stay inside and patch the window. I'll go get some wood, and we'll quickly build a gate. Okay, be careful. Chuer finally snapped out of her thoughts, hurriedly escaped from Lian Qingshan's embrace, and ran into the house. Seeing Chuer run away like a little rabbit, Lian Qingshan couldn't help but laugh loudly. His voice was so strong, and he felt so happy. The two children inside, who were eating happily, were also startled and poked their heads out to see what was wrong with their dad. Listen to your mother, and wait for me to get some wood. I'll be back soon. Lian Qingshan quickly patched the window in the east room, waved to Dinyo and Xiao, and then carried the big axe used for chopping wood, heading up the mountain. Their mountain had many forests with tall trees. He planned to cut enough wood to make a big gate, so they could move. Then he and Chuer could live alone in one house. Just thinking about it made Lian Qingshan feel warm and excited, like there was a fire burning inside him. Lian Qingshan went up the mountain. Chuer stayed in the kitchen resting for a while. The heat on her face slowly faded. She poured the cooled glue into a small basin, took a new brush for painting pots, and carried it to the Kong in the east room. Dinyo, come help Mom cut paper. Chuer called out to the west room. Dinyo and Xiao quickly ran over, eager to help. They watched Chuer cut the high-quality paper and happily helped her hold the paper and do other small tasks. Soon, Chuer finished cutting the window paper. She carried the glue and asked Dinyo to hold the window paper, standing outside the window frame, ready to paste the paper on the window. If you wonder why Chuer wanted to paste the back window first, it's because she was a bit shy. She hadn't had much experience pasting window paper before, so she decided to practice on the back window first. The back window was at the rear, so even if it didn't look perfect, it was okay. If she messed up the front window, it would be embarrassing. Chuer placed a small basin on the windowsill and used a brush dipped in glue to stick it onto the window frame. The frame was originally coated with a layer of varnish, so it didn't use much glue. After applying a thin layer, Chuer took a piece of window paper from Dinyo's hand and quickly stuck it onto the window. Suddenly, only the white paper was visible, and the beautiful plum blossom-shaped window lattice could only be seen faintly as a shadow. Chuer felt very annoyed. The beautiful lattice was now covered with paper, turning the window into a plain white surface, which looked terrible. Mom, what are you doing? Hurry up and stick it. Dinyo watched Chuer frowning at the window and blinked her eyes eagerly. Mom is thinking that the window looks bad after putting on the paper. Chuer sighed and said, I think it looks fine. Isn't everyone's home like this? Dinyo tilted her head to look at the paper and then turned to Chuer, eyes full of hope. Really like this? Chuer thought about Aunt Luda and Aunt Chunju, and it seemed true. They also had plain white paper on their windows. All right, then we'll stick it like this, Chuer decided. She quickly applied glue and pasted the paper. In no time, all the windows were covered. After finishing, Chuer took the children to the front to put up more paper. Before they finished, they saw Lian Qingshan carrying a big bundle of logs back. It was very hot. Lian Qingshan carried such heavy loads. His face was red and sweaty, and his shirt was soaked through. Standing in the sun, he radiated a strong, masculine charm. But Chuer felt sorry for him. She hurried to bring cold boiled water for him to drink, and also handed him a fan to cool him down. Seeing Lian Qingshan looking a bit tired, Chuer felt as if her heart was being squeezed tightly. Her anger rose uncontrollably. It's so hot today. Can't you carry less? Look at yourself. You're all red and sweaty. Don't worry, Chuer, I'm fine. Lian Qingshan looked into Chuer's wide eyes, which looked like a spicy chili pepper, and his heart softened instantly. He grabbed her small hand that was fanning him and gently rubbed it in his palm. Chuer, you're so kind. Stop joking. Chuer was pulled and pinched by Lian Qingshan, and her anger instantly disappeared. She rolled her eyes at him, reached out to take the water bowl from his hand, and hurried into the house. Lian Qingshan watched Chuer run away quickly, chuckled softly, threw the log he had just dragged into the yard, then picked up a saw and an axe. There was a series of clattering sounds as he started working. Before dinner, Chuer had already pasted the paper on the windows and the two large wooden gates in Lian Qingshan's hands. The thick, sturdy door panels began to take shape. Watching Lian Qingshan busy at work, Chuer felt that such a man was very reliable and trustworthy. Later, Lian Qingshan carefully installed the two big gates on the wall of the new yard. Although the gates still had some bark and wood grain, they looked simple and honest, which Chuer liked very much. Later that day, Chuer and Lian Qingshan finished setting up the new yard. They moved the bed cabinet, wardrobe, bedding, and cooking utensils into the new house. Only a few small bundles of clothes and a small cooking pot, symbolizing food, were left. Chuer's family was ready to move. Early in the morning, with clear skies and gentle breeze, Lian Qingshan and Chuer, along with their daughter and son, ate 2 pieces of snack cake. Relatives and neighbors who came to celebrate arrived. The familiar relatives from the Lian family, who had come when the house was built, and old neighbors like Aunt Lu and others from the village, were all there. Celebrating a housewarming involved lighting a stove, and most of the gifts from friends and family were practical. Someone gave a piece of meat, another a bottle of oil and some sugar, or a length of cloth for making clothes. These were useful and thoughtful gifts from rural families. Aunt Lu and Aunt Chuanjua talked happily with Chuer, feeling very pleased. The lively atmosphere made Chuer, who was already very excited, even happier. Her eyes sparkled, and her face was full of smiles. Just as Chuer saw that everyone had arrived and was about to start moving, suddenly there was a commotion outside. Chuer quickly went out to see what was happening. She saw a horse-drawn carriage covered with a blue cloth stop at her new yard's gate. Chuer was very surprised. She didn't recognize the family who could ride in a carriage. At this moment, Qingshan had already hurried forward. When Chuer saw the people getting out of the carriage were the Qian family, her worry eased.
So, it was them.
Congratulations. I heard you moved to a new house today. I came without being invited. Hope you don't mind. Qian Zhonggui stepped out of the carriage with a bow and a smile. His round face, often tired from traveling, was now glowing with red. Big brother Qian, you are such a special guest that we couldn't invite you. No need to blame us. Lian Qingshan also bowed and smiled. Brother Qian and sister Qian are here. Chuer saw the couple and a small boy about 5 or 6 years old with them. She quickly went to greet them. Such honored guests. You arrived just in time. Please come in. Sorry to bother you. Sister Qian laughed and reached out to hold her little boy. This is our second son. Come, call Aunt Chuer. Hello, Aunt Chuer. The little boy, about 5 or 6, had a fair and clean face. He wore a silk robe and politely bowed to Chuer, making her very happy. Yes, this is Yugui. You've grown so tall. Chuer took out a red envelope from her sleeve and handed it to the boy. This red envelope was a local tradition. When there was good news in the family, visitors who brought children would give a small red envelope with a few coins inside as a sign of good luck. Chuer's family was doing well financially and cared for by the villagers. So she prepared more generous red envelopes, each with 6 coins inside. Thank you, Auntie. The fair and clean Yugui took the red envelope politely and bowed to Chuer. He was well-behaved and polite. Chuer couldn't help but hold him in her arms for a while, feeling very fond of him. At this moment, Dinyo and Shiau who came over. Chuer introduced the children to each other. Yugui seemed to like Shiau, who very much. He talked to him like an adult, calling him little brother Shiau, who affectionately. Time is up. Let's set off firecrackers, someone shouted. Everyone looked toward the new gate of the Lian family's yard. A string of bright red firecrackers was lit, crackling loudly and creating a lively atmosphere. Children watching the celebration clapped excitedly, their happy faces flushed with joy. Moving into a new house, long cheers rang out as Aunt Lu, Aunt Chunju, and the Dong family women, who were familiar with Chue, happily came out of the old house. They carried bundles and basins symbolizing their family business, stepping over red paper scraps as they entered Lian's new courtyard. "Come on, let's see the new house." The children cheered excitedly, chasing each other into Lian's yard. "Mrs. Qian, let's go inside." Chue and Lian Qingshan exchanged smiles and politely let the guests enter the yard. Everyone looked happy. "Oh my," the Lian family's youngest built a really nice house. Village chief's wife, Aunt Lianju, was surrounded by people as she reached the front of the house. She looked at the bright, spacious three-room tile house, which was just as good as her own, and couldn't help but praise it. Yes, such a good house must have cost a lot of silver. Maybe they have a good business. "We should support our own people," said Aunt Lian, older and a bit narrow-minded. She looked at the big brick house Lian Qingshan built, thinking that her own son was much older but not as capable, and felt a twinge of jealousy. "Qingshan has been away for so long, he should have saved some silver. You have 5 sons, all capable mountain men. Don't just stare at what's in your bowl and pot," Aunt Lu said as she came out after putting her bundle inside. She overheard Aunt Lian's words and frowned, snorting in disapproval. Aunt Lian seemed honest, but was a bit petty. She liked to join in on good news and couldn't help feeling jealous afterward. "I was just saying I'm proud of my nephew," she said, knowing her own faults. She didn't argue with Aunt Lu and muttered a few words before taking her grandson into the main house. "Chue, congratulations." Silver Ring and Harvest, walking side by side, approached Chue and handed her a small bundle. "This is our housewarming gift. Don't think it's too small." "Thank you, Brother Harvest and Sister Silver Ring. Your visit is my blessing." "How could I dislike a gift?" Chue said with a smile. "Why didn't you bring the children over?" "Bringing the children means more trouble to take care of. It's better to leave them at home," they replied. Silver Ring smiled and said, but she was actually worried about bringing the children, as Chue might give red envelopes that would cost her money. "Why haven't you brought them yet?" Chue pretended to be angry and glared at her. Silver Ring and her husband's intentions, Chue knew very well. She reached into her sleeve and handed 2 small red envelopes to Silver Ring. "Our relationship is close, so even if the children don't come, I still have to give the red envelopes. When you go home later, bring some vegetables. The children are growing tall now, so they need to eat more." Seeing Chue give her the red envelopes, Silver Ring quickly tried to refuse. But when she saw Chue glaring and pouting, she chuckled and took the envelopes. "I think it's about time. Let's tidy up and get the fire started." "Chue, do you want to go over there?" "I'll help you." "Yes, it's time to start cooking." "Let's go. I'll get things ready," Chue said, and she and Silver Ring went to the back kitchen. Meanwhile, Mrs. Dong followed Chue's instructions to stay in front and greet guests and take care of the children. Chue was a good cook, well known in the village, and among the friends and relatives who came today, many had their own specialties. Chue wanted everyone to feel more connected at the table. After cooking 2 of her best dishes, she stepped back to let the familiar older women and aunts show their skills. Aunt Lu and Aunt Chunju naturally wanted to show respect to Chue. Each prepared a signature dish. Even Madame Qian, who modestly said she couldn't cook, made a cold dish. Under everyone's gentle urging, some who wanted to show off or build connections with Chue also started cooking, making a variety of meat and vegetable dishes. The kitchen was lively and bustling. Luckily, Chue's kitchen was large enough, and 7 or 8 women busy inside didn't feel cramped at all. When it was time to eat, everyone brought the dishes to the table, and the people waiting outside, young and old, were amazed. Rice, noodles, fish, meat, eggs. Various dishes were laid out, each smelling delicious and tempting. After so many meals of boiling pot dishes, none were as complete or fragrant as a family meal. Even those who weren't hungry before felt their stomachs rumbling when they saw the rich spread. And this was especially true for the people who had come early in the morning to celebrate. The meal was plentiful, and the guests were all familiar. Even Qingshan and Chui'er didn't need to follow many rules. The men were seated in the main hall and east room, while the women and children stayed in the west room. They ate big bowls of meat and drank hearty wine. The lively feast was full of joy and chatter. Chui'er looked at the table full of delicious dishes. Every dish was carefully prepared and tasted wonderful. She raised her cup and said to her friends and family, "Thank you all for coming to celebrate. It's a great honor. We've prepared a big table of good food, and there's a large jar of wine. Ladies, sisters, and friends, don't hold back. Eat well and drink happily. I'll toast first." Chui'er drank all the wine in her cup. The sweet-smelling drink wasn't strong, but it made her cheeks turn a little red. Looking at her relatives and friends sitting around, all smiling happily, Chui'er felt very happy inside. Close neighbors are better than distant relatives. Chui'er happily poured wine for the elders, helped the children with food, and watched the women chatting excitedly, praising each other's cooking skills. She also saw Denyo and Shiau talking and joking with Yugui and Amao. Her heart was full of warmth. When the feast ended and the guests left, Chui'er, a little tipsy, sat on the calm, a traditional heated bed. She watched Qingshan, who had drunk a lot, and the children, who were tired from playing, sleeping soundly. Her face was full of a bright smile she couldn't hide. Through the pale yellow glass window, sunlight shone in. Chui'er looked at the distant green mountains, feeling very clear and bright inside. She knew that having money meant she could do more things. She promised herself to work harder so her family could live a good life. Chui'er placed the bowls into the large basin, scooped water, and poured it in. She watched Lian Qingshan, whose eyes sparkled brightly, holding a firewood cleaver, ready to go out. She couldn't help but feel curious. There's not much firewood at home. I'm going up the mountain to chop some more. Also, I set a couple of traps earlier when I had nothing to do, to see if I could catch some game. Lian Qingshan was in a very good mood. Today, at the dinner table, people from the same village, even those a lot older than him, were jealous that he had built a new house and married a good wife like Chui'er. "You just finished drinking, you need to be careful. Are you feeling dizzy?" Chui'er saw Lian Qingshan so excited to leave and hurried after him, worried he might still be drunk. Going up the mountain could be dangerous. "I didn't drink much, I'm fine." Lian Qingshan smiled warmly at Chui'er, waved his hand, and opened the door to go out. Watching his energetic steps, Chui'er felt he seemed fine, so she relaxed. She tidied up the leftover food on the table, then carried a bucket of pig slop toward the old courtyard. Although her family had moved into the new courtyard, the chickens and pigs were still kept in the old one. The new courtyard was made of bricks and tiles, looking clean and neat. She didn't want the animals to dirty the yard. But on the other hand, Chui'er thought raising pigs and chickens was very useful. For example, her hens laid eggs, so her daughter and little tiger didn't have to buy eggs. When they slaughtered a pig for the new year, the meat could be frozen and eaten in early spring. Thinking about raising animals, Chui'er walked quickly. Once she reached the old courtyard, she headed straight to the backyard. Before reaching the pigsty, she heard the 3 piglets squealing and rooting around. Listening to the piglets' squeals, Chui'er felt amused. She called out cheerfully, tapping a wooden bucket filled with pig slop with her ladle. The 3 piglets immediately perked up when they heard her. They wagged their tails and hurried to the feed trough, their pink, chubby bodies eager and competitive. Chui'er couldn't help but smile. After feeding the pigs, Chui'er tidied up the vegetable garden, collecting rotten vegetables and weeds. She chopped them into small pieces on a chopping board, added some bran, mixed everything, and then filled the chicken feed trough. Suddenly, inside the chicken coop, 2 adult hens rushed over and stood on the feed trough, clucking loudly. Chui'er's chickens had been raised for several months. The small yellow chicks, which had lost their fluff, had grown strong and looked almost as big as adult chickens. However, these 2 old hens looked sturdier and seemed to be the leaders of the flock. Earlier, when the old yard was disturbed by a fox, Chui'er's 60 chickens lost 3. The remaining 57 chicks grew well. A few days ago, when Chui'er was preparing to cook a meal, she noticed the roosters had nearly fully grown. She then had Lian Qingshan catch 3 young roosters to kill and cook, and everyone at the feast praised the taste. For the feast, Chuer spent some money on meat and received many gifts in return. She counted that she received about 10 jin, around 5 kilograms, of sliced meat, along with 2 old hens and 30 eggs. Overall, she made a profit. She kept about 4 jin of fish and used the rest for the feast. However, Chuer was reluctant to kill the old hens just like that. The hens were raised by rural families and had been brought to her place tied with grass ropes on their legs and wings. Since she already had enough meat and chicken, she released the hens into the chicken coop in the morning after untying their legs. Within less than a day, these 2 old hens had started eating with her big chickens. Chuer was pleasantly surprised. After feeding the chickens, she was worried about her 2 children being left unattended in the new yard, so she grabbed a bucket and went back to the new yard. Chuer, you're back. When Chuer entered the new yard, Lian Qingshan was sitting there working on something. Big Girl and Little Tiger were hiding behind him, watching what he was doing. I'm back. I fed the chickens and pigs. What are you doing? Chuer saw that Lian Qingshan's hands were bloody and was startled. When she saw the half-peeled gray rabbit in his hands, she understood what he was doing. While chopping firewood earlier, I saw 2 rabbits in the trap. They looked like they had been there a while and had no breath left. I brought them back to skin and eat the meat. Lian Qingshan chuckled softly and said, All right. The Big Girl and Little Tiger were lying on Lian Qingshan's back, nodding eagerly with excited faces. Okay, if you finished preparing the rabbit, I'll salt it. We'll eat rabbit meat these next couple of days, Chuer said, watching the 2 kids' happy, blushing faces. She thought it was no big deal to eat a rabbit and spoke casually. Great. We'll have rabbit meat to eat. Little Tiger clapped happily and jumped around in the yard. By the way, do you know how to process the rabbit skins? When it gets cooler, I want to make some little jackets for the children. Chuer gently stroked Little Tiger's forehead. Seeing the soft, grayish rabbit skin, she had an idea and spoke to Lian Qingshan. No problem. I'll tan the skins. I'll peel the rabbit skins now and hang them to dry. Once I gather enough, I'll tan them all at once so our family can make clothes, Lian Qingshan said with a big smile, clearly proud of his skills. The yard was filled with laughter and joy. After finishing with the rabbits, Lian Qingshan helped Chuer wash the dishes. When everything was tidied up, Chuer suddenly remembered how they would sleep tonight. Big Girl, do you want to sleep in the west room with your brother tonight? Chuer hesitated, feeling a bit embarrassed. She and Lian Qingshan had, at that moment, somehow decided to let the 2 children sleep in the west room. Chuer looked at Little Tiger, who was already getting sleepy, leaning against the head of the Kong bed, his cute face flushed with a gentle blush. She almost wanted to take back what she just said. Mom, why do you ask that? When Chuer was about to change her mind and not let the Big Girl and Little Tiger go to the west room, the Big Girl looked up, confused, and asked Chuer, Didn't we agree that I'd take Little Tiger to the west room? Hee. Yes. Chuer looked at the Big Girl's confident face and felt a bit embarrassed. So, are you happy to go to the west room? Of course. What's there not to like? The Big Girl blinked innocently and asked, The bedding in the west room is the same as ours, and it's sunny and fun. Why wouldn't I want to go? It's fine. As long as you're happy, Chuer said with a smile, gently patting the Big Girl's head. She then said, You're growing up, Big Girl. Tonight, take good care of your brother. If anything happens, just call me and I'll come over. Okay, Mom, don't worry. The Big Girl smiled happily, clearly pleased when Chuer said she had grown up. Her small chest puffed out proudly, eager to prove to Chuer that she was truly grown. This sensible and cute Big Girl made Chuer feel both a little sad and very soft-hearted. Her eyes grew a bit moist. Mom, I'll help you clean the dishes. Today, you've been busy cooking and must be very tired, the Big Girl said with a gentle smile. Her bright, shiny eyes showed how much she admired her mother. Good girl, Chuer replied. She helped the Big Girl finish the last of the chores, then took her to the west room. They made the bed and arranged the bedding carefully. To keep Little Tiger from falling off during the night, Chuer surrounded his small bed with blankets to make a little barrier. That way, even if he rolled over in his sleep, he wouldn't fall out. The big girl had been helping Chuer all day, running back and forth. Now she was very tired. Chuer brushed her hair, washed her face, and watched her slowly drift off to sleep on the Kong bed. After settling the big girl, Chuer turned and carried little Tiger into the west room. She took off his clothes and tucked him into bed. Seeing both children sleeping soundly, she felt a little sad but happy. She quietly returned to the east room. "Sieur, I just finished boiling water. Come and wash up," a voice called. Earlier, Lian Qingshan had boiled a big pot of hot water in the back kitchen. He poured it into a big basin for bathing and added some water to the bath. Now he was watching Chuer with eager eyes. "Qingshan." Chuer saw how eager he looked, her heart pounding. She thought about letting the big girl and Tiger stay in the east room for now, but she also wondered if Qingshan would want to spend some quiet time with her later. Her mind was a jumble of thoughts. "Chuer, come on, let's wash up," Qingshan said softly, noticing her shining eyes and faint blush. Chuer replied softly, like a mosquito's hum. She quickly grabbed a clean shirt and headed to the bathroom. In a little while, she could hear the rustling sounds and then the splashing of water. Lian Qingshan felt as if a small hand was constantly scratching inside his heart, making it impossible for him to calm down. As he looked at the dim yellow candle flame, the sound in the bathhouse, which was originally very quiet, seemed to be striking at his heart as if it could reach inside him. "Qingshan." Just as he was feeling restless, Chuer entered the east room wearing her inner garment. Her hair was slightly damp, carrying a pleasant soap scent, which instantly lifted Lian Qingshan's spirits. "Chuer." Lian Qingshan suddenly rushed forward and held Chuer in his arms. Without worrying about the children in the house, his actions became very passionate, causing Chuer to feel her body soften immediately. Under the dim yellow light, two people deeply in love enjoyed their sweet moment together, like intertwined mandarin ducks. Early in the morning, before the sun had fully risen, the sunlight was already very hot. Cicadas were desperately singing in the trees, making people feel inexplicably annoyed. "Chuer, I'll go fetch some water," Lian Qingshan said as he came out of the house carrying a yoke and a water bucket. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, feeling how truly hot it was. Before long, summer had arrived. He hadn't done much work yet, but he was already covered in sweat. Lian Qingshan tightened his grip on the yoke, thinking to take advantage of the early morning sun to fetch some water before it got even hotter and more uncomfortable. "Take it slow, it's too hot. Don't overexert yourself." Chuer was sitting under the shade of a tree, picking green beans. Because of the heat, she was worried about her family getting heat stroke. Every day, she cooked a pot of green bean porridge or green bean soup to help everyone stay cool. "All right," Lian Qingshan replied and carried the water bucket out of the yard. Chuer watched his back. He had just gotten up, but the back of his coat was already wet with sweat. Thinking of the nearby spring water, Chuer's mind quickly turned. How could she let the water flow into their home so they wouldn't have to carry water anymore? The first idea that came to her was natural: using a water pipe. As long as she had an iron pipe, one end connected to the spring source and the other to her family's water jar, with a simple valve, water could flow continuously into their home. But where could she find such an iron pipe? Chuer thought about how expensive iron products were in this era and felt a bit discouraged. From her backyard wall to that spring, it was at least dozens of meters. Not to mention whether she could make the iron pipes she wanted. Such a long distance meant the iron needed for the pipes would cost at least 10 taels of silver. Because the iron pipes would use too much material, Chuer shook her head and sighed as she looked into the distance. She saw the lush green mountains under the morning sun, looking very lively. A breeze blew, and the rustling leaves made Chuer suddenly think, use wood. The idea of using wood suddenly sparked to her mind. Memories from her past life, things she saw in museums and online, flashed before her eyes. Wooden water wheels, bamboo pipes, stone basins for flowing water. Wood, bamboo, stone, she had all these at home. If she could remember how to make these things, Fetching water wouldn't be so hard anymore. That's it, Chuer thought happily. As long as she could fix the tap water at home, she wouldn't need to carry water from the mountains anymore. She was so excited, she quickly picked out green beans from a small basin and then went inside to start working. The water wheel and pipes looked nice, but actually building a set just from memory was not easy. Chuer held a charcoal stick, deep in thought, trying to recall how the water wheel looked in the museum. The main part is a big wheel, with many beams. Chuer drew a 12-sided shape on paper, adding beams like fan ribs in the middle. This water wheel needs a bearing in the middle to turn, and it also needs something to hold water. Chuer muttered to herself, adding everything she could think of onto the drawing. Soon, the paper was a messy jumble. Why is this so hard? Chuer frowned in frustration, looking at her sketch that looked like a water wheel or windmill. She felt a bit disappointed. She used to think she could do anything and was very capable, but now she couldn't even make a small water wheel. It felt like all her years of studying and working as a white-collar worker had been wasted. Chuer, what are you doing? Why are you frowning? Are you feeling unwell? Lian Qingshan carried a full basket of water from outside into the kitchen. He immediately saw Chuer, who was squatting on the ground with a worried brow. He quickly went over to her, wiped the sweat from his palms with his sleeve, and gently placed his hand on her forehead. Not hot? Are you feeling okay? Are you uncomfortable? Seeing Chuer on the verge of tears, his heart tightened. He hurriedly hugged her, intending to lift her into his arms and carry her inside, but Chuer stopped him.
Qingshan ay fine. Queer saite sea que ilon.
She pouted and pointed at the messy paper drawings in her hand, saying, I was just thinking that since you work hard carrying water in this hot weather, maybe we could try to make a water wheel using wood and bamboo. But I didn't expect it to be so difficult. I spent a long time trying to figure out how it works, but I couldn't quite get it. Oh, so that's what it is. Hearing this, Qingshan felt a big relief. He hugged Chuer closer. Chuer, you're so kind to me. Let's work on the water wheel together. Since it's so hot outside, we might as well stay inside and figure it out. It's just wood and bamboo after all. We can gather some and make a water wheel. That would be great. Chuer had almost given up, but after hearing Qingshan's words, she nodded. Since building their house, there hadn't been much to do these days. During the day, she was often idle. If they could get the water project done, it would save them a lot of trouble. Her main chores were preparing 3 meals a day, washing clothes for the family, and taking care of the vegetable garden, pigs, and chickens. In her free time, she would go to the tea mountain every few days to pick tea leaves and spend half a day roasting them into tea. Qingshan, on the other hand, went to the mountain every 2 days to chop firewood and check the traps. Every morning, he fetched water from the spring behind their house, then cleaned the pigsty and chicken coop. In the evening, he gathered pig feed nearby. Most of the day, because of the heat, he stayed at home fixing the house or weaving willow baskets. Qingshan was a practical man. As soon as he agreed to make a water wheel to divert water, he couldn't wait. He grabbed his axe, took a rope, and headed up the mountain to gather wood. Chuer looked at his confident and energetic back, feeling both touched and a bit sad. She was moved because Lian Qingshan loved her so much and went straight up the mountain to get wood without even figuring things out. She felt sad because she wanted to help reduce his workload, but instead, he was working even harder. Chuer pressed her lips together and showed a determined look. She didn't want her beloved Lian Qingshan to be disappointed. So, she decided to carefully remember how to make the water wheel. Clenching her fist, she said, I don't believe it. I've studied for so many years and worked for so many years, and I can't even figure out how to make a water wheel. Just as Chuer was working hard on drawing the water wheel on paper, Shiau rubbed his eyes and came over. Mom, I want to see to Cho. Okay, let's take Shiau to see to Cho. Chuer quickly responded. Her earlier confident words faded as she helped the still sleepy Shiau to the bathroom. After carefully tidying him up, she returned to the main room. Chuer, I'm back. Chuer had just laid Shiau on the bed and patted him to sleep a little longer when she heard Lian Qingshan's voice. Shiau, who was about to fall asleep, suddenly perked up when he heard his father's voice. He jumped off the bed and ran toward the door. "Dad! Dad!" Xiao panted as he reached the door. Seeing the tall and strong Qingshan, he reached out to hug him, with a bright and lively look on his face. "Dad, practice martial arts. Practice martial arts?" Chuer and Qingshan were both surprised. Chuer looked at Qingshan and asked, "Qingshan, do you practice martial arts at home?" "No, I haven't." "Maybe Xiao who heard someone say it before." Qingshan replied casually with a smile. He lifted Xiao Hu over his head. "Our Xiao Hu is so ambitious. He's so young and already wants to practice martial arts. Come on, Dad will take you to practice." Qingshan laughed loudly and carried Xiao Hu to the back of the house to practice martial arts. Chuer watched the father and son walk away and couldn't help but smile and shake her head. She turned around and saw that Dinyo had also woken up. She poured a basin of water for her to wash her face. "Dinyo, get up. We'll have breakfast soon." "Okay." Dinyo nodded, looking a little suspiciously toward the direction where Qingshan and Xiao Hu had gone. "Where did Dad and Xiao Hu go?" Xiao Hu said he wanted to practice martial arts, and Dad took him to play. Chuer smiled lightly, not caring much. She thought that a boy under 2 years old couldn't really practice martial arts. He was just running around outside with Qingshan and playing. But when she finished preparing breakfast and went to the backyard, she was surprised to see the two of them, an old man and a young boy, actually practicing martial arts. "Qingshan, breakfast is ready." Chuer stepped out through the small door at the back of the kitchen. To her surprise, she saw Qingshan and little Tiger standing by the wall, practicing horse stance. Qingshan's broad and steady stance was impressive. He was squatting in a horse stance, throwing punches forward. Sweat droplets the size of beans rolled down his face, but he seemed unaware of them, fully immersed in his practice. Looking at Qingshan, Chuer felt that this was truly who he was. Compared to the Qingshan who hunted in the mountains or worked in the fields, this vigorous, focused, and passionate side of him seemed more alive. This thought flashed through Chuer's mind and stayed there. Next to Qingshan, little Tiger was much cuter. His short legs were slightly bent, his little bottom sticking out behind him. He swayed from side to side, trying hard to keep his balance. His pinkish-white face was flushed, probably from exertion, and his tiny eyebrows were slightly furrowed, looking very strained. Time to eat. If you want to practice martial arts, you need to eat well to have strength. Chuer gently advised the little Tiger, who looked like a small adult with his furrowed brow. "Yes, mother is right. Eat well to have strength." Little Tiger nodded seriously, but instead of standing up immediately, he turned to look at Qingshan. When Qingshan nodded to signal him to get up, he straightened his trembling legs and followed Chuer into the house. Seeing little Tiger like this, Chuer couldn't help but wonder, does he really want to practice martial arts? If so, then Qingshan should teach him well. After all, he comes from a martial family, and maybe in the future, he will follow in his ancestors' footsteps. Ever since little Tiger started practicing horse stance with Qingshan, Chuer noticed that this small boy seemed to endure more hardship than adults. He practiced tirelessly every day. Qingshan, who had spent many years in the military, believed in training in all weather, winter or summer, hot or cold. He would start teaching regardless of the weather. Little Tiger never complained about tiredness or hardship. He kept a serious face, biting his lip and persevering. Despite Qingshan's careless nature as a father, Chuer, as a mother, couldn't bear to see him neglect their son. Watching Xiao Hu insist on practicing, Chuer didn't want to stop them. She used the hot summer weather as an excuse, suggesting they practice in the cooler mornings and evenings when the weather was slightly cooler. Later, Chuer worried that Xiao Hu might wake up too early and hinder his growth, so she scheduled practice after dinner, before sunset, with Xiao Hu following Qingshan in the yard to practice horse stance. At these times, Chuer would sit nearby with her older daughter, either embroidering or chatting while doing chores. Xiao Hu would stand under the tree with Qingshan, practicing horse stance and boxing. The family of four was busy with their own tasks, but shared a quiet warmth that filled the air. During the day, The children played and rested, while the adults busied themselves with work. Chuer put the leftover breakfast into the dish rack and cabinet, tidied up the stove, floor, and firewood pile, then let out a gentle sigh. She wiped sweat from her forehead, adjusted her slightly sticky clothes, and fetched half a bucket of cool water to walk toward the old courtyard. The weather was very hot, and Chuer needed to give water to the chickens and pigs. Animals, like people, could suffer from heat stroke if they lacked water. When she arrived in the yard, she saw Lian Qingshan holding a saw and hammer, tinkering with something. As she approached and looked closer, she saw a pile of wooden boards and bamboo tubes. Her heart stirred. Could he be making a water wheel? Qingshan, what are you doing? She asked. Guess. Lian Qingshan looked up, wiped his sweat, and smiled at Chuer. You said a few days ago you wanted to make a water wheel, right? I saw something like this outside the mountain before, but I never made one. So I thought I'd give it a try. He pointed to the pile of wood on the ground. Can you even do carpentry? Chuer was surprised. She already thought Lian Qingshan was skilled at weaving with willow branches and hunting. Watching him teach Shiau to squat and practice boxing, she thought he was quite talented. She never expected that he could also do carpentry. Is this fresh bamboo? Where did you get it? Chuer reached out and picked up a bamboo tube. It was very fresh, with a bright green outer shell and a moist interior, indicating it was recently cut. I heard that in these mountains, heavy snow blocks the roads in winter. Chuer can't understand how bamboo grows here. However, she loves the green bamboo very much. She gently touches it, smells its light, fresh scent, and her smile deepens. Hee, I was also looking from the tea mountain over there. Behind the tea mountain, there's a forest, and deep inside that forest, there's a small bamboo grove. I thought the bamboo was pretty thick, so I brought some back. Lian Qingshan chuckled, watching Chuer's happy expression as she admired the bamboo tube. He felt proud of doing something good. Yes, that's great. Chuer nodded happily, watching Lian Qingshan working on a round water wheel frame. She was curious and compared it to the water wheels she remembered from her past. Chuer, it's hot today. If you have nothing to do, sit under that tree on a small stool. It'll take me a while to finish this. Lian Qingshan looked at Chuer sitting nearby, feeling happy inside. When he saw a little sweat on her nose, he felt a bit worried for her. Come and sit with me under the tree, Chuer said with a smile, looking at the big fragrant tree in the yard. When she lived in the old house, she had always wanted to work under this tree. Now she was finally doing it. She happily helped Lian Qingshan move the parts for the water wheel under the tree. Sitting on a small stool, she watched his strong hands hammering and shaping the wood. Soon another part was added to the water wheel. Qingshan, you're amazing. Chuer rested her chin on her hands, looking at her handsome and talented husband with shining eyes. She felt so happy. Foolish girl. Lian Qingshan saw Chuer's innocent, girlish expression and felt very comfortable inside. His movements became more energetic as he hurried to finish the water wheel to make Chuer happy. Chuer watched Lian Qingshan daydreaming for a while. She thought she should help him instead of doing nothing. She looked down at the green bamboo tube, her mind drifting away. Their backyard had a spring. If she could open a hole in the middle of the bamboo and use the water wheel to bring water, then create a beautiful scene. Wouldn't that be wonderful? If you need bamboo, you must have a large, lush bamboo forest. Then there will be green bamboo tubes, crispy bamboo shoots, and many delicious foods. The bamboo tubes are like green lotus leaves and are an important part of Chinese cuisine, used as containers for food. When you cut open a green bamboo tube, it becomes a perfect vessel for holding food, with its fresh aroma blending beautifully with the savory taste of the food. Stop here. Chuer suddenly woke up from her imagination. Why was she thinking about eating? Looking at the bamboo tube in her hand, which had somehow turned into a bamboo rice container, Chuer felt like crying. What is going on? Has she been too bored lately? Chuer, what are you planning to do? Lian Qingshan looked at the bamboo tube in her hand and then at the one she had made on the ground. He asked with confusion. Nothing. Chuer blushed. I was thinking this bamboo tube could be used to make something tasty. I want to try making a couple of bamboo tubes. When we have lunch later, I'll give it a try." As she spoke, Chwaer felt her face burning hot. She quickly grabbed the bamboo tube she had just been holding and ran away. Hee hee. Lian Qingshan watched her back and chuckled softly. Chwaer looked so adorable right now. Compared to when she was just trying to hold things together for the family, her little absent-mindedness and distraction made Lian Qingshan feel even softer toward her. Lian Qingshan smiled as he remembered the bamboo tube Chwaer was holding. He thought that if the food turned out well, one bamboo tube wouldn't be enough. He put down what he was holding and quickly shaped the remaining unprocessed bamboo tubes on the ground into the shape Chwaer wanted. He carefully smoothed them with a file so they wouldn't be rough to the touch. Then, quietly, he took the bamboo tubes into the kitchen and went back to working on the water wheel in the yard. Chwaer shook her dizzy head and squatted in front of the stove, washing rice. Since moving to her new home, she felt that maybe because life had been smooth and easy, her mind kept slipping into confusion. Just now, she was thinking about the water wheel, and suddenly she was thinking about bamboo rice. Looking at the neat row of bamboo tubes on the stove, Chwaer swallowed hard and resigned herself to washing each bamboo tube carefully, preparing to make bamboo rice. The 5-layered cured meat, fresh and crisp cucumbers, bright and sweet carrots, and soft, tasty kidney beans, all mixed with plain white rice, were placed into bright green bamboo tubes after being combined. Chwaer doesn't remember if modern bamboo tube rice is steamed or baked. Seeing the green bamboo tubes, she was reluctant to burn them, so she decided to steam them instead. She boiled half a pot of water in a large iron pot, then placed the bamboo tubes on a steaming rack. Soon, a fragrant aroma filled the air: rich cured meat, the fresh scent of bamboo, and the sweet, sticky rice. The smell made Chwaer take a deep breath happily, and it also attracted the cheerful girl and little tiger outside to come closer. "Mom, what delicious food are you making again? It smells so good." The girl's eyes sparkled, her face round and rosy, no longer shy or timid like when Chwaer first saw her. "Delicious food," little tiger cheered, waving his chubby little hands happily behind the girl. "Yes, it's really delicious." Chwaer looked at their innocent, adorable faces and kissed each of them on their cheeks. "Dad works hard making water wheels, so I want to make something tasty to reward him. Today, I'm making bamboo tube rice." While talking, Chwaer turned to cut the large green onions and cucumbers she picked from the field into strips, placing them on a plate to be used as side dishes with dipping sauce later. As she thought about the word, reward, she explained to the children, "Do you know what reward means?" "Reward is..." She kept chopping vegetables and teaching them little lessons, and before she knew it, time had passed. Just before lunchtime, the girl and little tiger, already eager to eat because of the tempting bamboo tube rice, couldn't wait any longer. Even Lian Qingshan, who had come in attracted by the smell, looked hungry. Chwaer didn't want everyone to stay hungry, so she decided to serve the meal early since the rice was ready. When she lifted the lid, a burst of thick, white steam and a wonderful aroma greeted her. After the steam dispersed, the bright green bamboo tube was clearly visible. "Wow, it's so beautiful." The girl and little tiger, watching excitedly from the side, couldn't help but praise, eager to taste the legendary bamboo tube rice. Finally, the bamboo tube rice was served on the table. The two children, along with Chwaer and Lian Qingshan, couldn't hold back their excitement and eagerly scooped the rice into their bowls. When they lifted the green bamboo lid, they saw the slightly golden rice inside. The delicious aroma filled the air, with the oil from the steamed, cured meat giving off a rich, tempting scent. The soft carrots and kidney beans, combined with fresh green cucumbers, made the bamboo rice look very tempting. Without caring about the heat, Chwaer quickly took a big spoonful of rice and ate it. The soft, sweet rice, with its special aroma, made Chwaer feel that this bamboo rice was 100 times better than any she had eaten before. She couldn't help but smile happily. "Mom, this is so delicious." After the older girl and little tiger ate until they were half full, they finally looked up and said with their oily little mouths. Their innocent and greedy expressions made Chwaer laugh out loud. The whole house was filled with warm, happy feelings. Summer days are tough, especially when you can only wear cotton clothes and need to cover your hands and feet tightly. Chwaer unconsciously adjusted her collar, pulling the sticky clothes away from her skin. The cool breeze that suddenly came made her feel much more comfortable. She looked up at the cloudy sky, sensing the humid, hot air, and guessed it was going to rain. It's going to rain. I need to finish harvesting the tea quickly and head back, Chwaer thought, speeding up her work. The tea she was picking now came from young plants transplanted earlier. Although the tea trees were still young, they had many new shoots, and this patch could yield quite a lot of tea leaves. Suddenly, Xiaokai ran over, wagging his tail and greeting Chwaer. His tail, which Chwaer had shaved clean, looked funny and made her laugh happily. Because of the hot weather, Chwaer had shaved off a lot of fur from Xiaokai, making him look thin and a bit bald, which wasn't very pretty, but felt much cooler. Chwaer, how's it going? Chwaer was busy working when she suddenly heard Lian Qingshan's voice. She turned around and saw it was indeed Lian Qingshan, walking over quickly with an oil paper umbrella in his hand. Why are you here? Chwaer saw Lian Qingshan and felt a warm feeling in her heart. Just now, because of the hot weather, she was irritable, but now it was as if a cool breeze had soaked her, making her feel refreshed. She smiled and took a few steps toward Lian Qingshan and asked, "Looks like it's going to rain soon. Did you bring an umbrella?" Lian Qingshan waved the oil paper umbrella in his hand and looked at the basket beside Chwaer, which was already half full of tea leaves. How many are left to pick? I'll help you. All the ones here are done. You can help me pick the ones on those trees over there. Once we're finished, let's go home quickly. Chwaer pointed to some trees in the distance. The air was getting wetter, a sign that rain was coming. It was best for them to finish picking the tea and head home. Okay, Lian Qingshan agreed happily. He placed the oil paper umbrella next to Chwaer's basket and then squatted down in front of the tea trees to start picking tea leaves. Lian Qingshan was tall, but the young tea trees were very small. When comparing the two, the tall Lian Qingshan looked a few sizes bigger than the tiny tea trees. In just a little while, Chwaer finished picking the tea leaves in front of her. Seeing that Lian Qingshan was picking more slowly, she moved over to pick alongside him. The two stood side by side in this small space, with a faint sense of dampness and intimacy in the air, which sparked a little fire between them. If it hadn't been for the approaching rain, perhaps they could have enjoyed a tender moment on the tea mountain a bit longer. After finishing the last of the tea leaves, Lian Qingshan quickly carried the full basket on his back, holding the oil paper umbrella in one hand and Chwaer's hand in the other. The two of them hurried home together. When large raindrops started falling, Chwaer and Lian Qingshan had already rushed into the yard. They reached home just before the heavy rain poured down. They looked at each other and smiled, finding the hurried dash to avoid the rain quite amusing. Because of the rain, the previously scorching weather suddenly cooled down. Of course, the rain also kept Lian Qingshan, Chwaer, and the two children, Dinyo and Xiao, indoors, unable to go out. Besides feeding the chickens and pigs and picking vegetables from the old yard, Lian Qingshan would put on his raincoat and run to the old yard when needed. The rest of the time, Chwaer's family of four sat inside the house, doing needlework, practicing martial arts, or working on the water wheel.
Chwaer, look.
Lian Qingshan placed the nearly finished water wheel in front of Chwaer. Although the heavy rain for 2 days kept him indoors and unable to move, the progress on the water wheel was impressive. The main body of the small water wheel, about half a person tall, was almost complete. My goodness, is it about to be finished? Chwaer had already seen what Lian Qingshan was making, but seeing his happy pride, she didn't want to hurt his enthusiasm. She said with slight surprise. When she moved closer to Lian Qingshan and saw the simple yet delicate water wheel, her fake surprise turned into genuine admiration. Qingshan, you're amazing. Chwaer held the main shaft of the water wheel in one hand and spun the blades with the other. The joints between the wooden parts felt a bit rough, but still rolled smoothly. She even noticed gear-like teeth on the main shaft. Hee, now you see how great your husband is. Lian Qingshan was clearly pleased by Chwaer's honest praise. He slightly raised his head proudly and smiled at her. Do I get a reward? Yes, yes, a reward. Chuer watched the big girl and little tiger playing nearby. She moved closer to Lian Qingshan, gently kissed his face, then shyly stepped back. Lian Qingshan was overjoyed by the kiss. He picked up a bamboo tube from the ground and said proudly, Look, your husband built a water wheel even the 100-mile mountains don't have. Chuer nodded excitedly, thinking about how comfortable life would be once the water wheel was finished. She wished for the rain to stop immediately. It seemed as if the heavens heard her wish. By the afternoon, the rain slowed, and after dinner, a faint bit of sunshine appeared. Wow, it's sunny now, Chuer said happily when she saw the rain had stopped. The big girl and little tiger, who had been stuck inside, couldn't wait and rushed outside as soon as she spoke. Lian Qingshan was just as eager, but instead of playing outside, he took his newly made water wheel and headed to the back mountain. Chuer was worried that the outside water might be too cold for the children, so she persuaded them to play on the brick ground at the door. Only then did she let them out, but she didn't manage to stop Lian Qingshan. Chuer watched Lian Qingshan hurriedly go to the back mountain, feeling both amused and a little helpless. She wanted a water wheel, but didn't expect him to walk through muddy ground just to get it. Looking at the muddy land soaked by the heavy rain, she worried that Lian Qingshan might slip and fall. After struggling for a while, Chuer couldn't hold back her worries. She told Dainyu to watch over little tiger, rolled up her pants, put on straw sandals, closed the courtyard gate, and followed Lian Qingshan's footprints to the back of the yard. When Chuer reached the back of the yard, she saw Lian Qingshan setting up the water wheel beside the spring. The water wheel was placed near a small pond below the spring. Between the spring and the pond, there was a small stream of water. The falling water hit the blades of the wheel, making it turn. Maybe because it had just rained heavily, the spring water was a bit muddy, and the stream was much stronger than usual. Chuer and Lian Qingshan worked together to set up the water wheel. Once in place, the water flow slowly, made the blade spin. As the wheel turned, streams of water were lifted into the air, creating beautiful arcs and splashing tiny water droplets that sparkled like stars. Beautiful, Chuer didn't know when, but a rainbow appeared in the distant sky. One end of the rainbow was right in front of her, and the other stretched straight across the mountain. She excitedly said, I wonder what's on the other side of the mountain? I really want to see. Good, when we have the chance, I'll definitely take you outside the mountain. We'll walk and explore. Lian Qingshan held Chuer's hand tightly and said seriously. For some reason, when he said that, the surroundings suddenly brightened. A tiny rainbow appeared above the little water wheel's mist, echoing the big rainbow in the sky. It was a breathtaking sight. Yes, Chuer was deeply moved by the beautiful scene and Lian Qingshan's sincere feelings for her. When he hugged her, she felt warm inside and out. Her heart was filled with sweetness, like the spring water that kept flowing endlessly. Chuer and Lian Qingshan both walked home with muddy and water-soaked shoes. They were surprised to see that the two children, who were supposed to be obediently staying at home, looked like two little mud monkeys covered in dirt. They were still happily playing with mud, unaware of their messy appearance. Chuer felt a mixture of amusement and gentle concern when she saw the two little mud monkeys. When Shiau proudly handed her a lump of unknown mud, his bright eyes shining, Chuer's initial worry about them catching a cold quickly disappeared. Didn't you say you were playing on the blue bricks? Why did you come down? Chuer reached out to touch Shiau's forehead. It's still cool after the rain. Let's go inside and warm up with some hot water, okay? She looked at Shiau, who was covered in dirt from head to toe, then turned her gaze to Deepening, who was standing a bit shyly to the side. Deepening lowered her head slightly, nervously rubbing her small hands together. Some dried mud was falling off her. She felt conflicted inside. She knew it was wrong to take her brother out to play without permission, but she couldn't resist the temptation of playing with mud. She understood she had made a mistake, but couldn't find the courage to look up at Chuer and apologize. Deepening, are there ants on the ground? Chuer suddenly asked. Huh? What? Danielle was still struggling with her feelings, her face scrunching up in confusion. She didn't understand what Chuer was saying and instinctively looked up at her, only to see Chuer giving her a playful look. I mean, are there ants on the ground? If there weren't, why are you lowering your head like that? Chuer winked at her. Seeing Chuer's expression, Danielle quickly realized she wasn't angry. Her heart calmed down, and she knew she needed to apologize for her mistake. Mom, I was being playful. I didn't listen and took my brother out to play. Sorry. Knowing your mistake and fixing it makes you a good child. Playing around isn't bad, but you shouldn't have come out right after the rain. You're still young and not as strong as your parents. When the weather gets better, let's play together again, okay? Okay. When the big girl heard this, her eyes lit up. Her mother didn't blame her and even said they could play together in the future. The girl quickly nodded her head, nodding so fast it looked like it might fly off. All right, let's go inside, Chuer said, holding Big Girl's hand and Little Tiger's hand as they headed into the house. Of course, they were holding onto their clothes, but their hands could no longer be seen. They boiled hot water and made ginger tea for them to drink, then washed the two little ones from head to toe. They wrapped them in blankets and Chuer and Lian Qingshan also took a good bath. The family sat inside the house, watching the rainbow outside, feeling very happy. At dawn, most families in Laoshantan village were still asleep. Only the most hardworking wives had already gotten up to prepare breakfast and feed the pigs. Even Dui Guzi's wife, known as the most diligent wife in the village, had 2 old sows at home. Every year, she sold piglets to make money, so she got up early every day to feed the pigs and clean the pigsties. Suddenly, a loud scream and the sound of a basin falling echoed. Dui Guzi's wife staggered out to the backyard, trembling all over, unable to move. Her eyes were filled with terror as she stared toward the pigsty, as if a wild beast that eats people was there. In fact, that was true. At that moment, a completely black wolf was lying on the dead piglet in the pigsty, biting and eating something fiercely. When it saw the woman scream and panic, it only lifted its glowing eyes, looked deeply at her, then greedily ate a few more bites. After that, it jumped over the backyard wall and ran away. The black wolf looked very agile, but there was something strange about it. Its body was very thin, but its belly was surprisingly large, which looked odd. There was a deep, torn wound on its hind leg with a lot of flesh missing, blood dripping, making people feel scared. When it leapt up, the wound was still bleeding steadily. Dui Guzi's wife was so frightened by the black wolf that she trembled all over, her face pale without a hint of color. She opened her mouth but couldn't make a sound for a long time. When the people at home heard the noise and felt something was wrong, they hurried over. She suddenly snapped out of her panic and started crying loudly. Wolf. There's a wolf. It took our piglet. What? A wolf. Hearing this, everyone, whether family members or neighbors, became alert immediately. Those who hadn't gotten up quickly rose, and families with children hurriedly gathered their kids inside, afraid that the wild animal might enter their yard and harm their children. The frightened mood of the adults affected many timid women and children, who started crying softly. The men with gentle temperaments tried to comfort them with a few words. Those with bad tempers or who were also scared pulled their women and children to hide quickly, cursing as they hurried, as if doing so could chase away the sudden fear inside them. Everyone knew what was most frightening in these mountains. Besides wild beasts, there was no other threat. Although Qingshan village wasn't deep in the mountains, every few years, some people got hurt by wild animals, some were injured and disabled, others lost their lives. It was no small matter. In previous years, even if wild animals hurt people, it was usually in the deep mountains. But now, how did they end up in Qingshan village, which had many residents? The nearby villagers were confused, but started to act. It was a serious matter to have a wild animal in the village. Someone had to get rid of it or kill it, or the village wouldn't be safe anymore. There's a wolf in the village. Watch out for your children. Don't let the wolf take them. Someone took an old broken pot and started banging it loudly. The noise was so loud it echoed far, waking everyone at the village entrance. When people heard that a wolf had entered the village, They quickly closed their doors and kept their families inside, making sure everyone was safe. The strong men grabbed tools like shoulder poles and knives and gathered in groups, ready to search house by house for the wolf that had entered the village. Meanwhile, as the village was stirred up by the wild wolf, it was already bright in the morning. After a heavy rain, the sky was clear and blue, as if washed by water. The sunshine was warm, but not hot. Cure sat in the yard, watching Dinyo and Shiau playing with mud on the blue stone ground, her eyes full of gentle, happy smiles. Be careful, don't get mud on your face. Chwer watched the big girl and little tiger, both wearing old, patched aprons she had made herself, carefully protecting their clothes. Good, little tiger cheerfully responded with a bright voice, rolling up his sleeves and playing with mud. His innocent, happy smile was very charming. Play nicely. Later, Mom will make you pancakes to eat, Chwer said with a gentle smile to the children. Before she finished speaking, she heard a commotion from afar. The noise was coming from the direction of the village. Since there was a hill between her and the village, Chwer couldn't see what was happening there. She raised her voice and asked, Qingshan, listen, what's going on in the village? What's going on? Lian Qingshan, who was squatting under a tree sharpening a bamboo tube, looked up toward the village. His ears twitched slightly, and he heard the lively shouts about wolves. It seemed like there was a wolf somewhere. Lian Qingshan frowned slightly, feeling worried about what might be happening in the village. Maybe some wild animals have entered the village. Wolves? In the village, when Chwer heard about wild animals, her mind immediately thought of Lian Qingshan's past injury. Her heart started pounding faster, and her brows furrowed tightly. Without thinking, she took 2 steps forward, hugged little tiger into her arms, and held big girl's hand. Big girl, little tiger, be good. Play with mud later. Let's wash our hands and go inside for some delicious food. Chwer led big girl and little tiger to the door of the house, then turned to Lian Qingshan and said, Qingshan, close the door first. And if there are any bows and arrows or other weapons at home, we need to get them quickly. We can't let the wolves scare the village and then come here. Okay, don't worry. I'll get the things and close the door first, Lian Qingshan replied. He took Chwer and the children into the east room, then retrieved a sturdy bow, some arrows, and a few small diamond-shaped darts from the cabinet. He slung them over his shoulder, quietly comforted Chwer, and then strode quickly toward the door. Inside the house, the others didn't notice that the noise from the village was gradually getting closer. Just as Lian Qingshan stepped out of his house and hadn't yet reached the yard, he suddenly saw a dark shadow dart into his yard. A wolf. Lian Qingshan squinted his eyes slightly and quickly recognized what had rushed in. Almost instinctively, he drew his bow and shot an arrow. The arrow whistled through the air and quickly struck less than a foot away from the black wolf. Gulu gulu. The black wolf, blood-stained around its mouth and body, growled fiercely at Lian Qingshan. Its body slightly arched, as if it would leap to attack at any moment with just a small movement from Lian Qingshan. But the black wolf never moved. It kept crouching and growling, but it dared not attack first. Its eyes kept glancing at the arrow on the ground, as if it was very afraid of Lian Qingshan's power. Lian Qingshan looked carefully at the black wolf and relaxed his attack slightly. It wasn't because he was afraid, but because the wolf was a mother with pups. Growing up in the mountains, Lian Qingshan learned many survival skills, including one: do not attack animals with young. This was a simple truth passed down by mountain people over hundreds of years. First, killing a mother with pups meant losing not only this one but also the unborn cubs, which could affect next year's harvest. Second, mother wolves with pups are often more fierce than males. Even if one wanted to hunt them, it would come at a higher cost. Outside the house, Lian Qingshan and the pregnant black mother wolf faced each other. They stayed in place for a long time without moving. Chwer, watching from the nearby glass window, was anxious, like an ant on a hot pan. She wished she could have 3 heads and 6 arms to help Lian Qingshan, but knew her own limits. The noisy sounds outside grew closer. Lian Qingshan knew it was his villagers. He wanted to chase the black wolf away, but saw its belly suddenly twitch. The wolf let out a painful whimper, its body shook, and it almost collapsed to the ground. Blood was flowing from its legs, forming a small pool on the ground. The dark red blood seeped into the yellow earth, looking quite shocking. Suddenly, a piercing wolf howl sounded, making Lian, Qingshan, and Chui's hearts jump. The howl wasn't from somewhere else, it was right outside their yard.
Could it be
The mother wolf with her pups and friends? In just a moment, Lian Qingshan had already drawn his bow as full as the moon, ready to shoot the black wolf if it moved. The mother wolf was clearly startled by the wolf howl. She couldn't bother to face Lian Qingshan anymore and cautiously stepped back into the yard, keeping some distance from him. Just as Lian Qingshan saw the black wolf move and aimed his arrow, two gray shadows suddenly rushed into the yard from the gate. Without hesitation, one lunged at Lian Qingshan and the other at the mother wolf. Chui was watching from the window and was terrified. She saw that the two newcomers were wolves too. Their gray fur was thick and healthy, very different from the black wolf's appearance. As soon as they appeared, a strong, foul smell filled the air, making Chui feel sick. Qingshan, be careful, Chui shouted when she saw the tall gray wolf rush toward Lian Qingshan. But then she noticed more gray figures appearing at the door. 1, 2, 3. Including the black wolf and two gray wolves that had already entered, there were now 6 wolves in Chui's yard. Seeing so many fierce wolves, both Lian Qingshan and Chui felt their hearts turn cold. In that moment, Chui thought quickly. She knew Lian Qingshan couldn't handle all 6 wolves alone. If she left him outside, even with his skills, he wouldn't be able to fight so many. But if she let him come inside, the black wolf was closer to the house than Lian Qingshan. What should she do? The gray wolves charged into the yard without caring about anything. They attacked Lian Qingshan and the black wolf fiercely, biting and lunging as if they wanted to tear them apart immediately. Things were too urgent to think clearly. Chui clenched her teeth and decided, if she was going to die, she would face it bravely. Daughter, hide with little tiger in the wardrobe. Don't come out no matter what. No matter what, stay inside. Do you hear me? Chui made a firm decision in her heart. She picked up the big girl and little tiger and threw them into the wooden cabinet on the ground. This cabinet was quite old, with thick wooden planks, and had ventilation holes at the bottom. Even if the children hid inside, Chui wasn't worried they would suffocate. She turned her head and saw the little squirrel, Zhao Kai, jumping around on the bed. Her heart softened, and she also grabbed Zhao Kai, tossing him into the cabinet. Then she carefully closed the lid tightly. Taking a deep breath, she grabbed a large kitchen knife used for cutting bones and stood in front of her house door, ready to help Lian Qingshan come inside. While Chui was hiding the children and grabbing the knife, outside, Lian Qingshan was fighting fiercely with a pack of gray wolves. The wolves were aggressive, and Lian Qingshan's arrow almost missed its target. Although he didn't kill the attacking wolf in one shot, he wounded it badly. The 3 wolves that came afterward saw this and charged forward together. 2 of them reached Lian Qingshan, trying to attack him from both sides. Lian Qingshan, having fought on bloody battlefields before, managed to hold off the 3 wolves. 1 wolf was injured, and 2 others were difficult to fight, but he didn't get overwhelmed or lose his strength completely. He barely managed to block their attacks, but his arms and legs started to feel heavy. Because it was close combat, Lian Qingshan's bow and arrow were less effective than a wooden stick. He felt very passive and regretted not closing the door properly earlier. But now, regret was useless. He could only step back toward his house, hoping to use the terrain to his advantage and create a safe space behind him, possibly breaking the deadlock.
Gurgling.
The black female wolf that first rushed into the yard seemed to have the same idea. She was already exhausted from fighting the 2 gray wolves. During her confrontation with Lian Qingshan, she had reached her limit and showed signs of giving birth. Now, being attacked by 2 gray wolves, she was badly wounded, with some injuries deep enough to see the bone. Qingshan, I'm at the door. You retreat to the door, and I'll open it to let you in later. Chui knew the situation was urgent. Seeing Lian Qingshan slowly approaching the house, she shouted loudly. What about the big girl and little tiger? At this moment, Qingshan's first thought was not about his own safety, but whether the big girl and little tiger, who couldn't fight back if the door was opened, would be hurt. They're locked inside the cabinet, don't worry, Chuer said. Hearing this, Qingshan didn't know whether to be angry or to laugh. Even at this life-and-death moment, he was still worried about the kids. His selflessness made Chuer happy, but also sad. When would he start thinking about himself? Okay, Qingshan replied, feeling more at ease. Chuer was truly the woman he admired. Instead of being afraid or crying when faced with so many wolves, her first reaction was to try to protect the children and to save herself from danger. While fighting the 3 wolves in front of him and retreating, Qingshan suddenly had an idea. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a dart. He swiftly threw it at the injured gray wolf, which immediately fell down, killed by the dart. The other 2 gray wolves seemed desperate and continued attacking Qingshan. But since one wolf was gone, the pressure on him was lessened. Seeing Qingshan retreating toward the door, the black female wolf seemed to become more rational, slowly backing away from him. The gray wolf fighting with it was also going wild, attacking anything near, whether it was the black wolf or Qingshan. Once close to him, the black female wolf seemed to feel less pressure. I'll count to 3, then open the door. You need to come in quickly, Qingshan. Chuer stood at the door, watching the black wolf get closer. She thought to herself that if the black wolf followed Qingshan inside, there would be a tough fight inside the house. She clenched her kitchen knife and shouted. Okay, Qingshan responded loudly. He estimated the distance from himself to the door, about 3 steps away, and knew he had to rush over quickly. But he couldn't rush too early. If he did, and the gray wolves followed, they might also get inside and hurt Chuer. While he was planning how to rush over, Chuer started counting down. 3. Her hands trembled slightly. In her past lives and this one, she was even afraid of killing chickens. Now, she had to gather her courage to face the fierce wolf pack. 2. Chuer took a deep breath, trying to steady her hands on the door handle and the kitchen knife. She knew she had to stay calm, so she wouldn't cause trouble, giving Qingshan more chances. Seeing Qingshan's movement slow down, Chuer realized she had to be brave now. 1. Just as she finished speaking, Chuer quickly pushed her door open a small crack wide enough for one person. She stood behind the door, gripping the handle tightly, trying to create a passage for Qingshan to come in. Suddenly, she saw a dark shadow rush into the house at lightning speed, even faster than Qingshan. Quick, close the door, Chuer, Qingshan shouted as soon as he entered. He kept trying to help Chuer close the door but was hit by a gray wolf that had already pushed halfway inside. A gray wolf's head was squeezed between the door and the wall, its sharp claws scratching desperately to get in. Outside, 3 other wolves kept hitting the door or squeezing their paws through the gaps blocked by the wolf's head, trying to force their way inside. Don't let them in. Qingshan used all his strength to hold the door, preventing the wolves from opening it further. But if they kept trying, he knew he couldn't hold it forever. When his strength ran out, the wolves would break in and attack him. Qingshan, hold the door tight. Chuer, weaker and unable to pull the door by herself, shouted to him. Then she raised her kitchen knife and fiercely swung it at the wolf's head stuck in the door. This was a life-and-death moment. Chuer had no time to worry about being afraid of blood or danger. Outside, for wolves, inside one wolf, if she didn't fight hard to kill them all, she would be the one to die. Perhaps her fierce determination gave Chuer strength. Her knife seemed to move with divine power, slicing at the wolf's head. The wolf, trapped in the door crack, couldn't move. It howled loudly from the blow and became even more frantic. The door was about to be torn apart from Qingshan's grip. At this critical moment, Chuer ignored everything else. She swung her knife repeatedly, stabbing 3 or 4 times. The wolf scratched twice and then stopped moving. Seeing this, Chuer felt even more energized. She didn't dare push the wolf's head out. Instead, she decisively chopped it off with several more strikes. Lian Qingshan saw the opportunity and acted quickly. Just as Cui was about to cut off the wolf's head, he forcefully slammed the wooden door shut. During this, the gray wolf's paw, which was caught in the door crack, was crushed with the force, breaking bones and flesh. At this moment, neither Lian Qingshan nor Cui knew what was happening outside. After slamming the door shut and locking it, they both finally relaxed and leaned against the door, exhausted. They ignored the bloody wolf's head and paws lying nearby. Cui, I really owe you today, Lian Qingshan said as he sat down on the ground. All his strength seemed to drain away, and he felt completely weak. If Cui hadn't opened the door for him and cut off the wolf's head just now, he might not have survived. Thinking of this, Lian Qingshan gave a bitter smile. His body was too weak after injuring his leg. Stop talking, I'm scared to death, Cui gasped heavily. She seemed to regain her senses and started trembling uncontrollably. She remembered how fiercely she had fought the wolf and the disgusting smell of the wolf blood. She couldn't help but gag and dry heave. Seeing Cui like this, Lian Qingshan hurriedly helped her up, wanting to take her inside. But as soon as he stood, he felt a shiver run down his spine. Although they had just dealt with the danger outside, there was still a threat inside. Lian Qingshan clenched the bow and arrow he had thrown aside. The black female wolf that had sneaked into the house earlier had not been dealt with yet. Ugh, the exhausted mother wolf seemed to sense Lian Qingshan's murderous gaze. It whined twice and then collapsed to the ground, not moving anymore. It looked very distressed. Its belly was moving violently, as if the little wolf pups inside were eager to be born. Seeing this, Lian Qingshan and Cui exchanged glances. Neither knew whether they should kill the mother wolf or help her give birth to her pups. Having narrowly escaped from the wolf pack outside the house, Lian Qingshan and Cui had just caught their breath when they faced a new problem. Should they kill the pregnant mother wolf inside, or help her give birth to her pups? This was a wild animal that was about to give birth. Since it entered Lian's yard, the wolf has been very cautious, but has not hurt anyone. Should I help it? After all, it is a wild animal that is going to have babies. If I walk over carelessly and get bitten, I might get into trouble. While the two of them hesitated, they noticed that the black mother wolf looked very unwell. It was whimpering softly, with big eyes full of pleading. Suddenly, it took a few deep breaths and then collapsed heavily into the corner of Cui's living room. What's wrong with it? Cui and Lian Qingshan looked at the mother wolf in surprise. They suddenly saw that the wolf was bleeding all over. Bright red blood was flowing out from its body, its neck, body, and legs. The blood was flowing so fast and in such large amounts that it stained the floor red. It seems like it can't survive, Cui said, looking at the pleading wolf. She felt like she was being looked at by a mother. The wolf's gaze was full of hope and despair. As the wolf's eyes grew dimmer, Cui couldn't help but step forward. Do you want me to help you give birth? She whispered. She hadn't expected the wolf to respond, but surprisingly it nodded. Can you understand what I'm saying? Cui asked, confused by the wolf's nod. This wolf was so human-like. If it died now, it would be a real pity. Besides, it still had babies inside. Cui's heart softened. If I help you give birth, you must not hurt me. The black wolf nodded again, but this time more slowly and gently. Its eyes started to fade. Qingshan, I want to help it deliver the babies, Cui said with a firm look, making a big decision. Okay, Qingshan replied, glancing at the collapsed mother wolf and then at Cui. He nodded and stepped closer. When Cui was about to help the wolf give birth, he prepared to hold the wolf down. If it tried to attack, he wouldn't hesitate to stop it. Hearing their conversation, the mother wolf seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. It relaxed and suddenly fainted on the ground. Seeing this, Cui felt a bit more at ease. She thought about the wolf pack outside, the children hiding inside the house, and the injured mother wolf in front of her. She was overwhelmed and felt torn between many worries. Cui, I will go check outside, Lian Qingshan said. Seeing that the mother wolf didn't seem to wake up quickly, he felt a little relieved. He grabbed the hunting rope from the kitchen, tied the wolf's front paws together, and then bound her mouth with the rope. He thought that even if the mother wolf woke up, she wouldn't be able to hurt Chue. Only then did he feel at ease. Big girl, little tiger, how are you inside? Lian Qingshan entered the house, lifted the cabinet lid, and saw Big girl holding little tiger. Although she looked a bit worried, she seemed safe and not very scared. He felt a little more relaxed.
It's okay.
It's good that you're back, Dad, Big girl said, looking at Lian Qingshan entering the house. She hurriedly tried to come out of the box, but was stopped by Lian Qingshan. She looked at him with a questioning face. Dad, the outside isn't fully cleaned up yet. Once I finish organizing everything outside, I'll let you two come out, Lian Qingshan said. He opened a nearby cabinet, took out some pastries bought from town, and handed them to Big girl and little tiger. Then he gently closed the cabinet lid. Eat something inside first. I'll call you out in a little while. Without being sure that the house was completely safe, Lian Qingshan wouldn't let Big girl and little tiger take risks, especially with wolves still lurking outside. Currently, there are 3 gray wolves left outside. After leaving the house, Lian Qingshan looked through the cracks in the wooden boards to see the outside situation. He saw that the 3 wolves, which had been guarding the door, had now started moving separately, probably because they weren't as clever as the black wolf. They were still wandering in the front yard and hadn't gone into the backyard yet. Thinking of the backyard, Lian Qingshan took a deep breath. The back door of his kitchen didn't seem to be locked. If those 3 wolves came in through the back door, or figured out the window's purpose and broke in, it would be very hard to defend. Chue, I will go close the back door. Be careful, Lian Qingshan said. He put down the kitchen knife Chue had been using, hurriedly grabbed his axe and bow, and headed toward the back door. Chue was focused on helping the mother wolf give birth. The mother wolf's belly was very large, as if she had several pups inside. After she fainted, she continued to give birth. Chue, who had no experience in animal delivery, could only do her best like she would for humans. She hurriedly boiled some water, gathered soft cloths, and took a pair of scissors, preparing to cut the pup's umbilical cords later. While Chue was busy with the mother wolf, Lian Qingshan had already locked the back door tightly, afraid that wolves might come in from behind. He also blocked the rear windows with wooden sticks before returning to the main room. How is it outside? Chue asked softly, watching Lian Qingshan's furrowed brow. Those 3 wolves haven't left yet. They are trying to find a way to come in, Lian Qingshan replied. Before he finished speaking, there was a loud bang, followed by the howling of injured wolves. Perhaps they tried to rush inside, but hit the wall instead. Lian Qingshan's brow furrowed even more. Wolves are naturally suspicious. If they didn't try to attack, maybe they would wait for the villagers to come. But if they broke in through a window, what would Chue do? Chue, you stay inside with the children. I need to go out, Lian Qingshan decided. After some thought, he decided to take a chance. You already killed 1 wolf earlier. Now only 3 are outside. If I can shoot and kill one, we might have a chance. Qingshan, can you shoot from inside? Open the window paper a bit first, and shoot one when you can. Only go out if there's no other way, Chue worried. She was very anxious about him going out and hoped there was a way to stop him. Inside, Lian Qingshan's eyes lit up. Yes, if he was inside, he could quietly tear a hole in the window paper and shoot his arrow. He also had throwing darts. The wolves outside wouldn't recognize him as an enemy, so why risk his life? Great. Chue, you're so clever, he said this and hurried to the west room. Just as he thought, he quietly tore a hole in the window paper, carefully pushed his arrow through, aimed at the closest wolf, and shot with force. Thump. Lian Qingshan loosened the bowstring.
Whoosh.
The arrow flew through the air like a divine weapon, heading straight toward the wolf.
Poof.
The arrow pierced through the wolf's body and heavily stuck into the ground. The force was strong enough to shoot through 100 paces with ease.
Howl.
The gray wolf that was hit could only manage a mournful cry before collapsing heavily to the ground. 1 wolf was taken care of. The remaining 2 wolves, seeing their companions suddenly fall and lose all breath, became furious. Their fur bristled, and they growled warning sounds. They huddled together, looking around cautiously, and suddenly spotted the location of Qingshan. With fierce eyes, they charged forward. Qingshan aimed and shot his bow at the first wolf, preparing for a second shot. However, he saw that the two wolves had already reached the window. His second arrow shot swiftly, hitting one wolf's leg, but since it wasn't a fatal spot, it didn't stop their charge. The window frame was knocked loudly, and the already fragile frame showed signs of loosening. Qingshan clenched his bow tightly, watching the shadow cast on the window. He drew his bow again, trying to buy more time. If he could kill one more wolf before they broke through the window, it would be a small victory. At that moment, suddenly, there was a commotion at the gate of the Qing family's yard. Found them. They're inside Qingshan's yard. Oh my! I thought they were lone wolves, but there are so many. Come help us. Someone was shouting, and the scene became chaotic. Qingshan felt like he was given a new chance at life. Just as the two wolves barely smashed through the west window, the men from the nearby village had already arrived. It truly shows that many hands make light work. The two fierce gray wolves, under attack by a dozen strong men, quickly lost their lives. Looking at the two bloodied wolves on the ground and the three others lying in the distance, even in the hot summer heat, the men couldn't help but shiver. In this situation, if it were just their family alone, they probably wouldn't survive. Everyone present looked at Qingshan with a new feeling, respect mixed with fear of the strong. He single-handedly fought 5 wolves and killed 3 of them. That's incredible strength. Great kindness needs no thanks. Today's help is Qingshan's good fortune. Qingshan stepped out of the house, saw the wolf carcasses in the yard, and let out a deep breath. He bowed deeply to the men and women present, feeling like he had escaped death. Don't be polite, don't be polite. We just happened to arrive at the same time. This morning, Erguzi's wife said there was only 1 wolf. How come there are so many now? Village Chief Lian looked at the many wolf carcasses on the ground and felt a shiver down his spine.
I
don't know. Qingshan shook his head, feeling that the black female wolf was probably the one who attracted them, but he couldn't find the words to say why. All right, Qingshan, you must be startled. I won't bother you anymore. Your home is far from the village, so be more careful. I'll leave 2 people here to help you clean up, Lian said, looking at the bloodied wolf bodies scattered on the ground, sighing. Brother, are the children and sister-in-law okay? Qingshan's younger brother, Lian Qinghe, came over from behind, supporting him as he felt weak. Yes, they're inside the house, Qingshan replied, leaning more of his weight on Lian Qinghe, feeling a bit better. Brother, you killed so many wolves yourself. You're truly a hero of the village for fighting wolves. Lian Qinghe smiled happily upon hearing that the children and sister-in-law were safe, proud as if he shared in the glory. Hero? Just surviving is good enough. Lian Qingshan felt a pang of sadness. He thought about Chuer and the children inside the house, surely frightened, so he didn't let anyone go in. Instead, he placed the 5 wolf carcasses in the yard. Perhaps because it had been happening for a long time, when Lian Qingshan called the men in the village to clean the yard, the black wolf hiding beside the firewood pile in the kitchen had already given birth. Maybe because the black wolf was very strong, despite being injured and bleeding a lot, it miraculously survived. Chuer looked at the 2 tiny wolf pups, plump and pink, one pure white, the other white with large black spots on its ears and back, looking adorable like little puppies. Chuer shook her head, unable to imagine that these soft, cute little creatures would grow up to be fierce and brutal like the wild gray wolves outside. Oh, little wolves. I helped deliver you, but I don't know if that's good or bad. Please don't let me regret saving you if it turns out to be harmful. Chuer sighed as she carefully cut the umbilical cords of the 2 pups and cleaned the blood and mucus from their bodies with a clean cloth. Seeing that the 2 little wolves couldn't open their eyes, Tsueli gently placed them beside the black wolf. The black wolf, who had just been unconscious, now slightly opened its eyes. When it saw the 2 small wolves beside it, it weakly tried to lift its head to lick them, but had no strength. It looked at Tsueli with gratitude, as if truly understanding, and nodded slightly to show thanks. "Don't thank me. Just don't bring danger to our family again," Sueli said with a smile, shaking her head. She listened to the sounds outside in the village and sighed. "I don't know what kind of spell I was under helping a wolf and talking to you, but if you can understand, there are many people outside. If you're discovered, you'll be in danger. If you want to leave, sneak away tonight and never come back." The black wolf looked thoughtfully in the direction Sueli was talking about, then lay down again. Although it had survived, it still looked very weak. Sueli thought for a moment and found some leftover food in the cupboard. She tore a large pancake into pieces and put them into a bowl of soup, then offered it to the black wolf. She untied the rope that bound its mouth.
"Eat.
"This is our family's food." The black wolf silently ate after hearing Sueli's words, without even lifting its head. "Stay here. I won't let you go. Outside are my children, and I need to keep them safe," Sueli said, not untying the rope that bound the black wolf's front paws. After she left, she quickly closed the kitchen and main hall doors. Although she felt some pity for the black wolf, she didn't dare risk her family's safety because of that pity. Sueli thought of her older daughter and little tiger still in the wardrobe. She washed her hands and went into the east room. Seeing that the furniture and windows there were still intact, she felt a little relief. "Danyo, Xiao, how are you?" Sueli said as she opened the wardrobe. She saw Danyo holding Xiao, both sleeping peacefully inside. Perhaps because they were asleep, their faces looked rosy and healthy, and they didn't seem scared at all. "Thank goodness. They're okay." Chue reached out to carry the little tiger out and laid the quilt on the bed to settle him properly. When she was about to carry the big girl, Chue suddenly felt a tightness in her chest, and a strong, nauseating sensation spread through her. She hurried to the door and started to vomit. "Ah, sister-in-law, you must be scared. You should go to town and see a doctor," said Fengshou, Chue's husband's friend, noticing her condition. "Okay." Lian Qingshan also remembered how Chue had vomited after killing that gray wolf earlier. He quickly walked over to her. "Chue, if you're not feeling well, rest for a bit. Later, I'll take you to town to see the doctor." "It's nothing," Chue said with a pale face. "Just a tight feeling in my chest. I think it's because of the strong blood smell in the yard. It'll go away after a while. With this weather, going to town would be tiring, and today's incident has already worn us out. Let's stay home and rest for a few days. By the way, the big girl and little tiger are sleeping in the cabinet. I've carried out little tiger, but I'm too weak now to carry the big girl. You should go and bring her out too. The kids are probably scared too, okay?" Lian Qingshan agreed and followed Chue back to the room to settle the big girl. He also looked at the two small wolf cubs, feeling a deep sense of emotion. He wondered whether it was better to say that life is unpredictable or that nature follows its own course. On one side, 5 wolves fought to the death, risking their lives, and on the other, 2 new little lives had been born. "By the way, Chue, what do you think we should do with the wolf carcasses outside?" Lian Qingshan asked as he looked at the busy people outside.
"Wolfkarkasses, kuya luokit confuset."
She looked over, noticing the gray fur shining in the sunlight without bloodstains, seeming worth some money. She remembered what Lian Qingshan had said before, that he often hunted and sold game from the mountain. Her eyes lit up, and she understood what he meant. "That wolf is yours, and whatever you say goes. The villagers helped a lot, and we should remember their kindness." Chue's words seemed to reassure Lian Qingshan. "Here's what I think. There are 5 wolves in our yard. I killed 3, and the other 2 were helped by the villagers. I shared the wolf meat with the villagers. Whether they sold or ate it, I didn't mind. I also noticed that the wolf pelt was quite good. We could clean it and dry it, then sell it in the town, or make a wolf fur coat for ourselves. Both options are good." "Wolf fur coat? Forget it. If you want to keep the wolf fur, just dry it and sell it. Seeing that wolf fur makes me feel scared," Chue said, thinking about the fierce wolf outside. She didn't want to wear the wolf fur coat. "All right, then. We can keep some of the money from selling the wolf pelts, and the rest can be used to thank the villagers," Lian Qingshan asked Chue, looking at her. "Okay, I agree," Chue smiled and said to Lian Qingshan. Compared to their lives, Chuer didn't care much about the money. Money is just material things. If she lost her life today, no amount of money would matter. She only wanted him to live well. Giving some money to others was fine. Good. Lian Qingshan nodded firmly and told the villagers outside about their decision. When they heard they could get wolf meat or money from selling the pelts, they all felt excited. In this poor mountain village, seeing real money was rare. After Lian Qingshan and the men finished packing up the 5 wolves and took them away, the Lian family finally felt calm again. Chuer sat on the calm, a traditional bed, looking at the clouds slowly disappearing into the sky. She suddenly felt like this could go on forever until the end of time. Chuer, you were frightened today. Lian Qingshan gently held Chuer in his arms. Besides feeling anxious after the scare during the day, he was mostly happy. When he saw the wolf break into the village, he quickly took the children inside. When he was alone and helpless, she stood by him, facing life and death together. After the danger was over, she remained calm, not caring about her small family's gains or losses, nor about her fear. Instead, she was full of gratitude. Such Chuer gave him many surprises and made him feel lucky. He wondered what kind of virtue he had to have to marry such a woman. It's okay. As long as I am with you, I am not afraid of anything, Chuer said with a gentle smile, leaning into Lian Qingshan's embrace. The 2 children on the Kong slept soundly, as if the dangerous fight with the wolf had never happened.
But
it only seemed like a slender, shiny black figure quietly watching inside the house, where Lian Qingshan and Chuer were cuddled together. Thinking about their 2 young children still in the kitchen, its eyes flickered slightly. After a long moment, it turned around and decisively left. There are still many dangers ahead. The newborn children cannot endure such hardships. Perhaps it is better to stay here. The dark, shiny figure moved faster and faster through the forest, as if the ground beneath it had wind, and it disappeared into the dense woods in an instant. Of course, this is another story. The 2 small bundles of flesh, left in the kitchen and lying on a soft pile of firewood, were sleeping soundly, unaware that their fate had quietly changed. The next morning, when Chuer entered the kitchen, the broken rope on the ground clearly showed that the black mother wolf had left. But lying on the firewood pile, what were those chubby little bundles? Could it be that this wolf mother also abandoned her own children, like some unkind mothers? At this moment, Lian Qingshan also came over. Looking at the 2 small, round-eyed wolf pups still not awake, he couldn't help but twitch his brow. Has the mother wolf already left? Yes, Chuer sighed, reaching out to gently touch the soft fur of the little wolf. She simply couldn't bring herself to abandon these 2 tiny creatures. Mom, when are we having breakfast? Big girl rubbed her eyes and entered the kitchen. She immediately saw the small, round wolf pups.
wow, puppies.
So cute. Big girl almost instantly ran to Chuer, squatting beside her. Carefully, she looked at the little dog about the size of her palm, her bright eyes blinking. Mom, where did this little dog come from? Can I keep it? Big girl, this isn't a puppy, it's a little wolf. Yesterday, a wolf came to our house and gave birth to these 2. If raising them is dangerous, do you still want to keep them? Danger? If I treat them well, wouldn't there be no danger? Big girl looked at the adorable little wolves, eager to hold them right away. Mom, I want to raise them. They're so small now, they won't hurt me. And I think if I treat them kindly, they won't hurt me when they grow up. All right then. You can raise them. Lian Qingshan, who had been silently standing nearby, suddenly said, Let's give them names. That's great. Dania's eyes lit up with excitement. Carefully, she took the small white wolf with black ears from Chuer and thought seriously. Our squirrel is called Zhaokai. I was thinking of naming the puppy I wanted to raise Jinbao, but now that 2 have arrived, maybe it's better not to call them Jinbao. How about calling this one Tuan Tuan and the black-eared one Yuan Yuan? Good, let's call them Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan, Chuer said with a gentle smile. Her eyes looked at the 2 little wolves, but her expression was not as warm as her words. Chuer was thinking that if these little wolves grew a bit and became hard to care for, she might hurt Daniu and Xiaohu. Then she wouldn't be able to forgive herself for being so cruel. Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan, enjoying gentle petting in Daniu's hands, suddenly trembled, unaware that their future was already in the hands of a certain woman. The incident with the wolf pack seemed like a drop of water falling into a lake. Quickly it was gone after it happened. For the villagers of Mount Shan who lived in the mountains every day, a few wild animals were no big deal. If anyone still remembered this event, it was mostly because 5 wolves suddenly entered Lian's yard, more than ever before. Also, because Lian Qingshan shared wolf meat with the villagers, everyone thought he was loyal and not greedy. For the Lian family, this event seemed to have little impact besides a few wolf skins in the yard and 2 little wolf pups in the house. "Dad, what are you doing?" Daniu and Shiau, who ran happily to Lian Qingshan, each holding a small wolf. "I'm dealing with wolf skins," Lian Qingshan replied, holding a large, gray, shiny wolf pelt. After removing the excess fat and blood vessels from the skin with a small shovel, he planned to dry it and sell it in town for a good price. "Are you afraid, Daniu?" Lian Qingshan asked, looking at her. Seeing her small, pink face without any fear, he felt a little relieved. "I'm not afraid. Yuan Yuan is a wolf too." Big girl reached out to touch the little wolf in her arms. She frowned slightly, then confidently asked, "Are we going to peel and eat Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan when they grow up and then sell their skins?" Hearing this, Yuan Yuan in her arms trembled suddenly, curling up in fear, clearly scared by the idea of peeling and eating them when they grow older. "That, you should ask your mother," said Lian Qingshan, smiling as he looked at the small wolf in Big Girl's arms, feeling sorry for it. "All the wolves we kill are bad wolves that try to bite us when they come into the house. If Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan grow up to be good, your mother probably won't hurt them." "Oh, I see. I also think it would be a shame to make their skins into leather if they are good." Big Girl nodded seriously, and then took Yuan Yuan back inside to find her mother. Lian Qingshan watched Big Girl and Little Tiger, still full of energy after such a scary experience, and thought to himself that she was truly a brave girl from a martial family, braver than most children. "Mother, do you think when Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan grow up, we will peel and eat them?" Big Girl asked eagerly as she carried the little wolf into the kitchen. "Why would you think about peeling and eating them? Did they bite you?" Chuer turned around quickly when she heard this, her eyes sharp like knives, staring at the little wolf in Big Girl's arms. The wolf trembled, wishing it could disappear right away. Seeing that the little wolf behaved well and didn't seem hurt or upset, Chuer's worries eased a little. She carefully looked over Big Girl from head to toe, then pulled Little Tiger, who was following her, closer and examined him thoroughly. Seeing that both little ones were unharmed and looked happy, Chuer finally relaxed. "I saw Father working on wolf pelts. Many wolves outside have been skinned, and Aunt Yin Huan said the wolf meat was shared with the villagers. Our pigs and chickens will also be slaughtered when they grow up, so I was thinking maybe Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan are the same," Big Girl said clearly, proud of her careful observation. "Oh, I see." Chuer looked at Big Girl happily lifting her head and couldn't help but gently scratch her little nose. "Our Big Girl observes so carefully and even thinks ahead. You're really clever. Yes, Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan, we will take care of them first. If they behave well and listen, they won't hurt you. We will raise them and continue to care for them. But if they hurt you both, I will definitely have to get rid of them," Chuer said seriously as she watched the little wolf pups with affection. "So, if you like Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan and want them to live happily, you must protect yourselves well. Don't let them hurt you, understand?" Feeling praised by Chuer, Dinyo's face showed clear pride. After hearing her words, she looked down at the little wolf pup in her arms and nodded seriously. Shiau, who, meanwhile, kept his head down, gently petting the soft little wolf in his arms, lost in thought or distracted, not really listening to Chuer. "By the way, the sunflowers in the old yard are almost in bloom. After dinner, let's cut 2 flower heads and bring them back. This afternoon, I'll fry some sunflower seeds for you to snack on," Chuer said, trying to cheer up the 2 children who looked a bit down after her serious talk. "Fried sunflower seeds? Yum, yum." Dinyo's face lit up at the mention of something tasty. She hugged the little wolf pup and hurried out, clearly heading to the old yard to see the sunflower heads. Bring your dad along. The flower heads are tall, and you can't reach them, Chui called out, chasing after them a few steps, amused to see Dinyo run off so quickly. In fact, calling for her husband, Lian Qingshan, also had another meaning. Ever since wolves came to their home, Chui realized there were many wild animals in the mountains. She didn't dare let the children run freely outside, just in case they encountered a wild beast. With Lian Qingshan around, they could all stay safe. Lian Qingshan had the skill to fight off wolves and escape unscathed, even when outnumbered, which was truly impressive. Dad, let's go to the old yard and cut the sunflower heads. Mom said we can fry some sunflower seeds, Dinyo said, pulling Lian Qingshan toward the old yard, holding his hand. Xiao followed behind, walking slowly with short legs, but his pace wasn't too slow. However, his small brow was slightly furrowed, as if he was worried about something. Okay, let's go cut the flower heads, Lian Qingshan agreed, and headed toward the old yard with Dinyo. Watching her eager and hurried manner, Chui couldn't help but smile. She took a big pair of scissors from the kitchen and grabbed Xiaohu's hand, rushing after them. In the backyard of the old house, the vegetable garden is now full of harvest. Eggplants, peppers, and beans are all growing very well. Many ripe fruits hang on the vines, looking heavy and very appealing. Near the corner of the wall, the small gourds have grown about a meter long. Their dark purple, striped skins resemble cowhide, which is why they are called cowhide gourds. Come, let's see which sunflower is better. We'll cut it to eat, Lian Qingshan said, holding the little girl in his arms so she could see high up. He and Chui picked a plate of sunflowers together. The yellow sunflower petals are now showing a faint brown color. The black striped fuzz is tightly packed on the petals, looking like a mysterious painting. Nice, they are all grown. Should we just cut these 2 plates? Chui said happily, looking at her sunflowers. The fuzz is full and healthy, with no bugs, making them very lovely. Okay, the little girl replied loudly, excitedly watching Lian Qingshan cut the sunflower heads. Meanwhile, Xiao, who had been quiet since entering the old house, was standing in front of the eggplant plants, drooling at the big, green eggplants. Xiao, what's wrong? Do you want to eat eggplants? Chui turned around and saw the shiny drool on Xiaohu's chin, like a silk thread, and teased him. Xiaohu nodded eagerly, his eyes shining brightly. Good. Mom will make eggplant for Xiaohu to eat. Chui looked at the big eggplants growing well. She took a basket from the old house, picked 5 or 6 ripe, full eggplants, and also grabbed some corn from the back of the yard, pulled out a bunch of green onions, and bought some potatoes. Chui planned to make a dish of mashed potatoes with eggplant. Chui, do you want to make mashed potatoes with eggplant? Lian Qingshan saw Chui's plan and guessed what she wanted to do. He thought about how delicious it would be to eat a hot bowl of mashed potatoes with eggplant in this hot weather. His heart felt very happy. That sounds good. I like it. Yes, I know you like it, Chui said with a smile. She carried the basket and led Xiaohu. The family of 4 happily went back to the new yard. For lunch, the main dish was fragrant boiled corn, and the side dishes were soft, boiled potatoes and tender eggplants. You can easily peel the potato by squeezing it. Add a large piece of eggplant, some shredded scallions, and fragrant homemade bean paste. This simple rural meal makes all 4 family members feel very happy and satisfied. After finishing the meal, it is time for the long-awaited roasted sunflower seeds. The girl sits early on the bed, in front of a large sunflower seed shell she cut earlier that morning. She carefully picks out the seeds one by one, occasionally popping a few raw seeds into her mouth and smiling happily. While handling the seeds, she thinks about how to roast them. She has tasted many kinds of seeds in modern times, plain, 5-spice, fruity flavors, but in this ancient time, there seems to be no such variety. Just roasting the seeds until they are done is enough. After peeling the seeds, she decides to make 5-spice roasted seeds. Although their spices are simple, they are enough. She cleans a large pot thoroughly, adds a little water, then puts in salt, star anise, cinnamon, and other fragrant spices. She then lights a fire under the stove, making it burn brightly. She washes the fresh seeds with shells twice to remove dust and any bad ones, then pours half a basket of seeds into the pot. The water has already boiled, and as she stirs, the seeds mix well with the salty seasoning, making a constant bubbling sound. The fire burns slowly under the pot. Soon, the water reduces significantly, and after a while, it completely evaporates. For her, stirring and cooking the seeds is not difficult, but continuously roasting them is a bit tiring. She calls her friend Lian Qingshan to help, and in the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, she turns the seeds in the pot. When the crisp bubbling sound continues and the seeds are well mixed, she knows they are ready. Without waiting for them to cool, she scoops out a small handful to share with her family. The slightly salty, irresistibly fragrant seeds quickly win everyone's love. The family sits around a small table, eating the fresh, hot seeds, chatting happily and cracking shells, as if celebrating a festival. After eating for a while, the young girl suddenly remembered something. Without hesitation, she asked Chuer to put sunflower seeds into her small pocket at the front of her clothes. She was excited and eager to find her little playmate. Just after leaving home and encountering a wolf, Chuer was naturally a bit worried about the young girl's safety. Not wanting the child to stay at home feeling restricted, she decided to follow behind at a distance, not too close or too far. When the girl reached her destination, Chuer would say hello to the family there and then send her back home, feeling reassured before heading back herself. Days passed quickly. The hot weather seemed to disappear after a rain, and although it was still warm, it no longer felt like a steamy oven. Chuer sensed that autumn was coming soon. Chuer carried a basket and walked around her old yard, thinking of ways to store the extra eggplants and green beans that had grown too much but couldn't be eaten right away, so she could save them for winter, when vegetables were scarce. Young girl, was it cold at home in winter before? Chuer asked while picking a big eggplant and chatting with her. Yes, very cold. Sometimes it snowed so heavily that we couldn't open the door. Father would climb onto the roof to sweep the snow, saying he was afraid the house would collapse. The girl replied, slightly shivering as if she could still remember the cold weather. My goodness, it can be that cold? We must store some dried vegetables and food, or it will be very hard to survive the winter, Chuer said, thinking about the food and vegetables her family had stored for winter, as she worked faster. Young girl, when we get home, help Mom dry these vegetables into strips and store them in cloth bags. Then, in winter, we can cook eggplant with meat. Is that okay? Chuer gently encouraged her, hoping to make her interested in doing chores, so she could learn more skills for the future. Okay. The girl's eyes lit up at her words. She remembered that her mother's cooking was always delicious. Thinking about tasty food, she moved even faster. Cackling sounds. Cackling sounds. While Chuer and Inyo were busy in the vegetable garden, they suddenly heard strange clucking noises coming from the chicken coop. The two of them dropped their baskets and headed toward the coop. They saw an old hen clucking loudly and then slipping into the henhouse. What's she doing? Inyo asked curiously. I don't know, Chuer replied as she watched the old hen. She was brought to our house less than half a month ago. I wonder if she can lay eggs now. They had raised many chickens and they looked almost full-grown, but she still hadn't laid any eggs. Mom, look. Chuer thought about the eggs, but suddenly, the old hen, which had been calling, stood up unsteadily. Near where she was resting on the grass, there was a bright red egg. Wow, she's laying an egg. Chuer was surprised and happy. I'll go get the egg, Inyo volunteered. She carefully scooped up the warm egg with her small hands, her big eyes smiling like crescent moons. That's great. Our chickens are laying eggs now, Chuer said happily as she took the egg and looked around her long chicken coop. She then told Inyo, go check if there are more eggs. If there are, we can bring them all back together. Okay, Inyo was very excited about this order. She quickly ran back into the chicken coop, crouched down carefully, and observed the chickens. Sure enough, she found 2 more eggs. When she carried the slightly smaller red eggs to Chuer, her eyes were smiling so much they looked like little slits. Wow, there really are eggs. Chuea was also very happy. Let's take these eggs to Dad and show him. He'll be happy to know that our Dinyo's chickens are laying eggs now. She smiled and hugged Dinyo as they headed to the new yard. At this time, Lian Qingshan had already dried and hung the 5 wolf skins, rolling up the wolf and rabbit skins he had cured together.
Dad, Dad.
Come quickly. My chickens laid eggs. Dinyo raised her hands high and handed the 2 small eggs to Lian Qingshan. Wow, they laid eggs. Lian Qingshan happily looked at the small hand holding the egg, which was a bit smaller but still a real egg. Very good. Big girl, ask your mother to steam this egg into egg custard. Would you and little tiger like 1 bowl each? Yes. Big girl smiled happily at the mention of egg custard, then pointed at Chuer. Mother has a big egg too. Father and mother will eat it. Adults eat big eggs, kids eat small eggs. Good. Big girl still cares about Dad and Mom. You're such a good child. Lian Qingshan hugged Big girl and gave her a kiss. Seeing the animal skins on the ground, he thought for a moment and decided to sell the wolf pelt. The remaining rabbit skins could be kept for making clothes for their family. Haha. Big girl was tickled by Lian Qingshan's slightly prickly beard and giggled, hiding in his arms. She was worried about accidentally breaking the egg, so she was a bit conflicted. Chuer, seeing Big girl looking helpless because of her dad, quickly helped her out. Let's put the eggs in the basket first, then go get some vegetables. Our chickens have laid eggs. When Big girl and little tiger grow up, they can eat eggs to stay healthy. We'll have enough to eat. Chuer held Big girl's hand and said as they walked. Her original goal in raising chickens was to achieve this, and now it was finally coming true. After carefully placing the eggs, Chuer went back to the vegetable garden in the old yard. There were plump eggplants, fresh green beans, and long strings of yard-long beans, things that could be dried into preserved vegetables in Chuer's memory. There were also Chinese cabbage, potatoes, radishes, and sweet potatoes. If stored properly, they could last through the entire winter. Chuer was thinking about gathering more vegetables for winter. She also had to consider meat storage. The weather was still too hot now, so meat wouldn't keep well. When winter came and the cold could preserve meat, there probably wouldn't be as much meat left. Once Lian Qingshan's health improved, he really did as he had said, occasionally bringing back wild game from the mountains. Today a chicken, tomorrow 2 rabbits. This really enriched the family's meals. In no time, they had already accumulated over 10 rabbit skins. Chickens. Rabbits. Chuer suddenly had an idea. In her past life, she often saw wild game in the mountains, like smoked chicken and smoked rabbit. Her family also smoked some meat, but usually only after smoking it for a day or 2. If she smoked the meat until it was dry, like beef jerky, maybe it would last longer? Having made up her mind, Chuer's face lit up with a bigger smile. She took the big girl to pick a basket full of large eggplants and carry them back to the new yard. In the backyard, Chuer placed the eggplants next to the water trough and washed each one carefully. The water trough was carved out of a solid block when Qingshan had free time. It looked a bit like a horse trough, but one side was connected to a bamboo pipe that drew water from the water wheel, and the other side had a water outlet. It was very convenient for washing clothes or vegetables, almost like running water. Chuer quickly cut the eggplants into strips about 1 finger thick on a cutting board. Then she asked the big girl to carefully arrange the strips in a basket to dry in the sun in the backyard. The 2 women worked together, one cutting, the other drying. Within half an hour, only a few eggplants were left in the basket. While they were busy drying the eggplant strips, Chuer thought about picking another basket later. Suddenly, she saw Shiau rubbing his eyes and walking out of the house. Shiau, are you awake? Shiau's sleep was heavy, especially since it wasn't very hot anymore, so he slept comfortably. After lunch, he usually took another nap, and now he was waking up. Mom. Shiau softly called, leaning against Chuer and hugging her leg, looking sleepy. Chuer felt her heart soften seeing how clingy he was. Did you sleep well? Chuer held Shiau in her arms, checked his pinkish-white face for any signs of discomfort, and felt relieved when she saw nothing unusual. Shiau, who still felt lazy and didn't want to move much, but he felt something tugging at his pant leg. Looking down, he saw Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan, two little wolf pups. Hee, Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan, you're awake too. Shiau, who smiled happily when he saw the pups. His spirits lifted instantly. He rubbed against Chuer's legs again, then reluctantly ran away with the two little pups. Big girl, you can rest for a while too. I'll handle the rest. Chuer saw Daniel looking at the little wolf with a hungry expression and smiled, saying, Okay. Daniel received permission and happily ran over to play with the little wolf. Chuer quickly cut the eggplant, thinking about how these two little wolves would behave after coming home. These small creatures, not much bigger than the size of their eyes just opening, seem to understand people like their mother. They don't have milk at home but will eat anything given to them, cornmeal batter, anything, and they eat eagerly. They often come close to Chuer, wagging their tails to show they are pleased. If Chuer hadn't personally delivered the black mother wolf's puppies, she might think these two little wolves were just cute dogs from an ordinary family. With their fluffy little bodies, wagging tails full of joy, and their lively little steps following the children, they don't look like wolves at all. At dinner, Chuer made 3 bowls of egg custard from the 3 eggs she found today, 1 big bowl and 2 small ones, just enough for the family of 4 to share. The golden, shiny egg custard, sprinkled with a bit of sesame oil and chopped cilantro, smelled so good it made everyone's mouth water. Taking a spoonful into the mouth, it was both fragrant and smooth, delicious beyond words. Siwer, I plan to go to town tomorrow to sell wolf pelts. Do you want to buy anything? After dinner, Lian Qingshan asked Chuer. Yes, the bedding at home isn't warm anymore. Let's buy some cloth and cotton on the way. Chuer nodded and thought about whether she should buy other things as well. They agreed to go to town the next day. The night before, Lian Qingshan borrowed an ox cart from the village. When borrowing the cart, he happened to meet Aunt Lu, who also planned to go to town. They decided to go together. The main reason for borrowing the cart was to buy more grain. As the weather was getting colder, it might freeze in a couple of months. Since they had pigs and chickens at home, they needed to stock up on food to get through the winter. Early the next morning, Lian Qingshan and Chuer prepared what they needed for the trip: 5 wolf pelts, 10 jin of fresh tea, which they planned to sell. They also needed to buy many things: grain, cotton, fabric, and household items like oil, salt, and seasonings, an entire list of supplies. Siwer, are you up yet? When Qingshan and Chuer had finished tidying up and were about to feed the children, Aunt Lu arrived. Grandma, come in quickly. We're about to eat. Have you eaten? Come inside and have a bite. Chuer heard Aunt Lu's voice, hurriedly went outside to open the door, and saw Aunt Lu entering the house with a damp, dewy look. She smiled and said to her, I've eaten. When I go to town, I usually don't eat before I leave. You all eat first, don't worry about me. Aunt Lu greeted cheerfully, encouraging Chuer and the others to eat. Grandma, you're here just in time. Have another bite. Chuer scooped some porridge from the pot and also handed her a twisted bread roll, pressing it into Aunt Lu's hand. Grandma, don't mind my cooking. How could I? Aunt Lu looked at Chuer's warm hospitality. The bread roll was made from a mixture of cornmeal and white flour, smelling very fragrant. She didn't refuse and sat down to eat with the family. After breakfast, everyone sat on an ox cart heading to the town. The sky was dull and not quite clear. A cool morning breeze brushed against them. It wasn't cold, but it certainly wasn't warm. Chuer and Aunt Lu sat close together, holding the children in their arms, chatting as they traveled. Honestly, raising a cow at home is really good. Usually, you can pull a cart to town, and if you have a lot of mountain land, it can help plow the fields. If you have a stone mill, you can also pull that around. Aunt Lu looked at the big yellow ox pulling the cart, her heart full of admiration. Yes, riding in a cart is much more comfortable than walking to town. It's faster, more convenient, and you can carry a lot of things. Chuer agreed with a nod. Suddenly, she had an idea. If their family also bought a cow or a horse, they could have their own cart too. Chuer looked back at Lian Qingshan, who was also watching the ox pulling the cart with a thoughtful look. She knew that Lian Qingshan was also thinking about buying a cow. She began to calculate how much silver it might cost to buy a yellow cow and a cart pulled by oxen. "Grandma, how much does a cow cost these days?" "A good quality cow with strong teeth costs around 7 or 8 taels of silver. A young calf might be about 5 taels. In our mountain area, not many families can afford a cow, so these prices are quite low. I hear they are even more expensive outside the mountains." Aunt Lu thought carefully before answering. "If you want to buy a cow, it's best to buy the cow along with a cart and harness. That would probably cost another 2 taels of silver, 7 or 8 taels of silver for the ox, plus 2 taels for the cart." Chuer hesitated. Although she spent 30 taels on building the house and 10 taels on household items, the family's tea sales still brought in quite a bit. Now, their savings were only 40 taels, which wasn't much. But then she thought if they could sell the wolf pelts and tea leaves again, they might earn quite a bit more, and she felt a little excited. The family silver was enough to buy a good ox and a cart. With a cart, they could travel the mountain roads more easily and carry things conveniently. Chuer felt very eager about this idea. "By the way, Chuer, are you going to the town this time? Do you want to buy some soybeans? We didn't have many left from last year's harvest, and we plan to buy more to make big soy paste. If you buy some, we can go together." Aunt Lu suddenly remembered her main reason for going. Make big soy paste. Chuer was a bit stunned. Though she had lived in the countryside and seen big soy paste blocks and large fermentation jars, she had never made soy paste herself, nor was she taught how. Now, hearing about making soy paste, Chuer felt unsure. She hesitated and asked Aunt Lu, "Auntie, what do I need to prepare to make soy paste?" Aunt Lu looked at Chuer's nervous expression and knew she wouldn't actually make soy paste. Seeing her young, fresh, and lively niece, she thought of her own daughter, Huaji, who was about to get married. Aunt Lu liked Chuer and felt a bit more fond of her. Making soy paste involves cooking soybeans until soft, then smashing them into big blocks. These blocks need to be stored through the fall and winter. When spring comes, we put the blocks into the fermentation jars. I can't explain it all at once. If you want to learn, I can bring Huaji over to your house later, and we can do it together," Aunt Lu explained for a long time but still couldn't make it very clear. She waved her hand and told Chuer, "Okay, then I'll learn from Auntie properly, so we don't keep eating your soy paste and finish your jars," Chuer said happily, making Aunt Lu laugh. The big girl snuggled next to Chuer and giggled, while little Tiger slept peacefully in Chuer's arms. When they arrived in town, Qingshan parked the ox cart in front of the Qian family's general store. He saw Lizzie eagerly come out to greet him, handed over the reins, and then told Chuer a few things. He then carried a large bundle of wolf pelts toward the leather goods shop. Meanwhile, Aunt Lu couldn't wait and rushed into the general store to look at the new fabrics and patterns. The Huaji village she was to marry into was famous for being wealthy. Although the Du family seemed modest, they had given a gold hairpin as part of the dowry, which made Aunt Lu feel her own dowry was too small. She was determined to add more things for Huaji. Chuer led Dinyo and Shiau who inside the store with the tea canisters. Seeing Aunt Lu busy buying fabric, she didn't greet her and followed Lizzie into the back courtyard. Shopkeeper Qian went out to deliver goods. Only the Qian family lady was there, and she quickly took the tea Chuer brought and settled the bill with her. They sold 10 jin of fresh tea for 20 taels of silver, and also collected the remaining payment for 6 jin of tea from a previous sale. Chuer received a total of 30 taels and 8 qian of silver. Holding this money tightly in her pocket, Chuer felt more confident. She put the silver away carefully and then went back to Aunt Lu with the children. Aunt Lu was dazzled by the new fabrics, which had been specially brought out by the shopkeeper on Li's instructions. These were fresh, high-quality materials that most people wouldn't sell. Thanks to the shopkeeper's favor, Aunt Lu was able to pick freely, which was a great help. "Madam, why are you buying more fabric? Isn't Huaji's dowry already ready?" Chuer looked at the brightly colored fabrics in Aunt Lu's hands. They looked very good, and a few she had already picked out looked like they were for her daughter's dowry. "We had everything prepared, but the Du family had other plans. I can't be stingy, can I?" Aunt Lu smiled and touched the fabrics in front of her. When the Du family sent the betrothal gift, they gave a pure gold hairpin. I think our previous dowry was a bit too small. I don't want Huaji to be looked down upon, so I decided to buy more fabric to add to her dowry. Has Huazi's wedding date been set? When the time comes, I, as her sister-in-law, will help her get ready. Chuer reached out and touched the thick cotton fabric, feeling it was very nice. She thought that since autumn was approaching, it was time to prepare new clothes for her family. She decided to join Aunt Lu in choosing fabric. A good day for shopping is August 22nd, Aunt Lu said. She was thinking about her daughter, who would get married in just over a month. Suddenly, she felt a bit sad. She wiped her face and carefully looked at the fabrics in the general store. She quietly encouraged herself. She must not let her daughter be looked down upon by her in-laws. As they compared fabrics and discussed what clothes would suit whom, they spent about half an hour before finishing. When paying, Aunt Lu bought 6 pieces of fabric for clothes and many pieces of cotton and bedding materials. Chuer also picked 5 pieces of fabric and 4 sets of cloth and cotton for bedding. Among the fabrics, there was a bright peach red piece, the best in the shop. The fabric for 4 outfits cost Chuer nearly 1.5 silver coins. She planned to split the fabric in half, giving one part to Huaji to make her accessories. When Qingshan finished selling the leather and returned to the general store with his silver, he saw a mountain of cotton and fabric piled on the cart. He couldn't help but smile wryly. Women, their shopping desires are so strong. After buying the fabrics and some daily essentials like oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar, they also visited the grain shop. They bought a lot of rice, soybeans for making soy paste, and when passing by the meat stall, Shiau, who kept asking for stew meat. Chuer bought a large piece of meat and many pig bones. On the way home, Chuer calculated her expenses and was quite shocked. The total spent on fabrics, cotton, household items, and food was nearly 4.5 taels of silver, even after the shopkeeper gave her a discount. Looking at the full cart of cotton and fabric, Chuer felt relieved. When she got home, she planned to make 4 sets of bedding so her family could have a warm winter. That was more important than anything else. Aunt Lu held the fabric in her arms, thinking about her daughter, who would soon leave home. She couldn't help but tear up. If Huaji's marriage went well and the Du family's young master treated her as Qingshan treated Chuer, she would feel at ease. After returning from the town, Lian Qingshan discussed with Chuer. They sold 5 wolf skins for 10 taels of silver, kept 5 taels at home, and took the remaining 5 taels to the village chief, Lian Jishu, hoping he could help distribute the money to the villagers who had helped hunt the wolves. The village chief saw that Lian Qingshan not only shared the wolf meat with the villagers, but also cleaned and sold the wolf skins himself, giving the money to the village. He secretly admired Lian Qingshan for being grateful and honest. He nodded happily and agreed to distribute the money, praising Lian Qingshan for a while. While Lian Qingshan was busy outside, Chuer was also busy at home. She locked the door tightly, sat under the shade of a tree in the yard with Dinyo and Xiaohu, and carefully sorted the tender green beans she picked from the vegetable garden earlier that morning. "Mom, are we going to eat beans for lunch?" Dinyo looked up at the sky, which was still early, but Chuer had already picked a big basket of beans. She blinked in confusion and helped Chuer sort the beans, though her small hands moved slowly and clumsily, very adorable. "Dinyo, with so many beans, do you think we can finish them all?" Chuer asked with a gentle smile. Dinyo looked down at the beans in her hands, and then at the big bunch in the basket, which was as thick as her thigh. She frowned slightly and said, "It seems we can't eat them all, not all." Xiao, who ran over quickly, glanced at the basket and answered loudly. Then, as if he found it funny, he giggled and threw himself into Chuer's arms, acting spoiled. "Yes, these beans, I will save some for stir-fry at noon. The rest, I plan to dry some for preserved vegetables, and then I'll see if I can make pickled sour beans," Chuer said with a smile, reaching out to pat Xiaohu's head, then gave him a loud kiss on the face. "What are sour beans?" Xiaohu looked confused, tilting his head to watch Chuer. Dinyo also showed the same expression. But besides their confusion, they were more eager, because Chuer always made delicious food. The 2 little ones were very excited about trying the sour beans. Chwer smiled at the two eager children, recalling the recipe for sour green beans, then took the basket of picked beans and headed to the kitchen. While chatting with Aunt Lu and Aunt Chunju about cooking, Chwer noticed that besides making fermented bean paste, they rarely preserved other vegetables. Even the sauerkraut common in northern winters was never seen here. Knowing this, perhaps because summer had arrived, Chwer had been feeling unhungry for the past month. She remembered various appetizing side dishes from her previous life: pickled vegetables, seasoned potatoes, eggplant, sour cucumbers, green beans, bamboo shoots, spicy cabbage, and radish strips. Thinking of these made her very hungry, and she wished she could eat them right away. So, Chwer decided to experiment. She started with quick-to-make pickled vegetables and chose to make sour green beans with long beans today. She washed the beans thoroughly, cut them into inch-long pieces, and boiled half of them in hot water. These cooked beans would be dried into preserved vegetables, boiled to kill bacteria, then dried for easier storage. While waiting, Chwer placed the other half of the beans in a basket and spread them out on a rack she built in the backyard to dry. These would be used later for pickling sour green beans. Just need to dry the moisture before pickling. After drying the raw beans, the boiled beans had changed color. Chwer used a skimmer to lift them out and drain the water. She then spread these beans on the basket and left them outside to dry. The summer heat was intense. By noon, the unboiled beans she dried in the sun had wilted slightly. Chwer brought them into the kitchen, placed the beans into a small jar, added some salt, and poured in cooled Sichuan pepper water she had prepared earlier, covering the beans completely. Once everything was ready, Chwer sealed the jar with cloth. To ensure a tight seal, she smeared some mud on the cloth like traditional wine storage jars. By afternoon, the older girl and little tiger were napping on the bed in the west room. Chwer sat on the bed in the east room, feeling a bit sleepy and lazy. Looking at the bright sunshine outside, the temperature was not very high. Listening to the insects chirping, Chwer felt lazy and relaxed. She lay on the kong, a traditional heated bed, and looked at the blue sky with white clouds drifting by. Chwer reached out her hand and used her finger to draw the fluffy clouds. She slightly shaded her eyes from the sunlight shining on her, watching the faint rays of light leaking from her fingertips. A gentle smile appeared on her face, and suddenly she felt that life was very comfortable. By the way, Cotton, I still need to make winter clothes and blankets. Chwer suddenly remembered the big bag of cotton she bought from the town, along with various fabrics. The children had grown up, and for the winter new year, they needed new clothes. Their family had moved to a new house, and thick new quilts were also essential. Whenever Chwer had work to do, she felt energized. She happily took out the fabrics she bought from the cabinet, along with the lengths of cloth left by Sister Huang. She sorted through them, looking for suitable materials to make winter clothes for the children. First, Chwer found a piece of dark blue cotton fabric. The fabric was thick and the color was nice. She planned to make a new cotton jacket for Lian Qingshan, which would be durable and easy to clean. Chwer liked it very much and set the fabric aside. Looking at the fabrics, Chwer picked out a piece of pinkish-red patterned cloth that looked very festive. She decided to make a cotton dress for Dinyo to wear during the new year. It would be perfect. Then she chose a piece of red fabric with the character Fu, good fortune, to make a new outfit for Shiau. She also picked a light purple cotton fabric to make a jacket and skirt for herself. After deciding on the clothes, Chwer took out the new quilt cover she bought. It was made of white cotton fabric with bright-colored large floral patterns, which made her feel very happy. Smiling, she grabbed a piece of cotton fabric for bedding and headed to the backyard. In ancient times, although cotton fabric was eco-friendly and healthy, it had one very annoying problem: shrinking. When cotton fabric got wet, it would shrink by a few inches. If the fabric used for making clothes was cut before washing, and the cuts were just right, after washing, the size would change, making the clothes tight and uncomfortable to wear. Chwer was worried about not controlling the shrinking properly. So, she decided to wash the fabric before cutting. The first wash would cause the most shrinkage, and subsequent washes would be less. She planned to wash all the fabric for the quilts once, then make the quilts afterward, so she wouldn't have to worry about shrinking too much later. As soon as they decided to start, when Lian Qingshan returned from the tea mountain, he saw Chuer busy working alone by the water pond. Her small body looked delicate compared to the large quilt cover she was holding. Chuer, if you need to wash this big piece of cloth, let me do it. Don't tire yourself, Lian Qingshan said gently, taking the quilt cover from Chuer. Tell me how you want it washed and I'll do it. Okay, Chuer said, feeling tired after washing the quilt cover for a while. Since Lian Qingshan took over willingly, she was happy to rest a bit. She explained how to rinse it, then stood aside catching her breath. Lian Qingshan was very experienced with chores and in good shape. Soon, he finished rinsing the fabric used for the quilt cover, wrung out the water forcefully, and together they stretched the quilt cover flat. Then they hung it on a rope in the backyard to dry. At this time, Dinyo and Shiau, who had been napping, woke up. Seeing the colorful quilt covers hanging in the backyard, they were very happy. They ran back and forth in front of the quilt covers, playing hide and seek with the cats, having a lot of fun. In the hot summer days, the air was dry. By evening, the quilt covers were dry. Chuer carefully stretched and folded them, preparing to make new quilts during these days. Early the next morning, Lian Qingshan took Dinyo and Shiau up the mountain to play. Chuer looked at the quiet house and neatly spread a piece of white cloth on the bed. She took out some cotton from a big bundle, tearing it into fluffy pieces about 1 inch wide and 2 inches long, and gradually filled the quilt cover with it. It was said that the more evenly the cotton was torn, the warmer the quilt would be. Although Chuer found this work tedious, she carefully filled the cotton to ensure her family stayed warm through the winter. While filling the cotton, Chuer suddenly heard some noise outside. She listened carefully and heard Aunt Lu's voice. Chuer, are you at home? I'm coming over. Hearing this, Chuer quickly got off the bed and opened the door. Sure enough, she saw Aunt Lu leading Huaji and standing at the door waving to her. Come in, Auntie. I was just thinking you might come these days. You're really here, Chuer said happily, inviting Aunt Lu and Huaji inside. Then she added, Look, I'm preparing to make quilts. The house isn't tidied up yet. Sorry for the mess. Exactly, my daughter and I are here to help you. When Lu Damao saw Chuer busy working, she didn't wait for Chuer to refuse. She pulled Huaji over to the bed and reached into the cotton bag to take out some cotton. She carefully filled the quilt cover with it. Lu Damao was quick and neat in her work. With her and Huaji helping, Chuer finished filling the quilt cover in no time. I can help you with filling the quilt cover, Lu Damao said, watching Chuer work carefully, but somewhat awkwardly. She smiled and then said to Huaji, I'll use Sister Qingshan's place to teach you. In the future, when you go to your husband's house, you'll need to do this yourself. She then took a large needle from the sewing frame, threaded it, and carefully started sewing the quilt. Chuer didn't mind and watched Lu Damao's technique while also working on her own end of the quilt. Although she was not as fast as Lu Damao, her movements looked decent. In less than half an hour, the two finished sewing the quilt cover. That's good. You did a nice job on the quilt. Now let's go make some big soybean blocks. It's quite tiring and not many people can do it, Lu Damao said happily as she folded the quilt cover with Chuer. I'm just waiting for your guidance. I really don't know how to make the big soybean blocks. Chuer pretended to look distressed and pouted at Lu Damao. All right, let's go make the big soybean blocks. Lu Damao laughed happily and took Chuer and Huaji to the kitchen. Lu Damao, being experienced, led Chuer and Huaji into the kitchen. She rolled up her sleeves, tied an apron, and prepared to cook the soybeans. Chuer, thinking about making the soybean paste, had already sorted and washed the soybeans during yesterday's meal. She also soaked them in water. Now, the soybeans had swollen up, round and full, looking very pleasing. These soybeans need to be cooked well. When they are soft and mushy, it'll be easier to make the soybean blocks, Lu Damao said. She asked Chuer and Huaji to put the soybeans into the pot, bring the water to a boil over high heat, then reduce to low heat and cook for about half an hour until the soybeans are soft enough to mash with a spoon. Just leave them like this to cool down, Lu Damao said, looking at the reddish, cooked soybeans in the pot. It's also good to let the steam escape so that it's easier to mash later. The three of them put out the fire in the stove and left the kitchen, sitting under a big tree at Chuer's house. Since Chuer and the children often sit or play under the tree, even Qingshan, when he's free, used leftover wood scraps from building a house to make a wooden bed placed under the tree. It's very convenient for cooling off or picking vegetables when there's nothing else to do. What kind of thing is this? It's quite useful to sit on. Aunt Lu sat on the wooden bed, moved around a bit, and felt it was steady and cool. She was very curious. This was made by Qingshan. I heard in the south they call it a wooden bed, and you can sit or sleep on it. It's similar to our Kong, Chuer explained with a smile. Seeing Huaji look at it with envy, she teased, if Huaji likes it, Qingshan can make another one for you. When it's ready, we'll send it to Li Tu village. It's our little gift. Sister-in-law. Huaji blushed when she heard Chuer talk about her marriage. She felt shy. It's nothing. All women have to go through this. I heard Aunt Lu say that Du's young master really values you. What do you think about him? Chuer's eyes sparkled as she watched Huaji, who was once confident and quick, turn shy like a little flower. Mother, look at sister-in-law. Huaji's cheeks turned red, and she tried to hide behind Aunt Lu, but she was pulled out. Daughter, why hide? He's not a stranger. If you have something to say, just tell your sister-in-law. She's more experienced. You can learn from her. Aunt Lu, I don't mean to say I'm so great, Chuer said, feeling both happy and pressured that Aunt Lu cared so much about her. She smiled at Aunt Lu and Huaji. Sister-in-law, I know you're good to me, Huaji shyly said. Though still a little embarrassed, she told everything she knew. This Du's young master, Mingge, is 18 years old. I heard he works hard. Their family isn't rich, but they can still eat well and stay warm. Oh, Huaji, you mean that young man, Duming? Chuer smiled as she looked at Huaji, talking about her future husband. Have you seen Mingge yet? Sister-in-law. Huaji looked at Chuer and quickly got to the point. Her face turned even redder, and she shyly nodded. Mother heard from Aunt Zhao about the Du family. She found out that Mingji often went to town to sell firewood, so she took me to pick out fabric in town, and I also took a look at. Just looked and fell for it. Chuer couldn't help but laugh. Aunt Lu did well. As girls, marriage is a lifelong thing. We should choose someone who looks good to us, right? Like I did when I chose Qingshan. Life feels much happier. Chuer thought to herself, but didn't dare to say it aloud. That's right, Chuer. I love my daughter very much. If we can pick a good son-in-law for her, we won't push her into a bad situation, Aunt Lu said proudly. Old Du's family is from Li Tu village. I heard that the older couple are refugees who escaped hardship. They have 3 sons in Huaji. The one Chuer mentioned is the youngest. The eldest and second son are already married. The couple is easy to get along with, and their daughters-in-law are honest. They don't have many burdens and don't need much worry. And Aunt Lu paused, looking a bit mysterious. Come on, Aunt Lu, just tell me quickly. Don't you see I'm getting anxious? Chuer urged eagerly, noticing Aunt Lu was holding back. Well, there's more. The matchmaker, Aunt Zhao, told me that after old third Du gets married, the Du family will split up. They'll divide the 8 or 9 acres of chestnut forest among the sons to support themselves. Even though they'll still live together, the money will go to each household, and meals will be paid separately. Aunt Lu's eyes sparkled as she said this. Many families in the village have brothers, but are not united. Money often turns relatives into enemies. If they split up early, Huaji could eat whatever she wants and do whatever she likes, way better than being a little wife under her mother-in-law. Really? That's great. Chuer was delighted to hear this. Deep down, she had a faint hope that if Li Tu village could sell mountain goods for money, her own mountain village could do the same. As long as she found the right way to go out and sell, she could definitely earn a lot. With good opportunities, she knew she couldn't just focus on earning money herself. It is natural to invite close friends and family to join in. If everything goes well, I plan to include Aunt Lu's family, Aunt Chunju's family, Silver Ring's family, and Lian Qinghe's family. We will share the wealth and profit together, especially with those we are close to. Isn't the son I chose a good match? Aunt Lu said proudly. That Du family boy is strong and tall. I heard he's been working in the mountains since he was young. He knows everything about the fruit forests. If they split up later, I can help support them a bit more if I have extra money. The young couple can live well, have a few more children. Aunt Lu gently stroked Huaji's hair with a loving look, her eyes slightly misty, clearly reluctant to see Huaji leave. Mother. Huaji looked at Aunt Lu and couldn't help but feel her nose sting. All her joy about getting married disappeared, replaced by her sadness at leaving her mother. Look at you, child. You're grown up but still acting like a little girl, being so clingy, Aunt Lu said as she hugged Huaji tightly, then turned away to wipe her eyes. Your sisters are chatting here. I'll go see how the beans are doing. Without waiting for Chuer and the others to reply, Aunt Lu hurried out of the east room. Sister-in-law. Huaji looked at Chuer, who was giving her a teasing look. Her face turned red again, and she forced a smile through her tears. Huaji, when you go to your new home, take good care of yourself. If there's anything you can't tell your mother, come talk to your sister-in-law. After you marry, I'll still be your family, Chuer said softly, feeling a little sad seeing Huaji shy and timid. In her past life, the love from her parents and their reluctance to see her leave was just like Aunt Lu's feelings for Huaji. Chuer still remembers her wedding day, how her mother fought back tears while smiling at her, showing deep love for her parents. Okay, Huaji said, and just then, her tears, which she had managed to hold back, suddenly fell without warning. She softly leaned into Chuer's arms, tears soaking her clothes silently. Chuer thought about her own parents' love and their sadness when she left, just like Aunt Lu's feelings for Huaji. She still remembered her mother's brave smile through tears on her wedding day, loving her deeply. As she thought about this, tears also started to flow down Chuer's face. Chuer, Huaji, come here. The beans have cooled down. After a while, Aunt Lu called Chuer and Huaji from the kitchen, her voice slightly nasal. Coming. Both Huaji and Chuer, who had just cried hard, looked at each other with red eyes and found it funny. They nodded, wiped their faces, and then went into the kitchen. When Chuer entered the kitchen, she saw Aunt Lu's eyes were also red, knowing she must have cried too while in the kitchen. Her daughter was about to get married. How hard it must be to let go. Come on, the beans are cooled. Let's quickly make the sauce blocks. We still need to cook at home later, Aunt Lu said, noticing Chuer's red eyes and knowing she had also cried. She held back her own sadness and spoke loudly to Chuer. Her tone sounded normal, but she ignored the thick nasal sound. Okay. Chuer and Huaji both agreed. After washing their hands, they followed Aunt Lu's instructions, using a cooking spoon to mash the beans in the iron pot into a paste. In the large iron pot, there were more than half a pot of beans. Chuer and Huaji took turns carefully crushing the beans, with Aunt Lu guiding them on how and where to press. When their hands became sore and numb, they finished crushing all the beans into a paste. All right, now it's time to make the sauce blocks. Watch carefully. I'll make one first, then you two can do the rest, Aunt Lu said, scooping a large amount of bean paste onto a clean, dry cutting board. She measured the size of a sauce block she wanted, then roughly carved out a quarter of the bean paste, forming a big ball. Aunt Lu kept kneading, patting, and rolling the bean paste into a smooth, gap-free ball. She pressed it down on the cutting board, turned it, pressed again, and changed direction repeatedly. Soon, she shaped a large block of bean paste, slightly bigger than a brick, into a sauce block. That's it. Look at the moisture level. From now on, just follow this. If it's too dry, it won't stick. If it's too wet, it will rot. You need to get it just right, Aunt Lu said proudly, teaching Chuer step by step. When Chuer and Huaji finished making 3 more sauce blocks from the remaining bean paste, Aunt Lu looked at the sky and prepared to leave. Put these sauce blocks in a shady place to dry. Remember to keep it ventilated so they don't spoil. Once they grow green mold after a few days, they'll be ready, she said. After that, Aunt Lu led Huaji away. Chuer looked at the 4 large, red, sticky blocks of sauce hanging under the windowsill. She still couldn't quite understand how these things turned into the deep brown, fragrant, and delicious sauce that her family loved. Chue, I'm back. Mom, we're home. While Chue was lost in thought about the sauce blocks, the voices of Lian, Qingshan, and the children came from outside. She quickly went to the door and saw Lian Qingshan carrying 2 children and holding several things in his hands. Mom, look at the wildflowers I picked. The older girl excitedly ran up to Chue, holding out a bunch of wildflowers with a big smile on her face. Fruit! Little Tiger also ran over, hugging Chue's leg and holding out a green, shiny fruit the size of a fist. Thank you, Dinyo, for the flowers and Little Tiger for the fruit. Chue smiled warmly as she crouched down, accepting the flowers and the fruit. She then kissed each of their tender little faces. Mom has made mung bean soup. Go to the kitchen and drink it. Okay. The 2 little ones cheered happily at the mention of mung bean soup and rushed into the kitchen, leaving Chue and Lian Qingshan standing at the door. You're back so soon, Chue said with a smile, noticing Lian Qingshan's face was slightly red from the sun. She looked down at the large bundle of pig grass at his feet, which surprisingly still had 2 rabbits tied to it. She paused in surprise. You caught rabbits again? Yes, I was playing with the children and also checked the traps. I really caught 2 rabbits, Lian Qingshan said with a smile. Look at these rabbits. They're different from the ones we usually catch. Their fur is pure white and very beautiful. Yeah, Chue looked at the 2 droopy rabbits. Although they were tied to the pig grass bundle, their fur was snow white without a single spot, much prettier than the gray rabbits from the mountains. She couldn't help but bend down and gently touch their soft fur. Chue, do you think I should catch more of these white rabbits and make a vest for you? Lian Qingshan looked at Chue, who was captivated by the rabbit's fur, and hesitated as he glanced at the 2 nearly grown rabbits. They're so small, I don't think I can make much clothing out of them. This little rabbit is still young. Maybe we should raise it first and see if it can have babies. If it does, then we can have more rabbits later. Chue's eyes lit up as she looked at the rabbit lying on the grass bundle and spoke. Okay, I'll listen to you. Lian Qingshan looked at Chue and felt that whatever she wanted to do, he would agree. By the way, Qingshan, next month is Huaji's wedding. Last time I went to town to buy fabric, I want to share half of it to help her get ready. Chue picked up the 2 rabbits' ears while talking to Lian Qingshan. All right, you decide what's best for the family. Lian Qingshan nodded, took the pig feed to the backyard, and prepared to cut it into small pieces to feed the pigs later. Mom, have you checked the eggs? Dania finished her mung bean soup and ran out of the house happily, watching her mother plant her flowers in a bowl. Her eyes twinkled with joy. Suddenly, she remembered her most important daily task and hurriedly asked, Not yet. Come on, let's go with Mom. Chue put down her flowers, placed the green fruit given by Little Tiger on the edge of the bowl, then grabbed a small basket, carried the rabbits on the ground, and headed toward the old yard. After leaving the new yard, she had to walk a bit to reach the old yard. Chue looked at the distance between the 2 yards and suddenly thought it would be great if they could open another door between the new and old yards. Chue led Daniu toward the old yard. The 2 small wolf pups, who hadn't been seen all morning, somehow appeared out of nowhere. They shook off the dust and followed behind Chue. Meanwhile, the little squirrel Xiaokai also scampered out, acting like a parent, chasing away the 2 wolf pups and chirping loudly. Xiaokai, are you taking Tuanchuan and Yuanyuan out to play again? Chue said to Xiaokai. The slightly bigger puppy now looked much larger than Xiaokai, but as long as Xiaokai was around, the 2 wolf pups behaved like good dogs. This made Chue, who was originally very cautious, feel much more at ease. Daniu, go and check the eggs. Chue handed the small basket to Daniu. She found a broken basket, filled it with some dry grass, and threw the 2 semi-grown rabbits inside. Seeing how fragile the basket looked, she was worried the rabbits might jump out and run away. So she tied their legs with 2 thin ropes and added some tender grass inside the basket before settling the rabbits in. When I looked back at the young girl, I saw her skillfully holding a basket of eggs in one hand and feeling around the chicken coop with the other. She easily found an egg, placed it in the basket, and kept searching, like an explorer on a treasure hunt. Each time she found an egg, She would happily count which one it was.
Mom.
Today we laid 22 eggs in total, the girl said excitedly, lifting her full little basket high after circling the chicken coop. Today's eggs are really many. Good girl, big girl, Chuer said with a smile, patting her head. She reached out to take the basket from her. What would you like to eat today? Today, I want to eat scrambled eggs with chives, the girl cheerfully announced, then giggled happily. Okay, we'll have scrambled eggs with chives, Chuer replied with a gentle smile. She looked at the eggs in the basket. Now their hens were laying more and more eggs. Initially just 4 or 5 a day, now over 20. Their family couldn't even eat them all. Fortunately, the village often held celebrations, and when giving gifts, they used to give fabric or other items. Now, they mostly gave eggs, which saved the hosts from buying them and helped Chuer sell the excess. This made her feel much more at ease. Mom, do you think we should buy a cow? The girl asked suddenly, after walking a few steps and then turning back. A cow? Why do you want to buy a cow, big girl?
Kuya wondered.
She had thought about buying a cow before, as it would make going out easier. But she was surprised that such a young girl was thinking about buying a cow. Daddy carried a big bundle of grass up the mountain. If we had a cow, it could carry the grass and Daddy wouldn't have to work so hard. The girl lowered her head slightly, her voice growing quieter until it was almost a whisper. Though she spoke softly, Chuer still heard her. She thought, is big girl worried that Daddy is tired and wants to help him? Seeing her like this, Chuer felt both heartache and tenderness. It was heartbreaking that such a young child already knew how to care for others, and she was so filial despite not being her biological daughter. All right, let's go tell Daddy we want to buy a cow, Chuer said with a smile, watching her face light up with joy. She felt a deep tenderness for this child, who was so precious.
What?
You want to buy a cow? Qingshan just came out of the new yard and heard his mother talking. He smiled and asked, Yes, let's buy a cow and a cart. It will make going out easier for us. Chuer nodded and then looked at Qingshan with a mysterious smile. Plus, my daughter said that Dad is too tired. With a cow, he won't have to carry hay bundles back himself. Wow, did my daughter really say that? Qingshan asked happily when he heard Chuer. Seeing her smile and nod, he excitedly hugged his big girl, tossing her playfully.
Wow.
Ha ha ha. The big girl loved this game the most. She was thrown into the air by Qingshan, laughing happily. Little Tiger ran over, kicking his legs to see, then hugged Qingshan's leg, wanting to fly too. The next morning, Qingshan got up early. It was market day in town. He took Chuer, some baked flatbreads, and 10 taels of silver to buy a cow and a cart. Also with him was Uncle Lu, a skilled animal handler, who was helping carry the load. Chuer stayed at home with the big girl and little Tiger, watching the children play. She was busy too, checking if her big jar of fermented beans had grown mold, sewing a few stitches on winter clothes for the kids. But her mind kept jumping like a rabbit, unable to relax. After a while of fussing, Chuer gave up her sewing and took the big girl and little Tiger outside to play. She sat in the dirt, drawing and imagining how to connect their 2 yards. At noon, they heard shouting from the foot of the mountain. Chuer quickly opened the door and ran out. She saw Qingshan sitting in a shiny new ox cart, waving a small black whip as he headed back. Qingshan, Chuer stood at the gate, waving vigorously at him from afar. Hey, Chuer, I'm back. Qingshan smiled and waved. I bought the ox cart. Good, come up quickly, Chuer shouted, watching the ox pulling the cart. The ox looked young, probably just a year or 2 old, with curved horns and slow steps. It was leisurely pulling the cart along the mountain trail. Its fur was shiny, maybe not as beautiful as the lucky ones, but it still shimmered like gold. Chuer, I'm back. Chuer was lost in thought when Lian Qingshan, who was pulling an ox cart, approached her. Look at this little ox, isn't it nice? We happened to meet it when we went to town. It's just a 1-year-old calf, with a full set of cart equipment, and it only costs 7 taels and 5 qian of silver, he said happily to Chuer. That's really cheap. Chuer looked at the cart with shining eyes, feeling a bit dreamy and unreal. In this ancient time, the ox cart was like a modern car. Could she really buy one so quickly? Hee hee, I think it's cheap too. From now on, our family will have a cart. Lian Qingshan chuckled and suddenly hugged Chuer, placing her on the ox cart. Chuer shouted in surprise. When she came to her senses, she found herself on the cart, and her initial shock was quickly replaced by excitement. Lian Qingshan didn't stop there. He also helped the big girl and little tiger onto the cart. He then closed the gate of the new yard and took his family of 4 to wander along the winding mountain path into the woods. Inside a yard, Zhao Kai, along with 2 little wolves, saw the new scenery and rushed out, following the cart, jumping and barking happily, full of excitement. Sunlight filtered through the green leaves, shining down on the lively little yellow ox pulling the cart. The family sat inside, singing songs. Zhao Kai sat on the ox's head, while the family enjoyed a joyful outing together. Lian Qingshan drove the ox cart, leading Chuer and the 2 children through the winding mountain paths. They traveled quite a distance, passing through many places Chuer had never heard of before.
Kuya, look.
In that forest ahead, there are many fruit trees, peach and apricot trees. When we went up the mountain earlier, they weren't ripe yet. I wonder how they look now, Lian Qingshan said, sitting on the cart and pointing with his whip toward a forest on the hillside. Chuer looked in the direction he pointed. Among the green trees, she could see occasional hints of light pink and orange-yellow, which made her feel excited and curious. She stretched her neck to look toward the forest and asked doubtfully, "Why didn't you tell me about this before?" Hee, I wanted to bring the fruit to you first. Lian Qingshan chuckled, a bit shy. Although Qingshan didn't say everything clearly, Chuer understood his meaning. He was waiting for the peaches to ripen so he could surprise himself with a gift. Qingshan, let's go. Let's hurry and see, Chuer said happily, urging Qingshan to go up the mountain quickly. When the big girl and little tiger heard about peaches, their faces showed longing, and they eagerly encouraged him. Okay, Qingshan shouted cheerfully, driving the ox cart down the mountain toward the peach trees. The new ox at home was strong and lively, and it moved quickly when it heard Qingshan's commands. When they reached the foot of the mountain, the ox cart couldn't go further. The gentle slope below the house was manageable for the ox, but the steep, 45-degree slope with fruit trees was too much for it. Let's tie the ox here and go up the mountain to look around, Qingshan said. He tied the ox to a tree at the foot of the mountain, then casually pulled a few blades of grass and placed them in front of the ox. He then carried little tiger in his arms and held Chuer's hand as they headed up the mountain. Qingshan tightly held Chuer's hand with one hand, while with the other, he held Big Girl's hand. The family of 4 walked together up the mountain. The mountain wasn't very steep because many trees grew there, making the path easier to walk. However, the fruit trees were of various shapes and heights, mixed together. The fruits on the trees were also different. Some peaches looked as big as Chuer's fist, pink and shiny, sweet and fragrant, very tempting. Others were just slightly larger than a thumb, fuzzy, dry, and looked very sour. Qingshan, these peaches look really good, Chuer said, looking at the tallest and prettiest peach tree nearby. The peaches on it ranged from greenish-white to reddish-white, each like a chubby little doll, very adorable. But the tree was very tall. Chuer had to stand on tiptoe to reach the lowest branches, and she couldn't even reach a single peach.
Dad.
I want one. Little Tiger excitedly stretched his little arms, trying to jump up, but he couldn't even reach Chuer's thigh, let alone get a peach from the tree. Big Girl looked at the pink peaches with anticipation, her eyes shining brightly. She seemed eager to pick and eat the peaches right away. If I remember correctly, the peaches on this tree look good and taste delicious. Lian Qingshan stretched out his arm, picked a peach from a lower branch, wiped it on his clothes a couple of times, and then handed it to Chuer. This peach has quite a lot of fuzz. Wipe it off before you eat it. Chuer took the tender, pinkish peach, about the size of a fist, carefully wiped it clean with her handkerchief, then split it in half. She shared the crunchy, juicy peach with Dinyo and Xiaohu. Both of them held their halves, bit into them eagerly, and didn't notice the juice on their faces, smiling happily. When they split the peach, a sweet, fresh aroma spread out, making Chuer feel her saliva quickly flow. She wished she could enjoy 2 peaches just like Denyo and Xiaohu. Compared to modern times, where fruits are available all year round, the food in ancient times was very scarce. Since arriving here, Chuer had only eaten a few pieces of fruit, all brought by kind women from their families. Now, seeing the full peach tree, she couldn't hold back. Chuer, come. Seeing Chuer also eager to eat, Lian Qingshan quickly picked a nearly ripe peach and handed it to her. He watched as Chuer quickly wiped off the fuzz, then took a big bite with a satisfied smile that seemed to glow, making her feel even happier than eating the peach. Qingshan, you should eat too. Chuer ate half of the peach in a few bites, then looked up to see that Lian Qingshan was just watching her with a gentle smile, not eating. Feeling a bit shy, she pushed him gently and said, "Yes, okay." Lian Qingshan took the half-eaten peach from Chuer and naturally put it in his mouth to bite. "Why did you eat that? There are so many on the tree." Chuer's face suddenly turned hot. She just ate that piece, and he put it in his mouth so naturally. It felt like an indirect kiss. The more Chuer thought about it, the more shy she felt, her face burning. But her heart was filled with a sweet feeling, even sweeter than the big peach she just ate. "Chuer, come, try this one." Lian Qingshan finished the previous peach quickly, reached up, climbed the big peach tree, and picked 4 or 5 more peaches from the branches. They were all pink and fragrant. "We can't eat so much right now. Let's take some home and eat slowly." Chuer looked at the many plum peaches and felt very happy. She wished she didn't have to eat any more and could just enjoy the sweet peaches. "Okay, I agree." Lian Qingshan nodded. Seeing that all the peaches on the fully ripe tree had been picked, he walked over to the side, climbed the tree quickly, and picked the ripe peaches. He then threw them down to Chuer standing below. "Qingshan, is this mountain ours? I've never heard you mention it," Chuer asked as she caught the peaches. "Although the mountain is steep, the fruit growing there is quite good. If it were our land, we could cut down the less healthy trees and create a small orchard. Even if we couldn't sell the fruit for a lot of money, it would at least provide some treats for our family." "This mountain seems to have no owner," Lian Qingshan said thoughtfully after thinking for a moment. "I've never heard of anyone buying this land." Suddenly, Lian Qingshan seemed to remember something funny, and a smile appeared on his face. "When I was little, I was mischievous and ran around everywhere. I only found out about this fruit-filled place then. Many of the older boys in the village didn't even know about it. I used to be quite greedy and only took my friends Qinghe and Fengshou here. Others didn't come." "Really? Tell me more about your childhood. What fun things did you do?" Chuer watched the slight pride and embarrassment on Lian Qingshan's face. She found it amusing and eagerly asked him about his childhood stories. While picking peaches and apricots, Lian Qingshan shared stories of climbing the mountain to pick fruit and fishing in the river. Whether because his childhood memories were very vivid or because Chuer listened with great interest, his stories flowed easily, and their laughter never stopped. "Spit, spit. Mom, these apricots are so sour. How can you eat them?" Little Tiger watched Chuer eat several apricots and then took a bright yellow apricot himself. As soon as he bit into it and left a mark with his teeth, he spat out several mouthfuls of saliva. The apricot was fragrant and crispy, but it was just too sour. Little Tiger's face scrunched up in disgust. "Is it sour?" Chuer blinked and didn't think the apricot was that sour. "It tastes pretty good and is quite refreshing." Chuer said this and then put the slightly greenish apricot in her mouth and took a bite, chewing happily. Seeing Chuer enjoy eating the apricot, Lian Qingshan felt a sour taste rising from his gums. Having grown up playing on this mountain, he knew how sour the green apricots could be. The sourness made his hairs stand on end, and he felt a wave of acidity spreading from his back.
"Chuer, stop eating.
"These apricots are too sour. You'll ruin your teeth," Lian Qingshan said, watching Chuer quickly finish the apricot and feeling unable to hold back. Chuer initially thought it was nothing, but since Lian Qingshan had spoken, she stopped. As she threw away the pit, she looked down at the spot where she had been standing. To her surprise, there were about 10 apricot pits on the ground. She had been eating and listening at the same time and had accidentally eaten so many apricots. "All right, I won't eat anymore," Chuer said with a smile, pondering why she suddenly could eat so many sour things. As she thought, she remembered that her period hadn't come yet. Could that be the reason? Before she could think further, she suddenly felt her teeth not quite right. They felt soft and numb, as if they had disappeared. She opened her eyes wide in shock. "Oh no, my teeth are so soft. I have no strength at all," Chuer said with a mix of laughter and worry. "It seems I ate too many apricots and made my teeth sour." While saying this, her speech became unclear. She no longer cared about her previous thoughts and kept clutching her teeth, crying out in pain. This made Lian Qingshan nervous and eager to carry Chuer to see a doctor. Big Girl and Little Tiger, knowing their mother was just being greedy and had eaten too much, covered their mouths and giggled secretly. Although Chuer had her teeth hurt from eating apricots, she didn't feel discouraged. She followed Lian Qingshan, along with Big Girl and Little Tiger, and they picked more peaches and apricots, piling them onto the ox cart. Satisfied, they went home. Once home, Chuer's sore teeth felt much better. She quickly cleaned the peaches and apricots, placing them in baskets, and divided portions for familiar families. Then she thought about the large forest filled with fruit trees, wondering if she could buy it for herself. "Qingshan, that mountain with the peach trees, can we buy it?" After Lian Qingshan finished settling the new cows and cart in the old courtyard, Chuer happily looked at him and asked. "That mountain forest should be unclaimed. Chuer likes peach trees, so she wants to pick some. There are no owners, right?" Lian Qingshan turned to see Chuer's bright eyes looking at him with clear longing. His heart softened, and he changed the topic. "If Chuer likes it, I'll ask the village chief. If that forest really has no owner, we can buy it." "That's great," Chuer cheered excitedly. She thought about how, besides their current mountain, there would be a large forest full of peach and apricot trees. She couldn't help feeling thrilled, wishing she could own those mountains right away. She softly begged, "Qingshan, can we go ask about it tomorrow?" Lian Qingshan, used to Chuer's gentle side, found her excited, girl-like expression quite refreshing. Her soft plea made his heart feel warm, and he wished he could agree immediately. "Don't worry, Chuer. After dinner, I'll go ask the village chief. You're so kind, Qingshan." Chuer became even more excited, eager to get the land deed for the forest. She thought about all the fruit trees on the mountain and felt her mouth watering. "Chuer, make sure to organize the family's silver carefully. The forest isn't expensive, but it still costs silver to buy. Mountain land isn't like good farmland. It costs about 1 or 2 silver coins per acre. Near those fruit trees, there are at least 10 acres, so it will cost quite a lot. Okay, I'll count the silver again. I'll see how much we can buy." Chuer smiled happily at the thought of owning that mountain land. She quickly packed the peaches and apricots, forgot to deliver them personally to Aunt Lu and others, and instead placed the fruit in a shady spot in the kitchen before rushing inside to count the silver. Chuer's family earned a lot from selling tea leaves, but they spent it on building houses, buying tools, and buying cows and carts. Not much silver was left. Chuer looked at the remaining 50 taels in the money box and sighed softly. The money was hard to save. Autumn was approaching. After the harvest of their tea, they might get 1 or 2 more crops, but after that, until next spring, the family would have no income. She wondered what they would do then. "It seems I need to find other ways to make money at home." Once I had this idea, my mind was filled with inspiration, like shrimp freshly pulled from the water, lively and full of energy, jumping out eagerly. Chuer was thinking about buying mountain land and earning money. She kept dreaming of buying the mountain with peach trees. She pulled Lian Qingshan into her plans, talking about how to transform the forest, maybe set aside some land for fruit trees, some for tea trees, and even learn from Li Tu village to plant chestnuts and walnuts so they could sell these dried goods in autumn. Lian Qingshan watched Chuer, so excited, and started thinking too. The wealth of Li Tu village was well known nearby. Since Li Tu village got rich from mountain products, Lian Qingshan believed their mountain village could do the same. After hearing Chui's plans, Lian Qingshan felt very interested. They brainstormed many good ideas for making use of the mountain. He felt restless, like grass growing in his heart. Looking at the sky outside, he decided to visit the village head first. Now? Right now. Chui's eyes lit up. She took out about 2 taels of silver from her money box and handed it to Lian Qingshan. Buying land and such things need the village head's help. Take some silver to buy a few things for the village head's family. Lian Qingshan looked at the silver in his hand, a bit amused. Their mountain village didn't even have a small shop selling oil or condiments. Where could he buy good things to give the village head? Oh, I forgot myself when I got excited, Chui said, noticing Lian Qingshan staring at the silver. She suddenly remembered she needed to buy something. The nearest place was the town. She patted her head and shook her head. Let's take some eggs and a piece of cloth. Those are affordable and useful. After saying this, Chui went to the cabinet to pick out a piece of cloth to give to the village head and discussed with Denyo how many eggs to take. She wanted to teach Denyo about social exchanges, and also because she had promised that the eggs were raised by Denyo and he should distribute them. Fortunately, Denyo was sensible. He obediently followed Chui, carrying a basket of eggs. Soon, Chui finished preparing everything: a piece of blue cotton cloth, 20 eggs from her own hens, and a basket of fruits picked from the mountain, ready to bring to Lian Qingshan. In the village, asking for favors with gifts is definitely a good idea. The blue cotton fabric, though plain, is of good quality. Making new clothes for the village chief and his wife with this fabric is enough. Take these to the village chief's house and talk to him about the land we want to buy. I'll give these fruits to Aunt Lu and her family to try, Chui said as she prepared the gifts, handed them to Lian Qingshan and reminded him to go early and return soon. She watched him leave. Once Lian Qingshan was far away, Chui turned around, put the fruits she picked into a basket, held Shiau with one hand, carried the basket with the other, and took the children visiting neighbors. Lian Qingshan arrived at the village chief's house with the gifts. They greeted him warmly and invited him inside. After Lian Qingshan explained about buying the land, the village chief stroked his beard and thought for a long time before speaking. Uncle Gio knows that you earned some silver while serving in the army, but now you're healing, getting married, and building a house. Even if you have a lot of money, it can't be spent recklessly. The land you're talking about only has some fruit trees, and in past years, the fruits were picked freely. You could take them without paying. Why do you want to spend money to buy land? Uncle Gio. Lian Qingshan didn't expect the village chief to speak so honestly. His throat felt dry, and his eyes warmed up. He was a bit speechless. No one had cared for him like this in a long time, like a father. His heart was not calm. After calming down for a while, he finally spoke. Uncle Gio, I remember your kindness. I didn't buy this mountain to waste money. I want to use the little money I have now to build a family business, Lian Qingshan said slowly. He thought for a moment and shared some ideas he and Chui had discussed about making money at home. Of course, he didn't tell everything, just that they planned to plant chestnuts like in Shueli 2 village and, through his connection with manager Qian, to transport the fruits out of the mountains. Although it was a quick idea, Chui and Lian Qingshan, both knowledgeable, had thought it through carefully. With the village chief's experience, the plan to grow fruit trees and sell mountain products was almost ready. If that's the case, our entire Househan village could prosper. Even though he considered himself knowledgeable, village chief Lian Jushu was also excited when he heard Qingshan's idea. Because Hoshan village is in a remote area with many mountains and little land, it is not as wealthy as other villages. A few years ago, many young men were drafted to fight in the war, leaving only half of the young people behind, making the village even poorer. As the village chief, Lian Jushu was naturally worried. He had little education and limited experience, so he couldn't think of many ways to help the village. He even considered learning to grow chestnuts from Li 2 village, but gave up because there was nowhere to sell them. Now, Qingshan's words seemed like a refreshing rain to Lian Jushu's long dry heart. His eyes, which had lost their sparkle, filled with tears of excitement. He tightly grabbed Qingshan's hand and said, "Qingshan, if you can make this chestnut project successful and help all the men, women, and children in our village live better lives, I promise, not only the 10 acres of mountain with peach trees, but also the hundreds of acres of mountains near our village. If you want, I will help you get them all." "Jushu, I will do my best." Qingshan looked at the excited village chief and felt his own heart swell with hope. He was thinking that someday, after achieving success, he could bring benefits to his hometown. This felt like a real opportunity.
Good.
The mountain peaks here are unclaimed. You can pick any you like, Qingshan. Come to my house tomorrow, and I will take you to town to handle the paperwork, the village chief said excitedly, his beard twitching, his face full of wrinkles that seemed to loosen. He imagined the village becoming rich soon and felt proud. "There's no need to trouble you to drive me, old sir. I bought a set of ox carts today. I will bring them back tomorrow morning, and then I will take you to town," Qingshan said, still feeling excited. He took a deep breath and saluted the village chief. "Already bought a cart? Amazing! Wonderful!" the old village chief exclaimed in surprise. He looked at the strong Qingshan, who was now taller than his shoulders. He remembered a little boy who used to be shorter than him, but now he was taller and had a wife and children, someone capable of handling big things. Thinking of this, the old village chief felt very proud. Lian Qingshan was leaving the village chief's house when Chuer had already visited Lu Dama, Chunju's aunt In Huan, and Qing He's homes. Everyone was amazed to see large peaches the size of fists growing in the mountains. They marveled, saying that in the past, the biggest fruit they saw was about the size of an apricot, so these peaches were truly impressive, thanks to Chuer. They happened to meet at the village entrance, exchanged smiles, and Lian Qingshan took the small tiger Chuer was holding. "Have you given out all the fruits?" "Yes, all given out," Chuer replied. Because they had been chatting happily, her smile and blush were still very noticeable. With her fair skin, she looked like a ripe peach just picked from the tree, which made Lian Qingshan feel a warm glow in his heart. "How about going to the village chief's house? Your husband and I will handle it, of course." Lian Qingshan recounted what happened at the village chief's house. When he described the village chief's excited expression, he also became excited, eager to get the land deed done immediately and plant fruit trees on the mountain, waiting for the harvest next fall. "Really?" Chuea was excited to see Lian Qingshan so enthusiastic. "We can do the chestnut business. When we go up the mountain, we should look around for other good varieties of fruit trees or dried goods. It takes several years for chestnut trees to grow big enough, so we need to think about something that can bring us profit sooner. What if we transplant some trees from our tea mountain?" Lian Qingshan suddenly suggested, noticing the teapot and cups on the table. "Great idea." Chuer's eyes lit up. "The tea trees on our tea mountain are good. If we can transplant them outside, we could earn more money from tea picking and selling. Just thinking about earning several taels of silver per jean of tea makes everything seem bright." But she hesitated, frowning slightly. "Our tea trees on the mountain survive because of the hot spring water. I wonder if they can withstand the cold and heavy snow in winter after being transplanted." "I don't know," Lian Qingshan admitted. "But we can try. We can transplant some seedlings. And those tea trees can be grown from seeds too. We can plant some like crops. If they grow well, that's great. If not, it's just a loss of seeds," he said encouragingly, seeing Chuer's mixed feelings. "No matter what, first we need to take over that mountain land, then we can tidy it up properly. Next year, even if we can't grow anything on the mountain, we still have tea from the tea hills." Thinking this way, Chuer felt relaxed and her brow eased up. "Exactly, even if there's no harvest from the mountain, your husband and I still have good skills. We can wander around the mountain, hunt some game, and then we'll have meat to eat and fur clothes to wear, right?" Lian Qingshan looked at Chuer, noticing her relaxed expression, and felt happy. "Mom, big girl can raise chickens and pigs to earn money for the family." Daniu, hearing the conversation between Lian Qingshan and his wife, turned around proudly, puffing out her small chest. "Good. It looks like our Daniu can do it." Chuer saw Daniu's proud look and couldn't help but hug her tightly, giving her a big kiss.
Seeing Hershai's smil, Kuiatsjoket softly.
That night, the Lian family studied the nearby hills by candlelight. They discussed where their own mountain was, what was on the neighboring hills, and Qingshan knew the details well. In the end, they decided that if the price of the hills was too high, they would only buy the 2 hills with fruit trees. If the prices were reasonable, they would buy all the nearby land, including about 10 acres of mountain land with fruit trees and a large valley of about 3 or 4 acres. In total, they would buy over 10 acres of land. If we buy all that land, from our house looking south, the entire mountain range will be ours. The Lian family stood at their door, looking south with excitement. The next morning, early, Qingshan took Chuer and the 40 taels of silver they prepared, and with excited hearts, they hitched a ox cart to go to town with village chief Lian Jushu. This 40 taels of silver was almost the biggest amount of money they had besides the 200 taels they kept as savings. Chuer only left about 10 taels at home, planning to store food and vegetables for winter and for emergencies. Not to mention how Lian Qingshan negotiated with Lian Jushu in town to buy the land and handle the paperwork, how they managed to get the unclaimed mountain land at a low price, or how they transferred the ownership of nearly 20 acres of mountain land into their name. When Lian Qingshan returned home with the land deed, he was stunned by what he saw, an unexpected scene that left him speechless. Let's go back to early morning. After Lian Qingshan took the ox cart to town, Chuer helped him prepare breakfast. After seeing him off, Chuer felt like there was a heavy stone in her heart. She couldn't go up or down easily. She could only finish all the chores at home, both inside and outside. Staying busy helped her feel a bit better. But don't think Chuer is the type to forget her worries easily. These 10 or so acres of mountain land are not just about a few dozen taels of silver. From this land, Chuer sees a brighter future for the mountain village. If her tea trees grow well and she can master her special tea frying technique, endless money will flow in. When Dinyo and Shiau woke up and the family finished breakfast, Chuer felt like her heart was overgrown with weeds. She needed to go out for a walk to relax. Without overthinking, she took Dinyo and Shiau, carrying a basket and a sickle for cutting grass, and headed up the mountain. There are many places in this mountain valley that Chuer hasn't visited before. Yesterday, after listening carefully to Lian Qingshan talk about the wild beauty of the mountains, she decided to go to a nearby hill that was said to be full of wildflowers. When Chuer finally reached the halfway point and saw the large clusters of wild roses of different colors, her heart nearly jumped out of her chest. In front of her was a small valley, just over an acre wide, filled with waist-high wild rose bushes. Some were bright red, others shy pink, and some clear white. They were packed together in bunches, looking like a natural rose garden. Wow, this is so beautiful, Chuer couldn't help but praise. Seeing the delicate, blooming wild roses, she felt this place was too lovely and romantic. She trembled with excitement. Mom, what kind of flowers are these? They're so pretty. Dinyo didn't hesitate. Seeing such a large patch of beautiful flowers, she rushed forward immediately. Be careful, those flowers of thorns. Chuer quickly stepped ahead and held Dinyo back. She pointed to the nearest cluster of wild roses and carefully explained that the branches had thorns. After hearing this, Dinyo nodded seriously and then flew, like a swallow, into the flower bushes. Mom, the flowers smell so nice. Can we make something tasty with them? After seeing the flowers, Shiau was also pleasantly surprised. Unlike the pretty girl who loved beauty, Shiau thought the flowers smelled very nice. If they could be made into tasty food, that would be perfect. Delicious? Chuer was surprised when she heard this. After thinking for a moment, she realized they could use these wild roses to make flower jam. When they made dumplings or pastries, the flavor would be very good. Yes, let's pick some flowers to bring home. Tonight, Mother will make something tasty for you all. She then started picking flowers with Shiau, carefully plucking the tender petals and placing them into a basket. Soon the basket was full. Chuer was thinking about making rose-filled pastries. She was no longer worried about the land purchase with Lian Qingshan. She returned home with the tired children, washed the petals, and mashed half of them with sugar to make filling. She also mixed flour and oil into a flaky pastry dough, rolled it thin, filled it with the rose jam, and cooked the pastries on a low flame until they were done. The other half of the petals was spread out in layers on a basket, bright red, and drying in the yard. When Lian Qingshan returned home, he saw Cui and the children in the yard, surrounded by bright red flower petals. He happily pulled out the land deed from his pocket and rushed to Cui. Cui, look what I brought back for you. Land deed. Cui looked at Lian Qingshan's happy face. Her eyes lit up. After he nodded, she couldn't help but throw herself into his arms, cheering loudly. Qingshan, that's amazing. We'll be little landowners now. Yes, Cui, you'll be the wife of a landowner with 25 acres of mountain land, Lian Qingshan said happily. Really? That much? Cui's eyes shone even brighter when she heard the size of the land. She asked as she opened the deed, which clearly showed 21 acres. Adding the 4 acres of mountain land they already had, her heart was about to fly with excitement. How much silver did this land cost? Cui asked eagerly. Together with inviting the village officer for drinks and buying the land, it cost 35 taels of silver. I also gave the village chief 1 tael as a thank you for helping us, Lian Qingshan explained. They had discussed the price beforehand and agreed it was acceptable. However, the extra money given to the village chief was not mentioned to Cui before, so now he felt a little nervous about revealing it. It should be like this. The village chief helped us a lot, so we should give him some small thank you gift. Cui smiled when she heard this, looking very relaxed, which made Lian Qingshan feel relieved. Cui lowered her head and carefully looked at the land deed again. Seeing the big red stamp on the thin paper, she felt so happy she almost wanted to fly. Cui, I also bought some meat. Let's make dumplings for dinner tonight. Lian Qingshan grinned happily. Since buying the mountain, he hadn't stopped smiling. Okay, let's make dumplings, Cui nodded. She looked towards the mountain to the south of their home, feeling very excited. Soon, those mountains would belong to them. She truly felt like a landowner's wife. Lian Qingshan brought back the land deed for their 21 acres of mountain land from town, along with a large piece of fresh pork. Cui was so happy, she couldn't stop smiling. She agreed to Lian Qingshan's request and started making dumplings. She scooped water and kneaded the dough. Since they had bought land, Cui was very pleased. This time, she used finely milled white flour without any mixed grains. She kneaded enough dough for half a basin, covered it with a clean damp cloth, and went to prepare the filling. Dumplings have been around for a long time, and their fillings are endless. Not only do different regions have different styles, but even in this remote mountain village of Heishan, there are at least a dozen varieties of dumpling fillings. The vegetables used for fillings are diverse. Common ones like green onions and cabbage, as well as carrots, both green and red, and even sweet radishes. Cucumber, winter melon, gourd, and zucchini are mild in flavor and take on the taste of the seasonings added. More flavorful ingredients include eggplant, chili peppers, and tomatoes, which are juicy and tender. Stronger tasting greens like chives, celery, and cilantro are also popular for fillings. Vegetarian dumplings, egg and vegetable dumplings, and meat-filled dumplings are all common. As a family, they naturally prefer meat-filled ones. Among the vegetables, Cui has always loved celery and pickled vegetables most. Since there's no pickled vegetables here, she prefers making dumplings with celery filling. The children, for some reason, grew fond of celery dumplings after eating them a few times, especially because of their fresh, slightly grassy aroma. Lian Qingshan feels the same. So, Cui decided to make celery dumplings for this batch. Fresh, fragrant celery is pulled from the ground, tender and water-rich. After cleaning off the dirt from the roots and briefly rinsing it, it can be chopped into filling. Lian Qingshan has strong arms and follows Cui into the kitchen to chop meat for the filling. Cui is cutting bright green celery while Lian Qingshan is chopping the fresh, pinkish, tender meat. They don't follow the polite saying about avoiding the kitchen. Instead, they shoulder each other and busy themselves happily in the small kitchen, creating a warm and sweet feeling. In no time, the filling is ready. Adding oil, salt, soy sauce, and chopped scallions and ginger, they also beat in an egg to make the filling soft and smooth. Lian Qingshan asks Chuer to prepare the dough while he vigorously stirs the meat filling. Soon, the filling becomes firm and well-mixed. Here, I'll roll the wrappers. You can start wrapping, Lian Qingshan says, smelling the delicious aroma of the filling. His stomach growls loudly. He wishes he could eat the dumplings right now. Seeing Chuer holding a ball of dough, he quickly washes his hands and uses his childhood skills to roll the wrappers. Chuer watches in amazement as Lian Qingshan's large hands roll out evenly thin and round dumpling skins. She finds it very impressive. Qingshan, you can even roll dumpling wrappers? He chuckles. Hey. When I was a kid, it was just my brother and me at home. If I didn't help Mom with chores, she'd be exhausted, right? He laughs as he remembers how awkward he was when helping his mother fold dumplings. Feeling proud, Lian Qingshan's stomach suddenly growls loudly. Wow, you're hungry, huh? Did you skip lunch? Chuer notices his stomach and looks at the time. It's already afternoon, so if he didn't eat lunch, he must be very hungry now. Come on, try this. Made with roses I picked from the mountain. Chuer quickly takes out some snacks she made at noon and feeds them to Lian Qingshan. Watching him chew and swallow eagerly, she knows he's hungry. Why didn't you say you were hungry? Making some noodle dumpling soup or something doesn't take much effort. You shouldn't be so hungry. Chuer frowns and scolds gently. You should take better care of yourself. He chuckles. Hee. I was in such a hurry to come back that I forgot. Lian Qingshan ate 2 rose-filled pastries, which finally satisfied his hunger. He thought Chuer looked adorable with her worried frown, and he chuckled at her. What filling did you say these pastries have? They taste really fresh, he asked. Usually, Lian Qingshan didn't like sweets much, but he ate 2 pieces of the rose cake because he was very hungry. Once his stomach wasn't so empty, he licked his lips and thought the flavor was pretty good. It's made from wild roses. Eating it gives you that fresh feeling, Chuer said, noticing that Lian Qingshan seemed to like it. She reached for another piece. Want another one? No, let's hurry and make dumplings. Nothing beats dumplings. Lian Qingshan shook his head quickly. The delicious aroma of the dumplings made him forget about other snacks. Okay, let's make dumplings. Chuer knew Lian Qingshan was hungry, so she worked faster than before. She used a small spoon to scoop filling onto the dough she had rolled out, quickly pinching many pleats to seal each dumpling. In no time, she had made a batch. Chuer was skillful. Each dumpling she made was round and shiny, looking like little gold ingots. Very pretty. Lian Qingshan watched her happily while rolling out more dough, and they worked together quickly. Your dough is really good, Chuer said, holding the smooth, perfectly thin dumpling wrapper she had just made. Hee. Lian Qingshan smiled silently, his hands moving even faster. Soon, Chuer had packed a large steaming tray of dumplings. Lian Qingshan was rolling out more dough, while Chuer lit the fire in the stove, cleaned the pot, added water, and then returned to making dumplings. When the water boiled, she dropped the first batch of dumplings into the pot. She used a large skimmer to stir the dumplings, making sure they didn't stick. Seeing they were ready, Chuer kept making more dumplings while watching the pot, working just as fast as Lian Qingshan. When the first batch was cooked, the aroma of celery dumplings filled the entire yard. The big girl and little tiger, who were playing outside, ran excitedly into the kitchen and stood there, not wanting to go out. Along with them came the little squirrel Zhaokai and 2 tiny wolf cubs, Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan. The whole family, both people and animals, were crowded into the kitchen. Although the original kitchen was quite spacious, now it felt a bit crowded. Big girl, take your brother to the living room. Mom will bring out the dumplings, Chuer called to her older daughter. The older girl was obedient and well-behaved. She gently coaxed the reluctant little tiger to walk to the living room, naturally grabbing Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan, who were circling around the stove. The dumplings are ready. Chuer saw the dumplings were cooked and quickly used a skimmer to take them out. She served them with garlic sauce and brought them to the table. The delicious aroma of celery dumplings spread through the room as Chuer moved around. Qingshan, come, let's eat. The first batch of dumplings wasn't enough for the whole family, but after Chuer took them out, she immediately started cooking the second batch. The dumplings were already floating, so they would be ready soon. Qingshan looked at the remaining dumpling wrappers and filling, hesitating whether to finish wrapping them or go eat first. Why hesitate? Once this pot is out, I'll go eat. We can make more wrappers and filling tonight, Chuer said with a smile, telling Qingshan to wash his hands. She watched the dumplings boil while wrapping another batch. When Chuer brought the second pot of dumplings to the table, she thought the first batch should be finished, but she saw they were still on the table, untouched. Big Girl, Little Tiger, and the wolf cub on the ground all stared at the dumplings with bright eyes, but no one moved. Why aren't you eating? Aren't you hungry? Chuer looked at the dumplings, which had started to stick together. She quickly clanged the plate to loosen them and placed the freshly cooked dumplings in front of Qingshan. Eat quickly. Mom, I want to eat too, Big Girl said to Chuer. Yes, our family will eat together. Qingshan reached out with chopsticks, picked a dumpling for Chuer to put in her bowl, and also picked one each for Big Girl and Little Tiger. Let's eat together. Okay, let's eat together. Chuer felt her eyes start to water. She quickly bit into a dumpling. The hot, soft dumpling was delicious, with a strong garlic aroma that warmed her from her mouth to her heart. Big Girl and Little Tiger saw their mother eat and happily helped themselves to dumplings, placing them into their bowls. Little Tiger was not very good with chopsticks, and since dumplings are hard to pick up, he simply didn't try to pick them up. Instead, he brought his small mouth close to the bowl, using chopsticks to poke at the food while biting and eating at the same time. Although Little Tiger's movements looked a bit awkward, he managed to get the food into his mouth. Chuer didn't laugh at him and let him eat until he was half full, then he could learn to use chopsticks properly. Chuer, your dumplings are really delicious, Lian Qingshan said after eating a big plate. He wiped his mouth and took a break before speaking. If you like it, eat more. Now is the time for lots of vegetables. If you want something, I'll make it for you. When winter comes, there won't be so many vegetables, and I won't be able to make them anymore. Chuer blushed a little from the compliment. It's okay. In a few days, I'll clear a part of the mountain land we bought recently. Then we can plant potatoes, cabbages, and other vegetables, so we'll have food to eat during winter, Lian Qingshan said happily. And I'll dig a cellar for vegetables. When autumn harvests come, we can store the leftover vegetables in the cellar. When it snows and freezes, the vegetables will last longer. Also, Lian Qingshan wanted to say more, but Chuer covered his mouth. And I've dried a lot of vegetables and plan to make more pickled vegetables and salted foods. We have chickens, pigs, and rabbits at home, and in winter, you'll bring back game from the traps. We won't have to worry about food, she said. You've had a long day, so eat well. Okay. Lian Qingshan felt his heart soften after Chuer's words. He knew she always saw his efforts for the family. Chuer cared deeply for him. He happily continued eating dumplings, feeling even more content inside than before. As the sun set, Lian Qingshan's family sat in the hall, eating dumplings and chatting happily. The pine trees outside the window and two little wolf cubs occasionally picked up food dropped from the table, enjoying their freedom. Outside the main gate of the Lian family's home, the vast mountain of over 20 acres shone beautifully in the sunset, marking the original foundation of the family. Ever since they bought this 20 acres of wasteland, life at home became much more lively. Every morning at dawn, Chuer and Lian Qingshan would take care of the chickens, pigs, and rabbits. After breakfast, the family would hop into the small ox cart and explore their hills. Lian Qingshan, Chuer, Daniu, and Shiau sat in the cart, walking east and west, carefully exploring each hill to understand their land. They then added simple notes to a hand-drawn map, marking which hills had hazelnut trees, which had chestnut trees, where fruit trees grew, and where the grass was thick. After 4 or 5 days, the family had explored most of the hills. Their 20 acres included 15 hills. Besides the small slope where they were building their house, there was Rose Valley and another slope full of wild fruit trees, both suitable for living. Among the 15 hills, 2 had many peach and apricot trees. 3 others were full of walnuts, chestnuts, and hazelnuts. The remaining hills were less special. Some were overgrown with wild grass, trees, or thorns, making them harder to use. We should tidy up the hills before winter comes. You collected tea tree seeds from the tea mountain, right? Let's try planting some tea trees. Lian, Qingshan, and Chuer sat on the Kong heated bed, looking at the drawn map of the hills. They compared their plans for the land, deciding what to do first and what to do later. Okay, let's plant tea trees. Lian Qingshan agreed with Chuer. Our fruit trees are just now bearing fruit, so we can't move them yet. We don't know which dried fruits taste good or bad. Let's first transplant some tea trees from the tea mountain. Exactly. The tea trees you moved are growing well. Since the weather is still good, we should transplant them now. By winter, they'll have rooted firmly. Lian Qingshan nodded repeatedly. We can also taste the peaches and other fruits now. Keep the good-tasting ones, and if some are really bad, we can cut them down and replant. Life feels promising, he said with a smile. There's no need to cut them down. I heard of a method where you connect a regular tree trunk to the branches of good-tasting fruit trees. By nurturing the ordinary trunk, the resulting fruit will have that delicious flavor. Chuer remembered grafting techniques from her past life and felt happier than ever, eager to try it right away. Is that really possible? Lian Qingshan thought about it carefully for a while, then nodded firmly. We'll try this after we finish the tea trees. There's still some time before autumn, so we can give it a shot. They decided to transplant the tea trees. The next morning, after breakfast, Chuer and Lian Qingshan took a cart of oxen up the mountain. Originally, it would have been faster if Lian Qingshan worked with Lian Qingxi, but since tea picking and processing are important sources of income for the Lian family, Chuer and Lian Qingshan hesitated to tell him. Instead, they took the children and went up the mountain themselves, working hard as a family. They had kept many tea seeds, but both Chuer and Lian Qingshan agreed that transplanting young tea plants would be more efficient. They carefully dug out the new shoots growing under the old tea trees, wrapped the roots in mud, and neatly placed each plant on the padded cloth on the ox cart. Qingshan, which mountain do you think is best to transplant these tea seedlings to? Chuer looked at the over 30 small seedlings already moved, but it seemed no mountain was overused or cleared. She couldn't help asking. Just put them on that sunny slope nearby. The surrounding mountains block harsh winter winds, so it shouldn't be too cold there. Lian Qingshan wiped the sweat from his forehead and replied. All right, I'll dig up the seedlings here, and you go prepare the land. Chuer looked at the cart full of tea plants, worried that if they stayed out of the soil too long, they might dry out. She couldn't help feeling anxious. Don't worry, take it easy. These dozens of seedlings won't take long to plant. Lian Qingshan laughed, confident. He didn't see this as a big task. Okay, I trust you. Seeing how sure he was, Chuer's initial worry eased. She watched as the young plants next to the old tea trees were almost all dug up. There were only about 40 seedlings in total. She sighed and said, there are still too few tea seedlings. Maybe I should go back and try planting some seeds to grow more. Okay, let's try. If that's the case, how many tea seedlings do we need? Lian Qingshan nodded repeatedly upon hearing this. He was also worried about the tea seedlings. All right. While speaking, Lian Qingshan had already dug up the last few tea seedlings and placed them on the cart. He looked at the sky, which was still early, and saw Denyo and Shiau who sweating from playing with Kai Kai. He then said to Chuer, Chuer, you take Denyo and Shiau who to wash up here. I'll finish planting the tea seedlings and come back to pick you up. Wash up here? Chuer was surprised and suddenly remembered the hot springs she had seen before. Although the weather was hot, soaking in warm water was very relaxing and enjoyable. When will you be busy enough to go alone? I think we should go together. When we come back, I'll help wash you and the kids first, then you can watch over me while I wash, Chuer said. She was excited at the thought of taking a hot bath in the spring soon. Okay, Lian Qingshan didn't want to be separated from his beautiful wife either, so he agreed easily. He called back Denyo and Shiau who were running wildly in the woods. The family of 4, plus 3 little pets, happily headed to the nearby hillside. When they reached the hillside, Chuer thought the place was very nice. She helped Lian Qingshan clear the land to plant tea. The hillside was originally covered with wild grass and small bushes. Lian Qingshan first had to dig out the small bushes and their roots, then pull out the weeds, and finally clear away the large stones before planting the tea. Chuer naturally didn't want Lian Qingshan to do all the work alone. While he cleared the small bushes and dug out the roots, Chuer gathered the debris and piled it nearby. Once the sun dried the materials, they could take them home for firewood. Dinyo, this mountain is dangerous. You need to help your mom take care of your little brother, okay? Chuer said while untangling the thorny vines from the small bushes. Mom, I want to help with the work too. Dinyo quickly looked up and earnestly said to Chuer, leaving behind the delicious black rice she had just eaten. Want to help with the work? Chuer looked at Dinyo's serious little face and couldn't help but smile. All right, I'll assign a task to Dinyo. What should I assign? Chuer didn't really want the 7 or 8-year-old child to do any work, but seeing the older girl so eager, she didn't want to dampen her enthusiasm. Big girl, come here. After I clear away the small trees and such, there are still quite a few stones on the ground. Your job is to help me gather these stones into a pile so we can use them later to surround the tea garden. Chuer noticed a few small stones on the ground and decided to assign her this task. Okay, I'll help Mom move the stones. The older girl was so happy to have a task, her face flushing with excitement. She quickly stood straight and walked over to Chuer, ready to start moving the stones without a word. Wait, big girl, there's one very important task you need to do. Chuer deliberately stretched out her voice, watching her eyes light up at the mention of an important task. She couldn't help but smile inside. Big girl's most important job is to help take care of her little brother and watch over Zhao Kai and Tuan Yuan Yuan. That way, Dad and Mom can focus on their work without worry. Do you understand? Yes, Mom. You can rest assured, the girl responded happily, as if eager to prove her words. She hurried over to the little tiger, who was eating nearby, reached out and grabbed him, then turned around with her brother to pick up stones. Big girl is really good, taking care of her little brother so well. Seeing this, Chuer nodded with satisfaction and turned to move some bushes aside. In the distance, Lian Qingshan was busy working on the land, digging and clearing. Behind him, a large patch of ground had already been dug up, with small bushes removed. His movements were swift, swinging his hoe as if he were wielding a weapon. His natural, rhythmic motions looked almost like a dance, pleasing to watch. While admiring Lian Qingshan's back, Chuer carefully tidied up the bushes he left behind. Meanwhile, the older girl happily led her brother, collecting stones. The girl was very pleased with this arrangement. Helping her parents clear the land and taking care of her brother made her feel proud. She ran around busily, acting lively and energetic, which seemed just right. The family of 4 worked for about an hour and managed to clear a space of about 30 to 40 square meters. They wiped the sweat from their foreheads, and Lian Qingshan took the water bowl Chuer handed him, tilting his head back to drink it all. Looking at this place, it seems enough, so I said to Chuer, you rest for a while. I'll tidy up here, and then we can plant the tea seedlings. Okay, you rest too. We should finish everything today, don't get too tired, Chuer replied while taking the water bowl. I know, don't worry, Lian Qingshan said with a chuckle. Then he picked up his hoe again and dug round holes about a foot deep in the ground. Chuer carried the seedlings down from the ox cart, placed them into the holes one by one, and carefully filled the soil around them. I'm not sure what fertilizer is best for these seedlings. I'll ask about it later, and once I know, we'll add some fertilizer. That should be enough, Lian Qingshan said as he dug 20 holes. When he looked back, he saw Chuer following closely behind him. Only 2 or 3 seedlings hadn't been planted yet. He felt happy seeing Chuer work so well. She could handle farm work and also knew how to make tea, which made him very pleased. All right, let's just water them today and add fertilizer later, Chuer said with a smile. Just as she was about to say more, she suddenly heard Shiau crying loudly. She was startled and rushed toward Dinyo and Shiau.
Wow.
Mom. Shiau sat on the ground, crying desperately, which made Chuer feel very distressed. Within about 10 meters, Chuer somehow ran almost instantly to them. Xiao, what's wrong? Did something bite you or scare you? Chuer saw Xiao crying so pitifully and was worried. She quickly picked him up from the ground, checked him from head to toe for any injuries.
Mom.
Xiao, feeling wronged, threw himself into Chuer's arms and cried so hard he was gasping for breath, which frightened Chuer. Don't be afraid, Mom is here. Chuer checked Xiao carefully and saw no injuries, so she relaxed. She then asked Dinyo, who was standing nearby, tears streaming down her face from fright. Dinyo, what happened? Yes, what's going on? Lian Qingshan came over, saw Dinyo looking panicked, and gently picked her up, patting her back and asking. I don't know. I just gave my brother a fruit, and he took a bite and started crying. Dinyo said, her tears flowing more fiercely, perhaps feeling that her parents had arrived, and she found her sense of security. The young girl was lying in Lian Qingshan's arms, sniffling and talking softly. Although her voice was a bit muffled, Lian Qingshan and his wife managed to understand what she was saying. Did he just bite into a fruit? Chuer turned Xiaohu's head to the side and gently pulled his mouth open. Why did Xiaohu cry after biting the fruit? Let me see. Chuer softly comforted Xiaohu, helping him open his mouth slightly. She saw faint traces of blood on his gums, probably from a scratch or from biting too hard while eating. Where is the fruit? Let me see what kind it is. It even hurt Xiaohu's gums. It's right here. The young girl, Dinyo, had calmed down after crying for a while. She looked at her mother and struggled to get down. She picked up a small, blue-green fruit about the size of a fist, which looked like an apple. Mom, it's this one. Dinyo sniffled and handed the fruit to Chuer. I saw it growing on the tree over there. Dad brought some home before. It's sweet and sour, really tasty. I gave some to Xiaohu. Chuer examined the fruit in her hand. It felt heavy and solid. She looked at the small apple-like fruit with tiny teeth marks on it. Underneath the marks, there were some light brown wooden bits, probably from the fruit's core. It seemed this was what hurt Xiaohu. She looked at the big tree on the hillside where Dinyo pointed, with green fruits hanging from its branches. She frowned, wondering what kind of fruit it was. Is this fruit grown on that tree? She asked.
Yes.
I was playing with Xiaohu under the tree just now and saw this fruit. I finally managed to pick one to give to my brother. I don't know why he cried after eating it. Dinyo said, feeling very upset. She had good intentions to share the fruit with her brother, but because she was small, she could only pick this one. She didn't even want to eat it herself, but she didn't expect Xiaohu to cry so hard. Dinyo, don't cry. I know you meant well to give your brother something tasty. Chuer understood what had happened. She looked at the fruit in her hand and guessed that Dinyo had mistaken this fruit for an apple and picked it for her brother, not realizing what kind it was. That's why Xiaohu got hurt. Xiaohu, don't cry anymore. Be careful when eating fruit. If you bite your teeth, it hurts and makes you cry like this. That's shy. Chuer gently comforted Xiaohu, who was crying nonstop in her arms, probably because of a toothache. Xiaohu kept crying, and Dinyo's tears wouldn't stop either. The two children's crying made Chuer feel busy and worried, but she could only softly soothe them. I looked at the fruit and wondered why it was so hard to bite. Lian Qingshan nearby also understood. He took the fruit from Chuer's hand and, with a little effort, tore off a large piece of the outer shell, revealing a small wooden part about the size of a fingernail. Is this a walnut? Lian Qingshan looked at the green shell fruit in his hand, bigger than Dinyo's fist, and said in surprise, Our mountain also has walnuts, but they're only half this size. Why is this walnut so big? Forget about the walnut, Chuer said, seeing Xiaohu crying so hard and Dinyo with tears and snot running down her face. At this point, Lian Qingshan didn't care about the walnuts anymore. His anger flared up, and he said sternly to Lian Qingshan, All right, let's go home quickly. Can I admit I was wrong? Lian Qingshan saw Chuer's serious face, knew he hadn't done well, and immediately admitted his mistake. He picked up Dinyo with one arm and hugged Chuer's waist with the other, then hurried toward the ox cart. Lian Qingshan moved very quickly. Soon after the family got on the ox cart, they arrived home. Chuer was busy rinsing Xiaohu's mouth and washing Dinyo's face. After a while, she managed to calm down the two children. At this moment, Chuer remembered that she had scolded Lian Qingshan just now. Thinking about her firm attitude earlier, she felt a bit embarrassed. After settling Dinyo and Xiaohu, Chuer thought she should make it up to Lian Qingshan. She brought him a bowl of sweet water and saw him sitting on the doorstep, lost in thought. Her heart felt even worse. Qingshan, I was mean to you just now. Please don't be mad at me, Chuer said pitifully as she handed him the bowl.
Huh? Mad?
Lian Qingshan snapped out of his thoughts, took the water from Chuer, and drank a few sips. Then he wiped his mouth and said, Chuer, don't be mad. I didn't mean to upset you. I just thought it was strange that the green shell walnut was so big. I was too impatient and shouldn't have yelled at you, she replied. Chuer looked at Lian Qingshan's indifferent expression, and her guilt deepened. Such a good man, dedicated, honest, reliable, hardworking, and good-looking, she hadn't treated him well. Instead, she had yelled at him. Foolish wife, with all that noise, how could I be angry? Lian Qingshan saw Chuer's eyes turn red and quickly set the water bowl on the ground. He reached out to hug her and exaggeratedly said, Good Chuer, good wife, don't let me lose my precious beans. Haha, what are you saying? Chuer looked at Lian Qingshan's exaggerated expression and couldn't help but laugh through her tears. I just yelled at you earlier and felt sorry. You're making a fuss now to tease me. Good Chuer, we are husband and wife. If something's wrong, just say it. If you're upset, just get it out. That's normal. If you keep holding it in, one day you might get so upset that you leave me, and I'd be miserable, Lian Qingshan said, holding her hand and speaking softly, perhaps to comfort her. No way. I've already decided to stay with you for the rest of my life. Chuer smiled with her lips pressed together. The little bit of discomfort she felt earlier had already disappeared. Didn't you already decide to stay with me before? Lian Qingshan pretended to be stern but with deep affection in his eyes. Tell me, Yi Chuer, this lifetime, I am your husband, and in the next life, too. And the one after that. Looking into Lian Qingshan's pretend stern but loving eyes, Chuer felt her heart warm up suddenly. It was as if a long-lost thought had finally found its place. She gently leaned her head on his shoulder. I, Yi Chuer, will be your wife in this life, next life, and the one after that. I'll just stay with you from now on. They didn't know how much time had passed before they snapped out of their cozy, tender moment. It was already getting dark. Oh no, we still haven't planted the 20 tea trees. I need to go up the mountain to work. You stay home and cook, Lian Qingshan said, then hurriedly ran out of the house, got into a cart, and headed into the mountains. Be careful, and if it gets too dark, come back. We can plant tomorrow morning instead. Chuer watched his distant figure and couldn't help but remind him. Got it. Lian Qingshan waved to Chuer from the cart, then turned around and disappeared into the mountains. Chuer lowered her head to pick up the bowl that Lian Qingshan had just placed on the ground. To her surprise, she found a green-skinned fruit next to the bowl, half peeled, revealing a small, flat, round nut the size of a child's fist. Sure to walnut. Chuer's eyes suddenly widened as she looked at the peeled nut. It had a brown wooden shell, about the size of a little tiger's fist, with a very thick bottom and flat edges, resembling a round belly. This was a rare and valuable type of decorative walnut, known as the lionhead walnut. This lionhead walnut is part of a well-known series of decorative walnuts, famous from ancient times to now. Although Chuer is a girl, she grew up loving these carved and ornamental walnuts. During her travels across the country, she always visited antique markets to find treasures, and she had collected many good items. Your kind of thing, growing in this mountain village, probably no one else recognizes it. Luckily, you met me. Chuer picked up the walnut, feeling very happy. She had never played with green-skinned walnuts before and almost missed out on such a wonderful find. Even when Chuer was a high-level white-collar worker, collecting a matching pair of top-quality lionhead walnuts was very difficult and expensive. Holding the green shell of the walnut, Chuer looked at the walnut, which was about 50 centimeters in diameter, and loved it deeply. Even if no one plays with walnuts in this era, I must keep you well. In the future, you will be our family's treasure. She remembered the walnut trees she saw on the mountain, feeling warm inside. Seeing that the sky outside was already dark, she knew she couldn't leave the children alone to go up the mountain late at night. She comforted herself, planning to go early the next morning to pick all the ripe walnuts and then enjoy them slowly at home. Chuer had prepared dinner at home and waited anxiously for Lian Qingshan to return. As it grew late and he still hadn't come back, she started to feel worried. She wondered if he was still working or if he had encountered wild animals and couldn't get away. While taking care of her 2 children and worrying about Lian Qingshan, Chuer wished she could have a split second to go to the mountain to see what was happening. Just as Chuer was standing at the door, tiptoeing and looking outside, Lian Qingshan returned riding a bullock cart. Chuer excitedly suddenly pulled open the big door, took a few steps forward, then stopped. Qingshan. Chuer's worried heart finally felt at ease, and she could breathe a little easier. But at the same time, she felt a surge of anger rising from her chest. She couldn't help but complain to Lian Qingshan, "Why are you only coming back now?" The bright moonlight shone on the ground. Chuer's angry expression looked quite beautiful in Lian Qingshan's eyes. Her smooth, fair face, bright eyes, and the worried, annoyed look on her face made her appear even more radiant under the moonlight, softening Lian Qingshan's heart. "Chuer, I'm sorry to worry you," Lian Qingshan said as he stopped the ox cart at the door and took Chuer's hand. "I've planted all the tea trees. Tomorrow morning, I'll go water them."
Who told you that?
"It's already completely dark, and you still didn't come back." Chuer pouted angrily and snorted at Lian Qingshan. She jerked her hand away and turned to walk into the yard. Chuer, I was late because of me, not you." Seeing Chuer was truly angry, Lian Qingshan quickly ran over, hugged her tightly, and explained repeatedly, "Don't be mad. Look what I brought back for you. I saw that the little tiger was eating some unusual fruit, so I picked all the ripe ones from the tree and brought them home." "What's unusual about them?" Chuer was thinking about the green-skinned walnut with the lion's head shape. When she heard Lian Qingshan say he brought the walnuts home, she forgot her little temper and hurriedly turned around to ask, "You picked all the green walnuts. Where are they?" "Let me see. Yes, I picked them all. I'll go inside and get a willow basket, and we can put all the fruit inside," Lian Qingshan said with a smile when he saw Chuer interested. Chuer indeed saw a large pile of fist-sized green fruits, but because of the poor lighting, she couldn't see them clearly. "I'll go get the basket. You unload the ox cart. You've been busy all day. Don't overwork yourself," Chuer said, no longer angry now that her beloved fruit was brought back. Her mind was full of those lion-headed walnuts. She quickly turned around and went into the yard to get a basket. Actually, Chuer wasn't really angry earlier. She was just worried that Lian Qingshan might have encountered some danger on the mountain. Since she knew he had important work to do, she wondered why she was still upset. While they were talking, Chuer took a basket from the yard. Even Qingshan unloaded the ox cart, pouring the fruits from the cart boards into the basket. He also added water and hay for the ox. Both Qingshan and Chuer carried a full basket of green-shelled walnuts back to the new yard. "Let's eat first. These fruits won't run away, and if we get too tired, it won't be good," Chuer said, noticing Qingshan's excited expression. She seemed to lose her appetite for food. "Okay." Qingshan nodded and smiled at Chuer. He thought to himself how lucky he was to marry such a caring wife. After a simple dinner, the big girl and Shiau, who had played all day in the mountains, were already asleep on the Kong, a traditional heated bed. Chuer looked at their dirty clothes and the marks on their small faces. She couldn't help but use warm water and a towel to carefully clean them. At this moment, Qingshan also came over and, as if showing a treasure, handed a green-shelled fruit to Chuer. "Chuer, look at these walnuts. They're so big, they must be a good variety. I know this is good stuff." It seems to be called lionhead walnuts, but I'm not sure if this is exactly it, Chuer said quietly while examining the walnut in Qingshan's hand. She was quite confident that it was high-quality lionhead walnut green shell. So it's called that? Qingshan examined the walnut closely. When I was outside, I saw Shangguan holding similar walnuts, a bit smaller, but the shape was the same. I heard that a pair of those could be worth 10 taels of silver. That's really valuable. If that's true, we might be rich, Chuer said with a smile, watching Qingshan. Seeing his serious look, she gently touched his slightly darkened hand. Qingshan, we don't really know what these walnuts are worth yet. Maybe they're valuable, maybe not. Anyway, they grow on our land. Let's just keep them as a hobby, collect some when we have time, and if they turn out to be worth something later, we can sell them then. Alright, I agree, Qingshan said after hearing Chuer. He thought it made sense, especially since, due to General Yang's affairs, their family probably couldn't leave the mountain for a while. It's better to stay low-key. Walnuts are easy to store. Just clean the shells well and keep them for a few years. The couple finished talking about the walnuts, tidied up, and then took a shower. Afterward, they enjoyed a chat in the cool night breeze before gradually falling asleep. The next morning after breakfast, they fed the chickens and pigs. The Lian family then used an ox cart to carry a large wooden tub up the mountain to water the tea seedlings. After watering, they picked tea leaves on the tea mountain and made green tea. Yesterday, Lian Qingshan brought home a big basket of green skins from the lionhead walnuts, which both Lian Qingshan and Chuer kept thinking about. After finishing their chores at home, they sat in the yard on a wooden bench during the cool of the day. They talked while peeling walnuts, tossing the shells into a large wooden basin and scrubbing them clean with a pig bristle brush. Chuer sat under a tree, watching Lian Qingshan skillfully cut and peel the green shells from the walnuts with a small knife, easily removing large pieces of shell. It looked so effortless. But when Chuer tried, the green shells seemed stuck as if they had grown there, and she couldn't peel them off easily. For some reason, the juice from the green shells would turn black when it touched the skin, making her hands feel uncomfortable. After peeling one walnut, her hands turned black and couldn't be washed off.
Quit, stop now.
Your hands are all stained black, Lian Qingshan said, looking at Chuer's delicate hands, which had become patchy black from peeling walnuts. He felt very distressed and wished he could peel all the walnuts himself so Chuer wouldn't have to get her hands dirty. He kept urging her to stop. Chuer wanted to keep going, but seeing her hands so dirty and unattractive, she nodded in agreement. She then squatted by the basin and carefully scrubbed the peeled walnuts with a brush. Once cleaned, Chuer neatly arranged the walnuts in a basket and left them in a shady spot inside the house to dry. Then she compared each newly peeled walnut, hoping to find pairs of similar size and shape, like modern walnut players, to match them up. Lian Qingshan watched Chuer peel walnuts and approved of her method. Whenever he had free time, he would go pick green shells from walnuts. Seeing the full basket of green shells from the lionhead walnuts made him so happy he couldn't stop smiling. There is only this walnut tree, and even the green mountain seemed not enough. While patrolling the mountain for traps, she looked everywhere for similar walnuts to play with. After searching for a long time without success, she unexpectedly found many wild hazelnut trees, jujube trees, or hawthorn saplings. She dug them all up and moved them to the hillside where fruit trees are planted, but she didn't mention it. Days passed quickly. Maybe it was because she bought a large piece of wasteland to work on, or because she enjoyed her hobby of playing with walnuts. Chuer felt that life was very fast and each day was fresh and interesting. Before she knew it, more than half a month had gone by. Qingshan, look at this piece of cloth. What do you think about me giving it to Huaji to decorate herself? Chuer sat on the kong, a traditional bed. In front of her was a bright pink cloth. The color was very vivid, and the fabric was much better quality than the usual cloth in the village. Decorate herself? As long as it looks good to you, that's fine. Life is really fast. It's almost time for Huaji to go out. Lian Qingshan listened to Chuer and said indifferently. Decorating herself was something the wife of the family should think about. Chuer could do it very well, and Lian Qingshan was not worried at all. Yes, it will be the 20th soon. Aunt Lu's family is very busy now. I'll finish the household chores in the next 2 days and go help her. When the 22nd comes, I'll ask my younger sister-in-law to come and take care of the children. I need to help Aunt Lu prepare the banquet. Chue smiled happily as she cut the pink cloth into 2 halves and spoke to Lian Qingshan. All right, if you need my help, just call me. Lian Qingshan looked at Chue's excited face and couldn't help but reach out to touch her smooth hair. Okay, I'll listen to you. Chue nodded, neatly folded the pink cloth, and then wrapped it in a large red cloth bag. She bought this bag herself, embroidered from fabric she bought. Looking at the pattern on it, although her skills weren't perfect, she was much better than when she first arrived, when she didn't even remember how to use needle and thread. On the bright red bag, a pair of butterflies embroidered with colorful threads fluttered happily, beneath which was a blooming peony. The sunlight shone on the bag, making the butterflies look lively, as if they could fly away. After helping at Aunt Lu's house for several days in a row, Chue was full of energy. Although she felt some soreness in her waist and back, her mood was very good. On the night before Huaji's wedding, the young women and wives in the village, who were familiar with Huaji, all planned to go to Aunt Lu's house to help with her preparations. They learned this custom from somewhere, but it had become an old tradition in the mountain village. Whenever someone had a wedding, families would give gifts and money as a normal part of the celebration. If the bride was close to her family, the young women would prepare gifts for her, like shoes, cloth, or practical items such as curtains or pillowcases. These gifts were both blessings and a way to make the bride's dowry richer. Since they all came from mountain families with limited resources, most could only afford basic items like trunks, bedding, and clothes. With these additional gifts, the bride would look nice when she arrived at her new home, and using these items later would help her maintain good relationships with her family. Chue, who was very close to Aunt Lu and Huaji, had already picked out a beautiful pink fabric at the shop in town to give to Huaji. She planned to make 2 dresses from it, with some leftover fabric. Usually, these preparations happened on the wedding day at night. Chue was worried about walking home late, so as it got darker, she took her small red envelope and went to Aunt Lu's house. When she arrived at the door, Chue didn't go inside immediately. Instead, she called out to the neighbor, Qing, his wife. Hearing Chue, Dongshi, her sister-in-law, quickly came out carrying a small bundle and holding their family's heir Mao. Why did you bring heir Mao along? Normally, during wedding preparations, children were not brought along because it was customary not to. When guests arrived, they would give small red envelopes with money, usually a coin or 2, to the children. But since mountain families had little money, this could be quite expensive. 20 or 30 children could mean a lot of small gifts. Thinking of this, Chue decided not to bring her little tiger. Dongshi, who lived next door to Aunt Lu, insisted on bringing heir Mao. Chue understood her intentions and felt a bit helpless, but smiled. She then went inside Aunt Lu's house with Dongshi. Dong looked at heir Mao Chue in his arms and didn't say anything, feeling happy inside. He took heir Mao to Aunt Lu's house. Because Aunt Lu was proud and generous, she would probably give him fruit and candies, and maybe even a red envelope with a lot of money. Thinking that soon he would give a pair of shoes and get back many things, Dong felt very happy. His face was full of joy, and if someone didn't know better, they might think he was the host of a happy celebration. His happiness was real and sincere. Chue watched Dong's happy face and felt amused. She shook her head and smiled, then carried her bundle into Aunt Lu's house. Aunt Lu, Huaji, we're here. Chue entered the house. She saw the big red double happiness characters on the wall, shining brightly. Suddenly, she remembered her own wedding day at Aunt Lu's house. Her heart sank a little, then filled with sweet feelings. Big sister Chue is here. Huaji was sitting by the bed talking to the village women. When she saw Chue, she stood up excitedly and quickly walked over, took her hand, and sat on the bed. Her eyes sparkled. I've been waiting for you. Are you waiting for me, or for me to bring the wedding gifts? Chue looked at Huaji's happy face and teased her. When she said this, the young women in the room all laughed happily. Big sister Chue always teases me. I won't talk to you now. Huazi's face, already rosy, turned even redder, like a ripe apple. Her eyes shimmered with tears, but also shone with a different kind of light, shy and charming. "Oh, dear bride, don't ignore me. Think about the effort I made to come here and help you with your wedding. You should say a nice word to your sister," Cui said with a smile, pulling Huaji closer. She handed her the bundle. "Here, this is your wedding gift. After Huaji gets married, she should still be as beautiful as a flower." "Sister," Huaji's voice was full of emotion. Hearing Cui's caring words, her eyes reddened slightly. "Is the bride about to have a baby?" Cui looked at Huaji and felt a little emotional herself. She gently touched Huaji's soft, flowing hair on her shoulders. "Our Huaji is so loved. She will surely be well taken care of at her new home. Okay, I will definitely learn from my sister-in-law and make my life prosperous." Huaji was moved by Cui's gentle words and almost cried. She quickly blinked away her tears, then looked down at the makeup she was being given. "Oh my, Cui sister, even the butterflies on this pouch are alive," Huaji said as she held up the pouch to look at the embroidery of flowers and butterflies. She thought she had never seen such beautiful embroidery before. Even the wealthy ladies' dresses in town weren't as pretty. "Does Huaji like it?" Cui looked at Huaji's happy face, feeling pleased that her gift was appreciated. "Of course I like it. Thank you, sister," Huaji nodded excitedly, holding the pouch close. When she opened the big red pouch and saw a fine piece of cloth inside, she became even more excited. "Cui sister, is this really for me? It's so beautiful. Oh my, this fabric is really nice. It's almost as good as the silk worn by the ladies in town," said a woman nearby, her eyes shining with envy, wishing the fabric was for her. "Wow, such a big piece. Probably enough to make 2 or 3 outfits," someone whispered. "Cui sister, this is too precious," Huaji said softly as she stroked the fabric, feeling incredibly happy. The pink fabric was more expensive than ordinary cotton when she saw it in town, definitely worth more than half a silver coin. Such a large piece couldn't be bought without a good amount of money, and the makeup was heavy. Don't talk about it being precious or not. When I got married, I came from this very house. The lady was like my own mother, and I treated you like my own sister. When you marry, as your older sister, I can't give you some small gifts or private belongings," Cui said with a smile. Cui sister, I also see you as a real sister," Huaji said as she watched Cui's gentle smile, her eyes filling with tears. "Oh, my, the bride shouldn't keep crying," Cui said, feeling a little emotional herself. She teased Huaji with a smile, but her eyes also glistened with tears. She quickly turned her head and said to a familiar young woman helping with the makeup, "Hurry up and bring out everything to cheer up the bride." When everyone heard Cui's words, they each took out the items they had prepared. Some gave pillowcases, others gave measuring tapes, some brought door curtains, and others brought cloth bundles. Although none of these items were as valuable as what Cui had given, they all came from warm hearts. Huaji watched as the young women and sisters in the village kept offering gifts. The slight sadness that had just appeared faded away. She accepted the gifts while thanking everyone, and the house became lively again. Xinzi, the daughter-in-law of Aunt Chunju, and Zhang, the wife of Shanyao, also came to add to the celebration. Zhang brought a pair of pillowcases, symbolizing a happy marriage. The fabric and patterns were simple, but the embroidery was well done, making them look very nice and showing she put effort into them. Cui found Zhang, who was straightforward and quick with her work, easy to talk to. While Huaji was busy accepting gifts, Cui and Zhang chatted casually. "Mimi Huaji, my sister-in-law's family doesn't have many good things." "Don't mind," said Zhang as Dong, the wife of Lian Qinghe, arrived to add her gift. She held little Mao close and handed over an embroidered shoe surface. "Wishing you and your husband happiness and many children soon." "Thank you, sister-in-law." Huaji took the bright red shoe surface and praised the embroidery. Then she saw Dong holding little Mao, who had a chubby face and big round eyes staring directly at Huaji. Huaji liked him very much. Huaji quickly took a small red pouch from her sewing basket and handed it to Mao. Here, Mao. Aunt Hua, Ji gives you a pouch. When you grow up, you can buy candies with it. Oh, little kids don't need money, Dong said, seeing Hua Ji really give money. She was very happy and quickly took the money from Mao. She thought even a few coins were good, and the embroidered red pouch looked worth a few coins too. Chuer, sitting nearby and talking to Zhang, saw her sister-in-law's eager expression. She couldn't help but smile bitterly. How many big coins could be in a small pouch for a child? Seeing Dong so happy and smiling made Chuer feel a bit annoyed inside. As the sister-in-law who just arrived, Chuer knew this was Hua Ji's big happy day. She tried not to get upset and kept telling herself that Dong was just good at managing her household. Lian comforted her several times, and Chuer finally felt a little better. However, she still worried that Mrs. Dong might teach De Mao and Mao the wrong things. She kept thinking that when she had free time, she needed to carefully check her own problems. Outside, it was getting darker, but inside Huaji's house, many people kept coming in one after another. Aunt Lu was kind and helpful to families with happy events in the village. She was willing to work hard and was very good at organizing things, making many friends. Now that her daughter was getting married, people kept coming to offer their congratulations. Chuer helped entertain the guests for a while, then said goodbye to Mrs. Dong and Mrs. Zhang. After leaving Aunt Lu's house, Chuer looked at Mrs. Dong, who happily took out her purse and gave her some money. Chuer felt a bit speechless again. From now on, when you earn money, you should also share some with the Lian family. Let's see if having money makes her feel better, Chuer thought to herself. She felt relieved and separated from Mrs. Dong and Mrs. Zhang, then headed out of the village. The night was getting dark. When Chuer reached the village entrance, she saw a tall man standing there, holding a torch in his hand and carrying a child, looking around this way. Qingshan. Chuer felt her heart warm and ran quickly over to him. On August 22nd was Huaji's wedding day. Early in the morning, Chuer got up, prepared breakfast, and dressed her big girl and little tiger in pretty clothes. Then she hurried to Aunt Lu's house, asking Lian Qingshan and the children to go to the feast a little later. When Chuer arrived at Aunt Lu's house, she saw that Aunt Lu had already gotten up. She was sitting outside by the stove set up for cooking the wedding feast, tending the fire. "Auntie, you're already busy so early?" Chuer looked at Aunt Lu, who was dressed casually as usual. Except for her hair being combed more neatly than usual, she seemed unchanged. If it weren't for her eyes being slightly red, Chuer wouldn't have noticed anything. "Auntie Chuer, you're here. Come help me check the fire. When the water boils, I'll steam the pork." Aunt Lu sniffed and stood up, speaking to Chuer. "Okay, I'll take care of it. Today is Huaji's wedding. I'll make sure everything at the feast is perfect," Chuer said with a comforting smile. "Auntie, go wash your face and eat something. When Huaji leaves the house, you'll have more work to do." Mrs. Lu, with red eyes, walked into the house while wiping her eyes. As she walked, her heart felt heavy, like eating a basket of sour green plums. Her daughter, whom she had raised for many years, was about to get married, and she felt a mix of sadness and longing. Chuer watched Mrs. Lu's back and felt a little sad herself. She thought about her own daughter, who was already 8 years old. According to the customs of this time, in 7 or 8 years, her daughter would also get married. She imagined her lively little girl growing up and leaving home to become someone else's wife. Chuer's heart tightened with emotion, understanding how Mrs. Lu must feel about her daughter leaving. At this moment, Aunt Chunju, who was helping, arrived with her daughter-in-law, Zhang. Seeing Chuer sitting in the yard, she happily came over. "Chuer, you came so early," she said. "Yes, Aunt Chunju. You're here." Chuer stood up to greet her and took Zhang's hand to help with the chores. While Zhang went to light the fire, Chuer whispered to Aunt Chunju, "Mrs. Lu probably doesn't want to part with Huaji. I saw her with red eyes earlier. Maybe you should go and comfort her." "All right, I'll do that." Aunt Chunju nodded seriously. She told her daughter-in-law a few words and then went to the back room. Chuer, with Zhang helping to light the fire, went to Mrs. Lu's storeroom. She took out the flour rolls she prepared yesterday and steamed them in a basket. She also made a thin porridge from corn husks, sliced some salted vegetables, and drizzled a little sesame oil on top. Then she turned to gather the meat and vegetables needed for the meal. She carefully sorted out which vegetables needed washing and which ones needed frying, making a list of dishes to prepare. She explained everything to Zhang so that if she got busy, someone would still be in charge of cooking. When the water Mrs. Liu wanted boiled, Chuer cut the previously cooked pork into pieces and steamed it in a basket. As she finished preparing the meat and vegetables, a few more women arrived to help. Chuer asked them to start washing and chopping vegetables, getting ready for the meal later. After busy preparations for the meal, it was already bright outside. Chuer thought Huaji probably hadn't eaten yet this morning. When they arrived at the Zheng family, she didn't know when Huaji would get to eat. She decided to fry an egg, looked at the fried meat pieces, which were quite a lot, and then stir-fried some more meat to put on a plate. At this moment, Chuer thought Huaji was probably almost finished tidying up. She took the freshly steamed flour rolls, cornmeal batter, meat, eggs, and pickles, put them on a tray, and carried it inside. She took a moment to visit Huaji's room. Thinking that Huaji was about to get married, Chuer felt a little sad. When she reached the door, she saw Huaji sitting in a chair, dressed in a bright red wedding dress. Her small face, glowing red under the bright color, and her obvious happiness made Chuer feel more at ease. Getting married is like a new beginning for a woman. The third young man from the Du family in Lutu village is a good match. Huaji would be happy married to him. So why feel sad or upset? It's just that they won't see each other often because they live far apart. As long as she knows Huaji is doing well, that's enough. Thinking this, Chuer's smile grew wider. She no longer hesitated and carried the tray into the room. Jija Chuer, Huaji saw Chuer standing at the door and hurriedly called out. Her mother was helping her comb her hair, pulling on her scalp until it hurt. When she called Chuer, her voice was a little shaky. I just came in to see you, Chuer said, looking at Huaji, who was enduring the pain from pulling her hair and staring at her insistently. Huaji looked shy and pitiful, making Chuer can't help but chuckle. She placed the tray on the nearby table. Seeing you like this, I feel like you haven't grown up yet, but in a blink, you're about to get married. Chuer's words carried a hint of sadness but mostly felt happy, as if her own sister was growing up and leaving home. She felt both proud and a little reluctant. Jija, Huaji held Chuer's hand and shook it, her big dark eyes blinking. Her usually charming face, painted thick with powder for the wedding, and her rosy lips, no longer looked like a lively country girl but more refined. Putting white powder on your face makes you look less like a country girl. Our Huaji has become a beautiful lady now, Chuer teased, looking at Huaji.
姐姐，为什么总是取笑我呀?
Huaji gently shook Chuer's hand, but because she was still combing her hair at the back, she accidentally pulled her hair, causing her to wince in pain. Don't move around carelessly. I just came in to see you. If you don't behave, I'll leave, Chuer said, looking a bit proud and stern. Big sister, Huaji pouted and called out to Chuer. She looked at the tray Chuer had just placed on the table and swallowed nervously. Are those flour rolls meant for me? They have meat and fried eggs. They smell so good. Finish combing your hair first, then take a few bites, Chuer replied. She then turned to greet the woman from the Quan Fu family. Fifth auntie, these flour rolls and dishes are enough. After you finish your hair, rest for a bit, have some food to fill your stomach. When it's time to serve the meal, please take your seat. All right. The woman called fifth auntie, smiling warmly and nodding. She didn't delay and continued to help Huaji comb her hair, making Huaji grimace in pain. Chuer brought the food over. Seeing Huaji's childish behavior, she couldn't help but remind her kindly, Huaji, when you go to your husband's family, you must behave properly. The Zheng family's third son is a good person. Be nice to him, discuss things with him, and live happily together. As she spoke, Chuer felt her heart tighten with sadness. Watching Huaji nod seriously, she stopped talking and looked away, leaving after a while. Outside, Chuer quickly forgot her sadness as she saw the guests arriving one after another. There were adults and children, some standing in the yard, others sitting around tables, making a lively scene. Chui called the women who were preparing the dishes to cut and mix the cold dishes, seasoning them well before plating. Once the cold dishes were ready, she moved on to hot dishes. The steamed pork was done, so she put the chicken from yesterday, which was half-cooked, into the pot along with potatoes and mushrooms to continue cooking. The 4 happiness meatballs, already fried, were placed in a steamer to be cooked again. The dishes to be stir-fried and the soups to be prepared were many. Chui directed 4 or 5 women to work at the same time. Although it wasn't extremely busy, she couldn't think about anything else as she focused on the tasks. While Chui was busy working, the guests gradually arrived. Even Qingshan, holding little tiger, brought big girl over. Chui only exchanged a few words with them before being called away to continue her chores. As Chui was busy, she finally heard the crackling sound of firecrackers and realized that the groom had arrived. Red firecracker paper was scattered all over the ground. The children happily ran around at the door. A young man dressed in bright red, riding a small donkey, trotted up to the Liu family's gate. He then dismounted, dressed neatly, and stood at the door. "Here comes the groom. Here comes the groom," the children shouted and giggled, gathering around to watch. The adults also gathered at the front, trying to figure out how to block the groom from entering. However, the children guarding the door hadn't come out yet, leaving the gate unguarded. The groom, Zheng's 3rd son, looked strong and dark-skinned, seeming capable of hard work. His bright red clothes contrasted with his dark face, which was plain and simple. All that was noticeable was his dark face and white teeth. He looked around at the gate but didn't seem eager to rush inside. He appeared honest, but Chui wondered if he would treat Huaji well in the future. She then turned her attention to the boys guarding the gate. At this moment, a group of boys around 10 years old ran to the gate and formed a line to block it. Among them was Liu Dania's youngest son, Huaji's brother, and a small boy named Xiao. The other children Chui didn't recognize. "Wait, groom. You can't go in until you pass us first," Huaji's brother, Huaiji, said with his hands on his hips. "Hey, kids, don't call him brother-in-law, call him groom," an adult nearby teased. "Only after he marries my sister inside can he be called brother-in-law," Huaiji said proudly, lifting his chin. All right. How do we get past this?" asked Duja's 3rd son, knowing he was his little brother-in-law. He was very good-natured. Chui, standing far away, didn't hear what Huaiji asked, but everyone burst into laughter. The Dujia 3rd son smoothly passed through the line and entered the yard. The rest of the matter, Chui didn't have time to watch the excitement because after the bride was married, the courtyard would start the feast. During the most lively time in the flower branch chamber, the women preparing the food were busiest. Luckily, Chui had helped many families before with this work, so although busy, she wouldn't make mistakes. Soon, Liu Dajiang's eldest son, Songji, carried the flower branch out. The matchmaker sang auspicious words while guiding the bride and groom out of the main gate. They placed the flower branch on the back of a donkey and then left Liu's house with drums and music. After the flower branch left, the Liu family's gate was closed. Before closing, Liu Dajiang threw half a basin of water at the door, symbolizing that a daughter married out is like water spilled. She now belonged to another family. Liu Dajiang, with red eyes, and Liu Dage, together with everyone, sat down to eat. Thanks to Chui's help, the feast was proper and well-organized. The guests praised the meal highly. In the afternoon, after everyone finished eating, they dispersed. Chui tidied up the leftover meat and vegetables, told Liu Dajiang, and then felt her whole body ache from exhaustion. She told Liu Dajiang and rubbed her waist as she headed home, not even having a bite of her own meal. After helping Liu Dajiang prepare the wedding feast for the flower branch, Chui was so tired that her whole body ached. She didn't even eat her prepared meal. She said a few words to Liu Dajiang, then yawned, rubbed her waist, and went home. Once home, she didn't even think about eating. She lay down on the Kong, heated bed, and slept deeply until the sun set. When she woke up, her stomach was growling with hunger. She slowly opened her eyes and saw Lian Qingshan sitting on the edge of the Kong, watching her closely. Chuer, are you okay? Lian Qingshan hurried over when he saw Chuer wake up. He reached out to touch her forehead, which was cool and slightly sweaty, but she didn't have a fever. I'm fine, just got up early and feel a little tired, Chuer said lazily, her face showing a smile and a slight blush from good sleep. That's good, Lian Qingshan said, relieved seeing she seemed fine. Are you hungry? I cooked some porridge. Should I bring it to you? Yes, I'm really hungry. Chuer was already hungry, and hearing there was food, her stomach rumbled even more. She nodded quickly in response. Good. Lian Qingshan looked at Chuer's cute, greedy eating habits and smiled as he gently pinched her cheek. Then he turned to the kitchen. Soon, he brought a big bowl of plain porridge and some roughly cut pickled vegetables. On top, he drizzled sesame oil, just like Chuer usually mixed with her pickles. Come, Chuer, try a bite first. Lian Qingshan awkwardly placed the bowl of porridge in front of her. Watching Chuer happily drink the porridge and eat the pickles without making fun of his chopping skills, he finally relaxed and sat nearby, watching her. Chuer was really hungry. At this moment, she didn't care that the porridge was made by Lian Qingshan or that he had added sesame oil. She picked up the bowl, checked that the temperature was just right, and took a big sip of the warm porridge. The soft, well-cooked porridge had a natural sweet taste from the rice. It was already delicious, and Chuer hadn't eaten much since morning. Her stomach was very hungry. With both effects combined, she ate the entire bowl of thick porridge, one spoonful after another, feeling a little reluctant to stop. Wow, it's so tasty. Chuer placed the empty bowl in Lian Qingshan's hand and let out a satisfied sigh, smiling happily. Feeling full, she was in a good mood. She praised him with a smile. Qingshan, your porridge-making skills have improved. This porridge is sweet and sticky. I want another bowl. Hearing this, Lian Qingshan's smile deepened, but he didn't let Chuer eat more. You just woke up, don't eat too much. If you're sleepy, go back to sleep. If you're not, then get up and move around. We can eat later, okay? Chuer felt refreshed after sleeping all afternoon. She refused to sleep anymore. Seeing that Dinyo and Shiau weren't in the room, she asked slowly, Where did Dinyo and Shiau go? They're playing outside in the yard. I didn't want to disturb you while you slept peacefully, Lian Qingshan said. Just then, Dinyo and Shiau, the two little ones, had already pressed their black heads against the door, peeking inside. Coming quickly, seeing the children blinking and peeking at the door, but being well-behaved and not making noise or rushing in, Chuer felt happy and comforted. She waved her hand to invite the children inside. Mom, you're awake now. The big girl moved closer to Chuer, reached out and gently touched Chuer's forehead, then nodded seriously with a smile on her face. My forehead isn't hot. Mother isn't sick. Mother, little tiger didn't care about anything else. Seeing Chuer was no longer sleeping, he pouted and climbed onto the bed, jumping into Chuer's arms and acting cute. Good child. Today we went to Aunt Flower's wedding feast. Did you eat enough? Chuer sat little tiger on her lap, then pulled the big girl to sit beside her. She looked at the two children with a faint worry in their expressions, feeling warm inside. Although these two little ones are still not very mature, they already know how to care for themselves. When she was sleepy and tired, they played quietly in the yard without making trouble, which made her feel very cozy. Yes, I ate enough. The meat strips and meatballs Mother made are the best. I ate a lot. Little tiger sat in Chuer's arms, his face rosy with excitement. He gestured with his hand to show he ate a lot, his small cheeks puffed out as if he really had eaten a lot. So well-behaved. Little tiger, you need to eat more so you can grow tall. Chuer joked as she gave him a loud kiss on the forehead. Then she looked at the big girl, waiting for her to speak. I also ate a lot. I like the meat strips Mother makes too. The big girl, perhaps because her childhood was full of hardships, was more reserved when talking outside the home. She wasn't as open as little tiger, who was fearless and lively. Chuer intentionally guided her to speak more and share her opinions. After chatting with the big girl and little tiger for a while, Chuer started feeling sleepy again. She sat on the bed, gradually dozing off. Seeing this, Lian Qingshan was worried that Chuya was tired, so he quickly told the big girl and little tiger to go drink porridge by themselves. He then tidied up the bedding he had just prepared for Chuya, allowing her to rest. Chuya was very sleepy. As soon as her head touched the pillow, she fell asleep again. When she woke up, it was already late morning. "You're awake." Lian Qingshan looked at Chuya's rosy face while she slept and said happily. "Are you feeling any discomfort?" "I'm fine." Chuya carefully checked her body and found nothing wrong. She smiled at Lian Qingshan. "I've slept for so long. That's good to hear." Lian Qingshan walked up to Chuya, reached out, and held her hand, feeling the warmth and softness of her palm. "Nothing much has happened these days. Let's go to the town. I see the tea leaves at home have accumulated quite a bit. We can take a walk around the town and buy some meat to nourish you." "All right, I'll go with you." Chuya got up from the Kong bed, feeling all her soreness disappear. She was in a very good mood and looked outside at the nice weather. "Today is perfect for a trip. Are you sure your body can handle it?" "You've been so tired these days," Lian Qingshan asked with slight concern. "I'm fine. Look at me. I'm lively and energetic." Chuya stretched her arms and legs, feeling refreshed, and smiled. Since Chuya insisted, Lian Qingshan didn't say anything more. He was worried about her health, but thought it would be good to go to the town. First, they could visit Jung the doctor to check her pulse. If her health was fine, that was great. If there were problems, they could get some medicine early and avoid making her condition worse. With this plan in mind, Lian Qingshan happily agreed and called Dinyo and Shiau from the yard. He asked Dinyo to help Shiau, who changed clothes. Before noon, the family of four set out for the town. Having an ox cart made the trip much quicker. The family sat leisurely in the cart, enjoying the ride. In less than half an hour, they arrived at the town. Lian Qingshan first took his family to a noodle shop for a bowl of noodles, then headed to Jung the doctor's clinic. "Why are we here at the doctor's?" Chuya felt a bit dizzy from the bumpy ride and hadn't been paying attention to the road. When she looked up, she saw they had stopped at the clinic's door. "You're not feeling well, right? I brought Brother Zheng to check you. If there's anything wrong, we should treat it quickly," Lian Qingshan said with a smile and took Chuya inside the clinic. "I didn't say I wouldn't come in. Why do you look like I'm about to run away?" Chuya muttered as she followed Lian Qingshan into the clinic. Dinyo and Shiau held tightly to each other, and the family looked happy and harmonious, which made others envious. At this moment, a heavily pregnant woman was slowly walking out of the clinic, supporting her waist and carrying a basket. When she saw this scene, her usually pretty face darkened with anger. She quickly put down her empty basket, frowned, and quietly followed them. What happened afterward, neither Lian Qingshan nor his family noticed anything. Lian Qingshan carefully helped Chuya into the clinic. The gatekeeper led them directly to see Dr. Zheng. At that moment, Dr. Zheng was free. Seeing Lian Qingshan come in, he quickly stood up to greet him. "Brother Qingshan, what wind brought you here today?" "Brother Zheng, long time no see. I'd like you to take a look at her." Lian Qingshan hurriedly bowed to Dr. Zheng and smiled. "Qingshan, who is this?" Dr. Zheng looked carefully at Lian Qingshan helping Chuya and then at her leg. He hesitated, unsure of who he was supposed to examine. "She's my wife," Lian Qingshan said as he helped Chuya sit down on a chair. "She's been helping her neighbor with the wedding, and she's very tired. Please take a look and see if she's healthy." "All right, extend your hand," Dr. Zheng said without hesitation. He asked Chuya to stretch out her hand, then placed his fingers on her wrist to check her pulse carefully. After a while, Dr. Zheng stroked his beard and released her wrist, smiling. "Your wife's health is fine. Recently, has she been feeling heavy, sleepy, or lacking energy?" "Yes, she slept all afternoon yesterday, ate something, and then slept again all morning," Lian Qingshan replied quickly. "Has her appetite increased, or does she feel nausea or chest discomfort?" Dr. Zheng asked with an even bigger smile.
"Well,
"No." Lian Qingshan looked at Dr. Zheng's cheerful face, feeling a bit anxious. He frowned and asked, "What exactly is wrong with her?" "Brother Zheng, just tell me. Your wife isn't sick. She's pregnant." Congratulations, Brother Lian. Dr. Zheng saw how anxious Lian Qingshan was and didn't tease him anymore. He clasped his hands and congratulated him. Really?
Kaya is pregnant.
Lian Qingshan's eyes suddenly widened with surprise and disbelief. He turned to look at Chuer, feeling his vision blur instantly.
Kaya is pregnant.
The child they both hoped for. Chuer felt as if she had won a big prize. Joy flooded over her, making her hands tremble with excitement. Am I really pregnant? She asked.
There's no doubt about it.
But your pregnancy is still early, less than 2 months. You need to take good care of your health, stay calm, avoid overexertion, and eat well, Dr. Zheng advised, noticing how excited the couple was. Yes, I will listen to Brother Zheng, Lian Qingshan said repeatedly. He then tightly held Chuer's hand, tears shining in his eyes. Dad, Mom is going to have a little brother? Dania turned to look at Lian Qingshan and Chuer. Suddenly, she smiled and started crying.
No.
Mom, don't have a little brother. No. Her crying made Shiau, who didn't understand what was happening, become scared and start crying softly too. Dania's sudden crying cooled Chuer and Lian Qingshan's happiness like a bucket of cold water. Their excitement faded quickly. What's wrong, Dania? Don't cry. It's a good thing that Mom is having a little brother. He can play with you in the future. Why are you crying so hard? Chuer looked at her usually obedient daughter, who was crying so painfully, and felt upset. She hugged Daniu and gently patted her back, softly comforting her. At this moment, Lian Qingshan also held Shiau in his arms and tried to comfort him. Come here, Daniu. Tell Mom what's wrong, Chuer said softly after comforting Daniu for a while. When Dania stopped crying, Chuer wiped away her tears and asked gently, Mom, is it okay if you don't have a little brother? Before, when Mom had a little brother, she died. I don't want Mom to die, Daniu said, her voice trembling with sadness. Tears rolled down her cheeks like beans, making Chuer feel a sharp pain in her heart. Mom will be fine. Mom will always be with you. I won't die, Chuer said, feeling very sad inside. She realized that Dania's worry wasn't about losing her love if she had a little brother, but about losing her mother herself. Daniu, Shiau, don't be afraid. Your mom is very strong. Even if she has 10 or 8 more children, she will be fine. Dr. Zheng, who was watching nearby, couldn't help but speak up. The young woman looked at Zheng the doctor with her clear, bright eyes, tears still on her face. Her innocent appearance made her seem very adorable. She won't die. Trust the doctor. Zheng patted his chest confidently, promising. That's so good. Hearing Zheng's assurance, the young woman suddenly relaxed as if her worries had vanished. She wiped her face harshly with her sleeve, then turned to Chuer and said, It's good that Mother won't die. I want a little brother and a little sister. The little brother can play with little Tiger, and the little sister can play with me. Little Tiger saw his sister stop crying, and for some reason he also stopped crying. He looked around with his big, dark eyes as if nothing had happened. Seeing how quickly the young woman changed her mood, even Qingshan and Chuer couldn't help but smile. Qingshan reached out to pat her hair and used a handkerchief to wipe her face clean. Only then did Qingshan thank Zheng the doctor, pay the fee, and leave the clinic with Chuer and the children. In the ox cart, Qingshan and Chuer couldn't hide their happiness. They smiled and whispered about buying more pork, a bag of rice, flour, sugar, and other supplies. After returning home, they planned to kill a chicken to help Chuer regain strength. While they happily discussed, they didn't notice a heavily pregnant woman staring fiercely at their backs. Her eyes were sharp, like knives, as if she wanted to cut them open.
Why?
Why is it that I am pregnant, but Elam went to find a young widow to trouble me? And you, woman who took my place, can enjoy the husband's care. Why can you eat meat and kill chickens to strengthen yourself? The woman gritted her teeth, glaring at Chuer's distant figure, tears streaming down her face. Her cheek was swollen and bruised, as if she had been beaten. This woman was Chuan Yang, whom Qingshan had bought for 4 taels of silver. She was misled by Ilong and didn't go to Chui's house as expected. Instead of living happily with Ilong, Her life felt like hell. When Ilong found out she was pregnant, his first reaction wasn't to marry her, but to try to get rid of her. She struggled hard to keep him, but because she was pregnant and couldn't serve him, that heartless man went to find a young widow and spent his days in pleasure. Thinking of this, Mother Chui's heart felt like it was being torn apart, and the wound on her face burned painfully. Now she was pregnant, yet she was still beaten by that heartless man. This life was unbearable. Mother Chui was originally filled with grief and anger, blaming the young widow for stealing her husband's heart, regretting trusting a treacherous person, and resenting Lian Qingshan for refusing to accept her. But seeing Chui'er, she poured all her anger onto her. If not for Chui'er, she would be the one protected in Lian Qingshan's arms now, pregnant and safe. Mother Chui was furious inside. She wandered outside, forgetting that when she left, the young widow had arrogantly ordered her to buy vegetables. Not to mention how miserable Mother Chui was. When Lian Qingshan and Chui'er arrived at the Qian family's grocery shop in an ox cart, they saw shopkeeper Qian happily standing at the door, watching the workers carry goods from the cart into the shop. Big brother Qian, business is booming. Chui'er, feeling cheerful and lively, stepped down from the ox cart with Lian Qingshan's support and bowed to shopkeeper Qian. Ah, Chui'er, brother Lian is here too. Shopkeeper Qian, already smiling broadly, brightened even more upon seeing them. You're just in time. I have some good news to tell you. Come inside. Lizi, seeing this, quickly put down his work, took the reins from Lian Qingshan, and led the ox cart to the open space in front of the shop to tie it up. He then moved the goods from the back of the cart into the shop's backyard, all familiar tasks done smoothly. Seeing Lizi busy handling the goods without needing her to worry, Chui'er pulled the big girl, and Lian Qingshan held little tiger. The family of four followed shopkeeper Qian into the shop.
Queer.
I have some great news to tell you. Inside the back of the grocery shop, after sitting down in the main hall, shopkeeper Qian leaned his round body onto the chair and smiled happily. Madame Qian also smiled and nodded, calling her son to play with the big girl and little tiger, while busy preparing tea and snacks. They fussed around for a while. What is the good news? After sitting down, seeing shopkeeper Qian's joyful expression, Chui'er also looked forward to hearing it. She was very happy to find out she was pregnant, and she hoped for even better news. Double happiness. Mrs. Qian also joined in the laughter, helping Lian Qingshan and Chui'er. Seeing how carefully Lian Qingshan treated Chui'er, her eyes brightened, and she began to suspect something. What is this, Chui'er sister? She asked. Just diagnosed today. Chui'er is pregnant, Lian Qingshan said happily, smiling broadly as he told Mr. Qian and Mrs. Qian. This good news made his heart full of joy, and he almost wanted to shout it to the whole world. That's wonderful news. Congratulations, brother Lian, and congratulations to Chui'er, sister. Mrs. Qian said happily. She carefully helped Chui'er sit on a chair and thoughtfully placed a cushion behind her back, taking good care of her. This is double happiness. You all shouldn't go back today. Let's have lunch at brother Qian's place and celebrate properly, said Mr. Qian with a bright face, smiling happily as if he knew his own sister was pregnant. I think you're just making an excuse to drink. Mrs. Qian shot a quick look at Mr. Qian but then said to Chui'er, today you're happy, so let the men drink. You stay home and rest well. Later, I'll tell you what to watch out for during pregnancy. When Mr. Qian first worked with Chui'er, Mrs. Qian had already checked Chui'er's background. She knew that Denyo and Shiau, who weren't Chui'er's biological siblings. Now that Chui'er was pregnant, she needed to be extra careful. It was good that Mrs. Qian could give her advice, making Lian Qingshan and Chui'er feel more at ease. In the backyard of the Qian family's general store, the Qian and Lian families sat happily together, filled with laughter and joy that lasted a long time. When Chui'er and Lian Qingshan left the general store, their car was filled with gifts from Mr. Qian and Mrs. Qian. These gifts were mostly prepared because of a long-term contract. Later, when Mrs. Qian heard Chui'er was pregnant, she added even more things. There were soft cloths for absorbing sweat, white sugar, honey, dates, sesame seeds, anything useful for nourishing and safe for pregnant women. Mrs. Qian packed large bundles of these for Chuer, showing her care as if she were her own sister. Seeing Mrs. Qian busy and caring, Chuer felt a deep warmth in her heart. In this ancient time, she had no family of her own, not even close female relatives. Having Mrs. Qian helping her and giving her advice on pregnancy made her feel very comforted. Take it slow on the road. Chuer is still young this month, so be careful, shopkeeper Qian earnestly advised Lian Qingshan. When you get home, don't lift heavy things and don't wander around. Let Brother Lian pick the tea leaves, and then you can roast them. Be careful and take care of yourself. Don't overexert yourself while you're pregnant, or it will be hard when you give birth. Madame Qian kept talking, unable to stop, wishing she could keep Chuer in the shop to watch over her herself. For the first 3 months, don't let Brother Lian get too close. It might be bad for the baby. You two are newlyweds and have no elders to help, so be extra careful. Just as Madame Qian was about to say more, she was stopped by shopkeeper Qian. Brother Qian and his wife still have a long way to go. Don't keep talking on, or they'll have to walk home in the dark. It's not safe. All right, you should leave now. Sister-in-law, I'll visit you when I have time. Madame Qian initially was kind to Chuer because her tea helped increase their earnings and gained approval from her family. After spending so much time with Chuer, she genuinely thought Chuer was a good girl. Even without business dealings, Madame Qian was willing to be friends with her. Her earnest advice came from the heart. Thank you, sister-in-law. Chuer and Lian Qingshan got on the ox cart, making sure Daniu and Shiau sat properly. After thanking shopkeeper Qian and Madame Qian repeatedly, they slowly headed home. Once home, Lian Qingshan listened carefully to Chuer, not daring to go against her words. He took good care of her, not letting her eat chicken or greasy food. He was very attentive. Daniu and Shiau happily watched their father, thinking he suddenly became very talkative. Chuer enjoyed this pregnancy care, feeling happy and pampered. But instead of feeling joyful, she ended up vomiting all day, unable to eat anything greasy. She only managed to keep her strength by eating green plums picked from the mountain, which prevented her from losing weight. While Chuer and Lian Qingshan happily visited the Qian family's grocery shop, returning home with smiles, Mother Chuer, heavily pregnant, was suffering through a difficult and painful time. Without saying much, she first got chased out early in the morning by Ilong and the young widow to buy vegetables. Instead, she saw Qingshan and Chuer, which made her angry and forget about buying vegetables. She returned home and scolded Ilong harshly, ignoring his face. Ilong was never a kind man. Originally, Cui Nyang was young, beautiful, and very gentle and caring towards him. Later, she became pregnant with his child. After he started seeing the wealthy young widow, he directly kicked Cui Nyang out. Now, seeing Cui Nyang in the yard with water buckets, her hair messy, face fierce, shouting at him, she no longer looked gentle and beautiful. She also saw the young widow Luo Shi, who was crying softly and looking fragile. Cui Nyang seemed even worse in comparison. Ilong ignored Cui Nyang and turned to comfort Luo Shi, who was frightened. You don't care that I'm pregnant, and you still want to chase me out with that little troublemaker. I was bullied and almost hit by a cart. You heartless man. Cui Nyang looked at the young widow, who was just standing there pretending to be weak and pitiful, and she had captured Ilong's heart. Her old and new anger made her lose her mind. She rushed forward to slap the young widow's face. What are you doing? Ilong was already annoyed with Cui Nyang, who had gained weight and looked swollen because of her pregnancy. Seeing her fierce face rushing to hit Luo Shi, he got angry. He protected Luo Shi behind him and slapped Cui Nyang hard. He thought she was unbearable. He slapped her again. Ilong was furious and more ruthless than usual. If it weren't for Cui Nyang being pregnant, he might have kicked her. After 2 slaps, Cui Nyang's face was swollen like a bun. His eyes looked cruel. You useless trash with a mind smaller than a needle. I shouldn't have taken you in. I could have sold you for some money. Now you're just making trouble for me. Cui Nyang, I tell you, if you think you can become my main wife, you're dreaming. If you want to be a wife or a concubine, since you're no longer officially with me, Don't try to act like a lady. From now on, serve me and Luo Nyang. I'll be kind and give you some food. If you keep causing trouble, I'll sell you to the slave traders so you can learn what suffering is." Ilong finished speaking and pulled the young widow, Mrs. Luo, into the house. Mrs. Luo, soft and fragrant in Ilong's arms, made his angry heart feel itchy. He ignored the sad Chui Nyang outside and quickly threw himself at Mrs. Luo. After hearing Ilong's words, Mrs. Luo felt proud. Though she was a widow, she could become the main wife of a scholar like Ilong. During the day, she didn't care about his reckless behavior. Soon, the house was filled with a lively, intimate atmosphere. Chui Nyang was slapped hard by Ilong, her face swollen and her head ringing. She couldn't remember much, only that Ilong told her she would be a servant in the future, to serve him and the young woman. She felt hopeless about her life. In a daze, Chui Nyang left the small yard that she loved so much and wandered the street. It was hot and mealtime, so few people were around. Though some looked at her, no one asked what was wrong. She kept walking until she left the town and reached the official road leading out of the mountains, beside a winding river. Thinking back, she remembered walking this road with Ilong, feeling both nervous and happy. She had left her home, escaping marriage to a lame widower. She thought she was leaving a fire for a safer place. Now she realized she had jumped into a fire. Ha ha ha. I used to hate that Qingshan didn't want me, and I hated Chui Er for taking my place. It was all my fault, Chui Nyang thought painfully, looking at the road and the river beside it. Her heart was heavy. Ilong, you betrayed me so much. Even in death, I won't forgive you. She sighed bitterly, staring at the flowing river. She felt hopeless. Her home and family had been taken over by the young widow. She couldn't go back, and her home was now occupied. She felt there was no way out, so she decided to give up. At this moment, Chui Nyang's only thought is to give up and end everything. She looks at the rushing river and takes 2 steps forward, unaware that her shoes are already in the water. Just let it be. Tears fall from her eyes as she throws herself into the flowing river. While floating in the water, Chui Nyang feels like she's dreaming. In her dream, she is drifting up and down just like now. In the past, she heard that her family sold her to a nearly dying, lame widower with 2 children. She ran away with a young man, but they couldn't escape the mountains and ended up settling in a town, living a simple life. Unexpectedly, when she was pregnant, a wealthy widow with a shop took advantage of her. She was beaten and insulted by her husband, and overwhelmed with sadness and anger, she tried to drown herself. Chui Nyang dreams of this and can't help but cry. Is this really a dream? Or is it her reality? But the dream continues. She was rescued from drowning but didn't die. The person who saved her wasn't a good person. They came for the tea leaves from the Lian family. Chui Nyang held a grudge against the Lian family and took revenge by causing Lian Qingshan to be beaten to death and the young boy to die tragically. Only a woman and a girl from the Lian family were left, with no food or resources, completely fallen. When she finally achieved her revenge on her enemies, she saw the young widow become the wife of the man she hated. She was pregnant, but became a servant to that man and the widow, along with her newborn child. She was insulted, beaten, and had no food. As a servant, her life was worse than that of a pig or dog. But she endured for her child's sake. However, the widow, jealous of her own child, saw her son as a thorn in her side and eventually caused him to die in a well. Chui Nyang, floating in the water, lets out a furious cry, startling the travelers on the official road. She struggles in the water, filled with hatred in her dream, but instinctively clutches her belly out of maternal love. In her dream, Chui Nyang, overwhelmed with despair, took revenge while the man and woman she hated were drunk and asleep. She slaughtered the small courtyard that once brought her happiness and pain, using the blood of those 2 scoundrels and their child to honor her own pitiful son. Quick! There's a woman in the river. A traveler on the official road spots Chui Nyang in the water and shouts, "Come help her." In the river, Cui Nyang had a faint, happy smile on her face and was completely unconscious. After Cui became pregnant, she felt very sleepy every day. She couldn't get up on time in the morning to make breakfast. Even Qingshan, who woke early to practice a set of martial arts in the yard, would then go to the kitchen to cook porridge or a thick soup and steam the buns or twisted rolls Cui had made the night before, preparing breakfast. By the time Cui woke up, it was already late morning. She lazily sat on the kong, a traditional bed, folding the quilt. After washing up, Qingshan brought in breakfast and took care of the children, dressing them and helping them eat, which was much busier than before. Cui smiled gently as she held her porridge bowl in one hand and a spoon in the other, sipping slowly. After a few bites, she felt her mouth was tasteless and her chest was stuffy. She couldn't even finish the porridge. Fortunately, she had been well-nourished and slept well the night before. Her face was still rosy and glowing. After drinking half a bowl of porridge, she suddenly felt a bit distracted. She remembered that it had been a bit chilly lately, and there were few dried vegetables prepared, plus her pickled sour beans seemed ready to eat. She drifted into her thoughts unknowingly. Cui, what's wrong? Are you feeling okay? Qingshan asked hurriedly, noticing Cui staring blankly at her spoon, worried she might be unwell. Nothing. I was just thinking that my pickled sour beans might be ready to eat, Cui said with a slight smile. She glanced at the plain porridge in her bowl, then happily set it down and headed to the kitchen. Worried Cui might fall if she hurried too fast, Qingshan quickly followed. When Cui bent down to pick up a small jar, Qingshan hurriedly helped her lift it. Following her instructions, he knocked off the mud seal and used clean chopsticks to pick out the fermented contents. As Cui watched Qingshan remove the mud seal, she smelled a tangy, sour aroma. She looked at the slightly yellowish beans inside the jar, picked one up with her chopsticks, and sniffed it. The sour smell made her mouth water uncontrollably. Just as Cui was about to put the sour bean into her mouth, Qingshan stopped her. Cui, you're pregnant now. I'll taste it first. If it's safe, then you can eat it, okay? Cui didn't have much confidence in her own pickled green beans. When she saw Lian Qingshan caring so much about her, she smiled and nodded. She used her chopsticks to feed the pickled beans into his mouth, carefully watching his expression. The pickled green beans were made from already boiled long beans, so eating them directly was fine. Cui was worried that the beans might not only be sour, but also have a bad smell. The taste is good. Lian Qingshan chewed a bean and felt it was quite satisfying. He then scooped a few more from the jar into a small bowl, put 2 or 3 into his mouth, chewed and said again, very sour, but it has a very pleasant feeling. It makes me want to eat more. Really? That's great if it works. Cui sniffed the aroma of the pickled beans and felt her mouth watering. She was eager to scoop a big spoonful and eat it all at once. Just as she was about to do so, Lian Qingshan stopped her. Qingshan, why do you keep stopping me? Cui was a little annoyed. As a pregnant woman, Lian Qingshan always treated her gently, but today he kept stopping her repeatedly. She pouted slightly and asked unhappily, Foolish girl, these beans are good, but they've been pickled for a long time. I'll wash them and then stir-fry them for you, okay? Lian Qingshan looked at Cui's blushing face and slight anger. Instead of getting upset, he felt his heart melt. Most of the time, Cui was quietly smiling. She was gentle, but not as real as the slightly angry little woman in front of him. Cui seemed to be more liked by Lian Qingshan this way. He gently held her in his arms and patted her back. Be good, Cui. Once I wash and stir-fry these beans, I'll make porridge for you. It'll be ready soon. Okay. Cui felt a bit upset that she couldn't eat the pickled beans now, but she knew Lian Qingshan was doing it for her. She patiently agreed. Seeing him busy washing the beans and preparing to cook, her earlier frustration quickly disappeared. Less than 15 minutes later, Lian Qingshan finished stir-frying the pickled beans and brought them to the table. Cui picked up her porridge bowl and eagerly scooped a spoonful of beans into her mouth. After chewing carefully, she found her mouth filled with a strong sour taste. Just as she imagined, it was deliciously sour and perfect with rice. She couldn't help but take a big sip of plain porridge, then ate more beans and a large bite of bread. Chuer happily ate her meal, not forgetting to serve some sour beans to her two children. Dinyo and Shiau, who watched their mother enjoy her food and naturally didn't want to fall behind. After finishing the dishes Chuer served, they each took some sour beans from their plates and put them in their mouths. The sour taste made Dinyo and Shiau, who widened their eyes, finding the flavor very strange yet surprisingly good with rice. Like Chuer, they happily ate sour beans along with porridge or steamed buns. Even Qingshan, who had earlier struggled to eat, saw Chuer enjoying her meal and felt more relaxed. He took some salted vegetables he had cut and, with a steamed bun, started eating heartily. On the table were reddish-brown salted vegetables, golden scrambled eggs, and yellow-green sour beans, all served with delicious white rice porridge and steamed buns. The family sat together, eating happily. After breakfast, Qingshan asked Dinyo to play with Shiau in the yard while he accompanied Chuer for a walk around the yard. After a while, the sun outside grew hot, so Qingshan placed Chuer on a wooden bench under a tree and found her a storybook to read while he went out with the ox cart. Chuer was pregnant, so Qingshan didn't want her to work on the mountain anymore. He took over all the outside chores. Fortunately, the work on the mountain wasn't urgent and couldn't be finished quickly. This summer, Qingshan planned to plant more tea trees and grow vegetables for autumn. At home, Chuer took care of the children and sometimes felt nauseous and weak. She didn't think much about outside work, just hoping the transplanted tea seedlings wouldn't freeze during the snow. By noon, Qingshan returned from outside, carrying a basket full of vegetables. Chuer, I visited Aunt Lu and brought back some rare vegetables to change your taste. You won't get bored eating the same dishes at home, he said, showing her the vegetables he picked for her in the kitchen. Qingshan, you're the best. Chuer was happy to see more vegetables than their usual ones and picked out 2 for lunch. Don't move. I'll wash and prepare them, and you just stir-fry, Qingshan said, not letting Chuer handle the vegetables himself, worried that the mountain spring water might be too cold for her. He turned to pick and wash the vegetables. After Lian Qingshan finished tidying up the vegetables, Chuer skillfully chopped and stir-fried them. The family happily ate lunch together. Feeling very sleepy, Chuer yawned and went to take a nap. Lian Qingshan put the 2 children to sleep, then rested with Chuer for a while. When he saw that the weather outside was cooler, he locked the door and went out again. In the morning, he went to a newly opened wasteland to plant tea trees. In the afternoon, he planned to pick the young tea leaves from the tea mountain to prevent them from aging on the trees. When Lian Qingshan finished collecting all the tea leaves from the mountain, he didn't need Chuer to remind him. He followed the method she had taught him and spread the tea leaves out to dry in baskets. After half a day, seeing that the weather was suitable, he called Chuer to help stir-fry the tea leaves under her guidance. While the tea was drying, Lian Qingshan was busy too. He went to the nearby mountain to cut firewood, carried it home, and neatly stacked it in the kitchen. He also washed everyone's clothes thoroughly and played with Dinyo and Shiau. All of this was done without making Chuer worry or tire herself out. He was truly a perfect husband. Chuer watched Lian Qingshan work busily every day, but still be so kind to her. She felt both happy and touched. Although her hormones were unstable during pregnancy and sometimes made her temper flare, she became even gentler towards Lian Qingshan. One day, after finishing lunch, Chuer and Lian Qingshan sat under the big tree in the yard to enjoy the cool shade. She unconsciously reached out to touch her still flat belly, feeling the child she had longed for over 2 generations. Shiau saw his mother touching her belly and hurried over. He placed his small hand on Chuer's stomach and asked happily if there was a little brother inside. Lian Qingshan looked at Chuer with love as she spoke kindly to Shiau. Thinking about the baby in Chuer's belly, he felt completely content with his life. Just as the family was enjoying their happy moment, suddenly they heard hurried footsteps outside. The door of their old courtyard was loudly knocked open. Open the door. Quickly. Something serious has happened. A young woman's voice called out urgently, knocking loudly on the old gate. Lian Qingshan was alarmed by her voice, fearing something was wrong. He quickly told Cui to take the children inside and open the new courtyard gate to see what was happening. Lian Qingshan suddenly pushed open the big door and saw a heavily pregnant woman sitting weakly at the entrance of her old courtyard. She was shouting and banging on the door, tears streaming down her face, as if she was in urgent trouble. "Big sister-in-law, may I ask what's wrong?" Lian Qingshan hesitated briefly before speaking. The pregnant woman, upon hearing Lian Qingshan's voice, quickly turned her head and looked at the tall, elegant Lian Qingshan. The tears in her eyes flowed even more fiercely. "Run quickly, someone is coming to harm you." The tearful pregnant woman was Cui Nyang. "Run quickly, someone is coming to harm you." Cui Nyang, the tearful pregnant woman, was indeed Cui Nyang. Whether she was rushing to the nearby mountain village or crying too hard, she felt her stomach tighten painfully and she had no strength left to stand. Hearing that someone wanted to hurt her, Lian Qingshan's first thought was to protect Cui, who was now pregnant. She couldn't afford to be frightened or upset, or it might cause her to go into labor early. Thinking of this, Lian Qingshan turned and ran away, completely ignoring the pregnant woman sitting at her old house's door, and forgetting that this woman was Cui Nyang, who had once almost married her. Cui Nyang watched Lian Qingshan's figure disappear and felt her stomach pain worsen. Her vision blurred, and she tightly held her belly, muttering, "Child, don't be afraid. Mother has come to warn the Lian family. We will find a new way out. Mother won't let you die so young." It turned out that after Cui Nyang threw herself into the water, she had a dream as if she had lived her whole life. When she learned that her child had been harmed by the Luo family, Cui Nyang was heartbroken and even shouted loudly while unconscious. It was this shout that caught the attention of a passing traveler who rescued her. After being saved, Cui Nyang was taken to an inn by the traveler. Looking at her still unborn child, she realized it was all just a dream. But in her hazy mind, the scene from the dream felt so real, as if it had truly happened, like her past life. The warning about her child's tragic death echoed in her mind. She didn't care about arguing with the Luo family over a man or about a small grudge with Cui. All her thoughts were focused on breaking the curse from her past life so that her small, gentle child could grow up safely and happily, not be harmed and thrown into a water well at such a young age. When she woke up in the inn and prepared to go home, she saw the traveler who had caused Lian Qingshan's death in her dream. Just like in her dream, he was asking around for tea sellers. She felt it was fate repeating itself. Cui Nyang thought that if she didn't save Lian Qingshan's family, her own son might leave her forever. Suddenly, she felt brave and decided to help. She pretended not to know where the tea sellers were and told the traveler she didn't know anything. She then hired a cart and took herself to Lian's house in Qingshan. What Cui Nyang didn't realize was that her frightened expression caught the traveler's attention. Although he didn't hurt her, he sent someone to follow her. When he heard she hurried to Qingshan, he decided to go there with a ruthless plan, thinking it better to act than to let her go. "Just as long as I save the Lian family, Dogwa, you'll be safe, right?" Cui Nyang cried as she called out her child's name from her dream. She no longer brought the traveler with her to Lian's house, and maybe he wouldn't have been so angry and killed anyone after being refused. If the Lian family was safe, then the child named Little Tiger was safe too. Could her own son also escape danger? At this moment, Lian Qingshan had returned home. He told Cui about the woman with a big belly at the old yard. She said someone wanted to harm him and urged him to run away quickly. Cui was startled.
"What?"
"Someone wants to hurt you." Cui felt a little worried, but not enough to cause her to go into labor. She held Lian Qingshan's hand tightly. "Qingshan, when you fought the wolf, didn't you use a bow and arrow? You should go get it now, and bring the flying darts too." Cui took a deep breath and spoke. "Also, where is that woman? If she ran far with her belly, her baby might be in danger. She risked coming to warn us.
"She's kind of a hero for our family."
"We shouldn't let her get into trouble," Cui thought. She was about to get off the bed, but Lian Qingshan quickly stopped her. "Cui, you're still pregnant. Don't move. I'll bring in some things and find Aunt Lu to check on her." After arranging Cui, Lian Qingshan remembered there was another woman outside. Whether she knew her or not, she was heavily pregnant and needed care, so she should be looked after. Qingshan thought about this, took his bow and arrow from the cabinet and slung it over his shoulder. He also tucked a handful of darts into his belt. He called Denyo and Shiau to stay with Chuer in the east room. Only then did he lock the front door and quickly run towards the village. At the old courtyard gate, Aunt Chui looked at Qingshan running away with his bow and arrow. She felt a little sad. Even though Qingshan cared about Chuer, when danger came, he ran away. She looked up at the blue sky, feeling her stomach hurt more and more. Her whole body was weak and she couldn't move. Qingshan ran very fast. In just a short time, he arrived at Aunt Lu's house. He hid the part where someone wanted to hurt him. He only told her that a heavily pregnant woman was at his door. Chuer, who was pregnant, couldn't take care of herself, so he asked Aunt Lu to help her. Aunt Lu listened and nodded without hesitation. She also called her young son to invite Aunt Chunju. Qingshan called Lian to come along. When Mrs. Dong heard this, she wanted to help too. She wanted to bring De Mao and Air Mao, but Qingshan stopped her, telling her to stay home and take care of the children. He asked her to send Denyo, Xiaohu, and Chuer over later. After arranging everything, Qingshan hurried back home. The pregnant woman's words sounded frightening. Qingshan was very worried about Chuer being alone at home. When he returned to his house, he saw a group of travelers riding tall horses heading into the village. His heart tightened. Could these people be the ones the pregnant woman mentioned? Qingshan didn't have time to talk. He quickly ran back home. Chuer and the two children were still there. He couldn't let them be in danger. Qingshan knew the way well and ran quickly. Aunt Lu and Lian he followed behind, watching his hurried steps. They also hurriedly ran towards Qingshan's house. After Lu Dania's youngest son, Huaiji, went to tell Aunt Chunju about the situation, Aunt Chunju didn't just rush to Qingshan's house herself. She also brought along her eldest son, Shan Yao, and his wife, Zhang. On the way, she called for Yin Huan and her husband, Feng Shou. Soon, a large group of people headed toward the Lian family. When Aunt Chunju and her son and daughter-in-law were rushing to Lian's house, the 6 or 7 horse riders also found the way to Qingshan's home. As their horses approached the gate, Lu Daniu was leading Qingshan and Qinghe into the main room of the old courtyard, where the woman with a big belly was lying on the bed. Lu Daniu recognized her. She was Cui Nyang, the woman who had previously caused trouble, claiming she was the real owner. Nyang Cui, what's going on? Who is trying to hurt me? Qingshan listened to Lu Daniu and realized that Cui Nyang's appearance was probably not a coincidence. His initial hope was gone. He was eager to find out what had happened and also wanted to check on Chuer's safety. He wished he had 3 heads and 6 arms to do everything at once. That person wants tea leaves. Cui Nyang, hearing only part of what she had overheard and recalling her dreams, connected the scenes and thought of only one word: tea leaves. Tea leaves? Qingshan was startled. Before Lu Daniu and Qinghe could figure out what was happening, he already understood. Daniu, Qinghe, see if you can get a cart and take her to the village. Our family might be in danger. What tea leaves? What danger? I won't leave. Qinghe frowned tightly. His older brother had been stronger since childhood. He had gone to war and come back. He felt guilty when his brother saved him from injury. Now that his brother was in trouble, he couldn't just stand by and do nothing. Sending her away and coming back later isn't late, Qingshan said with a frown. But this woman just said something careless. It's not certain. I just want to be cautious. Chuer is still at home, and I need to watch over her. As Qingshan spoke, he suddenly shivered. He heard the sound of hooves. Unfortunately, they had already found their way here so quickly. Qingshan rushed out of the old courtyard. When he reached the gate of the new courtyard, he saw 7 strong and well-fed men riding fast horses down the hillside toward his home. The leader, a man about 30 years old, was dressed in fine silk and looked very refined and wealthy. Behind him, there was a manager-type person, a servant, and 4 others dressed in short clothing. From Lian Qingshan's perspective, all 6 looked very strong and not easy to deal with. If he had still felt a bit hopeful earlier, after hearing the woman say that it was none of his business, now seeing these 7 fierce-looking men approaching, that hope disappeared completely. The man at the front looked like an ordinary rich young master, but the others behind him were clearly not simple servants. Lian Qingshan, who had survived many dangerous situations, could feel their fierce energy. Even if they hadn't killed anyone before, they definitely had a habit of doing wrong. These people were truly unwelcome guests. Lian Qingshan frowned slightly, tightly gripping his bow and arrow on his shoulder, as he looked at the group coming quickly toward his home. "May I ask, is this the Lian family who sells tea?" One of the manager-type men asked the rich young master. The servant beside him was helping the young master up the hill politely. "There are no tea sellers here, only an ordinary mountain villager," Lian Qingshan replied loudly. However, he saw that the group didn't stop because of his answer. Instead, they moved even faster toward the Lian family's gate. "My surname is Qian. I am the manager of the Qian family shop in Betrayal County. I come to discuss tea business with your family," the leader said, looking up at Lian Qingshan with a disdainful gaze. Although he was shorter, he looked down on Lian Qingshan as if saying, "As the young master of the Qian family, I am here to talk business with you. That's a great honor for you." So your manager Qian," Lian Qingshan said politely, slightly bowing to him. In that brief moment, he also looked carefully at the visitor. The person called the money manager indeed looks like a wealthy young master, not like the people I was worried about. Luckily, if those people had come, I would be unable to escape with Chuer, who is pregnant, along with Denyo and Shiau Hu. We might have been silenced forever. Lian Qingshan felt a slight relief, but couldn't relax completely. Seeing the insincere attitude of this wealthy young master and noticing the fierce expressions of the guards behind him, he became cautious. These people are supposed to be here for a business deal, but if negotiations fail, they might attack. Lian Qingshan felt anxious. How could he send these people away without causing a scene? The money manager had just signed a contract with merchants outside the mountain, and now his own family was coming into the mountain to do business. His own family was really willing to do anything. "Please let our master in," the person in charge said, looking at Lian Qingshan with a bow. However, he showed no fear, unlike a typical villager. He even frowned at the closed main gate and scolded, as if he were reprimanding a servant. Lian Qingshan looked at him and decided not to let them into the yard. If they came in and negotiations broke down, they might fight. He couldn't risk scaring Chuer. "My family's place is messy. It's better if you don't go inside," Lian Qingshan said in a dull voice, pretending to be an innocent villager. But if someone looked carefully, they would see his muscles tense, ready to fight if necessary. However, he didn't want to do that because, with his skills, he couldn't subdue 4 guards instantly. If something went wrong and his family got hurt, it would be a big loss. Just as they were arguing at the door, the gate of the new courtyard creaked open. Chuer, dressed in rough cloth, slowly walked out. Seeing the group of travelers, she seemed unaffected, showing no change in her expression. "Qingshan, we have visitors at home. It's not convenient to go inside. Let's rest in the courtyard for a while," Chuer said, opening the door halfway and turning to step inside. Lian Qingshan's eyes flickered slightly as he watched Chuer remain calm and composed. He wasn't sure whether to praise her bravery or to pull her into his arms and give her a firm pat on the bottom. In such a dangerous situation, she still ran out on her own. Doesn't she worry about getting scared or hurt? Lian Qingshan's face changed several times. Meanwhile, the young master of the Qian family kept staring at Chuer without blinking. He thought to himself that although this mountain was poor and broken, it still managed to raise many beautiful young women. A few days ago, he had pulled one out of the water. She was injured, but with some care, she looked quite attractive. Now, in this remote, desolate mountain valley, he still saw such a beautiful and elegant woman. The young master of the Qian family was not just interested in finding out where the tea came from anymore. He also wanted to take this pretty young woman home. Imagining her softly crying and nestling in his arms made his blood boil with excitement. When Qingshan saw that the Qian steward was staring at his wife with a lecherous look, his fists clenched tighter, making a clicking sound. But the steward paid no attention. After they entered the yard, he kept staring at Chuer, saliva almost dripping from his mouth. Chuer originally came out because she was worried that Qingshan, being alone, might clash with the 7 men outside. Now, seeing the steward staring at her endlessly, her desire to turn hostility into peace faded. She wished she could beat these people up so they wouldn't dare to come again. But Chuer also knew that with just the 2 of them, even if Qingshan had fought in battles before, it wouldn't be enough. She kept a stern face, eyes fixed on the 7 men rushing in, and kept thinking of ways to handle the situation. Earlier, this steward said he came to discuss buying our tea. I told him we don't sell any, Qingshan said as he quickly approached Chuer after entering the yard. They stood at the door, while inside, the big girl sat by the window with Shiau who, looking a bit scared. So that's how it is, Chuer nodded, quickly thinking. Since Qingshan said they didn't sell tea, she had to insist firmly, Sir, we really don't have any tea to sell. Maybe you've come to the wrong place. Come to the wrong place? Impossible. The person in charge stepped forward and spoke before young Master Qian. He said, We have all checked. The tea you usually sell at the Qian family's general store. Why else would our master come so far to visit your home? Since you've checked and know that we have a contract with shopkeeper Qian, why did you come all this way? Qingshan knew that shopkeeper Qian was a branch member of the Qian family. His question made the person in charge hesitate and turn red in the face, unable to speak for a while. What could he say? Should he claim that the main family saw that the branch shopkeeper Qian was making a lot of money from this and wanted to take over the supply and sales to earn more silver? That wouldn't sound good. The person in charge was angry inside. Seeing that the young master from the main family looked unhappy, he quickly raised his voice and said sharply, Let me tell you, you country folks, don't be ungrateful. If you anger our young master, don't think we'll sell you tea leaves anymore. We won't sell anything from the Qian general store to you, and you won't buy your stuff from us either. You'll see how powerful we are then, the person in charge, with a thick mustache, said fiercely. Chuer looked at the person in charge jumping around and snorted coldly. Even Qingshan disliked how that person looked. But a brave man doesn't fight when he's at a disadvantage. Their own people weren't as many, and if they fought now, they might suffer losses. Since you are from the Qian family, I won't say much, Qingshan said calmly. We already signed a contract with the Qian general store. It's hard to change now. Qingshan, am just a simple villager, but I believe in honesty. When we sign a contract with shopkeeper Qian, even if it needs to be changed, it should be done by shopkeeper Qian himself. Now that you're secretly changing things, I definitely wouldn't dare to do that. Qingshan's words sounded reasonable, but the meaning behind them was clear. He was openly calling out the person in charge of the Qian family. Even a simple villager knew about honesty, yet these business people were secretly trying to undermine the main branch to get the goods. It was truly shameful.
You.
Seeing that Qingshan wouldn't back down, the person in charge felt like a fire was burning inside him. Our second master Qian was willing to sign a contract with you, and you refused. Don't blame me if I get rude now. Someone come. The manager of the money, with a small, sneering look in his eyes, pointed at Qingshan with a whip and said, Bring him down for me. Even if you have to hold his hand, he must sign the contract. There's nothing I, second master Qian, want that I can't get. Seeing that the manager wanted to be aggressive, Qingshan immediately stepped in front of Chuer, took down the bow and arrow on his back, and drew the bowstring with a loud shout. Who dares move? Anyone who dares will regret it, because my bow has no eyes. Qingshan had crawled out from a place full of blood and bones. Although the 4 thugs in front of him carried a fierce aura, they were all silenced by his angry shout. They froze in place, stunned. Qingshan pulled his bow as full as a bright moon and looked coldly at the manager of the money. Business should be easy to talk about. If you insist on being rough, my bow and arrow are not to be underestimated. You. The manager was used to being arrogant in the county and had never seen anyone so fearless. You savage mountain folk. Second master, only looked at your tea out of courtesy. How dare you refuse? How dare you threaten second master? The manager was so angry he wished he could rush forward and tear Lian Qingshan apart. Seeing this, Chuer stepped back 2 steps, clutching an axe used for chopping wood at the windowsill, then moved forward to stand beside Lian Qingshan. Giving us face? You want our stuff and come demanding it? If we don't give it, you just try to snatch it openly. Is that giving us face? We don't want that kind of face. Exactly. If you leave today and don't come back, we'll pretend this never happened. If you cause trouble again, I swear I'll risk my life to pull you all down with me. Lian Qingshan's eyes turned red, and he stared like a wolf at the people standing in the yard. Suddenly, the door burst open. The big girl rushed out holding a small stick, followed by 2 nearly grown wolf pups and a little squirrel named Kai Kai. If Lian Qingshan hadn't been holding his bow tightly, he would have laughed at the scene. The thugs and managers looked like they wanted to laugh too. Except for the young man, who seemed strong. The delicate young woman and the small, white girl looked like they couldn't fight. Even the chubby puppy on the ground and the tiny, snarling squirrel looked more like they were playing than fighting. Humph, just you few? You think you can stop me, second master? Originally, even Qingshan looked scared, which made the money manager jump. Now, seeing Chuer and the young girl, he became timid again. As long as he catches that woman and the girl, he thinks the man won't dare to resist. Attack. The money manager, with a grim face and a sneer, seemed to already see the scene of gaining lots of tea leaves and making a lot of money. Attack. The person claiming to be the second young master of the Qian family, with a dark face, said. Behind him, a group of thugs rushed toward Lian Qingshan like wolves. Lian Qingshan originally just wanted to scare them. But now, seeing their attitude, he made up his mind. He quickly shot an arrow. The arrow hit the foot of the nearest thug with a loud bang. The arrow was deeply embedded, and the feathers on the end trembled, showing it was very powerful. It was only 2 inches away from pinning his foot to the ground. The leading thug's leg softened, and he fell to the ground. He had been doing bad things with the second young master of the Qian family for a while, but today was the first time he faced such tough opponents. The forceful arrow surprised everyone. The 4 thugs who had rushed forward stopped suddenly. They looked at Lian Qingshan, who was holding a bow and arrow and now looked fierce. They felt a cold shiver run down their backs and started to retreat. Today, if they met tough enemies, they might get punished or beaten by their boss. But they wouldn't die. If this fierce archer shot through them, even the boss's favor wouldn't matter anymore. Take another step forward, and this arrow will hit you, Lian Qingshan shouted loudly. He drew his bow again, pulling it tight in an instant. His sharp eyes fixed on the second young master of the Qian family, slowly turning the arrow toward him. Although Lian Qingshan hesitated whether to hurt anyone, once the arrow was on the string, he knew he had to act. If he didn't stop the second young master from gaining power, he might be beaten or hurt badly today. The second young master's gaze on Chuer was so obvious that Lian Qingshan didn't doubt that if he was killed or injured by the 4 thugs, Chuer and the others wouldn't be safe. Fool, what are you sitting on the ground for? Go kill that reckless person. The boss is already pointed at with an arrow. The person acting as the manager helped the second young master of the Qian family, trembling and unsure what to do. I initially thought that the man in the mountains was just a simple, dull person, like those who had bullied me and others before, and I didn't pay much attention to him. Now I realize that this family is truly different. Even a servant dares to act tough. When Lian Qingshan heard the person in charge shouting, the 4 thugs who had been about to retreat suddenly gained confidence and wanted to rush forward. Lian Qingshan roared loudly, releasing the bowstring in his hand. The arrow seemed to have a mind of its own and shot swiftly toward the person in charge. Help! Save me! Because the distance between them was very short, the person in charge hadn't reacted when Lian Qingshan released the arrow. The arrow pierced through his headscarf, scattering his hair, and only then did he realize what was happening, crying out in panic. His legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground, knocking over even the second Master Qian. "If you don't leave now, don't blame me for being ruthless." Lian Qingshan tightly held his bow and drew another arrow. The four thugs, who had been about to attack after hearing the person in charge's words, now saw the situation clearly. They knew this man was skilled in martial arts. He could shoot accurately at will. If they got hit, it would be disastrous. What's there to be afraid of? He only has 2 arrows left. Whether out of courage or greed, the person in charge, after collapsing, surprisingly still had some spirit left. He pulled the person in charge up and used him as a human shield, standing in front of himself and shouting at the 4 thugs. "Kill him, and each of you will get 10 taels of silver as a reward." Second Master Qian glanced at Chuer standing nearby and gritted his teeth as he spoke. Hearing about silver and 10 taels each, the 4 thugs' eyes lit up. They believed that killing this tough opponent could earn them a lot of money today. For 10 taels each, it was a big sum. The 4 exchanged glances. Lian Qingshan only had 2 arrows left in his quiver. Even if he shot both, it might not hit them. For 10 taels each, they were willing to risk everything. With the same thought, they suddenly lunged toward Lian Qingshan, rushing loudly and swiftly, almost reaching him. Lian Qingshan secretly cursed himself. He had been so firm earlier, warning them repeatedly. He didn't expect Second Master Qian to resort to this reward tactic. A generous reward always brings brave men, a tactic familiar to a soldier like him, but also the most difficult to deal with. Lian Qingshan shot his bow and arrow, hitting the shoulder of the closest person. The man fell down after being struck, and the 3 others quickly moved closer. "Qingshan, here." Chuer saw that Lian Qingshan had run out of arrows, so she reached out and handed him her long axe. Then she turned around, hugged the big girl in her arms, took the stick from her, and stepped back a few paces. Perhaps because they thought entering the mountain was safe, or because weapons like knives were heavily controlled, the 4 thugs didn't carry steel knives or swords. Besides the one who was shot and carried a black whip, the other 3 only had their fists and charged forward. Lian Qingshan had already grabbed the long axe Chuer handed him. The shining axe was in his hand, and his eyes looked cold and fierce, like a fierce warrior. He didn't dodge or avoid the fist-charging thug. Instead, he swung his axe and struck forward. Not good. One thug rushing toward Lian Qingshan saw the shining axe and felt a cold chill in his chest. The sharp blade was already close. He tried to dodge, but felt as if a mountain was pressing down on his head. Everywhere, impossible to escape. The man was so scared he lost control and fell to the ground. Lian Qingshan had hit him with the back of his axe, knocking him out. Seeing the man fall after the axe struck, the others thought he had been killed. Now only 2 remained. They shouted and seemed ready to attack, but kept their distance from Lian Qingshan's swinging axe. Lian Qingshan quickly subdued 2 of the thugs with a few moves, frightening the other 2 into not daring to move. Meanwhile, there was still Qian Eryi, a terrified steward, and a young servant nearby. Qian Eryi and the young servant were very wicked. Seeing that Lian Qingshan was capable of fighting, they realized they couldn't win and started to think about Chuer and the big girl. While Lian Qingshan was busy with the 2 thugs, they quietly moved closer to Chuer, planning to suddenly attack her, capture her, and then use her to threaten Lian Qingshan. As Lord Qian and the young servant rushed toward Chuer, they saw the small puppy that looked soft and cuddly on the ground, along with the golden-haired squirrel. Suddenly, the squirrel leapt up, claws out, scratching Lord Qian face. He was caught off guard and howled in pain, clutching his head. Seeing this, Chuer raised her fire poker and struck hard at Lord Qian head and back. His previous arrogant stare made Chuer very angry, especially since he wanted to harm Lian Qingshan. Her anger grew, and she hit him even harder with the stick, making him roll around and cry out. Not satisfied, Chuer swung the stick fiercely at Lord Qian private area, causing him to roll his eyes and gasp for air before fainting. The 2 guards saw their master being beaten so badly by a woman and hurried to help, but they were caught by Lian Qingshan, who kept them busy. Distracted, they were knocked down one after another by Lian Qingshan's punches, crying out in pain. Meanwhile, the young servant behind Lord Qian Heir was attacked by the two small puppies. One puppy held onto his leg tightly, and their strength was so great that they dragged him to the ground, causing him to scream in pain. Tuanshuan and Yuan did a great job. The girl called Dania cheered from behind Chuer, feeling unsatisfied. She bypassed Chuer's fight with Lord Qian Heir, clenched her small fists, and rushed at the young servant. She punched him repeatedly in the face and body. Though her punches were light, they still made the young servant cry out in pain from being bitten by Tuanshuan and Yuan. Little Hu, who had been watching from the window, appeared in the yard without anyone noticing. Seeing Lord Qian Heir lying on the ground, bruised and battered, he looked angry. He kicked him hard in the face a few times, then ran over to the overseer, who was lying down, and did the same. Until everyone on the ground was kicked thoroughly, little Tiger finally felt a bit of relief. He collapsed onto Cui Heir's lap and stopped talking, trembling with fear. Cui Heir clearly felt little Tiger's anger and fear through his small body. She didn't bother to scold the others anymore. She crouched down, hugged little Tiger in her arms, and comforted him. At this moment, Lian Qinghe and Aunt Lu heard the noise and hurried over from the old courtyard. Aunt Chunju and others, along with their children and daughters-in-law, also came running. Seeing the messy state of the Lian family's yard, they were all shocked. Without hesitation, they rushed forward to help Lian Qingshan severely deal with the outsiders. The four thugs on the ground saw so many people from the Lian family, men, women, old and young, and felt hopeless. When only one man, one woman, and two children were in the family, they had already struggled to fight them. Now so many strong men had arrived, and it was a remote mountain area. Even if they were killed and thrown into the woods to be eaten by wolves, no one might know or care. Thinking of this, they all began to regret. They had strength and could farm at home, which was good enough. But they insisted on following Second Master Qian to do reckless things for a better life. Now they had met tough opponents and might lose their lives in the mountains. As the thugs regretted their actions, Lian Qingshan worried they might cause more trouble. He went inside, took some ropes, and tied up the beaten thugs together. To prevent them from escaping, he tied their ropes to a big tree in the yard. Lian Qinghe and Shan Yao also tied up the young servant and the manager, attaching them to a wooden post by the yard wall. Both of them were so scared they trembled, as if they were the ones being attacked, not the ones coming to cause trouble. As for Second Master Qian, since he was the master, he was beaten the worst. Naturally, he was treated differently. Lian Qingshan tied him securely under a tree and poured cold water over him to wake him up. Help! Mother Tiger! Second Master Qian shouted loudly after being splashed awake. Everyone was feeling heavy-hearted, but hearing his cries, they couldn't help but laugh. Cui Heir, who was called the Mother Tiger, also found Second Master Qian very funny and couldn't help but smile. After being roughed up at the Li family's house, Second Master Qian was suddenly awakened and howled loudly. Hearing his cries, the people standing in the yard, who were already very tense, found him so funny that they couldn't help but smile. Stop crying or Wan will bite you. Just as the adults were laughing, little Hu, who was only knee-high to the adults, tiptoed over to Second Master Qian and pointed his small, white finger at his nose, shouting loudly. Nearby, the little wolf puppy Yuan wagged its tail and barked in support, but because it was young and its voice was soft and babyish, it sounded like a little dog. Oh, little Hu is so brave, just like his father. Aunt Lu smiled warmly. She wanted to say more, but suddenly, a loud scream came from the old courtyard of the Li family. She remembered there was a woman about to give birth there. Oh no, I've been too focused here. Sister Chunju, let's hurry to that yard. There's a woman about to give birth. Aunt Lu said as she pulled Sister Chunju and ran toward the old courtyard. Meanwhile, Sister Chunju's daughter-in-law, Zhang, was worried about Chuer's health. She carefully checked Chuer from head to toe. Seeing that Chuer was fine, she helped her into the house. After settling her two children, Dinyo and Xiaohu, She then headed toward the old courtyard. The women were busy with their tasks, while the four men, Lian Qingshan, Lian Qinghe, Feng Shou, and Shan Yao, stood still, staring at Second Master Qian and the others who had been tied up and thrown on the ground. They all felt a headache coming on. Brother Qingshan, what should we do with these people? Shan Yao asked nervously, looking at the tied-up men on the ground. Shan Yao was the youngest of the four, had never been a soldier, and hadn't seen much of the world. He was loved and protected by Sister Chunju and her husband. Although tall and strong, he was no match for men like Qingshan, who had been hardened by hardship and battle. Qingshan was also worried. The 7 people in the yard on the surface seemed to come to do business with them. But in reality, they were here to rob them, specifically to steal their most profitable tea business. If he hadn't received a warning from the pregnant woman, or if their actions had been slightly slower, they might not have caught all 4 thugs. The consequences of failing to do so today would be terrible. Whenever Lian Qingshan thought about what would happen if he were defeated by these fierce thugs in front of him, he felt cold all over. If he were knocked down, it wouldn't be just tied up. Judging by the fierce look in that Second Master Qian's eyes just now, even if he didn't die, he would be left badly injured. As for Chuer, Lian Qingshan looked toward the house. He clearly saw how Second Master Qian was coveting Chuer. If he were defeated, his pregnant wife might face terrible humiliation. And Nyo and Shiau, who, the 2 young children, were so small, if they fell into these people's hands, they might even lose their lives. Lian Qingshan's face grew darker with each thought. His hand, like a fan, clenched into a fist with a cracking sound. He stared fiercely at the leader, Second Master Qian, wishing he could punch him to death. But Lian Qingshan was not the reckless type. If he punched and killed Second Master Qian, he wouldn't just face arrest. Neither Qinghe, Feng Shou, nor Shan Yao, who came to help him, would escape punishment. Watch them first. Bandage the injured, Lian Qingshan said through gritted teeth. He was no longer a reckless young man, but seeing Second Master Qian's face still made his anger boil. He took long strides towards Second Master Qian, clenched his fists with a cracking sound, and looked at him with a fierce expression. What are you going to do? Second Master Qian looked at Lian Qingshan's wolf-like eyes and felt his body's hair stand on end. He had just been beaten badly by a woman, and now this rural man was looking at him like that. He was really scared. What am I going to do? Why did you bring thugs to my house? Lian Qingshan stared at Second Master Qian with anger burning inside him. He stepped closer, asking each word carefully. Don't come any closer. Oh no. I was just here to pick tea leaves. I didn't expect it to turn out like this. Second Master Qian shouted nervously, watching Lian Qingshan step closer. He quickly cried out and explained. How did it turn out like this? Didn't I say that our tea leaves had already been signed with a contract?
Huh.
Didn't I say to leave quickly?
Huh.
If you dare to act rashly again, I will be ruthless. 3 cold, sounds came from Lian Qingshan in a row. Uncle Qian felt like he had fallen into an ice cellar and deeply regretted not listening to advice earlier, as he had insisted on stepping forward and ended up in the hands of this troublemaker. Watching Lian Qingshan walk closer, Uncle Qian felt a strong killing aura surrounding him, as if a big hand was tightly gripping his neck, making it hard to breathe. Sir, please have mercy. I won't come here again, Uncle Qian begged with his last bit of strength. Sir? I am not a sir. I am just a common villager trying to make a living in the mountains. As for Uncle Qian, a wealthy and powerful man, if I let you go today, I can't guarantee that one day when you're well again, you'll come back to find trouble with me, Lian Qingshan said coldly, looking at Uncle Qian's frightened face. Actually, Lian Qingshan's mood was very complicated. These people couldn't stay. His family was just a simple village household. If they were from a noble family, they might use the crime of trespassing to their advantage. But since he had no background and was afraid of outsiders, he couldn't send them to the authorities. However, if he didn't keep these people, he couldn't just kill them either. Although Lian Qingshan had shed a lot of blood on the battlefield, that was in war. Now that he was back home, if he stained his hands with more blood, his daughter Chuer might be scared of him. Lian Qingshan was in a difficult position about whether to keep these people or not. Meanwhile, Uncle Qian, watching Lian Qingshan's changing expression, felt like he was being roasted over a fire. From Lian Qingshan's face, he could clearly see that his life or death depended entirely on this person's decision. He had never been so afraid, almost to the point of wetting his pants. Suddenly, outside, the sound of galloping horses came. Lian Qingshan clenched his fists tightly and squinted, staring outside. The killing aura he radiated made everyone in the courtyard shrink back instinctively. Qingshan, don't be impulsive. I'll go see what's happening. Feng Shou, who had come down from the battlefield with Lian Qingshan, saw his tense and cold expression and didn't dare to approach. He called out from afar, then clenched his fists and headed toward the door. In a short while, the sound of hooves stopped. A chubby figure fell from the horse. Seeing the few horses on the hillside, the person exclaimed, "Oh no," and quickly rushed towards Lian Qingshan's house, stumbling along the way and getting dust on his clothes without noticing. "Stop him!" The chubby figure waved a whip, closing his eyes as he charged into Lian's courtyard.
Hold him.
"I'll give you the contract. Please don't hurt Lian's family." The person was none other than Qian Li Shui, the shopkeeper of the Qian family grocery store in 10 Miles Town. He was dressed in a silk robe, now in a mess. Besides the dirt he had just rolled in, the cuffs of his robe were scratched, and his hair was messy. His dark eyes looked tired and his face was pale, making him look very disheveled. Why did you come?" Uncle Qian, tied to a wooden bed, stared wide-eyed when he saw Qian Li Shui. Qian Li Shui, determined to risk everything, rushed into Lian's yard. To his surprise, Lian Qingshan was standing safely in the yard, while the usually domineering Uncle Qian was tied up on the ground. Seeing this, Qian Li Shui's tense heart relaxed. He sank to the ground, panting and crying with a smile. "Lian, brother, you're safe." "That's great. Brother Qian, what happened to you?" Lian Qingshan hurried over and helped Qian Li Shui up. From Uncle Qian's words, Lian Qingshan could tell that Uncle Qian was here to take over his business. Seeing him so disheveled, Lian Qingshan naturally thought that Qian Li Shui was having the same trouble as himself. It was a difficult sight to see. Qian Li Shui looked up at Uncle Qian, who had once been arrogant but now looked like a wilted eggplant, then turned to Lian Qingshan with a worried expression. He felt overwhelmed and helpless. "I've lost faith in the Qian family's main branch." With Lian Qingshan's help, Qian Li Shui slowly stood up and told him about what had happened these days. 2 days ago, someone from the Qian family arrived, specifically the second master of the Qian family from Bechuan County, the second son of the 13th branch. He said he came to check on the shop and also brought good tea leaves as a reward for finding such a fine supplier. Master Qian was very happy because his family valued him so much. He felt he was getting closer to becoming the head of the county. He warmly hosted Second Master Qian, not knowing that that very night, Second Master Qian got him drunk and tied him up. After splashing cold water on him to wake him, he demanded that he transfer the tea leaf contract. Master Qian was unwilling and was beaten a few times, but he still refused to give in. Seeing that he was still a member of the Qian family and not too badly treated, Second Master Qian came up with a plan. He tied him up near the mountain outside the town and took some people to the source of the Lian family, intending to cut off their supplies. "I never thought my own family would be so mean," Master Qian cried, feeling he had spent half his life loyal to the wrong people and full of regret. "Big brother Qian, you should look at things more openly. You have connections. Maybe you can open a shop in town and stop working for the Qian family," Lian Qingshan softly advised. He wasn't as upset because he had been betrayed by outsiders, but Master Qian had been admired by him for half his life, and his anger was understandable. "No, I can't just let them go." Master Qian wiped his tears and said with red eyes, "Qingshan, if you trust me, hand them over to me. I promise they won't bother you again." "Big brother Qian, I trust you," Lian Qingshan replied sincerely, "but stop hesitating. If you trust me, hand them over. If not, Then beat these people badly and throw them into the deep mountains, Master Qian said, taking a deep breath. If you don't trust me, then just leave me here. Think of it like being attacked by wild animals on the road. Big brother Qian, don't say that. I'll hand them over to you, Lian Qingshan said honestly, not doubting Master Qian. But will it cause you big trouble? No problem. Since they've bullied me, Qian Li Shui, I won't let them get away with it. Master Qian's eyes flashed with a fierce look. He clasped Lian Qingshan's hand in a firm grip and turned to walk into the yard. Until Master Qian threw second Master Qian onto his horse, tied up the thugs with ropes, and had them fall behind the horse. Their shadows disappeared from sight. Only then did Lian Qingshan breathe a sigh of relief. It's good luck, not bad luck. Master Qian was taken away along with his troublemaking son, Yi, and his henchmen. Lian Qingshan couldn't help but worry about Chuer, who was pregnant. She had been frightened and upset earlier and had even hit Yi with a fire poker. He wondered if she had hurt the baby. Outside, Lian Fengshou and Lian Qinghe were cleaning up the bloodstains on the ground. They also sent some timid yam to help Aunt Chunju. Lian Qingshan strode quickly into the room, eager to comfort Chuer. When he entered, he saw Chuer sitting on the Kong bed with Dinyo and Xiao Hu. She was leaning against the soft cushion, holding a child in each arm, excitedly talking about something. She showed no signs of fear or panic, which made Lian Qingshan feel relieved. Mom, I'm so brave. Tuan Tuan and Yuan rushed up quickly and knocked down that mean brother, Xiao Hu said, waving his small, chubby arms with shining eyes, as if proud of his bravery just now. I'm also very brave. I grabbed a big fire poker for Mom, so she could beat that bad uncle until he rolled on the ground, Dinyo said, blushing with pride. She didn't look scared at all. Yes, Dinyo's fire poker is very useful. Otherwise, even if Kai scratched that fat steward, Mom wouldn't be able to beat him. Xiao Hu did a great job too. If Xiao Hu hadn't directed Tuan Tuan and Yuan to hold that young man back, and if Dinyo hadn't gone to fight him, Mom might have been beaten too, Chuer said happily, hugging Dinyo and Xiao Hu tightly. Her smile was relaxed and content. On the windowsill, Xiao Kai sat proudly, as if he had done a great deed. Tuan Tuan and Yuan crouched on the ground, wagged their stiff tails excitedly, and ran in circles. Lian Qingshan was worried that Chuer and the children might be scared, but seeing their lively, happy faces, he couldn't help but smile. It seemed that neither the adults, children, nor pets thought the incident was very frightening. He looked at them and smiled, feeling a big weight in his heart suddenly lifted. Chuer, Lian Qingshan gently called, and the three people on the Kong turned their heads together. The big girl and little tiger cheered and rushed to Lian Qingshan's side, telling him how impressive they had been just now, showing the same eager expression they usually had when doing chores or learning something new and seeking praise. Lian Qingshan looked at the children's faces and couldn't help but feel tender. He hugged each of them and then gave them a firm kiss on the cheek. Big girl and little tiger protected our mother well. That's great. The children giggled as the beard on Lian Qingshan's chin tickled them, hiding in his arms. At this moment, Lian Qingshan looked up at Chuer with deep affection. Chuer, you've been frightened. It's okay, just a group of uninvited guests came by. It's nothing serious, Chuer said, though she knew that if she hadn't quickly helped Lian Qingshan fight back and had instead hidden behind him, she might have been the one knocked down. By the way, what happened to the people outside? Chuer sat beside Lian Qingshan, checking his injuries. Seeing only 2 scratches on his arm and that they weren't serious, she felt a little relieved. Brother Qian came and took them away, Lian Qingshan said quietly after a moment of silence. Brother Qian? Chuer was a bit stunned. Oh, right. Both Second Master Qian and Brother Qian had the surname Qian. If she guessed correctly, he was probably from the main Qian family. Chuer sighed. Since he took them away, let it go. Yes. Chuer, are you hurt anywhere? Lian Qingshan also sat on the Kong, holding the 2 children, and whispered softly to Chuer. Compared to the peaceful quiet of the new courtyard, the old courtyard was in chaos. Because Chue was anxious to come to the Lian family and had been frightened, she had gone into early labor. Her water had broken, and she was about to give birth. Chue lay on the Kong, sweating from the pain, looking as if she had just been pulled out of water. Luckily, there were old quilts in the old courtyard. Aunt Lu quickly spread them out and moved Chue onto them. Grandma Lu and Aunt Chunju, two experienced women, were sitting nearby to help her. The Yam and her daughter-in-law, Zhang, one being a man and the other a young wife who hadn't had children yet, were assigned to the kitchen to boil water and do chores. Child, don't be afraid. Don't just cry out loud. It's not time to give birth yet. Be patient and take a deep breath. Save your strength so you won't tire yourself out. If it gets too painful, bite on this reed stick, Grandma Lu said, watching Cui Nyang's face covered in sweat. She sighed and gently wiped her forehead, then handed her a reed stick to bite on. Cui Nyang nodded, no longer crying loudly but instead following Grandma Lu's advice, saving her strength. Meanwhile, Chue and Lian Qingshan were talking when suddenly Chue remembered the woman who had just sent the message. It seemed she was pregnant. She hurriedly asked, Qingshan, was that woman who sent the message from our village? Isn't she pregnant now? How is she doing? Grandma Lu is watching her now. She might be about to give birth, Qingshan replied, hesitating as he remembered the woman called Cui Nyang. He was worried she might get too anxious and cause her to go into labor prematurely. He quickly said, Chue, you're pregnant too. Don't go near the woman who's giving birth, so you don't risk anything happening to you. In Laoshinton, there was a saying about pregnant women and women in labor. 2 pregnant women together was fine, but if a pregnant woman and a woman in labor were together, villagers believed it could be harmful. They thought that the woman in labor might delay her own delivery because she would imitate the pregnant woman's behavior, making it harder to give birth. Conversely, the pregnant woman might rush her own delivery, risking a miscarriage. Whether there was truth to this or not, it was a tradition passed down through generations. It was said that if a woman in labor was nearby, the baby inside the pregnant woman's belly would refuse to come out, making delivery difficult. Conversely, the pregnant woman might try to push her baby out quickly, risking a miscarriage. Regardless of whether this was true, after hearing Qingshan, Chue immediately decided not to go see the woman. Still, she felt grateful for the help she received and thought it would be rude not to do anything. She opened her cabinet, took out a large piece of clean white cotton cloth, and asked Qingshan to deliver it to the old courtyard. After giving instructions about the cloth, Chue went to the kitchen to prepare some food for the woman in labor, so she would have more strength during the delivery. Chue looked at the ingredients in the kitchen, vegetables, meat, and 2 baskets full of eggs. She wondered what good dish she could make. Seeing the bag of brown sugar that Sister Qian had given her on the chopping board, Chue suddenly had an idea. She decided to make sweet water eggs. Chue had seen someone do this in modern times. It tasted good and was very nutritious.
So she decided to try it.
First, Chue boiled a large pot of water. While waiting for the water to boil, she took 20 eggs from her basket, washed them carefully, and set them aside. When the water just started to bubble, Chue gently cracked each egg and dropped them into the boiling water. She stirred the water gently, making sure the eggs didn't stick to the pot or break apart. This was a skillful task. Luckily, Chue was a good cook, and it didn't take long before the 20 eggs were nearly done. Seeing that the eggs were almost ready, Chue used a spoon to scoop out most of the water, leaving a little at the bottom. She then added 2 large spoons of brown sugar. When the sugar dissolved and the mixture was just right, she served the eggs along with the sweet syrup. Qingshan stood beside Chue, but didn't stop her. He knew her personality well. If Chue had to wait doing nothing, she would become restless, which was bad for her health. Qingshan, take these eggs to the old yard. When giving birth, a woman needs strength. Make sure that woman eats more so she'll have more energy when the time comes, Chue said, not going herself, but still caring for the woman who risked her life to send the message. Without hesitation, Qingshan obeyed Chue's instructions and carried a full basin of sweet water eggs to the old yard. Chuenyang lay on the kong, a traditional bed, And when she heard Mother Lu talking to Lian Qingshan outside, she knew that Qingshan had survived this danger. Her heavy burden was finally lifted, and she felt more hopeful that her son would be raised safely. Meanwhile, Mother Lu received the cotton cloth chuer scent and told Chuanyang to eat the sweet water eggs while her pain was not too severe. Seeing Chuanyang's face look much better than before, she finally relaxed a little. After some time, seeing that Chui's strength was almost gone, Aunt Lu suddenly exclaimed excitedly, "I see the head. Keep pushing, Chui. Just a little more, and the baby will come out." Aunt Chunju, hearing Aunt Lu shout, also cheered on Chui from nearby. Although Chui had previously argued with the Lian family and there was some tension, at this moment of life and death, the honest and simple women of the village put aside their past grudges and wholeheartedly helped Chui deliver the baby. In the new courtyard, Lian Qingshan was supporting Chui as she stood still. Nearby, Feng Shou, Lian Qinghe, and others watched nervously toward the old house. There, a woman they didn't recognize but who had helped the Lian family was going through a life-threatening moment. Suddenly, a loud cry of a baby filled the air. Aunt Lu and Aunt Chunju both sighed with relief. Everyone outside the courtyard also let out a breath. They had a baby. Aunt Lu and Aunt Chunju hurried to wash the baby with warm water, cut the umbilical cord, and soon had the baby cleaned and wrapped in a candle-shaped cloth. They placed the baby next to Chui with a warm quilt.
Kui, congratulations.
"It's a boy. That's wonderful, my son." Chui, exhausted, looked at the tiny baby beside her, tears welling up in her eyes. Since Qingshan was still alive, at least not dead today, perhaps her son could also escape danger. Chui cried tears of joy, but because she was too weak, a sudden dizziness made her lose consciousness instantly, and she fainted. When Aunt Lu and Aunt Chunju saw Chui faint, they were surprised. They quickly went to her side, checked her breathing by feeling her nose, and saw she was breathing steadily, with a decent complexion. There was no heavy bleeding, so they relaxed. They helped clean her up and wrapped the afterbirth, then both sighed in relief. By now, it was getting dark. Since Chui was not from the Lian village, and they didn't know her husband's family, after the baby was born, Aunt Lu and Aunt Chunju looked at each other but didn't take the baby away. Instead, they placed the baby next to Chui's pillow. Two people, one big and one small, slept warmly on the heated Kong bed, so they were not worried about Chui catching a cold. This is really unfortunate. Such a big belly, and the baby looks full-term. Aunt Lu was standing with Aunt Chunju inside the old courtyard, sighing. Just 4 or 5 months ago, Chuanyang came to cause trouble, causing Lian Qingshan to abandon Chui and marry her, claiming she was the one Lian Qingshan originally bought. Yes, she even caused trouble at Lian's house back then. Luckily, Chui was there or else.
Sigh.
Aunt Chunju looked at the baby on the bed, feeling mixed emotions. People in the mountains are straightforward, but they know this child is their own. If he marries a wife and also has a child whose background is unknown, no one would feel comfortable. This is also a sad situation. Aunt Lu shook her head tiredly. Giving birth is dirty work, and it takes a long time. Plus, the child's background is unclear, so both Aunt Lu and Aunt Chunju felt unhappy. Aunt Zhang, the wife of Mountain Yao, came from the new courtyard and called Aunt Lu and Aunt Chunju to eat. She carried a bowl of rice and sat by the window of the old courtyard, eating while watching the woman who just gave birth. Aunt Zhang married late and didn't know about the family's past troubles, so she didn't mind the woman inside the room. She just didn't want to eat with the smell of blood in the house. She sat by the window, listening carefully to the sounds inside, but kept eating her food. Chui's cooking was really delicious. Mountain Yao, Aunt Zhang's husband, saw his wife go to watch over the woman who just gave birth. He thought for a moment, then mimicked how Chui served rice to Aunt Zhang earlier. He added some rice to his bowl, scooped a few dishes, filling his bowl, and then went to the old courtyard to join his wife. Mountain Yao was already so big but still acted like a child, always thinking of one thing after another. Seeing his son run out happily, Aunt Chunju felt a little sad. Her son had grown up, married, and now was very close to his wife. Even eating dinner, he had to sit with her. Why aren't you happy about your son and daughter-in-law? Aunt Chunju shot a quick glance at Aunt Lu. Inside, she felt a little sourness, but she knew very well that after her eldest son Song Ji married, she also felt a bit upset for a while. However, she eventually accepted it. Your son and daughter-in-law are doing well, so you can rest easy. If they argue every day, can you really stand it? As she spoke, Aunt Lu moved closer to Aunt Chunju and whispered so only the two of them could hear. If your son and daughter-in-law love each other, you'll have grandchildren sooner, right? What's there to feel sour about? Oh, really? Aunt Chunju's small disappointment, which had just started to rise about not having grandchildren yet, was suddenly washed away by the hope of having them soon. Neither of them showed any sign of sadness. They sat side by side happily and continued eating. Ma'am, Auntie, you've worked hard today. You must eat more. Cui Er scooped a big piece of meat onto Aunt Lu's bowl and also served a piece to Aunt Chunju. Yes, yes, yes. As long as you're both safe and sound today, we're happy, Aunt Lu said with a smile. Maybe because everyone was tired and hungry after a whole day, they all ate very happily and contentedly. While Cui Er and Aunt Lu, who came to help, were eating together, Cui Nyang, who was sleeping on the old courtyard Kong, gradually woke up. Looking at the worn thatched roof, Cui Nyang was momentarily confused, not knowing what day it was. She instinctively touched her belly and suddenly realized it had gone flat. Her eyes widened in panic as she looked around. Seeing her son wrapped up tightly beside her, her heart softened instantly. My son, my little good'un. Looking at her son's small, red face, wrinkled but peacefully sleeping, Cui Nyang felt a warm flow pass through her. This was her blood kin, her lost and found son. She couldn't help but hold him close, unbutton her top to feed him. Hearing movement inside the house, Zhang Shi hurriedly handed the finished bowl of food to Shan Yao and told him to call someone from the new courtyard. Then she went straight into the house and saw Cui Nyang feeding her son.